The eruption of solar flares led to extreme global temperatures, resulting in the mass extinction of flora and fauna, with human fatalities reaching 50%. In 2051, an asteroid collided with the United States, triggering tectonic movements and a barrage of volcanic eruptions. The ash from these eruptions ascended into the stratosphere, obscuring sunlight and plunging the planet into an ice age. By 2052, as the ash gradually settled and glaciers began to melt, the world was inundated with floods. Lin Feng struggled to survive in this apocalyptic world for 3 years, only to be met with a gruesome fate: being devoured alive. Reborn a month prior to the apocalypse, Lin Feng returned with spatial abilities, hoarding supplies with fervor. Running low on water? I've acquired Lake Baikal, you may indulge at will. Chapter 1. A month before rebirth. Just kill me, there's truly nothing left in my space. Is there no humanity left in you to torment me like this? No. Can it really be consumed? I haven't bathed in 3 years. Amidst the heart-wrenching screams, Lin Feng jolted awake, clutching himself in panic. It was the dead of night, and he surveyed his surroundings with confusion, wondering why everything felt so familiar. In a sudden realization, he recalled that this was his home before the apocalypse struck. He reached out to turn on the light, then glanced down in relief. Thank goodness you're still here, my friend. Without you, how could I possibly survive the rest of my days? Relieved that his companion was unharmed, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The haunting image from earlier sent cold sweat trickling down his back. He never imagined that it would be his goddess. She truly showed no mercy. This was not merely a setback, it was a devastating blow. Rubbing his temples, Lin Feng began to recollect the events. January 1st, 2050, a day that should have been filled with national celebration, was instead marred by relentless solar flares that ravaged the Earth's ozone layer. This catastrophic event directly caused global temperatures to soar, with certain countries near the equator experiencing daytime temperatures exceeding 80 degrees Celsius. The holy waters of the Ganges evaporated completely, even drinking cow urine proved futile, and not even divine intervention could save them, resulting in a staggering mortality rate of 90% as these nations faced annihilation. Due to the sun's radiation and the sustained high temperatures, more than 80% of animal and plant life perished, prompting the affluent and resourceful to migrate toward the poles. In that year, humanity's overall death toll reached 50%. The following year, a 1-kilometer-wide asteroid collided with the United States, leading to its utter destruction. Intense tectonic activity unleashed a torrent of volcanic eruptions, obliterating the nation. The volcanic ash blanketed the stratosphere, blocking direct sunlight, which, while eliminating the sun's rays, ushered in a new ice age. Global temperatures plummeted to minus 50 degrees Celsius, with the poles sinking below minus 100 degrees. Those unfortunate souls who had sought refuge in the polar regions perished. In the first wave of the cold front, with 90% succumbing, as they had brought only summer supplies, oblivious to the impending chill. Thus, Russia was annihilated. Conversely, those who remained in the southern regions survived by a thread, struggling to endure. In the third year of the apocalypse, as the volcanic ash began to settle, sunlight once again graced the earth, melting the ice and ushering in an era of floods. Almost all island nations faced obliteration. The edible resources on Earth were nearly consumed, leaving only humanity to persist, perhaps due to the biological adaptation to the environment, or perhaps as a consequence of radiation-induced mutations. The Earth has witnessed the emergence of flora and fauna capable of withstanding extreme cold and heat, alongside various mutated beings. Humanity, too, has begun to awaken extraordinary abilities. In those years, it was not difficult to seek the bitter taste of paralysis. One merely needed to consume the flesh of mutated wild boars, as if it were ordinary pork. After indulging, some required only a brief stay in the ICU, while others were destined for eternal rest underground. For those who had not yet tasted this fate, the desire to do so lingered, while those who had experienced it yearned for survival. Clearly, Lin Feng belonged to the former group, yet he had not yet taken action. Lin Feng had awakened the rare spatial abilities, yet that was a matter for the post-apocalyptic era. There was scarcely anything left for him to store. The fundamental ability of spatial powers was merely storage, and Lin Feng was unaware of any advanced skills that might exist in the future, perhaps spatial tearing, spatial cutting, or spatial jumping. He would not live to see how these abilities would evolve. Moreover, Lin Feng's storage space was limited, encompassing only a few cubic meters, capable of holding a finite amount of items. With countless extraordinary powers available, they had become so commonplace that there was no longer a need to conceal one's abilities. However, once Lin Feng revealed his spatial powers, he found himself disregarded, even by dogs. A team might encounter danger, yet a dog could be commanded to attack. Dogs were easier to sustain, requiring little more than food and care, and they were not picky. In critical moments, when supplies ran low, one could even butcher a dog for sustenance. What could a spatial ability user contribute? Simply waste food? Thus, Lin Feng became a transporter within a large group, as his deliveries were deemed secure and reliable. After all, if others witnessed the transportation of supplies, it would likely lead to conflict. After 3 years of fighting, everyone was weary, and no one wished to engage in battle unless absolutely necessary. By relying on his role as a transporter, Lin Feng managed to survive in the apocalyptic world, occasionally setting aside some delicacies for his goddess, Feng Qian, barely maintaining his existence. This was the daily life of a devoted admirer. A mere smile, a playful kiss, or a caring word from his goddess could set his heart ablaze. However, as resources dwindled, Lin Feng found himself unable to stockpile provisions. Feng Qian, this ungrateful woman, grew impatient when she received nothing from him and turned her back on him. She had long since attached herself to the team leader, Wang Long, for even an expired sausage sufficed for her. She was free to frolic as she pleased, while Lin Feng silently devoted 3 years of resources to her, without even a touch in return. Ultimately, in her desperation, Feng Qian reported to Wang Long that Lin Feng had secretly hoarded a substantial amount of supplies in his space. After enduring 7 days and nights of torment from the team leader and members, Lin Feng ultimately produced nothing. In his heart, Lin Feng felt anguish. He truly possessed nothing. Alas, his space could not accommodate people. Otherwise, he would have invited them in to search for themselves. Seeing that Lin Feng appeared genuinely empty-handed, Wang Long, knowing everyone was starving, decided upon the grim conclusion: they would consume Lin Feng. Feng Qian, driven by desperation, requested Wang Long to prepare Lin Feng's head for a meat soup. However, Wang Long, aware of Lin Feng's infatuation with Feng Qian, maliciously toyed with the two, saying to Feng Qian, "You may eat, but you can only consume that particular item." Consequently, Feng Qian truly shattered Lin Feng's worldview, extinguishing all his troubles. It was as if Lin Feng had been struck down by an insurmountable pain. Reflecting upon the past 3 years, he felt as though he had experienced an exceedingly long and harrowing nightmare. Recalling that final scene sent a chill through his lower body. Have I been reborn? Or am I merely ensnared in a dream? Lin Feng picked up his phone and glanced at the date. December 1st, 2049? Only a month remained until the apocalypse. I must ascertain whether I have genuinely been reborn or if this is just a vivid dream. But how can I prove it? As this thought crossed his mind, his intention stirred. Lin Feng's eyes ignited with spatial power, and astonishingly, he absorbed the heavy wooden bed before him into a pocket of space. Next, he summoned the bedside table, the wardrobe. Everything within his line of sight. Each object was drawn into the void. Then, with a mere thought, he returned those items to their original positions, untouched. Doubtful yet intrigued, he repeated this process several times. At long last, Lin Feng was convinced. Not only had he been reborn, but he had also brought back spatial abilities. Fortunately, his comrades had returned with him. Otherwise, this rebirth would have felt utterly futile. Now, who would dare claim that possessing spatial abilities is inferior to simply having a dog? I am truly reborn. Feng Qian, you wretched woman, await your reckoning. And to my neighbors, my team leader, my uncle, none of you shall escape when the apocalypse descends. Killing is but a fleeting act. Do you possess no humanity? After subjecting me to such torment, you even spared not my organs? My brother has steadfastly followed me through thick and thin for 20 years. He may not have accolades, but he certainly bears the scars of hardship, and you would so easily trample upon him? I must exact revenge upon this pack of beasts. However, my foremost priority is to ensure my own survival. Please do not imitate this. Chapter 2. The first wave of supplies. It was half past midnight. Lin Feng felt no drowsiness. Only a month remained to prepare. He must gather all the necessary supplies to survive the impending apocalypse within this limited time frame. However, was this few cubic meters of space sufficient? It seemed rather ample. Yet regardless of its adequacy, he resolved to fill it to the brim first. The next 3 years would bring a year of scorching heat, a year of biting cold, and a year of torrential floods. What else awaited him? Lin Feng could not foresee, for he would not live to witness it. But if he failed to prepare now, he would surely perish in the coming chaos. He glanced at his bank account, which held 14 million. A pang of anguish coursed through him. His parents had left him over 10 million in inheritance, 60% of the shares in Lin Real Estate Company, a grand villa, and several sports cars were now reduced to a mere 14 million, one sports car, in this villa. He had sold several vehicles, spending the proceeds on gifts for Feng Qian, a designer handbag, diamond rings, necklaces, high-end dresses, and cosmetics. He had even purchased an entire apartment for her outright. The fate of a lovesick fool, he had ended up with nothing. It was only later that Lin Feng discovered Feng Qian was the mistress of Lin Tian, who had deliberately manipulated her to torment him. As a naive university student, he was blissfully unaware of the treachery lurking in society. Feng Qian had cunningly deceived his affections, while his uncle, Lin Hao, had employed underhanded tactics to devalue the stocks his parents had bequeathed him, diluting his shareholding from 60% to a meager 30%. Over the years, Lin Hao had reported continuous losses in the real estate sector, transforming shares once worth 6 billion into a paltry 2 billion. Lin Hao was no better. He pocketed the money through fraudulent accounting, a fact Lin Feng had been oblivious to until now. With the onset of the apocalypse, Lin Hao finally revealed his hand. His father had been murdered, the brakes of his car sabotaged, leading to a fatal crash on the highway that claimed both his parents' lives. Very well, Lin Hao, Lin Feng thought bitterly. You have squandered my father's fortune for years. It is time you pay your debts. After contemplating his tasks for the coming month, he rose and dressed. Tonight, he would begin by preparing basic food supplies. Once the apocalypse struck, no amount of money would suffice to procure sustenance. Money, once a tangible asset, would become worthless. Gold bricks and antiques would hold no value when survival was at stake. Stepping out of the villa and into his car, he felt a sense of nostalgia wash over him. The good days were numbered. Only a month remained, and he intended to cherish each fleeting moment. At last, he could relax for a month. Lin Feng drove to the night market, where the vibrant sounds of life and dazzling lights enveloped him. It had been ages since he had witnessed such a bustling atmosphere. In the past, as a wealthy heir, he would have never set foot in a night market for food. Yet now, having experienced the depths of hunger, he found himself craving every morsel available. This evening's foremost task is to procure as many snacks as possible, irrespective of their taste. Buy them all. My good sir, what shall you indulge in? Our roasted lamb testicles are truly exceptional. Care for a few skewers to sample? Upon noticing Lin Feng arriving in a limited edition sports car, the barbecue shop owner hurried over to greet him. While he may not recognize a Lamborghini by name, he certainly acknowledges it as a sports car. Boss, roast me 100 lamb testicles, 100 large kidneys, 1,000 beef tendons, 1,000 lamb tendons, 1,000 dog tendons, 10,000 oysters, 10,000 bundles of chives. Lin Feng, without even glancing at the menu, blurted out his order. Just as the owner began to jot down the items, his expression darkened. You aren't here for a meal, are you? You must be looking for trouble. Come at me. Just as the proprietor brandished a kitchen knife, a notification chimed. Ding. Alipay received. 20,000 yuan. The sound from the payment speaker behind them stunned the shop owner. Sir, what is the meaning of this? Lin Feng casually brushed off his clothing and replied, I preferred your earlier rebellious demeanor. It was far more entertaining. Wasn't it? Just prepare whatever you can for the 20,000 yuan. Roast whatever you have. It's all covered. If the money falls short, just let me know. Lin Feng's extravagance was evident as he casually splurged 20,000 yuan. His unique space allows for time to stand still, meaning that items placed within do not spoil, retaining their original temperature upon retrieval. This is precisely why Lin Feng chose to make the journey himself. Ordering takeout would result in cold, unappetizing food. Instead, he opted to purchase directly from the establishment, placing the items into his space immediately. Can 20,000 yuan buy barbecue that lasts 3 months? No amount, even a billion, could procure that. Oh my goodness, do come in. We are all family here. Discussing money can be quite disheartening. Once the payment was received, the Mediterranean owner instantly transformed his demeanor, grinning broadly. This startled Lin Feng, who instinctively covered his groin, fearing this man might attempt to bite him as well. The ordeal with Feng Qian had left Lin Feng with a psychological scar. For others, a sword drawn may spill the adversary's blood, but for Lin Feng, it is his own blood that is shed. This experience has likely instilled a lasting fear in Lin Feng, making him wary of any potential bites. I shall not sit. You start roasting. I shall return shortly to collect. Lin Feng fled, still shielding himself, leaving the Mediterranean owner scratching his head. After checking the inventory, which included a fridge full of meat skewers, squid, various seafood, eggplants, chili peppers, and greens, the owner estimated that, if properly roasted and sold, he could clear over 20,000 yuan. Offering Lin Feng a discount, he could still profit 14,000. Such is the lucrative nature of barbecuing. My dear, rise and don't slumber. We have work to do. Quickly, thaw and skewer all that inexpensive frozen stock we acquired from the factory. Unfortunately, this is the reality for some snack stalls. Those with integrity use quality ingredients to earn a profit, while others, devoid of conscience, often earn even more. Lin Feng was undoubtedly aware, yet who could resist such indulgence? Moreover, with the impending apocalypse looming, what was there to be picky about? In the future, it would not merely be a matter of consuming frozen meat for years. Even a morsel of moldy rice would be a cherished delicacy. Lin Feng was not fleeing. Rather, he proceeded to the next hamburger establishment. Fried chicken, hamburgers, chicken wraps, an array of pizzas. Upon inquiring about the inventory, he promptly purchased a staggering 18,000 units. Such extravagance. Then came the braised meat shop, the beef offal stall, the spicy hot pot venue, the crossing rice noodle shop, and the soup dumpling outlet. The proprietors along this street were left bewildered. What on earth was happening? Was this level of absurdity truly necessary? Yet, upon asking about the prices of the stock, Lin Feng paid without hesitation. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. The entire street ran out of supplies? Boss, how much for your soup dumplings? Not for sale. We're out of stock. And your stinky tofu? You might want to check with the shop next door. We sold out. Everyone wore a look of utter disbelief. It was not yet 1 o'clock. The nightlife had barely begun. How could everything be sold out already? Meanwhile, Lin Feng leaned against his Lamborghini, one hand grasping a skewer of lamb testicles, the other cradling a box of grilled leeks, eating while tears streamed down his face. Some tears were of joy. How long had it been since he had savored such delectable food? Others were of regret. Was he truly foolish? Was it not more gratifying to relish exquisite dishes himself? He scolded himself for being so naive. Brother, I am truly sorry for not sharing this fortune with you and allowing you to be left out. A group of passers-by witnessed Lin Feng's emotional breakdown and derided him as foolish. Was this truly the intellect of the affluent? What distinguished me from this wealthy individual? Chapter 3. Emptying the night market. At this moment, a young woman in her 20s, embracing her friend, was wandering through the night market. Both wore expressions of confusion. Normally, after school at this hour, they would indulge in whatever delicacies they desired. Yet today, it seemed as though nothing was available. Jiao, what is going on today? Is the night market being shut down? Ying, I have no idea. Why is there nothing to eat? As the two young women strolled, they garnered the attention of several admirers. In the winter of December, Jiao donned a white ensemble, a dress paired with a sleek white down vest, and her long, slender legs showcased by a pair of leg-bearing tights. Standing at 175 centimeters, her flowing hair and delicate oval face, accentuated by a subtle pink lipstick and light makeup, made her resemble a celestial being. Ying, in contrast, wore an all-black outfit with bold makeup. Although her beauty slightly paled in comparison to Jiao's, she was undeniably a stunning woman in her own right. Both girls, feeling the pangs of hunger, had hoped to enjoy a late-night snack now that school was on winter break, but the situation was perplexing. Jiao, look, that person over there is eating grilled leeks. Let us go ask him where he got them. Ying pointed towards Lin Feng in the distance, her eyes glimmering with desire. Indeed, hunger gnawed at them. Yet there seemed to be nothing available. All right, let us go inquire, Jiao said, her carefree personality leading the way as she pulled Ying along. Amidst his meal, Lin Feng was sobbing. Oh, my friend. I'm so sorry. After this apocalypse, I promise I will ensure you enjoy life. This sight bewildered Jiao and Ying as they approached. What happened to your friend? Is it really necessary to cry like that? Jiao, perhaps we should not ask him. He seems quite strange. What does he mean by apocalypse? Does he have a mental illness? Ying felt a twinge of apprehension. Don't be scared. I'll ask. I have practiced taekwondo and sanda. Jiao, ever forthright, was unperturbed as she led Ying closer. Excuse me, I'd like to ask where you purchased that. We're hungry and would like to buy something to eat. Her inquiry jolted Lin Feng back to reality. He glanced at Jiao and nodded. With your looks, that's worth 2 hot dogs. Ying, taken aback, retorted, we want food, but hot dogs are so unappealing. We wouldn't eat those. Lin Feng nodded slightly, then stated with a serious tone, remember what you said today. With your looks, in a few months, you might not even be able to trade for a single hot dog. Jiao and Ying were left speechless. As they spoke, Lin Feng produced 2 grilled hot dogs and handed them to the girls. Today, I shall treat you to hot dogs for free, but a month from now, if you wish for more, you shall have to pay. Jiao and Ying exchanged bewildered glances. Pay? We never said we wouldn't give you money. With that, Lin Feng clapped his hands and turned to leave, thinking that while these girls were indeed lovely, in a month's time, he could find even more enchanting company. A hot dog was but a night's worth. Finally, his friend could enjoy some comfort. having awakened to such a vast expanse. Am I not entitled to indulge a little? At that moment, Li Ying cast a glance at the Lamborghini supercar, a spark of inspiration igniting within her. Opportunities must not be squandered. They may never return. Let us go, Qiao Qiao. We must follow. Qiao Qiao hesitated for a moment before grasping Li Ying's hand. Li Ying, why should we follow them? This is illegal. Yet Li Ying was resolute, determined to find a wealthy suitor, and Lin Feng was the richest person she had ever encountered. She simply could not let this chance slip away. Qiao Qiao, your brother toils endlessly on construction sites just to earn a meager sum. This person is worth billions. Don't you wish to uncover how he amassed such wealth? Let us follow him and see what he intends to do with all his purchases. Perhaps a fortune awaits us. Li Ying's words were persuasive, and Qiao Qiao found herself intrigued. I too am curious about how the wealthy accumulate their riches. After a moment's reflection, she quietly trailed behind Li Ying. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, the long-lost sensation of tranquility enveloping him, though he knew such bliss would be short-lived. He then entered a barbecue restaurant, carrying a black bag, the establishment devoid of customers due to a supply shortage. Noticing the absence of onlookers, Lin Feng retreated to a corner, discreetly placing the skewers prepared by the proprietor into his bag, which was, in fact, a spatial storage. Boss, I'm taking these. Keep grilling. The owner remained occupied, oblivious to Lin Feng's actions. All right, just leave the cooked ones there. Come by to collect them. Lin Feng proceeded to visit one restaurant after another. It was night, the establishment's bustling, with no patrons present at that moment. He continued to fill his bag in the corners, merely transferring items into the bag before moving on to the next venue. Each establishment assumed he merely carried an empty bag, and his behavior did not raise suspicion. No one noticed the seemingly endless black bag. Having just returned from a post-apocalyptic world, Lin Feng was still adjusting to reality, where abilities were commonplace in those years. He had grown accustomed to collecting items in this manner. Meanwhile, Qiao Qiao and Li Ying trailed him from a distance, mouths agape in astonishment as they observed his actions. Goodness, is he performing magic? Making things disappear into thin air? They were utterly bewildered, though they had not witnessed where Lin Feng placed the items. After completing his circuit, Lin Feng had gathered an assortment of food. It was imperative to act quickly, for cold food was far from appetizing. And he preferred to toil rather than rely on his own culinary skills, which paled in comparison to those of seasoned chefs. Qiao Qiao and Li Ying's eyes widened as they continued to follow Lin Feng, unable to discern where the items had vanished. Qiao Qiao, could it be a ghost? Li Ying voiced her apprehension. The situation was too peculiar. Impossible. It cannot be. He must be hiding them in a place we overlooked. He is undoubtedly a street magician. And a skilled one at that. Look around. There must be someone filming. The two finished their roasted sausages and resumed their pursuit of Lin Feng. Indeed. No one can escape the law of irresistible allure. Just a moment ago, one might declare a disdain for ham sausages, only to find oneself captivated seconds later. Lin Feng remained oblivious to the fact that these two young ladies had followed him all the way, amidst the bustling night market. How could he have known that instead of relishing their grilled sausages, they were far more intrigued by him? Upon turning around, he was met with the sight of two girls, their mouths agape, fixated on him. In that instant, Lin Feng felt a chill in his trousers. He had developed a psychological aversion to such situations. Now, whenever he saw someone open their mouth, it sent a shiver down his spine. What are you two following me for? Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. You want to eat for free? Let me assure you, that is utterly impossible. Lin Feng exclaimed, pointing at them with a fervent outburst. Your thoughts are quite perilous indeed. You still wish to dine on grilled sausages without payment? Absolutely not. Qiao Qiao and Li Ying exchanged glances, contemplating the eccentricity of this individual. The sausages you offer aren't even particularly delicious. Their flavor is rather mediocre. As if we were clamoring for them, Qiao Qiao retorted. Are you performing street magic? Or perhaps you're staging a prank? Where's the camera? I've searched high and low, yet I cannot find it. With her cheerful disposition, Qiao Qiao's curiosity prompted her to inquire further. Lin Feng realized he had let his guard down. Initially, he had dismissed the significance of his abilities, primarily because they had become so commonplace in recent years that there was no need for secrecy. Everyone was aware. But now, he recognized his oversight. He had forgotten that the apocalypse had not yet arrived. In this pre-apocalyptic era, he had indeed grown too complacent, neglecting to conceal his powers. He had been so preoccupied with indulging in life as pleasures that he overlooked the people surrounding him. There was no choice but to continue hiding. After spending 3 years in the apocalypse, how could one survive without a modicum of vigilance? Everything you see is staged. Every passerby could very well be filming. Of course, you two are also caught on camera. Your astonished expressions have been duly recorded. If you wish to remain incognito, it would be wise to maintain your distance from me. Lin Feng asserted, wishing to avoid any premature complications, especially as he had larger plans to execute without exposing himself too soon. Returning to his vehicle, Lin Feng cast a glance at it. Once the scorching heat arrived, with temperatures reaching a mundane 50 degrees Celsius and occasionally soaring to 70 or even 80 degrees, this wretched car would undoubtedly fail him. It would be prudent to find an opportunity to sell it, acquiring some sustenance in the process. Li followed Lin Feng's gaze, fixating on the limited edition Lamborghini, valued at over 30 million. Is this your car, handsome? She inquired, her eyes widening in astonishment. Their little photo shoot team seemed rather extravagant. Not mine. You two should hurry along. Don't delay our filming progress, Lin Feng replied. Having grown weary of such women since the onset of the apocalypse, he had no desire to engage further. It was simply a waste of his time. Chapter 4. Preparing to cash out shares, Lin Feng extracted several skewers of grilled kidneys from his bag, seeking to replenish his energy. He harbored a fear that the vile Feng Qian might snatch them away, leaving him to ponder the potential repercussions. Li Ying was taken aback by Lin Feng's outright rejection. Did she not possess beauty? Meanwhile, Xiao, quick of hand, seized the black bag from Lin Feng and turned it upside down. To her astonishment, it was empty. Where had all those items vanished? While skewers could be discreetly concealed, an entire heap of hamburgers and chicken wraps was an entirely different matter. What are you doing? This is robbery. I could call the police. Lin Feng exclaimed as he reclaimed his possession, determined to convince the two girls of his prowess as a magician. Otherwise, their video might end up online, jeopardizing his plans for a zero-cost purchase in this world, yet untouched by calamity. My apologies, I was merely curious. This is my first encounter with a magician, and I wish to understand the underlying principles. Xiao hastily returned the bag, her inquisitiveness piqued by Lin Feng's seemingly extraordinary feats. She had once seen David Copperfield make a train disappear, but that was merely a video. There had to be props involved. Yet, what transpired today was undeniably real, stirring her curiosity to the point of impulsive action, for which she now felt genuine remorse. Street magic is not to be divulged. It is best you take your leave, Lin Feng declared, making a gesture of dismissal that irked the two girls. After some contemplation, they conceded that they were in the wrong and began to depart. Forgive me. I did not intend any offense. If possible, I would like to offer some form of compensation, Xiao implored, seeking to amend her indiscretion. Compensation? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon Xiao's ample figure. Such recompense was not out of the question. He mused about the possibility of collaborating with her on software engineering, rice irrigation systems, and pipeline maintenance. Confused, Xiao responded, What do you mean? That has nothing to do with my major. I am studying architectural design. However, Li Ying, standing nearby, grasped Lin Feng's implication. Captivated by his charm and his sports car, her heart fluttered. I believe I could. Shall we exchange WeChat? We can gradually learn together, she proposed, glancing at Lin Feng, who found her heavy makeup rather off-putting. Who could tell what lay beneath that facade? Enough of this. I have no time. Let us leave before I am compelled to report you for theft. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, leaving Li Ying visibly disheartened. Was it true that the tastes of the affluent were so discerning? Had he taken a liking to Xiao while disregarding her? I could offer compensation in another form. How much do you think is appropriate? Xiao suggested, acknowledging her fault and wishing to make amends. She intended to elaborate, but Li Ying, unwilling to let Xiao seize the opportunity first, interjected. Let's go, Xiao. That car is worth millions. We shouldn't embarrass ourselves over such trivial amounts. Jojo cast a glance at Lin Feng, her curiosity piqued. Why would someone so affluent engage in street magic? All right. Let us go. Jojo and Li Ying departed, leaving Lin Feng indifferent. Time was of the essence, and the tasks were numerous. Women would always be there in the future. Yet, the thought of Jojo lingered in Lin Feng's mind. She seemed familiar, as if he had encountered her before, though the memory eluded him. He decided to cast aside the thought, glancing at his watch, and opted to rest a moment in the car before pursuing the next venture. It was not until 4 a.m. that Lin Feng finally gathered all his belongings. There were still 2 vendors left unvisited, but he graciously informed them that he would forego those. Before leaving, he kindly advised them to stock up, promising to return on the evening of December 31st, assuring them that he would purchase whatever they had. The vendors were elated, feeling as if the god of wealth had descended upon them. Whether Lin Feng would indeed return on December 31st was uncertain, but his well-intentioned suggestion to prepare extra supplies would serve them well, ensuring their survival for several months. Even in his absence, having survived 3 years in this apocalyptic world, Lin Feng still retained a semblance of conscience, albeit a limited one. He had already devised a plan. While his neighbors hoarded food, he would stockpile weapons, considering them his true lifeline. Yet, the question remained, where would he procure such arms? He had no connections. Upon returning to his villa, he completed his initial stockpiling of supplies. 680,000 worth of assorted fast food would sustain him for over a decade. Once home, he sent a WeChat message to his uncle, Lin Hao. Uncle, this is Lin Feng. I've been a bit short on cash lately and wish to liquidate my 30% stake. Please let me know your offer. With the impending apocalypse, those shares would soon be worth no more than an expired sausage. He needed to exploit Lin Hao now. In his previous life, Lin Hao had amassed a fortune in cash, hoarding supplies during the first month of the apocalypse and employing a band of thugs, becoming quite notorious in Huahai City. Furthermore, Lin Hao's son, his cousin Lin Tian, had later awakened a fire-based ability, thriving in the chaos. Lin Feng estimated Lin Hao's current cash reserves to exceed 2 billion. He needed to extract every last bit. After sending the message, Lin Feng took a long overdue shower, having gone without one for 3 years, almost forgetting the sensation of cleanliness. He focused on thoroughly cleansing himself, ensuring no lingering issues remained. Once finished, he felt a wave of relief. All seemed well, and he awaited an opportunity for practical application. Returning to his room, he opened his phone to find a response from Lin Hao. Phoner, are you in such a rush to liquidate? If you need money, just tell your uncle. I can provide you with a few million for emergencies. Reading those words, Lin Feng scoffed in disdain. How disingenuous. Were it not for having overheard how Lin Hao had schemed against his parents, he might have believed his words. He began to type a response. No. I've recently lost some money gambling online, sold the family car, and now I'm short on cash. This money is crucial for me to recover. He hit send and awaited a reply. Oh dear. Phoner, you must stay away from gambling. However, if you truly wish to utilize funds, your uncle is prepared to offer you 800 million. He will arrive at your place tomorrow morning at 8 to sign the contract. Upon reading Lin Hao's message, Lin Feng felt an immediate surge of joy. This old fellow remains so steadfast in his commitment to the shares of Lin Realty. I must seize this opportunity. 800 million? Uncle, you must be jesting. It must be 7 billion, or else I shall host an auction tomorrow, and I am certain I can fetch at least 5 billion. After all, a 30% stake in the Lin Group should attract considerable interest, wouldn't you agree? After sending the message, it wasn't long before a reply arrived. Uncle is offering 5 billion, and he insists that it cannot be increased. He currently lacks the liquidity, as the real estate market has been challenging in recent years. And you should comprehend that. We are both cunning foxes. What tales of the supernatural are we discussing? Lin Feng was quite satisfied with the valuation of 5 billion. After all, this was cash, and it was Lin Hao who was being outmaneuvered. 5 billion is a substantial sum. Moreover, an auction would waste time. And very few possess the means to produce 5 billion in cash outright. It would be difficult to sell. At this juncture, money is essential. And time is even more critical. I shall draft the contract now. Simply bring the funds and your signature tomorrow morning at 8. With that, he tossed his phone onto the bed and immediately began writing the share transfer agreement. When you find that your property certificate and shares yield not even a bag of rice, you will realize the folly of your actions. Chapter 5. Vast Spaces. The other side of the phone. Lin Hao laughed so hard he slapped his thigh. Ha ha. Ha ha. Lin Feng is truly a fool. He believes everything I say. That 30% stake is worth at least 2 billion. Although the real estate market has indeed faced challenges in recent years, what could the construction cost possibly be? Houses in any city are still profitable at 500 yuan per square meter. It's merely the land prices that differ. If the building is taller, won't the profits return? Lin Feng, you are truly a simpleton. Lin Hao laughed so hard he sounded like a pig and immediately began calling to raise funds. Meanwhile, Lin Feng paid no attention to his phone. He knew his stock was certainly worth more than 2 billion, but he was too lazy to check the accounts. After all, 50% of the company's shares were in Lin Tian's hands, and he hadn't set foot in the company for years, lacking any personal connections. Thus, the accounts were impossible to verify. 5 billion was already sufficient. Lin Feng had devised a plan to extort his uncle. Once he secured that 5 billion, he would find a way to siphon off several more million. When the apocalypse arrives, if you have not a single penny, I wonder how you will purchase supplies in the first month? How will you sustain your henchmen? How will you continue to be arrogant? Ding dong. Awakened at 8 in the morning by a persistent doorbell. Woof, woof, woof. The large Tibetan Mastiff, Abe, in the yard began barking upon hearing the sound. If it weren't for its barks, Lin Feng might have forgotten he even had a dog. In his previous life, when the apocalypse came, Lin Feng had not taken it seriously, thinking it would pass in a few days. In the first month, whatever Lin Feng ate, Abe ate as well. In the second month, looking at the dog food, he had no choice but to endure the hunger. What Abe ate, Lin Feng consumed. Lin Feng dined on dog food. And in turn, Abe feasted on Lin Feng's waste. Neither of them perished from hunger. In the final month, Lin Feng held his stomach, gazing at the dog, tears uncontrollably streaming from the corners of his mouth. Better to eat dog food. Without Abe, there would be no Lin Feng today. This dog was a lifesaver. Lin Feng rubbed his eyes. He must ensure he takes good care of this life-saving dog. Abe could survive on the most meager sustenance and in crucial moments. It truly saved his life. Rising from bed, dressing, and stepping outside. Upon opening the door, Lin Hao and Lin Tian, both with radiant expressions, entered the yard. "Oh, Feng, long time no see. You've gained weight." Lin Hao enthusiastically approached Lin Feng for an embrace, while Lin Tian surveyed the villa with great interest. This villa is situated in the most prestigious area of Huanghai City, valued at 850 million. It was constructed during Lin Feng's parents' peak in the real estate market. Worth an extraordinary sum. It boasts not only a swimming pool, a game room, a screening room, a bar, a study, an esports room, and a reception area, but also a lavish residential area in front and a sprawling 800-acre private golf course behind. If this land were purchased and another villa complex built, how much profit could that yield? Yet, here sits Lin Feng, a fool, begging while sitting atop a mountain of gold. His intellect is utterly beyond redemption. Entering the house to discuss his uncle, as long as the funds are sufficient, everything can be negotiated. Lin Feng directly invited the two inside, eager to secure their financial flow entirely. "Can you two manage to trade a house for food in a month?" Ma Yun's words often lacked substance. Yet Lin Feng found one statement strikingly accurate. In the future, housing prices will be as trivial as scallions. This sentiment was undeniably true. A single scallion could indeed be exchanged for a house. Lin Feng had experienced this firsthand. He had once traded his villa, this very one, for a single scallion. Without that scallion, he would have perished from hunger. "The money is undoubtedly here. Let me see the share transfer contract, and if all is in order, I shall sign." Lin Hao was impatient, having awaited this day for over 30 years. From this moment forth, Lin real estate would finally belong to him. "All right, uncle, step inside. I shall fetch the contract." Lin Feng gestured for the two to enter, then closed the door behind them. Watching their retreating figures, Lin Feng's gaze was filled with murderous intent. Were it not for the current circumstances, they would have already found themselves in custody. Lin Feng's heart yearned to eliminate both of them. His space could contain everything except for humans. Even the deceased were not permitted. This had been tested previously. He found that living beings could not be accommodated, nor could mutated flora or fauna. Only high-level life forms seemed to be excluded. Killing was simple, but disposing of a corpse was troublesome. A small impatience may disrupt a grand scheme. You too may indulge in purchasing shares, and there will come a day of regret. Upon entering, Lin Hao glanced at the share transfer agreement on the table, a smile blossoming on his face. Clearly, Lin Feng was serious about selling his shares. Lin Feng noticed the glint of excitement in Lin Hao's eyes and handed him the contract. "Uncle, please verify it. If all is well, transfer the funds to me, and we shall sign and seal the contract, making it effective." "Very well, let me take a look," Lin Hao exclaimed excitedly. Donning his glasses and meticulously examining Lin Feng's share transfer agreement, confirming that there were no traps, he produced a seal and placed it on the table. "Feng Earth. Everything seems in order. Let us sign and seal it." Lin Feng glanced at Lin Hao, sensing that the old man was attempting to get something for nothing. "A $0 purchase. I am your ancestor." Lin Feng had already sensed two individuals in Lin Hao's vehicle. He was puzzled by his newfound perceptive ability, expanding the sensation. He was astounded to discover that his reincarnation had enhanced it. With a sudden outburst, he startled Lin Hao and Lin Tian. Lin Feng was bewildered. He realized this was not merely perception but rather an awakening of his second skill, spatial perception. He could distinctly feel that his space could contain everything within its area. Was this the legendary spatial perception? His abilities had leveled up. In his previous life, his spatial capacity was a mere few square meters, yet in this life, it extended to a radius of 1,000 kilometers. What an extraordinary concept. As long as Lin Feng's space could accommodate everything within that area, he would know precisely what lay inside. It was akin to having a radar. With this realization, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. A bold idea took root in his mind. He must journey to Russia to encapsulate Lake Baikal within his space. In his past life, Lake Baikal had become the sanctuary for the world's elite and Russia's largest survival base. Lin Feng found himself devoid of funds, unable to embark on a journey to the enchanting Baikal Lake. At that time, he was unable to liquidate his stocks, and cash proved to be of little use. For both Baikal Lake and the Arctic Circle base accepted only gold bricks as currency. This circumstance inadvertently positioned Russia as the singular superpower of the world. After all, Russia, situated at a high latitude, experiences frigid temperatures, and the vast Baikal Lake harbors enough water to quench the thirst of 6 billion people for 50 years. Moreover, The lake teems with an abundance of fish, ensuring that sustenance was never a concern. They merely awaited the conclusion of the apocalypse, anticipating a future where temperatures would rise and Russia would unify the earth. However, their prosperous existence was short-lived, lasting merely a year. In the second year, a bitter cold wave swept through, claiming the lives of 90% of their population. The following year brought catastrophic flooding, breaching the banks of Baikal Lake, resulting in the total annihilation of Russia. With a mixture of frustration and determination, Lin Feng thought, "This time, I will transport Baikal Lake away. Let us see how the Russians maintain their bravado now." But suddenly, a searing pain pierced through his mind, and darkness enveloped his vision. Lin Feng realized that his mental capacity was insufficient to expand the space to such an extent, and in that brief moment, he had exhausted his mental energy. He clutched his head, vision swimming with stars, and sank into the sofa. It seemed that he could not recklessly unleash his spatial abilities to their maximum. His mental fortitude could not withstand it, threatening to lead him to a psychological breakdown. Chapter 6, Cashing Out 1.5 billion Fenger, what has happened to you? Upon witnessing Lin Feng suddenly take a seat, Lin Hao felt a pang of anxiety. The contract had yet to be signed, and if he were to faint, it would be preferable to do so after the agreement was finalized. "It's nothing. I just have a slight case of low blood sugar. A brief walk outside will suffice." Lin Feng fabricated an excuse without a moment's hesitation, disregarding its plausibility. With that, he rose and made his way to the courtyard, where he unlocked the dog cage. Inside the vehicle were two individuals, armed and potentially dangerous. With his mental fortitude depleted, Lin Feng found himself unable to concentrate. Managing 4 adversaries was indeed a daunting task. "Anbei, come out to play. We have guests," he called. Anbei was a purebred Tibetan Mastiff, standing at an impressive height of 1 meter and weighing 180 pounds, which Lin Feng had purchased for over 3 million from a herdsman in Tibet the previous year. This breed, known for its lack of intelligence, typically recognizes only one master throughout its life. Otherwise, it could face starvation. Lin Feng, having raised Anbei since childhood, was unwilling to let it go to waste. Fortunately, Anbei understood many of Lin Feng's commands, and with a single word from him, it would obey without question. After all, should an unfortunate incident occur, compensation would suffice, and the police would find no grounds against Lin Feng. Woof, woof, woof. Upon being released from its cage, Anbei charged toward the door, barking ferociously, displaying its strong territorial instinct as it had detected the presence of individuals in the car. "Fenger, what are you doing? Why release the dog?" Lin Hao and Lin Tian, who remained indoors, felt a surge of panic. This foolish dog only listened to Lin Feng, and it was unafraid even in the face of danger. How could they possibly manage the situation? "Don't worry, uncle. Anbei won't bite. It's very well behaved." As he spoke, Lin Feng affectionately patted Anbei's head, and the dog obediently sat down. Inside, Lin Hao and Lin Feng felt overwhelmed. It seemed their plan for a free ride had to conclude prematurely. "Uncle, if everything is in order, please transfer the funds. Once the money is received, I shall sign the contract immediately." Upon re-entering the room, Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. He was genuinely elated. In his previous life, his space was merely a few cubic meters, hardly sufficient for storing any substantial resources. In this life, with such an expansive area, if he were to perish, it would indeed be a grave injustice. "All right, I will transfer the funds right away." Lin Hao had no choice. Buying shares for 1.5 billion was not a loss for him. He promptly retrieved his phone to initiate the transfer. Ding. A minute later, Lin Feng's phone chimed with a text message notification from his bank. He opened his mobile banking app, meticulously verifying the zeros trailing the 15, confirming thrice that it was indeed 1.5 billion, before finally setting the phone down and approaching the table to sign and affix his thumbprint. "Fenger, you are truly straightforward. Now, uncle shall take his leave. Your dog won't bite me, will it?" After signing, Lin Hao picked up the contract, gesturing nervously toward Anbei outside. "Not at all. Anbei is non-aggressive. You can leave with peace of mind," Lin Feng assured him, maliciously opening the door and gesturing for him to exit. Woof, woof, woof. Anbei remained well-behaved, lying on the ground but barking a few times at the sight of strangers. Lin Hao and Lin Tian, father and son, were filled with trepidation. "Could you at least chain it up? You were just letting it loose? What does this mean for our safe passage?" 2 individuals stealthily crept past Abe, akin to thieves, until they finally reached the entrance, exhaling a sigh of relief. Just as Lin Hao was about to open the door, Lin Feng, with a mischievous grin, decided it was time to collect some interest. "Abe," bite his backside. Lin Feng's voice was barely audible, yet the dog's ears were highly attuned. Woof, woof, woof. Suddenly, Abe lunged forward, aiming straight for Lin Hao's rear. "Ah, Lin Feng, control your dog." Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Lin Tian was taken aback. pushing open the door and attempting to pull Lin Hao outside. The two bodyguards in the vehicle hurriedly exited to assist their employer. If anything were to happen to him, who would pay their wages? The three of them tugged at Lin Hao, while Abe refused to relent in his grip. Lin Feng, with a wicked smile, simply closed the door behind him, feigning ignorance. Quick, pull harder. It's biting my backside. Lin Hao exerted himself, but every tug only intensified the pain at his rear. With the massive Tibetan Mastiff's jaws clamped down, who could possibly withstand such force? It must be acknowledged that the two bodyguards were impressive. Standing at 6 feet tall and weighing over 160 pounds, they managed to pull Lin Hao, dog and all, out of the door. Despite Abe's fierce tenacity, the sheer number of opponents was overwhelming. With a rip, Abe tore through Lin Hao's cotton pants, leaving 4 bloody puncture wounds on his backside. And he had even bitten through the skin. Woof, woof, woof. Abe was thrown a considerable distance, yet still attempted to continue biting Lin Hao. If he succeeded again, a chunk of flesh would surely be at stake. Quick, shut the door. Don't let him out. In a frenzy, Lin Hao jumped into the car, while the two bodyguards hastily closed the door, thwarting Abe's assault. Woof, woof, woof. Abe still wished to bite, but with 4 individuals now in the vehicle, they quickly sped away to safety. Damn it, that little brat must have done it on purpose. Ouch, my backside. Inside the car, Lin Hao dared not sit down. The 4 gaping wounds bled profusely, and recovery would take at least a month. Father, don't fret. I'm taking you to the infectious disease hospital right now. Lin Tian drove directly towards the hospital, and at that moment, Lin Feng sent a WeChat message. Ding. A transfer of 2,000 yuan. Lin Feng, what is the meaning of this? Why did you send me 2,000 yuan? Lin Hao furiously sent a voice message, managing to restrain his anger. Uncle, my apologies. I didn't keep an eye on the dog, and it bit you. Here's 2,000 yuan. Hurry and get a rabies vaccine. You should be fine if you don't, but I recall Abe has received his rabies shots. Listening to Lin Feng's voice message, Lin Hao clenched his phone tightly, the sound of cracking plastic echoing in his grip. What status do I hold? Am I really so desperate for that 2,000 yuan? Did you unleash your dog to bite me for nothing? Father, don't be angry. I suspect Lin Feng is doing this on purpose. Could it be that he discovered what happened back then? Is he now trying to extract money and flee? Lin Tian questioned, perplexed, as he drove. The two bodyguards in the vehicle were unfazed. They were accustomed to handling the dirty work, including the incident involving Lin Feng's parents. I sensed that a hasty retreat may be imminent. Otherwise, considering Lin Feng's character, why would he seek to amass such a substantial amount of cash if not to curry favor with his goddess, Feng Qian? Could it be that he anticipates an apocalypse? Hoarding supplies? Lin Hao, with a cheeky demeanor, expressed his thoughts, while Lin Tian chuckled in agreement. Haha, Lin Feng is nothing but a fool. He remains blissfully unaware that his goddess, Feng Qian, is actually my mistress. It is I who has instructed her to keep him dangling. He believes she is a divine being? It's enough to make one nauseous. Lin Tian jested, perceiving Lin Feng as unworthy of inheriting such wealth. Is it merely because he has a wealthy father? Otherwise, he would still be a pauper. Son, after you take me to the hospital, give your little mistress a call. Let her gauge Lin Feng's intentions. Why the urgency for such a large sum of money? I cannot believe he claims that gambling requires a return of 1.5 billion. Who would buy that? Lin Hao mused, eager to discern Lin Feng's next move, while Lin Tian wore a mischievous grin. Certainly, father, I shall call Feng Qian shortly. After spending so much on her, she ought to contribute in some meaningful way. With a swift press of the accelerator, Lin Tian headed straight for the hospital. Chapter 7. Preparations before the apocalypse. Abe is a good dog, deserving of a leg of lamb. Lin Feng retrieved a frozen lamb leg from the refrigerator in his home, which housed 2 large freezers filled with an abundance of chicken, duck, fish, and various meats. While Lin Feng did have dog food, Abe was not particularly fond of it, and Lin Feng seldom fed him. In his previous life, he had relied on these meats to survive the first month, while the dog food sustained him through the second. However, this time, he was destined to rewrite the future. Abe, panting with anticipation, regarded Lin Feng as a deity. Lin Feng tossed the lamb leg into the dog cage, and Abe eagerly bounded inside, after which Lin Feng secured the cage. With other matters at hand, his next task was to secure visas for Russia and the United States. Fortunately, Lin Feng possessed a Canadian passport, which simplified the process. He only needed to obtain a visa. Typically, visas for ordinary individuals took about 10 to 15 days. But Lin Feng's financial prowess allowed him to aim for completion within 3 days. A trip to Russia was essential. If he could transport Lake Baikal into his space, he would be ensured a life free from worry. Abundant fresh water and a wealth of aquatic resources would provide sustenance indefinitely. Furthermore, acquiring some Russian weaponry was imperative. Russian arms were renowned for their durability, while American weapons were notoriously delicate, often failing in extreme temperatures. A visit to Russia necessitated securing enough standard equipment for at least 10,000 people. As for the United States, with so many large chain supermarkets and storage centers, failing to engage in a zero-cost acquisition would haunt Lin Feng for a lifetime. He promptly drove to arrange for a tourist visa, the fastest and most straightforward option available. Not one to hesitate, he promptly invested 10,000 yuan to expedite the process. Such an amount sufficed for a mere tourist visa. The staff were pleased and assured Lin Feng of an expedited service, promising results within 3 to 7 days, urging him to await their call. With the second task completed, Lin Feng moved on to the third, dismantling Lin South real estate and, in the process, procuring some resources. He contemplated attempting a zero-cost acquisition, parking by the roadside. He endeavored to open his space, hoping to store a bottle of mineral water from the back seat. After a lengthy trial, his head spinning from the effort, he realized it was futile. Yet, upon glancing back at the bottle of mineral water, he effortlessly managed to store it. Turning his gaze towards the distant trash can filled with water bottles, still, it proved ineffective. After much trial and error, Lin Feng surmised the conditions for objects he could store in his space. 1. The object must be visible to him. 2. It must be within a distance of 100 meters. 3. Living creatures could be stored, but they would perish in the process. 4. Humans could not be stored, nor could objects held by them or weapons they were wearing. In his past life, Lin Feng had also been unable to enter the space himself. With this realization, he understood the rules governing the use of his space. It seemed that seizing weapons unarmed was an impossibility, just as it had been in his previous existence, where he could neither store humans nor weapons grasped by them. With several days until his journey to Russia, Lin Feng decided to prepare by establishing a company first. Driving a limited edition Lamborghini valued at 30 million, he navigated through his memories and arrived at a modest real estate agency. In the current unfavorable climate of the real estate market, this agency was barely surviving, having not closed a deal in half a month. As Lin Feng stepped out of his car, a saleswoman, elegantly dressed in stockings, hurried over to open the door and welcome him. If he could afford a 30 million sports car, he could certainly purchase a villa worth over 100 million. Sir, are you looking to buy a house? Jiaha Real Estate welcomes you. Lin Feng cast a glance at the petite saleswoman, who stood at about 1.5 meters tall, around 25 years old, with delicate features and a charming, youthful face framed by small glasses. Quite adorable, indeed. Well, if you ever crave a sausage, feel free to find me. You're worth a sausage, he mused, nodding his approval before heading directly to the boss's office. Engaging in conversation with a mere saleswoman seemed futile. What's with the sausage? What am I supposed to do with that? Saleswoman Sun Fong scratched her head, hastily leading the way, as this was a significant client who deserved proper attention. Boss, we have a big client wanting to see you. The owner of Jiaha Real Estate, Wu Yong, was troubled, burdened by numerous unsold properties and a severed cash flow. Upon seeing the luxury sports car outside, his spirits lifted, and he rushed out to greet Lin Feng. Good day, sir. I am Wu Yong, the owner of Jiaha Real Estate. What property are you interested in? Lin Feng remained silent, focused intently on his phone. After a prolonged moment, he presented his mobile banking balance to Wu Yong. Upon glimpsing the staggering figure, Wu Yong let out an incredulous shout. 15 billion. In cash. Sir, no. Father. Grandfather. What kind of property do you wish to purchase? I will find it for you immediately. Pleased with Wu Yong's response, Lin Feng felt no need for further elaboration. How much for your entire agency? I want to buy it. Wu Yong's heart soared upon hearing Lin Feng's words. Finally, a potential buyer had appeared. This was a benefactor indeed. Our agency is relatively small, with 46 employees. We have 246 properties under deposit or mortgage, including this office building. Would you consider 50 million for the whole package? Wu Yong carefully proposed a slightly higher figure, mindful of Lin Feng's potential scrutiny of the accounts, fearing that asking for more might scare Lin Feng away. This asset had cost Wu Yong 60 million during the previous real estate boom, and he was now hoping to minimize his losses. Let us finalize the contract, and I will transfer the funds once the company name is changed. Wu Yong realized he had encountered a true magnate, someone who did not haggle. All right, grandfather. I will draft the contract right away. As Wu Yong joyfully set to work on the contract, the saleswoman, Sun Fong, was left bewildered. What was happening? Was this man truly so wealthy that he would buy a nearly bankrupt real estate agency? Chapter 8. A 3 billion business grandfather. Do you think this contract is viable? If it is, let us sign it right now and proceed with the transfer of ownership. Wu Yong spoke with an air of humility as he had no other choice. After all, he was the one at a loss, and the other party possessed the means to extricate him from his predicament. There was no need to transfer the property. Merely stating the number of units and their value would suffice. The company's legal representative would be changed to myself. And I shall employ you as the general manager with a monthly salary of 1 million. The base salary for other sales staff will be 10,000. And they will receive a commission of 1% on sales. This should not be too burdensome for you, I hope. In an instant, the entire family and all the sales staff were rendered speechless. Their previous base salary had been merely 2,500. This new arrangement effectively quadrupled their earnings. I can do this. I'm more than capable. How could this possibly be a burden? Long live the new boss. In that moment, Wu Yong and all the employees erupted in joyous celebration. What kind of business was this? Why such exorbitant wages? Wu Yong was so moved that tears welled in his eyes. A monthly salary of 1 million? What kind of treatment was this? Boss, I assure you, I will not disappoint. I will do everything in my power to manage the family and real estate well. Living up to your high expectations, Wu Yong was wholeheartedly committed to collaborating with Lin Feng to expand and achieve greatness once more. Let us proceed with the change of the legal representative. From now on, I will be the representative. You will do as I instruct, and I, Lin Feng, will bear all legal responsibilities. Lin Feng signed the contract and took Wu Yong away, knowing that without changing the legal representative, Wu Yong would not dare to act. As for their salaries, Lin Feng had no intention of paying them. He could promise them monthly salaries in the tens of millions. But such an outrageous figure would hardly be believed. As Wu Yong settled into Lin Feng's car, his hands trembled with excitement. Boss, how am I supposed to sell houses now? The real estate market is quite bleak, and properties aren't moving well. Lin Feng replied while driving. We will no longer sell houses. Instead, we will focus entirely on rentals. Tenants will only need to pay a deposit of 50% of the property value, allowing them to live in the house for free for as long as they wish. They will be responsible for utilities, while we will cover property management fees, elevator costs, and heating expenses. Upon signing the contract, they can withdraw at any time and reclaim their deposit. If we breach the contract, the property will belong to the tenant. Wu Yong was taken aback by Lin Feng's words. Was this business? This felt more like charity. What? Boss, are you joking? Wouldn't we be left with nothing? Despite earning a monthly salary of 1 million, Wu Yong still wished to safeguard his position. Shouldn't he consider the company's welfare? Even with Lin Feng's wealth of 1.5 billion, one could not sustain such a venture indefinitely. Running a company is, of course, for profit. We take in 50% of the rent, then secure a bank loan with a 20% down payment to purchase properties, enabling us to acquire 5 units. We can then rent those out for 50% of the rent, using the proceeds to secure loans for 25 units, and continue this cycle of financing and renting. Do you not see that it won't be long before we own at least half of the properties in Huahai City? At that point, we can raise prices at will. Do you understand what it means to monopolize? Lin Feng's words struck Wu Yong like a revelation. Oh, so this is how the affluent operate. Boss, I understand now. Your 1,500 million merely necessitates timely loan repayments each month. As long as property prices continue to rise, we shall never incur a loss. Upon witnessing Wu Yong's realization, Lin Feng nodded in agreement, successfully indoctrinated. Repay the loan. Lin Feng had no intention of doing so whatsoever. By the time the loan repayment day arrived in a month, the apocalypse would have dawned. Who among the sensible would repay a loan then? Continuing down this path, in the final days, Lin Feng would simply utilize the funds to procure resources. As long as the advertisement is compelling, surely there would be 100 or 80 billion by then. With such an abundance of supplies, would it not suffice to sustain tens of thousands of people until their demise? He drove to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to alter the legal representative and transfer 50 million to Wu Yong. This time, Wu Yong was significantly reassured. With Lin Feng as the legal representative, his sole responsibility was to secure loans for purchasing properties. Regardless of Lin Feng's potential losses, he would remain unrecognizable to him. Wu Yong received a monthly salary of 1 million. He merely had to fulfill his duties. Here is an additional 10 million. Commence advertising immediately. Homes and real estate. Offering half-price properties to the entire nation. After collecting Lin Feng's 10 million, Wu Yong nodded affirmatively. Very well, boss. I shall head to the television station to initiate the advertisements. I will also reach out to prominent platform hosts. I guarantee the advertisement will saturate the nation within a day. You need not accompany me. I will take a taxi to the television station. With unwavering confidence. Wu Yong thought that if he couldn't sell properties at half price, he would be utterly inept. If that were the case, Wu Yong would indeed be of no use. Lin Feng declared, do not purchase any properties from Lin's real estate. They are my competitors. If the company is short-staffed, recruit more personnel. New hires will receive a base salary of 5,000 and a commission of 1% for every property leased. Delay all salaries for a month. Off you go. Lin Feng waved dismissively, imparting one last instruction to Wu Yong. Understood, boss. Take care. Wu Yong thought little of it. Delaying a month's salary was quite commonplace, as he sometimes postponed 2 months' wages. Lin Feng then drove away, leaving the rest to unfold without his oversight. Lin Hao, did you not desire 80% of Lin's real estate shares? I can diminish your market value by at least half with an investment of 60 million. Moreover, from this moment forth, not a single property will be sold. I shall not let you perish. Lin Feng chuckled mischievously as he drove. I shall see you, Lin Hao, destitute on the day the apocalypse arrives. With that, Lin Feng proceeded to the Hulong Security Company. This company had emerged as a formidable force in Huanghai City following the onset of the apocalypse. Although their financial resources were limited, their numbers were substantial, comprising young and vigorous individuals equipped with electric batons and riot shields, having commandeered a considerable amount of supplies, living quite freely. Most importantly, the manager of the Huanghai branch of Hulong Security was none other than Wang Long, the captain who had slain Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew that if he did not confront Wang Long, his life would be in vain. Arriving at the Hulong Security Company, Lin Feng parked his car. Hulong Security is one of China's largest security firms, not only undertaking various security tasks but also responsible for constructing the safest villas for the affluent, making them the ideal professionals for the task at hand. Good day, sir. Welcome to Hulong Security Company. How may we assist you today? The receptionist, a charming young woman, greeted Lin Feng enthusiastically, noting his impressive height of 185 centimeters, handsome features, and designer attire. He was evidently a scion of wealth. Such an aura cannot simply be feigned. I am seeking your general manager, Wang Long, as I have a business proposition worth 3 billion to discuss with him. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the receptionist was left bewildered. A business deal of 3 billion? That amount is sufficient to construct an atomic bomb. Chapter 9. The 3 billion safe house. Sir, allow me to escort you to our general manager. This matter exceeds the authority of a mere staff member. The beautiful receptionist remarked, recognizing that Lin Feng was not jesting. She promptly led the way. Following her, Lin Feng arrived at the 28th floor of the Hulong Security Company, a firm of considerable repute, with its headquarters occupying 30 stories. General Manager. There is a guest here to discuss a business deal worth 3 billion, the receptionist announced, knocking gently on the door. Inside, Wang Long, who was savoring a cigar, was momentarily taken aback. 3 billion? Is this for constructing a rocket launch facility or perhaps establishing a military base? Though initially surprised, Wang Long quickly regained his composure. Please, come in, he called, setting down his cigar, eager to uncover the details. Lin Feng confidently pushed the door open and was greeted by the familiar face of Wang Long. A slight smile graced Lin Feng's lips as he thought to himself, if I do not bring you to ruin today, my life will have been in vain. Good day, General Manager Wang. I am Lin Feng, from Lin Real Estate. He introduced himself, and Wang Long instantly recognized who Lin Feng was. With a 30% stake in Lin Real Estate valued at 2 billion, the prospect of a 3 billion deal was indeed plausible. After all, beyond his shares, Lin Feng possessed luxury vehicles, villas, and substantial cash reserves. Young Master Lin, what brings you here? Please, take a seat, Wang Long exclaimed, rising to welcome him. Aware that Lin Feng had the resources to negotiate such a significant deal. I am a man who despises unnecessary chatter. I wish to construct a villa spanning 10,000 square meters, comprising 3 stories above ground and 2 below. The entire structure will forego concrete, employing only a steel framework, with walls made of 1 meter thick steel and an exterior clad in half a meter of titanium alloy. Internally, I require a 10 centimeter lead lining for radiation protection, coupled with half a meter of aviation-grade insulation to regulate temperature. Windows are unnecessary. I desire the glass to be embedded within the walls to allow light in. The glass must be 10 centimeters thick, with a 1 centimeter explosion-proof layer sandwiched within, and it should also block ultraviolet rays. The total thickness across the 13 layers should be 1.5 meters, all seamlessly integrated into the walls. Additionally, I want radiation-proof curtains that also provide thermal insulation. The main entrance must be constructed from titanium alloy, at least 1.5 meters thick, impervious even to missile strikes. The rooftop should be adorned with solar panels, ensuring a constant power supply regardless of weather conditions. Surrounding the villa, a high-voltage electric fence must be installed, with fortified shooting ports, also made from titanium alloy, resistant to casual damage. The villa will feature an independent local area network, with capabilities for internet connectivity. It must include cooling and heating systems, a power generation system, as well as a toxin spraying system and an air purification system. The entire residence should be fully automated, yet also equipped with a manual control console. My expectation is that even if a nuclear bomb strikes near Huanghai City, as long as it does not directly hit my villa, it can obliterate my residence without shattering it. Can you accomplish this? Wang Long was left speechless. In this day and age, it seems that business is indeed not easily conducted. This 3 billion deal appears to be quite the challenge. Who on earth has ever undertaken such a project? Wang Long wiped the cold sweat from his brow, realizing that the demands were utterly outrageous. Young Master Lin, are you intending to construct a doomsday nuclear war villa? Given these requirements, I fear the profit from the 3 billion may be rather scant. Wang Long could no longer bear to calculate the expenses, for he was at a loss to comprehend who would undertake such a colossal project. Come, let me break it down for you, he said. The land spans 10,000 square meters, with a height of 5 stories at 15 meters. If we assume it is entirely constructed of solid steel, that amounts to 150,000 cubic meters of steel. Given that 1 cubic meter of steel weighs 785 tons and the current price of steel is 3,000 yuan per ton, the total cost would reach 3.5 billion yuan. I am constructing a villa. The interior is completely hollow. While other materials might be slightly more expensive, titanium alloy, for instance, is currently priced at 12,000 yuan per ton. You're still guaranteed a profit of at least 3 billion yuan if you invest 30 billion in this villa. Lin Feng pulled out his phone and, right in front of Wang Long, began to use the calculator, weaving a web of persuasion. Wang Long gazed at the calculator, pondered for a moment, and nodded in agreement. The figures indeed added up. Approaching the year 2050, the titanium production capacity in Huaxia was in surplus, and the price of titanium alloy had significantly decreased. Wang Long estimated that he could potentially earn around 5 to 8 billion from this venture. This business was certainly worth pursuing. Lin Xiao, Wang Long remarked, your serious demeanor indicates you are not jesting with me, but 30 billion is no trivial sum. What are your payment plans? Wang Long was intrigued. This was undeniably a substantial deal. I will grant you a month for the construction, and you need not worry about the foundation. I will handle that myself. Upon signing the contract, I will pay 30% up front, another 30% upon inspection. And within 3 months, once I have confirmed that the house is without flaws, I will pay an additional 30%. Should any issues arise, you will need to address them. The final 10% will be paid a year after the inspection. What do you think? If this is agreeable, let us sign the contract now. Upon hearing these terms, Wang Long felt quite tempted. The 60% of the payment should adequately cover the cost of materials, while the remaining 40% would account for labor and profit. The 3-month timeline for the last payment and the final settlement a year later seemed quite reasonable. However, could such a vast villa be constructed in just 1 month? Lin Xiao, while I can accept your payment terms, the timeline is exceedingly tight. Can you allow me 3 months to complete the construction? Wang Long was eager to sign the contract, yet he harbored doubts about the capability of their Hulong security company to erect the house within a month. You could request support from other Hulong security companies. After all, they are idle and could earn money together, Lin Feng insisted. I must be able to move in before January 1st, 2050. If your Hulong security cannot accomplish this, I shall seek others to do so. With that, Lin Feng rose, appearing ready to depart. Wait, Lin Xiao, we can do it. I will request support from headquarters. We certainly can manage it. Requesting headquarters assistance would mean sharing a portion of the profits, but given the urgency of the situation and Lin Feng's pressing need, it was imperative to seek that support. Very well, shall we sign the contract? You can commence work this afternoon. Lin Feng was eager to ensnare his prey. But hold on, Lin Xiao, that's a 30 billion yuan deal. My initial investment will be substantial. Could you provide some collateral? Wang Long cautioned. We must be clear at the outset. Should you decide against the project after completion, my 30% of the payment would not even suffice for the materials, and I would incur significant losses. Indeed, Wang Long was astute. He would never agree to a situation where he would bear the loss. All right, here is the land deed for the Xishan Villa District, encompassing 800 acres. The value of this property is self-evident, and I need not elaborate. Once you complete the construction, even if you choose to abandon it, selling the scrap metal will yield no loss. As he spoke, Lin Feng produced the prepared land deed from his pocket. Wang Long's eyes widened in astonishment. The entire city of Huanghai is familiar with this land, home to a private golf course valued at over 850 million. If fully developed with residential buildings, commercial areas, schools, and hospitals, the profit would be astronomical. Lin Feng must be a fool to invest his entire fortune for the sake of a doomsday villa. Could it truly be the end of the world? Indeed. Lin Xiao is quite forthright. Let us sign the contract immediately, ensuring the authenticity of the deed. Wang Long was hooked. Lin Feng smiled slightly, stating that he could give away this land without a second thought. When the apocalypse arrives, build whatever you desire. My only concern is whether you can afford it. After signing the contract, they exchanged signatures and fingerprints. Lin Feng transferred Wang Long a down payment of 30, amounting to 900 million. He remained unfazed. For even if the world did not end, he would not be dismayed. At worst, he would declare bankruptcy. Having spent $3 billion to safeguard the global populace, what a noble deed. As the saying goes, if I do not enter hell, who will? Very well, General Manager Wang. Please send personnel to the Shishan Villa district for construction this afternoon. Contact the necessary manpower, materials, and equipment without delay. Additionally, expedite the creation of the architectural design. I require a structure measuring 100 by 100 meters, with 4 entrances. Lin Feng and Wang Long shook hands amicably. Go ahead and build, once completed. One of us shall meet our demise. Ultimately, one of us must perish. Understood, Lin Xiao. I will reach out to the headquarters for support. And I will have the design drafted immediately. The materials will be prepared without delay, as we will work in shifts to ensure completion within a month. You shall move in before the new year. Wang Long was equally elated. This is a $3 billion project. Completing it would certainly yield several small fortunes. Chapter 10. The modified vehicles worth $300 million. Upon departing from the Hulong Security Company, Lin Feng let out a deep sigh. The apocalypse had arrived, and I was extraordinary. Without it, I was left in a state of bewilderment. Furthermore, the legal entity of my home and the real estate agency belonged to me. What if the apocalypse never came, and I was left renting? It would be no different from a Ponzi scheme. And I might end up toiling at a sewing machine for the rest of my life. Lin Feng scratched his head. It would be a lie to say that he felt no anxiety at all. However, once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. One must act. What scenes had Lin Feng not witnessed? He had seen his brother bitten by Feng Qian. Such occurrences were not sufficient to shake his resolve. Driving back to the villa, he excavated a pit adjacent to his original estate, measuring 110 meters in length and width, and 8 meters in depth. He dug a little extra to allow for construction space. This was the reason Lin Feng required an area of 10,000 square meters. His spatial capabilities seemingly allowed for such a large structure. Yet, he could not be entirely certain until he tried it out in Russia. Regardless, this land belonged entirely to Lin Feng. He could construct whatever he desired. Lin Feng was well aware that the walls of his old villa were made of lightweight bricks, easily demolished by an 8-year-old wielding a hammer. They held no value for renovation and would be better replaced entirely. The notion that one could renovate buildings or villas in the apocalypse after 30 days was sheer nonsense and displayed a complete lack of common sense. Modern construction employs a framework structure. After pouring the load-bearing beams, lightweight bricks are added to shape the building. Where would one insert steel plates? Could the beams withstand it? Thus, Lin Feng opted for a complete reconstruction, and Wang Long indeed possessed the capability to finish it within a month. Lin Feng's sanctuary essentially consisted of a stack of steel, welded together, a process as simple as stacking blocks. Given the ample supply of materials, one could layer the steel upwards and secure it through welding. Minutes later, after completing the foundation, Lin Feng glanced at his phone. He still had over $540 million in his account and needed to procure 2 specialized modified vehicles. Otherwise, would he really remain cooped up at home for a lifetime? How dreadfully monotonous that would be. He drove directly to the largest specialized vehicle manufacturing plant in Huanghai City, where his good friend Zhao Jun served as the factory manager. Zhao Jun was also a car modification enthusiast and a close friend of Lin Feng. However, after the onset of the apocalypse, Lin Feng was uncertain of Zhao Jun's situation. The 2 modified vehicles would surely provide a lucrative opportunity for Zhao Jun. He could stockpile supplies in due course. As for bringing Zhao Jun into the sanctuary, Lin Feng had not considered it. They were merely good friends, not siblings. Lin Feng had witnessed the darker sides of humanity after the apocalypse. There were those who resorted to cannibalism. Could Lin Feng truly sleep soundly knowing that Zhao Jun might, in a moment of misguided compassion, open the door to others while he was asleep? Thus, he would only offer a reminder to Zhao Jun to stockpile supplies. Whether Zhao Jun heeded this advice or not, and other matters, would be considerations for another day once the apocalypse truly unfolded. Arriving at the specialized vehicle manufacturing plant in Huanghai City, Lin Feng sought out Zhao Jun. Isn't this young Master Lin? What brings you here? Zhao Jun exclaimed, delighted, knowing Lin Feng's affluent status. I have a task for you. I need you to manufacture 2 specialized modified vehicles for me. Upon learning that Lin Feng intended to manufacture vehicles, Zhao Jun's excitement surged. 2 vehicles, no less, represented a monumental business opportunity. Young Master Lin, please articulate your requirements. I shall ensure their fulfillment, Zhao Jun proclaimed, thumping his chest with confidence. As an expert in vehicle modification, what unexpected demands could you possibly have? The first vehicle must withstand a scorching temperature of 70 degrees Celsius, equipped with no fewer than 10 wheels, 4 in the front and 6 in the rear, all of which must be high-temperature resistant and explosion-proof tires. It should feature dual engines, with one serving as a backup to prevent overheating and potential engine failure. An integrated water cooling radiator is essential to ensure the engine remains intact. The chassis must be constructed from titanium alloy plates with a minimum thickness of 2 centimeters, and the front reinforced to at least 10 centimeters. It must endure an impact at 180 miles per hour against a wall without sustaining damage. The glass must be explosion-proof and bullet-resistant, while the undercarriage must withstand detonation from anti-tank mines without rupture. The interior must be equipped with air conditioning, along with built-in high-temperature insulating materials. Daojun. The second vehicle should be a snow-tracked model, also featuring dual engines. However, this one must incorporate insulating materials capable of withstanding temperatures as low as -70 degrees Celsius. It must reliably ignite in frigid conditions, which may necessitate the use of high-capacity batteries. Multiple units can be installed as spares. The undercarriage should include skis to enhance surface contact and prevent sinking into snowdrifts. The glass must be low-temperature resistant, as well as bulletproof and explosion-proof. With a titanium alloy chassis that can withstand a wall impact without damage, prepare over 10 sets of spare parts for both vehicles. With 100 or even 1,000 of the most commonly used components on hand, completing both vehicles within a month should not be too arduous, correct? Daojun. Upon hearing Lin Feng's demands, Zhao Jun was rendered speechless. Producing such vehicles, along with the multitude of spare parts, will incur a staggering cost. Are you not being overly demanding? Can it even be done? Speak up, or I shall seek assistance elsewhere. Lin Feng was pressed for time, with other matters awaiting his attention. It can be done. I will mobilize workers for round-the-clock shifts. Zhao Jun replied. However, young Master Lin, with these specifications, I conservatively estimate the cost to be no less than 200 million. I hesitate to provide a quote, as I have never constructed such vehicles before. Ding. A notification from Alipay. 300 million. At that moment, Zhao Jun's phone buzzed, and he gasped in astonishment. Holy smokes. Young Master Lin, 300 million? You cannot be jesting. You are serious. I have no time for jesting. Deliver them within a month, or I shall pursue legal action for breach of contract. Do not skimp on materials. Use only the most durable. If funds fall short, call me, and I will transfer more. Lin Feng's commanding voice inspired in Zhao Jun a reverence akin to that of a deity. What profit could he garner from these two vehicles for 300 million? Surely, at minimum, a 30 million profit could be anticipated. Earning 30 million in a month, such an opportunity was rare indeed. Very well, young Master Lin. I shall immediately postpone all current orders at the factory. I will expedite your request. Rest assured, if I do not deliver both vehicles to your residence within a month, I shall send my head to you. Zhao Jun vowed earnestly, greatly alleviating Lin Feng's concerns. Zhao Jun possesses commendable character, yet one cannot help but ponder whether, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, his integrity will remain trustworthy. I am departing. Ensure that my vehicle and its components are delivered to the Shishan Villa area within a month. Time is of the essence. Take care, Lin Xiao. Zhao Jun exclaimed, pressing a kiss to his phone, exhilarated by the prospect of 300 million. Furthermore, he would personally revamp the two most magnificent vehicles in existence. This was not merely a dream realized, but also a lucrative venture. Meanwhile, Lin Feng glanced at his phone balance, disheartened by how swiftly the funds had diminished. In just one day, 15 billion had dwindled to a mere 242 million. The house and vehicles were already secured. The next priority was medical supplies. The balance on his phone had become nothing more than a string of numbers since the onset of the apocalypse. It needed to be spent immediately. Otherwise, when the end came, many wealthy individuals would discover the most profound tragedy, death, without having enjoyed their wealth. With tens of millions, one could scarcely purchase a single sausage, left only to reminisce about their former glory in their mobile banking app, while hunger gnawed at them. With his phone secured, Lin Feng felt a pang of hunger. After a long day, it was now 5 in the afternoon. He got into his vehicle, retrieved 2 hamburgers and a bottle of milk tea from his storage space to satiate his hunger, for the war was not yet over, and the challenges ahead were formidable. Driving to the First People's Hospital of Huahai City, he made his way directly to the office of the hospital director. Upon entering, he found Director Li Yuan preparing to leave for the day. At the sight of Lin Feng, he paused momentarily. Good day. How may I assist you? Director Li Yuan inquired amicably, unsure whether Lin Feng sought medical attention or had another purpose. Lin Feng, a man of straightforwardness, wasted no time and spoke candidly. I wish to place an order for a batch of medical equipment and various medications, adhering to the standards of your tertiary hospital. I require 10 complete sets of all your medical apparatus. Could you calculate the total cost? Li Yuan was momentarily speechless, picking up the phone to call the head of the psychiatry department. Hello, Director Zhao? Could you bring 2 nurses to my office? A rather peculiar individual has entered my office, and we need to contact his family for immediate hospitalization. Lin Feng was taken aback. It seemed his urgency had led Director Li Yuan to mistake him for a lunatic. Taking out his phone, he opened the mobile banking app and placed it before Li Yuan. "I am not jesting. I intend to establish a tertiary private hospital in the Shishan Villa area. Please provide me with a quote, and I shall send a deposit." Upon seeing the balance on Lin Feng's phone, Li Yuan remained skeptical. He took the phone, closed the app, and reopened it, confirming that the balance was not a mere screenshot. Only then did he begin to believe Lin Feng's claims. "Young man, according to our hospital's standards, acquiring a complete set would cost over 100 million. 10 sets would exceed 1 billion. Do you possess such funds?" Taken aback by Li Yuan's statement, Lin Feng began to calculate. Considering the various medications, even his 200 million deposit would fall short. "Then I will require 5 sets. And according to your pharmacy standards, please prepare 500 million worth of medications. I particularly need bandages, gauze, hemostatic agents, anti-inflammatory drugs, sunburn ointment, and treatments for infections and frostbite. A total of 1 billion. I shall provide you with a deposit of 200 million now. Within a month, ensure everything is prepared. The remaining payment will be made upon receipt of the goods. Let us proceed to sign the contract and transfer the funds." Upon hearing that Lin Feng was earnest, a smile graced Li Yuan's face. It was indeed an opportunity to receive money effortlessly. The profit margins for pharmaceuticals and medical devices exceed 90%. This implies that even if Lin Feng were to pay and not settle the remaining balance, he could still effortlessly earn 100 million. Let us finalize the contract and proceed with the payment. Li Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of joy as he prepared to sign the contract immediately. Chapter 11. The green tea arrives at my doorstep after leaving the hospital and paying a deposit of 200 million for medical supplies. Lin Feng found that only 42.3 million remained in his account. He took a deep breath, relieved that the most crucial provisions, shelter, vehicles, medications, and medical equipment, had all been secured. He felt no urgency regarding food. If the apocalypse were to strike, he could always take to the road with a firearm to raid his neighbors. His neighbors hoarded grain. He hoarded weapons. His neighbors would serve as his granary. During the 3 years of preparation, Lin Feng had engaged in countless zero-cost acquisitions, honing his skills to an impressive level. Medications, however, were even more precious than food. Whether heat-resistant antibiotics or cold-resistant ointments, these items could not be exchanged for food during those years. When the apocalypse arrived, even a minor headache could prove fatal. This was no mere exaggeration. A dear friend of Lin Feng's had stepped on a nail in a high-temperature environment and succumbed to sepsis within 2 days. There was nothing anyone could do. Thus, Lin Feng had to spend money to have the hospital director stockpile various drugs. Otherwise, when doomsday came, where would he find such a plethora of ready medical supplies? Even if he raided every hospital in the royal city, the stockpiled medications would undoubtedly fall short. It was imperative to prepare in advance. Moreover, with only a month to go, Lin Feng had devised a plan for food procurement. He would head to the storage center in the beautiful nation for a zero-cost acquisition. This nation was renowned for its wealth, and their storage centers were stocked with everything imaginable, supplying several large supermarkets. Raiding a storage center was the swiftest means of securing provisions. Upon returning to his villa, Lin Feng spotted an unfamiliar figure standing at the entrance. As the headlights illuminated her face, a chill swept through him. Could it be the sharp-tongued, picky eater, Feng Qian? Typically, she only spoke when he refrained from flattering her. What wind had blown her to him today? As Lin Feng exited the vehicle, he still felt that uncomfortable chill. He could not deny that the shadow of fear she cast over him would likely never fade. "What a coincidence, Lin Feng. I was just passing by and didn't expect to run into you," Feng Qian said with a sweet smile, brushing her hair back to reveal her stunning features. Having heard from Lin Tian that Lin Feng had liquidated shares worth 1.5 billion today, she wondered if she could persuade this devoted admirer to buy her a few designer bags. Perhaps he might even purchase a villa for her? Indeed, quite a coincidence. "What brings you here?" Lin Feng inquired, fully aware of the ulterior motives behind Feng Qian's playful hair toss. Was this not merely an attempt to stir his emotions, positioning herself for him to become her devoted admirer once more? Nevertheless, from this day forth, he resolved not to be known as Lin Feng, the admirer. Instead, he would be called the Wolf Warrior. Glancing around to ensure no one was observing, he contemplated whether to take action against her. After a moment's reflection, he decided against it. If Feng Qian were to vanish suddenly, Lin Tian would undoubtedly raise the alarm. His space could not accommodate living beings or corpses. Should he eliminate Feng Qian, he would surely leave traces. It was nearly 2050, and he would not underestimate the capabilities of law enforcement. Better to exercise caution. For a wise sailor avoids perilous waters. He could always wait until after the apocalypse to deal with her. Killing her now would be too lenient. This green tea enthusiast thrived on attracting men, after all. At that moment, she would seek out a multitude of men to entertain herself. Each man rewarded with a mere sausage for a fleeting encounter with Feng Qian. The aim was to render her existence a relentless struggle, a desire for life that could not be fulfilled, and a longing for death that remained elusive. The intention was to make Feng Qian regret ever gracing this world, to immerse her in the despair of an apocalyptic scenario, yet refrain from ending her life. I shall not let you perish. Feng Qian seemed to sense a chill in Lin Feng's tone, his gaze no longer reflecting the naive adoration of a sycophant. After a moment of contemplation, she realized the truth. Lin Feng had acquired wealth 1.5 billion, making it effortless for him to procure any woman he desired. Indeed, wealth had corrupted him. Her once devoted admirer had transformed into someone unrecognizable. Oh my, after such a long time apart, can I accompany you for a stroll? Where are you headed? Fortune has it that I am free. In pursuit of that staggering sum, along with her luxurious villa, extravagant cars, and an array of jewelry. Feng Qian suddenly clung to Lin Feng's arm, adopting a flirtatious demeanor. Lin Feng felt a wave of nausea, had he not witnessed Feng Qian's ferocity firsthand. The bloodied aftermath of her ruthless nature might have swayed him into believing her day of innocence. Lin Feng had no doubt that, should the world plunge into chaos once more, Feng Qian would betray him again for the sake of survival, although he harbored no affection for her. This was not the opportune moment to confront her with a blade. Contemplating his options, he decided that since the meat for Abe would soon be depleted, he would first exhaust Feng Qian instead. I am heading to the market to procure some meat. The supplies are plentiful. Would you care to join me? Although Lin Feng had little need for purchases, having secured all necessary provisions, he felt compelled to acquire sustenance for Abe. After all, it would be inhumane to allow his loyal companion to subsist on refuse. All right, I shall accompany you. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, Feng Qian clung to Lin Feng's arm. Despite having endured a fierce battle with Lin Tian and waiting for Lin Feng all afternoon, she was determined to remain by his side. Perfect, I also need to buy a few items. Let us head to the mall. It is conveniently on our way. Lin Feng got into the car without uttering a word, while Feng Qian pondered how to lure him to the designer handbag section. With 1.5 billion at his disposal, how many bags could she possibly acquire? Upon entering the supermarket, Lin Feng immediately retrieved 2 shopping carts, wheeling them over to Feng Qian, denying her any opportunity to purchase anything else. Feng Qian shot him an annoyed glance. Lin Feng, how can you be so unromantic? Even if Lin Tian sought my assistance today, it would have been a matter of appealing to reason and emotion. A handbag purchase should precede any deeper conversation. Now that you possess 1.5 billion, if you wish to engage in a more profound exchange, that is certainly feasible. I merely desire a villa, which costs only several million. Is that too much to ask? Lin Feng felt no attraction towards Feng Qian at present. If she were truly hungry, she would consume anything. This haunting shadow would require a lifetime for him to overcome. Directly heading to the fresh produce section, Lin Feng disregarded the usual selections of pork, beef, lamb, chicken, duck, and goose, and simply began tossing them into Feng Qian's shopping cart. In no time, her cart was brimming with an abundance of meat. Lin Feng, what on earth are you doing? Are you expecting guests at your home? Feng Qian exclaimed, struggling to push the cart, which was laden with heavy meat, easily weighing 200 to 300 pounds. Feeding the dog, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. His words were, in fact, quite accurate. The 2 large freezers at Bay were nearly empty, necessitating a replenishment. Feng Qian was perplexed. While she was aware that Lin Feng owned a dog, purchasing such an excessive quantity seemed unnecessary. Even if a dog could consume 5 pounds a day, that would only amount to 150 pounds in a month. This haul was nearing 300 pounds. Surely, he wouldn't buy so much at once. Ignoring Feng Qian's confusion, Lin Feng continued to load his own shopping cart, which soon also reached its peak, devoid of any empty space. Chapter 12. Rectifying Feng Qian. Lin Feng and Feng Qian pushed their shopping carts towards the checkout, attracting the attention of every shopper along the way. They had witnessed people purchasing items before, but never had they seen such an extravagant display. 2 shopping carts laden with meat, surely exceeding 500 pounds in total. An average person would take 3 years to consume such a bounty. Were they planning to stockpile for an apocalypse? Feng Qian initially intended to lead Lin Feng to the designer handbag section, yet the considerable weight of the meat had already exhausted most of her energy. How could she possibly manage to push this cart to the handbag area? Her intentions were thwarted by her physical limitations. Resigned, she followed Lin Feng to the checkout, perspiring profusely. Good day, sir. Your total is 382 yuan. Do you have a membership? The cashier greeted them with a sweet smile, while Lin Feng simply retrieved his phone to facilitate the payment via a quick scan. Payment successful. Wishing you a pleasant shopping experience, she chimed, her smile unwavering as Lin Feng maneuvered the shopping cart towards the parking area. Upon opening the rear door, It became evident that their haul of over 500 pounds of meat would fill the space to the brim. Go ahead and load the car. I'll step aside for a moment to smoke a cigarette, he remarked nonchalantly. Lin Feng seemed indifferent, allowing Fang Qian to unload the cart. Transporting meat in a limited edition Lamborghini? While such an act appeared reckless, it was devoid of any flaws. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, the streets were filled with abandoned vehicles. Any one of them could be claimed by whoever managed to pry them open. A Lamborghini, after all, could not procure even a pound of meat. What use was a car when sustenance was paramount? Lin Feng extracted a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and retreated to the side, indulging in a smoke. Fang Qian seethed in frustration. I have been a mistress for so many years, and this is the first time I've encountered such a fool. A woman practically offers herself to you, and you would rather make me do the heavy lifting. I have never endured such indignity in my life. Yet, for the sake of Lin Feng's 1.5 billion, the villa, and the designer bags, she persevered. Lin Feng, seemingly possessed by a chain smoker's spirit, continued to smoke without a hint of intention to assist her in loading the meat. It was tea until 20 minutes later, when Fang Qian was utterly exhausted from loading all the meat into the car, that Lin Feng finally returned, cigarette still in mouth. Lin Feng, after all the work I've done today, don't you think you should treat me to a meal as a gesture of gratitude? Fang Qian panted. Seated on a stone bench at the supermarket entrance, thoroughly fatigued, she felt more drained than after an arduous night in bed. Today I've had my fill, and I will be traveling to Russia for business soon. When I return, I will invite you to dine at Tianhai Hotel. I'll arrange it then, Lin Feng replied, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of her labor. Fang Qian wiped the sweat from her brow, grateful to have gleaned some useful information. She had heard from Lin Tian that Lin Feng might be planning to flee. Was his destination truly Russia? It seemed plausible. Very well, I shall await your good news. She conceded, nodding in agreement. However, Fang Qian was perplexed. If Lin Feng was indeed planning to escape, why purchase so much meat? Was it truly for feeding dogs? Let us get in the car. It's time to return, she urged. Lin Feng tossed aside the cigarette and entered his car, offering Fang Qian no opportunity to request a hand back. Fang Qian took several deep breaths. Despite the frigid December weather, she found herself drenched in sweat. Perhaps in the near future, she would indeed be overwhelmed with perspiration. The Xishan Villa district was expansive, divided into 3 sections: a standard residential area, an upscale residential area, and a villa district. Lin Feng resided in the villa district, while Fang Qian lived in the upscale area. Notably, her residence was purchased by Lin Feng, a devoted admirer, and registered under her name, making it virtually impossible to reclaim even through legal means within a month. The standard residential area cost approximately 10,000 yuan per square meter, while the upscale area hovered around 30,000. The villa district, however, commanded prices of several tens of thousands per square meter. There existed a significant disparity. Xishan Villa was the largest community in Huahai City, comprising tens of thousands of residents across its villa, upscale, and standard residential areas. Upon entering the Xishan Villa, Lin Feng drove directly to his front gate. He would never stoop to the level of a sycophant by escorting Fang Qian home. After exiting the vehicle and opening the grand entrance, he proceeded to the villa, where he opened 2 large freezers and extracted a pack of cigarettes to indulge in smoking. Fang Qian cast a glance at Lin Feng, pondering how he could afford so many cigarettes with such a limited pocket. I'm exhausted from driving. Just smoke a cigarette while you place the meat from the car into the freezer, she remarked, and before she could refuse, Lin Feng, cigarette in mouth, retreated to the side to smoke. This infuriated Fang Qian. Do you not remember your own surname now that you have some money? Nevertheless, for the sake of the 15 billion, she rolled up her sleeves and began to move the meat. Who could possibly oppose money? As Lin Feng took refuge to smoke, Fang Qian huffed and puffed, transporting over 500 pounds of meat across a 50-meter distance from the yard to the villa. After a considerable time, their neighbor, Aunt Yujing, was walking her small dog when she brazenly allowed it to urinate right at Lin Feng's doorstep. Yujing, lacking any sense of decorum, had a son involved in violent demolitions, and within a few years, he had purchased a villa in Huanghai City with a down payment, thus becoming Lin Feng's neighbor. Oh, Lin Feng, you've acquired so much meat. If you can't finish it, it might spoil. Let me help you out, Aunt Yujing said as she boldly entered Lin Feng's yard, reaching for several vacuum-packed pieces of fresh beef to stuff into her arms. Yujing was inherently unscrupulous, always looking for petty gains, and had no qualms about allowing her dog to relieve itself indiscriminately, often urinating on Lin Feng's tires. Previously, Lin Feng had been a mere sycophant, his timid nature making him fearful of Yujing's son, Zheng Dehai, a violent figure, thus he seldom spoke up. Moreover, Lin Feng had stored enough meat to sustain himself and in Bei for over 3 months. However, Due to Yu Jing's family running out of food and Zheng Dehai frequently visiting with a katana to rob him, they found themselves in dire straits within just a month. Eventually, when Lin Feng could no longer provide them with food, Zheng Dehai and his accomplices smashed down his front door and looted all of Lin Feng's provisions, leaving him with nothing but dog food. This indicated that had it not been for Yu Jing and Zheng Dehai, Bei might have survived. Recalling past grievances ignited Lin Feng's anger. He hurled the cigarette, but away and quickly approached. Put that down. That is for my dog. Do you dare to compete with a dog for food? Lin Feng seized the beef and tossed it directly into Abe's cage. He had yet to feed Abe that evening, so it was a fortuitous opportunity. What do you mean by that? Who are you calling a dog? Yu Jing exclaimed, her anger palpable. When did that coward dare to insult her? I never curse at anyone. Whoever competes with my dog for food is the true dog. In any case, with the impending doom looming, Lin Feng no longer felt inclined to tolerate Yu Jing's provocations. Can you bring your son Zheng Dehai back? I am not the same person I once was. Shall we practice one-on-one, or would you prefer a group fight? The choice is yours. Chapter 13. Dog bites dog, Xiao Dehuang. Bite him. Yu Jing, in a fit of rage, urged her dog to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the diminutive canine, barely weighing 50 pounds, and scoffed. Is this it? I shan't dirty my hands on such triviality. As Dehuang lunged forward, Lin Feng casually utilized his spatial abilities to retrieve a dog cage. Just as Dehuang was about to sink its teeth into Lin Feng, the cage opened with a decisive bark. The mere utterance of woof rendered Dehuang instantly subdued. The formidable 180-pound Akita, Bei was not a foe to be trifled with by a mere small dog. Bei lunged at Dehuang like a gust of wind, swiftly clamping down on its neck. The anguished howls of Dehuang echoed throughout the villa community as Bei relentlessly shook it, akin to an adult playing with an infant. Lin Feng, control your dog. If something happens to Dehuang, I will have words with you. Yu Jing, startled by Bei's sudden emergence, felt her heart bleed at the sound of Dehuang's pitiful cries. Having been by her side for 8 years, Dehuang was as dear to her as her own son. Lin Feng, unfazed by the cacophony of anguish, retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. His home was under surveillance. Should Bei kill Dehuang, he would bear no responsibility. After all, they had trespassed, stolen his possessions, and unleashed their dog upon him. Truly, they had cultivated a host of bad habits. As Dehuang's cries grew weaker, fading into silence, Bei, treating it like a mere toy, continued to savage it, shaking its head violently. In a moment of carelessness, Bei tore away a sizable chunk of flesh, splattering Yu Jing with blood. Stunned by the sudden shower of gore, Yu Jing took a moment before furiously brandishing her phone at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I will call the police. Your dog has killed my Dehuang. This will not end without compensation of at least 100 or 80,000. Yet Lin Feng paid her no heed. Instead, he delivered a swift kick, sending her sprawling out the door. Get out and make your call. This is my home. Did I invite you in? With a resounding thud, Yu Jing crashed into the flower bed at the entrance, landing unceremoniously in a puddle of dog urine, her pants soaked. Lin Feng then callously tossed the lifeless Dehuang onto her, slamming the door shut behind him. Meanwhile, Feng Qian cowered inside, afraid to emerge, witnessing the bloodied Bei and trembling in fear. This dog was fierce. It could easily kill her with a single bite. Come back, Bei. You've done well in protecting your master. Tonight, enjoy an extra chicken leg. Bei, proud and self-assured, returned to its cage, daring anyone to challenge its master. Dehuang, how will I live without you? Outside the villa, Yu Jing cradled the lifeless body of Dehuang, weeping inconsolably, as if she had lost a child. Such feigned sorrow, Lin Feng thought. Lin Feng shot a disdainful glance at Yu Jing, clearly recalling how the latter, in the wake of a food shortage, had resorted to the unthinkable by having her son, Zheng Dehai, strangle their dog, Dehuang, to feast on its flesh. Indeed, Yu Jing was the first in the entire community to lead the charge in consuming pets. Not content with this macabre act, she had even shared photos in the homeowners group, detailing her method of boiling water to remove the dog's fur and extolling the delectable taste of dog meat. This shocking revelation ignited a wave of sinister intentions among the residents of Shishan Courtyard, with many eyeing their own or their neighbors' pets. No creature was spared. From cats to hamsters, lizards to snakes, hunger rendered them indiscriminate in their choices. It wasn't that no one dared to target Bei. Rather, the dog's fierce demeanor deterred them from making any attempts. After all, would one wield a slaughter knife against a 180-pound Tibetan Mastiff? Lin Feng, too, had succumbed to the influence of Yu Jing when he later decided to consume Bei. His resentment towards Yu Jing had reached a boiling point. Hello, is this 110? I need to report a murder at Villa 108 in Shishan Courtyard. Hurry. Someone is trying to unleash a dog on me. They've already killed my dog. I'm next. At that moment, Yu Jing, drenched in dog blood, was outside calling the police, while Feng Qian, witnessing in Bei returning to its cage, hastily made her escape upon hearing the commotion. Lin Feng, there is hardly anything left. You should handle it yourself. I remember I left my electric blanket on. I must return home to turn it off, lest it catch fire, she said, attempting to make her exit. Lin Feng, uninterested in engaging with the duplicitous woman, refrained from responding. You run off whenever there is trouble, don't you? You can't even be bothered to stay as a witness? Without uttering another word, he swung open the door. There was no need to waste breath on such insincerity. As Feng Qian dashed out, she quickly turned back towards her home, eager to avoid any complications with the impending arrival of the police. Lin Feng shut the door behind her, noticing there was still some meat left in the car. He retrieved 2 chicken legs and tossed them into Enbei's cage, believing rewards were essential. As for the remaining meat, he was too indifferent to store it away in his space. He would simply keep it in the refrigerator for Bei to consume throughout the month. The dog, obediently in its cage, devoured the chicken legs before attempting to tear open the beef packaging, only to leave behind a series of tooth marks, an endeavor it could not accomplish. All right, Bei, let me assist you, Lin Feng remarked, unable to watch any longer. He took the packages one by one, tore them open, and fed the contents to Bei. Lin Feng, do you still have the leisure to feed your dog? Just wait. The police are on their way. Even if you escape, I demand your dog pay for De Huang's life. Outside, Yu Jing continued her tirade, convinced of her righteousness. If it weren't for the limitations of his space, Lin Feng would have been tempted to terminate Yu Jing's ongoing surveillance. Patience, just a month to endure, he thought, ignoring Yu Jing as he settled on the steps outside, calmly taking out his phone to adjust the surveillance footage. He located the moment Aunt Yu entered his yard, pausing it for effect. Lighting a cigarette, he awaited the arrival of the police. Within 10 minutes, a police car, sirens blaring, swiftly arrived at Lin Feng's doorstep. Upon the arrival of the police, Aunt Yu straightened herself, believing that the demise of her canine son justified her actions. Officer, did you receive my call? Is the injury severe? Shall I summon an ambulance? As the officers disembarked, they were taken aback by Aunt Yu, whose face and clothes were smeared with blood. They instinctively crouched, brandishing their firearms, under the impression they were confronting a violent criminal. Upon seeing the gun, Lin Feng felt a surge of desire. The allure of Russian firearms seemed distant, yet possessing a few handguns for self-defense was an appealing notion. However, his spatial abilities proved futile against firearms. He could not absorb the weapons or the clothing of individuals. In simpler terms, Lin Feng was incapable of disarming an opponent or stripping them of their garments in an instant. Dear officers, you must stand by me. That individual is Lin Feng. He set his dog upon mine. Aunt Yu exclaimed, lifting the lifeless body of her dog, tears streaming down her face. Look, my dear De Huang was so well behaved. Yet he was killed by his dog. Upon hearing this, the 4 armed officers breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be merely a case of canine conflict, a trivial matter in the grand scheme of things. Chapter 14. Preparedness. 4 police officers rose, securing their firearms, and gestured toward Lin Feng. One of them spoke, Comrade Lin Feng, kindly open the door. We need to ascertain the situation. Observing Lin Feng calmly smoking in the courtyard and glancing at Bei, who was gnawing on beef, they sought to gather information. As professional law enforcement, they understood that the complainant's claims did not automatically imply guilt. Lin Feng discarded his cigarette but stood up and opened the door. He then retrieved his phone and presented the surveillance footage to the officers, nonchalantly stating, "This elderly intruder unlawfully entered my residence, attempted to steal my belongings, and unleashed her dog to attack. I acted in self-defense. See for yourselves." One officer accepted the phone while the others leaned in closer, initiating the playback of the footage. Lin Feng's residence was equipped with top-tier surveillance, capable of night vision and audio, rendering the events crystal clear. The footage revealed Yu Jing walking her dog and urinating at Lin Feng's doorstep, followed by her spotting Feng Qian moving meat. It continued with Yu Jing entering the courtyard to seize the meat, Lin Feng refusing her, and Yu Jing unleashing her dog to attack. Unbeknownst to them, Bei's dog kennel may not have been securely closed, leading to Bei suddenly charging out, resulting in a deadly confrontation. The footage concluded with Lin Feng kicking Yu Jing out of the courtyard and disposing of the deceased dog, without uttering a single word. The 4 officers observed the events unfold with clarity. Lin Feng had committed no wrongdoing. Moreover, it was his property. How could one justify entering to steal and incite a dog attack? Such audacity was preposterous. Look, officers, witness the tragic fate of my dog, De Huang. This matter warrants the death penalty for Lin Feng. I demand reparation for my De Huang's life. Yu Jing, having viewed the footage and hearing De Huang's anguished cries, succumbed to tears once more. The 4 officers exchanged incredulous glances at Yu Jing, covered in dog blood. From start to finish, she had instigated the conflict. Even if Lin Feng's dog had killed her dog, or even her, he would not have been in violation of the law. This was self-defense. Lin Feng, is this a large, aggressive breed you are harboring? Such dogs are prohibited in residential areas. The lead officer refrained from returning the phone to Lin Feng. Instead, he began recording the screen and transferred the footage to his own device via Bluetooth. Officer, I possess 800 acres of land behind my residence. Hence, this is not a residential area. I hold a dog ownership permit, which is entirely reasonable, Lin Feng asserted, pulling out the dog license from his pocket, actually retrieved from his spatial realm. The officer examined the dog ownership permit, confirming it pertained to the Tibetan Mastiff. The other officers glanced up at the expansive 800-acre golf course behind Lin Feng's house, feeling a surge of frustration. You are truly a wealthy individual devoid of compassion. I toiled endlessly to purchase a modest home, while your backyard sprawls over 800 acres. Being born into privilege is indeed an art. Comparing oneself to others is infuriating. Now, Lin Feng, we have comprehended the situation. You acted in self-defense, and the entirety of the responsibility lies with you, Jing. Regarding her theft of your beef, do you wish to pursue accountability? If so, please present the pieces of stolen beef. We must assess the actual value of the items in question. Lin Feng had not anticipated this outcome. He turned to glance at Bei, who was savoring the last bite of beef. The 4 police officers turned to glance at Abe, only to be left speechless. The surveillance footage was too distant to discern the details, but the packaging revealed that the meat was indeed of considerable worth. The officers felt a surge of frustration. Here they were, diligently serving the nation and its people. Yet their sustenance paled in comparison to that of a mere dog. Where could they voice their grievances? While the act of theft could be overlooked, a warning should have been issued. Do not trespass into my home again. I can afford to compensate for the dog's demise, but not for a life. Lin Feng hesitated to pursue accountability. All the incriminating evidence had been consumed by Abe, making the situation exceedingly cumbersome. Moreover, he valued his time and had no desire to engage in legal battles with Yu Jing. Rather, he would prefer to save up more meat. Madam Yu Jing, you were at fault from the outset. Since Mr. Lin Feng does not wish to press charges, we kindly ask you to refrain from further harassment of Mr. Lin Feng. The officers stated with formality. Upon hearing this, Yu Jing became indignant. Oh, De Huang, how could I possibly live without you? Your tragic end goes unnoticed. I might as well join you in death. She cradled the lifeless body of De Huang, collapsing to the ground in a fit of despair. A gathering of neighbors had already congregated to witness the commotion, some even recording the scene to share in their community group. The residents erupted in enthusiastic applause, praising Lin Feng for his decisive actions. De Huang, the local mutt, had exhibited no canine decorum, incessantly urinating on others' car tires. The residents dared not confront Zhang Dehai, harboring their grievances in silence. Furthermore, De Huang was notorious for soiling the entrance to the building, with many having stepped in it. Today, the menacing dog had finally met its end. Officer, she threatened to commit murder. Does that not constitute a false report? Moreover, she is causing a scene at my doorstep. Can I charge her with creating a disturbance? Lin Feng stroked his chin and inquired of the 4 officers. This posed a dilemma for the officers, who typically favored resolving matters amicably, preferring not to escalate trivial issues. Why was Yu Jing persisting in her antics when no one was pursuing her for trespassing and inciting harm? Do not think for a moment that I am intimidated. Do you know who my son is? My son is Zhang Dehai. Dare you lay a finger on me and see what happens? My son will ensure your demise. You think you're so powerful as police? My son will still bring you to ruin. It must be said, Yu Jing's lack of decorum revealed her ignorance. No matter how formidable her son Zhang Dehai might be, he was merely another individual in comparison to the police. This was fast approaching the year 2050. Her son might even find himself incarcerated. Do you still dare to threaten the safety of an officer? Cuff her. The 4 officers were unsympathetic, producing handcuffs to restrain Yu Jing before escorting her into the police vehicle. Excellent. A splendid outcome. The vicious dog is dead, and the wrongdoer is apprehended. Isn't your son so impressive? Let him come and bail you out. A chorus of neighbors applauded, finally relieved of their pent-up frustrations. Mr. Lin Feng, will you be pursuing charges against her? If it is unnecessary, then there is no need to go to the police station to file a statement. I have already transferred the surveillance footage to my phone. This evidence is more than sufficient. The officer inquired one last time about Lin Feng, who merely shook his head. Lin Feng's time was precious. He had no inclination to pursue Yu Jing. Moreover, should Yu Jing truly find herself in custody, there was a strong possibility that she would be taken into an official shelter during the apocalypse, making any intent to harm her considerably more challenging. No need. Just detain her for 15 days to allow her to reflect, he suggested. Officer, let's connect on WeChat. If she causes me any trouble upon her release, I will reach out to you directly. Lin Feng retrieved his phone, and the officer was amenable. All right, I've never encountered someone as magnanimous as you. If only everyone were as affluent and generous as you, we would save ourselves a great deal of trouble. I am Dong Wei. Feel free to contact me directly if any issues arise. Dong Wei pulled out his phone, and the two exchanged WeChat information. Lin Feng's edition of Dong Wei was not without purpose, should he find himself unable to procure weapons and ammunition in Russia. He might need to visit the arms depot at the Huanghai City police station upon his return. In the face of impending doom, who would not leave themselves a path? This is what one calls being prepared for the worst. Chapter 15. Is that you? Sausage. Officer, please take care. Lin Feng waved his hand as Dong Wei and the others tossed the lifeless dog, De Huang, into the trunk before escorting Yu Jing back to the Public Security Bureau. It was not their desire to consume dog meat. Rather, this deceased canine served as evidence and had to be taken away. As the crowd witnessed the departure of the police, they gradually dispersed. Yu Jing, having committed numerous misdeeds, deserved her fate, and everyone applauded in agreement. Lin Feng closed the door behind him and made his way to the construction site adjacent to his villa, eager to inspect the progress. A construction team comprising dozens of workers had already arrived, primarily to set up the necessary equipment, including 2 excavators. However, the arrival of the excavators left him somewhat bewildered. The skill demonstrated was remarkably advanced. The foundation, measuring 110 meters on each side and 8 meters deep, was excavated with precision and sharp angles, executed flawlessly. It seemed that the excavators could return home, as their services were no longer required here. You must be young Master Lin, a young man, approximately 25 years old. Approached him. I am Xiao Feng, the construction team leader. The equipment has arrived, and once the materials are delivered tomorrow morning, we will commence construction immediately. Lin Feng inquired about the villa's blueprints. Have the designs been completed? I wish to see them. He glanced at Xiao Feng, pondering whether this fellow might be related to Duan Yu. I apologize, young Master Lin. You requested the designs only this morning, and we have yet to finalize them. However, I anticipate they will be ready soon. My sister is diligently working on them. She specializes in architectural design and possesses a superior talent. As she is also passionate about designing apocalyptic fortresses and has done extensive research. That is why I entrusted this project to her. Xiao Feng spoke candidly. While he was indeed a professional in villa design, his sister was undoubtedly more adept when it came to safety shelters. If anyone inquires about what you are constructing, do not mention it's a safety shelter. Just say it's a private tertiary hospital. Lin Feng's statement left Xiao Feng momentarily perplexed. Why refer to it as a private tertiary hospital? Is there a distinction? Understood, young Master Lin. The workers are unaware of the project's nature. I will inform them that we are constructing a tertiary hospital once work begins. Xiao Feng did not dare to be careless. This was a colossal 30 billion project. Upon completion, he could earn several million, which could equate to his annual earnings. Hence, he could not afford to be negligent. As for the workers, they were merely earning 200 yuan a day without meals, working in 3 shifts. What did the profits of the owner have to do with them? Brother, I'm here. I've completed the design. I'm exhausted. Why is the construction site in our neighborhood? At that moment, a tall, sprightly young woman bounded over from the distance, appearing to be around 20 years old and likely still in university. Lin Feng turned to look, momentarily stunned. Then both exclaimed simultaneously, "It's you? Sausage." Xiao Feng was bewildered. What? Sausage? How do you two share such a connection? As a brother deeply protective of his sister, Xiao Feng cast a glance at Lin Feng that bore a hint of menace. The intensity of that gaze seemed sharp enough to pierce Lin Feng's heart. Lin Feng, affluent and handsome, standing at 185 centimeters tall, with a fortune in the billions, was the sort of man who could have any woman he desired. How could he possibly be faithful? What if one were to deceive one's own sister and then abandon her? What if she were to become unintentionally pregnant and, in her despair, resort to self-harm? What if Lin Feng were to carry a sexually transmitted disease and infect his sister, thereby ruining her life? There are myriad possibilities to consider. Xiao Feng hastily grasped his sister Qiao Qiao, shielding her behind him. How many women in this world could resist a towering figure of 185 centimeters? An orphan with a fortune in the billions, and strikingly handsome to boot? Xiao Feng and his family belong to the working class. He has constructed numerous villas and has encountered many affluent individuals. Which wealthy person does not harbor a bevy of women in their gilded abode? Xiao Feng is determined not to allow Lin Feng to take advantage of his sister. The working class has no desire to be wed into a wealthy family. Such a notion is utterly implausible. It must be said that Xiao Feng possesses a clear-eyed perception of reality. Brother, what's wrong with you? Here. I have the design drawings for you. Xiao Qiao, slightly bewildered, produced a stack of blueprints, puzzled by her brother's sudden reaction. Lin Feng, indifferent to Qiao Qiao, barely felt a connection after their brief encounter. It was merely a trivial matter of two sausages. Taking the blueprints, Lin Feng began to examine them. The design was commendable. It included not only the floor plans for each level, but also detailed wall layouts, thicknesses, material distributions, and window placements, all clearly specified. Each floor and room had a designated purpose, meticulously planned. The only aspect Lin Feng found unsatisfactory was Qiao Qiao's inclusion of an attic on the roof. While such a design might economize space, Lin Feng's requirement was for a sprawling 10,000 square meters across 5 stories, totaling 50,000 square meters. The space was already ample. In the event of an apocalypse, the attic must be filled with materials that provide thermal insulation and fire resistance. Otherwise, under the sun, the iron structure could catch fire. Remove the attic and fill it with insulating, heat-resistant, and fireproof materials. You may proceed with the rest of the construction as planned. And I will oversee your progress closely, Lin Feng instructed as he handed the blueprints back to Qiao Feng. Nodding, Qiao Feng took out a pen and noted Lin Feng's specifications. Young Master Lin, if there are no further requirements, shall we commence construction tomorrow morning once the materials arrive? Qiao Feng inquired respectfully, to which Lin Feng nodded in affirmation. It must be completed within a month, as stipulated in the contract. If you fail to meet the deadline, I will not pay a single penny of the remaining 70%. Qiao Feng wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Was this the aura of the wealthy? When he said a month, he meant a month. Such ruthless disregard for humanity. Lin Feng turned to leave, for he had other matters to attend to. Time was of the essence, and he wished to waste not a single second. All right then, brother, I shall head home as well, Qiao Qiao remarked, casting a curious glance in Lin Feng's direction as he departed. Come on, Qiao Qiao, keep your distance from Lin Feng in the future. Something about him seems off. He spent 3 billion on such a project? It's nearly 2050, and he still believes in an impending apocalypse? Qiao Feng cautioned his sister before returning to the blueprints. Time was tight, and the task at hand was formidable. Over the next month, he estimated he would manage only 3 hours of sleep a day. This 3 billion project could not afford any mistakes, for he could not bear the financial burden of failure. Yet Jojo stealthily followed Lin Feng, wondering how this fellow could afford a supercar worth over 30 million. Indeed, he must be immensely wealthy. Jojo was not drawn to Lin Feng's riches. Her brother, Qiao Feng, earned several million each year, and her finances were sufficient. However, her curiosity piqued at how Lin Feng managed to procure so many items seemingly out of thin air. Where did he conceal them? Could a young tycoon worth 3 billion truly perform magic? Moreover, what purpose did such extravagant expenditure serve? As Jojo trailed behind Lin Feng, her curiosity could well lead her into trouble. Meanwhile, Lin Feng kept his head lowered, engrossed in his phone. He was fervently placing orders for takeout, seemingly oblivious to the world around him. He scrolled through every restaurant in the app, ordering from each without regard for quality or menu offerings, inputting 50 portions for each item, then proceeding to the next establishment. He refrained from ordering excessively, fearing that the vendors might not have enough stock, which would necessitate a bothersome cancellation call. In any case, with thousands of takeout options in Huahai City, he could afford to be indiscriminate. Lin Feng returned to the courtyard, not entering the house, but rather sitting on the steps at the entrance with a cigarette in hand, continuing his frenzied takeout orders. With over 40 million remaining, how much takeout could he possibly order? Meanwhile, Jojo lurked in the shadows, observing Lin Feng intently, wondering if he was engrossed in a game. How could he be so focused? Chapter 16. The frenzy of takeout. After approximately 10 minutes, Lin Feng's first takeout order arrived. Is this the villa number 108 in the Shishan Villa district? Why did you order 50 portions of sausage rice? The Blue Rider, renowned for his driving prowess, managed to deliver 50 portions of sausage rice on his electric bike. He was ecstatic, with a delivery fee of 2 yuan per order. He earned a tidy sum of 100 yuan from this single delivery. The delivery fee regulations of Are You Starving? Had long since changed in 2050. Now charging by the portion, with packaging fees applied as well. After all, in this era, Are You Starving? Dominated the market. If you're capable, why not abstain from takeout? With construction occurring next door and numerous workers present, Lin Feng casually pointed in that direction, indicating the delivery could be left there. The Blue Rider did not ponder further, setting down the orders and riding off to prepare for the next delivery. As the Blue Rider vanished from sight, Lin Feng opened his storage space, only to be taken aback. According to the spatial energy readings, there was someone nearby. Turning his head, he spotted the sneaky figure of Qiao Qiao peering out. She quickly withdrew, perhaps hoping Lin Feng hadn't noticed her. This woman did not seem trustworthy. Was she tempted by my sausages? Should I confront her? Fortunately, the spatial awareness could perceive everything eligible for storage, Otherwise, his secret would surely be compromised today. With no firearms at his disposal and the apocalypse yet to arrive, exposure of this secret would undoubtedly lead to official scrutiny and experimentation. With a sigh, Lin Feng lamented the waste of those 50 portions of sausage rice. Carrying them towards the construction site, Xiao Xiao hurriedly concealed herself behind the villa, continuing her observation of Lin Feng. Upon arriving at the site, Lin Feng called out to everyone, "Dinner time. 1 portion each." The workers, witnessing this scene, were deeply touched. What an incredibly considerate employer. He even ordered takeout for us? We must perform well in our work. Do we deserve such generosity? What a splendid boss. He is wealthy, and we hold no envy. Xiao Feng was equally astonished, then waved his hand and shouted, "Eat up. We'll resume work after dinner." Although unsure of Lin Feng's motives for providing food, he felt a swell of gratitude. In all his experience across various projects, never had an employer offered a meal to the laborers. Merely avoiding deductions for minor mistakes was commendable. Xiao Xiao was even more perplexed. This guy was exceptionally kind-hearted, delivering meals to workers. Moreover, he had offered her sausages during their first encounter. Could he be a philanthropist? The workers joyfully accepted the sausage rice and began their evening meal, while Lin Feng approached Xiao Feng and quietly inquired, "Xiao Feng, does your sister have some issues?" At this, Xiao Feng's mind went blank. Is my sister infertile? Or has she fallen ill without informing me? What is wrong with her? Who can enlighten me? Lin Xiao. What do you mean? Xiao Feng was genuinely alarmed. Could it be that my sister has already been involved with you? For someone protective of his sister, this was a devastating blow. Look over there, Lin Feng pointed, prompting Xiao Feng to glance in the indicated direction. His sister, Xiao Xiao, was peering curiously at Lin Feng. But upon meeting her brother's gaze, she instantly recoiled. If she had no issues, why would she always follow me around? Although I, Lin Feng, am handsome and charming, captivating countless young maidens, I am not a man who can be easily obtained. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. Since the apocalypse began, numerous women had willingly offered themselves to him, yet he had resolutely declined each advance. After all, in these chaotic times, it was commonplace for people to indulge their desires without restraint. However, Lin Feng could not overcome his psychological barriers. He harbored a cleanliness obsession and found them unappealing. Thus he remained steadfast in his refusals. At that moment, Xiao Xiao resembled those infatuated admirers from his past. I understand, Lin Xiao, I will handle this matter. I assure you, it will not disturb your normal life or construction progress. Xiao Feng, exasperated, pulled out his phone and dialed Xiao Xiao's number. She glanced at her phone ringing and vibrating, reluctant to answer. Yet, ignoring the call was not an option. Her presence was unmistakably revealed. Hello? Brother? What is it? Get home immediately. Do not come to the construction site. And cease following Lin Xiao. I mean it. Right now? At once. Xiao Feng was genuinely angry. As a protective brother, he could tolerate Lin Feng pursuing Xiao Xiao, but it was evident that Lin Feng was indifferent to her, while his sister was the one pursuing him. What brother could endure such a situation? Oh, I see. I will return right away, Xiao Xiao replied helplessly. Realizing that she would not uncover Lin Feng's secrets today, she was merely curious about how those things had vanished and who was pursuing him. After ending the call, she resignedly stood up to head home. Their parents had passed away early, and all her tuition and living expenses were provided by her brother. To her, he was like a parent, and she cared deeply for him. She would certainly heed his words. However, Xiao Xiao was genuinely intrigued by Lin Feng. The affluent man who could perform magic and had spent 30 billion constructing such a marvel. What could be his motive? Could it truly be the end of the world? Curiosity is a fine trait, yet it can lead one into perilous situations. Lin Feng nodded contentedly, pleased that this troublesome issue was resolved. After enjoying a meal, he encouraged everyone to work diligently while also taking breaks, reminding them not to overexert themselves. His words warmed the hearts of the laborers. No one was lacking in sustenance. But what they truly desired was his attitude. This project must be completed with quality and efficiency. Upon returning to his villa, Lin Feng was unaware that a simple takeaway had elevated the overall quality of his safe house. Watching Xiao Xiao depart, he momentarily froze. Ah, no wonder she looks so familiar. Isn't she the beauty from across the street, the one who was tragically cooked and eaten? As depicted in that video circulating in the community group, it dawned on him that she lived just a few dozen meters away. Finally, Lin Feng recalled who Xiao Xiao was, though his memories were hazy, dating back 3 years. Xiao Xiao was striking in both appearance and figure in this post-apocalyptic world. Perhaps a transactional relationship could be developed. After all, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, seeking an untouched maiden is more arduous than finding an unspoiled storage facility, let alone a gem like Xiao Xiao. These scoundrels spare no one, targeting girls as young as 8 and women as old as 80. Silently observing Xiao Xiao return to a building, It took Lin Feng some time to realize she lived on the second floor. The proximity was such that he could see her with his own eyes. Lin Feng was not anxious. Should she falter one day, an opportunity would arise. Xiao had returned home, and Lin Feng was certain she no longer peered from the second floor. Meanwhile, deliveries continued to arrive incessantly, and Lin Feng instructed them to deliver directly to the villa. After shutting the doors and windows and drawing the curtains, he began to draw the outside world into his space. Seated within, he feverishly ordered takeout, understanding that such opportunities would not last. He diligently ordered from every takeout service in Huanghai City, requesting 50 portions of each dish. By the end of the night, he had spent over 380,000 yuan on takeout alone, enough to sustain him for 2 decades. As midnight struck, the date changed to December 2nd, 2049. Yet Lin Feng, still unsatisfied, opened an online grocery shopping app and began to browse from start to finish. Regardless of the items, as long as they were available for purchase, he was determined to buy. Orders placed today would be delivered tomorrow, and if he ordered before 6 in the morning, delivery would be made between 8 and 10, punctually. In this grocery spree, Lin Feng spent another 500,000 yuan, purchasing as much as he could from beginning to end. Finally, at 3 in the morning, exhaustion overtook him, and he fell into a deep slumber, clutching his phone. The next morning, he awoke at 8 o'clock to find the delivery truck had arrived, unloading an entire vehicle of groceries into the yard. He had forgotten to lock the main gate the previous night, but he paid it no mind. Rising, he went to receive the delivery, which continued until 10 o'clock. Now, with the takeout and all the groceries he had purchased, Lin Feng was well equipped to survive alone indefinitely. At this point, he felt a sense of reassurance, after all. Venturing to Russia for resources from Lake Baikal or to the United States for supplies from storage centers was fraught with uncertainty. It was far more reliable to invest in goods he had procured himself. Chapter 17. Securing loans for fuel after receiving the groceries from the online market. Lin Feng devised his next plan. He realized he had yet to prepare for gas, petrol, and diesel. Without sufficient fuel, how would he endure the frigid winter of the following year? With 41 million in his account, Lin Feng resolved to purchase several gas stations. A goal of acquiring these establishments at no initial cost seemed prudent. After all, what if he failed to procure them? He could not simply wait idly for his fate to unfold. Having survived 3 arduous years in a post-apocalyptic world, he was unwilling to make a single misstep. After lunch, he promptly arrived at a primary gas station in Huanghai City and paid in full for the establishment. This gas station possessed approximately 300 cubic meters of fuel. And considering the equipment and infrastructure, the total cost was under 5 million. However, the 300 cubic meters of fuel was merely a pittance for Lin Feng. In a single day, he completed the purchase of 8 gas stations, accumulating 2,400 cubic meters of fuel, leaving him with a balance of 1 million in his account. He refrained from purchasing fuel directly, as the logistics of acquiring such a vast quantity in small increments posed the risk of detection. Acquiring gas stations allowed for a swift consolidation of space and resources. However, with his funds dwindling and further travels to Russia and the United States ahead, he could not afford to leave himself entirely bankrupt. Yet, having acquired 8 primary gas stations and only securing 2,400 cubic meters of fuel was insufficient for his needs. With no other option, he decided to close the stations and posted signs announcing their temporary closure. He filled the tanks with tap water to maintain pressure while hanging banners for renovations, declaring a period of adjustment. The abundance of gas stations in Huanghai City meant that the absence of these 8 would not be sorely felt, and given his current financial constraints, he would have to make do. The 2,400 cubic meters of fuel should suffice for a considerable time, as the extreme cold would only last a year. Just as Lin Feng contemplated his next move, inspiration struck. He approached a loan shark, mortgaged the 8 gas stations, and secured a loan of 30 million. He also pledged his vehicle for an additional 20 million. With a usurious interest rate and immediate repayment terms, he was compelled to act quickly. Subsequently, he explored various online lending platforms, acquiring 50 million, leveraging his affluent status and high creditworthiness for rapid approvals. Lin Feng even maxed out his credit card, liquidating an additional 20 million, bringing his total to 120 million. He placed an order with an oil company for 4,000 cubic meters of petrol and 3,000 cubic meters of diesel, with delivery scheduled for the following day. Including his previously secured 2,400 cubic meters, he would soon have a total of 9,400 cubic meters of fuel, which should adequately meet his needs. As his visa remained unprocessed, Lin Feng, the cautious survivor, felt compelled to ensure his preparations were secure. The possibility of failing to acquire resources abroad loomed large, and he was unwilling to risk such uncertainty. Self-sufficiency was his safest bet. Should the apocalypse fail to manifest, Lin Feng would find himself in dire straits, vulnerable to the consequences of his financial dealings. On December 3, 2049, with no funds left on his phone, he lay at home, reflecting on his situation. That evening, he collected the petrol and diesel from the gas stations, and thus, the day slipped away. Lin Feng had thoroughly exhausted all resources at his disposal, including houses, cars, high-interest loans, online debts, and credit cards, leaving no stone unturned. Meanwhile, the Lin Group was abuzz with activity. Lin Tian had received word from Feng Qian, revealing that Lin Feng was likely absconding with $1.5 billion to Russia. However, Lin Tian found himself too preoccupied to concern himself with Lin Feng's escapades. The launch of Jiahe Real Estate's rental properties, heavily advertised nationwide, was creating considerable temptation. Properties could be purchased for half their market value. A mere half-price deposit would grant one free residence, waiving all maintenance, heating, and elevator fees. Tenants could stay as long as they wished and reclaim their deposits upon vacating. Contracts were signed, ensuring that any breach would result in the property becoming the tenant's. While some were skeptical, others began to take action. Initially, a dozen individuals visited Jiahe Real Estate to view properties, pay deposits, and sign contracts. To safeguard themselves against potential fraud, they recorded the entire process. Upon signing the contracts and receiving the keys, they were astounded. Was it truly possible to live in a house at half price for free? The videos shared online attracted even more curious renters, and within just 3 days, all over 200 units at Jiahe Real Estate were leased out. Wu Yong, seizing the opportunity, used Lin Feng's name to secure a loan with a 20 down payment to purchase 500 properties. After all, Lin Feng would bear the loan responsibility. What did Wu Yong have to fear? This situation ignited a wildfire of discussion across the internet. In just 3 days, Lin Real Estate had not a single transaction. One must remember that Lin Real Estate was a company valued at nearly $8 billion. Lin Tian and Lin Hao, gazing at the plummeting stock prices on their screens, were consumed by worry, utterly indifferent to Lin Feng's potential flight. In the span of 3 days, the stock value of Lin Real Estate plummeted from $8 billion to $6 billion. Lin Hao's heart ached at the thought. $20 billion had simply evaporated. The downward trend showed no signs of abating. Headlines across all news outlets proclaimed, in the future, housing prices plummet. Lin Hao, standing before his computer, felt a sharp pain in his back and an even deeper anguish in his heart. Lin Tian, have you investigated thoroughly? What exactly does Jiahe Real Estate intend to achieve? Who is their proprietor? Lin Hao was so incensed that he felt a heart attack looming, were it not for the law against murder. He would have sought vengeance against the owner of Jiahe Real Estate. Father, the legal representative of Jiahe Real Estate is Lin Feng. No wonder he is selling shares at such a low price. He must have discovered that our hands were behind his parents' demise. He aims to drag us down with him. In recent days, Lin Tian had unraveled the complexities behind Jiahe Real Estate's operations. Lin Feng's actions were most devious. The housing market in Huahai City was in freefall, having dropped by 10% in just 3 days. As if that weren't enough, properties were selling poorly. Those with money to buy or rent were flocking to half-price rental deals, with no maintenance, heating, or elevator fees to pay. Who could possibly compete with Jiahe Real Estate? Lin Feng must have lost his sanity. What advantage could he possibly gain from a declining housing market? Did he not possess properties himself? Was he not incurring losses? Lin Hao clutched his chest, nearly succumbing to a heart attack. He had believed that acquiring Lin Feng's shares for $1.5 billion would yield substantial profits. But now he found himself on the brink of financial ruin. Father, try to remain calm. We have only lost $2 billion. Bai Guiyuan and Feng Hao have suffered even greater losses. Bai Guiyuan has lost $15 billion, and Feng Hao $13 billion. Our situation is not as dire as theirs. Lin Tian gently massaged Lin Hao's back, realizing that this was the only consolation he could offer. They could only compare misfortunes, after all. There were those worse off than Lin's real estate, and they were not alone in their losses. Lin Tian, do you have any viable solutions? We cannot afford to lose any more. If the stock value halves, we will be left with nothing. Lin Hao wished to sit down and rest, but the discomfort in his backside prevented him from doing so. Father, I believe we should not concern ourselves too much. Lin's real estate is indeed the foremost in Huanghai City, but this issue has repercussions nationwide. Would Bai Guiyuan and Feng Hao remain indifferent? I believe Lin Feng's reckless actions have jeopardized everyone's interests. He cannot survive much longer. Once he is gone, his assets will become ours. After all, he has no other relatives, does he? So, you needn't worry, it is Feng Hao and Bai Guiyuan who should be anxious. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Lin Hao nodded. His son was indeed astute. In comparison to those colossal enterprises, Lin's real estate was insignificant. You were right, Tian. Lin Feng possesses $1.5 billion in cash, a luxury sports car, and 800 acres of land, totaling $2.4 billion. We may have lost $2 billion, but once Lin Feng passes, We stand to gain a net profit of 400 million. Lin Hao felt a sense of relief, yet he had overlooked a crucial aspect. The extent of Lin Feng's debts sent shivers down Lin Hao's spine. Lin Feng currently had merely 1 million in his account, drowning in debt. And anyone hoping to inherit his estate would first have to settle his obligations. Lin Feng was not a billionaire. He was, in fact, a billionaire in debt. As the deadline for repayment approached next month, Lin Feng would surely face restrictions on high expenditures, unable even to take the high-speed train. How could he repay his loans? If Lin Feng were to declare himself the nation's top debtor, no one would dare claim the title for themselves. Moreover, as Wu Yang continued to delve into the rental properties, Lin Feng's debts would only escalate. The impending crisis loomed, with no more than 2 months remaining. After all, there were still 30 days left before the loans became overdue. Chapter 18. Purchasing flight tickets. Lin Hao and Lin Tian were still lost in dreams of inheriting Lin Feng's estate within the office building. While Lin Feng reclined on a bench in the courtyard, savoring roasted lamb eggs and sipping a light beer, utterly enjoying himself. Although burdened with a monumental debt, Lin Feng felt no urgency. With his spatial abilities and resources at hand, even if he were to find himself in jail, he could easily dig an escape tunnel to flee to Myanmar. Moreover, being a solitary figure, he had no concerns about sustenance. He could indulge in life wherever he went. Lin Feng, come out. How dare you imprison my mother? If I hadn't returned home today, I wouldn't have known about this. At that moment, Yu Jing's son, Zheng Dehai, along with several accomplices, blocked Lin Feng's doorstep. Zheng Dehai, a bald man bearing a scar on his head, stood tall at 180 centimeters. With a robust physique and a considerable belly, weighing nearly 200 pounds, emanating an intimidating presence. His followers, each wielding baseball bats, seemed prepared for a confrontation, rationalizing that if they encountered the police, they could collectively claim to be engaged in a baseball game. Get lost. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly after taking a sip of his beer, uttering a single word. This audacious demeanor incensed Zheng Dehai and his crew. There are 8 of us. You are far too arrogant. Brothers, smash the door. Break his legs. I will take responsibility for any consequences. At Zheng Dehai's command, his henchmen began to batter the door. Unperturbed, Lin Feng picked up his intercom and stated, Qiao Feng, bring me 50 workers. Someone is vandalizing my front door. On the other end, Qiao Feng, who was managing a construction site, promptly instructed the workers to head over, given that Lin Feng had been treating them to takeout for days. This minor incident was hardly a concern. With over 300 robust workers on site, they swiftly made their way to Lin Feng's door, which was just nearby. Zheng Dehai and his gang hesitated as they witnessed the disciplined throng of uniformed workers approaching, and their courage to vandalize the door waned. Being involved in demolition, they understood the repercussions of antagonizing construction workers. Disrupting their work could jeopardize their livelihood, and a fatal incident could lead to a body being buried beneath the foundation, never to be discovered. Qiao Feng, just break their legs. This is self-defense. Lin Feng indicated towards the surveillance camera, signaling Qiao Feng to avoid any fatalities. Witnessing this scene, Zheng Dehai faltered. The notion of avenging his mother hinged upon possessing the capability to do so. 8 against 50? Furthermore, with an additional 200 workers present on the site, this was akin to a futile endeavor. Damn it. Lin Feng, just you wait. I refuse to believe that your construction will never conclude. If you have the guts, don't move away. Zheng Dehai was the first to flee, with his followers hastily trailing behind, realizing that if they lingered, they might indeed face broken limbs. Young Master Lin, should we pursue them? Qiao Feng inquired, to which Lin Feng shook his head. A bothersome fly, easily scared away, will suffice. Return to your work. Do not let this incident hinder our progress. If anyone engages in sabotage, you have my permission to break their legs. I will cover the medical expenses. For now, the focus remained on the construction. And Lin Feng had little interest in Zheng Dehai. After all, he had no plans to relocate, and in a month's time, they could settle their scores leisurely. All right. Lin Xiao, call me if you need anything. Qiao Feng waved his hand, and the workers returned to their tasks. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained sprawled out, not moving an inch. Savoring skewers and sipping beer, he reveled in the delightful simplicity of life. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. Glancing at the unfamiliar number, he answered, Hello? Who is this? Good day. Is this Mr. Lin Feng? Your visa has been processed. Please come to collect your passport tomorrow. Understood. Thank you. Lin Feng hung up and sat up. His bank account now held less than $1 million. Just enough. Time to purchase a plane ticket. Tomorrow, he would set off for Baikal Lake. Lin Feng opened his phone to book a flight. First, he needed to drive to the capital. The flight from the capital airport to Irkutsk, Russia, was scheduled for 3 p.m., arriving at 8 p.m., with an economy class ticket costing 300 yuan. With only 1 million yuan left, he needed to be frugal. but the arrival time remained unchanged. He paid without hesitation. Rising, he opened the door and got into his car. Since he was heading to Baikal Lake to collect water, preparations were essential: diving suit, oxygen tanks, climbing ropes, snowmobiles, down jackets, and more. It must be noted that such gear is typically associated with the affluent. And Lin Feng spent over 180,000 yuan. Fortunately, Huanghai City, being a coastal northern city, had all he needed readily available. After completing his purchases, he returned home for a restful sleep, knowing that restful nights would soon be a luxury. Early the next morning, after feeding on Bei, Lin Feng pondered the need for assistance with dog care. With his extended absence uncertain, the ideal candidate was Xiao Feng. Lin Feng had no housekeeper, opting for a monthly cleaning service for convenience. He took out his walkie-talkie and called Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng, I'm heading to Russia for a business trip. Could you feed my dog? There's meat in the fridge. The water is automatic. I'll treat you to a meal when I return. Leave it to me. Lin Xiao. It's a simple task, Xiao Feng replied, unfazed, knowing it would take no time at all. Lin Feng filled his gas tank and drove to collect his passport and visa. The process was straightforward. A mere mention of his name sufficed. With passport in hand, he set off for the capital airport, a journey of about 4 hours. Upon arrival, Lin Feng parked in a secluded spot without surveillance, exited the vehicle, and stored it in his spatial compartment. He passed through security and entered the waiting area, anticipating his 2 p.m. flight. As Lin Feng carried only essential documents, the security check was remarkably swift, even for an international flight. Once aboard, he dozed off. When he opened his eyes, the sight outside his window instantly dispelled any lingering drowsiness. In the distance, Baikal Lake shimmered under the moonlight, resembling a crescent moon casting silver reflections. At that moment, Lin Feng could only think, oh my, this is truly magnificent. After an afternoon of restful slumber, he was ready to embark on his adventure that night. Missing this opportunity means losing this establishment forever. Chapter 19. The 0-yuan purchase of Lake Baikal. American Samoa. Lin Feng disembarked from the plane. Night had already fallen. Russia, situated in high latitudes, was now in the depths of winter, with temperatures plummeting to a chilling -35 degrees. The moment he stepped outside, Lin Feng shivered. It was no wonder that during the apocalypse, temperatures had soared to 60 or 70 degrees in Huanghai City, yet so many humans had survived around Lake Baikal. It seemed that here, the temperature would only hover around 50 degrees, and while it remained frigid, it was not lethal enough to claim so many lives. His companions donned heavy winter coats, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and concern as they gazed at Lin Feng. You flew to Russia in the dead of winter? Without any luggage? Just a thin cotton jacket? Do you think you're in Kyoto? Do you believe it's merely 0 degrees? What a fool. How are you not freezing to death? Lin Feng merely shrugged off their remarks. Despite the biting cold, he found himself capable of acclimatizing. In the following year, during the extreme cold, outdoor temperatures would plummet to -60 or 70 degrees, and that was merely the indoor temperature. He was accustomed to such conditions. This was but a trifle. Those who survived until next year would surely regret their decision to remain here. Surrounding him were tall, blonde, blue-eyed Russian flight attendants, and he had to admit their figures were indeed remarkable. However, having heard rumors of their potent scents, Lin Feng was not here to indulge in foreign delicacies, and besides, he lacked the funds to attract their attention, so he wasted no time. Finding a secluded corner, Lin Feng retrieved his down jacket and pants from his spatial storage. Finally warming his body slightly, he took out his vehicle, removed the license plate, and started the engine. In no time, the interior warmed up. As for the absence of a license plate, what did it matter? This was not the land of Huaxia, but rather Siberia, a vast expanse of wilderness where no one would concern themselves with such trivialities. Seated in his vehicle, he pulled out 2 snacks and a cup of milk tea. Commencing his dinner, having missed the in-flight meal due to sleeping on the plane, he was not particularly fazed by the missed opportunity. After finishing his meal, he drove southward from Irkutsk International Airport, aware that Lake Baikal lay ahead. Upon passing an intersection, Lin Feng noticed a stranded vehicle. He stepped out to inspect it. Finding no one inside, indicating the owner had long departed, he removed the license plate and affixed it to his own vehicle, reasoning that he was merely borrowing a plate and there was no need for anyone to report it. Besides, by the time the authorities would be notified, he might not even be in Russia anymore. With the license plate secured, he resumed his journey, continuing southward toward Lake Baikal. It was winter, and with the low temperatures, the roads were nearly deserted. However, his old car could hardly accelerate beyond 100 kilometers per hour. He sporadically encountered a few vehicles, easily counted on one hand, a testament to Siberia's desolation. After stopping midway for fuel, he drove for another half hour until the road came to an end. Lin Feng scratched his head. stowed away his vehicle, and retrieved his snowmobile, grateful for his foresight. Making a beeline for Lake Baikal, he finally arrived around midnight, only to find the temperature had dropped to a bone-chilling -40 degrees, leaving his hands frostbitten and purple. Even the finest down jackets from the land of Huaxia cannot withstand the biting winds of Siberia. Lin Feng found himself regretting not purchasing an additional 2 sets. Riding a snowmobile was an excruciatingly cold experience, one he hoped never to repeat in his lifetime. He spotted a sturdy tree and secured his climbing rope to it. Having invested in 2,000 meters of climbing rope, not solely for this occasion, but who could tell when it might be needed again in the future. Braving the frigid temperature of -40 degrees, Lin Feng donned a wetsuit, finding solace in the water. Where the temperature hovered at a mere 0 degrees, any colder would be unbearable. He then fastened the rope around his waist, equipped himself with an oxygen tank, and opened his spatial realm, commencing the collection of the ice from the lake's surface. With a resounding crash, 5 meters of thick ice was extracted, causing Lin Feng to plunge into the water, which provided a welcome warmth. He then summoned his spatial abilities with full force, creating a vortex with a diameter of 100 meters, akin to a colossal pump, voraciously drawing in water at an astonishing pace. A magnificent water tornado emerged at the heart of Lake Baikal. The aquatic creatures caught in the whirlpool were drawn into his space, meeting their demise. But Lin Feng remained indifferent. After all, with the impending apocalypse, they would perish regardless, whether sooner or later made no difference to him. I do not create water. I merely serve as nature's transporter. A thunderous boom echoed as the water level plummeted, causing the ice atop Lake Baikal to collapse. Though the 5-meter-thick ice appeared formidable, one must consider the vast expanse of Lake Baikal. This tremendous sound startled the nearby residents, leading them to wonder if an earthquake had occurred. Why did the earth tremble? Lin Feng, sensing the urgency of the situation, hastened his efforts. While he was not particularly concerned about being discovered, it was preferable that no one noticed. The colossal ice blocks began to vanish into his space, stored separately. Although humans could not enter Lin Feng's realm, it possessed an automated organization feature. The immense vortex at the center of Lake Baikal continued to voraciously draw water, the lake's level visibly diminishing. Thankfully, it was the dead of night, with temperatures plunging below -40 degrees, leaving the area nearly deserted. Of course, a few intoxicated Russians, having indulged in drink, witnessed this spectacle. Where has the water of Lake Baikal gone? One wondered, shaking his head, convinced he was merely hallucinating due to inebriation. I should return home and sleep. Could Lake Baikal really dry up? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At this hour, a drunken individual would typically remain indoors, granting Lin Feng the advantage of time, location, and circumstance. With the climbing rope secured around his waist, he swam deeper into Lake Baikal. Every creature in his path met the same fate, all drawn into his space for future consumption. Savoring the bounty within his realm, Lin Feng felt a profound satisfaction. These fish and shrimp, this water, he could survive for 10,000 years without exhausting his supplies. Indeed, stockpiling provisions had proven to be the right choice. By 3 in the morning, Lin Feng had reached a depth of 1,000 meters in Lake Baikal, where life ceased to exist above that threshold. However, having come this far, could he possibly leave anything for the Russians? Absolutely not. Lin Feng continued to dive deeper into the abyss. He had already gathered sufficient water to sustain the entire population of Huaxia for a century. Yet, he persisted in collecting more. His actions were purely detrimental to others, serving no personal gain. At this depth, no fish or shrimp could survive. Only a few lowly aquatic creatures existed, in minuscule numbers. Nevertheless, Lin Feng pressed on, descending further until he reached his ultimate depth at 1,300 meters by 4 in the morning. The deepest part of Lake Baikal is said to be 1,600 meters. But here it culminated at 1,300. Sighing, he thought to himself, I shall leave 300 meters for you. With dawn approaching, he realized he had no time to delve deeper. It was not a lack of capability on his part, but rather the vastness of Lake Baikal that rendered it impossible for him to consume it all. He had to leave some for the Russians. The deepest point at 1,600 meters might take him 10 days or even half a month to locate. He could not afford to squander time here. The lake bed was considerably warmer, shielded from the biting winds above. Lin Feng removed his diving suit and donned a down jacket, then began to retract the climbing rope into his spatial storage. As the rope was drawn in, he was lifted upwards, careful not to ascend too swiftly lest he collide with the rocky walls and meet his demise. It took him half an hour to ascend the 1,300 meters, untie the other end, neatly stow the climbing rope, and retrieve his snowmobile. With the throttle fully engaged, he sped off, exhilarated by the thrill of having acquired Lake Baikal for nothing. What an exhilarating experience. Chapter 20. Unconventional paths. The following day, the entire community along the shores of Lake Baikal was in a state of uproar. Had Lake Baikal truly vanished? In a single night, it was gone. Countless journalists received calls and rushed to report on this astonishing event. It was utterly inconceivable. They believed that the United States had suddenly launched nuclear weapons against Russia. They could hardly fathom that Lake Baikal could drain overnight. At that moment, the culprit, Lin Feng, had returned to the city and sought refuge in a hotel to warm himself. He turned on the television, and all Russian news channels were broadcasting the story of Lake Baikal's mysterious disappearance. This was an earth-shattering event. Lin Feng took out his phone and opened a translation app. As it was nearly 2050, there was no need to carry a translator abroad. A smartphone sufficed. Good day, sir. I heard you witnessed the disappearance of Lake Baikal last night. Could you please recount the details of the incident? A tall, blonde Russian journalist clad in winter attire was interviewing a visibly fatigued man who still bore the effects of his previous inebriation. Last night, after a night of drinking with friends, I was on my way home and passed by Lake Baikal when I heard an enormous roar. The earth trembled beneath me. It knocked me off my feet. I thought there had been an earthquake. Once I got up and approached the lake, I saw a massive whirlpool in the center of the water. At the time, I was drunk and thought I was hallucinating. So I didn't give it much thought and went home to sleep. This morning, my wife woke me up, and when I came to check, I found Lake Baikal had indeed dried up. I suspect it must be due to tectonic movements. The water must have flowed deep into the Earth's crust. Otherwise, how could this be possible? You might question whether Russia could be struck by American nuclear weapons, but you can never doubt the volume of water that Lake Baikal held. The man spoke with great fervor, as a native of the Baikal region, unable to believe that the lake could truly dry up. Lin Feng smiled slightly, realizing that his plan to acquire Lake Baikal for zero cost had succeeded brilliantly. The Russian experts would never suspect that this incident was orchestrated by him. Turning off the television, Lin Feng curled up in bed under an electric blanket to warm himself. The previous night had left him thoroughly chilled, and he knew it would take days to recover. However, Lin Feng could not afford to be idle. His mission in Russia was only one-third complete. Water was secured, aquatic resources acquired, but he had yet to obtain the weapons. Regardless of how sensational this event was in Russia and across the globe, Lin Feng directly opened a portal. Maximizing its capacity, Lin Feng was not aiming to encapsulate the entire city, as it was populated and thus impractical. With a radius of 1,000 kilometers, he began to search for Russian military bases. His head felt as though it might explode, yet he persevered for the sake of the weapons. He found it. Right there. Lin Feng confirmed the location and promptly closed the portal. This Russian military base turned out to be a missile launch facility. Lin Feng had only verified the location, not the number of personnel or the level of defenses. If there were nuclear missiles, that would be ideal. Rubbing his temples, he acknowledged the throbbing pain in his head. To be aware, Russia possesses over 5,000 nuclear warheads distributed across the nation, with their exact location shrouded in secrecy. Should a few of these be discovered, not even the threat of biological mutations or extraterrestrial invasions would daunt Lin Feng. He took a sip of warm vodka to soothe himself, then consulted his mobile map to pinpoint the location of a military base. It lay 800 kilometers to the northwest, and driving there was certainly not an option, especially since the map indicated the absence of an airport nearby. It appeared to be a clandestine military facility hidden in the remote wilderness. The nearest city was over 100 kilometers away, and such a secretive base would undoubtedly be monitored. Traversing by land could easily attract attention, not to mention the potential dangers of landmines. Lin Feng pondered over the map, realizing that this situation demanded cunning rather than brute force. If entering a military base were so simple, it would cease to be a military base altogether. Approaching on a snowmobile would likely trigger alarms, and he would be met with a barrage of gunfire. Cunning was the only viable approach. He set his phone down and downed another glass of hot vodka. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. He needed a day of rest, both mentally and physically. The potency of the vodka was undeniable, and before long, the effects began to take hold, lulling Lin Feng into a drowsy slumber beneath his blanket. After a full day's sleep, Lin Feng awoke on the morning of December 6th, feeling rejuvenated. He descended to purchase several Russian winter coats, wary of the potential attention that could arise from suddenly acquiring numerous items. The risk of military scrutiny over the abrupt disappearance of dozens of coats was not worth it. With Russia's relatively low prices, the coats cost him merely 60,000 rubles, a testament to the strength of the Huaxia nation, where one could now utilize Alipay abroad. Having secured the coats, he bought a train ticket to his next destination. He indulged in an authentic Russian meal, deeming the trip worthwhile, as he was, after all, a tourist. The rye bread was hard and unpalatable, and the borscht was a peculiar blend of sour and sweet, neither to his liking, however. The smoked meat sausages were truly delightful. After finishing his meal, Lin Feng cleared the restaurant of its smoked sausages, spending 22,000 rubles. much to the delight of the restaurant owner, who recognized the wealth of tourists from Huaxia. At 9 in the morning, he checked out of his hotel and boarded the train, heading towards the next city. The leisurely Siberian Green train finally arrived at 5:30 in the afternoon. Lin Feng hailed a taxi and headed northward. The driver appeared perplexed, questioning why anyone would venture north in such frigid weather and whether he was leaving the city. Lin Feng opened his map to confirm a village and signaled for the driver to stop. He intended to explore this village. The driver nodded. His suspicions alleviated upon realizing Lin Feng was merely a curious tourist, albeit one of a rare breed. After paying the fare through a translation app, Lin Feng watched the driver depart before venturing deeper into the forest. Ensuring he was alone, Lin Feng utilized his spatial abilities to excavate a 5-meter-wide hole. He then summoned his Lamborghini, driving straight down into the depths, resolved to bypass conventional routes. With his spatial powers, he would directly tunnel into the military base from underground. The reason for not immediately digging upon disembarking from the train was twofold: exhaustion and Lin Feng's uncertainty regarding the feasibility of the endeavor. However, now he decided to give it a try, and it truly worked. The ample space was indeed a blessing. Lin Feng accelerated to a speed of 70 miles per hour, feeling liberated and unrestrained as he propelled himself in a straight line towards the underground Russian military base. Even if there were mines buried beneath, he harbored no fear, for he intended to absorb them all into his space. Chapter 21: The acquisition of the Russian missile base without cost. After over an hour of careful observation, Lin Feng successfully pinpointed the location of the base. He parked and took a moment to rest. The base housed approximately 3,000 personnel and indeed functioned as a missile launch site. Lin Feng was uncertain about the presence of nuclear weapons, as he lacked familiarity with them. He resolved to take action later in the night, around 3 o'clock, when fatigue would render the guards most vulnerable. After enjoying a bowl of spicy hot pot, he set an alarm and fell asleep. At 2:30 in the morning, the alarm awoke him, and Lin Feng sprang into action. As he unfolded his spatial abilities, the layout of the missile base became vividly clear. His first priority was to locate the surveillance room. Such a significant operation could not afford to leave behind any evidence. Inside the surveillance room, 2 Russian soldiers were indulging in pickles and vodka, blissfully unaware of the impending danger lurking beneath them. After all, it had been years since any conflict had occurred. Moreover, Russian soldiers could hardly function without their spirits. The absence of alcohol could even lead to strikes. In their quest for a drink, the 2 soldiers had turned off the surveillance cameras monitoring their activities. Thus, their superiors would be unable to catch them in the act. Perhaps this was an instance of darkness beneath the lamp? The commanding officer was certainly aware of the situation but chose to turn a blind eye. Understanding that Russian soldiers demanded their vodka, even before charging into battle, Lin Feng stealthily maneuvered to a spot 1 meter beneath the soldiers, feeling a tinge of anxiety. They were armed with real weapons, and his spatial abilities could not accommodate their presence. How could he not be tense? He swiftly excavated a pit 100 meters deep with his spatial powers. Such a height would ensure that no one would survive a fall from it. Then, he sidestepped to avoid standing directly beneath them and used his space to remove the floor beneath their feet. With a whoosh, 2 shadowy figures plunged downward, and silence enveloped the area. They fell without a sound. They could never have imagined that an ambush would occur right beneath them, nor could they fathom the depth of their demise. Lin Feng filled the pit with earth, entombing the 2 soldiers 100 meters below ground. Surely no one would discover them at such a depth. He entered the surveillance room and swiftly seized everything within. It was time to unleash chaos. This would undoubtedly transform into a supernatural incident. Returning to the pit, he replaced the floor exactly as it had been and began tunneling toward the armory from below. Upon reaching the space beneath the armory, Lin Feng expanded his spatial awareness, confirming that the iron door was indeed unguarded. He broke through the floor and ascended. This was a stroke of fortune. Even in a post-apocalyptic scenario, should he find himself imprisoned, he would have the means to escape violently. Lin Feng activated his flashlight and began collecting weapons: pistols, submachine guns, rocket launchers, RPGs. Anything illuminated by the beam of light was drawn into his spatial realm. Indeed, this was a Russian missile launch base. The armory contained vehicle-mounted missiles, tanks, armed helicopters, and even 2 fighter jets. Lin Feng was elated. Such treasures were not easily obtainable. Even before an apocalyptic event, Lin Feng dared not make too much noise. After an hour, he had completely emptied the area. In the dead of night, it was unlikely that anyone would suddenly open the door to retrieve weapons. Moreover, Lin Feng had spatial awareness. He would notice if someone approached. Once he finished, he slipped into the hole, replaced the floorboards, and covered the earth back up. An impeccable job. However, Lin Feng was not satisfied. Utilizing his spatial perception, he knew that 5 missile launch vehicles remained outside. After contemplating, he decided to aim for something grand. To return home, without these would be a waste of his trip to Russia, digging beneath the ground until he reached the missile launch vehicles. He confirmed that the surroundings were clear. He ascended, cast a swift glance, and collected the 5 launch vehicles. These were akin to daggers on land. Anyone who beheld them would tremble in fear. Once gathered, he jumped back into the hole and meticulously filled it with the soil he had just excavated. Then, Lin Feng dashed away, simultaneously replacing the earth behind him. It was all about the thrill. As for the colossal intercontinental ballistic missile, Lin Feng certainly could not overlook it. He directly retrieved the launch silo along with a spare missile, sealing it back with soil. He sped away in his Lamborghini, retracing his original path while ensuring all the earth was returned to its place. I dug 50 kilometers to uncover this? If you can, come dig 50 kilometers yourselves. When the launch silo vanished, the guard soldiers were abruptly awakened, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. Losing Lake Baikal a few days prior was one thing. But this? Were they truly so absurd? They knew these missiles were irreplaceable. This missile, named the SS-18 Sarmat, nicknamed Satan, had a range of 18,000 kilometers, capable of striking anywhere on Earth. Furthermore, this Satan was equipped with 10 nuclear warheads, a deterrent against the increasingly powerful Huaxia nation. If it could not be retrieved, the world might very well face utter devastation. Unbelievable. I didn't believe the media hype about Lake Baikal's loss. But now, Satan has disappeared right under my nose. In a panic, the Russian soldier inadvertently spoke in Huaxia, a testament to the prevalence of the language worldwide. Wailing, the soldier triggered the air defense alarm. And within 5 minutes, all military personnel at the base assembled. Upon witnessing the absence of the launch silo, everyone was dumbfounded. Satan was gone. Then, the 5 missile launch vehicles were missing too? Next, the entire munitions depot had been looted? And the spare Satan beside the silo was also gone? Was this reality? How could the surveillance room have missed all this? How could Satan vanish without triggering an alarm? The commander of the missile launch brigade was nearly at his wit's end. This was simply unfathomable. Arriving at the surveillance room, it was no surprise that it too had been compromised. All that remained in the base were a few solitary cameras, now utterly useless. Hasten to contact your superior, regardless of the hour, for if the Satan were to detonate, the Earth would swiftly meet its demise. Furthermore, we are faced with not 1, but 2 satires. Armed with 20 nuclear warheads, a solitary missile silo, and 5 mobile launchers. Should this information reach the United States, it could undoubtedly spark a nuclear conflict with Russia. Is this truly a jest? Upon receiving such alarming news in the dead of night, the superior aged decades in an instant, as if rendered into a mere child by fear. Just days prior, he had dismissed the loss at Lake Baikal, and now, the satires have vanished as well? This revelation prompted him to urgently report to his own higher-ups. Overnight, thanks to the fortuitous actions of Lin Feng, the entire Russian leadership seemed to rejuvenate, shedding years off their countenance. The existence of this missile launch site remained a closely guarded secret from the United States. Who could possibly be behind this? Meanwhile, Lin Feng, having buried the evidence, returned to his original position, a cigarette dangling from his lips, unaware that the 2 missiles were indeed satires, yet determined that his journey should not be in vain. Chapter 22. Russia. A perilous situation. Upon receiving this news, President Kimpu of Russia immediately imposed a strict media blackout. He then took a private jet during the night to inspect the missile launch base. This was utterly inconceivable. The loss of Lake Baikal could be attributed to geological movements. But how could one comprehend the disappearance of the Satan missile along with its launch silo? This situation was monumental, and the military's stringent secrecy meant that other missile bases were oblivious to what had transpired. Consequently, this presented Lin Feng with a unique opportunity to strike. Driving the latest limited edition Lamborghini supercar at an astonishing speed of 380 kilometers per hour, Lin Feng raced toward the next missile launch base. For the first time, he realized the true potential of a supercar. The path ahead was straight, and his fuel tank was brimming. With the accelerator pressed to the floor, he was determined to go all out. Lin Feng finally felt that his investment of over 30 million in this supercar was justified. It seemed prudent to retain this remarkable vehicle. Wasn't it akin to a subterranean aircraft? After all, he was traversing underground. Who could possibly detect his return? In the dead of night the following day, Lin Feng successfully infiltrated another missile launch base. Upon hearing this news, Kimpu was utterly stunned. He flew to the missile base to assess the situation. Everything appeared the same except this time. It was not 2 individuals who had vanished, but 8. No trace of life nor death remained. Clearly, Lin Feng's audacity was growing. Kimpu was not naive. This individual was clearly targeting missile launch bases. He promptly ceased all secrecy and informed every missile launch facility to operate in round-the-clock shifts. Anyone who dared to lose another missile would face immediate execution. Your forgiveness is a matter for the divine. My duty, Kimpu, is to escort you to meet your maker. However, 2 days later, another dreadful report emerged, not of a missile launch base being lost, but rather one being submerged in water? How absurd. It was currently minus 40 degrees Celsius in Siberia. Where on earth was all this water coming from? A missile base housing over 3,000 personnel had no survivors. In such frigid conditions, who could possibly endure? When Kimpu arrived by private jet, he appeared to have aged decades. It seemed as if he were a man of over 200 years. Having spent a lifetime on the battlefield, what had he not witnessed? Yet, he had never encountered such an outrageous occurrence. The entire base's personnel were dead. Along with the missiles, weapons, tanks, aircraft, and supplies, all vanished? A sense of despair engulfed Kimpu. Was this the fate that awaited Russia? If this continued, Russia was indeed in peril. After successfully infiltrating 3 missile launch bases, Lin Feng decided to refrain from further actions. Primarily, the 3rd missile base proved too challenging to breach. In the dead of night, over 1,000 personnel were patrolling the area. They were armed with night vision goggles and submachine guns, ever vigilant. Lin Feng spent an entire night underground, unable to devise a stealthy plan to steal the missiles. Ultimately, he resorted to releasing a minuscule amount of water from Lake Baikal, effectively flooding the base. Lin Feng had nothing but an abundance of water at his disposal. After the flood, Lin Feng began to clean up the battlefield, which proved to be quite a hassle. Various weapons had been scattered everywhere, and he was uncertain whether the missile launch site, submerged in water, could still be operational. However, he believed the munitions would remain intact, as the Russian military's equipment is notoriously resilient. A few fighter jets had also been inundated, leaving their functionality in question. Lin Feng felt a pang of regret for not having seized the Russian food depot during his first foray. It contained a treasure trove of supplies, thermal gear, frozen goods, military rations, fuel, and opportunity worth billions missed. Nevertheless, he did not let the subsequent chances slip away, even though the warehouse was flooded during the 3rd attempt. The impending high temperatures would dry the contents within a day. Passing by an oil field, Lin Feng did not hesitate to seize the opportunity. The oil field lacked heavy weaponry, and with Lin Feng's current missile capabilities, he had no fears. He commandeered all their gasoline, diesel, and natural gas reserves, an overwhelming amount to manage. Additionally, he laid claim to the underground oil and gas. Henceforth, he would never worry about fuel shortages. He also ensured to acquire refining equipment, oil depots, and gas pressure storage units, considering that if his reserves ran low, he could establish his own refinery. Along the way, he also excavated 2 coal mines, alleviating concerns about heating during the impending cold wave. On December 14th, Lin Feng arrived at Moscow International Airport, no longer concerned with Russia. His sights were set on Washington. Russia was in disarray, while the ordinary citizens remained unaware of the loss of 3 missile launch bases. They were acutely aware of the loss of Lake Baikal and the oil fields. The situation with the coal mines remained undisclosed. As Lin Feng had excavated them underground, knowledge of their depletion would take months, if not longer, to surface. Jingpu had begun to feel numb. Compared to the losses of the oil fields and Lake Baikal, his foremost concern was uncovering how the 3 missile launch bases had been discovered. Was there a traitor among them? This matter could not be publicized. They could neither acknowledge the losses nor admit to them. If the Americans learned of this, it would surely lead to nuclear war, and everyone would be doomed. Was this the result of American hex technology? Yet, hex technology seemed implausible. Besides, while I could understand them stealing my oil fields for profit, why would they target Lake Baikal? Did they not have enough water from the Great Lakes? Having fought all his life, Jingpu could not fathom the nature of the predicament. Fortunately, after losing 1 oil field, no further military bases had been compromised. A small blessing amidst calamity. Lin Feng's preparations for the extreme cold were nearly complete. He planned to procure 2 aircraft carriers to brace for the forthcoming storms. There was only one aging and dilapidated aircraft carrier in Russia, and he had no idea where to find it in such a vast expanse. Moreover, his tastes had become refined. He now desired more. The United States, however, possessed numerous aircraft carriers. Was it too much to ask for 2? This time, security checks at Moscow International Airport were exceedingly stringent, with armed police stationed everywhere, fully equipped and ready. Though the reasons for this atmosphere of tension remained unclear to everyone, the air was thick with an ominous sense of foreboding that permeated all of Russia. Ordinary citizens in Russia have begun stockpiling firearms, food, and supplies, under the impression that their nation is on the brink of war once again. However, Lin Feng's security check was swift, as he carried only his identification and mobile phone, without any luggage to speak of. Who could have anticipated that the missile base was pilfered by Lin Feng? Once aboard the aircraft, a lengthy 10-hour journey awaited him, and fatigue soon overcame Lin Feng, leading him to succumb to slumber. Upon his arrival, Washington proved to be significantly warmer than Siberia, and its vibrancy was magnitudes greater, adorned with towering skyscrapers and throngs of bustling people. Contrary to the situation in Russia, the United States remained oblivious to the misfortunes of its adversary, only hearing news of the desiccation of Lake Baikal and the depletion of oil fields. The United States dismissed these developments, believing that Russia, lacking neither water nor oil, would ultimately fare better. If Russia were to face despair, the United States would revel in its own contentment. Thus, there was little to no precaution taken, for who would dare cast their aspirations upon the United States? Did they wish to face economic sanctions or endure carpet bombings? Seeking accommodation, Lin Feng opted for a ground floor room in a hotel. With a mere $500,000 remaining in his pocket, he was determined to manage his finances prudently. Furthermore, the ground floor would facilitate his covert actions. Chapter 23. The surprise attack on the naval base of the beautiful nation. Lin Feng's primary objective was to seize an aircraft carrier. He had already prepared most of the necessary supplies. Even if food was scarce, the fish in Lake Baikal were plentiful enough for him to feast upon. Activating his spatial perception, he directly sought out the aircraft carrier base of the beautiful nation, setting his sights eastward. After a few minutes, Lin Feng confirmed his target. Approaching the year 2050, global peace had persisted for too long, and the beautiful nation's aircraft carriers no longer roamed the seas. It was simply too costly in terms of fuel. Instead, it was more prudent to remain stationed at the doorstep of Washington, guarding the capital. Conveniently, there was a naval base to the east of Washington, housing not only 2 aircraft carriers, but also a dozen destroyers and numerous supply ships. This discovery filled Lin Feng with elation. It felt akin to an extravagant opening sale. With a sense of urgency, he collected everything from the house and began to dig. Moving at an astonishing speed of 380, his spirits soared with a sense of freedom. In less than half an hour, Lin Feng arrived at his destination. He excavated directly beneath the naval base, donned a diving suit, and opened his spatial portal, locating an unguarded stretch of coastline, where he surfaced. After sealing the hole, Lin Feng plunged into the sea. His plan was to first secure the aircraft carrier, followed by the other vessels, collecting as many as he could before making a hasty retreat if discovered. As Lin Feng entered the water, he couldn't help but marvel at the advantageous geographical conditions of the beautiful nation, surrounded by ice-free ports. He swam beneath the largest aircraft carrier, equipped with an oxygen tank, and activated his spatial abilities. In an instant, a multi-billion-dollar aircraft carrier vanished into thin air. Simultaneously, several individuals plunged into the water like dumplings. It appeared that there were guards stationed on the carrier's deck. Lin Feng realized he had potentially overstepped. There were indeed personnel present. Fortunately, it was merely the deck that was manned. Had there been individuals inside the carrier, retrieving it would have been impossible. Lin Feng, known for his decisiveness, swiftly took advantage of their momentary confusion to attempt to seize the second aircraft carrier. The soldiers, lacking oxygen tanks, were disoriented in the dark waters, unable to see anything. Sure enough, the beautiful nation's soldiers instinctively swam upwards upon entering the water, unconcerned about the lost aircraft carrier. After all, in their country, human rights reigned supreme. Lin Feng hurried to secure the second aircraft carrier, but it resisted entry, indicating that it was occupied. Turning his attention to a nearby supply ship, he successfully claimed it, relieved to find it unguarded. Meanwhile, the naval base of the beautiful nation had already sounded the air defense alarm. They had discovered that one of their aircraft carriers had suddenly vanished. A multitude of searchlights began to scan the area, seeking any signs of an enemy attack. Yet, there were no adversaries in sight. Even the radar showed no signals of an incursion within 1,000 miles. Lin Feng understood that this opportunity was fleeting. The vigilance of the Russian military bases had only intensified with time. Fortune favored the brave, while the timid faced starvation. With 200 trillion tons of water from Lake Baikal at his disposal, he mused that if necessary, he could flood the base. Emboldened by the vastness of his spatial resources, Lin Feng remained undeterred by the air defense alarms. He continued to pilfer the naval vessels, including frigates, destroyers, and supply ships. The commander of the naval base in the United States was rendered speechless by the scene before him. A colossal aircraft carrier, weighing at least 100,000 tons, had simply vanished. Even the destroyers, starting at 30,000 tons, were gone. Could there be something lurking in the depths of the sea? Hurry, dive into the water. We must locate that aircraft carrier. Alive, we must see the ship. Dead, we must see the wreckage. This naval commander possessed a keen intellect. It was impossible for anything to go awry on land, which left only the possibility of issues beneath the waves. A group of American soldiers hastily donned diving suits, preparing to plunge into the ocean. If they failed to find the aircraft carrier today, they would all face disciplinary actions. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had successfully salvaged half of the vessels, but another half remained elusive. He then turned his attention to the nearby nuclear submarines. Fortune favors the bold. I, Lin Feng, shall claim the aircraft carrier. I shall also seize the nuclear submarines. Without hesitation, he swam over to salvage the submarines. Remarkably, there were 8 nuclear submarines and several more lurking beneath the surface. The space was activated. He began to collect them. 3 nuclear submarines and 8 additional submarines were successfully retrieved, but the remaining ones contained crew members, making them impossible to salvage. Fortunately, the United States had not engaged in warfare for decades. Otherwise, Lin Feng would have left empty-handed today. With a splash, the American soldiers began to leap into the water like dumplings, each armed with submachine guns. Lin Feng realized he was in deep trouble. If they discovered his presence, they would surely turn him into Swiss cheese. Alone, he could not contend with the thousands stationed at the naval base. It seemed he would have to exercise some restraint today. Suddenly, as Lin Feng activated his space, a massive wave surged forth, sweeping the group of American soldiers back to shore. Those soldiers who were about to enter the water were tossed several meters into the air by the powerful swell. Their fate's uncertain. Even the commander of the naval base was momentarily stunned by the unexpected turbulence. How could such a colossal wave appear so suddenly? Then, Lin Feng executed another audacious maneuver. Seizing the opportunity while the shore was unguarded after the wave receded, he climbed ashore and began to dig a hole. While excavating, he simultaneously obstructed the rear, retrieving a vehicle from his space. With one swift press of the accelerator, he sped toward the base's supply station. While the American soldiers were preoccupied searching for the aircraft carrier, it would be remiss of me, Lin Feng, not to pilfer from them. Furthermore, the heavy oil within the destroyer would suffice for several days. Would a cautious individual like me not stockpile a bit of essential supplies? Upon reaching the supply station, he found it deserted. Everyone had gone to search for the aircraft carrier. Heavy oil, aviation gasoline, jet fuel, it was all here. Activating his space, Lin Feng collected everything. He also managed to raid the munitions depot of the base. This was the final opportunity for a zero-cost arms acquisition. Time was of the essence. Hurry and seize it. If he delayed, there would be nothing left to take. After raiding the munitions depot of the American naval base, he could not overlook the logistics supply center either. It must be said that the rations provided to the American troops were far superior to those of the Russian army. But from this day forth, they would belong to Lin Feng. Various military rations, cold weather supplies, frozen fruits and meats, canned goods, and oils were all collected. After gathering everything, he dug his way back home. When the commander learned from his subordinates that both the supply station and munitions depot had vanished, he was utterly stunned. The aircraft carrier was still missing, and now they had lost more supplies. Hastened to the surveillance room to examine the footage. Beneath the watchful gaze of the beautiful nation's surveillance, a sudden chasm emerged from the ground, and a man clad in a diving suit ascended from the abyss. This man appeared to possess extraordinary abilities, leaving no trace in his wake. Wang Defa. The commander has confirmed that the disappearance of the aircraft carrier and the nuclear submarine is undeniably linked to this individual. Lin Feng's intention was not to seize the surveillance room of the beautiful nation. Rather, the circumstances were distinct. The aircraft carrier was at sea while the surveillance room was on land, too great a distance apart. Compounded by the fact that the soldiers of the beautiful nation seldom indulged in alcohol, should Lin Feng attempt to commandeer the surveillance room first, the naval base would instantly be on high alert, potentially thwarting any chance of stealing the aircraft carrier. Thus, Lin Feng opted to pilfer the aircraft carrier first. What would it matter to capture footage? After all, in merely half a month, the world would face its end. The beautiful nation would hardly be able to manage its own affairs, let alone concern itself with those of our Huaxia nation. Upon returning to the hotel, Lin Feng began to inspect the spoils of the evening. One cannot deny the wealth of the beautiful nation. An aircraft carrier is equipped with 62 carrier-based aircraft, all fully fueled. Even a single flight could last for 2 months. The exhilaration is simply unparalleled. Chapter 24. Everything was fine when it came, but cannot return. Lin Feng meticulously sealed the hole, returned the floorboards to their original position, and organized the items in the room. Time had slipped past midnight. It was now December 15th. Only half a month remained until the foretold apocalypse. The sensation of abundance in supplies was exhilarating. He retrieved a bottle of vodka and a dozen warm, roasted oysters to warm himself and enjoy a simple late-night snack. Tomorrow, the beautiful nation would surely be in chaos. However, amidst the vast sea of people, who could possibly recognize him? Besides, he was wearing goggles to conceal his face. Just like everyone else, 2 shoulders supporting a single head, who could discern that it was Lin Feng? Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, he indulged in a restful slumber. While Lin Feng slept, the high-ranking officials of the beautiful nation were destined for a sleepless night. They had lost track of what else had gone missing. That aircraft carrier, along with its fighter jets, was valued at over 3 trillion Chinese yuan. Moreover, it housed strategic nuclear missiles. If Russia were to discover this, would they not retaliate with nuclear warfare? The beautiful nation was incredibly wealthy, living in splendid times. Who would foolishly engage in a knife fight with a pauper? All the officials stared in disbelief at the surveillance footage of a figure clad in a diving suit emerging from the hole. Their weapons and supplies had seemingly vanished into thin air. They magnified the surveillance video, scrutinizing the masked figure with a diving mask, and gleaned the following information. The footage indicated that the individual was indeed human. Unfortunately, no other useful information could be discerned. Wang Defa. Pu Chuan slammed his fist on the table and cursed vehemently. According to estimates, in just one night, they had suffered losses amounting to at least tens of trillions of Chinese yuan in weapons and supplies. As they approached the year 2050, the Chinese yuan had become an international currency, with the entire world, including the beautiful nation, utilizing it for transactions. Beautiful nation. From this moment forth, the borders shall be sealed. Prohibit all ingress and egress. Any aircraft entering our airspace, and any vessels approaching our territorial waters, shall be shot down and sunk immediately. All bases are to remain on standby 24/7. Special forces are to conduct thorough searches, one by one. We must recover that aircraft carrier. Pu Chuan banged the table in the Pentagon, promptly issuing a presidential order. It was not Pu Chuan's exaggeration, but rather the sheer inhumanity of the individual who had stolen the aircraft carrier. They had now pilfered a naval base responsible for the defense of Washington. Who could predict whether this individual might target other bases? Lin Feng was merely fortuitous. Had he not flown to Washington, he might never have located this naval base. After all, Lin Feng could only identify objects within a range of 1,000 kilometers. With heightened security measures at the Pentagon, the beautiful nation commenced its nationwide operations. This individual must be eliminated. Some rejoiced while others despaired. Some faced misfortune while others celebrated. Suddenly, Jingpu received a phone call in the dead of night, startling him. Could it be that yet another missile base had gone missing? Upon answering, Jingpu was elated. It turned out to be a message from a spy he had placed in the Pentagon, informing him that an aircraft carrier had been lost, along with half of the carrier group's equipment, resulting in direct losses exceeding tens of trillions of Chinese yuan. You have done remarkably well. Continue to listen, and I shall duly acknowledge your contributions. With a relaxed expression, Jingpu hung up the phone, relieved that this enigmatic individual had shifted his focus from Russia to the United States. However, this fleeting joy quickly faded as Jingpu's brow furrowed with concern. How could he have lost 3 missile launch bases and allowed this person to escape from Russia? Who on earth could this be? Determined, Jingpu picked up the phone and called the Defense Bureau, requesting a thorough investigation of all personnel who had traveled to the United States in the past 3 days. Each of them could potentially be the one who had stolen the American aircraft carrier. This individual must be found. The items he pilfered were sufficient to arm an entire nation. It must be said that Jingpu's confidentiality measures surpassed those of Putin, despite losing 3 missile launch bases. No one was the wiser, while Putin's loss of a naval base would likely become global news in no time. Resolutely, Jingpu decided that this individual must be brought into the fold of Russia. He could even serve as the next president. This person was undoubtedly a genius. And with Jingpu lacking a suitable successor, no one could refuse the generous offer of the Russian presidency. After all, Russia is currently the largest country in the world by area and the 3rd strongest militarily. With such an individual as assistance, how could the unification of the earth be anything but achievable? Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained oblivious, sleeping soundly until dawn. As he stepped outside, he was greeted by a group of heavily armed American soldiers. It seemed his chances of stealing from a military base had vanished, and he preferred not to escalate matters further. Instead, he decided to retreat to his safe house. An asteroid, 1,000 meters in diameter, was set to collide with the United States next year, which would obliterate the country. Even a titanium alloy safe house would not withstand such an event. Could his mere mortal body endure it? Returning to the safer confines of China for a couple of years seemed prudent. He hailed a taxi to the airport, intending to purchase a ticket home. With the heightened security in the United States, attempting to steal from their storage facilities would only exacerbate matters and bring unnecessary trouble. The fish from Lake Baikal were ample. He didn't need to take any more risks. However, upon arriving at the airport, Lin Feng was taken aback. The United States had closed its borders. It had been perfectly fine when he arrived. Now, he was trapped, anxiously scratching his head in the airport. He realized that there were only 2 weeks left until the apocalypse, and he had no place to stay. With less than 500,000 in his bank account, what could he do? He couldn't even afford a dilapidated house. It was not that Lin Feng was uninterested in robbing the American banks, after all. There was a fortune to be had. But cash? Unmarked? Gold bars with serial numbers? How could he possibly spend trillions of dollars without being traced? It would be foolish to steal cash when it could be easily linked back to him. The same applied to gold. If the country had lost 1,000 tons of gold just before he spent some, it would be painfully obvious where it came from. Furthermore, the United States did not have gun restrictions. If the apocalypse were to arrive and he had no stable residence, he would likely find himself sleeping uneasily, fearing a grim fate on the streets. Lin Feng had not anticipated such a severe response from the United States. Had he not merely pilfered a trivial amount of their resources and a fleet of aircraft carriers? Was it truly necessary for them to isolate themselves completely? Upon exiting the airport, Lin Feng could not shake off the sense of unease that enveloped him. Firstly, he lacked the skills to pilot an aircraft, navigate a vessel, or operate a submarine. Secondly, he was acutely aware that he could not reveal his possession. After all, these were obtained through dubious means. The apocalypse had not yet arrived. And should his actions come to light, he could very well find himself under the threat of missiles from either Russia or the United States. Lastly, the distance to Kyoto stretched an arduous 12,000 kilometers. Even if he were to dig a tunnel and drive back, it would be impossible to return within a mere 15 days. The challenges were manifold. A vast ocean lay between him and his destination, alongside treacherous oceanic trenches, undersea volcanoes, and the crushing pressure of thousands of meters of water. The risks were simply too great. As he pondered these predicaments, a sudden epiphany struck him. The United States had closed its borders. However, Canada remained open. With only 800 kilometers separating him from Ottawa, he felt a glimmer of hope. Fortuitously, Lin Feng had obtained his passport for the purpose of traveling to Canada, which meant it would serve him well in this endeavor. Very well, United States. If you choose to be unkind, do not expect me to act with any sense of loyalty. If I, Lin Feng, wish to depart and you hinder my escape, then let us engage in a game of cat and mouse. You have compelled me to infiltrate your storage facilities. With a plan now solidified, Lin Feng exited the airport, hailed a taxi, and made his way to the outskirts, ready to commence his hunt. Chapter 25. A sweep of the beautiful nation's warehouses, plundering trillions of resources overseas. Returning home. In the span of 8 days, commencing from the storage facilities in Washington and traversing northward through various supermarkets, Lin Feng pilfered anything he deemed of value. Oil companies, storage centers, colossal supermarkets, major hospitals, garment factories, cold storage facilities, machinery plants, and military factories, nothing was spared from his grasp. Passing by Liberty Island in New York, Lin Feng audaciously made off with the Statue of Liberty. This act was monumental for the beautiful nation. It was akin to an affront comparable to the events surrounding Russia as Lake Baikal. The Statue of Liberty is the very embodiment of faith for the beautiful nation. Instantly, the citizens of the beautiful nation were in an uproar. Their national faith had been shattered. This was a resounding slap in the face for President Puchwan. His approval ratings plummeted. The citizens of New York took to the streets in mass protests, opposing isolationism and demanding the return of the Statue of Liberty. President Puchwan was under immense pressure, utterly bewildered by the intentions of this enigmatic figure. From aircraft carriers to supermarkets, even the TT factories were not spared. Several northeastern states were left in disarray, having lost everything, save for the banks which remained intact, thankfully, without a single penny lost. And why steal the Statue of Liberty? It serves no sustenance. Would one even dare to display it at home? They are oblivious to the might of the militia in the beautiful nation. Presently, no one could decipher the movements of this mysterious individual. Sometimes he appeared in Washington, at other times in New York, and occasionally in Boston, leaving no trace of his path. According to President Puchwan's rough estimates, the losses in military supplies and civilian resources across several northeastern states had exceeded trillions. That is an incomprehensible sum. The northeastern states were already beginning to experience famine, having lost everything. Fortunately, the western states remained unscathed, and President Puchwan was skeptical that, with the technological prowess of the beautiful nation by 2050, they could not apprehend him. On December 24, 2049, Lin Feng pilfered a modest amount of resources and, after digging, arrived at Ottawa International Airport. Since his arrival in Canada, Lin Feng adopted a more subdued demeanor, understanding the necessity of not provoking Canada into isolationism, as it would jeopardize his return home. Without any immigration records, he utilized his remaining funds to secure a direct flight to Kyoto. While chaos reigned in the beautiful nation, Canada remained indifferent. As a member of the Eagle Federation and having lost nothing, they were disinclined to concern themselves with the beautiful nation's affairs. Moreover, with the beautiful nation constantly embroiled in turmoil, who could discern the truth from deception? Claims of lost TT factories in several northeastern states were met with skepticism, How many TT could possibly have vanished? It seemed implausible. The tale of the boy who cried wolf had been told too often, and trust had eroded. The beautiful nation claiming to have lost trillions of resources? It was utterly ludicrous. Even if one were to allow people to transport such an astronomical amount, it would take far longer than a few days. As Lin Feng boarded the plane, he anticipated a 14-hour journey back to his longed-for sanctuary. These past 8 days had been exhausting. Each night had been spent digging and embarking on expeditions, leaving no trace behind. It was time for a much-needed rest. As the plane took off, Lin Feng set his sights on Kyoto. After a night of restful slumber, Lin Feng found himself in Kyoto, where regulations seemed relatively lax. Given that the Huaxia nation had not suffered any losses, he stroked his chin, pondering the implications of his actions. Soon, he was to acquire medical equipment and pharmaceuticals at no cost. If he were to suddenly appear in Huaihai City, it would unmistakably broadcast to the world his presence in Huaxia. Thus, Lin Feng resolved to create a diversion, stirring up chaos within Huaxia itself. He hailed a taxi to the outskirts, continuing his excavation like a diligent groundhog. This time, the items he pilfered appeared less significant: tobacco factories, distilleries, logistics centers, breweries, drone manufacturers, and warehouses for mobile phones and computers. His supply of essential goods was already ample. It was time to gather some non-essential items. In the span of a single night, numerous factories in Huaxia were emptied. Could it be that they were all linked to the recent upheaval in the capital? However, the situation was neither severe nor trivial. These were merely civilian materials, not warranting international attention. Authorities began to investigate whether any factories had offended someone, if there were enemies, if there was internal theft, or if this could be a collective ploy for publicity, leading to the formation of a special task force for a thorough scientific analysis. Some officials in Huaxia understood that as long as no one was harmed, it was a minor issue. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had returned to Huaihai City. Switching back to his Russian license plates and driving home, a glance at Bei revealed that he seemed to have gained weight, evidently. Xiao Feng had been indulging him with plenty of meat. Lin Feng retrieved a heap of takeout and headed to the construction site to treat the workers to a meal while checking on the progress of the project. He felt satisfied. Completion was imminent, with Xiao Feng having distributed workers in several waves for both interior and exterior work, ensuring it would be ready for use by the end of the month. Though content, Lin Feng was still required to pay 900 million. If he did not, would Wang Long allow him to reside there? Lin Feng was not intimidated by Wang Long. He could always resort to drastic measures if necessary. However, he preferred to remain cautious and not reveal his cards too early, for the world had not yet reached its end. With Russian operatives scouring the globe for him, he could not afford to leave any incriminating evidence. Lin Feng contemplated for a moment before picking up the phone to call Wu Yong. After several days, surely he had accumulated some funds? Hello? Wu Yong. This is Lin Feng. I am in need of 900 million. Do you have any funds available? Lin Feng wasted no time in stating his request. Yes, boss. You are truly remarkable. All the rental properties have sold out. During this period, I have sold over 30,000 units. We are going to strike it rich. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. If each unit averaged 2 million, the discounted price would be 1 million. After deducting the down payment and various fees, around 500,000 remained per unit. With 30,000 units, that meant Wu Yong had approximately 15 billion in hand. All right, Wu Yong, transfer all the funds to my account after taxes. Our rental properties are in their final 3 days of sales. Wu Yong was stunned by Lin Feng's directive. How could he abandon such a lucrative venture? Boss. Currently a quarter of Huaihai City's properties belong to us. Are you embarking on another grand project? Wu Yong, possessing some awareness, still had 50 million left and was eager to partake in the profits. Stock up on supplies for food and drink, as you have seen the news. The recent events have undoubtedly been tumultuous, and hoarding resources will certainly yield profits. Lin Feng spoke candidly, and Wu Yong, well aware of the headlines concerning Russia and the United States this past month, nodded vigorously. I understand, boss. The money will be in my account by tomorrow morning. Encountering you, boss, I, Wu Yong, would have no regrets even in death. With Wu Yong's response, Lin Feng ended the call. With 15 billion after tax, amounting to 12 billion, in the final 5 days, there is ample opportunity to stockpile a considerable amount of supplies. Given the current situation, there is no turning back. If necessary, one could escape from prison. If there's nowhere else to go, Myanmar could serve as a refuge. With my weapons and ammunition, I could arm an entire nation, establishing a warlord with ease. Even if the apocalypse does not arrive, Lin Feng could adopt a new narrative. First, build a warlord's empire, then unify Myanmar. Supplying arms to the underground forces of Southeast Asia, seizing the chance to unify Laos, Vietnam, Thailand, and Cambodia. Then, I shall grow stronger and more formidable, ultimately striving for global unification. If I lack weapons, I shall resort to theft. Regardless, within this 1,000-kilometer expanse, I can unearth whatever you conceal beneath the ground. What do you intend to use against me, Lin Feng? Having devised a plan for the impending apocalypse, Lin Feng felt more at ease and began to check prices. Ready to make a final gamble. With 12 billion, pork currently priced at 30,000 yuan per ton translates to 400,000 tons. Of course, one cannot hoard solely pork. Items such as burn ointments, frostbite creams, oxygen tanks, machetes, mobile phones, computers, and various construction materials must also be stockpiled. Ding. At that moment, Lin Feng's phone received a notification regarding his bank card. Although this fellow named Wu Yong may seem unremarkable, he proved somewhat useful. 12 billion already transferred? So swift. Upon receiving the funds, Lin Feng feverishly contacted various suppliers. Delaying purchases could lead to missed opportunities. Online shopping is indeed convenient, and 12 billion can be spent in the blink of an eye. The primary acquisitions include ham sausages, various foodstuffs, weapons, burn ointments, and frostbite creams, as these are paramount for offense, defense, and survival. Returning home, Lin Feng lay on his bed, placing orders with such fervor that his fingers grew weary. Ultimately, only 5 billion remained. After all, he still needed to reserve funds for the shelter's final payment, as well as the 1 billion he had earmarked for medical equipment. Chapter 26. Encounter with assassination. At that moment, Lin Feng's phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was Zhao Jun, and he answered without hesitation. Lin Xiao? I feel quite embarrassed. We have exceeded the budget. We can produce the vehicle for 3 billion, but I'm afraid we cannot gather the 1,000 sets of parts you requested. Hearing Zhao Jun's voice, Lin Feng understood the situation. He had indeed been overly demanding. 1,000 sets of parts was indeed a tall order. Has the vehicle been completed? How much more do the parts cost? Lin Feng inquired directly about the progress. The vehicle will be ready by tomorrow. I've tested it, and it will be ready for delivery. However, regarding the 1,000 sets of parts, I realized that we should reserve some for the glass, the chassis, and the engine. We should at least have 10 sets, right? If we produce in bulk, the cost will be lower. Just give me another billion, and I assure you it will be delivered by the end of the month. Relieved by Zhao Jun's voice, Lin Feng felt a weight lift from his heart. Indeed, the first set was always the most expensive. Mass production would reduce costs. Understood, Zhao Jun. I will transfer the money to you now, before the end of the month. In the final 5 days, ensure timely delivery. With that, Lin Feng ended the call. He opened his mobile banking app and transferred 10 billion to Zhao Jun. Having money is truly liberating. After completing the transfer, Lin Feng began to worry about his safe house. It appeared secure, but what if something went wrong? He pondered for a moment before picking up the phone to call Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng was a decent person. At least he had managed to keep the safe house in excellent condition. Hello? Lin Xiao? It's quite late. Is there something you need? Xiao Feng was surprised that Lin Feng called him so late, especially after just reviewing the construction progress. My safe house requires some parts: titanium alloy, steel, lead sheets, explosion-proof glass, and aviation-grade materials. Considering the internal equipment upgrades to ensure durability for 100 years, assuming some external structural damage occurs thrice. How much do you think it would cost? Xiao Feng was momentarily taken aback. It seemed the owner was being overly cautious. A fortress nearly 2 meters thick, and he still felt unsafe. Lin Xiao, you know labor isn't expensive. The materials are what costs. Given your additional requirements, this will be at least 30 billion, right? Xiao Feng had been working for nearly a month, so he was well aware of material costs and had a good estimate. Can you gather these 30 billion worth of materials within 5 days? If you can, I will transfer the money to you right now. Time was of the essence, and Lin Feng glanced at the remaining 40 billion in his account. If not now, then when? Absolutely. Your requirements are my mission. Just say the word, and I will deliver. Xiao Feng was no fool. He knew how much he could profit from the 30 billion in materials. Excellent. I have recorded the conversation. I will transfer the money now. If you can't gather it, I will hold you accountable for breach of contract. With that, Lin Feng hung up the phone and transferred 30 billion to Xiao Feng. There was no time to sign contracts. He would rely on those he deemed trustworthy. After all, in the impending apocalypse, money in the account was merely a number. Transferring it to them was inconsequential. Finally, he allocated the last 10 billion, giving 9 billion to Wang Long and reserving 1 billion for emergencies. One must set aside the remaining payment for medical supplies. What if the zero-cost purchase fails? After transferring the funds, Lin Feng set his phone aside, preparing to indulge in a well-deserved slumber. For so many days, he had scarcely lain in bed for a proper rest. Once he settled into the safe house, all would be well. Just as Lin Feng was about to close his eyes, he glanced into the space to check on the supplies, only to sense a figure stealthily approaching the villa. Initially, the individual tossed a bottle of sleeping gas into the yard, incapacitating Abe. Then, donned in a gas mask and carrying a bag, the intruder leapt into the courtyard. Lin Feng's senses sharpened instantly. Who was this person? A Russian? Or perhaps an American? Had he returned home only to be targeted for assassination? Had his identity been compromised? With a sudden urgency, Lin Feng leapt from his bed and hurried downstairs. He witnessed the man pressing a few buttons on his bag, initiating a countdown for a time bomb. Momentarily stunned, Lin Feng seized the opportunity as the assailant fled, swiftly retrieving the explosive into his space. Once within that realm, the countdown would cease. The man vaulted over the wall, and Lin Feng pursued closely behind. Who wished to take Lin Feng's life? He needed to ascertain the truth. Drawing a pistol from his space, Lin Feng affixed a silencer and followed closely. The man twisted and turned, darting into an alley and then covering his ears. PIU. Observing that the man had halted, Lin Feng decisively fired, the bullet piercing through his shoulder. The man froze for a moment, silently surveying his surroundings, oblivious to what had just transpired. This alley lacked surveillance, granting Lin Feng confidence in his anonymity. He approached, gun trained on the man's head. Who sent you to kill me? Speak the truth, and I may spare your life. The man hesitated, astonished that firearms existed in the land of Huaxia, particularly one equipped with a silencer. Though initially taken aback, he doubted Lin Feng's resolve to pull the trigger. You, a wealthy heir, dare to murder in Huaxia? Are you willing to forfeit your privileged existence? If you possess the courage, then kill me. I shall reveal nothing. Just as he attempted to maintain his bravado, Lin Feng swiftly covered the man's mouth with one hand while the other seized upon his most vulnerable point. In an instant, the man was nearly propelled into the air from the agonizing pain. Speak, or I shall crush you. I will make you the last eunuch in Huaxia. Lin Feng was determined to extract the truth, and in this secluded, unmonitored place, he saw no reason to hold back. Big brother, I was wrong. I'll tell you. Feng Hao Real Estate offered me 1 million to come here. You've been away for some time, and I've been watching over this place. I truly do not know the specifics. The man's initial defiance evaporated, and he began to speak the truth. Lin Feng released his grip, shaking off the remnants of his earlier aggression. Feng Hao Real Estate? He had not wronged them. Why would they wish to eliminate him? After some contemplation, Lin Feng understood. He had inadvertently encroached upon their territory. 1 million? Having monitored him for so long, he surely recognized the worth of Lin Feng's life. I will offer you 5 million. Not only will I spare your life, but if you eliminate the one who hired you to kill me, I shall grant you an additional 5 million. Lin Feng had no time to engage in trivial disputes with Feng Hao Real Estate. The apocalypse was imminent, and he preferred to resolve matters swiftly with money. Are you serious? The assassin, clutching his wound with one hand and his shoulder with the other, wore an expression of disbelief. Get your phone. I'll transfer the funds. As he spoke, Lin Feng retrieved his phone, his demeanor turning serious. The assassin hesitated for a moment, then released his grip on the wound and pulled out his phone, revealing his WeChat payment code. Transfer successful. 5 million. A notification rang out, causing the assassin's eyes to widen in astonishment. What an extravagant display. Truly inhumane. Get lost. Once you deal with that person, come back to me, and I shall reward you with another 5 million. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. Fueled by the allure of wealth, the assassin promptly switched allegiance. The bounty for eliminating Lin Feng was 1 million, while dispatching the employer would yield 5 million. With an additional 5 million as startup capital, even a fool could discern the right choice. With 5 million at my disposal, I can arm myself with guns and artillery. Surely, I can eliminate my former employer, he declared. Boss, I assure you I will complete the task. Once one becomes an assassin, moral boundaries become malleable. As long as the compensation is substantial enough, one can easily alter their principles. Clutching his shoulder, the assassin vanished into the night. A person capable of transferring 5 million surely would not be deterred by an additional 5 million. Meanwhile, Lin Feng yawned, holstered his handgun, and returned home. An assassin without a firearm. Wasn't that a sign of utter failure? Here's 5 million for equipment. Come back when you're ready to upgrade. Upon returning home, Lin Feng found himself unable to sleep. After some contemplation, he decided to excavate a 100-meter deep hole and seal the entrance. At such depth, he reasoned, even explosives would not reach him. He placed a bed inside the cavern and fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 27. Disobedience leads to demise. On December 26th, Lin Feng awoke, feeling rejuvenated. Upon exiting the underground abode, he filled in the earth and then proceeded to the yard to feed Anbei. However, as Lin Feng stepped outside, he was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Xiao was in the midst of releasing Anbei from its cage, playfully enticing the dog with 2 chicken legs. To Lin Feng's dismay, Anbei, the dog known for its lack of canine propriety, was drooling profusely. It had betrayed him. Lin Feng's irritation flared. Is that why Anbei appears to have gained weight? It's all you're doing, you little girl. Anbei, return to your cage, Lin Feng commanded. Anbei hesitated, casting a longing glance at Xiao Xiao. Its large eyes filled with reluctance. This only fueled Lin Feng's anger further. It seemed that Anbei's life was in jeopardy. How could it have truly betrayed him? Lin Feng, have you no compassion? Keeping it confined in a cage every day is pitiful. The yard is so spacious. Can't you grant it a little freedom? It is a life too. Xiao Xiao, unperturbed by Lin Feng's ire, clung to Anbei's neck, clearly a dog lover. Otherwise she wouldn't dare to let Anbei out. To still be alive is a blessing. Anbei, this is your final chance. Back to the cage or face death. Lin Feng had resolved that if Anbei disobeyed, he would indulge in a dog meat hot pot that very night. I desire a dog that heeds my commands. If you refuse to listen, what purpose do you serve? Understanding Lin Feng's intent, Anbei broke free from Xiao Xiao's grasp and decisively returned to its cage, even shutting the door behind itself. This infuriated Xiao Xiao. Lin Feng, you truly lack humanity. The dog you raised has feelings too. How can you contemplate its demise? Lin Feng, I initially believed you to be a conscientious capitalist for delivering meals to workers, but your cold-bloodedness is astonishing. What wrong has Anbei committed for you to wish for its death? Xiao Xiao, puffed with indignation, pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Feng, who, unfazed, picked up the intercom to call Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng, do you still wish to proceed with the 3 billion material deal from last night? Your sister has come to my house again. If you do not resolve this matter, there will be no need to continue our verbal contract. Upon hearing the intercom, Xiao Feng was left utterly stunned. He had finalized a 3 billion contract the previous night, having already paid a 1 billion deposit. With the remaining 2 billion due upon delivery, the manufacturer had agreed to a 200 million rebate due to the substantial contract. And if Lin Feng were to withdraw now, that 200 million would be lost. Understood, young Master Lin. I will address it immediately. Xiao Feng, terrified, rushed to the villa, seizing Xiao Xiao's hand and dragging her outside without uttering another word. Young Master, I apologize. My sister is quite fond of dogs, and yours is rather rare. Since she is on winter break, she occasionally comes to see it. I assure you, from this day forth, she will no longer appear before you. With that, Xiao Feng whisked Xiao Xiao away. Lin Feng, however, was merely scaring Xiao Feng. He intended to obtain that 3 billion in materials no matter what. He found Xiao Xiao bothersome and overly sentimental. You may love your own dog as you please, treating it as a child, but I, Lin Feng, shall only keep a dog that obeys my commands. There is no need to retain those that do not. No wonder you were fried and consumed in your past life. A person like you. After the apocalypse arrives, you wouldn't last 3 days. Lin Feng securely locked the dog cage and then took out a large padlock to fasten it. This dog must endure 3 days of hunger, and I've only been away from home for a few days? You've already started mingling with others? 3 days of fasting is merely a punishment. Next time, it will be a hot pot of dog meat. Anbei lay pitifully in the cage, gazing up at Lin Feng with sorrowful eyes. It sensed it had erred, but remained oblivious to its misstep. It was best not to provoke Lin Feng, otherwise, its life would be in jeopardy. Brother, why are you pulling me? I must teach him a lesson today. That is a life we're discussing. How could he say he'll kill without a second thought? Xiao Xiao protested, feeling indignant. Indeed, a harmonious society had saved her, had the apocalypse come. Lin Feng would have certainly dealt with her had she released her dog. Xiao Xiao, he is wealthy. What concern is it of yours how he raises his dog? Go home. You are forbidden from coming to the villa again. Do you know that last night, Lin Xiao customized materials worth 3 billion with me? The manufacturer promised me a rebate of only 200 million. Wang Long and the others are oblivious to this. If they found out, Wang Long would surely have someone eliminate me. Do you know how ruthless the world of the wealthy is? I, your brother, have worked my way up from a construction worker. It hasn't been easy to reach where I am today. I am fighting desperately for this deal. Once I complete it, I can establish my own construction company. Is my life more important, or the life of a dog raised by Lin Feng? As Xiao Feng spoke, tears streamed down his face. That was 200 million. He toiled for a year to earn merely a few 100,000. Would he really allow 200 million to be ruined over a dog? Xiao Feng feared he would regret this for a lifetime. He began to lament that Lin Feng's departure had left Xiao Xiao in charge of the dog. He thought it would be inconsequential since Lin Feng was away. Yet he did not expect Xiao Xiao to have developed feelings for it. Brother, I didn't know. I'm sorry. I won't seek out Lin Feng anymore. Please don't cry. I was merely curious how he earned that money. We work so hard for so little. How can he earn so much? Why can't we? I believe I could also earn more. and you wouldn't have to toil under the sun at construction sites anymore. Xiao Qiao was still in university, unaware of the hardships of work. Missing out on Lin Feng's deal, Xiao Feng feared he might never encounter another opportunity like it in his lifetime. Enough, Xiao Qiao. The world of the wealthy is unlike ours. They make money effortlessly, their wealth multiplying. We lack the fortune of billionaires, this time. Earning a 200 million rebate could open the door to the affluent world for me. Our parents passed away early. As long as you are well, I can rest easy. I have inquired. Lin Xiao's dog costs 3 million. If you like, I can buy you one. I am not short of that money now. In the future. Tell me what you desire, and I will get it for you. But keep your distance from that circle of wealthy people. Their world is not as simple as you imagine. Once I establish my construction company and you graduate, come work for me. And I will show you the lives of the affluent. You will gradually understand. Xiao Feng, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears. For he had taken on the role of both father and mother for this sister, his heart burdened with concern. Taking out her phone, she transferred 20 million to Xiao Qiao, ensuring that she would have some money at her disposal. Xiao Qiao was not an extravagant spender. Yet it would be unwise to allow someone to be so easily swayed by a mere diamond ring worth a few thousand, leading her to commit her life to someone in a small hotel. Brother, I cannot accept this money. I still have a few thousand left, which is sufficient for my studies. Xiao Qiao wished to decline, not wanting to burden her brother further. Keep it for now. If I find myself in need, I will ask you for more. Remember my words. Steer clear of this crowd of wealthy individuals. I would never lead you astray. Xiao Feng turned back to the construction site, where the project was nearing completion and acceptance. He was on the verge of realizing his aspirations. It was imperative that the work be executed flawlessly and without any errors. Xiao Qiao gazed at the balance in her account, momentarily lost in thought. 20 million? She had never encountered such a sum before. How do the wealthy amass their fortunes? Lin Feng spent 30 billion on villas and 30 billion on materials? Is his family operating a mint? Xiao Qiao made a resolute decision. She too would embark on an entrepreneurial journey. She was determined to transform that 20 million into 2 billion, then 20 billion, and ultimately 200 billion. Though young and inexperienced, she was far from naive. With her initial capital secured, she resolved to emulate Lin Feng's ventures. I may lack business acumen, but am I not capable of learning? What if I don't go to the villas? They are not far, and surely I can learn from you. Chapter 28. The frenzied copying of homework. Jojo procured a night vision telescope, concealing himself in a corner to observe Lin Feng's daily activities. How does he amass such wealth? After all, their residences are merely a stone's throw apart, allowing for clear visibility. After a day of watching without any noteworthy developments, Jojo felt a pang of hunger and began to munch on the prepared bread while continuing his surveillance. I must learn the lucrative methods employed by the affluent. I am merely a university student with no experience in making money. Surely, I am not foolish. Whatever you do, I shall emulate. Can I truly fail to comprehend this homework? That would render me utterly useless. Lin Feng spent the entire day lounging in the yard, soaking up the sun, sipping beer, relishing barbecued delicacies, and engrossed in his mobile device. The mere distance of a few dozen meters allowed Jojo to observe without the aid of a telescope. At that moment, several vehicles arrived. As they pulled up, Lin Feng gestured toward the backyard golf course, and a team of workers disembarked, commencing the installation of a metal structure. The construction of the metal building progressed swiftly, completed within an afternoon, its dimensions impressively substantial, and the cost remarkably low. It appeared to be a warehouse. What purpose did Lin Feng have for a warehouse on the golf course? Why abandon such a fine golfing establishment? Jojo felt a twinge of concern as he gazed at the disheveled state of the golf course. Realizing that such a splendid venue deserved meticulous care and lamenting Lin Feng's profligate actions. As night fell, Jojo observed the arrival of more vehicles, easily identifiable as belonging to the Shuanghui group. Lin Feng pointed towards the warehouse, and one by one, the trucks entered, commencing the unloading of their cargo. Jojo scrutinized through his telescope, astonished to discover they were crates of sausages. My goodness, has Lin Feng lost his senses? He has purchased an entire fleet of trucks filled with sausages. How long will it take to consume such a bounty? Jojo was left speechless but diligently noted down in his small notebook, 1 truck of Shuanghui sausages. He had resolved that despite Lin Feng's cold demeanor, his ability to generate wealth was undeniable. Whatever he stockpiles, I shall stockpile too. When he sells, I will also sell. I refuse to believe he would acknowledge incurring losses. After the unloading of the sausages, Lin Feng rose, visited the warehouse, and then returned to resume his position in the yard, enjoying his beer. After a while, another 10 trucks arrived. It was evident without a doubt that they carried bottled water, as the name Ice2 was one Jojo recognized. Once again, Jojo documented in his notebook, 1 truck of Ice2 mineral water. He had already resolved that when Lin Feng commenced selling, he would muster the courage to inquire where Lin Feng intended to sell such a quantity, confident that if Lin Feng could find buyers, so too could he. By midnight, Jojo's notebook was densely filled with entries chronicling Lin Feng's acquisitions, predominantly consisting of food items, canned goods, snacks, dried squid, beef jerky, mineral water, and self-heating hot pots. Given that these products were readily available in the surrounding factories of Huanghai City and Lin Feng had not resorted to thievery, the dispatch was naturally swift. With an astronomical investment of 100 billion, he had nearly depleted the city's food supplies. By midnight, Lin Feng returned home to rest. Upon noticing the lights extinguished within, Jojo too made his way home. Residing on the second floor, Jojo found convenience in his living arrangement, as the first floor housed the building materials warehouse purchased by Qiao Feng. Arriving at the entrance of her residence, Qiao Feng opened the warehouse he had purchased, only to find that nearly all the construction materials had been utilized. The space was quite expansive. Being in the construction business, Qiao Feng naturally stocked up on materials. However, this time the order from Lin Feng was so substantial that it completely depleted his inventory. The main structure of the building was composed of steel and titanium alloy. Yet the interior still required essential materials such as sand, cement, tiles, and flooring. It would be impractical to use steel exclusively. Noticing there was still room for storage, Qiao began searching online for supplier contact numbers, determined to stock up as well. Surely, she believed, there was no way Qiao, could fail to earn a profit. After finalizing her procurement, she found that of the 20 million, only 600,000 remained. Some of the snacks Lin Feng had purchased were rather expensive. A single pack of beef jerky cost between 40 to 50. Just imagine the total for an entire truckload. Qiao made her payments online and requested prompt delivery, with most vendors assuring her of arrival within 3 days. After all, the distance from Huanghai City to the capital was not great, and the logistics were exceptionally convenient. Upon returning home, Qiao contemplated her desire for a dog. With 600,000 remaining, would that be sufficient? She opened her app and began searching for Tibetan Mastiffs. Non-purebreds were priced in the thousands, while purebreds ranged from tens of thousands to over 100,000. Not everyone, after all, was like Lin Feng, who would spend 3 million on a dog. Qiao stumbled upon a Tibetan Mastiff that resembled an bay and found it listed at 188,000, non-negotiable, but available for 180,000 if picked up personally. Intrigued by the beautiful pup, estimated to be around 3 months old, she saved the link, noted the address, and resolved to visit the next day, particularly since her supplies wouldn't arrive until then. On December 28, 2049, with merely 3 days remaining until the impending apocalypse, Lin Feng continued to await his supplies at home, while Qiao set off to acquire her dog. After hitching a ride for over 300 kilometers, she arrived at a villa in the suburbs of the capital, where she expressed her intentions and was introduced to the puppies. There were 2, a male and a female, both purebreds and over 3 months old. Delighted, Qiao completed the purchase of the female dog. By the afternoon, as she returned home with her new companion, she contemplated her next move and called a meat processing plant to order various kinds of meat for 50,000. Lin Feng's dog is fed meat. My dog shall not be inferior. The delivery was scheduled for the following day, and in a fit of determination, Qiao purchased 5 large freezers. There was no particular reason for this purchase. It was simply her way of asserting herself. Though she may not rival Lin Feng in some aspects, she would surely outdo him in the quantity of meat. We are both human. If you can succeed, so can I. Women can also hold up half the sky. I may have less capital, but I will eventually surpass you, the heartless merchant. I intend to emulate Lin Feng, to become Lin Feng, and then to surpass him. She set a modest goal, to transform 20 million into 100 million. Once everything was in order, Qiao bathed the little dog and named her Fangzi. Mimicking Lin Feng's every move, she was resolute in her belief that she would succeed financially. Meanwhile, Wu Yong, the clever strategist, had also become an ardent admirer of Lin Feng. Lin Feng's audacious strategy of renting entire properties had garnered him an astounding fortune of 12 billion. Wu Yong had never witnessed such wealth before. It would be impossible not to feel tempted. Fortunately, he remained Lin Feng's foremost lieutenant, with 12 billion in resources. What would Lin Feng do next? Doesn't Wu Yong also possess 50 million? Moreover, Wu Yong is aware that Lin Feng expended 3 billion to construct a residence. Taking advantage of his position, he managed to secure a villa for himself, as such advantageous rental opportunities are rare. How could Wu Yong possibly let this slip by? Lin Feng never stated that Wu Yong was forbidden from renting a property. Fearing scrutiny from Lin Feng, Wu Yong refrained from acquiring multiple properties, opting instead for a single villa charged to the company as accounts. If Lin Feng were to discover this, he could simply purchase it outright. Wu Yong invested a few million to reinforce the villa, emulating Lin Feng's strategy, and hoarded over 40 million in water and supplies, having previously missed a lucrative opportunity. He certainly could not afford to let this one pass. Lin Feng, who hoarded 12 billion without a hint of anxiety. Why should I, Wu Yong, fear hoarding a mere few tens of millions? When Lin Feng decides to sell, it would be effortless for him to take his supplies along. After all, with the myriad of clever maneuvers employed by the boss, it would suffice for me to follow in his footsteps and learn. If one could miscopy homework so easily, then I, Wu Yong, would truly be inept. Elated, Wu Yong mused that with over 40 million in supplies, he could surely earn several million. The boss amassed 12 billion in less than a month. In comparison to that fortune, 40 million is trivial. Furthermore, once those properties are rented out, they could yield around 70 to 80 million. If I, Wu Yong, am to take initiative on behalf of the boss, hoarding supplies is the way to go. If a matter of a few tens of millions still requires the boss's deliberation, then what is the value of my existence? Chapter 29. The arrival of the apocalypse war chariot in the wake of tumultuous times. Some rejoice while others lament. For every imitator, there are those who find themselves stripped bare. The Lin Group has seen its market value dwindled to a mere 3 billion due to the overwhelming presence of the rental market. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, the rental phase is set to conclude in 3 days. Otherwise, the stock prices would surely plummet further. Father, I have some good news, Lin Tian announced. The owner of the Bigue garden tragically jumped from a building this morning. The owner of Fenghao Real Estate seems to have offended someone, as he is constantly under threat and now dares not step outside. He has been restricted from high expenditures, unable to take the high-speed train or travel abroad. He presented his phone to Lin Hao, revealing that although they had suffered a loss of 5 billion, their cash flow had steadied them. The reality is that they now possess only a few million. Nonetheless, compared to Bigue Garden and Fenghao Real Estate, they have weathered this winter of real estate. Is it finally over? Lin Hao pondered. The owner of Bigue Garden clearly could not withstand the pressure. Lin Feng's reckless maneuvers cannot possibly endure, mark my words. Within a month, Lin Feng will face bankruptcy and liquidation. We should seize the opportunity to acquire those properties at auction. There are over 30,000 houses in Huahai City. And with a mere 30% increase in value, we could recover the 5 billion we lost this month. After many days of distress, Lin Hao finally glimpsed a ray of hope. Once the two giants of the real estate market crumble, Lin Group could acquire half of Huanghai City's properties, thereby establishing itself as the largest real estate conglomerate in all of Huaxia. I concur, Lin Tian replied. This month has been utterly distressing. I haven't even dared to dine at a Michelin 3-star restaurant. Lin Feng's days of prosperity are numbered. His scheme is nothing but a classic Ponzi trap. I've received word that the higher-ups have begun investigating him. If Lin Feng cannot repay his loans next month, he may very well spend the rest of his life behind bars. Lin Tian also perceived the dawn of victory. Lin Feng's all-rental scheme had deceived over 100 billion. The future appears increasingly promising. As the new year approaches, you should reserve a table at Tianhai Hotel and order a sumptuous feast for us to celebrate. Lin Hao felt a measure of relief. After all, it was not he who had been deceived, but rather those foolish tenants who had rented from Lin Feng. There would come a day when they would weep. All right, father, I shall make the reservation, he remarked. Though I wonder what Lin Feng is thinking, having fled to Russia. If I were in his shoes, I would never return. He is surely doomed this time. With a light heart, Lin Tian went to make the reservation, while Wang Long gazed at the ledger with a furrowed brow. He had already invested 8 billion in materials for Lin Feng's safe house. The 900 million Lin Feng had provided vanished within 10 days. And now the funding chain for the Hulong Security Company had snapped. Damn it, what a loss, he lamented. By the time the project is completed, I will only earn 300 million, and I won't see a penny until next year. Lin Feng, you are calculating to the last detail. You promised me 300 million, and that is all I shall receive. In a fit of frustration, Wang Long ripped the ledger to shreds. With an impending investment of 8 billion, how could the profit be so meager? Alas, the contract was signed, and the deed was in Wang Long's possession. He must see the project through, as he dared not breach the agreement. Fortunately, the inspection was imminent. Upon completion, he would receive 900 million, with another 900 million due in 3 months. As for that 300 million profit, he would wait a year if need be. Upon considering this, Wang Long's expression improved slightly. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng, beaming with joy, called Lin Feng. Lin Xiao, the materials worth 3 billion are here for inspection. Where shall we place them? Lin Feng rose from his chair and replied, just unload them in the warehouse. After hanging up, he examined the surplus materials to assess their worth against the 3 billion price tag. Observing the trucks filled with steel plates, titanium alloy sheets, specialty glass panels, and aviation-grade materials, Lin Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. Even if they were not worth 3 billion, they must surely surpass 5 billion. Could one expect Xiao Feng to earn nothing? After all, middlemen typically profit from their transactions. Unload the goods, and once finished, close the doors. Lin Feng gestured for them to proceed. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, Xiao Feng was a man of integrity. The market value of the 3 billion in materials was indeed accurate. The 200 million profit Xiao Feng earned was not merely a markup, but rather a finder's fee. After all, who wouldn't he offer a discount for such a large purchase? Lin Feng, having experienced the apocalypse, had developed a rather cynical view of humanity, failing to recognize that many individuals still adhere to principles. Xiao Feng, smiling as he glanced at the 180 million balance on his phone, thought to himself, at last, I can establish my own construction company. He joyfully drove to register the company as the project was nearing completion, and the details were inconsequential. Xiao Feng had long had his eye on a plot of land, originally valued at 330 million, which had plummeted in price due to Lin Feng's influence. Now available for just 170 million. He hurried to sign the contract, confident that, based on his extensive experience, even if he did not develop it right away, he could easily sell it for over 200 million after holding it for just 6 months. I must secure this land. What if tomorrow is the apocalypse? The value could continue to decline? I cannot allow it to languish in my possession. Absolutely not. Rental properties are no longer for sale. Land prices will surely rise. Xiao Feng exuberantly signed the contract and transferred the funds. This land will soon belong to me, Xiao Feng. From this moment forth, I am a businessman. I will strike it rich. At the warehouse, once the unloading was complete and the workers departed, Lin Feng entered, stored the items in a space, and then exited, closing the door behind him. The purpose of constructing such a warehouse was to obscure the operation, as it seemed unreasonable to have so many items without a proper place for them. Just then, Zhao Jun arrived at Lin Feng's doorstep, driving a towering truck with temporary plates and tin tires. At first sight of the vehicle, Lin Feng was smitten. This 300 million was well spent. Zhao Jun, you truly are my good brother. He gestured for Zhao Jun to disembark. Zhao Jun's eyes sparkled not only with excitement but also with admiration. This is nothing short of a masterpiece. And I, Zhao Jun, crafted it. This is the pinnacle of my life's work. Observing the gleam in Zhao Jun's eyes, Lin Feng felt a twinge of compassion. It appeared that Zhao Jun had scarcely slept this month. Otherwise, he could not have produced these 2 vehicles. Zhao Jun, do you trust me? Lin Feng patted Zhao Jun on the shoulder, deciding to offer a word of encouragement. I do. Lin Xiao, I believe in whatever you say. The snowmobiles and their accessories have arrived. Once you complete the inspection, I must return home to rest for 3 days and nights. I am utterly exhausted. I nearly collapsed from fatigue. Zhao Jun's eyes were bloodshot. His weariness was genuine. If you trust me, work an additional 2 days. I have a foreboding that prices for water, rice, flour, salt, instant noodles, ham, and various canned fruits and meats are about to surge. I am indifferent to how much profit you make. If you believe in my insight, you should withdraw all your savings immediately and stock up. Consider mortgaging your factory to acquire supplies, as your modification shop has ample storage space. If you trust me, this is the last opportunity in your life to amass wealth. Zhao Jun paused, finding Lin Feng's words somewhat bewildering. What era is this? We are approaching 2050. The days of scarcity are long behind us. Unless there is war, how could there possibly be a lack of food and drink? All right, Lin Xiao, I will prepare as soon as you finish testing the vehicle. Zhao Jun nodded, harboring a mix of belief and skepticism regarding Lin Feng's assertions. You need not accompany me. I will take a taxi to Walmart to place an order. Whether you believe me or not is your choice. Lin Feng draped his arm around Zhao Jun's shoulder, urging him to leave. Revealing to Zhao Jun that the apocalypse is imminent would surely make him think I am mad. If Zhao Jun chooses not to stockpile resources after my warning, that is no longer Lin Feng's concern. Chapter 30. The final revelry. Zhao Jun, leaving the villa area with a mixture of skepticism and anticipation, sought a taxi to Walmart. With the profits from these vehicles and the components Lin Feng desired, he had amassed a fortune of 50 million. Zhao Jun had little savings. The modification shop consumed vast amounts of capital, with equipment costs soaring. Over the years, his earnings had been entirely reinvested into the machinery of the factory. Upon witnessing Zhao Jun's departure, Lin Feng entered the vehicle, eager to assess its driving experience. He ignited the engine and pressed the accelerator to the floor, careening straight towards his former villa. A resounding crash echoed as the car's front end smashed into the villa, startling Zhao Jun, who had just walked away. Lin Feng, have you lost your mind? That old house is worth millions. You can't just demolish it. Lin Feng shifted into reverse, the vehicle's powerful engine allowing him to back out effortlessly. After exiting the car to inspect the damage, he noted that the glass remained intact. though the front paint was marred, revealing the titanium alloy beneath along with some scratches. Satisfied, he nodded. This was precisely the effect he desired. Zhao Jun's craftsmanship was commendable. He then sped around the expansive 800-acre golf course, leaving utter destruction in his wake without a hint of remorse. This is madness. Lin Xiao has truly gone insane. Zhao Jun watched, utterly dumbfounded as Lin Feng tore through the course. How could someone so wealthy descend into such madness? Shaking his head, Zhao Jun resolved to leave. They were good friends, but this was beyond his jurisdiction or control. Perhaps in a few days, when Lin Feng regained his senses, he could persuade him to seek help at a psychiatric facility. After all, it was alarming to see someone so young lose their grip on reality. Early treatment could yield positive results. Meanwhile, Lin Feng tested the car's maximum speed, which, due to its weight, capped at 200 kilometers per hour. Yet, he was content. This was more than sufficient. At that moment, a delivery truck arrived at the villa area, laden with parts. Lin Feng drove over to greet them and directed the unloading to the warehouse. A brief count confirmed Zhao Jun's reliability. He had indeed heeded Lin Feng's prior advice regarding stockpiling supplies. The rest was now in Zhao Jun's capable hands. Once the unloading was complete, Lin Feng ignited the snow vehicle for a trial run. However, given the grassy terrain rather than snow, the tracked vehicle sent turf flying, effectively ruining the golf course. It circled twice, moving slowly at a mere 60 kilometers per hour. Had it been on snow, it might have soared. Pleased with the outcome, Lin Feng drove the vehicle into the warehouse, secured the doors, and stored it away. He was now fully prepared, with only the safe house remaining. Speaking of which, the safe house had arrived. Wang Long, holding the keys, reached the safe house and called Lin Feng. Noticing Wang Long's call, Lin Feng chose not to answer as he exited the warehouse and proceeded to the safe house. Lin Xiao, it's completed. Please come and inspect. Wang Long observed the ravaged golf course and the wall of the villa reduced to rubble, momentarily bewildered. However, this was of no concern to Wang Long. He was there to collect the 900 million in payments. The thought that waiting another 3 months for the remaining amount would recoup his investment eased Wang Long's mind considerably. Very well, I shall take a look. Lin Feng followed Wang Long into the house, inspecting each room meticulously. Indeed, Qiao Feng's reliability was evident. The quality was unquestionably satisfactory. Ding. Wang Long glanced at his phone and checked the message. Upon seeing the transfer of 900 million, a broad smile spread across his face as he handed the keys to Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, you are indeed straightforward. You may reside here for the next 3 months. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to call me. I will dispatch someone to address them immediately. Lin Feng accepted the keys with a nod. 3 months? Given Wang Long's current financial predicament, it was uncertain whether he could survive even that long. Well, I shall refrain from treating you to a meal for now. I will first assess the comfort of this residence. Understood, Mr. Lin. I will send the workers away. Wang Long was content now that the payment had been received. After all, the land deed was still in his possession. Whether Lin Feng paid the remaining balance or not, Wang Long was already in the clear. Once Wang Long departed, Lin Feng retrieved his phone and directly dialed the number for Tianhai Hotel. With 95 million remaining in his account, he felt an irresistible urge to spend. He proceeded to book 500 tables for an extravagant banquet. Deliveries would commence at dawn. 500 tables in the morning, 500 at noon, and 500 in the evening, all to be delivered to Villa 108 in the Xishan district. The manager was taken aback. Each table for the lavish feast cost 30,000 yuan. 500 tables amounted to a staggering 45 million. This could practically purchase their hotel. Ding. The sound of payment notification echoed. Suddenly, the payment alert rang, prompting the manager to hastily inquire with the owner, has 45 million been credited? The owner nodded, and the manager promptly replied, certainly, Mr. Lin. I will begin preparations immediately to ensure timely delivery. After concluding the call, Lin Feng dialed 110. He reported to the police that goods worth 10 billion had mysteriously vanished from his warehouse, startling the authorities. Just days prior, incidents of disappearing items had plagued Kyoto. Was this misfortune now descending upon my Huahai city? Lin Feng's clever stratagem of the thief accusing the thief was ingenious. As long as he reported a loss, no one would suspect him of theft, nor would anyone dare to seek charity or resources from him casually. He opened the warehouse door for the police, knowing full well that it was currently empty. 10 minutes later, several police cars arrived with sirens blaring. Initially, the officers were skeptical of Lin Feng's claim regarding 10 billion in goods, but upon presenting purchase records and recent vehicle entry logs, they were convinced. Lin Feng, does your warehouse housing 10 billion worth of goods not have a single surveillance camera? The police officer raised an eyebrow in suspicion. While the entrance cameras captured vehicles delivering supplies, it was curious that there were no cameras monitoring the interior. I had installed cameras, but they too have gone missing. The officer was at a loss for words. Lin Feng's explanation seemed plausible. After all, if 10 billion worth of goods could vanish, losing a camera was entirely reasonable. Very well, Lin Feng, we will initiate an investigation over the next few days. Have you recently offended anyone? Disclosing this information could help us provide leads for solving the case. The officer began taking notes while questioning Lin Feng about potential adversaries. Lin Feng contemplated for a moment before decisively voicing his suspicion regarding Lin Hao. Officer, I suspect that this matter is the doing of Lin Hao. My intention in promoting the full rental housing initiative was to create a benefit for the common people, alleviating their burdens of mortgage loans. Yet, it has resulted in a catastrophic plunge in the stock prices of Lin's real estate. This must surely be the handiwork of Lin Hao's associates. However, officer, I am merely providing a lead. You must not disclose this information. Your protection of my personal safety is paramount. This month alone, I have contributed 30 billion in taxes. As I am indeed a conscientious entrepreneur, Lin Feng played his cards skillfully, not only exonerating himself, but also casting a shadow of blame upon Lin Hao. Although the impending doom loomed near, Lin Feng relished the thought of complicating matters further for Lin Hao. Chapter 31. The Final Supper. Rest assured, Mr. Lin Feng. We shall keep your matters confidential. We will promptly investigate the Lin Corporation and Lin Hao. Please keep your mobile phone powered on and remain in Huahai City for the time being. We will notify you as soon as we have any news regarding your assets. The officer advised Lin Feng with a few words, to which he nodded in acknowledgement. It is impossible for me to leave Huahai City. I appreciate your assistance, officer. Please do contact me once you find anything. Otherwise, my financial chain will collapse, and I want to be able to repay my loans next month. The officer cast a sidelong glance at Lin Feng, remarking that this was not a valid reason for failing to repay loans. However, he refrained from voicing this. Lin Feng's financial obligations were not his concern. His sole responsibility was to investigate the bizarre disappearance of assets worth billions. A team of officers began their search using the most advanced equipment, looking for footprints, hairs, and various suspicious clues. Lin Feng, however, paid them little mind. Knowing they would search through the night, and he would depart by morning. Losing belongings was not akin to a loss of life. In the land of China, as long as no fatalities occurred, such matters were considered trivial. Returning to his former villa, Lin Feng ensured no one was watching from behind the house before activating his spatial abilities to retrieve the damaged wall, subsequently sealing the breach with the original bricks. Of course, the wall remained fractured, but it served merely to obscure the view. The villa had little use now. Blocking the hole was simply to maintain discretion. He then excavated a pit beneath the villa, preparing to collect medical supplies. This was not a zero-cost endeavor. Lin Feng had already deposited 200 million. Under the cover of darkness, Lin Feng made his way to the surveillance room of the first hospital. Inside, an elderly gentleman dozed off, and Lin Feng chose not to disturb him, directly seizing the surveillance system. Next, he ventured into the hospital's warehouse. A glance revealed that he had struck gold once again. Not only were there the 10 billion worth of supplies he had ordered, but also an array of new equipment and medicines procured by the first hospital, supplemented by their original stock. Lin Feng had struck it rich. It appeared that Director Li Yuan, having pocketed his 200 million, was also upgrading his facilities and replenishing his inventory. He collected everything. This batch of medical supplies could fetch over 1.5 billion in the market. Leaving them behind would be a slight against their value. Upon returning home, an hour later, the police received another report. A staggering 15 billion worth of medical supplies had vanished from the hospital warehouse, along with the surveillance footage. The officers had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Lin Feng had lost 100 billion worth of assets, so losing 15 billion seemed rather reasonable. Lin Feng returned home and entered his safe house. He retrieved several mobile phones and set up 10 computers. With only one day remaining, he decided to download various games, television dramas, and books. Once the solar flare erupted and damaged a third of the satellites, internet speeds would plummet from 6G back to 3G, making it significantly slower to download content and access the web. Throughout that night, Lin Feng transformed into a diligent little bee, downloading everything to stave off the boredom that would accompany the impending apocalypse. It was until the early hours of the morning that Lin Feng, cradling several phones, succumbed to a deep slumber, only to be awakened by the persistent ringing of a phone. Mr. Lin, this is Tianai Hotel. We will arrive at your residence in 10 minutes. May I ask if it is convenient for you to receive the delivery? Lin Feng rubbed his eyes and replied, It is convenient. I am at home. After hanging up the phone, I glanced at the time. It was already 7:30 in the morning. Rising from my seat, I exited the safe house and opened the warehouse door. 10 minutes later, 5 vehicles slowly approached and subsequently entered the warehouse. Placed them in the warehouse. I will arrange for someone to collect them, Lin Feng stated as he stepped aside. The manager of Tianai Hotel produced a note, preparing for Lin Feng's signature. 500 tables, 6,000 dishes, along with a selection of red wines. Although it was takeout, the presentation remained exquisite. The plates and cutlery had been provided by them. What value did those plates really hold? Each of the 6,000 dishes was individually packaged, secured with wooden racks, neatly arranged in rows. Lin Feng observed that each rack contained precisely 12 dishes and 2 bottles of red wine, equivalent to 1 table. It was easy to verify. There were a total of 500 racks. Mr. Lin, if there are no issues, could you please sign to acknowledge receipt? It would facilitate my reporting back. This order, amounting to 15 million, warranted her utmost diligence. Lin Feng accepted the pen and paper, signing directly while contemplating how to allocate the remaining 50 million. The quality of your dishes is commendable. As I am moving into a new residence, I require 2 days of continuous feasting. Tomorrow, I will need another 1,500 tables for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I will transfer the funds now, so please promptly notify your supervisor to prepare. With that, Lin Feng transferred an additional 45 million, money that felt too hot to hold on to, as it was uncomfortable to refrain from spending. Understood, Mr. Lin. We will prepare immediately. Your order will not be delayed. The manager was thrilled. Another substantial order of 45 million. Working at the hotel, her earnings comprised not only a base salary but also commissions, 1%. 90 million would yield a commission of 900,000. Lin Feng could have asked her to warm his bed that night, and she would have obliged. Now go, do not delay my hosting. Lin Feng waved his hand. Pondering the remaining 5 million, what should he purchase? Today was December 31st. Tomorrow marked the arrival of the apocalypse. Yet, on the first day of the apocalypse, aside from satellite damage and rising temperatures, there were no significant natural disasters. Lin Feng recalled that the temperature in Huanghai City in January had astonishingly reached 30 degrees. Of course, it would only get hotter day by day. Initially, the authorities could manage things, but eventually, they would be overwhelmed, unable to provide for the common populace when their own supplies dwindled. Thus, Lin Feng placed another order for the following day, aware that delivery would still be feasible. But the day after might pose challenges. Once the manager departed, Lin Feng closed the warehouse door and directly received 500 tables of food and drink. 3,000 tables, sufficient to sustain himself for decades, perhaps? Mediocre, really. It didn't even surpass the bounty of fish and shrimp from Lake Baikal. Upon returning home, Lin Feng retrieved 2 fried dough sticks and a cup of soy milk from his storage space, continuing to download educational materials from the West, East Asia, and domestic sources, various artillery loading techniques, hybrid rice cultivation methods, postpartum care for sows. None of it could be overlooked. In the future, learning would be limited to offline resources. Throughout the day, Lin Feng collected his meals and returned to find dozens of smartphones and several computers downloading information simultaneously. The speed of the 6G era was undeniably rapid. He affixed radiation-resistant film to all the glass surfaces, an inner layer and an outer layer. The glass itself is composed of explosion-proof and radiation-resistant material, with a thickness of 1.5 meters. Yet, Lin Feng still felt a sense of insecurity and decided to add 2 additional layers. Lin Feng was exceedingly cautious. Despite possessing ample resources and weaponry capable of inciting a rebellion, he remained profoundly fearful of death. In the dead of night, he ventured to the night market to deplete their inventory, spending a staggering 2.3 million. A man must honor his word. I declared that I would arrive on the evening of December 31st, and I, Lin Feng, shall certainly keep that promise. This day was both busy and fulfilling. Chapter 32. Solar flare erupts, global communication paralyzed at 2 a.m. On January 1st, 2050, Lin Feng meticulously packed away every item in the old villa. Pots, pans, and furniture were all accounted for, leaving the place utterly barren. He then buried a small cache of explosives in the villa's basement, prepared for any eventuality. Upon opening the cage of his pet, Anbei, who had been famished for several days and appeared gaunt, Lin Feng brought him into the safe house and tossed him a leg of lamb, prompting Anbei to wag his tail in gratitude. With a decisive motion, Lin Feng secured the titanium alloy door, which required not only a key but also a password and facial recognition for entry. Once closed, this door could only be opened by Lin Feng himself. Contemplating violent attempts to breach the door? Those daring enough were welcome to try. Seated by the window, Lin Feng uncorked a bottle of red wine, savoring the silence as he drank. He needed to ascertain whether the apocalypse would truly arrive, and he wished to witness it firsthand. Should the end not come, he would have to hastily escape to Myanmar. His debts loomed large, and once imprisoned, concealing the truth of his thefts would be impossible. To break free from prison would necessitate the use of spatial abilities, which would undoubtedly expose him. At that point, he would be more than just a fraudster. Authorities might dissect him for research, and even nations like Russia could unleash atomic devastation upon him. If the apocalypse were to evade him, he envisioned a different narrative in Myanmar, establishing a warlord's reign, surrounded by a harem of thousands, seizing control of the land as a local emperor. With his current arsenal, dismantling the Myanmar government would be trivial, let alone overpowering a few warlords. And if his ambition soared higher, unifying Southeast Asia and ultimately the planet seemed merely a matter of time. Lacking weapons and resources to smuggle across borders wouldn't deter him. He believed global unification was simply an inevitability. With this contingency plan in mind, he resumed his position by the window, sipping his wine, his heart racing as he gazed into the night. It was impossible not to feel anxious. He both anticipated and dreaded the onset of the apocalypse. This world, so breathtakingly beautiful, would inevitably transform into a hellish landscape, where even an abundance of resources could not amend the ugliness of human nature. In the apocalypse, two things would be unbearable: the sun and the human heart. Lin Feng understood this all too well. At 2:30 a.m., his eyes widened as he stared at the pitch-black sky. Suddenly, a blinding white light illuminated the entire night, casting the solar system into a daylight glow. The solar flare had erupted. In an instant, all the screens of his devices began to flicker with static, rendering them utterly useless. This was the terrifying consequence of a solar flare and magnetic storm. Lin Feng recognized that from this moment forth, human technology would regress a century. The eruption and ensuing magnetic storm had obliterated a third of the satellites, severely compromising signals. Even satellite phones would be affected. Moreover, the situation would only worsen from this point onward, as no nation would possess the capability to manufacture new satellites in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Not only have the satellites been affected, but the magnetic storms unleashed by solar flares have commenced the destruction of Earth's ozone layer. Fortunately, it has merely been damaged, not entirely obliterated. As dawn breaks tomorrow, the sun's energy will unreservedly bathe the Earth. The lethal potency of ultraviolet rays will render all living beings unable to confront the sunlight during the day. From this moment forth, sunlight shall become fatal for humanity. Lin Feng sipped a glass of red wine, filled with anticipation for this apocalyptic era. Tomorrow, he could still host a banquet. Once humanity comprehends the terror of sunlight, no one would dare venture outside during the day. Approximately a minute later, the brilliant white light in the sky vanished. Such is the terror of the sun in that fleeting moment. Countless lives on the opposite side of the earth must have perished. Many residents of Huanghai City witnessed that minute of daylight-like brilliance, though they were unaware of its implications. They did not dwell on it. The vast majority were oblivious, as it was 2:30 in the morning, the hour when most people succumb to slumber. The nation of Huaxiao was fortunate, having shielded itself from the initial wave. Meanwhile, the beautiful nation across the globe was plunged into chaos. That single minute rendered electronic devices worldwide utterly inoperative, causing innumerable vehicles to collide uncontrollably. Blackouts, internet outages, explosions, fires, cries of anguish, sounds of weeping, moans of despair, calls for help. The opposite side of the earth had transformed into a doomsday scenario. Pu Chuan had yet to locate the missing aircraft carrier. Upon witnessing this calamity, he aged decades, resembling a 200-year-old man. Is the heavens intent on vanquishing America? What has transpired on this earth? The higher-ups in the beautiful nation observed the chaos unfolding in the streets. In that brief moment, the losses incurred were beyond calculation. This was the impetus for Lin Feng's return to Huaxia. There was no time to linger in Russia. Next year would bring the extreme cold. Finally, after relentless efforts from the beautiful nation, the communication systems began to gradually restore over an hour later. The police, fire departments, and hospitals were inundated with calls from citizens. Everywhere, vehicles had collided, and injuries were rampant amidst the fires, plunging the entire beautiful nation into utter disarray. Huaxia was certainly affected as well. Numerous vehicles lost control and plummeted from overpasses, resulting in numerous fatalities. However, at 3 in the morning, traffic was not at its peak, and due to the communication blackout, many remained blissfully unaware of the calamity unfolding in the world. After finishing his wine, Lin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Given Huaxia's repair speed, communication should be restored by 6 in the morning, right? Yet, from this moment onward, the era of 6G would be bid farewell. Being able to access 3G would be a blessing. Witnessing the apocalypse arrive as foretold, Lin Feng felt a weight lifted from his chest. There was no need to flee to Myanmar to establish a warlord uprising. He could remain safely at home. There was no rush to repay the bank loans. And as for the high-interest debts, if you dare to come looking for me, I shall certainly repay you. Exhausted from the day, Lin Feng finished his wine, lay down, and drifted into a deep sleep. Residing in this safe house brought him considerable solace. Lin Feng slept soundly, while the internet in Huaxia began to gradually recover. The nation had transformed into a realm of exclusive connectivity, with satellites severely compromised, rendering foreign communication impossible. Even the authorities were oblivious to the events unfolding on the other side of the Earth, as satellite phones remained inoperable. What transpired at 2:30 in the morning? In that fleeting moment, I felt as though I could see my great-grandmother beckoning to me. Had the sun exploded? Otherwise, how could there be a blackout and loss of network? I witnessed that blinding light. It felt like the end of the world. Whether the sun had indeed erupted, I could not ascertain, but I did know that the gas station outside my community had exploded, shattering my windows. I couldn't reach 119 for help. The inferno raged throughout the night before finally subsiding. Thankfully, it was night. Otherwise, many lives would have been lost. Who can rescue me? I am beneath the bridge 35 kilometers from Huanghai City on the expressway. I have been trapped here for several hours. My calls for help are futile. Numerous vehicles have careened off the highway. My leg is broken, trapped within the wreckage, and I cannot escape. Whoever rescues me, I will reward them with 1 million. The internet buzzed with a cacophony of discussions and desperate pleas for help. The traffic accidents were overwhelming, and the police force in Huanghai City was utterly insufficient. Not only was the police force in Huanghai City stretched thin, but the entire nation faced similar predicaments, with uncontrolled vehicles colliding everywhere. For the unfortunate, a mere blink could signify the passage of a night. For the fortunate, a closed eye could signify the passage of a lifetime. Why did the ones who remained closed-eyed become the lucky ones? The survivors lamented their choices that fateful night, regretting not having taken to the expressway. In these times of disrupted communication and no means to report emergencies, the only recourse lay in the benevolence of the omnipotent netizens. Chapter 33. The first day of the apocalypse. Lin Feng awoke at the break of dawn, his phone indicating that the network had indeed been restored. The transition from 2G to 3G allowed for watching live streams and making video calls, which sufficed for the moment. He retrieved a dozen beers and some skewered kidneys from his storage, then scrolled through Weibo and various forums, which were inundated with discussions about the events of the previous night. Before long, nearly all social media platforms had issued pinned announcements, with the official statement released promptly by the government. The authorities of Huaxia were ever so swift in their responses. Yet Lin Feng understood that no one could save this world from the catastrophic disaster that had befallen it. Notice to the citizens of Huaxia. At 2:30 a.m. on January 1st, 2050, due to a solar flare, all global communication devices have malfunctioned. The authorities are diligently working to address the resulting incidents. From January 1st to January 4th, 2050, all citizens are granted a collective 3-day holiday. Travel is discouraged unless absolutely necessary, to avoid hindering rescue operations. To ensure the normalcy of residents' lives, all food retail establishments, including large supermarkets, grocery stores, restaurants, hotels, and water stations, will remain operational without unauthorized price increases. Violators will face consequences. Gatherings and outings should be minimized to prevent overcrowding and mitigate further harm. The government will exert every effort to restore water, electricity, gas, and communication systems to maintain residents' quality of life. Due to the severity of the situation, please refrain from reporting non-essential incidents to conserve police resources for aiding those affected by the disaster. This announcement was made by the Huaxia Kyoto Disaster Response Command at 6 a.m. on January 1st, 2050. After reading the announcement, Lin Feng shook his head. The Huaxia government was indeed prompt in their disaster response, yet they still underestimated the magnitude of this calamity. A 3-day holiday? Just wait and see what unfolds after 3 days. The situation is far more complex than they imagined. He browsed the forum, where lively discussions were taking place. Oh, a holiday. 3 days off. I can play games again. Who's going to stop me now? The user above must be quite foolish with a 2G network. Playing games would be nearly impossible, wouldn't it? No, wait, it seems to have returned to 3G? Is the government truly this efficient? A holiday? How can that be? My mortgage, car loan, and online debts are all waiting for repayment. What am I supposed to eat during this holiday? Surely the government will provide some relief supplies and compensation for work stoppages, right? Gamblers deserve no sympathy. Just in time for the new year. My family has prepared plenty of food and drink. We can gather together. Wah, can someone save me? My parents have been out driving all night. And I'm alone at home, feeling scared. You lot are just well-fed and overindulgent. I'm a taxi driver. Have you seen the highways and overpasses? Last night, electronic devices malfunctioned. Who knows how many lives were lost? I curse that you all suffer worse fates. Don't listen to his nonsense. How does the malfunction of electronic devices affect cars? Did you crash on the highway due to your lack of skill? Don't blame gravity for your incompetence. The person above is clearly a foolish female driver. It's 2050. Most cars are now electronically controlled. Do you think this is your tractor that can be started with a lever? Your skills must be quite exceptional. Last night, why didn't you take the highway? Lin Feng scrolled through his phone for quite a while, encountering both jubilant expressions of holiday cheer and incessant curses online. Sipping on a light beer, Lin Feng mused that this was perhaps just another form of amusement. It was merely the first day. Soon enough, you would understand the true meaning of despair. Buzz. Just then, Lin Feng's phone rang. He swiped up to answer, and it was the manager of Tianai Hotel. Mr. Lin, can we still deliver your meal today? We are fully prepared here. The communication failure has little to do with our kitchen, but as you've seen in the announcement, it's advised to avoid unnecessary outings. The manager's voice was laden with regret. She was at a loss for how to resolve such a significant issue, especially since it involved a contract worth 45 million. She could only call to inquire about the situation. Please deliver it. The number of affected individuals here is minimal. You must trust the authorities. This was essentially Lin Feng's last supply. He could not afford to forego it. In the future, if he craved a meal, he would have to prepare it himself. Don't mention the exorbitant price of 30,000 per table now. In the future, even 300 million per table would find eager buyers. Who would wish for a sumptuous meal before facing the end? Understood, Mr. Lin. We will ensure your order is delivered within 30 minutes, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Upon hearing the hotel manager's words, Lin Feng shook his head. These people were truly reckless in their pursuit of profit. Do you have any idea how terrifying the lethal potential of ultraviolet rays is after the ozone layer is compromised? There is no need for me to remind you. By tomorrow morning, the entire nation will be aware. Lin Feng retrieved a bottle of sunscreen from his space and applied it to the exposed skin of his face and head. Do not underestimate this small bottle. In due time, it could be a lifesaver. The potency of ultraviolet rays? It exceeds your wildest imaginations. After applying the sunscreen, Lin Feng prepared his sunshade and sunglasses. He had no intention of meeting an untimely demise. He had to be thoroughly prepared. During his stroll in the beautiful country, Lin Feng had particularly favored sunscreen from cosmetic manufacturers, for their quality was evidently superior to domestic products. Standing by the window, he gazed outside. Your good days are now at an end, while mine are just beginning. Lin Feng looked out at the world, reminiscent of a timeless emperor surveying his realm. He was indifferent to whether the ants below could see him. He was invincible. Why fear their gaze? Whenever Lin Feng wished, he could easily extinguish the lives of everyone in the city of Huahai. Unifying the earth was merely a matter of time, entirely dependent on whether Lin Feng desired it. I am unmatched in this world. Who would I contend with, if not the heavens? To be invincible is a profound solitude. One must possess vision. Why draw the curtains when one is invincible? In this lifetime, I shall sit at home and command the world. I treat the world as my chessboard, and humanity as my pawns. I am playing a grand game. Isn't this thought rather juvenile? Even the most foolish of authors wouldn't conceive such absurd phrases. With this in mind, Lin Feng shook his head. To be honest, it was merely boredom at home, searching for something to do. There aren't that many melodramatic lines to utter. Draw the curtains? I am invincible. Why would I draw the curtains to hide from prying eyes? How could you possibly ascertain whether Lin Feng has passed away in his home? I am merely awaiting someone to force open my front door. Otherwise, I am dreadfully bored at home. Meanwhile, Jojo, residing across the street from Lin Feng, is sprawled on her balcony, peering through a high-powered telescope directed at Lin Feng's abode. The glass of Lin Feng's house is exceedingly thick. Even at this distance of several dozen meters, everything remains hazy. Yet, with the intuition of a woman, Jojo surmises what Lin Feng is holding. Sunscreen? Sunglasses? An umbrella? But it is January. What could Lin Feng possibly need such items for? Jojo, momentarily bewildered, wonders if Lin Feng is indeed a sun-sensitive boy. That seems unlikely. Jojo, what are you gazing at? The holidays are upon us. Let us go to the beach. At that moment, Li Ying, Jojo's close friend and classmate, approaches. She had come to Jojo's house to celebrate the new year. But little did she expect to stumble upon such a situation. Given the current calamity, who would dare venture to the beach? Had she not heard the official announcement advising against unnecessary outings? Jojo cast a sidelong glance at Li Ying. How can you be so oblivious to the gravity of the situation? We must go. The beach is not far, merely a few dozen kilometers. We need not even take the highway. We can simply take a cab. Li Ying begins to pout charmingly at Jojo, who feels a sense of helplessness. Li Ying is not only beautiful but also kind-hearted, devoid of malice. She is simply a bit slow on the uptake. While others are suffering from the disaster, she is still daydreaming about a beach outing. The winter break is not yet over. It lasts until March 1st. Once normalcy resumes, I shall accompany you. For today, you must accompany me to the supermarket. I need to purchase some items. Upon hearing Jojo relent, Li Ying beams. All right, but you must promise me to bring your brother along when the time comes. Jojo pinches Li Ying's nose playfully and responds with a laugh. I knew you harbored ulterior motives regarding my brother. Alas, he already has a girlfriend. I fear you may have missed your chance. This provokes Li Ying, who playfully punches Jojo's chest with her tiny fists. Jojo's family boasts remarkable genes. Jojo stands at 175 centimeters tall, while her brother, Xiaofeng, towers at 190 centimeters. Furthermore, Xiaofeng has a lucrative career, earning several million annually. If Li Ying harbored no thoughts about him, that would indeed be unusual. It must be noted that Li Ying possesses a penchant for wealth. She immediately recognized Lin Feng's luxury sports car the other day. However, is there truly anything wrong with aspiring for a wealthy partner? Who wouldn't he desire a handsome and affluent companion? Li Ying is not in the wrong. She merely seeks a suitable partner. What fault lies in that? Chapter 34. All-in is a form of wisdom. Qiao Qiao rummaged through her belongings, extracting the summer essentials, her sunshade, sunscreen, and sunglasses. She resolved to follow in the footsteps of the affluent, believing it would spare her from unnecessary detours. Thus, she began to apply sunscreen, intent on spending her remaining funds entirely on these summer necessities. With only 300,000 left, she planned to stock up. Xiao Qiao, what on earth are you doing with these items in the middle of winter? Li Ying inquired, her gaze filled with skepticism. I'm not entirely sure. Would you like some? Xiao Qiao offered the sunscreen to Li Ying, who promptly shook her head. I want tea, as it would ruin my makeup. Xiao Qiao thought little of this, retracting the sunscreen, donning her sunglasses, and grasping her sunshade. She then linked arms with Li Ying and headed outside. Come, accompany me to purchase a few things. The two beauties stepped out of the building, only to be taken aback by the warmth. It's January. Why is it so hot? They exclaimed, noting that the outdoor temperature must be at least 20 degrees Celsius. Wearing winter attire felt somewhat stifling. Unfazed, Xiao Qiao opened her sunshade, finding relief in the cool breeze that wafted through the shade. The community was eerily quiet, as it was New Year's Day and many people adhered to the official advisory to stay indoors during the 3-day holiday. Naturally, the square was still alive with elderly enthusiasts dancing, unwilling to miss such splendid weather. Additionally, there were groups of enthusiastic walkers taking to the streets. Seizing the opportunity for a lively outing with minimal traffic, the two made their way to the largest supermarket outside the community, where Qiao Qiao headed straight for the sunscreen aisle. With the last 300,000, I'm going all in, just like Lin Feng. Going all in is a form of wisdom, she declared, her brother possessing a staggering one. 8 billion. Thus, 300,000 was but a trifling sum. Li Ying watched in astonishment as Qiao Qiao made her purchases. Qiao Qiao acquired 160,000 worth of sunscreen, 20,000 for sunglasses, and another 20,000 for a sunshade. Are you planning on using all this before the end of your life? Li Ying questioned, bewildered. After completing the payment and providing her address for delivery, Qiao Qiao pondered further and decided not to hold on to the remaining 100,000, opting instead to purchase snacks. She added 98,000 worth of provisions to her cart, also arranged for delivery. Li Ying was utterly flabbergasted and asked Qiao Qiao, what on earth are you doing? Can you possibly consume or utilize all this? Gently patting Qiao Qiao's head, she remained unaware that Qiao Qiao had become a wealthy woman, as her brother Xiaofeng possessed a fortune of 200 million. This is an investment. Do you understand? It will yield returns. If you have money, why not invest with me? We'll surely profit. Qiao Qiao understood a fundamental truth. One must follow the flies to find the restroom, and the bees to discover the flowers. Although Lin Feng may lack integrity, his financial acumen was undeniable. Qiao Qiao may not have known the exact profits from Lin Feng's rental properties, but she was aware that his ventures, worth hundreds of billions in goods and 30 billion in materials, were all earnings from just a month's labor. In any case, she resolved to emulate Lin Feng in all his endeavors, convinced that one day she would surpass him. No, investing carries risks, and one must exercise caution. Li Ying shook her head. She still had 38,000 in her account, but she had no desire to venture into risks alongside Qiao Qiao. Li Ying intended to save her money for imported cosmetics, handbags, dresses, and high heels. Shouldn't a woman use her funds to enhance her own allure, earning money herself? Perhaps it would be swifter to secure a wealthy partner. Qiao Qiao did not press her. She was uncertain about gains and losses, but she felt a sense of assurance deep within. My brother still possesses 1.8 billion. Even if I were to lose 20 million, I could bear the loss. In business, where is there no risk involved? This minor risk is something I, Qiao Qiao, can certainly shoulder. As Qiao Qiao and Li Ying exited the supermarket, was it only 8 p.m.? Had the temperature risen once more? The outdoor temperature was evidently around 25 degrees. Wearing down jackets was indeed stifling. The two contemplated shedding their down jackets, but beneath, they wore women's cotton clothing. Though the streets were deserted, surveillance cameras were omnipresent, preventing them from removing their outerwear. Sweating profusely, they returned home. Upon entering, they promptly discarded their layers of clothing. The heating was still on indoors, making it even warmer. Drawing the curtains. Fearful of prying eyes like Xiao Qiao's, it was only upon shedding her clothes that one could truly appreciate Xiao Qiao's splendid figure. Standing at 175 centimeters with a 36D bust, she exuded an unembellished elegance without heavy makeup. Ling too possessed a commendable figure. Standing at 165 centimeters with a 66C bust, although somewhat insecure and adorned with bold makeup, she was indeed a beauty of the highest order. With their down jackets finally removed, they sighed in relief. What was happening with the weather? Why was January so unseasonably warm? Checking the time. They prepared to cook and dine, wondering where Qiao Feng had disappeared to. Had he not returned all night? Attempts to reach him by phone proved futile. Would he not return home for the holiday? Xiao Qiao's family had prepared for a festive meal, as had many others, for after all, it was New Year's Day. Which household would not stock up on food and drink? The vast majority did not lack provisions. And with the official announcement forbidding price hikes, people were too indifferent to hoard supplies. If they ran out, they would simply buy more. Lin Feng, armed with a sun umbrella and donning sunglasses, ventured out to collect the food and drink supplies, leaving the manager of Tianhai momentarily stunned. Although the weather had warmed up, was such caution truly necessary? After all, he was a man. I hadn't even mentioned the need for an umbrella. Lin Feng paid her no mind. He simply preferred to be cautious, allowing no room for error. With so many supplies already secured, should anything happen to him, would it not render all his efforts futile? He signed for the goods. 500 tables for lunch, 500 for dinner. This was the last of the supplies. Returning to his safe house, Lin Feng opened his phone to discover he still had 7 million in his account. The thought of not spending it made him restless. Would he merely watch this money remain a string of numbers forever? Contemplating, a mischievous idea struck him. Engaging in zero-cost purchases outside would surely attract official attention. And with personnel stationed at various supermarkets, it would be quite easy to reveal his intentions. Moreover, he was not in need of additional food. In the beautiful country, Lin Feng had already scoured dozens of storage centers and hundreds of large supermarkets, acquiring nearly 10 billion in supplies, far more than sufficient. Instead, why not use his wealth to amuse his group of friends? However, the time is not yet ripe. The authorities have stabilized prices, allowing them to purchase goods. It is prudent to wait until the government loses control over the market. With this thought, Lin Feng returned home in high spirits. At noon, he signed for 500 tables, and in the evening, another 500. This could be deemed the final banquet. After completing his tasks, he perused the forum. There was little of novelty. Many shared photos of their families enjoying a lavish New Year's dinner, while others lamented the misfortunes that befell their loved ones earlier that morning, turning the holiday into a mere feast. There was little difference from the previous year. If you wait just a couple more days, you will truly understand what despair means. Chapter 35, The Lethality of Ultraviolet Rays. Oh my goodness. On the morning of January 2nd, Jojo was startled awake. A piercing scream jolted her from her slumber. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld Li Ying, who was shrieking in front of the mirror. Rubbing her eyes, Jojo rose to assess the situation, and to her shock, she was met with a horrifying sight. Li Ying's face, neck, and hands were covered in red spots, rendering her appearance grotesquely fearful. What happened? Ying, did you have an allergic reaction to something? Jojo inquired, perplexed by the scene unfolding before her. I have no idea. I felt itchy yesterday, but didn't think much of it. I woke up like this. Li Ying exclaimed in panic. Jojo, please take me to the hospital. What if my face is ruined? How will I ever get married? Li Ying was truly distraught. She had no intention of earning her own living. Her sole desire was to marry a wealthy man. If her condition continued to deteriorate, how could she possibly attract any suitor? It wasn't just the affluent who would turn away. Even ordinary people would likely shun her. Don't panic. The hospital must be overcrowded right now. Let me check online. Perhaps a topical antihistamine will suffice. Jojo maintained her composure, unlocking her phone and discovering numerous alerts from the system. Upon clicking, she found a plethora of images on forums and social media depicting similar conditions to Li Ying's. Some individuals had faces that appeared utterly ruined, with pus and blood streaming down. This sight nauseated Jojo. Upon closer examination, Jojo concluded that this was indeed a case of ultraviolet burns. All those afflicted had ventured outdoors the previous day, enjoying the pleasant weather, dancing in public squares, participating in vigorous group activities, or even running errands. Meanwhile, those who remained indoors, indulging in video games and binge-watching series, had largely escaped unscathed. Jojo nervously touched her own face. Every girl cherishes her beauty. Gazing into the mirror, she was relieved to find her complexion intact. Thank goodness she hadn't followed Li Ying to the beach. A day in a swimsuit under the sun could have been disastrous. How astonishing. How did that unscrupulous merchant know about the excessive UV levels without official notification? Jojo recalled Lin Feng. Had she not learned from him, she might have ended up resembling Li Ying. Jojo, have you found any information? What is going on? My face can't possibly be disfigured. Li Ying rose in terror, contemplating the dire consequences of a ruined visage. Fear not. I have discovered the cause. Ultraviolet burns. I have sunburn ointment at home. Let me find it for you. Jojo rummaged through cabinets in search of the ointment, as her father, often working outdoors, had amassed a collection of such remedies. After locating a bottle, she handed it to Li Ying, who hurriedly applied it to her face, neck, and hands. Upon application, a soothing sensation enveloped her, alleviating the unbearable itchiness. Feeling a semblance of relief, Li Ying exhaled. As long as her face remained intact, everything else could be addressed. Jojo, is there something you haven't told me? How did you know about applying sunscreen, wearing sunglasses, and using umbrellas? If I end up disfigured, you will bear full responsibility. Li Ying was infuriated and immediately began to scold Xiao Xiao. To Xiao Xiao's surprise, Li Ying was being unreasonable. I specifically asked you to apply sunscreen yesterday. You were the one who said you were afraid of ruining your makeup and chose not to. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Xiao reminded herself that Li Ying was her childhood friend, and in her haste, there was no need to stoop to her level. I just think the weather has been quite erratic. Taking precautions is never a bad idea. However, Xiao Xiao did not speak her mind entirely. A vague sense of distrust towards Li Ying lingered in her thoughts. It was not a superficial sisterhood. Rather, Xiao Xiao was a post-apocalyptic enthusiast, often indulging in dystopian films and novels. Li Ying's self-righteousness, standing on a moral high ground to criticize others, was a trait often leading to a swift downfall in such narratives. Xiao Xiao understood that in a dystopia, the virtuous must be dealt with first. This train of thought led Xiao Xiao to recall Lin Feng, cold-blooded, hoarding supplies, and building shelters. Was he not the quintessential male protagonist of a post-apocalyptic saga? Did this mean that the end of the world was truly upon them? Xiao Xiao shook her head vigorously, dismissing the notion of an impending apocalypse as absurd. Meanwhile, Li Ying, having heard Xiao Xiao's explanation, nodded in agreement, recognizing that Xiao Xiao's suspicious nature was not without merit. It's fortunate you stocked up on so much sunscreen. We could use it for a lifetime. We're sisters, so I won't hold this against you. But if it happens again, I'll be genuinely upset. Li Ying still felt justified in her stance, questioning why Xiao Xiao wouldn't contribute financially if she had purchased the sunscreen. Internally, Xiao Xiao was quite displeased. It was clear she could not let Li Ying discover that she had hoarded supplies worth 19 million downstairs. You think you can benefit from my 300,000 worth of supplies without contributing? If you knew about my 19 million stash, you'd probably take advantage of me while I slept. Xiao Xiao's mind raced. This friend was delightful in a normal world, dining, chatting, singing, shopping, but if the apocalypse truly arrived, she might become a ticking time bomb. Resolving to reach out, Xiao Xiao opened WeChat. Xiao Feng, where have you been? Why haven't you been in touch for 2 days? Thankfully, she found a voice message from the previous night. Unfortunately, due to poor reception or perhaps her own slumber, her phone had not alerted her. Xiao Xiao, just stay at home. Whatever you do, don't go outside. I don't know why, but the UV levels are dangerously high during the day. Yesterday, several workers at my site got sunburned. The hospital is overwhelmed. You must stay safe at home. Sighing in relief, Xiao Xiao realized her brother was busy with other projects and was likely safe. Got it, brother. Do you have enough money? Please stock up on water and food. I have a nagging feeling something ominous is looming. She clicked send. Moments later, Xiao Feng replied, I'm fine, don't worry about me. Just take care of yourself. It's not safe for a girl to be home alone. Reading his message, Xiao Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over her. As long as you are well, all will be right in the world. After some contemplation, Xiao Xiao observed Li Ying meticulously examining her reflection at the vanity. She then retrieved a pair of binoculars to see what Lin Feng was up to. Xiao Xiao had a persistent feeling that following Lin Feng would yield no missteps. At that very moment, Lin Feng was at home with little to occupy his time, indulging in beer and skewered delights. The ultraviolet rays outside were exceedingly harsh, making it unwise to venture out. He lacked neither sustenance nor clothing. And today's temperature was forecasted to soar to 40 degrees. Tomorrow would reach 50 degrees, and the day after would hit 60 degrees. Thereafter, it would become commonplace at a sweltering 60 degrees, with occasional spikes to 70 and 80 degrees. This was not mere fanciful exaggeration on Lin Feng's part, as he had endured such conditions before. In a few days, there would be interruptions to both water and electricity supply, with availability limited to just 1 hour each day at the break of dawn. This was no jest. An hour of trickling water was hardly sufficient for even a single sip. The high-rise buildings faced complete water outages. Consequently, last night, the resourceful Lin Feng clandestinely piloted an underground aircraft to abscond with 8 wind turbines. It is always prudent to be prepared. The electricity generated by solar panels would not suffice during the impending cold wave. My backyard spans 800 acres. Surely it deserves to be developed and utilized wisely? While I possess a large generator, it does require fuel. Thus, securing 8 substantial fans seemed the more reliable option. Of course, aside from the resourceful Lin Feng, Xiao remained oblivious to all of this. After all, Lin Feng often departed under the cover of darkness. Who could possibly keep watch over him around the clock? Chapter 36. The plight of sunburn victims in the face of a natural disaster. The unfortunate loss of 8 wind turbines has failed to capture public attention. For human life remains the paramount concern. On January 2nd, the most unfortunate were the grassroots officials who, in their fervent efforts to aid in disaster relief yesterday, ventured outdoors to restore traffic and communication without any sun protection, an astounding 90% of them. Who could have anticipated that 30-degree weather could wreak such havoc upon the human body? This negligence led to severe sunburns for the majority of those involved in the rescue efforts, with 80% rendered incapable of performing their duties. Hospitals became inundated with these afflicted officials, all suffering from serious sunburns. A critical shortage of sunburn relief medications ensued, as it is winter, and few hospitals stockpile such treatments. Moreover, sunburn ointments are hardly commonplace. The Royal Sea City Hospital faced even graver circumstances, having been stripped of supplies by Lin Feng. It could do little for the incoming casualties, who were left to wait in despair. There was no anti-inflammatory medication available. Lin Feng recognized that this dire situation was a significant factor in the subsequent loss of governmental control. The misfortune of these officials was profound, with 80% incapacitated. Timely treatment was essential, yet the lack of care led to a staggering 30% mortality rate among them due to infections. One must not underestimate sunburn. In temperatures exceeding 60 degrees, it can prove fatal. Delayed treatment can result in disfigurement or, in the worst cases, death. Meanwhile, the elderly dancers in the square and the rambunctious street performers now lie at home, nearing their demise. Did you think you could dance without consequence? The heavens have dealt you a harsh fate. As Lin Feng perused his phone, the neighborhood chat was abuzz with activity. Who has sunburn ointment? My son was playing outside yesterday, and now his face is severely burned. I took a cab to the hospital last night, but it was filled with police and firefighters. There were no medications available for my son. Who can spare me some sunburn relief? I'm willing to pay $10,000. What is the fuss? It's just sunburn. It's no big deal. It will heal in a few days, came a dismissive reply. How dare you? Go out and sunbathe for 2 hours and then come back and talk. Another voice chimed in. My mother was dancing in the square yesterday, and now she is unable to move. Who has sunburn ointment? I'll pay $20,000 for just 1 tube. Well, you brought this upon yourselves. Dancing all day and night. And where have the street performers gone? May you suffer from the sun. I wonder who dares disturb my sleep. Which building and unit do you reside in? Do you have the courage to reveal your address? If anything happens to my mother, you won't escape unscathed. At this point, the chatter quieted. 9 out of 10 households lacked sunburn ointment. Even those who possessed it had only a small amount. Everyone was acutely aware of the ointment's importance, especially with so many suffering from sunburn at home, and no one was willing to part with their scarce supplies. The evident fury of the individual seeking help deterred others from provoking him further, as the government was in a state of near paralysis. Reporting any further incidents would be futile. Noticing the stillness in the chat, Lin Feng took out his binoculars to gaze towards the entrance of the community. Indeed, many had shown wisdom, shielding themselves with umbrellas or raincoats in lieu of sun protection, making their way to the nearby supermarket to procure food and sunscreen. Due to JoJo's stockpiling yesterday, sunscreen has completely sold out. Even without sunscreen, people refuse to leave empty-handed, braving the scorching 40-degree heat to purchase rice, noodles, fruits, and vegetables. After all, the pandemic years left a profound shadow over the nation. In the aftermath of calamity, a great epidemic is bound to follow. It is wiser to stock up than to find oneself unprepared when the time comes. This group of individuals, predominantly in their 50s and 60s, are seasoned by their experiences of being confined at home for months during the pandemic. Fortunately, due to the government's price control policies, although prices of necessities have risen somewhat, still within acceptable limits, everyone is returning home with bulging bags. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. Indeed, they possess foresight. But their advantage lies merely in having lived a little longer than others. Ultimately, the outcome remains the same. This disaster surpasses their imagination. What they should be hoarding is not supplies, but weapons. At their advanced age, when the younger generation becomes desperate, no amount of their purchases would suffice against their aggression. Putting down his binoculars, he found no messages in the group chat. The internet was flooded with pleas for help from families. And some unscrupulous bloggers were sharing frivolous sunscreen tips for clicks. Lin Feng had no interest in their trivial advice. The best strategy was to refrain from venturing outdoors during the day and to consider relocating to a lower floor, where it was cooler, allowing for a few more months of drinking the government-provided tap water to scrape by. As for what would happen months later, the authorities would be unable to manage everything. It would be every individual for themselves. He switched on the air conditioning and took a sip of his chilled beer. Outside, the temperature soared to 40 degrees, yet inside, it was a delightful 23 degrees. How refreshing. As for the weather exceeding 50 degrees, Lin Feng had his methods. He had a vast supply of ice, 5 meters thick over an area of 30,000 square kilometers from Lake Baikal. Simply placing a block inside would suffice to cool the room. This safe house, insulated against heat, was akin to a thermos. He could never exhaust the ice for cooling in his lifetime. Buzz. At that moment, Lin Feng's phone rang. Upon checking, it was a message from Aunt Wang Guifan of the Community Committee. To all members, please remain calm and have faith in the government's capabilities. It is winter now. Experts have stated that this disaster will pass with a drop in temperature in just a few days. I have noticed some elderly individuals acting recklessly and hoarding supplies. Such actions are unnecessary. It is 2050, not the days of scarcity. Purchasing so much is a waste of money and will only add pressure to official relief efforts. Everyone, please trust the authorities. Trust the community committee. Only leave your homes if absolutely necessary. Do not trouble the officials. Seeing Aunt Wang Guifan's foolish words, Lin Feng chuckled. This woman did not strike him as benevolent. In her previous life, she had hoarded a significant amount of government-distributed relief supplies, directly causing the demise of many. Furthermore now, on the second day of this apocalyptic scenario, one could still purchase supplies. But what about tomorrow when temperatures hit 50 degrees and the day after that 60 degrees? Will there still be sellers? Money is useless when compared to life. In such extreme heat, air conditioning will fail. Nothing is swifter than water and a fan. Do you have any idea how many lives heatstroke can claim? Lin Feng remained silent, quietly observing. It would not be long before Wang Guifan became the target of the entire community. When it was time to purchase supplies, she had denied everyone the opportunity. Just wait and see if this group of people would not break down her door in the dead of night. While Lin Feng chose not to speak, the other residents began to voice their concerns. Sister Wang, we are all post-90s. Did you not experience the pandemic years? What if we run out of supplies? Shouldn't we stock up a bit? Exactly. It's scorching hot. There's ultraviolet radiation. Venturing outside is a chore. My family is already out of food. If I don't stock up, will I have to survive on the wind from the northwest? Is it even possible to be satiated by the wind? Is it unreasonable for me to go out and buy a few buckets of water? This hellish weather is hitting 40 degrees. Don't I need water? Experts? The words of experts are utterly nonsensical. If we could trust experts, we might as well believe pigs can climb trees. Have you seen that one on the agricultural channel? They prohibit the burning of straw, claiming it pollutes the environment. Look at the rampant pests and diseases we've faced in recent years. Lin Feng observed the messages in the group chat, unwilling to engage. Firstly, bacteria and viruses, as long as there is shade and remaining life, will not perish completely. Their resilience far surpasses that of humans, and they are the first to adapt to various environments. Humans are not extinct. Do you expect bacteria and viruses to vanish? The human digestive system still harbors numerous microorganisms. When people succumb, bacteria and viruses will continue to thrive. Secondly, while high temperatures may accelerate the spoilage of sealed cooked foods and various meats and vegetables, items like instant noodles, rice noodles, pasta, rice, and flour only see an extension in shelf life. Although their taste may decline, who cares about that when sustenance is at stake? Thirdly, while food, medicine, and water are indeed necessities, it would be wiser to stock up on weapons, compound bows, machetes, and cleavers. If you don't act now, you might as well await your demise. These insights stem from Lin Feng's experiences, yet he chose to remain silent. Let things unfold as they may. What concern is it of mine? Even if I possessed the world's reserves of food, could I sustain everyone for years? The relentless ultraviolet rays will not only annihilate animals but also prove fatal to plants. From this moment onward, this planet will be incapable of producing grain. So, brace yourselves for despair. Chapter 37. Detain him in a dark place for half a year. Due to Wang Guifan's to all members, the group erupted in chaos. Wang Guifan sent a voice message, her voice seething with anger as she bellowed in the group. Are you all attempting to revolt? This is merely creating disorder for the officials in our neighborhood committee. With your reckless behavior, I assure you, within 3 days, the prices will spiral out of control. At that point, none of us will have anything to eat. Today, I, Wang Guifan, speak on behalf of the neighborhood committee. I shall stand at the main entrance to document names. Anyone caught looting supplies will be recorded. Once the disaster subsides, I will certainly report you for disturbing public order. Listening to Wang Guifan's words, Lin Feng gave her a thumbs up. Wang Guifan, you are truly courageous. You raised that flag beautifully. With just 3 statements from her, the group fell silent once more. Although the Shishanbiayuan Villa District is an upscale residential area adjacent to ordinary neighborhoods housing tens of thousands, none dared to take on such a heavy burden. In a society governed by law, no one wished to be a scapegoat, and defending Wang Guifan was not worth the trouble. At that moment, a resident sent a video. Lin Feng opened it to see an elderly man, drenched in sweat, loading an entire tricycle with goods in the shadow of a supermarket. Wang Guifan, isn't that your husband, Li Dawa? You can't even manage your own household. Yet you come here to lecture us. Instantly, the group erupted again. Goodness, I can carry it back myself, and you call that looting? You're loading it onto a vehicle? This is hypocrisy. Wang Guifan, speak up. Weren't you just so arrogant? Now you're silent? Enough. Wang Guifan, brace yourself for complaints. The complaint hotline is busy. Otherwise, I would be the first to call. Wang Guifan stared at the messages on her phone. Silent? Her intention was merely to stockpile some supplies before prices surged. Ordinary citizens were unaware that the authorities had already issued a notice regarding a severe disaster, declaring that water and electricity would be rationed within 3 days to alleviate official pressure. Therefore, Wang Guifan hurriedly instructed Li Dawa to purchase water and food, fearing it would be too late once everyone else caught on. As Wang Guifan was lost in thought, her daughter-in-law, Zhang Shuya, entered her room. Mom, you should redirect the conflict. What we're buying with these tricycles is hardly hoarding. Didn't you see the countless supply trucks that arrived at Lin Feng's Villa District a few days ago? He is the real merchant hoarding supplies. You need to convey this to the residents. With so many in our community, a single spit from each could drown him. Zhang Shiyu's words illuminated Wang Guifan's mind. Is it really excessive for me to load this tricycle? Lin Feng is the one who has gone too far. He uses trucks to haul supplies. That is true looting. Everyone listen. My husband is purchasing supplies to assist families in need during difficult times. Lin Feng from the Villa District is the real looter. I saw him unloading truckloads of goods just a few days ago. Lin Feng. Currently, the residents of the community are facing difficulties. A distant relative is not as valuable as a close neighbor. I, Wang Guifan, procure supplies to assist my neighbors in need. Lin Feng, with the calamity upon us, shouldn't you also lend a hand to help your neighbors through this trying time? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng chuckled. Goodness, how cunning you are. You haven't even cleaned up your own mess, yet you throw your troubles onto me? Bored and seeking amusement, Lin Feng decided to tease Wang Guifan. Aunt Wang, my household is on the brink of starvation. Your husband has procured so many supplies. Could you spare me a bit? Once the disaster passes, I shall repay you tenfold. I am indeed a struggling family and request assistance from the neighborhood committee. Wang Guifan and Zhang Shuya were taken aback upon hearing this. You claim to be a struggling family despite having so many things in your warehouse? You seek assistance? Are you truly in need? Is there anyone on this planet who isn't facing difficulties? Then, Lin Feng shared a video revealing his warehouse to be utterly bare. Following that, he presented a police report indicating that he had lost supplies valued at 10 billion, which was under investigation. The homeowners, witnessing this scene, felt considerably relieved. While their own households were facing food shortages, the heartless merchant Lin Feng had lost an astounding 10 billion in supplies. Their own situation seemed less dire in comparison. Oh heavens, which angelic sister has avenged me? They mused. Lin Feng, you are heartless in your wealth. You deserve this. Ha. Losing 10 billion in supplies. What a hilarious turn of fate. How delightful. My goodness. 10 billion in supplies. How long could that sustain the entire community? Do you have any sense at all? If Lin Feng hadn't lost it all, he could have helped us or sold to us. Now that he has lost everything and faces bankruptcy, we too shall suffer. The group buzzed with chatter, but this time, the tone was largely one of schadenfreude. They knew Lin Feng was wealthy, and his loss brought them a sense of satisfaction. After all, smiles do not vanish, they merely shift to our faces. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that their smiles were about to be redirected back to Lin Feng. I still have 7 million. My home lacks an umbrella. Aunt Wang, could you ask your husband to bring me some food? I am willing to pay you a delivery fee. 5 yuan for a pack of instant noodles. 5 yuan for a sausage, and 5 yuan for a bottle of water. With that, Lin Feng revealed his bank balance. Many in the group had taken out loans to purchase their homes and were astonished. Indeed, A withered camel is larger than a horse. He lost 10 billion in supplies and still has 7 million? The disparity is infuriating. Lin Feng, you are wealthy. You do not qualify as a struggling family. Our neighborhood committee only assists those truly in need. If you wish to eat, go buy it yourself. Wang Guifan stood invincible from her moral high ground. At that moment, others in the group began to speak up. Aunt Wang, I bought my home and car on loan. My family's situation has always been poor, with no savings and no food left. Could you bring me some? Sister Wang, my son is not nearby, and my health is poor in this sweltering heat. I cannot go downstairs to buy anything. Could you assist me? I will transfer the money to you. Aunt Wang, I have never cultivated the habit of cooking for myself. I have always relied on takeout. Today, however, no deliveries have arrived. Would you be so kind as to bring me something to eat? I shall compensate you for your troubles. Wang Guifan expressed her intention to assist families in need, and soon enough, those in distress began to voice their concerns. Infuriated, Wang Guifan promptly turned off her phone, exclaiming, "What do your troubles have to do with me?" Wang Guifan, after a prolonged silence in the group, a chorus of insults erupted, directed at her. That Lin Feng, he truly knows how to complicate my life. Once the disaster subsides, I shall ensure he faces consequences for at least 6 months. Frustrated, Wang Guifan powered down her phone, contemplating her feelings towards Lin Feng. Nevertheless, with her phone off and out of sight, Lin Feng had no desire to engage, as the ire was not directed at him. Left to his own devices, Lin Feng found himself bored at home. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, he decided to indulge in some educational materials from Japan and South Korea. As for the cultivation of rice and the postnatal care of sows, such knowledge seemed irrelevant to him at present. Instead, he opted to delve into the study of human anatomy from these countries. Upon activating the 3D projector, he was struck by the immersive experience it provided. Captivated, Lin Feng mused to himself, engaging in educational pursuits at home is hardly a crime, is it? Just because I have never seen a pig. Does that mean I cannot observe how they run? Chapter 38. Jojo's preparations. Ugh. Scoundrel. Through the telescope, Jojo vaguely perceived something inappropriate not far away. Is this the live broadcast of If You Are the One? She quickly set down the telescope, her face flushed with embarrassment. Such a program should not be viewed by a girl. Although they lived across from each other, merely a few dozen meters apart. Jojo resided on the second floor of her building, while Lin Feng's home was on the first floor of the opposite villa area. If not for the thick glass of Lin Feng's house, the view would have been clearer. However, even with the glass, it was akin to being pixelated. No amount of distortion could obscure the underlying truth. Could it be that a man's thoughts are limited to such matters? With a fortune worth billions, what kind of woman could he not attract? Yet, here he was, alone at home, poring over study materials. Jojo dared not continue watching. She had never even held a boy's hand, having lived under the protection of her brother for all these years. Did she need to learn such things? Would that not be utterly perverse? She could not follow Lin Feng down such a twisted path. Her ambition was to surpass him, to earn more wealth, not to become like him. Reflecting on this, Jojo realized she must prepare herself. Despite the downstairs warehouse being secured with a theft-proof door, such measures might deter petty thieves, but not a determined burglar. She needed to fortify it further, and this was a matter to keep secret. None must know, including Li Ying. Ying, I heard that alcohol can invigorate the blood. Let us have a little drink at breakfast, and it might hasten your recovery, Jojo declared, retrieving several cases of liquor stored at home, all meant for her brother's social engagements. Sounds great, Jojo. With a 3-day holiday ahead, it's the perfect time for us to enjoy ourselves. Li Ying responded, her spirits lifting as the ointment on her face began to take effect. Jojo prepared the drinks and reheated the dishes from yesterday, as her brother had not returned for dinner. As they clinked their glasses, it wasn't long before Li Ying succumbed to intoxication. Jojo assisted her to bed, ensuring she was comfortable before pocketing her keys and heading downstairs to the warehouse. This warehouse, part of the West Mountain Villa, was situated in a secluded area directly beneath her home. A banner advertising renovations hung above, and to any logical mind, it would not suggest the presence of food, which provided Jojo with a sense of security. Upon entering the warehouse, she retrieved a welding machine and various steel bars, all remnants of her brother's construction supplies. Feeling it prudent to enhance the security, she thought, better safe than sorry. Even if the apocalypse never arrived, she had nearly 19 million worth of supplies to protect. After all, Jojo came from humble beginnings. She knew how to use a welding machine. And the steel was merely leftover materials. Her brother would not mind if she used them. After a day of labor, Jojo had sealed the warehouse doors securely with welding, allowing herself a sigh of relief. Although she remained puzzled as to why Lin Feng was at home studying, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. From the first day I encountered Lin Feng a month ago, he has been hoarding supplies. He even claimed that the apocalypse is imminent. Moreover, Lin Feng asserted that he is worth 2 sausages, while Li Ying is worth 1. Should one crave sausages, they ought to seek him out. As for me, Xiao Xiao, I possess an entire warehouse of provisions. Who would covet your 2 sausages? I have merely reinforced the warehouse and hung some banners for the ongoing renovations. For the time being, there should be no issues. Wiping the sweat from my brow, I returned home. Li Ying was still asleep, but judging by her complexion, the sunburn from the ultraviolet rays had significantly improved. Sitting quietly, I began to ponder. Today, the outdoor temperature had soared to 40 degrees Celsius, which was no longer surprising. In the history of Huanghai City, there hadn't been such high temperatures even in January over the past 10,000 years. When circumstances deviate from the norm, something unusual is afoot. As an enthusiast of apocalyptic scenarios, I, Xiao Xiao, had personally designed Lin Feng's safe house. It would be impossible for me not to worry about the arrival of the end times. Li Ying must return home tonight. With her here, I might as well be alone. Resolutely, I decided to evict her. With 2,000 yuan remaining in my account and her home being nearby, I would ensure she left, even if it meant paying exorbitantly for a taxi. Xiao Xiao, have I slept the whole day? How is the situation today? Li Ying stretched lazily and inquired. To her, this calamity would be resolved in a few days. Surely the authorities would intervene. The situation has improved significantly, Ying. Let us have dinner together. Afterward, I'll take you home by taxi. I had already formulated my plan. It was time to put it into action. All right, I've been here for several days. My parents must be worried. Li Ying, not thinking much of it, nodded in agreement. I went to prepare dinner while Li Ying sat on the bed, engrossed in her phone. Upon unlocking her device, she found a message from her mother. Ying, I've been trying to call you, but it's unreachable. Are you in trouble? I'm worried. Is it safe there? Do you have enough to eat? If it's safe, don't come back. Our community is a low-income area with a dense population, and the supermarkets have been looted. The little food we have left will only last your father and me for 2 to 3 days. Isn't your classmate's family quite wealthy? Hurry and ask her to buy more supplies. It will be too late once your supermarket runs out. Come back only after the disaster has passed. Upon reading her mother's message, Li Ying furrowed her brows. Has the situation deteriorated to this extent? The primary reason for the severe shortage of supplies in Huanghai City is Lin Feng. He has purchased an astronomical amount, spending over 10 billion, leaving 8 out of 10 warehouses around the city empty. Such is the terrifying power of wealth. Furthermore, the highways remain blocked, preventing rescue vehicles from other provinces from entering, which has directly caused Huanghai City to become a disaster zone plagued by scarcity. Lin Feng is the root cause of this calamity. Despite his actions, Lin Feng does possess a semblance of conscience. He could have resorted to outright theft, yet he chose to pay instead. Mom, everything is fine. I'll take a taxi home after dinner. I still have 38,000 yuan. I'll stop by the large supermarket to bring back some food. This disaster will pass in a few days. Li Ying pressed send, and after a moment, her mother replied. Ying, listen to your mother. Whatever you do not come back. You cannot even enter the community gate with your belongings. A group of ruffians is blocking the entrance, robbing anyone who carries anything. Reporting to the police is futile. It is inexplicable why the police station's number is unreachable. My parents are fine. They can endure at home for 10 days or so without issue. If you have the means, hasten to the supermarket and purchase supplies. Do not fret over expenses. If you run short, your parents will earn more for you. Li Ying pondered her mother's message thoughtfully. After painstakingly saving, she had managed to accumulate 38,000. An additional 20,000 would suffice for a handbag. Should she spend this money on food? Wouldn't that render her efforts in vain? Anyway, Xiao Xiao had purchased so much food that she could not possibly consume it all before it spoils. Perhaps she could help herself to a bit. I understand, mother. Please stay safe. I will stay at Xiao Xiao's for a few days and return once the crisis subsides. After a while, a message pinged. Ying, trust your mother. I am unaware of how much you have, but money only holds value when spent. I have 20,000 here. I will transfer it to you now. Listen to your mother. Go buy food immediately regardless of the cost. Even if it is stinky tofu, bring some home. Be good. Trust your mother. Ding. Then, a transfer of 20,000 yuan appeared in Li Ying's phone. How tiresome. Just as nagging as ever. Haha. Another 20,000 in hand. Now, she could finally buy a handbag. Li Ying joyfully clicked to accept the payment, noting that she would have to wait a while for Xiao Xiao to finish cooking. Now that it was evening, there was no fear of sunburn, and her spirits lifted. Xiao Xiao, you continue with dinner. I will go downstairs to purchase some items and return shortly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao did not refuse. Li Ying was likely going home to bring back some supplies. Right? You go ahead. I still need to wait a bit to finish cooking. With that, Liang opened the door and descended the stairs. Chapter 39. Has the gate disappeared? Liang descended the stairs clad in a miniskirt and black stockings. Despite suffering from sunburn, her passion for beauty remained undiminished. The night air in the community was stifling, with temperatures soaring to 30 degrees, yet it was bustling with people. Individuals hurried by, burdened with bags filled primarily with food, beverages, and mineral water. Some astutely included cold medication, anti-inflammatory drugs, and antibiotics in their purchases, all hastening homeward. Humph, a bunch of fools. Is it merely hot weather? Can they consume all that food? Liang scoffed, swaying her hips as she made her way outside. Ignored by those around her, she returned home, set down her belongings, and resolutely headed back downstairs, determined to continue shopping at the supermarket. The proprietors of the small supermarkets in the neighborhood were overjoyed. Their stock, accumulated over the years, had been completely sold out. Even expired canned goods and instant noodles fetched exorbitant prices. They had struck gold. Meanwhile, the large comprehensive supermarket outside the community was in a frenzy. The food section, fresh produce area, and grain and oil section were teeming with customers. Even with official mandates prohibiting price hikes, merchants found ways around it. Shopping bags were priced at 100 each. Each item required a separate bag, even if one was purchasing a single clove of garlic. I haven't raised my prices. Charging for shopping bags is quite reasonable, isn't it? Such occurrences proliferated in the severely affected regions of Huaxia, with numerous streamers and influencers broadcasting live to attract attention. Yet, no one intervened. Reporting to the authorities proved futile. Yesterday, 80% of the police involved in rescue efforts had suffered severe sunburn, with a third of them currently lying in the ICU. Many with weaker constitutions had succumbed. The policing system in Huaxia had become paralyzed. With lives to save, there was little energy left to manage the triviality of supermarkets enforcing bag fees. Numerous individuals lay sprawled on highways and beneath overpasses. Those fortunate enough experienced little suffering, passing away swiftly. The less fortunate remained trapped in their vehicles, exposed to the sun for 2 days, ultimately succumbing. The unluckiest found themselves wedged in their cars, tumbling into thickets, surviving but unable to escape, often meeting their demise from thirst or heat. Huaxia began recruiting volunteers as the number of disaster victims soared, and the police force had collapsed. They could only enlist volunteers for rescue operations. Those who volunteered would receive 3 meals a day and priority for future job placements, provided they had no criminal records. They would rest during the day and engage in rescue efforts at night. Many young people eagerly signed up to contribute to disaster relief. It was an opportunity to serve their country. Conversely, some signed up out of dire necessity, unable to find food. However, these individuals, accustomed to idleness, lacked organization and discipline, causing the rescue efforts to progress painfully slowly. They merely sought a meal, raising doubts about their contributions. Liang sashayed into the comprehensive supermarket, not to purchase food, but to peruse the imported handbag section. While the food aisles were nearing capacity, the handbag area was eerily quiet, save for a lone salesperson. "Ma'am, what would you like to purchase? Please feel free to browse inside." The salesperson greeted her warmly, delighted by the rare customer. After all, it had been a full day with only one visitor. How could they not provide exceptional service? "I want this brand of handbag. Please wrap it up for me." Liang had long set her sights on that limited edition donkey brand handbag, so her selection process was swift. "Madam, this limited edition donkey brand bag is priced uniformly at 58,000 nationwide. Will you be paying in cash or by card?" The staff in the handbag section had been reassigned to the food section, leaving her to fulfill the roles of both salesperson and cashier. "WeChat payment, please scan my code," she said, lifting her chin slightly to reveal her payment code. "Payment successful. Here's your receipt. We offer a 7-day no-reason return policy. Please keep it safe." The salesperson, beaming with joy, carefully packaged the handbag and handed over the receipt. "I don't need the receipt. The bag I purchased is not subject to return." With a swift tear, she discarded the receipt, slung the bag over her shoulder, and strutted away with an air of confidence. Upon returning to the entrance of her community, the situation had become even more chaotic. Initially, when goods were still available, there was some semblance of order. However, as prices began to skyrocket, panic ensued. The more prices rose, the more people bought. Now, even those with money found themselves unable to purchase anything, and those without money resorted to theft. "I'm nearly starving. I can't repay my loans. Why should I care?" In an instant, the entrance of the community erupted into pandemonium, with many individuals who had just purchased their goods being robbed before they could even carry them home. Fortunately, this mob was only interested in stealing and did not resort to violence. Despite a paralyzed police force, they retained some semblance of reason. This was precisely the reason why Li Ying's mother urged her to purchase food quickly. Such chaos had already unfolded in impoverished areas undergoing redevelopment. Clutching her newly acquired handbag tightly, Li Ying regarded everyone around her with suspicion, thinking, my bag is so valuable, surely no one would covet it? Suddenly, a man dashed towards her with a clear target, snatching her bag and sprinting away. Robbery. Someone stole my bag. Why aren't you doing anything? Li Ying shouted angrily at the security guard. I bought this bag for 58,000. It hasn't even had a chance to warm up yet. What can I do? The guard retorted, you're dressed so ostentatiously, I wouldn't be surprised if you got robbed. Aren't you the one who always looks down on me? Calling me a mere gatekeeper? The guard, having endured enough, had now given up. Li Ying not only aspired to marry into a wealthy family, but had always held a disdainful attitude towards these lowly security workers. The guard recognized her immediately. The very same person who often insulted him. The police are completely useless. I'm just a gatekeeper, earning 2,500 a month. What do you expect me to do? You, come back. Give me back my bag. Li Ying, seeing the guards in action, hurried after the thief. The 58,000 bag was her lifeline. It could not be taken from her. After sprinting several dozen meters, the thief, Song Chao, came to a halt. He felt something was amiss as he opened the bag to find it empty. Damn it! What kind of idiot buys nothing and hides it so securely? This is just wasting my time. As a mere thug, Song Chao had no knowledge of the donkey brand handbag's value. He spat out a mouthful of phlegm and tossed it directly into the trash can. Given the current circumstances, it's not just about the donkey brand bag. Even a horse brand bag is utterly useless if it cannot provide sustenance. How could you behave in such a manner? You may have snatched my bag, but why would you throw it into the trash? Li Ying rushed after him, her heart aching for her bag. Meanwhile, Song Chao was furious. You're chasing after an empty bag? Are you out of your mind? With that, he delivered a resounding slap to Li Ying's face, knocking her down. Followed by a flurry of kicks. Song Chao was a ne'er-do-well, devoid of any savings, and with food prices soaring, how could he survive without resorting to theft? Damn it, you're wasting my time. I don't even have anything to eat. Lawyer Zhang Sen has stated that I could even feast on giant pandas without facing legal repercussions. This is merely an act of emergency self-preservation. As he continued to kick and curse, Li Ying, in pain, quickly begged for mercy. Do you want food? I have plenty at home. Please, stop hitting me. I'll give it to you. Upon hearing her plea, Song Chao halted. For him, nothing was more paramount than obtaining food at that moment. Chapter 40. Escalation of chaos. Where is your home? Take me there. If you don't have any food, I swear I'll end you. Song Chao felt no interest in Li Ying at that moment. His face was flushed, and he found her presence somewhat repulsive. In the throes of hunger and desperation, his desires had waned. With his stomach empty, he could hardly summon the energy for such inclinations. All right, I will take you there. I'll give you a box of instant noodles, just don't hit me, and I want to call the police. Is that acceptable, my friend? Li Ying rose, rubbing her abdomen. Having endured a beating, she had become considerably more compliant. After all, reporting to the authorities would yield no benefit. A box of instant noodles? Are you trying to insult me? You need to add a box of sausages. As Song Chao raised his hand to deliver another slap, Li Ying quickly shielded her face and eagerly acquiesced. No more hitting. I'll give it to you. Seeing her willingness to comply, Song Chao retracted his hand. Lead the way. With a pained expression, Li Ying nodded and began to guide him. Passing a trash bin, she tenderly retrieved her designer handbag. How much is a box of instant noodles? My bag costs 58,000. It's a limited edition. If I had known you wanted instant noodles, you could have just said so. Was it necessary to give me a beating? Tears streamed down her face as she clutched her bag. Being the sole daughter in her family, she had been pampered her entire life and had never encountered such a situation before. Upon arriving at Xiao Chao's doorstep, Li Ying lamented to Song Chao, you claim to be my friend, but there are others inside. I would feel embarrassed to let you take anything. All right. Enough with the delays. You can even call me your father. Just hurry and get me the food. I promise not to harm anyone. This is a matter of urgent survival. Song Chao sought to rationalize his actions, thinking that a box of instant noodles and a box of sausages would suffice for 10 days at home. He did not wish to resort to robbery, yet his pantry was bare. Despite his desperation, Song Chao retained a semblance of humanity. He had merely acted out of extreme hunger. The items in question were trivial enough that even if Li Ying reported him later, the police would likely dismiss the case, as it was under 2,000 yuan. Chao, open the door. It's me. I'm coming. Li Ying knocked on the door, and Chao approached to open it. Upon opening the door, Chao was greeted by the sight of a flushed Li Ying, her eyes red-rimmed, accompanied by a strange man. The tension in the air escalated. What on earth has happened? Chao, this is my friend. He has run out of food at home and needs to borrow a box of instant noodles and a box of sausages for emergencies, Li Ying meekly explained, while Song Chao awkwardly scratched his head. As Song Chao marveled at Xiao Xiao's beauty, he felt a mix of admiration and embarrassment. In the past, he would have seized the opportunity to flirt with such a lovely woman, yet here he was, in a situation where he was begging for sausages. How humiliating! Xiao Xiao scrutinized the peculiar duo at her doorstep, heightening her vigilance. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, she reasoned that it was the year 2050. Even if a solar flare disrupted global communications, it would not plunge the world into chaos. Could it be? In just 2 days, had she truly considered eliminating them? That would indicate a severe mental affliction, perhaps paranoia or even schizophrenia. Shaking her head, Xiao Xiao dismissed the troubling thoughts that had entered her mind. This notion is exceedingly perilous. A moment of impulsiveness could lead to a lifetime of reliance on others, perhaps even resorting to meager sustenance like peanuts. And what of neighborly relations? Is it not commonplace to borrow a few items? Surely, I cannot resort to violence against my closest friend and my neighbors over mere food. Would Lin Feng ever contemplate such an act? Very well, I shall fetch it for you. Though hesitant, Xiao Xiao felt compelled to assist since Li Ying had already spoken up. After all these years of friendship, it would be utterly inhumane to deny such a trivial request. She retreated to the inner room, retrieving a box of instant noodles and a box of sausages, and approached the door. Upon seeing the provisions, Song Chao was elated, eagerly accepting them. Thank you, beautiful. Once the calamity passes, I shall repay you double. Xiao Xiao remained silent as Song Chao joyfully returned home, satisfied with his meal, ensuring his family would not go hungry. Yet, would the disaster truly last another 10 days? The authorities must be utterly inept. Li Ying lowered her head and meekly remarked, Xiao Xiao, I shouldn't have borrowed food from you for my friend, should I? How much was it? I will reimburse you. Xiao Xiao glanced at Li Ying, her resolve to send her away that very night solidifying in her heart, though she maintained her composure. After dinner, she would insist that Li Ying leave. It's nothing, really. Come in for a meal. What did you buy? Xiao Xiao invited Li Ying inside, who entered with her head bowed, hesitant to admit that she had purchased a bag but found the supermarket nearly empty. Xiao Xiao, my mother called and said things are inconvenient at home. May I stay with you for a few days? We've been good friends for so many years, and you bought so much. It shouldn't be a problem for me to stay a few days, right? Upon hearing Li Ying's words, Xiao Xiao furrowed her brow, sensing that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. This scenario bore an uncanny resemblance to the apocalyptic novels she had read. Rationality urged her to refuse Li Ying's request to stay, yet her emotions, steeped in years of friendship, compelled her to help in this time of need. How could she turn her back on a friend in distress? Was there any difference between her and Lin Feng in that case? Is that how you truly feel? You could stay until school starts without issue. Xiao Xiao shook her head, dispelling the impractical thoughts that clouded her mind. Surely, the calamity would not spiral out of control. She was not the cold-hearted capitalist Lin Feng. She had to assist her friend in need. And it was only January 2nd. Even if the world were ending, the pace of events could not possibly be so swift. Who among them did not have a few days' worth of supplies stored away? Yet, Xiao Xiao failed to account for one crucial detail, the butterfly effect resulting from Lin Feng's rebirth. He had spent billions, purchasing vast quantities of food supplies around Huanghai City well in advance. Although he did not resort to theft, his actions were tantamount to it. Otherwise, Song Chao and others would not have resorted to desperation and robbery over mere food. They were genuinely out of money and provisions. Without sustenance, they would surely perish. Thank you, Xiao Xiao. During this time, I can help you with housework, laundry, and cooking. I cannot simply stay without contributing, Li Ying exclaimed. Her spirits lifted as she readily agreed. All right, let us eat. If we wait any longer, the dishes will grow cold. The fare on the dining table was quite simple, a dish of shredded pork with green peppers and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Vegetables cannot be stored for long, so it is best to consume them promptly. During the meal, the two individuals indulged in a bit of wine. Li Ying, not possessing a robust tolerance for alcohol, soon found herself somewhat inebriated, thanks to Xiao Xiao's insistence. Noticing Li Ying had succumbed to slumber, Xiao Xiao picked up her bag, which had remained unseen during Li Ying's several days of stay. Xiao Xiao was not particularly knowledgeable about luxury brands. She took out her phone, opened the shopping app, and initiated a search by photographing the bag, her eyes widening in astonishment. A designer bag from a renowned brand? A limited edition? With a nationwide price tag of 58,000? Setting down Li Ying's bag, Xiao Xiao felt a wave of incredulity wash over her. How could Li Ying, hailing from a modest background, her father earning 6,000 a month as a rideshare driver, and her mother making 3,000 working part-time in a restaurant, afford such an extravagant item? 58,000 could sustain their family for half a year without a morsel. If only she were Lin Feng, who could spend 58,000 on a meal without a second thought. How could one buy a bag for that price without a twinge of guilt for their parents? Alas, purchasing a bag was Li Ying's prerogative, and Xiao Qiao, not being her parent, had no authority to intervene. A sigh escaped her lips as she pondered whether keeping Li Ying in her home had been a grave mistake. Gazing at the slumbering Li Ying, Xiao Qiao mused about the impending apocalypse. Surely that was too far-fetched? She retrieved her night vision binoculars, contemplating observing Lin Feng, the opportunistic merchant, to see what he was up to at home. If he began trading supplies, she would have to follow suit. She could not allow her stockpile to spoil. However, upon peering outside, she was taken aback by the chaos unfolding. At the entrance of the community, a frenzy had erupted. People were fighting over resources, and some lay in pools of blood, their fates uncertain. The disorder escalated as desperation drove individuals to armed robbery. My heavens, what has become of this world? Have they all lost their minds? Xiao Qiao was startled. Their residence was on the second floor, with a storage area directly below. Not only was the second floor precarious, but if anyone discovered the supplies downstairs, what dire consequences would ensue? Xiao Qiao dared not dwell on the implications any further. Why had she settled for a second-floor apartment instead of opting for a higher one during the power outage? Regret washed over her. Had she purchased a penthouse, the ascent would be daunting, freeing her from such worries. Time was of the essence. She could no longer afford the luxury of sleep. She needed to fortify her home immediately. Delay could spell disaster. With no time to spare to monitor Lin Feng's activities, she rose, descended the stairs, and entered the storage area. Gathering supplies, welding machines, steel bars, and electric drills were all hoisted into the house by Xiao Qiao. Chapter 41. The bow that cannot return as tools and materials were transported upstairs. The first task was to reinforce the front door. Although the security door boasted decent quality, it still lacked sufficient safety. An additional layer of iron bars was imperative. It wasn't that Xiao Qiao's reluctance to add them externally, but rather that such an alteration would reveal her family's distinct entrance, inadvertently disclosing the presence of supplies within. Wasn't that akin to ringing the alarm while covering one's ears? Without further ado, she set to work, welding an iron-grilled door from the inside. Aesthetics were secondary. Safety was the paramount concern. After 2 hours of labor, the door was secured, and Xiao Qiao commenced the installation of security windows. Li Ying, her dear friend, slept soundly, utterly oblivious to the commotion, her only contribution being the occasional cute pose. After a night of toil, Xiao Qiao had finally reinforced all the doors and windows. Fortunately, as an architecture student skilled in the use of tools, and with her brother engaged in construction projects, she had access to all necessary materials. At 7 a.m. on January 3rd, after a long night of labor, Xiao Qiao finally completed her tasks. She picked up her binoculars to observe Lin Feng's activities. It was no longer a matter of hoarding supplies for profit. This was a matter of life and death. Lin Feng appeared to be engrossed in his phone, leisurely enjoying breakfast and sipping red wine. The view of his dining table, albeit hazy, revealed a gigantic Alaskan king crab over a meter long. Such was the breakfast of the affluent, a stark contrast to her own circumstances. Lin Feng took a few bites before tossing the leftovers to Bei without so much as a glance, indulging in his whims. It was infuriating. She had never even tasted king crab, and he was feeding it to his dog. Turning her gaze to the peacefully sleeping Feng Zi, she shook her head. It seemed that Feng Zi would never enjoy the same lavish meals as Bei. Why was there such disparity among dogs? She decided to look away and focus on her own breakfast instead. The sweltering heat had caused the vegetables she had purchased days ago to near spoilage in the refrigerator. Today, a vegetable salad would suffice. At that moment, Li Ying stirred awake, rubbing her eyes. Xiao Qiao, is there still so much meat in the fridge? Why are we eating so vegetarian? Rolling her eyes at Li Ying's remark, Xiao Qiao thought to herself, many people were facing starvation. Just having food to eat was a privilege. How could she afford to be picky? Was she Lin Feng? Perhaps she should seek out Lin Feng for a taste of his king crab. Yet, thinking of Lin Feng, Xiao Qiao felt a tinge of curiosity. Hadn't he mentioned losing 10 billion in supplies in the group chat? How could he still be so nonchalantly feasting on king crab? He hardly seemed to be in a position of loss. As a resident of the community, Xiao Qiao was part of the owneress group, but she preferred to remain an observer, refraining from speaking. It appeared that the massive steel fortress covering an area of 10,000 square meters, with its 5 stories, was likely brimming with supplies. This thought made Xiao Qiao ponder whether her own small storage was somewhat meager in comparison. There was little she could do. She was still in the initial stages of her venture. Once order was restored and she sold her stock, she was certain of making a handsome profit. One had to commend Lin Feng for his astute foresight. Following his lead had indeed saved her from many missteps. However, A sense of worry crept in for Qiao Feng. With chaos erupting in the community, how would the construction site fare? Placing the cold dishes on the dining table, she chose to disregard Li Ying's presence. If she wanted to eat, she could do so on her own. She had no intention of serving her. Taking up his phone, Qiao Feng sent a message to Jiao Jiao. Brother has 180 million. Surely my stockpiles exceed yours. How are you faring? The neighborhood is in chaos. People were killed during the scramble for supplies yesterday. With your 180 million, how much have you procured? Meanwhile, Qiao Feng, bloodstained and weary, sat in the shade of an unfinished building, cradling a bowl of instant noodles. Not far from him lay the bodies of a dozen individuals. While a group of workers hunched over a large pot of noodles, their eyes filled with a fierce determination. I'm fine. I've stockpiled a great deal. 180 million is enough for a lifetime of sustenance. Have you managed to acquire anything? Is your home safe? If it comes to it, I can bring you to the construction site tonight. Qiao Feng hesitated to bring Jiao Jiao to the site, for he had paid an exorbitant price of 10 times the market value for his supplies, which had caught the attention of a neighboring construction crew. Having run out of provisions, they resorted to raiding Qiao Feng's supplies, resulting in a brutal altercation that left many casualties on both sides. Fortunately, Qiao Feng's group was numerous enough to repel the attackers, yet he remained anxious about Jiao Jiao's safety at home. Torn between the perils of the site and the dangers lurking at home, it seemed as though overnight, the world had become devoid of safe havens. Upon learning of her brother's 180 million worth of supplies, Jiao Jiao felt a wave of relief. In comparison, her 20 million seemed trivial and perhaps best left unmentioned. When Lin Feng sells the supplies, let us inform brother to sell together. This is a sure profit, she mused. With brother's 180 million and my 20 million, we should at least earn 5 small targets. Indeed, mimicking the affluence seemed the quickest path to prosperity. Instantly, Jiao Jiao's spirits lifted, and her worries regarding Li Ying residing at home began to dissipate. Brother's 180 million worth of supplies? I, Jiao Jiao, have 20 million worth of supplies? This is surely a recipe for fortune. Moreover, with Qiao Feng's numerous workers and ample supplies, he should be safe, right? Little did she know that her brother had invested 170 million in land. The 10 million worth of supplies he had procured at 10 times the market price amounted to little. Had he truly possessed 180 million worth of supplies, he would have long since fetched Jiao Jiao home, rather than boast online. Everything is fine at home, brother. The money you gave me has not gone to waste. I have bought supplies. I've stocked 5 freezers with meat and spent thousands on snacks. I have plenty of provisions. If you're in need of food, just let me know. You will surely have enough when you return home. Seeing Jiao Jiao's message, Qiao Feng felt a sense of relief. Knowing his sister was faring better than himself brought him some comfort. With so many brothers relying on him, returning home was not an option. The meager supplies would last only a few days. Qiao Feng, having climbed from a laborer to a foreman, understood the hardships faced by workers. They were his brothers, and he could not abandon them. The most critical factor was, they could not turn back. This was a road of no return. There was no way to bring his sister along. Jiao Jiao immediately began to fill every available container, bathtubs, buckets, anything that could hold water, anticipating intermittent water supply starting today. Keep the food at home hidden from everyone. If anyone asks to borrow supplies, say you have run out. Trust me, I will not lead you astray. If you find yourself in danger, call me immediately, and I will come to retrieve you from the construction site. Last night, Qiao Feng committed murder, and thus, I am reluctant to bring Qiao Qiao here unless absolutely necessary. Qiao Feng knows that his life is ruined. Once order is restored, he will undoubtedly end up in prison, serving a sentence. This is precisely why he wishes to avoid contact with Qiao Qiao. He does not want to implicate his sister. Qiao Qiao is still in university, with a promising future ahead. Associating with a group of murderers would irreparably destroy her life. All right, I understand. Brother, if you are in need of food, just send me a message. There are certainly enough supplies at home, so do not worry. I have 180 million in resources. What do you have to compare with me? Conserve water and call me if anything arises. Given the circumstances, is Qiao Feng still putting on airs? As a devoted brother, even in death, he must maintain his facade. Brother Qiao? The men have blood on their hands now. What shall we do in the future? A worker, with a face full of despair, asked Qiao Feng after finishing the instant noodles, as the broth had been consumed by everyone. Let us take it one day at a time. Clean all the iron barrels on the site, store water in them, and place them in dark corners. They will strike first if they come to rob us. We have the law on our side. Bring over the excavating equipment. Everyone, take precautions against the sun. If it becomes too hot, and you feel you cannot endure it, hurry inside and rest. We do not know how long this calamity will last. We must dig 10 wells before the water runs out. Otherwise, we will not just be facing prison, we will perish from thirst. Xiao Feng set down his bowl, exuding a commanding presence. If Lin Feng were to witness this, he would undoubtedly praise Xiao Feng. There is nothing amiss with Xiao Feng's actions. The most critical issue now is water. Whether one takes a life or not is trivial, in time. Those without a few lives on their conscience will not dare claim they have lived on the edge. Fortunately, Xiao Feng's construction team is well equipped. The workers, seasoned in sun protection, began operating the drilling rig to bore the wells. They applied a mixture of water and yellow mud onto their faces, necks, and exposed skin. Though it may seem unseemly, it serves better than sunscreen. Thank goodness for Xiao Feng's comprehensive equipment. Without the drilling rig, digging 10 wells would not be as simple as it sounds. Although the water drawn from such wells may be dark and murky, it is certainly preferable to having none at all. With no turning back, Xiao Feng's hands are stained with blood, and retreat is no longer an option. Chapter 42. No princess destiny, yet afflicted with princess syndrome. The calamity in Huanghai City was exceptionally severe this time, and Lin Feng undeniably played a pivotal role. He had essentially exhausted all edible resources surrounding Huanghai City. Otherwise, such a situation would not have arisen so swiftly. Li Ying, the pampered one plagued by a princess complex, expressed her dissatisfaction with the cold dishes prepared by Qiao Qiao for breakfast. After a few bites, she sulkily discarded her chopsticks, refusing to eat any further. Qiao Qiao frowned but remained silent, seemingly aware that Li Ying was oblivious to the gravity of their current predicament. Quietly, Qiao Qiao finished her meal, even consuming the half bowl of rice left by Li Ying without complaint. After clearing the table, she recalled her brother's words and filled every available vessel in the house, including the bathtub, with water. Although there was still a truckload of mineral water in the storeroom, she preferred not to use it unless absolutely necessary. Upon returning to her room, she found Li Ying engrossed in her phone, surrounded by a pile of open snack bags, only partially consumed. Ying, are you not wasting food? Xiao Qiao thought to herself. If you wish to eat, I have no objections, but you cannot treat it so carelessly. Xiao Qiao felt a surge of anger. In a time when people were fighting over a single pack of instant noodles, she had urged Li Ying to stockpile supplies. Yet she squandered them on frivolous purchases like a handbag costing 58,000. Regret washed over Xiao Qiao as she pondered her decision to keep Li Ying around the previous day. With no princess destiny. Yet you embody all the traits of a princess. Xiao Qiao reflected. Her brother earned millions annually, yet she refrained from indulging in excessive cosmetics or luxury bags. Fully aware of how hard it was for Xiao Feng to make a living. Not everyone was fortunate enough to earn effortlessly like Lin Feng. Years of frugality had finally allowed her to purchase this apartment and the storage unit below. What do your parents earn each month to raise you this way? Xiao Qiao mused. Not appetizing. I refuse to eat. Xiao Qiao, you've changed. You never used to care about me. Li Ying began to pout and cling to Xiao Qiao's arm, seeking affection. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Qiao thought. Were it not for their long-standing friendship and having attended university together, she would have cast Li Ying out by now. It was exceedingly challenging to provide for someone as demanding as her. Moreover, even if it were the end of the world, the authorities would not neglect everyone. They could not possibly remain silent on the matter. The government was always the first to issue notifications. Surely, the situation could not be that dire. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Qiao resolved to endure a little longer. Perhaps a few days of patience would suffice to weather this storm. Li Ying, from this moment on, if you wish to stay here, we must establish 3 rules. First, you may eat, but absolutely no waste. You cannot start a new dish until you finish the previous one. Second, not a single drop of water is to be wasted. You must pour only what you intend to drink. Third, you are forbidden to bring any friends into our home to take food. Yesterday's incident was the first and last time. Upon hearing Xiao Qiao's fierce declaration, Li Ying was momentarily taken aback, with tears welling in her eyes. She questioned whether their years of friendship meant less than a few bags of trivial snacks. Is this because of the current disaster? I wouldn't even eat them under normal circumstances. Boo-hoo. Xiao Qiao, you're yelling at me over a few bags of snacks. If you can't stand me, I might as well go home and let the sun do its worst. Li Ying wept as she packed her belongings, clearly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Xiao Qiao, on the verge of bursting with emotion, felt an overwhelming urge to intervene. After all these years of friendship, how could she stand by and watch her friend self-destruct? The temperature outside had soared to 50 degrees Celsius. Without air conditioning, one could easily succumb to the heat. If Li Ying stepped outside now, her fate would be sealed. After all this time, would it be too much to ask her to heed some advice? Am I truly someone who would bring you harm? Xiao Qiao shouted at Li Ying, then recalled Abe. Lin Feng's treatment of Abe mirrored this. Comply or perish. Having experienced it firsthand, Xiao Xiao began to grasp Lin Feng's perspective. If you refuse to listen to me while I am the one supporting you, what do you expect to gain? Are you seeking discomfort? From belittling Lin Feng to questioning him, to understanding him, and now aspiring to embody and surpass him. This transformation requires time. Xiao Xiao had progressed from disdain to comprehension of Lin Feng. Now, she needed only to become and transcend him. Li Ying, this is your final chance. Once the official announcement of the apocalypse is made, you must leave. There was no choice. In the face of the impending doom, the entire nation was on holiday for 3 days. Everyone held a flicker of hope in their hearts. All right, I will comply, but I have one condition. Every meal must include meat. You have hoarded so much. If it is frozen too long, it will lose its taste. Li Ying was merely pretending, unwilling to depart. Her mother had already mentioned that their food supplies were dwindling. And with so much food at Xiao Xiao's home, what would she eat if she left? Fine, fine. Xiao Xiao waved her hand dismissively. This is the last concession I will make. Just agree for now. To become as cold-hearted as Lin Feng would require time. A dog raised for so many years evokes feelings. How much more for a living person like Li Ying? Xiao Xiao, you were truly kind. Seeing Xiao Xiao relent, Li Ying quickly embraced her. As long as there was meat at every meal, the matter seemed manageable. At that moment, Xiao Xiao's phone rang. Upon checking, a voice was urgently calling all members. Family of Shishan Biyuan, my father passed away last night, and I cannot reach the crematorium or the hospital. What should I do? After it cools down, I can slice and serve it cold. What the hell? My father is dead. Do you think I'm joking with you? Which building and unit do you live in? I am coming to prepare it for you. Subsequently, the owner who mentioned slicing and serving also shared a photo, accompanied by a message. I am not joking. My mother passed away the night before last, and I am at a loss for what to do. In this dreadful heat, if I leave her at home for a few more days, it will stink. What should I do? Minutes passed with no responses in the group. It seemed many were facing similar tragedies, casting a somber atmosphere over the chat. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, noticing the silence, decided to offer a pragmatic suggestion. Dry it on the rooftop for future needs. This is a common practice encountered after the apocalypse when faced with the deceased. In temperatures soaring to 60 degrees, coupled with intense ultraviolet radiation, a body can be thoroughly cooked in a single day and desiccated to a mere husk in 3. When provisions become scarce, one might resort to roasting these mummified remnants, which bear a flavor akin to ham, albeit with a slightly sour tang, providing sustenance for a time. This is a desperate measure. After all, one cannot simply wait to succumb to hunger. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before clicking delete. Do as you will. The survivor Wang Lin Feng, need not concern myself with your fates. In such sweltering heat, the stench and potential outbreak of diseases will soon reveal the consequences of neglect. I advise homeowners who have lost loved ones not to dwell too heavily in sorrow. After all, natural disasters are beyond anyone's control. Each top floor of the building remains vacant. Families should place their deceased kin there, where the fierce ultraviolet rays can eradicate all pathogens. Once order is restored, the families may reclaim the bodies for cremation and interment. If left unattended within the home, decay will ensue within days, breeding bacteria and heightening the risk of new epidemics. The speaker was a person named Liang Qiuyu. Lin Feng glanced at her credentials and discovered she was a doctor. He nodded in acknowledgement of her expertise. This indeed is the most prudent method for handling remains in the current circumstances. Furthermore, should supplies run low, it could serve as an emergency measure. Should I dig a grave for my father? Am I being too unkind to him? Would this not deny him peace in death? The man who lost his father was also a devoted son. He could not bear to witness his father decay at home. Thus burial became the only option. Liang Qiuyu. Chapter 43. Hurry up and contribute at that moment. Wang Guifan from the neighborhood committee spoke up. This is a residential area, not your private estate. Are you planning to bury them here? In the flower beds or the greenbelt? Do you wish for everyone to dance on your father's grave once the calamity is over? Your actions are not only harmful to others, but also to yourself. They lack loyalty, filial piety, compassion, and justice. Wang Guifan, who had been absent for a long time, now rose to the occasion, boldly asserting her moral authority. The homeowners, frustrated by her remarks, wanted to curse her out. After all, it was this old hag who prevented them from stockpiling supplies, and now that they wished to do so, the supermarkets were stripped bare. Even with money, they could not spend it. Why until this old woman passed away sooner? Yet, the gravity of the topic rendered such thoughts inappropriate. Many had lost loved ones. And to berate Wang Guifan would be a disrespect to the deceased. The dead must be honored. Perhaps they could scold her another day. I completely understand your feelings, said one homeowner, but I am merely following medical advice. Burying the deceased within the community disrupts the normal lives of all homeowners. This is both unreasonable and illegal. Moreover, the land is limited, If all homeowners were to bury their deceased, there would not be enough space, leading to a proliferation of bacteria and potential outbreaks. I advise you to place them on the rooftop, record their identity, time of death, and cause of death. Once order is restored, we can collectively transport them to the crematorium for proper cremation. Dr. Liang Qiuyu continued to patiently counsel those mourning their loved ones in the group chat. Yet most remained unconvinced by his approach. Although Liang's reasoning was sound and persuasive, who could muster the resolve to expose their kin to the harsh sunlight on the rooftop? The atmosphere in the group plummeted to a chilling silence. No one spoke, and the air felt palpably eerie. Xiao set her phone down, glanced at Liang, and then added her to the homeowners group. Just look at the state of affairs outside, and you will understand why I laid down the law with you. Liang checked her phone and scrolled through the chat history. In an instant, her eyes widened in disbelief. Was it truly the case that there was no place left to bury the dead? What on earth was the official response? Were they incapable of performing their duties? If they couldn't manage, they ought to be replaced. At that moment, Lin Feng smiled faintly and sent 2 exclusive red envelopes in the group chat to the homeowners who had lost their parents, one for 10,000 yuan each. Though I do not partake in your feasts, I wish to offer you a modicum of solace. May you find peace in your time of grief. This is but a small gesture on my part. Please accept it. After a while, the 2 recipients opened their envelopes and were astonished to find 10,000 yuan. Lin Feng truly had wealth. That amount was sufficient for a comprehensive funeral service. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your concern. My Father, from the heavens, will surely know of your kindness. Although many have claimed you are a heartless tycoon, your actions reveal you are, without a doubt, a conscientious businessman. I feel your goodwill. As for Wang Guifan from the neighborhood committee, what a hypocritical figure. She feigned ignorance when it suited her and reappeared when it did not. How blind fate could be. The old wretch hasn't kicked the bucket yet. Where's Wang Guifan? Hurry up and contribute. Aren't you representing the authorities? Come out and make a statement. In the group chat, due to Lin Feng's generous red envelope of 20,000 yuan, praises for his wisdom and magnanimity surged instantly. They began to denounce Wang Guifan as inhumane. Numerous individuals even sent pictures, claiming that their own families had suffered losses and beseeching Lin for consolation. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, feeling idly amused, thought it absurd that someone would share photos of deceased relatives in exchange for a 10,000 yuan red envelope. After all, the balance in his account was merely a string of digits, and soon enough, even 10,000 yuan wouldn't suffice to buy a single sausage. Lin Feng, in his playful spirit, continued to distribute condolence envelopes in the group, infuriating Wang Guifan. Those who accepted the red envelopes expressed gratitude for Lin Feng's generosity while simultaneously deriding Wang Guifan's committee as inconsequential. This Lin Feng, are you seeking trouble with me? Just because you possess wealth, you think you're superior? Do you believe that money grants you the liberty to act as you please? Wang Guifan, enraged, turned off her phone, unwilling to endure further insults. Zhang Shuya, however, furrowed her brow slightly and said to Wang Guifan, Mom, why are you so upset? We have stocked enough provisions for our family of 4 to last for 2 months. Lin Feng may be wealthy, but he has no instant noodles left at home. In a few days, he will surely face starvation. When he seeks help in the group, we can teach him a lesson then, can't we? Upon hearing her daughter-in-law's words, Wang Guifan nodded in agreement. Indeed, such reasoning held merit. One must endure minor grievances to achieve greater objectives. I wonder how much longer Lin Feng can flaunt his arrogance. He remains oblivious to the fact that the price of a single sausage has skyrocketed to 100 yuan. It has increased 100-fold and is hardly available. Yet, he continues to squander money in the group chat? What a lavish spender he is. Very well. I shall not engage with him further. I will go and prepare some noodles for breakfast. We can afford it. Add sausage and eggs. Regaining her confidence, Wang Guifan proceeded, while Zhang Shuya chuckled as she glanced at her phone. Zhang Shuya, 28 years old, a model of exceptional beauty and physique, had married Li Wu, 33, 3 years prior. Due to her age, she no longer pursued modeling and had become a full-time housewife. Li Wu was a notorious gangster in Huahai City, operating in both the underworld and legitimate circles. Zhang Shuya, a modest model, succumbed to Li Wu's financial allure and became his wife. Observing Lin Feng's extravagant spending in the group, Zhang Shuya's eyes brimmed with disdain. These wealthy individuals relish showcasing their prowess during such times, capturing screenshots to bolster their online popularity, but little do they realize that no one will remember them. Soon, they will face scarcity. When hunger strikes, let us see who among those who received your red envelopes will come to your aid. Zhang Shuya set her phone down, ignoring Lin Feng's reckless spending. Unbeknownst to all, they simply reveled in accepting Lin Feng's 10,000 yuan red envelope while casually criticizing Wang Guifan. After a prolonged spree of generosity, Lin Feng found himself with a remaining balance of 1.06 million yuan. Had no one else sent photos of deceased family members? This was Lin Feng's dark amusement. Considering that they all had wealth but could hardly spend it, he figured it was better to indulge in a playful distraction than to engage in mindless games. Lin Feng picked up a king crab leg and took a bite, finally feeling satiated. The remainder is directly entrusted to Abe, such as my audacity. Standing by the window, I cast a glance at the building across the way. How much longer can Xiao Qiao endure? Will she be subjected to a fate of being fried and subsequently devoured within just 3 days? After pondering this, I concluded that it matters not. The Shishan villa is vast. There is no shortage of women. The loss of one Xiao Qiao is inconsequential. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, as he gazes towards the opposite side, Xiao Qiao is peering through binoculars, observing his indistinct silhouette. Simultaneously, Xiao Qiao checks her phone while surveying through the binoculars. Is Lin Feng's money truly so burdensome? In such a brief moment, he has disbursed over 1.5 million. What is he truly after? Xiao Qiao scratches her head, wishing to emulate Lin Feng by sending red envelopes in the group chat. However, with only 2,000 left in her account and over 150 members, distributing 10 each would be utterly futile. It would be more humiliating than anything. Regardless, she mirrors Lin Feng's every action, though she cannot comprehend the underlying motive behind his strategy. Resigning from the idea of sending red envelopes due to a lack of funds and capability, she decides to continue learning from Lin Feng. Every step she has taken alongside him has proven to be correct. Indeed, the perspective of the wealthy diverges significantly from that of the ordinary. When shall you commence selling supplies? On that day, I too shall sell. I refuse to believe I cannot earn a profit. Chapter 44. The value of a sausage ding. At that moment, Lin Feng's phone rang. Upon opening it, he noticed a request from a stranger seeking to add him as a friend. Curious, he clicked on the profile picture, which seemed somewhat familiar. However, he could not recall where he had encountered this individual. Bored and with nothing to do, Lin Feng took a sip of red wine and accepted the request. Lin Xiao, do you remember me? We've met before. It's Ying. Before Lin Feng could respond, a message from Li Ying popped up in the chat. He scratched his head. To be honest, the name Ying did ring a bell, albeit faintly. Who are you? He typed, choosing to maintain a degree of politeness. Understanding that the apocalypse had only just begun. The profile picture was striking, featuring long flowing hair and a short black skirt, a vision of Lin Feng's ideal woman. Easily scoring a 9 out of 10. What if she was merely a young girl overwhelmed by hunger, seeking his expertise in software and engineering? Lin Xiao, you truly are forgetful. A month ago, at the night market, with the sausage, Li Ying quickly mentioned key details, which illuminated Lin Feng's memory. Was she not the one with the voluptuous figure who had indulged in his grilled sausages? Lin Feng pondered for a moment. Her makeup was rather heavy, making it difficult to discern whether there was a person or a ghost behind that facade. If she were a ghost, he would have been at a significant loss for his sausages. Are you a virgin? One sausage for a night of companionship? I, Lin Feng, am a man of my word. Upon reading Lin Feng's message, Li Ying was taken aback. Is this what the world of the affluent looked like? He had sent millions in red envelopes in the group chat, yet he thought to secure her with merely one sausage. Was it she who was unwell? Or was it him? This was nothing short of an affront. You should at least offer 10 million. You've already sent out over 1 million in red envelopes. Do you truly lack that extra million? 10 million for a night. Just think of how many cosmetics and bags I could buy. I could even purchase a second-hand car and still have it registered for depreciation. Not to mention, I would be a living being reduced to second-hand status. Pouting in frustration while staring at her phone, Li Ying was furious. She had assumed that with her beauty, Lin Feng would be eager to please her. To her astonishment, after witnessing his extravagant red envelope spree, she had contemplated marrying him, yet he offered her merely a sausage. In a fit of rage, she typed a message cursing Lin Feng as a lunatic. Just as she was about to send it, she hesitated and hit delete instead. Wealthy individuals often harbor peculiar preferences. That was only natural, and she would not take offense. She was indeed a virgin, but Lin Feng's offer of a single sausage seemed rather paltry. Having observed his generous red envelope distribution in the group chat, she reasoned that a night spent with him could alter her entire life. Surely, he could provide a fair price? Li Ying was, in fact, a maiden not due to a lack of desire, but rather an inability to find a suitable buyer. Now that she had discovered a wealthy prospect, she felt compelled to raise her asking price to 10 million. As long as Lin Feng offered her that sum, she would not concern herself with how many people arrived that night or whether they were truly human. Glancing at Li Ying's messages, Lin Feng clicked on her profile to peruse her social media. Her feed was filled with photographs showcasing stockings, fishnets, cosplay, travel, beaches, and the desolate northern wilderness. It must be said that Li Ying's circle of friends has successfully piqued Lin Feng's interest. In his 2 lifetimes, Lin Feng has harbored the virtues of a gentleman, concealing his abilities while awaiting the opportune moment. Still a virgin, he desires a beautiful maiden who is also untouched. Is this request truly excessive? After all, Lin Feng possesses a certain fastidiousness regarding purity. He finds the taint of experience unacceptable. Moreover, with the onset of the apocalypse, diseases have proliferated, and it is said that 9 out of 10 individuals are afflicted. Without seeking a pristine maiden, Lin Feng finds himself unable to proceed. How could the resourceful Lin Feng, who has amassed such a bounty of supplies, allow himself to perish from disease? That would indeed be tragic. Exiting the circle, Lin Feng sent a message, 2 sticks. Li Ying was taken aback by Lin Feng's terse response. A month ago, he mentioned sausages, and now he still speaks of them? Does he see nothing beyond those sausages? At home, she has an abundance of snacks worth tens of thousands. What could possibly surpass the taste of those? Lin Xiao, are you jesting with me? You reside in a mansion worth hundreds of millions and drive a sports car worth 30 million, yet you offer me merely 2 sticks of sausage? Is that not rather excessive? Li Ying was genuinely offended. 2 sticks of sausage would hardly satiate her hunger, and this felt like an affront. Lin Feng looked at the message, then glanced at Li Ying's social media. Truth be told, he yearned for his first experience, as it is often regarded as a beautiful moment, and Li Ying was not lacking in appeal. In a few months, finding a maiden untouched by others would be more arduous than locating a secure storage facility. Women with any semblance of beauty have all been taken. Even young girls of 8 are not spared. After some contemplation, Lin Feng decided to make a concession. Ultimately, it would not be long before Li Ying, this untouched maiden, would inevitably be claimed by someone else. What if she contracted a disease? Would he lose yet another opportunity? As the resourceful Lin Feng, must he remain deprived of practical experience for decades? Just give me a straightforward answer. A box of sausages. If that works for you, splendid. If not, then preserve your virginity until you can no longer bear the hunger and come back to me. Though Lin Feng felt a twinge of urgency, he knew he could not compromise his principles. A box of sausages was his limit. Otherwise, every untouched maiden would start demanding exorbitant prices from him. How could he afford such losses? With a snap, Li Ying captured several photos of her ample supplies, sunscreens, mountains of snacks, and 5 freezers filled with frozen meat, sending them to Lin Feng. Upon seeing them, Lin Feng was instantly infuriated. Why the hell do you need me if you have no shortage of food? Are you playing with me? Send me your address. I'll come to you right now. Lin Feng was genuinely enraged. These supplies could sustain a person for years. You add me as a friend yet dismiss my sausages? Are you attempting to mock me? It is a pity that I had only just begun to find you intriguing. You fail to appreciate the opportunity. Li Ying gazed at Lin Feng's messages, confused about her misstep. Tears welled in her eyes, rendering her a picture of vulnerability. I merely wanted to inform you that I lack for nothing in terms of food. I do not want sausages. Just yesterday, I gifted a box of sausages and a box of instant noodles to someone else. What would I do with those? Li Ying rubbed her eyes, feeling a sense of grievance as she encountered a wealthy individual for the first time. How could someone so affluent offer merely a box of ham sausages when they could easily distribute millions in red envelopes within the group? Are the wealthy inherently so irritable? Why are you shouting at me? I do not desire ham sausages. I demand money. Provide me with 10 million, and I shall accompany you for a night. This is my first time as well. Do you think you can dismiss me with just a box of ham sausages? Upon reading Li Ying's message, Lin Feng felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Where on earth did this foolish person come from? It has been 3 days since the apocalypse began. And you still seek money? Lin Feng contemplated blocking her, but decided against it. After all, it is a rare occurrence for a virgin to take the initiative to contact him. Who knows when such an opportunity might arise again? Having her around could serve as a diversion from his solitude. After all, he opened his mobile banking app and glanced at his balance. 1.06 million. After some consideration, he sent a message to Li Ying with 1.06 million. If you spend a night with me, it will all be yours. Li Ying gazed at her phone, tears welling in her eyes, and then shook her head vigorously. In my lifetime, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And you've slashed the amount from 10 million down to just 1.06 million? Your bargaining is far too ruthless. Chapter 45, there will always be transactions 8 million. A fixed price. It cannot be reduced further. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me. You cannot drive the price down to the ground. As Lin Feng read Li Ying's messages, he felt a shiver run down his spine from her audacious tactics. This girl, though quite beautiful, seemed utterly devoid of common sense. She was willing to risk everything for money. The high-interest loans had already left Lin Feng deeply in debt, and now the prospect of acquiring 8 million seemed utterly unattainable. Otherwise, he would not have hesitated to spend that amount on learning the engineering of human software hardening. From this moment on, money had become utterly insignificant. It was as useless as a mere piece of paper. Unfortunately, he had encountered such a peculiar individual, one who valued money over life. It was merely 1.06 million, not a penny more. Villeneuve, 108 in the Shishan-Biyun residential area. If you can come, then come. If not, just wait to be left behind. After replying, Lin Feng tossed his phone aside. Truly too weary to engage with Liang any further. Would you refuse a box of ham sausage? Just wait until you find yourself at the mercy of others. Reflecting on those provocative photos, a surge of frustration welled up within him. It is entirely natural for a man to harbor certain thoughts. Turning on the 3D projector, he decided to delve into European and American educational materials today. If Liang wishes to come, then let her. If she does not, so be it. After all, he still had his 5 girls to attend to, and maintaining his skills was essential, though safety remained paramount. To act recklessly in this post-apocalyptic world? The consequences would be dire. Anyone who wishes to tempt fate should be cautious. Are you all unaware of syphilis and AIDS? Lin Feng retreated to study his ancestral craft, while Liang, clutching her phone, wept bitterly in her room. What was wrong with the wealthy? They casually distribute red envelopes worth millions in group chats. Yet here I am, an unwed young woman, only offered 1.06 million? This is simply outrageous. Liang cast her phone aside, refusing to respond to Lin Feng's message. It was an affront to her dignity. Xiao Xiao, having worked tirelessly for a day and a night, was on the verge of sleep in her own room. It was the perfect time for rest, as one could not venture out during the day. However, hearing commotion from Li Ying's room, she rose to check on her friend. She found Li Ying with her head buried in the blankets, sobbing uncontrollably, leaving Xiao Xiao perplexed. Ying, why are you crying? What has happened? Despite her frustration, Xiao Xiao's heart softened as she approached to comfort her dear friend. Xiao Xiao, men are all worthless. Li Ying cried, collapsing into Xiao Xiao's embrace. Her tears flowing like rain. Xiao Xiao, unsure of how to console her, gently stroked Li Ying's hair, feeling inadequate due to her lack of romantic experience. Seeing Li Ying in such distress, she guided her to the bed, continuously patting her shoulder. After a while, fatigue overcame Xiao Xiao. She had been busy all night and needed rest. Meanwhile, Li Ying seethed internally, cursing Lin Feng for his lack of compassion and lamenting her fate. Why was I, Li Ying, not born into a wealthy family? If only my parents were affluent. Would I have to compromise my dignity and bargain for my first time? Li Ying, feeling aggrieved, wiped her tears on the bed, bewildered as to why Lin Feng was unwilling to part with 8 million for her. Life is but a fleeting moment. And below this price, Li Ying would never acquiesce. It is rather dull and ordinary. After perusing some Western educational materials for a while, Lin Feng decided to turn off the projector. He opened his phone to the homeowners group, browsing through the members' information primarily to identify which of them might be a beauty. Particularly if she were a novice, as this could lead to a lucrative transaction. The majority of the homeowners were over 30. For the property prices in Shishan Villa were not modest. The villa district was even more expensive. Among them, only a female doctor named Liang Qiuyu was striking. Though it was uncertain if she had employed any beauty filters, she appeared to be in her 20s. A doctor, you say? That could be somewhat beneficial. In the event of illness or injury, one would not need to visit a hospital. Let me add her as a friend. If she declines, so be it. Lin Feng clicked to add her, and after a few minutes, Liang Qiuyu accepted his request. Hello, I am Liang Qiuyu, a surgeon at the Second People's Hospital of Huahai City. How may I assist you? Upon reading her message, Lin Feng noted that she seemed to have quite a number of patients reaching out to her. Was her response merely a copy-paste? Contemplating for a moment, he realized he had no pressing inquiries. It had only been 3 days since the apocalypse began, and it would be rather inappropriate to ask her if she consumed hot dogs or studied human software hardening engineering. He replied, I am Lin Feng. I see you are quite busy. Feel free to contact me if you encounter any difficulties. Having sent his message, Lin Feng proceeded to explore Liang Qiuyu's moments, primarily to ascertain if she had a boyfriend or any male friends depicted in photographs. After an extensive scroll, he found her social media to be quite pristine, documenting her life from middle school through high school, university, graduation, and into her career, with updates approximately every fortnight. There were no provocative images, merely simple chronicles of life, vastly different from Li Ying, who was evidently fishing for wealthy suitors, while Liang Qiuyu seemed genuinely engaged in documenting her existence. Mr. Lin Feng, do you have any sunburn ointment? Burn ointment would suffice as well. I have a patient suffering from severe sunburn who inquired about medication, but I currently lack stock at home. I am willing to pay for it. Please provide your price. Upon receiving Liang Qiuyu's message, Lin Feng stroked his chin, realizing that further inquiries might indeed yield opportunities for business. Dr. Liang, I possess both sunburn and burn ointments, however. You must first answer me one question. Are you a novice? Momentarily taken aback, Liang Qiuyu pondered the unusual nature of a patient posing such a question to a doctor. She considered the current severe shortage of sunburn and burn ointments, compounded by the fact that her boyfriend, now a security personnel, had suffered significant sunburn during disaster relief efforts. And there were no medications available at the hospital. Mr. Lin Feng, I have a boyfriend. He is a security officer and suffered severe sunburn on his first day of disaster relief operations. Please provide your price for a tube of sunburn ointment. This would also contribute to the official disaster relief efforts. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's interest waned entirely. There was nothing inherently wrong, after all. The doctor was 24, and having a partner was quite normal. Nowadays, many young girls at the tender age of 14 or 15 were already engaging in relationships. Thus, it was not unusual for someone of her age to have children. With his interest dissipated, Lin Feng chose not to engage further with Liang Qiuyu. The number of individuals afflicted by sunburn worldwide was incalculable. Even if he were to donate all of his ointment, it would scarcely suffice. Better to reserve it for his own use. Liang Qiuyu anxiously awaited a response, clutching her phone for half an hour. Yet Lin Feng remains unresponsive. Liang Qiuyu is anxious. Her boyfriend's sunburn is exceedingly severe, and if left untreated, the wounds could become infected, leading to dire consequences. Chapter 46. The exorbitant sunburn ointment. Liang Qiuyu, a physician, though on leave at home, is acutely aware of the dire circumstances within the hospital. A staggering one-third of the official disaster relief personnel have perished, otherwise. How could emergency calls go unanswered and access to the hospital be restricted? The pressing need within the hospital is not for more doctors, but for medicine. Thus, Liang Qiuyu's desire to return to the hospital was met with refusal. She is instructed to remain on standby at home. The patients in the hospital are deprived of sustenance and must await further aid from higher authorities. However, such assistance is unattainable, as the entire nation of Huaxia is afflicted by calamity. Only the northern high-latitude regions, sparsely populated, remain relatively safe, while the southern areas suffer even more severely. With temperatures soaring to 60 degrees, vegetables, fruit trees, and all flora, including wild grasses, have been scorched beyond recovery. Livestock has been reduced to little more than cured meat. The oppressive heat has also triggered sporadic wildfires. With humanity incapable of providing relief, they can only wait for the flames to extinguish themselves naturally. The mortality rate in the southern low-latitude regions is alarmingly high. These grim realities have not been disclosed to the public, as there is fear of inciting panic among the northern populace. Being an official, Liang Qiuyu is well aware of these circumstances. Thus, she must acquire the sunburn ointment from Lin Feng. This is a matter of life and death for her boyfriend. Mr. Lin Feng, I am uncertain why you pose this question, yet I must confess, I am a maiden. How might I procure your sunburn ointment? I am in dire need of a tube. Liang Qiuyu finds herself at her wit's end. If she hesitates any longer, her boyfriend may succumb. Although even if he were to recover, he would likely be left disfigured. Liang Qiuyu is not a woman who judges by appearances. The scars on his face would serve as badges of honor. How could she possibly turn her back on him? Upon receiving her message, Lin Feng's expression brightens with delight. Indeed, there are still women capable of upholding their principles before marriage. Spend the night with me, and I shall grant you a tube of sunburn ointment. This is a transaction you may choose to refuse. When you have made your decision, feel free to contact me. Liang Qiuyu, upon reading this, is utterly taken aback. Lin Feng, have you lost your humanity? This is nothing short of exploiting a crisis. Anger surges within her. Even if Lin Feng demanded her home, she would not hesitate. What is a house compared to life? Yet, this peculiar man desires her first time. Liang Qiuyu is a woman of principles. Infuriated, she picks up her phone, ready to block Lin Feng. But just as she is about to press the button, she hesitates. Currently, only Lin Feng possesses the sunburn ointment. Blocking him may mean losing her only opportunity. At that moment, chaos erupts in the community group chat. Oh no, it's 50 degrees outside. How can there be a water and power outage? Damn it. So it was a power outage. No wonder my home is so unbearably hot. Is this meant to end our lives? How can we survive in such heat without water and electricity? I have received news that due to the extreme temperatures, there will be intermittent water and power outages starting today. Supply will be limited from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. until the disaster subsides. Unbelievable. 50 degrees and a power outage. Are they trying to kill me? I can't take this anymore. The temperature in my home has reached 45 degrees. I live on the top floor. I am nearly scorched to death. Now, I can only sit in the hallway with the windows open, hoping for a breeze. As Liang Qiuyu perused the messages in the group chat, she realized that the calamities occurring in the south were beginning to gradually spread northward. It would not be long before the disasters in the north spiraled out of control. Internal personnel were acutely aware that the recent solar flare had wreaked havoc upon the ozone layer. Without the protective shield of the ozone, this Earth would become inhospitable to humanity. Moreover, this was merely the onset. The recovery of the ozone layer would be an exceedingly slow process, potentially taking years or even centuries. No one could ascertain the duration. To avert greater panic, the authorities refrained from disseminating information, leaving only insiders in the know. However, the significance of whether the authorities would release information was now moot. The situation was evident, and no one could be deceived about it. Liang Qiuyu felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Was her boyfriend not doomed? Returning to her residence, she located the property deed and took a photograph of it. One copy was sent to the group, while another was directed to Lin Feng. Does anyone have sunburn ointment or burn cream? I am in urgent need. I am willing to exchange my apartment for it. My place is 80 square meters on the 3rd floor. I purchased it for 30,000 per square meter in full. I spent 200,000 on renovations. It is valued at 2.6 million. I only want 1 tube of sunburn cream. Upon the release of this message, the group erupted into chaos. No one responded to Liang Qiuyu. Everyone understood that sunburn ointment was a lifesaver in dire circumstances. When faced with the choice between money and life, no one would opt for wealth. Suddenly, Lin Feng sent a WeChat transfer in the group, astonishingly transferring 1 million to Liang Qiuyu. Dr. Liang is in need. I wish to extend my assistance. This is my final million, and I am willing to donate it all to Dr. Liang. Instantly, the group was abuzz with excitement. Although they recognized that donating money might not yield immediate results, the thought of parting with their hard-earned money was still difficult. After all, they had toiled earnestly for every penny. What if the disaster subsided? How would they survive without funds? Mr. Lin is truly noble. No wonder he has amassed such wealth. Unlike that Wang from the neighborhood committee. Worthless. Why are you comparing Wang to a dog? That is an insult to dogs. Wang, say something. The supplies you hoarded should be distributed to those in need. Shuntive, are you just going to remain silent? In an instant, all eyes turned toward Wang Guifan, who was fuming with indignation, her gums nearly grinding to pieces. Lin Feng, this is not over between us. Just wait until you run out of supplies. I want you to kneel at my doorstep and lick my shoes. Wang Guifan truly had no shame. Lin Feng had done nothing wrong, yet she placed all the blame upon him. Meanwhile, Liang Qiuyu accepted Lin Feng's generous million, raising her offer. 1 apartment plus 1 million. I only need 1 tube of sunburn ointment. It was not that Liang Qiuyu was avaricious. She accepted the money solely to save her boyfriend. Yet, it proved futile. Sunburn cream was already scarce, with few having stockpiled it. After half an hour, Liang Qiuyu, tears streaming down her face and her eyes reddened, gazed at her phone. At that moment, a voice message arrived from her boyfriend, Zhou Kaihua. Qiuyu, I think my time is coming to an end. From now on, you must take good care of yourself. During the day, one must diligently apply sunscreen before venturing outside. At a temperature of 30 degrees, I could suffer severe sunburn, and now, with the outside temperature soaring to 50 degrees, one could succumb to the sun's wrath within mere minutes. I wish to live well, and if fate permits another life, I shall surely marry you. Alas, I am sorry that I cannot accompany you in the days to come. I will watch over you from above. Woe is me. Upon hearing this voice message, Liang Qiuyu collapsed onto her desk, weeping uncontrollably. On one side lies the life of her beloved, and on the other, Lin Feng. This opportunistic fiend demands she spend a night with him before he grants her the medicine. If I were on the brink of death, would you accompany someone for a night to save me? What was once a light-hearted jest between lovers has now morphed into a grim reality. After weeping for a long while, Liang Qiuyu made her decision. Though the first time is significant, the life of her beloved holds far greater importance. If this first time can save your life, then so be it. Chapter 47. The damage of a major sunburn. Lin Feng. Send me a picture of the sunburn cream. If you have it, I need it now. There was no time to waste. Liang Qiuyu hastily messaged Lin Feng. Moments later, Lin Feng sent her a photo of an imported sunburn cream. Despite the foreign language on the label, Liang Qiuyu, being a doctor, was certain that it was the most effective remedy for sunburn. Lin Feng indeed had it. Villa 108 in the Xishan Bun district. The square 3-story building next to it. Come and I will give it to you. Lin Feng reclined with a triumphant smile, relishing the thought that his brothers had endured so much hardship together. And now they could finally bask in comfort. The good days had finally arrived. Not every woman was as foolish as Li Ying, who valued money over life. All right, I'm on my way. Just save the sunburn cream for me. Liang Qiuyu quickly stood up, applying sunscreen, grabbing her sun umbrella, putting on her sunglasses, and rushing out to find Lin Feng. She had accepted the challenge to save her boyfriend's life. Outside, the temperature soared to 50 degrees Celsius, and a wave of heat instantly made Liang Qiuyu dizzy. The streets were deserted, with everyone seeking refuge in the shade from the sun. To avoid sunburn, she wore long pants, mesh shoes, and even sheer gloves. As long as her sun umbrella shielded her face, she should be fine. Arriving at Lin Feng's villa, Drenched in sweat from the sweltering journey, she was taken aback by the opulence of his home. Were the villas of the wealthy truly this extravagant? How much must it have cost to construct such a residence? No wonder they had no interest in my modest abode. In comparison, my little house seemed utterly insignificant. Upon reaching the iron gate, Liang Xiuyu pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. Lin Feng heard the chime and glanced at the surveillance camera, immediately recognizing Liang Xiuyu's visage. Even with sunglasses on, her delicate, fair face was unmistakably beautiful. It seemed her social media photos had not been altered. She was slender, with a height of 160 centimeters and a weight under 100 pounds. Lin Feng was elated, rubbing his hands together as he descended the stairs to open the door. His brother's fortunate days were about to begin. Liang Xiuyu stood outside, curiously tapping on the iron gate, only to discover it was solid. Was it not iron? Was this titanium alloy? She was increasingly astonished by Lin Feng's extravagance. The door was made of titanium alloy. Did it really need to be this absurd? Ding. Just then, Liang Xiuyu's phone rang. Upon opening it, she found a friend request. Stunned, she read the message. I have sunburn cream. Does what you said in the group count? Without hesitation, Liang Xiuyu accepted the request, noticing that the profile picture belonged to a woman. Surely, a girl wouldn't take her first time, right? Upon acceptance, the girl promptly sent a picture of the sunburn cream. Not just one tube, but a whole set. After using one, 9 remained. Then, the girl added, I can sell you 1 tube, but we need to sign a contract. You give me 1 million plus your house, and we'll sign in blood, no backing out. Upon receiving this news, Liang Xiuyu was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. Indeed, there are still good people in this world. Excellent. I shall return home to retrieve the property deed and draft the contract. Where do you reside? I shall come find you immediately. Please ensure you reserve one for me. Liang Xiuyu's family is well off, and money can always be earned again. Her job is stable. Her boyfriend, Zhou Kaiwa, works as a security officer, enjoying job security that the authorities will certainly uphold. I reside in Building 1, Unit 2, Room 201. Bring the contract, property deed, and seal. Upon seeing the address, Liang Xiuyu felt a glimmer of hope. Truly, this is a good person. Excellent. I shall head there at once. You must reserve it for me. With determination, Liang Xiuyu departed. Let Lin Feng keep that sunburn ointment for himself. As Lin Feng opened the door, he caught sight of Liang Xiuyu's departing figure. Hey, the door is open. Come in. Lin Feng exclaimed joyfully, as this was merely a transaction, a mutual agreement. After all, happiness is meant to be shared, is it not? Upon hearing Lin Feng's voice, Liang Xiuyu turned around and approached briskly. Slap. A resounding slap landed on Lin Feng's face. Then, Liang Xiuyu spat on him. Bah, you scoundrel. Keep your sunburn ointment for the dogs. You are a scum. How can there be such a disgraceful person in this world? Truly disgusting. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback by the sudden slap. Did you inquire about my home address just to deliver such a slap? Are you truly so idle? To risk life and limb on such a hot day just to slap me? We had a deal, and now you've offended me so gravely? Lin Feng contemplated rushing out to drag her back in and tie her up at home, using her as a target for his frustrations. After all, the world was nearing its end. How dare she insult him so? At a height of 160 centimeters and weighing less than 100 pounds, Lin Feng could easily overpower her. However, as he lifted his foot to pursue her, he regained his composure. He had not intended to go out today, had not applied sunscreen, nor brought an umbrella. He would surely suffer sunburn if he ventured out. Damn it, I'm on the verge of losing my pants. You slap me, and that's it? Lin Feng dared not chase after her. The ultraviolet rays would wreak havoc on his face. He had no desire to become disfigured. Watching Liang Xiuyu walk further away, Lin Feng's frustration grew. He had never endured such humiliation. Do you understand the psychological trauma inflicted on a 21-year-old by such a slap? Lin Feng retrieved a drone from his space and decided to follow her. Damn it. If you refuse a fair trade, then so be it. Just you wait until I discover your address. Tonight, you shall know what a real confrontation entails. He maneuvered the drone to follow her, closing the door behind him. For it was too hot, and he wished to conserve the air conditioning. Indeed, while many households faced power outages, Lin Feng's home would never suffer such a fate. Returning to his room, Lin Feng poured himself a chilled bottle of vodka and took a hearty swig. The more he pondered the situation, the angrier he became. How could they have been negotiating so amicably, only for her to turn hostile? If you disagreed, why did you even come? I did not compel you to be here. Lin Feng possesses a modicum of humanity, yet it is scarcely sufficient. Transactions should be pursued wherever possible, fostering a spirit of mutual satisfaction and convenience through meaningful dialogue. However, those who undermine such exchanges must face severe repercussions. Must I not retaliate tenfold for this egregious affront? Would I, Lin Feng, forsake my dignity? Controlling the drone, he trailed from a distance, hovering above Liang Qiuyu, who would never dare to look up, lest she sacrifice her pride. After some time, Liang Qiuyu entered Building 3. Unit 3. With her general location established, Lin Feng maneuvered the drone into the stairwell to ascertain which apartment she had entered. This evening, I shall make you acutely aware of the magnitude of the harm this affront has inflicted upon me, Lin Feng. He piloted the drone to the 4th floor. As the windows there were ajar, the power outage rendered the elevator inoperable, compelling Liang Qiuyu to ascend by the stairs. Lin Feng lay in wait, akin to a hunter poised for its prey. 3 minutes elapsed, yet she had not arrived. Surely, she does not reside below the 3rd floor. He directed the drone downstairs, only to witness the door of apartment 303 closing before him. Lin Feng confirmed it. Liang Qiuyu dwelled in Building 3, Unit 3, Apartment 303. Ah, Liang Qiuyu, you await the setting sun. I, Lin Feng, shall ensure you fathom the meaning of cruelty. He took a swig of vodka, his anger intensifying with each sip. Lin Feng had no desire to engage in acts of violence. His conscience had not yet descended to such depths. Yet this affront struck at the very core of his dignity. Retribution must be swift and decisive. Chapter 48. The hardest betrayal. Controlling the drone to return home, Lin Feng, though not particularly in need of this one drone, believed in frugality, as such opportunities may not arise again in the future. As he maneuvered the drone, he spotted someone emerging from the building in the distance. Driven by curiosity, Lin Feng directed the drone back. Was it Liang Qiuyu again? This time, however, she held a crimson document in her hand. Enlarging the screen, Lin Feng realized it was a property certificate. What could she possibly want with that? He guided the drone to follow her as she approached Unit 2 of Building 1. From the stairwell, he observed Liang Qiuyu ascend to the 2nd floor and gently knock on the door. After a brief wait, the door swung open, revealing a woman in black stockings with a face marked by blemishes, someone he felt he had encountered before. The proximity was such that Lin Feng could see without the drone. As Building 1 was directly across from his home, peering through binoculars, he recognized her. It was Li Ying. Liang Qiuyu presented the property certificate to Li Ying, who then signed a contract and appeared to be scanning a code on her phone, likely transferring money. Subsequently, Li Ying handed over a tube of sunburn ointment to Liang Qiuyu, who, while sobbing, bowed in gratitude. Lin Feng was incensed. Was Li Ying truly foolish? Was she mentally impaired? Selling sunburn ointment for money? The business he had nearly secured was now jeopardized by her interference. He noted the location of Li Ying's residence. Unit 201, Building 1. Both women should brace themselves for his retribution. Tonight, he would bring them home and bind them as a means to exact his revenge. Retrieving the drone, Lin Feng was beside himself with rage. This time, his ire was directed not at Liang Qiuyu, but rather at Li Ying. Had it not been for Li Ying's meddling, his business would not have faltered. Fine. If she had an abundance of resources and a penchant for selling, he would assist in her promotion. Lin Feng took out another phone, logged into a secondary account, and submitted a request to join the homeowners group under the guise of seeking safety. He, the clever Lin Feng, would not allow anyone to discern his involvement in this affair. Joining the homeowners group was effortless. One would only be removed for inappropriate remarks. With a swift motion, Lin Feng opened the group chat and shared screenshots of the photos, including those Li Ying had sent him showcasing her supplies. Unit 201, Building 1. I witnessed her selling sunburn ointment. Furthermore, her home is filled with a plethora of supplies. Anyone in need of resources should inquire. Instantaneously, the group erupted in excitement. Is this true? The owner of Unit 201, please respond. My son is severely sunburned. I urgently require sunburn ointment to save him. How much for one tube? Please sell me one. I want one too. Just name your price. Oh my goodness. So much food. Would you sell me a box of ham sausages? They're $100 a piece outside. A box of 50 is 5,000. I'll give you 10,000 for a box. Just sell it to me. Li Ying, delighted as she gazed at the property certificate and the million in her bank account, reveled in her fortune. Exchanging a single tube of sunburn ointment for such a bounty of goods. Where could one find such a stroke of luck? 10 tubes of sunburn ointment were procured. Li Ying utilized one, sold another to Liang Qiuyu, leaving a remaining stock of 8. If all are sold, it could amount to several million. Lin Feng, did you not refuse me the 8 million? I sold a single tube for over 300,000. The profit from selling sunburn ointment surpasses that of selling myself. I can only sell myself once, yet I can sell the ointment 9 times. Xiao Qiao, after a long night of toil, still slumbers in her room with the door closed. The 2nd floor is not overly warm, hence she is oblivious to the power and water outages. Li Ying opened the owner group chat, which now overflowed with purchase inquiries. Perhaps it was Liang Qiuyu's doing? Yet Li Ying remained unconcerned. This served as self-promotion. A fortuitous occurrence. I still possess 8 tubes of sunburn ointment. 300,000 each. Cash valued at 300,000. Property deeds. A sports car can also be traded, but a contract must be signed with a fingerprint. First come, first served. Limited quantity. Other supplies are also for sale. Ham sausages at 20,000 per box. Instant noodles at 20,000 per box. Li Ying's announcement set the group ablaze. I am heading there now. Save some for me. Damn it. I can't miss this. I have an extra sports car worth 3 million. I own an empty villa valued at 10 million. Reserve 2 tubes of the ointment for me. The wealthy residents of Shishan Villa area, upon seeing the situation, hurriedly applied sunscreen and grabbed umbrellas to head out. If I lose money, I can earn it back. But if I lose my life, what use is money? My life is precious. Li Ying observed the fervent sales and quickly messaged in the group. One at a time. Please. No shouting. No loud noises. If anyone makes a ruckus, I may refuse to sell. All right. I will transfer the money directly. I promise to remain silent. Just make the sale. I would kneel and call you grandmother if necessary. I will certainly not utter a sound. In these times, anyone who can sell is a good person. Good people live safely. How could I trouble a good person? Oh, benevolent goddess, you have come to save us. The owners quickly agreed, while Li Ying had already opened the 2 gates. This is the irony of guarding against thieves. The hardest to defend against are those within. Xiao's painstakingly welded iron door proved futile. The moment she fell asleep, Li Ying effortlessly opened it. Before long, the first wealthy individual appeared. Transferring 10 million to Li Ying for 2 tubes of sunburn ointment and some supplies, then promptly departed. The second affluent buyer arrived, offering a 3 million sports car with keys and contract, along with 200,000 in cash, 1 tube of burn ointment, and 200,000 worth of supplies. The third was a mother, presenting her home as property deed in exchange for a tube of sunburn ointment. She lacked funds for supplies. Being the mother of a son afflicted by sunburn, truly, the hearts of parents are filled with compassion. To save her child's life, she relinquished her home. Do not concern yourself with whether the price is exorbitant. The crux lies in the fact that money alone cannot procure it. Lin Feng, observing through binoculars, could hardly contain his amusement. Goodness. This is hilarious. This woman is indeed fierce. She truly is selling. When she gets serious, she would even sell herself. Just go ahead and sell. I am eager to see how much you end up selling yourself for. The earlier individuals were affluent and possessed property, conducting their transactions with a degree of integrity. However, the subsequent individuals, particularly those lacking financial resources, were far less compliant. Those who wish to survive should step aside. We seek only sustenance, not to harm others. I am on the brink of starvation. I am merely exercising caution in a perilous situation. Here comes the risk-averse Song Chao once again, the last time at Li Ying's place. He devoured an entire box of ham sausages and a box of instant noodles in no time. There was no particular reason for it. Initially, a solitary Song Chao had enough provisions to last several days, but upon mentioning his supplies to his unruly companions, they all flocked to him. 13 in total. All of them were brothers. How could Song Chao possibly refuse to share with them? Could that meager amount suffice for such a crowd? After consuming everything, Song Chao began devising ways to procure more food, ultimately discovering the abundance of provisions at Li Ying's residence. Without hesitation, he summoned 12 of his loyal accomplices, armed with kitchen knives and watermelon knives, masked and ready to charge over. The 13 guardians of the Western District are anything but a mere facade. Chapter 49. The rift among best friends. Why are you here again? Didn't I give you ham and instant noodles? Upon seeing Song Chao accompanied by a throng of individuals wielding watermelon knives, Li Ying felt an overwhelming surge of fear, especially since the sting of his earlier slap still lingered on her face. Smack. As anticipated, Song Chao delivered another resounding slap. You have so much food at home, yet you only offer me this paltry amount. Are you treating me like a beggar? You truly deserve a beating. Li Ying found herself on the ground, tears streaming silently down her cheeks, while the affluent individuals around her clasped their heads in despair, acutely aware of the value of their own lives. Please, we have nothing. Don't let this escalate to a point of no return. Can we just leave? The leader among them, a wealthy woman, glanced nervously at the armed men. Her life precious to her. She couldn't afford to lose it over mere goods. Get lost. This is a matter of urgent self-preservation. I am not here to rob or kill. As lawyer Zhongsan said, I can do whatever I want without facing consequences. Song Chao, the self-proclaimed guardian of safety, maintained his principles firmly. He ordered them to leave without delay. The group of wealthy individuals, heads bowed, fled hastily, vowing never to shop in groups again. What an exhilarating experience it was to venture out so boldly to procure goods. This was true wisdom. Brothers, help me move. Take the freezers as well. All that matters is food. No one gets hurt. We are merely safeguarding ourselves, not robbing. The 13 guardians of Shishan adhered strictly to their principles. No violence. no destruction, only the relocation of goods. Outside, two battered delivery trucks with shattered windows stood idle. The reason for the broken glass was all too apparent to those in the know. The 13 guardians worked efficiently, but the clamor of the freezers inevitably roused Xiao Xiao from her slumber. Rubbing her eyes, she opened the door and was left utterly dumbfounded. Am I dreaming? Is this still my home? How did you get in here? This is my house. Please leave immediately. Xiao Xiao was furious, but her anger was futile. Even with her training in Taekwondo and Sanda, she felt powerless. Listen, little beauty, I advise you to behave. Return to your room at once. We are in the midst of urgent self-preservation. However, my brothers wouldn't mind compensating you in a rather inappropriate manner. Xiao Xiao was utterly speechless. How could they brazenly justify their robbery? Faced with 13 armed men, she hesitated to act. Retreating to her room, she locked the door. From the depths of her drawer, she retrieved 2 sharpened samurai swords, illegal weapons nonetheless. It wasn't that Xiao Xiao intended to confront Song Chao. The value of the supplies wasn't worth risking her life. Once they finished their looting, they would leave. Yet, she felt compelled to arm herself for protection. They must not succeed in their endeavors, no matter the cost. Her frustration boiled over. How did these lunatics know about her supplies? Surely, they should have made some noise while breaking in. Was her iron door welded shut for nothing? With the bedroom door securely locked, she knew they would have to kick it down to gain entry. Grabbing her phone, she wanted to check with Li Ying about what had transpired while she had merely taken a nap. Upon opening WeChat, she was met with a shocking revelation. 999 unread messages in the homeowners group. Upon clicking to return to the initial unread messages, Jojo was seething with rage. Li Ying was selling items, photos of the transactions, and images of the supplies inside the house. It was evident that these angles were captured by Li Ying herself and sent to others. Oh, Li Ying, I considered you a close friend. How could you wish for my demise? Jojo was truly furious. It seemed she finally understood why Lin Feng wanted to take down Abe. Such disobedient individuals are akin to dogs. They are simply not worth keeping around. After approximately an hour, there was silence outside. Jojo waited an additional 5 minutes. Confirming that no one was present, they cautiously opened the door after a period of emergency evasion. At that moment, the food within the house was utterly stripped bare. Even the mice would weep as they departed. Jojo, I'm so sorry. I never anticipated it would turn out this way. I just thought, with the prices so high, I could sell a few things to earn some extra money. Were these items not purchased for 300,000? I will reimburse you. I'll transfer you $1 million. With tear-streaked cheeks, Li Ying picked up her phone and sent Jojo the money. Ding. Jojo glanced at her phone, astonished to find that Li Ying had indeed transferred $1 million to her. However, upon checking the group chat, Jojo discovered that Li Ying had sold a tube of sunburn cream for $3 million, 9 tubes for $27 million, and now she offers me a mere 100,000? Is this some sort of jest? Li Ying, from this moment forth, kindly vacate my residence. Our bond is severed, and should we cross paths again, maintain your distance. I can tolerate your transgressions just this once. Next time, I fear I might be compelled to harm you. With that, Jojo refused to accept the money and promptly blocked Li Ying. Li Ying, with a face full of grievance, approached Jojo, pleading, Jojo, please don't be angry. Did you not hoard supplies for profit as well? Now that you have gained some fortune, does our years of friendship not outweigh this trivial matter? Besides, I've already given you $1 million. You are not at a loss. I did nothing wrong. It was they who stole. It's not my fault. Li Ying clung to Jojo's legs, but this time Jojo did not indulge her. With a swift kick, she sent Li Ying sprawling far away. Get lost. Do not provoke me to violence. I have no desire to take a life. Jojo brandished a samurai sword at Li Ying, who was utterly terror-stricken, hastily gathering her belongings and scrambling out the door. Bang. With a resounding slam of the door, their ties were irrevocably severed, each embarking on their separate paths. Jojo surveyed her disheveled home, seething with indignation. Tears streamed down her cheeks. After all, she was still a woman, and she had never encountered anything like this. To claim she was unafraid would be a falsehood. There were 13 men armed with machetes. If they truly turned violent, how could she live the rest of her life? Fortunately, this was merely the 3rd day of the apocalypse. These men still possessed some humanity. However, who could say what would transpire with the passage of time? The living room and kitchen were thoroughly pillaged. Not a single grain of rice remained. The 5 freezers filled with meat had been taken, freezers and all. Jojo, feeling utterly helpless, sank to the floor and wept bitterly, finally grasping why Lin Feng had offered her sausage during their first encounter, claiming his worth was only equivalent to 2 sausages. If they resorted to violence, it turned out that even a single sausage was too much to expect. After weeping for a while, Jojo rose and returned to her room. Fortunately, there was no place to store the sunscreen. She had 3 boxes in her bedroom, along with an assortment of snacks that she relished, sufficient to last her several days. Under no circumstances should she disturb the items in the storage room downstairs, if discovered. Would she be able to maintain her composure next time? Jojo now harbored a profound resentment towards Liang. I regarded you as a sister. And this is how you treat me? If it weren't for following Lin Feng to hoard supplies, Jojo believed she would have been utterly overwhelmed by despair by now. After a moment's reflection, she picked up her binoculars. Perhaps it was best to observe what Lin Feng was up to. Following Lin Feng was undoubtedly the wisest decision she could make. Chapter 50. Does Lin Feng know that the disaster is due to him? Xiao raised her binoculars, only to lock eyes with Lin Feng. The moment their gazes met, an unspoken confirmation passed between them. You were the one. Xiao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Why was Lin Feng secretly watching her? Had her imitation of him been discovered? Lin Feng, too, felt a twinge of awkwardness. Was this young lady coveting the ham sausages he had purchased? Why else would she be sneaking glances at him? Was it a crime to be handsome? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Lin Feng glanced at his trousers, feeling the cool breeze against his groin. He shook his head, unwilling to delve further into that line of thinking, fearing it might lead to undesirable consequences. Regarding this matter, I can only award you 3 stars. That Liang is clearly a white lotus who values money over life. Nowadays, it seems no one cares if a murder occurs. You can keep her around for the new year. Although Lin Feng had set a trap for Liang, he still felt it was insufficiently satisfying. However, upon further reflection, he felt considerably better. Liang, that white lotus, had nothing to eat now and had been cast out from her home. Her fate would be far worse than death. Alas, it is my fault. Had I not nearly purchased all the food surrounding Huanghai City, the disaster would not have been as severe. Last month, I could still buy grain, but now it seems I have acted too soon. Nonetheless, it has little bearing on me. I paid for it. This is a transaction. Both parties are willing. One wishes to buy, the other to sell. It has nothing to do with me. Lin Feng still possessed a modicum of conscience, albeit limited. He could have resorted to theft, yet he chose to pay. Just then, his phone buzzed to life. Upon checking, he found a friend request and recognizing the avatar. He knew it was Xiao. The earlier eye contact had been quite awkward, but with his thick skin, Lin Feng accepted the request without hesitation. Does she crave ham sausages? I can offer her 2. He even sent 3 mischievous emojis, which only served to infuriate Xiao. Who would want your food? I would rather starve to death than eat your offerings. Xiao retaliated with 3 furious emojis, yet Lin Feng remained unfazed. It was evident, without question, that Xiao was a naive maiden, a tempestuous paragon of virtue who would take great pride in taming a wild stallion. No need to rush your response. Who can escape the law of true cravings? Your home has been looted, has Tia? Whenever you feel the pangs of hunger, feel free to contact me. I will save some for you. As he spoke, Lin Feng sent a photo of a box of ham sausages, along with 2 boxes of marinated eggs. 1 plus 2 sometimes equals scoundrel, rogue, brazen charlatan, taking advantage of the chaos and teasing me. I won't let you off easily. Xiao was both furious and irate, laying down a fierce ultimatum. This left Lin Feng feeling a chill, unearthing old wounds from his past. This spirited mare possessed a stubborn temperament, making her difficult to tame. He decided not to reply, opting not to provoke her further. What if she feigned compliance? Much like Fengqian. After all, Lin Feng had just endured a significant defeat and was beginning to learn his lesson. It would be best to wait until she was willing. A few days of hunger would surely make her compliant. When a person is desperate with hunger, they will eat anything. Fengqian would be the most qualified to comment on this matter. Lin Feng set his phone aside, ignoring the messages, while Xiao, fuming, squeezed her phone and resolved not to yield. She intended to inquire whether she could exchange supplies for a room in his safe house. Surely, even Lin Feng could not refuse nearly 20 million in resources. As a lone woman, living alone felt perilous, and should her stockpile be exposed, her fate would be sealed. It was evident that Lin Feng was unwilling to permit her entry. His curt responses left her at a standstill. Xiao gritted her teeth in frustration. How could he possibly enjoy solitude in such a large safe house? No wonder he always immersed himself in study materials alone. She felt a flush of embarrassment at the thought of living there. With Lin Feng's notorious reputation, would he not take advantage of her? Confident in her looks and figure, Xiao doubted that this lecherous man would be indifferent to her presence. Living in the safe house might not be the safest option after all. Lin Feng himself was the greatest threat. Women must rely on themselves. Resolved, Xiao recognized that differing intellects set people apart, and she decisively concluded that she could not depend on Lin Feng. Grabbing her electric pick, she retreated to her room, locked the door, and planned to create a passage to the warehouse. Drawing the curtains to conceal her actions from Lin Feng, she pushed her bed aside and readied the electric pick. Had the power gone out? Indeed, it had. However, residing on the second floor, she felt relatively cool and did not notice the heat. The temperature on the top floor was scarcely different from the outside, save for the shade and the passing breeze. Xiao Qiao rubbed her chin. Deciding to wait for the power to return, the hole must be made. If she went downstairs to retrieve supplies, it would only be a matter of time before someone noticed. By breaking through to the warehouse from the second floor, she could ensure her safety. Thankfully, she had not revealed to Li Ying, the White Lotus, that she possessed nearly 20 million in supplies. Otherwise, she would have been left with nothing today. While Xiao Qiao prepared to break through the floor for backup supplies, Li Ying reveled in the corridor on the first floor, ecstatic as she checked her phone balance. 18 million. I actually sold so much. Plus, a villa, 2 sports cars, 3 apartments. I am now a millionaire. The sun had not yet set, and Li Ying could not exit the building. Xiao Qiao was truly fortunate. Had Li Ying heard the noise of the electric pick, her plan would have been thwarted. Perhaps Xiao Qiao was indeed the chosen one, endowed with extraordinary luck. Humph. Xiao Qiao, you truly lack foresight. With prices soaring, how could you not sell your goods and then blame me? Once this opportunity passes, it will be gone for good. You wish to sever ties with me? I am now a millionaire and have no time for you. And what of Lin Feng? I asked for 8 million, and he refused, with a mere pittance. He struts around like he is superior? This time, I'll set my price higher. Without a billion, no one can touch me. Li Ying toyed with a few keys in her hand. Xiao Qiao, what can you do if you refuse to let me stay at your place? Now I have a villa. I have no desire to reside in your home. What is so special about a decrepit high-rise? A successful woman, of course, carries designer bags, drives luxury cars, and resides in a villa. I, Li Ying, am now the epitome of a successful woman. I have everything I desire. After a while, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Li Ying made a call to inquire about the whereabouts of the car that was to be sold to her. Once she clarified the details, she drove the car to the villa. Although Li Ying did not possess a driver's license, the community was not far, and she managed to reach her destination. Gazing at the 2 sports cars and the villa behind her, Li Ying felt that her life had reached a pinnacle. I now have tens of millions in savings. I am a wealthy woman with luxury cars and a villa. Upon entering the villa, she was met with an oppressive heat. Having not consumed water for an entire afternoon, Li Ying was exceedingly parched. She headed to the kitchen, turned on the faucet, but to her dismay, there was no water. Opening the refrigerator yielded no food. She then attempted to activate the air conditioning, only to find it devoid of power. Li Ying began to feel a sense of panic. While residing at Xiao Qiao's home, she had never worried about food and drink. It had seemed trivial. Now, living in a villa, with assets and savings to boast, yet lacking sustenance and enduring the heat. What was she to do? Li Ying resolved to venture outside the community to the supermarket to procure some food, reminding herself that with 18 million in savings, there was little she could not afford. Chapter 51. The joy of zero-cost purchases. Li Ying rose from her seat and ventured outside her community in the evening. The path was enveloped in darkness, illuminated only by the moonlight and a few solar street lamps. At that moment, the street was eerily silent, devoid of any sounds. Not even the chirping of insects or the croaking of frogs. The oppressive stillness sent shivers down her spine. Many cars along the roadside had shattered windows, and she occasionally spotted traces of blood. To her horror, she even encountered a blackened, desiccated corpse. Wow! Li Ying screamed in terror and bolted away. Having been raised in comfort, she had never witnessed such a scene. What on earth was the government doing? Were they incapable of action? If they couldn't manage the situation, they should promptly replace their leaders. As she ran, she vented her frustrations, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation. This was a result of the pampering from Xiao Qiao and her parents, raising her with a sense of entitlement despite lacking the true essence of a princess. As Lin Feng would say, a harmonious society had saved her. Otherwise, someone like her would not survive 3 days. Upon reaching a corner, Li Ying noticed a large travel bag. Curiosity piqued, she approached it, thinking it might be a designer item containing valuables. However, upon opening it, she was taken aback. Ugh! The contents made her retch. Those who enjoy murder know that encountering such a bag by the roadside demands caution, for it may contain not currency, but remains of the deceased. Gazing at the decaying limbs and entrails, she vomited again and quickly fled the scene. Finally reaching a supermarket, she found the entrance smashed to pieces. The interior was shrouded in darkness, a truly frightful sight. Her stomach growled in protest after an afternoon without food or drink. And having just vomited, she was ravenous. Turning on her phone's flashlight, she resolved to see if any staff remained to sell food. It had not been like this during her last visit. Ugh, what was that foul odor? Upon entering the supermarket, a wave of putrid stench assaulted her senses. As she glanced around, she was horrified to find numerous bodies sprawled in disarray. Due to the sweltering heat, they had begun to decay, emitting a pungent aroma. What on earth had transpired? Was this truly the end of the world? Though fear gripped her heart, hunger and thirst prevailed, summoning her courage. She navigated through the corpses to the food section, only to find empty shelves and no sign of life. After circling the aisles, she realized there was not a single person in sight, let alone a sales clerk. A pang of regret struck her. Had she been mistaken in seeking food? Wandering into the designer handbag section, she noticed the absence of any signs of looting. Expensive high heels worth hundreds of thousands and bags worth millions lay untouched, gathering dust in the stillness. The sight of these shoes and bags ignited a spark of greed in her eyes. At that moment, with no one around and no surveillance, could she claim them as her own? With this thought in mind, Li Ying seized a fire axe and began to smash the glass display cases. Crash! As the glass shattered, Li Ying's heart soared with joy. Oh my! It's all about the thrill. At long last, Li Ying experienced the elation of a zero-cost purchase. Instantly, her hunger and thirst vanished. She grabbed a woven bag and began to fill it with luxurious items she had previously deemed unattainable: handbags, high heels, cosmetics, an array of designer clothing, skirts, and stockings. After all, there were no surveillance cameras, and no one to oversee your actions. What I take is mine. Li Ying stuffed the bag to the brim, weighing well over 100 pounds. Yet, astonishingly, she managed to carry it. This is the legendary weak woman. Ask me to carry 100 pounds of rice, and I would falter. But hand me 100 pounds of gold bricks, and I not only can bear it, but I can also run. As Li Ying exited the supermarket with her hefty load, she thought, as long as she made it home, all these treasures would be hers. Upon stepping outside, she encountered a man with a camera mounted on his head, wielding a watermelon knife. Ah, splendid. Tonight, my first order from the live streaming room at Shishan is here. What luck to stumble upon a little lady. Let us shower her with small gifts. If you want to see me live stream her predicament, drop a 666. If you wish to rob her, give a little heart. For those who dare to act first, send a rocket. With such a large bag on her back, it must contain plenty of valuable items. Free gifts flowing in. I must say, this brother understands live streaming. In an instant, the room was packed with viewers. After all, everyone was cooped up at home with nothing to do. Let us send some small gifts. Millions of viewers surged into the live stream room at Shishan. After all, it takes audacity to broadcast such an event. I am, after all, the first person in Huaxia to live stream from such a precarious situation. Hey, big brother. I haven't done anything to offend you. If you want high heels, I have plenty inside. What are you planning to do? Li Ying was genuinely frightened. How could she not be, facing a man with a camera above him and a watermelon knife in hand? Don't be nervous, sister. Millions of viewers are watching. If you cooperate, there's no need for me to be so brutal. I'll just take you down a notch first. After all, a corpse might be a bit too extreme for me to handle. While he spoke, the host had already approached Li Ying with the knife, and she was so terrified that her legs turned to jelly. She fell to her knees. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, bored at home and scrolling through his phone, stumbled into the live stream. Upon seeing the supermarket's entrance, he recognized Li Ying instantly. In a flash, Lin Feng's mischievous side emerged, and he sent 10 rockets, each worth 1,000. A whopping 10,000 spent in an instant. Come on, brothers. If the live stream is entertaining, I'll keep sending rockets. Lin Feng typed with a sly grin. It's not my fault. I'm just here for the spectacle. What wrong have I done? If you decide to wander out at night instead of staying home, is that my fault? Don't you know that in the face of the apocalypse, avoiding people means dodging over 90% of the danger? All right, top donor. I'll cater to you. The rockets shouldn't be sent without reason. Come on, brothers. Approaching Li Ying, I drew a knife and pressed it against her throat, then proceeded to remove my trousers. Do not be alarmed, my dear. We are all novices at this. I am currently broadcasting live. As long as you fulfill the request of the top supporter in my stream, I shall spare your life tonight. Li Ying, confronted with this harrowing scene, was overwhelmed with resistance, tears streaming down her face. Please, I was wrong. How much do you want? I can give it to you. Realizing that he was indeed live streaming, she understood this was a demand for money and gifts. If I provide you with what you seek, will you let me go? I have 18 million. My dear, it seems you still fail to comprehend the gravity of your situation. Should I end your life, your wealth would simply become mine. Furthermore, my intent for live streaming is driven by the thrill of the experience. Money holds little value to me, for I cannot purchase anything with it at this moment. Cooperate, or I may be compelled to resort to more extreme measures. With that, he pressed the knife harder against Li Ying's throat, instilling fear within her that would deter her from ever venturing out at night again. It was no wonder that the streets were deserted. Had these streamers truly descended into such madness? Was there no longer a semblance of law or order? Chapter 52. Reading a novel together. Li Ying, with tears streaming down her face, nodded in resignation. Alas. Yes. It is as it is. Cooperate a bit. Otherwise, I might just end you. With no other choice. Li Ying succumbed to the situation. A profound sense of despair enveloped her. She felt utterly tainted. Lin Feng, reveling in his dark humor, sent another 10 rockets. The top contributor showered me with 10 rockets. Come on, play along with me. Li Ying, left with no alternatives, complied. She truly regretted encountering such a predicament. What had she done wrong? Who had she offended? Upon witnessing this, Lin Feng sent yet another 10 rockets. He then typed, "You two read this novel and cooperate with each other." Seeing the request from the top contributor, I, at West Mountain, scratched my head in confusion and inquired, "Top contributor, your words are quite profound." At that moment, a knowledgeable comrade began to enlighten us. Observing the comments, I finally understood. Oh my, so this is what reading a novel signifies. I thought I was already eccentric enough? Apparently, I am still not eccentric enough. I actually felt out of place due to my lack of eccentricity. Before long, I shall undoubtedly fit in splendidly with you all because of my newfound eccentricity. Let us send some small gifts. Let us read the novel together. Off we go. In an instant, the atmosphere in the live stream surged to unprecedented heights. The free gifts soared. After all, they were merely reveling in the spectacle. What did it matter to them if something went awry? Was there even a moderator present in the live stream? Who knows if they are even alive? Who cares what they broadcast? As I spoke, I, at West Mountain, threatened ominously. I declared, "It's just reading a novel. Don't force me to end you." Li Ying wept, but tears were futile now. She could only comply. Thus, she obediently began to read the novel. In a fleeting moment, Li Ying bit down on her arm in agony. Having experienced it firsthand, she was now utterly regretful. At this juncture, Lin Feng played a song. Chrysanthemum Terrace. Your tears shimmer with a fragile pain. The pale crescent moon captures the past. The night stretches interminably, crystallizing into frost. Who is in the attic, frozen in despair? The rain lightly taps on the crimson window. My life, scattered on paper, is blown by the wind. Dreams in the distance transform into a wisp of fragrance, drifting away your visage. The chrysanthemum wilts, leaving scars on the ground. Your smile has turned yellow. Flowers fall. Hearts broken, my unspoken thoughts quietly rest. The north wind howls, the night lingers, your shadow cannot be severed. I am left alone, mirrored in the lake, a pair. Just as I, at West Mountain, felt invulnerable. A watermelon knife descended from above. In an instant, it severed his silver spear. Blood splattered all over Li Ying. The live stream erupted in chaos. What the hell? What are you doing? I haven't wronged you, have I? I don't even know you. He clutched his severed spear, writhing in heart-wrenching pain. What was supposed to be the most exhilarating moment had unexpectedly transformed into the most agonizing one. You think you can mess with me at West Mountain, don't you? Yesterday, in the live stream, didn't you challenge me? The poor soul who couldn't afford gifts, to come and confront you through the internet? Well, here I am to confront you. I've wanted to do this for ages. Don't you want to be taken down? I'll fulfill your request. As he spoke, the man brandished a watermelon knife, launching a relentless assault upon me at the Shishan Pavilion. My weapon had already shattered, and I found myself grievously injured. I was utterly incapable of withstanding the man's frenzied onslaught. Thus, it is imperative never to provoke irate netizens online. They may very well pursue you through the very wires of the internet with lethal intent. This is no jest. Before long, as blood splattered across the screen, my live stream from the Shishan Pavilion abruptly cut out. What a shock. Live streaming is fraught with peril and demands utmost caution. Incredible! The individual at the Shishan Pavilion displayed extraordinary courage, risking his life to broadcast. Truly a formidable character. I had initially contemplated starting my own live stream, envisioning both enjoyment and profit. However, witnessing this scene, I confess I was overwhelmed with fear. I would rather remain safely at home, awaiting official rescue. To pass away in such a moment of exhilaration. My life at the Shishan Pavilion was indeed worthwhile. I am a valiant soul at the Shishan Pavilion. When one speaks of the pavilion, one must act decisively. Such is the mark of true masculinity. Lin Feng, witnessing this scene, was infuriated. He had intended to shower Li Ying, the so-called White Lotus, with gifts, but who could have anticipated the emergence of an enraged netizen? After shutting down the stream, Lin Feng found himself with a mere 20,000 yuan left in his account. Surely, this paltry sum would not suffice for future donations during live streams, would it? Contemplating his predicament, he decided to call Wu Yang, partly to check on his safety. Upon the call connecting, Wu Yang's voice came through. Goodness, boss. You are undoubtedly the most brilliant strategist I've encountered this century. When shall we commence selling our supplies? Prices are soaring. They've multiplied 100-fold. That 12 billion would now yield 12 trillion. You are now the richest person in the world. Upon hearing Wu Yang's exuberant tone, Lin Feng felt a sense of bewilderment. It seemed Wu Yang was thriving, showing no signs of distress. What does my newfound wealth have to do with you? Why do you sound even more exhilarated than I? Boss, seeing you stockpiling goods, I took the liberty of doing the same. I staked my 50 million and combined it with the last 80 million in the company S account, totaling 1.3 billion. I acknowledge the element of chance in my decision, but it appears I was fortunate. Please inform me when you decide to sell the supplies. I do not wish to miss the peak price. Lin Feng, taken aback, had initially called seeking financial support, yet it seemed Wu Yong possessed some acumen after all. This sly fellow had amassed 1.3 billion worth of stock. How long could that last? When I decide to sell, I shall let you know. Where are you storing the supplies? Is it secure? The situation outside is quite chaotic. Inform me if you require assistance. After all, with Wu Yong holding 1.3 billion in goods, Lin Feng could hardly ignore the implications. It would be wiser to seize the opportunity rather than allow others to do so. Furthermore, that 1.3 billion included 8 million of Lin Feng's own investment. In the Xishan Villa district, at Villa 206, the location was rather secluded, which should minimize any potential threats. Additionally, I had fortified the villa and there were 18 company employees, along with my wife and child, totaling 21 individuals. We have procured the weapons. Yet the absence of water and electricity is truly unbearable. The heat within the villa is stifling. Upon hearing Wu Yong's words, Lin Feng lifted his binoculars to gaze into the distance, contemplating whether to annihilate them tonight. Little did Wu Yong know. The most formidable danger in this world was Lin Feng himself. If you reveal the location of the supplies to Lin Feng, it would likely spell imminent doom. After some reflection, Lin Feng realized that Wu Yong possessed a modicum of intelligence, and without his assistance, he would struggle to amass the 12 billion. The trivial matter of their 21 individuals' sustenance was inconsequential. He decided to wait until they could no longer defend themselves before taking action. Lin Feng's conscience stirred slightly, albeit not significantly. Chapter 53. Preparing the harem. Enough. Do not squander food. Take only what you can consume and opt for items nearing expiration. Store ample water, ideally. Dig a well in the villa. If you dig 5 meters deep, you should find water. Establish a group and add me to it. By the way, transfer all the funds from the company account to me now. I have a use for it. Lin Feng resolved to assist Wu Yong and the others. Otherwise, he would find himself devoid of conversation, rendering life exceedingly dull. Having already supported Abe Lin Feng, could he not extend the same courtesy to Wu Yong? Very well, boss. Are you embarking on another investment project? Might you share some details with me? Wu Yong, believing Lin Feng had a promising venture, inquired eagerly. Anxious not to miss an opportunity for wealth, Wu Yong had long been convinced of Lin Feng's capabilities. Whatever Lin Feng chose to pursue, Wu Yong would follow. Assured there would be no loss. After some contemplation, Lin Feng deemed it unwise to disclose his intention of funding a rocket launch, nor his aspiration to become a top-tier patron for a streamer. To reveal such a hobby would diminish his stature as a business mogul. There are no grand projects at present, merely a need to maintain liquidity due to a disrupted supply chain. I require some cash on hand for unforeseen circumstances. I shall inform you when a project arises. Wu Yong nodded in understanding. It was entirely normal for the supply chain to falter under such circumstances. He had experienced it numerous times himself. Without Lin Feng's assistance of 50 million to resolve his financial troubles, he would currently be unable to stockpile resources. Lin Feng was indeed Wu Yong's savior. Understood, boss. I will proceed as instructed. When it comes time to sell resources, please do not forget me. I am unwaveringly loyal to you. Very well. In the center of the villa, with so many of you idling at home, simply dig down 5 meters. Secure a rope around your waist to avoid falling. With that, Lin Feng ended the call. A true boss must possess an aura that commands respect and avoids unnecessary chatter. 10 minutes later, Wu Yong transferred 960,000. This sum not only comprised the company's funds but also contributions from all involved. Presently, their money held little use. It was better to display loyalty and align with Lin Feng to enjoy a life of comfort. Lin Feng accepted the funds without comment. After all, the majority of the 80 million had already been invested in supplies, a far better use than frivolously gifting to a streamer. 2 minutes later, Wu Yong created a group and added Lin Feng. With 18 employees, Wu Yong's family of 3, and Lin Feng, the group totaled 22 members. Hello, boss. We are eternally grateful for your life-saving assistance. Should you require anything, we will face any peril without hesitation. Upon entering the group, Lin Feng was greeted warmly by all. Satisfied, he acknowledged Wu Yong's efficiency. Their positive attitude warranted commendation. Change your profile pictures to your real photos, no editing. Use your real names as usernames. Indicate your marital status and age, and do so immediately. Lin Feng, holding his phone, issued commands, and within 5 minutes, everyone had complied. A glance at the group revealed a preponderance of women, 2 of whom were notably beautiful. One is Sun Feng, whom Lin Feng has met. She is the female salesperson. The other is Wu Daiwe, and as Lin Feng glanced at her profile, he was momentarily taken aback. Wu Daiwe is the daughter of Wu Yong, as evidenced by a family photo featuring the three of them in her social circle. At 18, she is still in high school, but it seems that from now on, attending school is no longer necessary. She might as well stay at home. It appears I shall be responsible for your well-being, Wu Yong. Ever since I laid eyes on your daughter, I have recognized my commitment to you as my father-in-law. Despite Lin Feng's lack of scruples, Wu Yong possesses not only utility but also a beautiful daughter, which compels Wu Yong to ensure their welfare. However, given that she is just 18 and newly an adult, Lin Feng hesitated. Perhaps he should wait a year or two before making any decisions. Lin Feng's conscience, though minimal, still existed. Very well. I shall bring you some supplies shortly. During these pandemic times, it is essential to balance work and leisure. Otherwise, with so many of you, boredom may set in. With that, Lin Feng turned off his phone and retrieved from his space a handgun, 100 rounds of ammunition, a set of mahjong tiles, a chess set, a box of playing cards, several medical textbooks, martial arts manuals, and a few sharpened tang knives. They cannot be cooped up at home without some form of entertainment. After all, carrying a large assortment of items, Lin Feng left the safe house. When visiting his future in-laws, it was only appropriate to bring gifts. Would it be proper to arrive empty-handed? In this current situation, Lin Feng was likely the only person bold enough to venture out. After approximately 10 minutes, he arrived at Wu Yong's doorstep. Wu Yong peered through the peephole and, upon seeing Lin Feng, hurriedly opened the door to welcome him inside. Good day, boss. Everyone bowed in unison, showing their respect. No need for such formalities. Please rise, Lin Feng replied, primarily interested in observing if there were any lovely young ladies among them. As they stood, Lin Feng noticed that aside from Sun Feng, Wu Daiwe was indeed striking. There was another woman who made him look up in awe. Goodness! What is your name? How tall are you? He exclaimed. I must tell my head to behold your face. This woman possessed a youthful visage yet stood a remarkable 195 centimeters tall, towering over Lin Feng by half a head. Good day, boss. I am Jiang Qingxue. I graduated from university this year at the age of 22 and stand at a height of 182 centimeters. With high heels, I reach 195. Jiang Qingxue promptly greeted him, and without the boss's antics, they might have been rendered speechless. From now on, no more high heels. I dislike looking up at people, Lin Feng declared, and Jiang Qingxue, startled by his words, quickly removed her high heels, now only slightly shorter than Lin Feng. Understood, boss, she replied. And Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, walking over to pat her shoulder, curiously inquiring, being this tall must make it difficult to find a partner, doesn't it? Jiang Qingxue nodded, her cheeks tinged with pink, and replied, yes, boss. I have been taller than most boys since childhood. In university, where the nursing program has far more females than males, I have never been pursued. Lin Feng felt pleased. His assumptions had proven correct. Upon first laying eyes on Jiang Qingxue, Lin Feng found himself looking up to her. Men are often concerned with appearances. Who would seek a partner requiring the aid of a stool just to share a kiss? Such a notion would wound one's pride. But fret not, for you are still young. I know many individuals, and once the calamity passes, I shall introduce you to several high-caliber gentlemen. Of course, when Lin Feng speaks of high-caliber men, he is invariably referring to himself. However, with so many employees present, he was mindful of his reputation and refrained from discussing terms with Jiang Qingxue directly. Otherwise, the staff might speculate about workplace improprieties. Thank you, boss. I have no particular demands when it comes to finding a partner. Wealth is not paramount. The only requirement is that he must not be shorter than me. At the very least, he must not be shorter than I am when wearing flat shoes. Otherwise, in times of peril, who would protect whom? Lin Feng nodded in agreement. We both wear flat shoes. I stand at 185 centimeters, which exceeds your height and meets your criteria. I assure you, I am taller. Let us exchange WeChat accounts and converse further at our leisure. In an instant, all eyes were cast upon Jiang Qingxue with envy. Indeed, a woman's path to altering her fate typically follows two routes, either by being born fortunate or by marrying well. Clearly, Jiang Qingxue embodies both. How enviable. A match introduced by the boss? Surely, the quality could not be lacking. Thank you, boss. I appreciate your concern. Jiang Qingxue responded, elated. With her initial height, she had already eliminated 90% of potential suitors. Could a man standing at 1.7 meters truly feel secure in her presence? Chapter 54. Is this world truly destined for destruction? Well, let me bestow upon you some benefits, food and drink, a harmonious balance of work and leisure. Fear not for your wages, 10,000 a month. Paid vacations. Henceforth, every morning the women shall study medical texts, while the men engage in boxing and martial arts. The afternoons are yours to allocate as you please, with mutual oversight and rewards for reporting. With that, Lin Feng tossed 2 large bags to the ground and turned to depart. Boss, you must exude an aura of authority. Take care, boss. A throng of employees bowed in farewell. This boss is truly exceptional. He even offers paid vacations. Thus, there is no need to worry about having no money for food after the calamity. Yet, they remain unaware that when danger looms, Lin Feng is their most reliable protector. Conversely, in the absence of peril, he represents the greatest threat. After Lin Feng's exit, Wu Yong led the group to inspect the provisions Lin Feng had delivered that evening. Mahjong, chess, and playing cards seemed reasonable. After all, being confined at home necessitates some form of entertainment. Medical texts and martial arts manuals were also fitting. These are the tasks of the boss, and acquiring knowledge can only prove beneficial. Moreover, with paid vacations, studying for a morning is hardly excessive. As for the Tang Dao, is it sharpened? That too is acceptable. Given the current chaos, possessing some means of self-defense is prudent. One need not fear thieves stealing, but rather worry about their intentions. And the handgun along with 100 rounds of ammunition? Why does it feel as though this life is becoming increasingly precarious? Cough, cough, this is merely a replica firearm. I shall keep it safe. You may distribute the rest. Wu Yong is astute. Even if Lin Feng did not explicitly state it, he understood that the gun was intended for his protection, and hurriedly secured it. The employees, though somewhat inexperienced, are not foolish. With the boss's wealth in the billions, possessing a few firearms seems quite reasonable. They are all employees. And with their current paid vacation wages, they chose not to expose Wu Yong's deception, as it would be detrimental to all. The supplies provided by the boss are of utmost importance, particularly that handgun. The distinction between possessing a firearm and lacking one is monumental. Lin Feng's primary concern lies in safeguarding his supplies and ensuring that his chosen few are not taken advantage of. Which is why he entrusted Wu Yong with a firearm for self-defense. In the event of an actual robbery, with so many individuals armed and so close in proximity, if 5 minutes pass without resolution, then they truly deserve their fate. Upon reaching the wall, Lin Feng activated his spatial abilities to excavate the earth. He dug down 5 meters directly beneath the villa and created a deep well, 3 meters wide and 100 meters deep. If you cannot manage to dig 5 meters, then you truly deserve your fate. Rising, he filled in the excess earth and returned home. I have given you all that is necessary, if you still meet your end. Then there is little I, Lin Feng, can do. All right, everyone, heed the boss's commands. Dig here, regardless of gender. Each person must excavate 5 meters in 1 hour. Ensure safety measures are in place. Do not fall. Starting tomorrow morning, the women will study medicine, while the men will learn martial arts. The afternoons are yours to use as you wish. A monthly paid vacation of 10,000, with provisions for food and shelter. Is this too much to ask? Not at all. One must admit, Wu Yong possesses considerable leadership skills. Moreover, these conditions, they exceed what one would earn at a typical job. Who would refuse such an opportunity? As everyone began to gather their tools, wielding pickaxes and shovels in pairs, they commenced their descent into the earth. After all, they would switch shifts in an hour. This task was not overly strenuous. Lin Feng had provided all that was necessary. Water would surely be found at a depth of 105 meters, along with weapons and supplies worth 130 million. If any of you were to perish, it would be of no consequence to me. Unfamiliar with them, Lin Feng was reluctant to invite them into his safe haven. Should he fall asleep, what if someone like Liang took advantage of the situation and betrayed him? This was precisely why Lin Feng had refrained from bringing Zhao Jun and Wu Yong into his sanctuary. The space he occupied offered no safety for others. Could he truly rest easy with others in his home? Who could predict their actions while he slumbered? Upon returning home, Lin Feng glanced at the 980,000 balance in his account, sufficient to indulge in gifting a streamer for several days. He perused the channels, finding nothing captivating. There was simply no thrill comparable to the exhilarating broadcast he experienced in Xishan. Yet, Lin Feng was not in a hurry. For every one of them in Xishan, there would be 1,000 more. From this day forth, his live broadcast from Xishan was merely a matter of time. Watching live streams would always be more exhilarating than 3D projections. Lin Feng understood that eventually, no one would be streaming anymore, as all the living had grown accustomed to their existence. With nothing to occupy his time, he chose to recline and let another day pass. Lin Feng lived a life of leisure and comfort, while Li Ying found herself stark naked, kneeling at the supermarket entrance, unable to regain her composure. For Li Ying, the events of that night had shattered her worldview, her mental faculties overwhelmed. Curse be Lin Feng. Curse be Qiao Qiao. If only Lin Feng had offered me 8 million. I would not have sold my supplies. If Qiao Qiao had not expelled me, would I have endured such humiliation? Would I have been left to suffer in this manner? Damn it. You are truly despicable. Clearly, Li Ying's already fragile mind had succumbed to utter chaos. Did this have anything to do with Lin Feng and Xiao Qiao? Wasn't he this entirely self-inflicted? Wasn't it preferable to remain at home? Xiao Qiao had even promised to support her. But instead, she chose to sell her supplies and venture out, only to blame her teammates when everything fell apart. Truly impressive. Li Ying remained kneeling for half an hour, unable to rise, paralyzed by pain and fear. The agony coursed through her, rendering her incapable of movement. Fortunately, no one approached during that time, and at last, she managed to stand, trembling. She wrenched the bloodied and broken gun barrel from the steel door and disgustedly cast it aside. Overwhelmed by sorrow, she wept. The pain of the door's absolute defense being forcibly breached was excruciating, making even walking a struggle. She lay on the ground, taking another half hour to recover. The sharp stinging sensation finally subsiding slightly. With trembling limbs, she rose, donned a dress, and slipped into high heels. Even these minor actions consumed 20 minutes. Underwear and stockings were entirely out of the question. Wearing them was sheer agony. Li Ying's heart brimmed with rage. If not for Lin Feng and Xiao Qiao, how could she possibly have found herself in this predicament? You truly deserve your fate, but I cannot perish, at least not before I ensure your destruction. With trembling legs, she opened her bag, selecting the two most exquisite pairs of high-heeled shoes, the two most luxurious handbags, and several of the finest garments. She swayed unsteadily towards the villa. Such trivialities. I remain untouched, a maiden of pure virtue. My last bastion of innocence remains intact. I still possess the capacity for vengeance. This is the essence of the pure-hearted Li Ying. Though my heart may break and blood may flow, my handbag shall never be forsaken. Moreover, despite enduring this ordeal, Li Ying still considers herself untainted. After all, I am still a maiden. The streets lay deserted. After all, with sustenance and refreshments at home, no one wishes to venture out and face peril. Li Ying staggered back to the villa, locked the grand entrance, and set down her bags and high heels, worth millions. Taking a deep breath, she felt the gnawing hunger and the body's instinctive thirst beginning to erode her resolve. Even the woman who bore 100 pounds of shopping bags has her moments of vulnerability, and this was Li Ying's moment of greatest weakness. Water. I am so thirsty. Rising to her feet, she stumbled towards the faucet and turned it on. Not a single drop emerged. Even under the cover of night, the temperature soared to 40 degrees. This was January in the imperial city. In the north. How could it possibly be this hot? Is the world truly on the brink of destruction? Chapter 55. The true apocalypse is about to begin. Li Ying sat helplessly on the ground, gazing at the empty faucet, engulfed by a profound sense of despair. She picked up her phone, clutching onto her last shred of hope to seek assistance from the landlord, the very person she had helped so many times during the day. Who could spare me a sip of water? I am willing to pay. The price is negotiable. Many in the landlord's group saw her plea, including Xiao Qiao and Lin Feng. Yet, to her dismay, no one responded. The benevolent figure who had aided so many was now indifferent to her plight. It's a one-time transaction. You sold it to me, but I am not obliged to sell it back to you. Song Chao, dismissive, stared at his phone. He, along with his 12 companions, was roasting meat from the refrigerator. In such sweltering weather, grilling was a simple task, with temperatures soaring to 40 or 50 degrees. It was easy to gather some plastic wood, set up a metal plate, sprinkle salt, cumin, and chili powder, and relish the moment. We, the 13 protectors of the West District, are merely in a state of emergency. We have neither stolen, nor vandalized, nor committed murder. We are simply seeking refuge. We wish to survive. What crime have we committed? Hours passed, and Li Ying grew increasingly parched and famished, feeling as though she could no longer endure. She sent another message in the landlord's group. I am starving. Those who purchase supplies from me, could you possibly return some? I will pay you double the price you paid. 1 bowl of instant noodles, 1 sausage. Please, I am on the brink of starvation. Would you help me? I will pay. Li Ying still remained oblivious to her missteps, while the affluent individuals who had overpaid for sunburn ointment and food were now silent. They weren't foolish. They had paid exorbitant prices out of desperation, unable to procure supplies elsewhere. In the year 2050, due to an abundance of resources, everyone had developed a habit of purchasing food only as needed. After all, who wouldn't want to spend money on fresh produce? It was customary to pick up groceries after work. For the sake of health, who would willingly consume outdated frozen goods? The food safety incident involving Hex technology in 2030 was still vividly etched in their memories. With your advanced technology and harsh methods, I simply want to eat. Now, however, the tables had turned. They could no longer access the very technology and provisions they once took for granted. Furthermore, Lin Feng had purchased an astounding 10 billion worth of supplies near Huanghai City, effectively depleting the surrounding food resources. This was the root cause of the famine that struck the city just 3 days after the disaster began. Lin Feng, despite having the means to seize resources, had chosen to spend 10 billion instead, showcasing a flicker of conscience. Liang, despairing at the silence in the group where once she had been met with enthusiasm, thought to herself, when I sold to you, you were so eager. Now that I am in trouble, you all choose to remain silent? After much contemplation, Liang resolved to compromise with Qiao Qiao. Although Qiao Qiao's household was devoid of food, Liang recalled that Qiao Qiao had stored a bathtub full of water, several buckets brimming. Even if there was no food, a sip of water would suffice. Qiao Qiao, I am truly sorry. I was wrong. Can you forgive me? I am on the verge of dying from thirst. Could you spare me a sip of water? Understanding that Qiao Qiao had blocked her, Liang reached out from a secondary account, offering her sincere apologies. Buzz, with a glance at her mobile device, Jojo found herself still seething with resentment. I provided you with sustenance, offered you the chance to stockpile supplies alongside me, yet you squandered your money on frivolous items. You sold my resources, nearly leading me to disaster. Is this how you repay my kindness? Do you possess no conscience? Enraged, Jojo promptly blacklisted her acquaintance's secondary account. At that moment, she finally comprehended why Lin Feng had mercilessly disposed of the disobedient dog he purchased for 3 million. Given the circumstances, what value do you truly hold? Liang continued her attempts to connect with Jojo, only to realize that all communication from her secondary account had been blocked. Jojo, I am furious. I had believed we were steadfast companions, sharing both trials and triumphs, bound by life and death. How could you treat me this way? You are heartless. Do not blame me for being ungrateful. Liang glared at her phone screen, filled with indignation. This was precisely Lin Feng's justification for giving Jojo a mere 3-star rating. Your compassion for such individuals is nothing but cruelty towards yourself. Do you consider yourself noble? Is refraining from a swift execution a sign of humanity? You are self-righteous. You are remarkable. Now, I shall let the tiger return to the mountain. You both can entertain yourselves. I am merely here to observe the spectacle. Jojo was genuinely furious. Having blacklisted Liang, she had no intention of reversing her decision, and no number of new accounts would suffice. Just then, she received a phone call. Turning on the faucet, she was pleased to find water flowing, albeit with low pressure. Nevertheless, water was available on the second floor, filling every vessel. Jojo armed herself with a jackhammer and retreated to her bedroom. Fueled by pent-up rage, she pried up the floorboards, unleashing her fury upon the ground beneath her bed. Before long, she had broken through. After half an hour of relentless effort, she had excavated a hole large enough for a person to fit through. Descending through the opening, she arrived at the downstairs storage room and, upon seeing the plentiful, undamaged supplies, finally exhaled in relief. Grasping a rebar welding gun, she furiously reinforced the already fortified main entrance. This time, even the small door that could be opened with a key was welded shut. Jojo left no avenue for entry. The entire first-floor storage room was permanently sealed to the walls after a night of her laborious welding. In light of Liang's betrayal, Jojo's resolve had undergone a complete upgrade. Securing the premises was her priority. Let them attempt to blow the building apart if they dared. Bring on the destruction. She was exhausted. After a long night, Jojo knew she could afford to sleep soundly during the day. Now that the house was empty, she retrieved a few bags of chicken legs to feed Fongzi. The supplies meant for Liang seemed less worthy than feeding a mere dog. Regardless, her provisions were sufficient for the time being, and Jojo had no intention of abandoning Fongzi. Returning to her room, she covered the hole with flooring, switched on the air conditioning, and enjoyed a brief respite from the heat. Just as the room began to cool, the power went out again. Jojo understood that this was merely the beginning. It wouldn't be long before they were entirely cut off from water and electricity. Opening a window to let in the warm breeze, she mused that without it, the stifling air would be unbearable. In the bathroom, gazing at the tub filled with water, she yearned to plunge in for a refreshing, cleansing bath to wash away the sweat that clung to her. Alas, she decided to reserve the water for drinking instead. Grabbing a metal cup, she filled it with water and set it in the sunlight, knowing that in just a few minutes, it would be sterilized. As Jojo sipped the tepid water, a sense of discomfort washed over her. The tap water bore a distinct metallic taste, and had it not been for her overwhelming thirst, she would have utterly refused to drink it. After finishing a cup, she fed Fongzi. Lying on the bed, her appetite had vanished, and she decided it was best to succumb to slumber instead. It was now the 4th day since the apocalypse had begun, and many people's lives mirrored Jojo's. Their daily routines had turned upside down. In the earlier days, those with supplies chose to hunker down at home, but as food supplies dwindled, the true chaos of this new world would commence. After the onset of the apocalypse, as long as one managed to avoid others, one could evade over 99% of the impending dangers. The true cataclysm was about to unfold. Chapter 56. Everyone in this world, except for my parents, deserves to perish. Last night, Jojo toiled tirelessly, and Li Ying was equally occupied. After the water and electricity were restored, Li Ying, brimming with excitement, drank 3 glasses of water before rushing into the bathroom for a cleansing bath. She felt repulsed by the idea of not washing away the grime and blood from her body. At the very least, I have maintained my principles. I remain a pure maiden. Once she finished her bath, the pain from the steel door seemed to have lessened. After drying off and donning the designer clothes she had brought back, along with her extravagant high heels worth hundreds of thousands, Li Ying felt like the regal little princess she aspired to be. Despite quenching her thirst, she was still ravenous. After some contemplation, she retrieved the 3 property certificates, intending to collect her house. Collecting the house was not her ultimate goal. She already had a place to stay, but primarily wished to seize the opportunity to procure some food. With her slender arms and legs, she lacked the means to resort to robbery. Simply stepping outside without being robbed was already a feat. The harrowing experience of being in blood-soaked streets would be etched in her memory for a lifetime. She would never dare to roam the supermarket alone at midnight again. Following the addresses on the property certificates, Li Ying knocked on the door. "Who is it? What do you want?" The occupants inside sounded anxious upon hearing the knock. "I am Li Ying. Didn't you sell the house to me? I'm here to collect it." Upon hearing her intent, the man inside became displeased. "Did I give you the house? Where am I supposed to live?" After confirming through the peephole that Li Ying was unarmed, he reluctantly opened the door. "Miss, you must give me some time. The court's enforcement has a grace period. You can't be in such a rush." Li Ying was acutely aware of the urgency, yet her hunger was more pressing. Whoever is hungry knows the discomfort. "If you want to give me the house, then at least provide me with some food as rent." "I'm not picky." "Not picky, you say? Have you forgotten how you tossed the food away at Jojo's place?" "I'm out of food at home. There's nothing to eat." The man clearly did not wish to oblige. No one in their right mind would share food when unsure how long their own family could last. "Then you must give me the house. It is rightfully mine." Upon hearing Li Ying's assertion, the man's dissatisfaction grew. "If I give you the house now, where will I stay? You're forcing me into a corner. Get away from me. Sue me if you wish. If you win, I will transfer the house to you." Just the day before, he had called Li Ying a goddess, yet now he had turned hostile. "You are unreasonable. The house is rightfully mine. It's written in the contract. You intend to breach it." Li Ying's mind was truly beyond saving. She still held on to the naive hope that he would honor his word. "Don't push me too far. I can't survive without a house. And if it comes to that, I will stab you first. Get out of my way. If you dare come after me for the house again, I swear I will stab you. Do you believe me?" In that moment, the man's demeanor shifted dramatically. He brandished a prepared fruit knife, aiming to stab Li Ying. This terrified Li Ying, prompting her to flee, abandoning any thought of the house. The pain from the steel door was forgotten as she ran with all her might. Why is this person like this? Is there no sense of integrity or trust left? Once the police station opens, I will definitely report you. Li Ying, breathless and exhausted, found herself utterly drained after a night of relentless struggle. Despite having consumed a modest bowl of congee, it did little to quell her hunger. She arrived at the residence of the mother trying to sell her house to save her son. "Hello, I am Li Ying. I have come to collect the house." She knocked on the door and stated her purpose, positioning herself a safe distance away, wary of a sudden ambush. "Young lady, you saved my son's life. I assure you that I will not renege on my promise regarding the house. Once the disaster subsides, I will transfer the property to you. May I request a little more time?" The mother, visibly distressed, appeared to be a woman of integrity. "I can agree. But you must provide me with some rent, 3 loaves of bread or instant noodles each day until you move out." Seeing her willingness to negotiate, Li Ying boldly presented her terms. "Dear girl, we have no food left. My family of 5 has only a few kilograms of flour. You may come in and see for yourself. Once the disaster is over, I will certainly hand over the house to you," the woman replied, stepping aside to allow Li Ying to enter. Feeling the pangs of hunger, Li Ying decided to enter and search for provisions. After rummaging through the cabinets for some time, she discovered merely half a bag of flour, perhaps 5 kilograms remaining. Not knowing how to cook and with the villa still unfurnished, lacking even a pot, she pondered how she could sustain herself with the flour alone. "Then I shall take this half bag of flour, and you may stay in the house for now." Despite her hunger, she resolved not to leave empty-handed. "That is all the flour we have left. If you take it, my family of 5 will not survive. We are grateful for your help in saving our son. But you cannot take this. It will starve us." The male head of the household, in his 30s, vehemently clutched the flour, unwilling to relinquish it. "Then you must hand over the house to me," Li Ying retorted with conviction, emboldened by her reasoning. "Oh dear. We cannot go on like this. At my age, I would rather trade my life for hers. I will not be a burden to you." Faced with Li Ying's tenacity, the elderly woman brandished a kitchen knife and pursued her. How could you do this when we're on the brink of starvation? I do not want it anymore. Please do not harm me. I will leave and never return. Lin fled in haste, easily outpacing the elderly woman. Returning to the villa. The encounters with the previous two houses left her hesitant to approach a third. Why do wealthy individuals uphold their promises so rigorously, while the impoverished lack basic decency? The frustration welled up within Liang. Acquiring a villa and luxury cars seemed effortless, yet obtaining a simple meal proved to be an arduous task. I could give you a villa because I possess many, but I cannot relinquish this house, for it is my only one. As for food, I cannot part with it either, as it is my lifeline. Sitting on the ground, her indignation grew. She scrolled through her phone, sending a mass message to inquire if anyone had surplus grain that she could purchase at a high price. Being family and friends, surely someone would come to her aid? After all, she still possessed 18 million. Surely, they would not refuse her generous offer. After waiting for half an hour, no one responded to the messages. They vanished into the abyss like a stone cast into the sea. Ding. A few minutes later, a message finally arrived. Ling excitedly picked up her phone, realizing that indeed, money could procure anything. Ying, didn't you buy anything to eat with the money I sent you? There is a bit of rice left at home. But it's only enough for your father and me for one day. If there is nothing to eat, just come home. Perhaps in a few days. The disaster will pass? Indeed, in times of adversity, the only one who can lend you a helping hand is your own mother. After some contemplation, Li Ying resolved that returning home was not an option. There was nothing to eat at home, and if the upscale neighborhood was in such disarray, her home would undoubtedly be even less secure. It's nothing. I'm just inquiring whose household has more grain. I wish to purchase some for backup. Do not worry. I am fine. That is good to hear. If you encounter any trouble, call your mother. You are my only daughter. Your safety is paramount. As she read her mother's message, tears streamed down Li Ying's face. In this world, aside from my parents, may all of you perish. Chapter 57. Not worth a single sausage and tears. Li Ying suddenly recalled that, while food was one concern, the absence of water was far more pressing. She dashed into the bathroom, turning on the faucet, but the water pressure was significantly diminished. What had once been a manageable flow was now reduced to a mere trickle. Li Ying opened all the taps, regretting deeply that she had filled up some containers before leaving. Given the current circumstances, it seemed she might not have sufficient water to last until tomorrow. Overwhelmed by frustration, Li Ying pondered her predicament. She opened her phone, scrolling through her friends list, desperately searching for someone who might come to her aid. Suddenly, she spotted Lin Feng. Had he promised that if I spent the night with him, he would give me a box of sausages? If I rationed them, they might last quite a while. Ultimately, with no other options left, Li Ying contemplated selling her virginity. Lin Feng truly was prophetic. More than a month had passed, and she was indeed on the verge of trading her first experience for a mere sausage. With a glimmer of hope in her eyes, she wished fervently that Lin Feng would keep his word and provide her with that coveted box of sausages. Ding. Lin Feng was, of course, awake, indulging in a single-player game at home, sipping on a drink, living life like a carefree deity. Lin Feng, are you asleep? I'll spend the night with you for a box of sausages. If it's possible, I can come over right now. Lin Feng grimaced at Li Ying's message, feeling a wave of disgust. He had witnessed her live stream in its entirety, and the graphic imagery had left him appalled. Did the bullet get lodged in your steel door? If I, Lin Feng, could still go after you, wouldn't that make me quite depraved? No thanks. Seeing you repulses me. The visuals from your stream were too filthy for my taste. I wouldn't even feed you sausages meant for dogs. Lin Feng harbored no affection for Li Ying. Initially, he found her appearance somewhat appealing, but now he felt utterly disenchanted. He refrained from blocking her, deeming it unnecessary, as he might suddenly feel inclined to tease her again, given that he was merely idling at home. Li Ying stared at her phone, tears streaming down her face once more. Did so many people truly watch that live stream? How could Lin Feng know about it? If he had seen it, he should also understand that I am still a virgin. Moreover, I've taken a shower. I am not dirty. I do not want a whole box of sausages. Just one would suffice. I'll accompany you every night. Just give me one sausage each time. Please, Lin Feng, grant me a single sausage. I am on the brink of starvation. Li Ying was at her breaking point. She had initially aimed to sell herself for a fortune, yet here she was, unable to fetch even a single sausage. Even the prospect of receiving one sausage daily in exchange for her company now felt repugnant. In this sweltering heat, she wondered whether that bullet had indeed become lodged in his door. He should seek treatment. If it truly rotted, it would spell disaster. Upon reading Lin Feng's insulting words, Li Ying erupted into uncontrollable sobs. It was only at this moment that she fully regretted her earlier choices. She should never have sold Xiao's supplies. Had she retained those items, she would never have confided in anyone. She wouldn't be picky. She would eat whatever was offered. Oh, must I truly face starvation in such a manner? Is there no one who can assist me? I am willing to do anything if someone would just help. Li Ying lay on the ground, regretting for a lifetime. Alas, this world offers no remedy for remorse, nor any alternatives to the present. Ding. At that moment, her phone rang. Glancing at the screen, Li Ying was suddenly filled with a glimmer of hope. Sorry. I just picked up my boyfriend from work and didn't check my phone. Thank you for the burn ointment. My boyfriend is feeling much better now. I have plenty of food at home, and the official rescue supplies have arrived. My boyfriend, injured while on duty, received a substantial amount of food. If you don't mind the taste of compressed biscuits, you are welcome to come over. Upon reading Liang Choyu's message, Li Ying immediately sat up. Pack your things. Hurry to Building 3, Unit 3, Apartment 303. Indeed, good deeds are often rewarded. Qiao Qiao. Lin Feng, you will pay for how you treated me. This matter is far from over. Arriving at the foot of Apartment 303, Li Ying found Liang Qiuyu and her boyfriend, Zhou Kaihua, cautiously transporting compressed biscuits upstairs. Zhou Kaihua appeared weak, his face sunburned, his head shaved. He paused to rest after every few steps, yet he persevered. Once daylight breaks, moving will be impossible, he murmured. Brother, let me assist you. You should rest indoors. Seeing the food reinvigorated Li Ying. She declared, moving one box up to the 3rd floor is a trivial task for me. Even 10 boxes would pose no challenge. Who is this? Zhou Kaihua inquired. Glancing at Liang Qiuyu, who smiled gently and replied, this is Li Ying. Her burn ointment saved your life. Upon hearing this, Zhou Kaihua sighed in relief. Placing his hand down from his waist, Li Ying glanced at his waist and was instantly elated. He is a security officer, and he carries a firearm. If I could cling to his leg, who would dare bully me in this community? Lin Feng, Qiao Qiao, you better watch out. If I get my hands on a gun, I will shoot you both dead. Without you, I, Li Ying, would not have been subjected to such humiliation. Be quiet. We must not attract attention. It's dangerous. After being robbed and publicly humiliated, Li Ying had gained ample experience. She quietly carried the compressed biscuits upstairs, making not a sound. Liang Qiuyu was immensely grateful to Li Ying. Without Li Ying's burn ointment, Zhou Kaihua would have faced severe infection from his sunburn, endangering his life. Moreover, Liang Qiuyu understood that official rescue supplies were soon to arrive. As a young girl, Li Ying was a lifesaver. How much could she possibly consume? Lin Feng was also aware of the rescue supplies. However, Liang Qiuyu knew far too little. The officials had only distributed supplies once, and that was the sole occasion. Afterward, the authorities neglected their responsibilities, reserving provisions for military readiness, hoping that, post-disaster, the army could quell any dissenting forces. What transpired thereafter was unknown to Lin Feng. The official troops seldom appeared, presumably retreating to the mountains to escape the heat. In no time, 10 boxes of compressed biscuits, each weighing 5 pounds, were moved. This total of 50 pounds, valued at 400, could sustain 3 individuals for 1.5 months, assuming each consumed 3 biscuits daily. As a doctor, Liang Qiuyu also had her share, and given Zhou Kaihua's contributions during the disaster, this supply was allocated for the 2 of them. After several individuals finished moving upstairs, Li Ying gazed longingly at the compressed biscuits, swallowing hard. She had not eaten all day and felt as though she might perish from hunger. Are you hungry? Here. Have a piece. It may not be delectable, but it will stave off your hunger. Liang Qiuyu, noticing the yearning in Li Ying's eyes, opened the box and handed her a packet. Thank you. You are truly a kind soul. Li Ying eagerly tore open the packaging and took a bite. That first bite nearly knocked her teeth out. Such is the nature of official compressed biscuits. They are emergency rations designed to combat hunger, not to please the palate. Utterly honest. Difficult to chew, is it? Crush it and soak it in water. Though it may not taste good, it is exceptionally filling. Zhou Kaihua entered the room, retrieved a hammer, and weakly smashed a piece of the compressed biscuit before placing it in a bowl containing half a bowl of water. After a while, it transformed into a porridge-like consistency. Li Ying devoured it ravenously. Undoubtedly, it was the most unpalatable thing she had ever eaten, yet this time it tasted remarkably satisfying. What could she do? She was famished. Chapter 58, The Importance of Valuing Oneself Upon Acquiring the Burn Ointment. Liang Qiuyu hurried to rescue Zhou Kaihua. After a day filled with activity, she returned home, only to discover Li Ying's messages upon her arrival. Who had the time to check group chats? It was as if her parents were in the ICU, fighting for their lives. How could one possibly have the presence of mind to peruse messages in a chat group? Moreover, serious individuals often mute notifications. Who has the luxury to sit and scroll through endless messages all day? Is it feasible to sustain a family by merely reading chat messages? If that were the case, why would Liang Qiuyu even bother to go to work? She could simply lie at home, engrossed in group conversations. Why not just stay home altogether? I've heard the outside world is quite chaotic, as a young woman. Isn't it perilous? Liang Qiuyu found it peculiar that Liang hadn't eaten all day. When she retrieved the sunburn ointment, she noticed an abundance of supplies in the room. Surely, they shouldn't be lacking food? That's not my home. It's my friend's place. I made a minor mistake that angered her, and she kicked me out with a knife. Liang downplayed the situation, deliberately omitting the true reason for her expulsion. Alas, calamity has struck, and humanity has lost its compassion. Is it truly the case that a friend would cast someone out just to save a bit of food? What a wretched individual! Liang Qiuyu felt outraged. How could someone as wonderful as Liang be forced out? Are all people like Lin Feng, who, despite having the means to assist others, choose instead to exploit their misfortunes? Is this what humanity has come to? Don't worry, sister. You saved my life. We will take you in. In a few days, once the official count of the affected is complete, relief supplies will be distributed, and everything will improve. You must have faith in the authorities. Zhou Kaihua, having sustained severe sunburn, returned home to recuperate. The firearm was a precaution, given the current chaos, to ensure his safety. Once he recovers, he will await instructions to return and report back. Thank you, brother. Thank you, sister, Liang said sweetly, bowing in gratitude. Although her gaze remained fixed on the gun at Zhou Kaihua's waist. As dawn approached, Liang Qiuyu suggested they take advantage of the cooler temperatures to rest for a while. Thankfully, being on the third floor meant the heat wouldn't rise too quickly. Sleeping would be difficult come afternoon. Aware of impending power outages, she set the air conditioning to the lowest setting, ensuring the room remained pleasantly cool. As she was exhausted from the day's labor, Zhou Kaihua, too, was fatigued, given his current weakness. Which room will you be sleeping in? I don't snore. So I won't disturb you, Liang inquired of Liang Qiuyu, who lived in an 80-square-meter apartment with 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom. Not wishing to jeopardize her job, she quickly asked in a polite manner. We'll take the master bedroom, and he can have the guest room, Liang Qiuyu replied. Liang paused, taken aback. Aren't you two a couple on the verge of marriage? Why not sleep together? Though Liang didn't press further. She nodded and followed Liang Qiuyu to the master bedroom. Once on the bed, it wasn't long before Liang Qiuyu succumbed to sleep. Utterly exhausted from caring for Zhou Kaihua throughout the previous day and night, Liang, on the other hand, tiptoed out of bed, quietly closed the door, and approached the mirror to examine her reflection. Her sunburn was not severe. After applying the ointment and allowing time for healing, her skin was nearly back to normal, albeit slightly red. Opening her bag, she retrieved her cosmetics and began to apply her makeup. With her eyes adorned with eyeshadow, lips painted with lipstick, and foundation flawlessly applied, she transformed once again into that elegant little princess. Approaching the door of the secondary bedroom, Liang gently pushed it open and softly inquired, Zhougu, are you asleep? I can't seem to fall asleep, and Qiuyu Jie has already drifted off. May I come in for a chat? Zhou Kaihua, though not asleep, felt a tinge of embarrassment, clad only in a pair of loose shorts. I'm not asleep. Let me put on a shirt. It's quite warm. And I apologize if I've startled you, he replied, hastily reaching for his clothes. Meanwhile, Liang entered the room and closed the door, tenderly saying, It's all right. You're a man, after all. Why should there be any formality? You needn't dress. It's rather hot. She gently extended her hand to stop him, and Zhou Kaihua, feeling a bit shy, let the clothes fall from his grasp. At 25, Zhou Kaihua had spent years as a soldier, and after transitioning to a courier, he had developed a muscular physique with well-defined features. However, the sun had taken a toll on his complexion, leaving it looking somewhat ravaged. Well, this is just you. Qiuyu would surely scold me for being improper if she saw, he remarked, a hint of awkwardness in his demeanor. Liang, now more intrigued, teased. Are you two planning to marry? I thought you and Qiuyu were engaged, yet you still sleep apart? Will she really scold you for being improper? Zhou Kaihua sighed heavily at her words. Ah, that girl Qiuyu is wonderful in many ways, but her views are exceedingly conservative. After 6 years of dating, I served 3 years as a soldier and 3 years in civilian life, yet she only allowed me to hold her hand a few times. We have never even kissed. She insists that there shall be no boundaries crossed before marriage. Upon hearing this, Liang sensed an opportunity. Brother Zhou, isn't Qiuyu being a bit unreasonable? Even on the brink of marriage, she wants to let you touch her? Can you really endure that? With the recent calamity, your wedding seems indefinitely postponed. Once you recover, you'll have to return to the front lines to aid in disaster relief. Who knows how many years that might take? Why not let me speak with Qiuyu? I could sleep on the side, and you two could share the main bedroom. Zhou Kaihua, feeling a surge of irritation, responded, I am a normal man, 25 years old, yet still a virgin. It's one thing to be single, but to be in a relationship and on the verge of marriage without any intimacy? This hardly resembles courtship. He sighed, forget it. She is quite stubborn and would never agree. Her standards are rigid. She wouldn't even glance at a man who isn't a virgin. She has a severe sense of moral purity. His tone dripped with frustration, and Liang recognized her chance. Brother Zhou, lie down. Let me give you a massage. You work so hard for the country and the people. You deserve to rest. As she spoke, Li Ying gently pushed Zhou Kaihua onto the bed and began to massage his shoulders. Zhou Kaihua contemplated refusing, yet the sensation was undeniably pleasurable. Gazing at Li Ying, he was struck by her beauty. Large, expressive eyes, double eyelids, soft pink eyeshadow, and alluring phoenix-like eyes. What man could resist such allure? After a prolonged massage, Zhou Kaihua swallowed hard, finding himself increasingly captivated. A wave of unrecognized desire surged within him, his gaze fixated on Li Ying. Having suppressed his urges for 25 years, he felt as though he were on the brink of losing control. However, Zhou Kaihua still retained his reason, closing his eyes to avoid the temptation. Unbeknownst to them, a drone hovered outside the window, its camera blinking in the fading light. Little did they expect my return, Lin Feng. Upon my arrival, I stumbled upon a paid program. Observing an opportunity, Li Ying took the initiative. Weren't you reluctant to share even a mere sausage with me, Lin Feng? Just wait until I acquire a weapon. You'll see how I deal with you. The sunset was splendid, yet it signaled the approach of dusk. Below is the premium content, accessible only through the gifting of tokens. Chapter 59. The schemes of a beauty. After a brief yet intense battle lasting mere minutes, the victor emerged. Zhou Kaihua, clad in his oversized shorts, sat on the edge of the bed, smoking a cigarette. However, now that matters had escalated, what was he to do? He was on the brink of marriage. Was this not a betrayal of Liang Qiuyu? Brother Zhou, please don't return to the authorities. I fear for your safety. I possess a villa, 3 residences, 2 luxury cars, and 18 million in savings. I will support you. Zhou Kaihua was taken aback by Li Ying's words as she rested her head on his shoulder. A 20-year-old beauty, and a wealthy one at that? Had he, Zhou Kaihua, perhaps saved the galaxy in a past life for such fortune to fall upon him? Little did he know that during his hospitalization, the economy had collapsed. He was subsisting on government provisions, not his own hard-earned money. Yet, he shared a bond with Liang Qiuyu. While they had not been intimate, 6 years of companionship held significance. Allow me a moment to contemplate. I am uncertain how to explain this to Qiuyu. As he inhaled deeply from his cigarette, Zhou Kaihua fell into a reverie. With 3 individuals now cohabiting, it was only a matter of time before the truth would unravel. Brother Zhou, Qiuyu would never accept our situation. You understand her better than I do. Why not seize the opportunity while she sleeps and return to the villa with supplies? I can offer her a residence and 1 million as compensation this way. Her feelings 1T be too deeply hurt, and you 1T carry the burden of guilt. It would be beneficial for all. As she spoke, Li Ying produced a property deed and, before Zhou Kaihua's eyes, transferred 1 million to Liang Qiuyu via WeChat. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Kaihua could no longer contain himself. Truly, he must have saved the galaxy in his previous life. A beautiful, wealthy woman had set her sights on him and was willing to lavish her riches upon him. 1 million and a house. Just like that, the transfer was made. Let it be so. Let us apply sunscreen and gather our belongings to leave, ensuring we leave half the supplies for Qiuyu, while taking the rest with us. Zhou Kaihua was captivated by the allure of this new experience, oblivious to how long he would have to wait to be with Liang Qiuyu. Yet, with Li Ying, he could play the role of a groom night after night. Li Ying was not lacking in beauty either. Moreover, she owned a villa, luxury cars, and over 10 million. Only a fool would choose the unattainable Liang Qiuyu over her. Brother Zhou, I believe leaving a box for Qiuyu would suffice. Did you not mention there would be supplies arriving in a few days? She can collect them herself. After all, what if we do not have enough to eat? Li Ying understood that sustenance was paramount. How could she possibly leave half for Liang Qiuyu? Very well. The official supplies are due to arrive shortly. Let us leave her a box. Zhou Kaihua, not giving it much thought, agreed. It was merely compressed biscuits. After all, those were far from appetizing. Zhou Kaihua was nearing the point of nausea. All right, Brother Zhou, it's quite warm outside. Please drink plenty of water before heading out. If you succumb to the heat, I would be quite distressed. Li Ying, however, would not confess that there was no water at her home, and it would not arrive until midnight. How considerate of you. I, Zhou Kaihua, must have encountered extraordinary luck to meet someone as understanding as you. Gazing at Li Ying, Zhou Kaihua felt a lingering desire. You are quite mischievous. Let us discuss this further at the villa. I shall don black stockings for your viewing pleasure. With unwavering determination, Zhou Kaihua resolved to head to the villa. Who could possibly resist the allure of black stockings? The two indulged in copious amounts of water, then applied sunscreen before stealthily carrying compressed biscuits downstairs. The villa district was not far from their current location, and the sunscreen proved beneficial during the brief journey. Upon arriving at the villa area and catching sight of the villa and the 2 supercars in the yard, Zhou Kaihua was overwhelmed with joy. Li Ying indeed possessed a villa and luxury cars. He felt as if he had struck gold. From this moment forth, He was liberated from financial constraints. Who would still toil for the official rewards? After moving their supplies into the villa, Li Ying flashed a slight smile at Zhou Kaihua, fulfilling his dream involving black stockings. This sight ignited an uncontrollable fervor within him. A man must engage in battle. And Li Ying promptly joined the fray, their skirmish continuing for an extended period. Gazing at the grand villa, Zhou Kaihua felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Oh my, until they both lay exhausted and eventually succumbed to sleep on the floor. Meanwhile, Liang Qiuyu awoke. The temperature in the room had risen, rousing her from slumber. Upon rising, she noticed Li Ying was absent. Liang Qiuyu thought little of it and stepped outside to investigate. To her surprise, the house was empty. Where could Li Ying have gone? In such sweltering heat, venturing outside seemed implausible. Kaihua? Ying? Are you in the house? She had only the side bedroom left to check. So she politely knocked on the door. Liang Qiuyu was not one to overthink. Perhaps the two were simply engaged in conversation. After a long wait without a response, she announced, "I'm coming in," yet still received no reply. With a twist of the doorknob, she discovered the side bedroom was also empty. Panic began to set in as she noticed bloodstains on the sheets, a scene of disarray. Could something dreadful have befallen them? However, a familiar red document on the bed caught her eye. Was that not her property deed? Upon opening it, she confirmed it was indeed her property deed. Accompanied by a transfer contract she had pinned herself. Liang Qiuyu's anxiety intensified. Grabbing her phone, she intended to call Zhou Kaihua to uncover the truth of the situation. To her astonishment, she saw that Ying had transferred 1 million yuan. "Sister Qiuyu, I'm sorry, but I've left with brother Zhou and 1 TB returning. This million and the property deed are your compensation for our separation. Please don't be too heartbroken. Secure your home and take care of yourself. Brother Zhou and I are true love. Thank you for your understanding. Liang Qiuyu." Ying, what do you mean by this? Clarify your words. Enraged, she attempted to send a voice message, only to be met with a notification that her message had been rejected. "Zhou Kaihua, will you not explain what has transpired?" She sent a message to Zhou Kaihua, but it too was rejected. Staring at the bloodied sheets before her, even Liang Qiuyu, with her naivety, began to grasp the gravity of the situation. "My mindset is utterly shattered. 6 years of our relationship, yet it pales in comparison to a mere day between you two. Damn it, Zhou Kaihua, you are a scoundrel. I sold my house just to buy you a burn ointment. I was nearly cornered by that scoundrel Lin Feng. How could you abandon me for a mere woman? Truly, men are utterly despicable. It's revolting." Liang Qiuyu, in her fury, tore the bed sheets to shreds and flung them out of the window. Subsequently, she discarded everything that Zhou Kaihua had used in the room out of the window as well. Liang Qiuyu harbors a disdain for uncleanliness. She felt utterly repulsed. Chapter 60. Constantly imitated, never surpassed Lin Feng, feeling rather bored at home, deployed a drone that captured the happenings within Liang Qiuyu's residence. Initially, he intended to launch a nighttime raid to retrieve her as a pawn. However, upon observing through the drone, he was captivated by the fervent scene of Li Ying's fierce battle. Naturally, Lin Feng could not miss the live broadcast, indulging in chilled beer while savoring skewers. Thoroughly entertained by the spectacle. To his astonishment, once the broadcast concluded, he learned that Li Ying, accompanied by Zhou Kaihua, had successfully absconded with supplies. Lin Feng felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him. Just as he was poised to storm Liang Qiuyu's home that evening, Li Ying had already pilfered her crystal. "Li Ying, you are truly remarkable. You surpass even El Bu. Whoever keeps you is bound to face misfortune," Lin Feng exclaimed, taking a sip of his beer, thoroughly impressed by Li Ying's audacious maneuver. Indeed, she had sold herself at a premium, and Zhou Kaihua even possessed a firearm. Lin Feng remained unfazed. "My steel door is impervious, not even a bullet can penetrate it. Even if you were to bombard it with an Italian cannon, I would remain indifferent." He then retrieved his phone, deciding to tease Liang Qiuyu. After all, a smile does not fade, it merely transfers to Lin Feng's face. Ding! At that moment, Liang Qiuyu's phone chimed. Upon inspecting it, she found a message from Lin Feng. "How could you be so inconsiderate? Tossing things down from your balcony? This is a case of high-altitude littering. I shall report you to the property management and revoke your medical license." Liang Qiuyu, already irate, found her temper flaring further. "Lin Feng, how on earth do you know I threw something down? Have you installed surveillance in my home?" Enraged, she felt as though Lin Feng's message was merely adding fuel to the flames. "How can a doctor speak so rudely? Why are you so angry with me? Did your husband run off with his sister-in-law?" Lin Feng smirked mischievously, thinking, "Let me provoke you with a significant annoyance. I shall not rest until you are thoroughly exasperated. Get lost, get lost, get lost." Liang Qiuyu fumed, feeling as though salt was being rubbed into her wounds. She hurled her phone onto the bed and began rummaging through her belongings. How could Lin Feng know about my affairs? Is it merely coincidence? Or has he truly installed a camera? After searching for a considerable time, even inspecting electrical outlets, she found no hidden cameras. Just then, her phone chimed once more. Why are you so furious? Should you encounter difficulties, feel free to reach out to Lin Feng. Although your previous antics left me quite displeased, considering your current plight, I shall refrain from further tormenting you tonight. I must say, I find your virtuous demeanor quite appealing. Rest assured, our relationship is strictly transactional, devoid of any romantic entanglements. Should you need assistance, do not hesitate to contact me. Upon reading this message, Liang Qiuyu was nearly beside herself with rage. Block. This pervert must be blocked. The mere thought of it made her feel nauseous. Not only did she block Lin Feng, but she also eliminated every male classmate and colleague from her contacts. The events of that day had struck Liang Qiuyu profoundly. 3 years of service, 3 years of probation, though they had hardly met. It was a span of 6 years. How many 6-year periods does one encounter in a lifetime? 6 years of youth, 6 years of emotion. Even after raising a dog for 6 years. Is it truly justified for you to treat me this way? Sob, sob. Having severed ties with all men, Liang Qiuyu collapsed onto her bed, weeping inconsolably. All I desire is to find a man with whom I can share a life of mutual support and companionship until our golden years. Why must it be so arduous? Is there truly not a single decent man in this world? After a while of weeping, Liang Qiuyu, exhausted from her tears, made her way to the living room and locked the door. Entering the kitchen, she retrieved a bottle of potent liquor, twisted off the cap, and took a generous swig. Cough, cough. Is this what alcohol tastes like? How utterly unpalatable. Liang Qiuyu had never touched alcohol before. This was her first encounter. And the harshness brought tears to her eyes. The liquor was originally intended as a substitute for medical alcohol for disinfection, and she had inadvertently consumed it. After coughing for an extended period, she rose to fetch a glass, poured a small amount, and sipped it slowly. At this moment, Liang Qiuyu felt utterly defeated and sought to drown her sorrows in drink. Alas, have you truly fallen so low? There is no need for me to further test your humanity. Why not engage in a fair exchange? Your happiness could bring me joy as well. Joy is a shared experience, is it not? Lin Feng shook his head and retracted his drone. Despite possessing a modicum of humanity, it was scant. After all, as a devoted admirer, Feng Qian's rejection struck him deeply. If we were to compare misfortunes, my plight far exceeds yours, Liang Qiuyu. I have devoted 6 years to this. At least you still possess your bodily integrity. Look at how Feng Qian treats me. She consumes anything when hungry. Who could possibly be more wretched than I? Retrieving the drone, he set it to charge. Lin Feng glanced at his phone. It had been 4 days, yet Feng Qian, that insufferable schemer, had shown no signs of life. Scrolling through her social media, he noted, on the first, she dined on a seafood feast at home with her friends. On the second, she savored steak with them. On the third, she indulged in pasta at home. Today, she had yet to post. In her previous life, Feng Qian and her friend Wang Qing always had an abundance of discounted gourmet ingredients at home, only remembering to seek him out when they had run out. Perhaps I was too hasty. Setting down his phone, Lin Feng understood that 4 days was merely a blink. Those without provisions would scramble for food, while those with reserves remained unhurried. Waiting 10 days or half a month would reveal the true terror of the situation. Today, the highest temperature in Huanghai City reached an astonishing 60 degrees. Even at night, it lingered around 40 to 50 degrees. The streets were devoid of life during the day. No one could endure such extreme heat and the risk of sunburn from the ultraviolet rays. Only at night did a few desperate souls venture out in search of supplies, though their efforts were largely futile as visible resources had been nearly exhausted. Of course, there were also some restless delinquents roaming the streets for mischief. As idleness had become their only companion, the remainder comprised streamers vying for followers, alongside those imitating my broadcasts from the West Mountain. Reality had devolved into a lawless domain, let alone the online realm, where no one seemed to care. Yet, I rose to fame with my broadcasts from the West Mountain. Countless have sought to imitate me, yet none have surpassed my achievements. Broadcasting from the West Mountain, risking life and limb, I am, without a doubt, the foremost figure in live streaming in Huaxia. Chapter 61. I am utterly at my wit's end. I truly am. Alas, how tedious. Lin Feng tossed his phone aside and lay on the bed, enveloped in profound loneliness. Each day consisted of mundane routines: eating, sleeping, gaming, and watching live streams. When will it all come to an end? Perhaps I should see what Xiao Xiao is up to. Is she out of supplies? Well, since I have nothing better to do, I might as well check. With that thought, Lin Feng picked up his binoculars. Xiao Xiao's residence was conveniently situated across the street. At this very moment, Xiao Xiao had risen and was peering through her own binoculars, observing Lin Feng. Lin Feng had no habit of drawing the curtains. Moreover, it was evident that Xiao Xiao was famished, perhaps craving grilled sausages. It seemed a transactional relationship could be developed here. Are you spying on me again? How idle can you be? I know I'm charming and handsome, captivating millions of young hearts. If you're hungry, just tell me. You've been peeking at me every day. Aren't you afraid of developing a sty? Xiao Xiao scoffed at the message she received. This is an investment. I'm merely surveying the enemy. Who would crave your sausages? I have nearly 20 million in supplies. I can afford to wait you out. I could sustain myself indefinitely. Then why not come over to my place tonight? You seem rather lonely too, spending all your time poring over study materials at home. Let us practice together. As a delicate girl, I'm too afraid to venture out into this chaotic world. In her following messages, Xiao Xiao added 3 pitiful emoticons. She was being deliberately provocative. After all, she had binoculars to ensure Lin Feng was unarmed. If he came bearing weapons, she wouldn't let him in. If he arrived unarmed, Xiao Xiao planned to confront him with a katana. Only with your demise can there be peace. As long as you're rid of Kuan Kuan. You won't need to remain cooped up at home with your study materials, right? Then I could move into your safe house. No longer worrying about what you might do to me. We are sisters now. Aside from perhaps drenching me in saliva, what else could you do? Upon reading her messages, Lin Feng felt an immediate sense of alertness. This woman did not seem benevolent. Lin Feng was no fool. He could tolerate a few sarcastic remarks from Xiao Xiao. But the notion of leaving his safe house to seek her out was utterly out of the question. Absolutely not. Lin Feng had never been one to take the initiative. He neither rejected nor took responsibility. Even if she came to his home, it would have to be her doing. If her hunger became unbearable, she could come to him. He would treat her to a meal. It must be said that Lin Feng drove much faster than Xiao Xiao expected. Her face flushed as she read his message. After all, having never encountered such situations before, she felt a mix of embarrassment and intrigue upon seeing Lin Feng as study materials. Caught off guard, Xiao Xiao pondered for a moment before regaining her composure. She decided to ask Lin Feng a question, although she was unsure how he had acquired such extensive knowledge. It was clear he knew far more than she did. Lin Feng, may I ask you something? If you know the truth, will you tell me? Is it truly the end of the world? When will this calamity cease? As Lin Feng read Xiao Xiao's message, he found himself at a crossroads. Should he be a good Samaritan and reveal the harsh reality to her, or should he play the villain and offer her a glimmer of hope? After some contemplation, Lin Feng resolved to be a good person and decided to reveal the truth to her. The natural disaster would conclude within 3 days at most. One must trust the authorities. They would not easily succumb. They had persevered through 8 years of war. How could one falter after just a few days? You must endure. Upon receiving Lin Feng's message, Xiao Xiao was incensed. Why couldn't he speak the truth? Anyone with a modicum of sense would not believe that this calamity would end in 3 days. How absurd. Your words are as meaningless as flatulence. Only a fool would take you seriously. I am 175 centimeters tall, fair-skinned and beautiful, with long flowing hair and a graceful physique. You, with your brutish demeanor, do not wish to welcome me into your sanctuary? Don't you feel lonely at home every day? 2 would surely fare better than 1. With that thought, Xiao Xiao sent a full-body selfie to Lin Feng. Since he would not come to her, she would go to him. Once I managed to lure him in. That safe house will belong to me, Xiao Xiao. I designed that sanctuary. What skill do I lack? A safe house worth 3 billion. Stocked with 20 million worth of supplies. I could live there until my last breath. Lin Feng gazed at Xiao Xiao's selfie, swallowing hard. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not moved. Li Ying, with her makeup, could score a solid 9, but Xiao Xiao, even without cosmetics, was a perfect 10. The disparity was undeniable. Li Ying's 9 was merely her maximum, while Xiao Xiao's 10 was the epitome of perfection. Then Lin Feng shook his head. Lust is a double-edged sword. I, Lin Feng, have elevated from a mere admirer to a fierce warrior. I cannot afford to downgrade myself. If you wish to come over, a deposit would be necessary to demonstrate your sincerity, allowing me to inspect your granary and seafood supplies. Once I am assured, you may come directly. Xiao Xiao was momentarily stunned by Lin Feng's message. How did he know about my granary? I do have one, but I haven't stocked seafood. Is Lin Feng attempting to deceive me? My brother is unaware of my granary. There is no way Lin Feng could know. Unlike Li Ying. Xiao Xiao was astute enough to have survived this long without incident. I have no granary or seafood. If I possessed such resources, would I still be struggling? Lin Feng regarded his phone, shaking his head in exasperation. Why couldn't Xiao Xiao be as perceptive as Li Ying? A simple search would suffice. Send me a photo of your face along with your supplies. Once received, I will believe you are sincere in our dealings. Otherwise, our conversation ends here. After searching, Xiao Xiao's face flushed with embarrassment. I am utterly losing my composure. How can there be such shameless individuals in this world? Infuriated, she clenched her teeth in frustration. Is he so audacious as to demand my revealing photo? Yet, for the sake of securing a safe house and dealing with that insufferable Lin Feng, Xiao Qiao endured. Alone. She believed she could overpower Lin Feng. Her years of training in karate and sanda would finally prove useful, drawing the curtains to shield her from Lin Feng's gaze. Xiao Qiao, suppressing her disgust, used software to search for images, selecting one that resembled her physique, and superimposed her face onto it. This nearly drove her to the brink of fury. Am I not insulting myself in this manner? Send this to Lin Feng. Xiao Qiao swears she must eliminate this vile person. Is my sincerity sufficient this time? Can you allow me to seek refuge in your safe house? I genuinely wish to negotiate with you. I am on the brink of starvation. A morsel of food would suffice. Lin Feng gazed at the photograph, slightly shaking his head, remarking on the blatant falsity of the image. A glance out the window confirmed his suspicion. The curtains were drawn, obscuring any view. Let us engage in a video chat then. I shall first ascertain if you are truly worth a single sausage, and you must allow me to inspect the goods, correct? Xiao Qiao. I am utterly at my wit's end. I am genuinely overwhelmed. How can such shameless individuals exist in this world? Even missiles could breach Lin Feng's steel door, but I fear they would fail to penetrate his thick-skinned demeanor. Xiao Qiao fell silent. It was evident that Lin Feng would not emerge. Thus, she had no choice but to devise a means of self-preservation. Casting aside her phone, she disregarded Lin Feng entirely. Xiao Qiao began contemplating her future course of action. She retrieved a whetstone from the kitchen, dampened it with water, and commenced sharpening the two samurai swords she possessed within her home. These were her sole weapons, and sharpening them to a lethal edge would better equip her for the impending challenges. With the supplies on the second floor depleted, it was imperative to safeguard the provisions in the first floor storage. Should those be pilfered as well, she resolved to use the blade to end her own life swiftly. A quick cut would minimize suffering, for it is wise to be prepared. Chapter 62. The omen of the first conflict. It must be said, a person devoid of shame is invincible in this world. Lin Feng's audacity now rivals that of a fortress. And does he truly believe he cannot decipher Xiao Qiao's subtle thoughts? Noticing her silence, he resolved to provoke her further, having already viewed the photos. What is there to be embarrassed about in opening a video call? Your sincerity is lacking, and I find myself quite disappointed in you. If you're unwilling to engage in a video call, how can we hope for open communication and fruitful collaboration moving forward? Xiao Qiao, upon reading Lin Feng's message, felt her teeth grind in frustration. Were it not for the robust security of her own design, she knew precisely how impenetrable it was. In that moment, she longed to confront Lin Feng directly. Tossing her phone aside, she chose to ignore him. This fellow, nestled within his shell, impervious to the trials of the world, was not only shameless but also insufferably cheeky. Fine, Lin Feng. I shall match my endurance against yours. Buzz. Xiao Qiao scraped her finger across the blade, hearing the satisfying sound of the steel, which eased her tension. After sharpening the knife, she grabbed a pack of squid jerky and unleashed her pin-up frustration upon it. Curiosity piqued, she wondered what Lin Feng might be consuming. Upon peeking, she was taken aback. Lin Feng was at home, idly carving an ice sculpture from a massive block of ice measuring a square meter. Then, he was placing various seafood slices atop the sculpture to enjoy a sashimi. The outdoor temperature had soared to 60 degrees. The air conditioning had ceased to function effectively. Yet, where on earth had he procured such a large block of ice? Goodness, I can hardly bear to use so much water for bathing. I'm practically melting. This man, in sweltering heat, is crafting ice sculptures. Is this truly the lifestyle of the wealthy? How can it be so accessible? Suddenly, Xiao Qiao found the squid jerky in her hand less appealing. Then, she watched as Lin Feng picked up a piece of salmon, took a bite, and chewed twice. Ugh, raw fish is truly unpalatable. I'd rather indulge in hot pot. He spat it out for Bei, who, undeterred, wagged his tail and licked the floor clean. Lin Feng then retrieved an electric hot pot, commencing his meal. Goodness, I'm on the verge of overheating. This man is actually cooking hot pot around an ice sculpture. How could he be so demoralizing? I distinctly recall that my design did not include a cold storage unit. Moreover, in such sweltering weather, a cold storage unit wouldn't even function. A fact I fully understand. The more she considered it, the angrier she became. Should I expose Lin Feng? She picked up her phone, ready to capture the moment from afar. If this were to be shared in the Owner S group, Lin Feng would surely face dire consequences. Yet, Lin Feng, despite his shortcomings, was still human, and I, Xiao Qiao, am not Li Ying. I cannot stoop to such unprincipled behavior. Setting her phone down, she refrained from taking any photos. At that moment, another message from Lin Feng arrived. Come over for a bite? I have jelly and popping candy. Let us enjoy the contrast of ice and fire together. Xiao Qiao stared at the message, momentarily bewildered, before responding. How old do you think I am? I've long outgrown jelly and popping candy. Lin Feng replied. I never said you had to eat. Come over, and I'll teach you. Xiao Qiao? After sending a perplexed expression, Lin Feng fell silent. Driven by curiosity, Jojo opened the application and searched for what could be done with jelly jump candies if they were not to be consumed. The results left her blushing with embarrassment. Lin Feng, you are the most shameless person I have ever encountered, without exception. You truly resemble a toad trying to climb a frog, with such an unappealing appearance. What do you even play at? Jojo was infuriated. She felt an overwhelming urge to take a knife to Lin Feng. If you don't want to play, then don't. I'm merely proposing a trade, not forcing you. Just let me know when you've made up your mind. Whatever you desire, I possess it all. Reading Lin Feng's words, Jojo couldn't help but laugh in anger. Keep boasting. With your level of arrogance, do you possess an aircraft carrier? Yet. Lin Feng's next remark drove Jojo to the brink of exasperation. Indeed, I do, but you are not worth that price. Even if I offered it to you, you wouldn't be worth an aircraft carrier. Bring something of value if you wish to negotiate. I, Lin Feng, never go against a woman's will. Jojo. How utterly arrogant. I have never encountered someone so full of hot air in my life. Infuriated, Jojo threw her phone aside. Conversing with Lin Feng could drive anyone mad. In school, there were countless boys in the architecture department, and with Jojo's beauty, suitors were in abundance. During holidays, flowers would cover the ground floor. Jojo had never faced such an attitude from anyone before. Other men might be lecherous, but at least they pretended to be gentlemen. And then there was Lin Feng. His blatant lustfulness was unmasked. What do you even have, besides a few $100 billion filthy dollars? Standing at 185 centimeters tall? A handsome face? What else do you possess? What are you even worth? Reflecting on it, men like Lin Feng must have no shortage of women, but what is his true intention? Unable to comprehend, Jojo decided not to dwell on it. Lying on her bed, she took out a fan she had crafted herself to cool off. The temperature had already soared to 40 or 50 degrees Celsius. Whether the air conditioning was on or off, it made little difference, far inferior to a simple electric fan. However, even with a fan, it was of little use, as power was only intermittently available at night, providing little respite from the heat. Meanwhile, the neighborhood was not tranquil. Those who had lost family members were faced with the unbearable stench of decaying bodies in their homes. If they did not bury or dispose of them soon, the oppressive heat would suffocate the living. Some, heeding Liang Xiuyu's advice, took the bodies to the rooftop under the cover of darkness, waiting for cremation. Others, unwilling to leave their loved ones exposed, resolved to secretly dig a grave in the flower bed. A few, unable to face reality, placed the bodies in a separate room, sealing the door, believing that out of sight meant out of mind. The group chat was eerily silent. Everyone was struggling, unable to procure even the most basic necessities, gradually losing the will to inquire. At midnight, the water and electricity returned. Everyone had grown accustomed to this routine, hastily filling every pot, pan, and container with water. Jojo, residing on the second floor, found the water pressure quite low, yet sufficient for her needs, having stored so much water, which would otherwise go to waste. Jojo decided to take a shower, fearing that such opportunities may soon dwindle. Just then, her phone buzzed. Why is the water pressure so low today? I live on the 19th floor, and there is hardly any flow. I live on the top floor. There is not a single drop. Could those on the lower floors consider our plight? Stop showering. Leave us a lifeline. We have hardly any food left. How can we survive without water? What does your water supply have to do with us? When purchasing a home, you should have considered how to cope with power outages, water shortages, and fire hazards. Indeed, in this sweltering heat, what is the harm in wanting to take a shower? I'm not the one who pays your water bill. Do you reside by the sea? Your interference is quite excessive. So, you refuse to provide us with water, do you? Do not compel us to take action. Absolutely. The residents of high-rise buildings must unite. Tomorrow, the temperature will soar to 60 degrees. Without water, we will inevitably perish. Rather than languishing in this heat and thirst, it is better to confront these despicable individuals head-on. Lin Feng, enjoying hot pot while observing the group chat, understood that the first confrontation was imminent. It was not a complete deprivation of resources, but rather a clash between the residents of high-rise and low-rise buildings over water access. The authorities are already exerting their utmost to provide water. Southern regions in chaos? A desolate wasteland littered with corpses. Even the sacred waters of the Ganges have evaporated. No amount of desperate measures, not even drinking cow urine, will suffice. The government of Huaxia is already doing its utmost. What more do you desire? Chapter 63. The first clash erupts. Upon the sound of a resounding knock, Jojo, who had intended to indulge in a soothing bath, found herself disrupted. Reluctantly, she approached the door, knowing that ignoring it would only lead to further unrest. Who is it? What do you want? With a samurai sword in hand, she cautiously approached the entrance, acutely aware of the precarious situation. Greetings. We are your upstairs neighbors. We've run out of water. May we fetch some from you? If we don't get water, we might perish from thirst by tomorrow. There were numerous voices outside, at least a dozen, each pounding on the doors of the second floor, demanding entry. Having witnessed the incident with Li Ying, Jojo understood all too well that the initial request for water could swiftly devolve into an attempt to seize her own supply. Am I to open the door for you? Have I lost my mind? My water pipes are broken. Furthermore, my home has already been stripped bare by you lot. If you seek water, go to another resident. Jojo was resolute in her decision not to open the door, fervently hoping they would seek their needs elsewhere. Let me in to fix the pipes. The audacity of the demand left Jojo momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. I say we break the door down. I'm on the verge of dying of thirst. Exactly. Why waste time talking? How many have already succumbed? We won't harm anyone. We just want to get some water. Listen up. If you open the door, we are all neighbors and can meet again in peace. We will leave once we've filled our containers. But if you refuse, we cannot guarantee your safety. Fear gripped Jojo as she listened to the voices outside. Nevertheless, she knew that opening the door would set a dangerous precedent, leading to a daily siege whenever the water was released. How long could she endure, even if there was still a truckload of water downstairs? Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated through the door. The assailants had begun to batter it with a heavy hammer. This chaos was not confined to Jojo's building. Similar events were unfolding across all high-rise residences. Jojo's ground floor served as a storage unit without plumbing, making the second floor a prime target. Meanwhile, unfortunate first-floor residents in other buildings bore the brunt of this madness. Naturally, the villa district was not spared either, as many high-rise residents attacked the gates of the villas. Pandemonium had ensued. In a desperate bid for survival, the entire West Mountain courtyard descended into chaos. Only those residing on mid-level floors enjoyed a stroke of luck. With lower water pressure, they still had access to water and had no need to venture out for supplies. Moreover, no one bothered to assault their doors, as the trickle of water they possessed paled in comparison to the urgency of raiding the first-floor residents. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening sound of the door being smashed sent tremors through Jojo's hands. They were indeed serious. If they breached her sanctuary, her fate would be sealed. Despite her fiery temperament, Jojo was still a woman, and her fear was palpable. As the door began to warp under the relentless pounding, tears of desperation brimmed in her eyes. This was merely a standard security door, utterly incapable of withstanding such a barrage. Creak, creak. The iron door groaned under the strain of being pried open, while Jojo gripped her samurai sword tightly, bracing herself for the worst. With a final resounding crash, the door succumbed to the pressure and was flung open. Please, do not force my hand. Leave my home at once, or I shall not hesitate to defend myself. Jojo stood behind the wrought iron gate she had welded, brandishing a knife to intimidate them. She could only hope they would spare her. This iron gate represented Jojo's final line of defense. A mere broken barrier. I could break it open with just 2 strikes. A middle-aged man swung a heavy hammer, preparing to smash through. Meanwhile, Jojo, overwhelmed with fear, had already begun to cry. With her eyes tightly shut, she thrust the katana forward with all her might, convinced that if they entered, their fate would be sealed. With a sickening thrust, the blade pierced his abdomen. Outside, a group of people stood in shock. We just came for some water. Was it necessary to kill? Dad. Dad. A boy, around 17 or 18, rushed to embrace his father. As the lifeless body toppled backward, blood gushed forth, splattering Jojo completely. The middle-aged man clutched his belly, and within moments, his head lolled to the side, devoid of life. Did I just kill someone? Jojo could hardly believe the reality of it. Her intention had merely been to scare them away. With her eyes closed, she had blindly struck out. Who could have predicted such accuracy? You murderer. You killed my dad. I'll fight you to the death. The boy seized the hammer, intent on continuing the assault on the door, while Jojo, still gripped by terror, flailed with her knife once more. Leave my home. This is robbery. I am merely defending myself. Her frantic thrusts prevented the boy from getting a chance to retaliate. After all, the katana was long. This deterred him from approaching recklessly, for even a single wound could prove fatal in such sweltering heat, easily leading to infection. A crowd of neighbors observed Jojo's madness, retreating from her, opting instead to pry open the doors of 2 other homes. Moments later, the doors of 2 neighboring apartments on the same floor were also forced open. Seeing that no one came to assist the boy in avenging his father, they hurried inside to fetch water. Whether he lives or dies is of no concern to us. We did not kill him. You handle it yourselves. You killed my dad. I, Tang Chuan, will not let this matter rest. He vowed. Tomorrow, I will make an even longer hammer. Just wait. Once I get in, I will ensure your demise. Tang Chuan, with his dyed yellow hair, was clearly no saint. He glared at Jojo with a malevolent gaze, having already sentenced her to death. Struggling to drag his father's body, he found it too heavy to manage alone. Reluctantly, he picked up the heavy hammer and a water bucket and entered the neighbor's home. A gentleman's vengeance is not delayed by 10 years. 30 years in the east. 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth. Once I secure the water and craft my hammer, I shall return tonight for you. No, please leave some water for me. That is the last bag of rice in my house. If you take it, what will I eat? This is not merely fetching water. It is robbery. I will fight you. Indeed, though they claimed to be fetching water, their intentions were far from benign. The male head of household from Unit 202 brandished a kitchen knife, ready to confront them. Yet, Tang Chuan, already a man hardened by his father's death, was no innocent victim. With one mighty swing of the hammer, he crushed the man's skull, blood spilling everywhere as the blow shattered his head. And as if not satisfied, Tang Chuan raised the hammer once more, delivering a fatal strike to the female occupant. In the end, even their 3-year-old child was not spared. With a single blow, the child was reduced to a pulp. This scene truly terrified the residents of the upper floors. Xiao Chao's frenzied stabbing was a manifestation of pure savagery. In an instant, the room was awash with blood. After being struck by the heavy hammer, could there be anything left unscathed? Listen closely. From this moment forth, I, Tang Chuan, will have the final say in this building. Everyone must heed my commands. Those who dare to defy me will meet their demise. At this very moment, Tang Chuan resembled a god of death, his face smeared with blood, exuding an overwhelming aura. Tang Chuan was originally a delinquent aspiring to be a gangster, but his father forbade him. Now that his father has passed, Tang Chuan is free from all constraints. Moreover, avenging my father is a righteous duty. With blood staining his visage, Tang Chuan grasped the heavy hammer and approached the faucet to be the first to fill his container with water. Not a single soul dared to utter a word of dissent. After all, the water supply would last for a while longer. They could line up behind him if needed. Chapter 64. The establishment of the Tang Alliance. I've finished my task. How many of you will carry my father's body to the rooftop? Whoever lifts it shall fetch water afterwards. Should you disobey, my hammer does not discriminate. Tang Chuan's imposing presence, coupled with his recent brutality, instilled fear in all present. I will carry it. Count me in. Me too. For men eagerly raised their hands to volunteer, much to Tang Chuan's satisfaction. From this moment forth, you four shall be my right and left arms, the 4 kings of the Tang Alliance. The authorities have turned a blind eye. If you wish to survive, you must heed my commands. Leave the water buckets here. I shall fetch the water for you, and no one dares to move. Upon his command, the 4 men reluctantly set down the water buckets and proceeded to carry Tang Chuan's father's lifeless body to the rooftop. They had no desire to be known as the so-called 4 kings of the Tang Alliance. They were merely looking to fulfill their tasks in exchange for water. After all, they were not the ones responsible for the deaths. They were not even accomplices. As they departed, Tang Chuan pointed to the 3 corpses. Throw them out of the window. If we leave them here, the stench will be unbearable by tomorrow when we need to fetch water again. After some contemplation, the men agreed with Tang Chuan's reasoning. They opened the window and unceremoniously hurled the 3 bodies outside. The remaining few went to chop down trees. Before the water arrives tomorrow, bring me back a tree. I intend to break down that little wench's door and make an offering of her walls. Free from the shackles of his father's death, Tang Chuan unleashed his true self. After all, if I am to face the death penalty for killing 3, what does one more matter? The group found themselves in a predicament. They had to venture outside the community to chop trees, for they possessed no axes, only kitchen knives and fruit knives. What respectable household living in an upscale neighborhood would keep such tools? After all, when they went out to buy bones or ribs, they brought back only pre-cut meat. Why would they need an axe? With no choice left, they left the water buckets behind and set off to chop down trees. Tang Chuan arranged the water buckets in a row. Those who worked and obeyed would have the privilege of fetching water first. Those who refused to work or listen would find themselves at the mercy of fate regarding their water supply. Hearing the commotion next door, Xiao Qiao was petrified. If they managed to chop a wooden stake and smash their iron fence, she knew she would be left in a dire struggle for survival. The neighbors of room 203 felt equally helpless. To preserve their lives, they had no choice but to step aside and allow the others to fetch water and gather supplies. Unwilling to endure the bloodshed that had occurred in room 202. Those of you in room 203, listen to me, Tang Chuan, and I shall leave you a bucket of water. I will also guarantee your safety. What say you? Will you join the Tang Alliance? The family of 4 in room 203, upon hearing this, readily agreed. Very well, Alliance leader. We shall join. Could you also leave us some food? Without sustenance, we won't last long. Though Tang Chuan was volatile, he possessed a shrewd mind, understanding how to win people's loyalty. He decided to provide them with some food, assuring them that no one in the Tang Alliance would dare to steal from them. Is it not merely a lack of food? After we deal with that little wench tomorrow, I will take you to raid others. You will not regret following me, Tang Chuan. Upon hearing the news, Everyone hesitated momentarily. Ultimately, they set aside their supplies from room 203. No one wished to join the Tang alliance, yet the dire thirst compelled them to comply. Thus, they resolved to work diligently, hoping to avoid any infractions until official aid arrived. Silence enveloped the group. No dissent was voiced. Thus, the Tang alliance was established. Jojo, anxious, stood vigil at the entrance with her katana, unable to rest throughout the night. She believed she could endure until her old age, yet as dawn approached, she realized her resolve was waning. As the sun began to rise, the others finally gathered their buckets and tools to return home. Yet, the villa district had succumbed to a 60 collapse, with the first and second floors of nearly every unit devastated. Only Lin Feng remained at home, soundly asleep, his walls and doors electrified, dissuading any ill-intentioned souls from disturbing him. However, the grand entrance of Lin Feng's old villa was breached, with water flowing freely inside. Lin Feng himself had crashed his car into it, showing little regard for the dilapidated estate, which he had already mortgaged to a loan shark. Even the large warehouse at his golf course had been pried open, but it was entirely vacant. Everyone accepted the truth. Lin Feng's vast resources had indeed vanished, leaving them disheartened. As daylight broke, nearly everyone returned home, water was secured, and the chaos subsided. Yet Jojo remained restless at home, uncertain if she could survive the night. The previous night had instilled in her a profound fear. This was the closest she had ever come to death. I must reach my brother. I truly cannot endure any longer. Jojo's blood, having dried on her face and body, compelled her to grasp her phone and attempt to voice call Xiao Feng. However, after a prolonged wait, there was no answer. She tried calling directly, only to be met with the automated message. Sorry, the number you have dialed is switched off. Oh, brother, what has happened to you? Surely, you are not in danger. Please, see this message and come to my rescue. Someone intends to take my life tonight. In a rush? Jojo sent a voice message to Xiao Feng, unaware that he was indeed in peril. At Xiao Feng's construction site, a similar crisis unfolded. Everyone faced a water shortage. But unlike others, their site had a well. Though the water was murky, it was still drinkable. The previous night had witnessed a much more chaotic armed conflict than the minor skirmishes in Jojo's neighborhood. This was a fray involving rebar, pipes, chainsaws, and hammers in a frenzy. While they managed to secure the water source, Xiao Feng's hard hat was shattered, and he was now being carried into an unfinished building by his co-workers, his fate uncertain. Whether he could survive now depended on his resilience. As the construction site lacked even basic medical supplies, only half a bottle of cephalosporin remained, which they hastily administered to Xiao Feng. Had it not been for Xiao Feng's loyalty and benevolence towards his comrades, sharing food and digging wells during this calamity, they would not have bothered to offer him the scant medication. Now, it seemed Xiao Feng's condition had deteriorated. Jojo's heart sank with a foreboding sense. Her brother, who had always been attentive to her, had never failed to respond to her messages. This marks the first instance in Jojo's life where she is unable to reach Xiao Feng, and instinctively, she senses that something must have gone awry with him. Chapter 65. The first transaction, brother. Please say something. If you cannot come to my rescue, at least send me a message to let me know you are safe. You are the sole heir of the Xiao family. Even if I perish, you must survive. Brother, if you hear this message, respond immediately. The 20 million I received from you has not been squandered. I have procured supplies worth that amount and stored them in your warehouse. I have sealed the warehouse door. You can enter through the hole beneath my bed on the second floor of our home. If I do not survive the night, you must use those supplies to live on, dear brother. Xiao had descended into despair, fully aware that her life was nearing its end, and no one could save her. In such chaotic times, resources equate to life itself. Ultimately, Xiao resolved to leave the supplies for her brother. It would be tragic for both to perish. The hole was hidden beneath the bed, and she had covered it with wooden planks, ensuring it would remain undiscovered. At this moment, she pondered, who among her friends, classmates, teachers, or neighbors would come to her aid knowing the magnitude of the trouble she was in. The betrayal of her closest friend, Li had opened her eyes to the true nature of humanity. She realized that aside from her brother Xiao Feng, no one would care whether she lived or died. Perhaps I should take my own life, she thought. If captured, the outcome would surely be more unbearable than death. As she gazed at the katana, despair enveloped her. She had initially believed she could outlast that scoundrel Lin Feng with her supplies. Yet she found herself unable to endure even a single day. Suddenly, Lin Feng's name crossed her mind. Clinging to a flicker of hope, she decided to send him a message. Would offering the supplies entice him to let her into his safe haven? Of course. She would not disclose the location of the supplies. What if Lin Feng turned against her? He was notoriously unscrupulous. It would be better to end her life and leave everything to Xiao Feng than to trust Lin Feng. Lin Feng, are you aware of the incident that occurred in our community yesterday? I know where a stash of supplies worth 20 million is located. Could you allow me to stay in your safe house? If you grant me entry, I will reveal the location of the supplies, enough to sustain us for several lifetimes. Buzz. Just then, Lin Feng's phone rang. Who could it be this early in the morning? How bothersome. Rubbing his eyes, he opened the message, only to find it was Chiao Chiao. 20 million in supplies? Keep it for yourself. You think you can enter my safe house? Not a chance. That condition is out of the question. Even if you offered me 2 aircraft carriers, I would not agree. Lin Feng was adamant about not allowing anyone into his sanctuary. He could not risk jeopardizing his own peace of mind. Upon reading Lin Feng's response, Chiao Chiao sank into utter despair. How much food do you have stashed away in that safe house? You deem 20 million in supplies unworthy of a mere entry? Setting down her phone, Chiao Chiao grasped the katana, resolved to end her life. There was no reason to continue concerning herself with Lin Feng. That scoundrel was only interested in boasting and amusing himself, never offering any genuine assistance. Brother, I am leaving. You must live on alone. With her resolve firm, Chiao Chiao prepared to take her own life when her phone rang once more. Brother, is that you? Jojo picked up her phone and took a glance. It wasn't Chiao Feng, but that scoundrel Lin Feng. What a mess he had caused. Tell me about it. You certainly can't enter the safe house. But I have quite a bit of expertise in software hardening engineering. If you have a problem, feel free to discuss it with me. We can strike a deal. She took another glance, her teeth clenched in anger. That scoundrel was as despicable as ever. Regardless, I am destined to die. If I am to perish, I must first take you down with me. Jojo was genuinely furious. For a person on the brink of death, Lin Feng's words had utterly provoked her. After all, whether I kill 1 or 2, it amounts to the same. I shall make a final desperate attempt. First, I will eliminate that scoundrel Lin Feng. Then I shall embrace death. Last night, I killed someone who was stealing water from upstairs. They seek revenge and will surely kill me. I cannot withstand so many adversaries alone. Tonight, my fate is sealed. Upon seeing Jojo's messages, Lin Feng believed her. After all, several unfortunate children had met their demise outside his home. It was no surprise that something would go awry at Jojo's second-floor apartment. Those were mere trifles. Come over and play a game with me. I will provide you with a handgun and 200 rounds of ammunition. Defending your home would be a simple task. And you could eliminate everyone in your building if you wished. Jojo, upon reading the message, was taken aback. She never expected that Lin Feng actually possessed a firearm. Her heart raced with excitement. If she could reach the safe house and take down Lin Feng, she wouldn't just seize a sanctuary. She would also acquire a weapon of lethal force. This was a gamble she had to take. After all, what did she have to lose? What was there to fear? Show me the gun. I do not believe you have a handgun. Jojo found it hard to trust Lin Feng. His words were often deceptive. She sent a final message to him. Ah, now that's more like it. Watch closely. Lin Feng, seeing Jojo's sincerity, immediately brandished a handgun and aimed it at a distant target, firing 3 shots. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Feng's marksmanship was impressive, although it wasn't a perfect score. It could certainly be lethal. A real gun? Excellent. Give me a moment. I will come over right away. Jojo saw a glimmer of hope for survival and decisively chose to seek out Lin Feng. Setting down the handgun, Lin Feng was filled with anticipation. He applied sunscreen to protect himself, preparing for the possibility that Jojo might turn on him. He needed to be ready. After all, the psychological trauma inflicted by that betrayal was not to be underestimated. If Jojo conducted the trade honestly, he would reciprocate in kind. If not, he would simply drag her back. Ha. Lin Feng had a semblance of humanity, albeit limited. Jojo dressed appropriately, applied sunscreen, and took an umbrella, ready to confront Lin Feng. Standing at the door, she observed for a moment to ensure no one was around before stealthily opening and locking the door. During the day, it was unlikely anyone would come by, and since she wouldn't be home, she could retrieve the handgun and return for revenge. What was there to fear? Enduring nearly 60-degree heat, she arrived at Lin Feng's doorstep. The weather was unbearable. Each breath felt like fire in her lungs. Thankfully, they lived close by. Otherwise, she might have succumbed to the heat. She rang the doorbell, and Lin Feng answered. Jojo clenched her fists. Just as the door opened, she intended to strike. But as soon as Lin Feng opened the door, he pressed the gun against her head. Don't move. In an instant, Jojo was taken aback. My mentality is utterly shattered. Lin Feng, must you be so ruthless? Without uttering a single word, you brandish a gun at my head. Remain still. Raise your hands. At 7 paces. The gun is swift. Within 7 paces, it is both quick and accurate. We are merely engaged in a transaction. I have no desire to overstep. Gradually step inside and simply close the door. With the gun pressed against her head, Jojo had no choice but to comply. Entering the room and shutting the door behind her, she raised her hands, biding her time for a chance to retaliate. Very well. Allow me to offer you a chocolate truffle, then proceed to the 5th room. Lin Feng, cautious, kept a considerable distance from Jojo before tossing her a piece of chocolate. Jojo picked it up, contemplated for a moment, and consumed it. Lin Feng had no need to poison me. If he wished me dead, he could simply fire the gun. Besides, refusing to eat was not an option, given the gun was pressed to her head. Jojo complied obediently. After all, at this distance, she could not seize the weapon. Chapter 66. Learning and practice are two distinct matters. Upon scrutinizing Lin Feng's safe house, Qiao was utterly astonished. The interior resembled a 5-meter square ice block, actively being cooled. Outside, the temperature soared to 60 degrees, while within, it remained a comfortable 20. Every door was a solid steel barrier, equipped with firing ports. Even if the main entrance were breached, refuge behind the steel doors would still afford a counterattack capability. This was merely the first floor, mind you. Lin Feng's residence boasted 3 levels above ground and 2 subterranean floors. All the steel doors were firmly shut, leaving Qiao to ponder what lay beyond, perhaps ice blocks and supplies. Only the 5th and 6th doors were ajar, and she was escorted at gunpoint to the 5th door, where she was taken aback to find a magnificent bathing area within. It was replete with all manner of toiletries, adorned with rockeries, greenery, waterproof tiled murals, and even a continuous water supply almost reminiscent of a hot spring. Lin Feng? What is the meaning of this? This was not how I envisioned the design. Qiao was incredulous. Had Lin Feng made these modifications himself? Her own design for the bathroom had not resembled this at all. However, what purpose did such a lavish space serve? Who could possibly bathe in such an expansive area? Moreover, considering the current scarcity of water, she was reluctant to even drink. Was this not a waste of precious resources? Cough, cough. Just go in and wash up. Why fret over the details? Lin Feng stammered, his face flushing with embarrassment. He would never admit that this was intended for a party once the situation stabilized. Qiao stepped inside, and Lin Feng promptly locked the steel door with a key from the outside, only to unlock it again half an hour later. As Qiao surveyed the bathroom, she was secretly astounded. Indeed, the world of the affluent was astonishing. Even a bathroom could be so extravagantly inviting. The temperature inside was slightly elevated but not uncomfortable. Resolving that she might as well enjoy herself since her fate was sealed, she shed her clothing and stepped into the bath, experiencing an immediate sense of relaxation. It had been so long since she had indulged in such comfort. Each day had been a grueling battle against heat and fatigue, all while guarding against potential robbery from upstairs neighbors. Forget about the titanium alloy door of the safe house, even with just the steel door. She felt adequately protected against most assaults. Qiao joyfully swam like a fish in the pool, relishing this liberating sensation. Meanwhile, Lin Feng lounged on the sofa, biding his time while subtly increasing the bathroom temperature. This wild mare was not to be underestimated. She certainly had ulterior motives. What if she proved as cunning as Feng Qian? Having been deceived once, Lin Feng vowed never to fall for a trick again in his lifetime. At this moment, while Qiao reveled in her fleeting tranquility, her thoughts turned to how she might eliminate Lin Feng and seize his safe haven, armed with a gun. Possessing 20 million in supplies, and nestled in such a secure location with a cool climate and ample water and electricity, she could easily reside there for a lifetime. After all, having already taken a life, what was one more? Lin Feng, you truly deserve to die. As she bathed and swam, she began to feel increasingly warm. What was happening? Had the air conditioning malfunctioned? Why did she feel a bit overheated? Though Qiao sensed her body heating up, she dismissed it. After all, she had withstood 60 degrees before. This was nothing. As time passed, Qiao sensed that something was amiss. It seemed that the heat was not merely due to the weather. Lin Feng had deliberately raised the temperature. Curse you, Lin Feng. How insufferable you are. Even I, a mere girl, am subjected to such stringent measures? No wonder you insisted on a half-hour bath. So that was the reason? Rising from the bath, Qiao felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Yet, now that the situation had unfolded, it was too late for remorse. She finally reached the iron door, intending to knock and call for Lin Feng to let her in. Lin Feng, you are the most shameless person I have ever encountered. Even a little girl like me is treated with such suspicion. Her face flushed with heat. She felt faint from the oppressive warmth, her voice weakening. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before adjusting the bathroom temperature back to normal. It was far too hot and could lead to heat exhaustion. He rose, opened the bathroom door, and swiftly scooped up the nearly fainting Qiao, whose body felt as if it had turned to jelly. At that moment, Qiao wished for nothing more than to disappear from embarrassment. She realized she had lost. From this day forth, she would transition from a young girl to Mrs. Lin Feng. I am utterly exasperated by you. Qiao comprehended that she had surrendered completely, and now could only hope that Lin Feng would not take things too far. Rest assured, I, Lin Feng, engage only in fair dealings, without coercion, offering genuine goods, fair to young and old alike. He carried Xiao Xiao to the bedroom and unceremoniously deposited her onto the bed. Drawing the curtains, resignation set in. Opposing someone as shameless as Lin Feng was a futile endeavor. Indeed, those devoid of shame are invincible. Moreover, Lin Feng was excessively cautious. He would take no risks whatsoever. Xiao Xiao lay on the bed, eyes closed, unwilling to witness what was unfolding. She had envisioned a romantic evening filled with mutual affection. Yet she never anticipated that this would devolve into a mere transaction. Lin Feng's attempts were clumsy and unfamiliar. Xiao Xiao was left exasperated. The sensation was indescribable. Far too embarrassing. However, after a considerable time had passed, Lin Feng still made no further moves. Lin Feng? Aside from leaving me drenched in saliva, what else can you do? Upon hearing Xiao Xiao's skepticism, Lin Feng became irritated. It's merely my first time. I lack experience. I don't know what's going on. But that does not imply that I am incapable. This is a matter for both of us, not just me. Lin Feng felt embarrassed to admit his inexperience, as he believed that what he had learned in actual practice were two different matters. Yet, Xiao Xiao discerned the underlying meaning in his words. Lin Feng? After perusing so much study material, you cannot possibly still be inexperienced? Faced with Xiao Xiao's probing question, Lin Feng's face flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, learning and real-world application are entirely distinct. You have uncovered my secret. I am not. I have not. Do not speak nonsense. Lin Feng hastily denied her accusations, while Xiao Xiao's heart swelled with delight. So, all this time, you were merely bluffing online? When it came down to a true confrontation, you were nothing. If Lin Feng had been a notorious playboy, Xiao Xiao would have felt humiliated. However, she found an unexpected silver lining. It turned out Lin Feng was just an online braggart. Well, it seems we have reached the moment for exchanging gifts once again. Lin Feng has been boasting for so long, yet it is surprising that he has taken the initiative. Is there still any sense of law? Is there still any semblance of justice? Chapter 67. If problems cannot be resolved, I will address those who are problematic. The heat was stifling, fervent as a blazing fire. Fortunately, Lin Feng's formidable skills provided him protection, allowing him to withstand all of Xiao Xiao's onslaughts, thus narrowly averting this crisis. After rigorous practical training, Lin Feng was assured of his capabilities. After an hour of enduring, the burden on his mind was finally lifted. It appeared that the loss of his brother had not hindered his performance. Xiao Xiao lay exhausted on the bed, deeply asleep, while Lin Feng sat at the head of the bed, lighting a cigarette, lost in contemplation. Should he keep Xiao Xiao with him? After all, she was his first woman, and their shared experience was unique. Surely she wouldn't betray him. Lin Feng still possessed a modicum of humanity, albeit limited. After some reflection, he shook his head. This wild mare was too untamed. It would be prudent to confine her in the stable for a while to temper her wildness. After finishing his cigarette and dressing, he also clothed Xiao Xiao, knowing she would not awaken any time soon. He applied sunscreen on himself and then on her, recognizing that she would soon be his woman. If she were to be marred by the sun, it would be his loss. As he cradled Xiao Xiao, Lin Feng felt a genuine desire to keep her. Their first experiences were unforgettable, even if merely transactional. Yet, he knew he must be cautious. He could not allow her to stay until he was certain she would not betray him. Once her hands were stained with blood, and she comprehended the brutality of this world, she would realize that only by following him could she find peace. The secrets of his space were not to be disclosed to anyone, not even to a single Xiao Xiao, let alone 10. Had it not been for Feng Qian knowing about Lin Feng's space, would he have met such a tragic end in his past life? What was the cause of his demise? Surely, one cannot consume 100 beans without growing weary of their taste. Upon leaving the safe house, Lin Feng retrieved a temperature-resistant war vehicle from his space. Although the distance was not great, he decided to drive to escape the sun's rays. Lin Feng harbored no fear of the neighbors. With his spatial perception, he could locate them effortlessly. His space could absorb not only items, but also bullets, rendering long-range attacks ineffective against him. There was nothing that Lin Feng could not resolve with a modicum of effort. If he wished, he could unleash a flood to drown everyone in Huahai City. Of course, he would not be so idle. He could not risk flooding the authorities as well, lest they retaliate with nuclear strikes against him. Lin Feng had now stepped into the threshold of invincibility. These ordinary people were merely offering their heads on a platter. Arriving at Xiao Xiao's residence, he parked the vehicle and carried her inside. Using her key, he unlocked the iron gate, which appeared flimsy enough for him to easily kick into disarray. It was evident that she would not be able to hold her ground tonight, explaining her willingness to compromise. Placing Xiao Xiao on the bed, Lin Feng began to assess the condition of the house. A quick inspection revealed that there was water, the bathtub was filled to capacity, and the second floor would not run out of water in the short term. There was some food available, enough for a couple of days. which was fortuitous. When supplies ran low, she would have to come to him for trade. However, Lin Feng was taken aback to discover a dog, a Tibetan Mastiff, female. Please take A back as a companion. Otherwise, it will be challenging for him to find a partner in the future. Just as Lin Feng was holding a cigarette and lifting Fengzi, several individuals arrived outside. I heard the sound of a vehicle, and indeed, the door swung open. Today, that little troublemaker is doomed. And you, hand over the car keys. Then get lost. I, Tang Chuan, spare you this time. The arrivals were none other than Tang Chuan and his 4 formidable followers. Tang Chuan raised his hammer with one hand, blocking the entrance, ready to unleash his chaotic hammer technique upon Lin Feng. If I, Tang Chuan, seize this vehicle, what fear do I have of the scorching ultraviolet rays? I can go wherever I please. Resources are abundant. Lin Feng set Fengzi down and retrieved a handgun from his space, aiming it directly at Tang Chuan's head and pulling the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and Tang Chuan's head exploded. The power of the Russian handgun is indeed formidable. The splatter of brain matter painted the faces of the 4 followers. In an instant, the 4 were thrown into disarray. Damn it! My lord's chaotic hammer technique has even been unleashed yet. You dare to ambush me with firearms. Where's the thrill in this game? Initially, they had joined the Tang Alliance reluctantly, but now they scattered in all directions, returning to their own homes. At that moment, Tang Chuan's mother, who had come downstairs to assess the situation, intended to persuade him to turn back from his reckless path, but was met with the shocking sight of her son being shot in the head. You have killed my son. He was just a child. He only sought vengeance for his father. What crime has he committed? Bang! Lin Feng, uninterested in further dialogue, fired another shot, delivering a fatal blow. A family must remain intact. For those who enjoy apocalyptic novels, it is well known that if you provoke the male protagonist, he will not kill you, regardless of your actions. Even if you were to starve, he would provide you with some divine beef jerky to prolong your existence for a few more chapters. However, if you provoke the female protagonist, no matter how powerful your abilities, you are unlikely to survive beyond 3 chapters. Unfortunately, the once mighty Tang Chuan met his demise in Building 1, receiving his due punishment. In an instant, the residents of Building 1, upon hearing the gunfire, hurried to secure their doors, arming themselves with kitchen knives and rolling pins for defense. Who on earth is this? Who possesses a firearm? Is there no law? The public safety in Huaxia is remarkably good. A single gunshot is enough to deter 99% of the populace. Lin Feng, still smoking, checked the other 2 rooms on the 2nd floor. One household was drenched in blood, and Lin Feng utilized his space to collect all the sofas, beds, furniture, and flooring from the house. In another household, several individuals were armed with kitchen knives, blocking the door, unwilling to let Lin Feng enter. I am offering you a chance at survival. Quickly come out and go upstairs. Lin Feng brandished a grenade as a threat. Blocking the door is futile. I could easily blow it open. Big brother. No, don't throw the grenade. We'll put down our weapons. We'll go upstairs. The terrified family relinquished their weapons, opened the door, and ascended the stairs. After all, he possesses a handgun and even a grenade. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Lin Feng entered the house and conducted a thorough examination, confirming the absence of any occupants. He then gathered all the furniture and flooring from their home. With a cigarette clenched between his lips, he ascended to the 3rd floor. The door to the 3rd floor was firmly shut, and Lin Feng had no intention of entering to commit robbery. He obstructed their peephole, discarded a heap of dilapidated furniture and flooring to block the entrance completely, and subsequently retrieved 2 barrels of gasoline, pouring it directly over the makeshift barricade. From this moment forth, Xiao Xiao would be his woman. Neglecting the situation would reflect a profound lack of humanity on his part. If Lin Feng could not resolve the issue, then perhaps it was time to eliminate those causing the problems. He produced a lighter, igniting the gasoline and tossing it onto the pile. In an instant, the corridor of the 3rd floor ignited in a fierce blaze. On a sweltering day of 60 degrees, with an abundance of furniture and 2 barrels of gasoline, the fire was no trifling matter. Moments later, the residents of the 3rd floor, witnessing the smoke seeping through the cracks of their door, were gripped by despair. Was Lin Feng truly intending to incinerate everyone in the building? What had they done to provoke such ruthlessness? Realizing that jumping from their windows might be their only escape, they acted decisively, disregarding the sweltering heat outside, oblivious to the potential for broken limbs. Meanwhile, the 4 individuals on the 2nd floor comprehended the gravity of the situation. Lin Feng was clearly too apathetic to move their bodies, leaving them to fend for themselves. With a cigarette still in his mouth, Lin Feng returned to the 2nd floor. What was it to seize water? With no one left, who would contest Xiao Xiao for it? After all, the flames were ascending, not descending, and Lin Feng remained completely unfazed. However, the owners of the Shishan courtyard were in a state of panic. Those on the lower floors dared to leap, But what of those on the upper levels? Even if one were to jump from the third floor, the risk of severe injury or death was imminent. And with no medical aid available, any injury could lead to infection and eventual demise. Back at Xiao Qiao's residence, Lin Feng utilized his spatial abilities to remove the door frame, then produced a steel door and a welding machine, securely fastening it into the wall. This steel door was a backup of Lin Feng's. It was impervious to bullets and featured a shooting aperture. Even if Xiao Qiao were to find herself in dire straits, he would still have time to respond to her call for help, for his residence was not far away. The wild Mustang needed to be contained, her untamed spirit subdued. Otherwise, how could she be expected to comply? Lin Feng carelessly disposed of the two corpses of Tang Xuan and his mother out the window before returning to Xiao Qiao's home. Upon entering, he tossed the keys to Xiao Qiao, leaving behind a handgun with 200 rounds of ammunition, and carried away Feng Zi. This was not a robbery. It was a trade. He was merely exchanging a door, resolving all troubles from above, and taking away a dog. She was the one who profited immensely. After securing the door, Lin Feng certainly kept a spare key for himself. After all, one must be prepared should he ever wish to learn about human software hardening engineering. It would be prudent to have an exit. Feng Zi did not resist being cradled by Lin Feng. As she was merely 3 months old and not yet inclined to bite, Lin Feng waited patiently in his car, ensuring that the fire would not encroach upon the second floor before driving home. Above the third floor, the flames had become uncontrollable, leaving the owners of the building in a state of lamentation and despair. The already dire circumstances of being deprived of water and sustenance were compounded by the onset of fire. Who could possibly be responsible for such an atrocity? Could this truly be the work of humanity? Chapter 68, An Abundance of Gifts Surpassing 50, an additional chapter. From now on, every time the total number of gifts exceeds 50, an extra chapter will be added. Can someone enlighten me on what is happening? Why is a building on fire? My heavens! A building is ablaze. The flames have already reached the 8th floor. This building is doomed. Those above the 3rd floor are surely lost. Help! Is there anyone who can rescue me? I reside on the 13th floor. Even if I leap, it would be my end. On such a scorching day, with no water in sight, it seems that the blaze will extinguish only when it has consumed everything. Lin Feng returned home and observed the homeowner group, which was once again in an uproar. He shook his head and sent a message. Perhaps it would be better to climb to the rooftop and jump, thus minimizing the agony. Upon seeing Lin Feng's message, a resident from the 3rd floor, who had not perished from jumping out the window, spoke up. This fire was set by Lin Feng. He filled the 3rd floor stairwell with flammable materials and doused it in gasoline before igniting it. He never intended for anyone in this building to survive. Lin Feng, you are a murderer. What have we done to provoke you? Lin Feng, you shall not have a peaceful demise. I have donned my red attire, ready to lead. Even as a ghost, I shall not spare you. They did not mention that Lin Feng possessed a firearm. Had they done so, who would dare seek revenge on his behalf? Lin Feng smiled silently, unperturbed. If he dared to take lives and ignite buildings, would he fear the specter of retribution? Without Lin Feng's interference, Xiao Qiao would never find peace. The water supply would dwindle day by day, and the number of those vying for water would only increase. Lin Feng, you have truly revealed your true nature. On behalf of all homeowners in Baishan Courtyard, I condemn you. Once order is restored, I shall report you to the authorities. Seeing Lin Feng's actions, Wang Guifan seized the moral high ground and entered an invincible mode. Had she finally found an opportunity to punish Lin Feng? Lin Feng smiled faintly, undaunted. Wang Guifan? Which building do you reside in? Provide an address, and I shall send a fire your way as well. I perform good deeds anonymously. Please call me the Harbinger of Justice, the Justice Superhero, or the Pancake Hero. With this proclamation, no one in the group dared to berate Lin Feng further. Aside from the nearly deceased resident, no one else had the courage to continue their tirade. This individual is devoid of humanity. What if he becomes enraged and sets fire to his own building? He has already torched one. No one doubts that he would hesitate to ignite a second. We have encountered many living bodhisattvas, but this is our first encounter with a living king of hell. You have been removed from the group chat. Just then, Lin Feng was expelled. Yet, he remained unfazed, for he had a multitude of alternate accounts in the group. Grasping another phone, he surveyed the group's dynamics, genuinely unaware of which building Wang Guifan inhabited. With so many residents in Shishan Courtyard, it would be impractical to set fire to each one individually. Would that not render Lin Feng utterly inhumane? He still retained a modicum of humanity, albeit limited. I am Zheng Dehai, Lin Feng's neighbor. I am willing to take the lead in punishing Lin Feng. Is there anyone willing to join me tonight? Sign up. Let us gather at my residence after sunset. Zheng Dehai voiced his intentions in the group, as he did not wish to be the virtuous one. Rather, he sought vengeance for Lin Feng's actions that led to his mother, Yu Jing, being incarcerated. Additionally, he aimed to usurp Lin Feng's sanctuary. Zheng Dehai's family is on the brink of starvation. This is the crux of the matter. The two households are in close proximity, and Zheng Dehai has long since noticed that Lin Feng's home is well stocked with food and drink, not to mention the electricity. The indoor temperature appears quite pleasant. And could it be possible that such a spacious dwelling is devoid of provisions? Unfortunately, Lin Feng's previous extravagant displays in the group chat have left everyone praising him for his lavishness. Depriving Zheng Dehai of the opportunity to confront him, why would he seek trouble for himself? Now, however, I've caught a chance. Lin Feng, tonight you are doomed. With so many of us at the Shishan Villa, a mere spit from each of us could drown you. Brother Dehai, I have an electric hammer. I'll join you when the electricity returns. Count me in. My brother was electrocuted to death by the high-voltage wires on Lin Feng's wall yesterday. I must avenge this grievance. I shall also participate. Lin Feng, that heartless demon who takes lives without a second thought, deserves to be punished by all. Observing this group of scheming neighbors, Lin Feng merely chuckled. The banner of justice they carry against me is but a fade. Their true intention is to seize my safe haven, is it not? Lin Feng, emboldened by his previous acts of arson, fears no reprisals. After all, their attempts to break into his home are merely a matter of time. Even if he refrains from burning down a building today, would Zheng Dehai, Wang Guifan, or Fang Qian allow him to escape unscathed? Lin Feng pulled out an ice cream, silently observing the unfolding situation, curious about their plans and whether they posed any threat to him. In this harsh world, Lin Feng could not afford any mistakes. After watching for a while, his interest waned. Their tactics were merely locksmiths picking locks, breaking windows, and using crowbars. Do they think a crowbar could breach my titanium alloy door? If it doesn't break, I'll change my surname to Lin. Bored, he absently touched Fangzi, whose soft belly was no match for the fullness of Chow Chow's grain storage. The sensation was undeniably exquisite, and Lin Feng now slightly regretted sending Chow Chow back home. Fangzi was obedient, remaining quiet and allowing Lin Feng to touch her at will. Meanwhile, Bei, with his tongue out and drooling like a fool, gazed at Fangzi with longing. Indeed, following Lin Feng not only meant ample meat but also companionship. From this day forth, I, Bei, am Lin Feng's loyal dog. In death, I shall become Lin Feng's dog meat hot pot. Whatever Lin Feng commands, I shall obey. Lin Feng found Bei's demeanor somewhat peculiar. Those dog-like eyes seemed to glisten with an unusual wisdom. Bei, go fetch a rag and wipe your drool, Lin Feng tentatively suggested as a thought crossed his mind. Woof. Bei wagged his tail and obediently fetched a rag to wipe the floor. Lin Feng paused, astonished. Bei had never comprehended such complex commands before. What was happening? Had he begun to mutate already? It appears that in this post-apocalyptic era, one must be cautious not only about bringing people into the safe house but also when it comes to dogs. Should I consider putting these two dogs down now? What if they conspire to open the door while I sleep? Bei, hearing Lin Feng's words, the dog froze in place. Although Bei still didn't fully understand, he grasped a fragment of Lin Feng's intent. After mopping the floor, Abe obediently entered the dog cage and closed the door behind him. Indeed, it seems that the safest place in this world is within my dog cage. Now, let us observe the situation of mutation. However, Abe, I must warn you, should I detect even the slightest hint of disobedience, you shall be transformed into a delectable dog meat hot pot. Abe lay submissively in the cage, for how could he dare to defy? I, Abe, am but a dog, lacking the ability to unlock your fingerprint and password-secured lock. Seeing Abe so compliant, Lin Feng produced a metal lock. Each night before sleeping, he decided to secure Abe once more. This is simply a precautionary measure. Lin Feng was excessively cautious, unwilling to take any risks, even with a mere dog. Such behavior is truly unparalleled. Chapter 69. A Spring Rain. A dream. Lin Feng glanced at the group messages for a while, finding little of novelty. They were all rudimentary solutions, devoid of any semblance of technological advancement. The few who had jumped from the third and fourth floors resulted in a tragic toll. Over 10 fatalities, dozens injured, 3 with broken legs, 3 sustaining minor abrasions, and 1 miraculously unscathed, fervently pleading for refuge in the chat. Regrettably, no one heeded their cries. Every household was bereft of surplus provisions, and no one wished to extend a helping hand, not even Wang Guifan from the neighborhood committee, who had some reserves. Thus, the 7 survivors leaned on one another, making their way to an empty room on the second floor. However, it was completely stripped bare by Lin Feng, leaving only a meager supply of water that might last a few more days. As for those who leaped from the 5th floor and above, the least of their injuries were broken legs, and the survivors were powerless to assist them, barely managing to ensure their own survival. In such dire circumstances, the majority were preoccupied with their own plight. Who could afford to concern themselves with others? Even if Lin Feng laid out all his resources, could he truly save the world? It was wiser to focus on self-preservation. Xiao Qiao lay in bed, increasingly aware of the oppressive heat, as if the indoor temperature had soared to 70 degrees. It was no surprise. The upper floors had been engulfed in flames, turning the second floor into an oven. It was a miracle that it hadn't ignited. The heat roused Xiao Xiao from her slumber, and as she stirred, she glanced around. Wait, isn't this my home? Could it be that my encounter with Lin Feng was merely a fleeting spring dream? She shook her head, attempting to dispel such wicked thoughts. That scoundrel Lin Feng only knew how to drench me in saliva. Was he pacing back and forth at the door? How could he possibly be a novice in matters of intimacy when he spent all his time at home poring over study materials? And to think I dreamed of being with him, or worse, took the initiative. It was utterly mortifying. As Xiao Xiao rose, she stumbled upon a set of keys on the bed, along with a handgun and 200 rounds of ammunition on the table, leaving her in shock. This isn't a dream. I actually engaged in such an embarrassing act. How am I to live with this humiliation? It was that Xiao Xiao desired to take the lead. Rather, Lin Feng's allure had been overwhelming. She had attempted to maintain control, but ultimately failed. However, the heat inside the room was unbearable, far exceeding that outside. Grabbing the handgun and ammunition, Xiao Xiao resolved to step outside to assess the situation, only to discover that her door had been replaced. Was this Lin Feng's steel door? Oh, how scorching it was. What on earth was happening? She yearned to escape, yet the doorknob burned her hand, rendering it impossible to open. This was it. Was I destined to be cooked alive in here? Lin Feng. You heartless scoundrel. You speak of transactions so callously. Am I not your woman? How could you abandon me to my fate? Fuming, Xiao Xiao seized her phone, intending to unleash her wrath upon Lin Feng and his entire lineage. Lin Feng, I can't believe you. You're truly the worst. She sent a flurry of furious voice messages. On the receiving end, Lin Feng found himself digging at his ears. Indeed, it was unwise to leave her in the safe house. With such a temperament, would she not have taken matters into her own hands while he slept? Lin Feng felt fortunate about his correct decision and calmly replied, "Rest assured, the fire won't reach your home. After all, you still have a substantial amount of water in your bathtub. Just immerse yourself for a few hours, and the temperature will normalize." Upon reading Lin Feng's message, Xiao Xiao was infuriated. So you've already prepared an escape route for me? You are truly insufferable. I'm already your woman, yet you still treat me with such suspicion. Am I the kind of woman who is unprincipled? With no other option, she entered the bathroom armed with her phone and a pistol, reclining in the bathtub, finding some solace. Fortunately, the upstairs bathroom was untouched by fire, rendering it slightly cooler. However, it was only marginally cooler, still resembling a sauna with the steamy heat. The sauna could exceed 70 degrees Celsius, but Xiao Xiao had experienced it before and could withstand such temperatures. The bathroom's temperature hovered around 60 degrees, which was bearable. Lin Feng, I have realized that you are truly inhuman. After all, I am your first woman. Aren't you afraid that the potency of your medicine could incapacitate me and leave me to suffer? Lin Feng glanced at his phone. Admitting that this concern had not crossed his mind, he had merely ensured that the fire would not reach the second floor before leaving. He scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward, pondering how to alleviate the fury of this wild spirit. He acknowledged that he had indeed acted improperly and had not fully considered the situation. After all, Lin Feng had just tasted the forbidden fruit and was still yearning for more. The best outcome would be to tame her into a safe haven as soon as possible, benefiting everyone involved. You enjoy yourself, and I shall too. Happiness is meant to be shared by two, thus it multiplies. Do not worry, I ensured that the effects of the drug would pass before I left. If you weren't so tempestuous, I might have wanted you to stay in the safe house. With your explosive temperament, I fear that if I fall asleep, you might turn on me. Xiao Xiao glared at her phone, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Lin Feng was right. She truly wished to retaliate against him. To have been intoxicated and deceived into losing my virginity, what kind of person does that? Oh, how mortifying. If others were to find out, how would I ever show my face again? She covered her face with her hands, then submerged her head in the water to cool down, striving for composure. However, as soon as she closed her eyes, images of her passionate struggle with Lin Feng flooded her mind. Lin Feng, unbeknownst to her, had procured some liquor-filled chocolates, and she recalled every detail of the experience distinctly. The only solace was that Lin Feng was also a novice in this regard, although he was boastful. He was not a notorious womanizer. Could it be that I am destined to marry Lin Feng? She pondered, questioning whether he would truly take responsibility. Emerging from the bathtub, she began to contemplate her future. Women often place great significance on their first experiences, and Xiao Xiao was no exception. Lin Feng, do not anger me. Your reckless actions are driving me to the brink. You even changed the door locks, proving that you still care about my safety. Let us have a calm discussion. After all, this is our first time, and I do not believe you're a heartless rogue. Let us engage in a genuine relationship, once the calamities have passed. If true feelings have blossomed, we shall marry. Do you think this is a reasonable proposition? My demands are not excessive, are they? With a surge of courage, Qiao posed the question to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, not lacking in charm, possesses financial acumen and wealth, with a vision for the future. Aside from his occasional dubious maneuvers, he is the quintessential prince charming for every woman, including Qiao. Upon reflection, Lin Feng realized that Qiao's requests were not unreasonable in essence, yet in the current apocalyptic context, they seemed quite extravagant. I have stated it clearly: no initiative, no rejection, and no responsibility. Moreover, changing doors is merely a transaction. Taking your dog away serves as compensation. I, Lin Feng, have resolved that I must marry at least 8 wives, lest I dishonor the brothers I have lost. Qiao was taken aback. On the very first day of their meeting, Lin Feng lamented the fate of his brother. What truly happened to him? Is it so difficult to forget? Furthermore, how do your multiple wives relate to your fallen brother? Lin Feng, who is your brother, and what connection do your wives have with him? Is this not a case of bigamy? Are you not aware of the law? Then, Lin Feng's subsequent message nearly exasperated Qiao. You have met my brother, have you not? Besides, what law have I broken if there is no marriage certificate? Qiao was left speechless. Indeed, conversing with Lin Feng could be infuriating. This fellow is certainly not of sound mind. Have I met your brother? When did that occur? Do you have a photograph? Send me a picture of your brother so I can see. Lin Feng then sent a photo of his brother, which incited Qiao's fury. Her face turned a deep shade of purple. After all this time, your brother is this creature? You could have simply stated it. Why send me a picture? Lin Feng, do you possess no sense of shame? In response, Lin Feng, somewhat perplexed, replied, wasn't it the photo of my brother that you requested? I thought you might want a keepsake. I also have a video of you pursuing me. Would you care to see it? If it weren't for my brother's steadfastness, I would have nearly succumbed to the turmoil you've caused. Qiao stared in disbelief at Lin Feng's words, her teeth grinding in anger. Delete that immediately. Lin Feng, just how shameless can you be? Chapter 70. In the apocalypse, do you still wish to pursue love? Lin Feng was taken aback by the small wild horse's fervent regard for chastity. It seemed prudent to have retained a recording as leverage. A smirk crossed his face. He had discovered a means to tame her. Deletion was out of the question, and I would even schedule its release. If, by chance, I were to meet an untimely end, this video would be disseminated across social networks. I have your brother's WeChat, and I am certain he would notice. Moreover, it wasn't just the bedroom that had cameras. The bathroom was equipped as well, all high definition, completely unedited. Qiao was utterly exasperated with the scoundrel. He displayed no semblance of shame. What if Qiao Feng were to witness her such overt advances? Qiao would rather perish than face that humiliation. Lin Feng was becoming increasingly unmanageable. Qiao felt she could not gamble against him any longer. This rascal truly dared to act without restraint. Shameless, coercive, insidious, cunning, and utterly devoid of decency. How could I have been foolish enough to spare him when I had the chance? Why did my mind lead me to seize Lin Feng's sanctuary? Who on earth could possibly take anything from such a despicable person? Regret consumed Qiao. She truly lamented her choices. She was unafraid of a shattered body, yet desired to preserve her purity in this world. Alas, her innocence was destined to slip away. Rising from her seat, she contemplated a drastic measure. If only I were to perish, would that liberate me from this wretched soul's torment? Ding. At that moment, her phone chimed. Upon glancing at the screen, her fury intensified. Don't even think about taking your own life. If I learn of your demise, I shall share it with your brother and the entire internet. After all, if you were dead, no one would seek portrait rights from me. With your figure being so stunning, the viewership would be astronomical. Perhaps I could earn a little extra on the side. Lin Feng, you despicable wretch. Even in death, you refuse to grant me peace? What have I done to deserve such torment? Is it necessary for you to bully me so? Qiao truly wept. Having been thoroughly crushed by Lin Feng's relentless oppression, he was astonishing. It seemed he possessed knowledge of everything, even her darkest thoughts of despair. Hearing her cries, Lin Feng felt a twinge of compassion. Qiao was indeed a remarkable girl, intelligent, audacious, meticulous, loyal, beautiful, and possessing a figure that resembled a celestial being. Aside from her slightly tempestuous temperament, she was flawless. Had it not been for this apocalypse, he would undoubtedly have committed to her wholeheartedly, engaging in romance, courtship, marriage, and family life, providing her with everything she desired, never once betraying her trust. Unfortunately, this apocalypse was only beginning, with at least 3 years ahead, and the future remained uncertain. How could I possibly find time for romance amidst such chaos? Contemplating this, Lin Feng resolved to share some vital information with Qiao, allowing her to brace herself mentally. After all, I, Lin Feng, bore the monumental responsibility of ensuring humanity's survival. Ciao ciao. May bear one child each year until you reach 60. How many could you possibly bring into this world? With all the supplies I have stockpiled. If I do not provide sustenance for future generations, who shall benefit? Even I cannot consume it all. Cease your tears, let me explain the current circumstances. The solar flare's magnetic storm has ravaged the ozone layer, and ultraviolet rays threaten all forms of life. With the current state of technology, it is utterly impossible to avert this calamity. Our planet has become inhospitable for humanity. Now that you have entered university, you ought to comprehend the duration required for the ozone layer to regain its normalcy. The apocalypse has arrived, and the future promises only increasing brutality. Since you are my first love, I can only pledge that regardless of how many wives I may take, as long as your heart remains steadfast, you shall always be my foremost wife. With tears streaming down her face, Xiao Qiao gazed at Lin Feng's message. He had finally imparted information she deemed useful. If what Lin Feng stated is indeed true, then the events unfolding before her make perfect sense. The destruction of the ozone layer? It certainly cannot be restored within mere years or decades. This implies that the perilous existence she endures daily may persist for a lifetime. Even with 20 million in resources, must she continually hide away in her room? How does that differ from being dead? It is, in fact, more tormenting than imprisonment. She cannot even enjoy a peaceful night's sleep, perpetually haunted by the specter of death. No wonder Lin Feng constructed such an expansive safe house. No wonder he was generous enough to transform the bathroom into a hot spring. No wonder he distributed millions in red envelopes within the group. He understands that he cannot venture outside. Thus, he has engaged in such seemingly irrational behavior. Even more perplexing, despite his own inexperience, he boasts excessively, stockpiling weapons and supplies. He displays a cold-hearted demeanor, capable of committing murder without a flicker of remorse. If the ozone layer is indeed compromised, then all of Lin Feng's actions become explicable. Lin Feng, may I implore you for a moment's grace? I cannot ascertain the veracity of your claims. If they are true, I shall consent to your taking multiple wives. But I insist on being the primary one. I shall not be without recompense. I will provide you with 20 million in resources as a dowry, sufficient to sustain both us and our offspring until our demise. Xiao Qiao is remarkably astute, which pleases Lin Feng immensely. Had she been less clever, she would have met her in long ago. As long as she recognizes the reality of their situation and ceases to contemplate self-harm, she may be welcomed into his life. Lin Feng took a drag from his cigarette. It seems this young lady truly possesses 20 million in resources, and her words do not appear to be mere bluster. But where could she be concealing them? Is it in the warehouse downstairs? It is highly probable. Should I consider seizing it tonight? Otherwise, with her abundant provisions, when might she approach me for a trade in exchange for sustenance? After some contemplation, Lin Feng shook his head. If I were to rob my own woman of her resources, would I not be devoid of humanity? In any case, being so near, she cannot escape. I shall remain vigilant, for the transportation of 20 million in resources is not something I could overlook. Xiao Qiao is indeed clever, a worthy candidate for a devoted wife. Allowing her into the safe house as the primary wife is certainly a possibility. As for someone like Li Ying, even without the bloodline issues, Lin Feng would only engage with her for amusement and would never permit her to reside there. Li Ying's mind is filled with nonsense. The offspring she bears would affect future generations. Should any difficulties arise, do not hesitate to contact me. Once I ascertain your suitability for residence in the safe house, I shall grant you entry. Of course, prior to your arrival, any assistance I provide must be repaid, as our relationship remains one of transaction. Xiao Qiao blushed deeply at Lin Feng's message. How could he bring up such an embarrassing matter? However, contemplating such matters, it is somewhat pleasurable. Oh dear, what on earth is occupying my mind? I cannot believe I have been led astray by this scoundrel. Indeed, joy is perpetually a shared experience. One must learn the art of sharing with others. Lin Feng extracted a cigarette and took a few puffs. He informed Xiao Qiao that the deterioration of the ozone layer was not a matter of great concern, and she would inevitably come to learn of it. According to Lin Feng's memories from his previous life, when the beautiful nation could no longer control natural disasters, it expended its last reserves of national strength to launch its final satellite. It was this satellite that re-established global communication networks, revealing to all the impending apocalypse, prompting the Baikal Lake Survival Base to commence recruitment worldwide. The beautiful nation had not engaged in any significant endeavors for centuries. Thus, the launching of a satellite was hardly a noble undertaking. In their chaos, they sought to drag the entire world into disarray alongside them. The beautiful nation refrained from indiscriminately launching nuclear weapons, as Huaxia, the Korean nation, and Russia all held nuclear arms aimed at them. Such actions would only lead to greater turmoil and suffering for themselves. That year, Russia enjoyed a carefree existence, with the lowest global temperatures, Siberia merely reaching 50 degrees. while the Arctic ice circle hovered around 30 to 40 degrees. Naturally, their fortunate circumstances would be short-lived. Lin Feng's decision not to establish a shelter in Russia stemmed from this, who wished to relocate after just a year. The hassle of constant moving was hardly appealing. Furthermore, there were still these neighbors, his uncle, former teammates, and Fang Qian left to contend with. If he departed, and they persevered until the awakening of their abilities, it would complicate matters even further. Rest assured, this is merely the beginning. I, Lin Feng, shall accompany you in this intricate game. If I do not torment you into regretting your existence in this world, I shall have lived in vain. With that, Lin Feng extinguished his cigarette, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Having been granted a second chance at life, I shall not bear any risks. Should I encounter insurmountable challenges, I will simply unleash a fraction of my power. There is nothing that I, Lin Feng, cannot resolve with just a modicum of my might. Chapter 71. Jojo's concerns. Is it true? Has the apocalypse arrived? Jojo lay in the bathtub, staring at her phone screen, unable to tear herself away. Reflecting on the events of the past few days, she began to entertain the notion that Lin Feng's words might hold some truth. If the world were indeed coming to an end, it would undoubtedly be individuals with Lin Feng's temperament who would endure the longest. Contemplating her past actions, Jojo realized that many of her choices had been avoidable. If she had coldly dismissed Li Ying and fortified herself like Lin Feng with a steel door, would so many uncontrollable incidents have transpired? I think I understand why you attempted to kill Abe, and why you barred me from entering the safe house. You still harbor doubts about me, don't you? You are not entirely at fault. It was indeed my intention to catch you off guard. Despite both of us being novices in this game, setting her phone aside, Jojo began to ponder her future. Thankfully, Lin Feng still possessed a shred of conscience, providing her with a steel door and a firearm. With 20 million in supplies stored in the basement, even if water and electricity were completely cut off. With the steel door, the gun, and ample provisions, Jojo could endure for quite some time. Yet, lying in the bathtub, a sense of fear enveloped her. What if she caught a cold? What if she succumbed to heat stroke? What if she suffered from heat exhaustion? Without medication and with no one around, her situation would be indistinguishable from waiting for death. Indeed, a woman cannot rely solely on her own strength to survive. The struggle is overwhelmingly arduous. This thought brought to mind Lin Feng's youthful visage, his casual bravado, his reluctance to engage in meaningful conversation when it mattered most. Was he afraid of causing her pain? Jojo buried her face in her hands, her mind racing with thoughts. That scoundrel, regardless of what the future held, would forever remain etched in her memory. Oh, how embarrassing. What is wrong with me? Why do I keep thinking about that jerk? What is so special about him? He nearly roasted me alive in my own home. Covering her face, Jojo dared not dwell on it. Yet the memories were too vivid, especially considering it was her first experience. Time passed, and the fire eventually extinguished. The temperature in the room gradually cooling. Jojo climbed out of the bathtub, gazing at the murky water. She contemplated draining it but hesitated. After bathing twice, the water had become exceedingly dirty. However, if she let it out, and water did not return that night, what would she have to drink? My heavens! What is happening to me? This is merely the bathwater I usually discard without a second thought. How can I be hesitant about saving it for drinking? Jojo felt utterly overwhelmed. The memory of Lin Feng's automatic circulating hot spring was a slice of paradise, and she had only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg. The safe house boasted 5 floors, with so many unknown rooms. What lay within them? Jojo's curiosity had always been insatiable. Otherwise, she would not have followed Lin Feng. Now, having seen just a glimpse, her desire to uncover the mysteries within deepened. The safe house spanned 50,000 square feet. Just how much had Lin Feng altered? Sigh. I hope Lin Feng is merely deceiving me once again. I yearn for the world to swiftly regain its order, allowing my brother to return soon. As Qiao Qiao gazed at the water in the bathtub, she ultimately could not bring herself to let it go. She resolved to wait until tonight to see if the water would flow. If it did, she would replace it. Exiting the bathroom, she inspected the handgun left by Lin Feng, hesitating to fire it for fear of wasting ammunition. However, Qiao Qiao was certain of its authenticity, at the very least. If someone were to attempt to break in tonight, she would not feel utterly helpless. Even if she could not hold her ground, she could at least end her own suffering with a shot, ensuring her death would not be too painful. She examined the steel door, welded with remarkable sturdiness. Lin Feng still possessed a semblance of conscience. Engaging in business with him rarely resulted in loss. A mere dog had procured such a secure steel door. After all, raising a dog was now merely a waste of resources. Fang Zi, who had followed Lin Feng, might be enjoying the same high-quality sustenance as Abe, which was quite favorable, as she would no longer have to subsist on dog food and jerky. Yet, as these thoughts lingered, Qiao Qiao felt increasingly aggrieved. Why was it that I, A pure young lady had given my first time to Lin Feng, yet my sustenance was inferior to that of a dog he carried away? Who would not feel wronged in my position? Lin Feng, is this truly the conduct of a human being? Alas, I have been ensnared by his charm. How could I still be thinking of him? What is wrong with me? I should be devising a plan to eliminate him. Xiao Qiao stomped her feet in embarrassment. There was no remedy. After all, she was a maiden. A seasoned woman would not recall her former esteemed guests, as each day brings new ones. Yet how could a maiden ever forget her first man? After stamping her feet in the room for what felt like an eternity, she let out a heavy sigh. Alas, I have killed him. My first experience is lost. I shall take each day as it comes. What else can I do? With another sigh, she sat on the ground. Having lost faith in the future, it was until midnight that the water finally flowed. Upon seeing the water, Xiao Qiao felt a wave of relief wash over her. She drained the bathtub and waited patiently for it to fill once more. At this rate, filling the tub would not pose any challenge. With the water supply issue resolved, she recalled that the neighbors upstairs had been dealt with by Lin Feng as well. With nothing else to occupy her time, Xiao Qiao retrieved her night vision binoculars and saw from a distance a group of people, armed with various tools, approaching the entrance of Lin Feng's safe house. Lin Feng, did you provoke so many people merely to protect me? A surge of emotion filled Xiao Qiao's heart, if not for her sake. Would Lin Feng have gone to such lengths, even setting fire to the building? Xiao Qiao, astute as ever, deduced correctly that Lin Feng was indeed assisting her. Although he remained indifferent, regardless, this group would come to her door sooner or later. The timing mattered little. Everyone, follow me. Tonight, we shall take down Lin Feng, commanded Zhang Dehai, leading dozens of men under the cover of darkness to Lin Feng's doorstep. Armed with tools, some wielding hammers, others electric drills, and some pulling wires, they vowed not to return home until Lin Feng was unearthed. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Qiao felt an unexpected pang of concern for Lin Feng. Then, she abruptly shook her head. How could I even entertain such thoughts? If Lin Feng were to perish, shouldn't I be the happiest one? What am I truly worried about? Jojo is perplexed, uncertain of what has transpired within her since her encounter with Lin Feng. Where has her former decisiveness and ruthlessness vanished? Is it possible that I have genuinely fallen for that scoundrel Lin Feng? After some contemplation, Jojo decided to send a message. Lin Feng, do you need me to assist you by shooting from the second-floor window? I could draw some fire away for you. If Lin Feng were to meet his demise and actually shared the video on his social media, how would I ever manage to live with that? Chapter 72. The initial ambush. Everyone, exercise caution. The walls of Lin Feng's residence are laden with high-voltage electricity. Under no circumstances should you come in contact. Zhang Dehai urged the group, who nodded in understanding. Is this it? Boss, are you overestimating Lin Feng? With just a few strikes, I can cleave through this shabby door. One eager subordinate declared, brandishing a watermelon knife and exerting all his strength for a decisive blow. Clang! A sharp sound echoed as the watermelon knife shattered upon impact. The broken blade flew upward and lodged itself in his throat, bubbles of blood forming as he gasped for air. The assembled crowd could only stare in shock. It was evident he was beyond saving. What a misfortune for this unfortunate soul, expending such effort for naught. Zhang Dehai examined the titanium alloy door, noting that the strike had merely left a white mark, with no damage whatsoever. Old Wang, it's your turn. You're a professional locksmith. If you can pry open that lock, it will spare us all the trouble. Zhang Dehai spoke, confident in the expertise of his specialized team. Old Wang nodded. Boasting over 30 years of experience with all types of locks, electronic, mechanical, password protected, and fingerprint activated. What lock have I not encountered? He proclaimed. However, upon inspecting the lock at Lin Feng's door, Old Wang's confidence wavered. Dehai, this is impossible. From my observation, this lock is the latest in facial recognition technology, combined with a swastika-shaped mechanical lock, a password lock, and a fingerprint lock, all in one. If there is a single error within 30 seconds, the door will lock permanently. With my 3 decades of experience, I cannot guarantee success in such a short time. Despite his extensive background, Old Wang felt utterly powerless in that moment. If I'm to unlock it, just let me do my job without dawdling. If it were easy, would I need you? Zhang Dehai coveted the door and its lock. Should he eliminate Lin Feng, and subsequently Old Wang, this safe house would belong to him. Very well, I shall give it a try, but if I fail, do not hold it against me. With a resigned sigh, Old Wang prepared to tackle this formidable challenge. He reached for his tweezers, intending to first address the mechanical lock before resorting to brute force on the electronic, fingerprint, and password locks, knowledge gleaned from a lifetime of experience. After all, the more intricate the device, the more susceptible it is to force. Once the mechanical lock was opened, all possibilities would unfold. Old Wang inserted the tweezers into the swastika-shaped keyhole, testing the feel, hoping to fashion a key by touch. Stay calm. Leave it to me. Let me gauge this sensation. These were the skills honed over a lifetime, a live demonstration that few could master even after years of training. However, just as he began to manipulate the lock, Lin Feng, lurking behind the door, wore a mischievous grin as he flipped the power switch. A cacophony of yelps erupted as old Wang was jolted by the high-voltage electricity, yelping like a frightened dog. A young man rushed forward to assist old Wang, only to be met with the same shocking fate, eliciting further cries of alarm. Panic seized the group as they realized the door was electrified. What madness is this? How can a door be wired with high-voltage electricity? How are we to proceed? What were you thinking? Touching it despite knowing it's electrified. Do you wish to court death? Zhang Dehai exclaimed, forcefully prying old Wang's hand away. Then, Lao Wang and the young lad stretched their legs, lying to one side. Their bodies charred. It was evident that, despite their unfamiliarity, they had matured into adults. Stretching their legs? That was merely a natural muscular contraction response following roasting. A tantalizing aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, and at that moment, the onlookers gazed at the two charred yet tender corpses. Inexplicably seized by an urge to partake in a feast, Zhang Dehai, having lost 3 teammates upon their first encounter, was utterly enraged. What are you all standing there for? Bring me a hammer. Smash through the window. I refuse to believe that the glass can still conduct electricity. With a thunderous shout, Zhang Dehai roused them from their stupor. They shook their heads, retrieved a hammer, and commenced their performance. Bang! A dull thud resounded. Zhang Dehai felt his hand go numb. The wooden hammer handle splintered, and his palm was bruised. What on earth is the thickness of this glass? Just as Zhang Dehai illuminated the glass with a flashlight, he discovered it was over a meter thick. Forget about bulletproof glass. Even ordinary glass of such thickness was beyond human capability to shatter. Instantly, dozens of people were left dumbfounded. Wasn't Lin Feng operating a private tertiary hospital? Was this truly a hospital? Zhang Dehai glanced at the white blemishes on the glass. Perhaps they were remnants of previous attempts to break it? Zhang Dehai was overthinking. It was merely a point where the protective film Lin Feng had adhered to the glass had been damaged. Cut the power. Bring me the electric jackhammer. A group of individuals procured several dozen meters of electric wire and several jackhammers, connecting them to power for a relentless assault. Each strike of the jackhammer against the glass revealed a white dot. This ignited hope in Zhang Dehai and his companions, as long as they made progress. They could indeed shatter the glass. Even the hardest iron can be ground into a needle through perseverance. At that moment, Lin Feng smiled slightly, retrieved a hose, and began spraying them with water. Splash! Hiss! In an instant, the outlet was electrified, and water flowed into the high-voltage grid. The individuals wielding the jackhammers leaped in surprise, their movements resembling a tap dance. Before long, they transformed from strangers into acquaintances. What the hell, Lin Feng? You must have water and supplies in this place. I'm rationing my drinking water, and you're dousing us with water? Zhang Dehai was truly agitated. Lin Feng, having procured supplies worth 10 billion, could not afford to squander them. It appeared he had reported a false alarm and moved all the supplies into this room. That treasure trove was enough to sustain everyone in the West Mountain courtyard until their demise. I have no place to dispose of my bathing water. And I didn't expect anyone else to be out here. Keep your distance from my home. If you get electrocuted, I won't take responsibility. With that, Lin Feng flicked the hose again, causing dozens of people to retreat in alarm. This electrification was no jest. Bathing water? Who do you think you're fooling? Who uses this much water for a bath? This is enough for a whole bathing facility. Zhang Dehai, now thoroughly incensed, distanced himself, while Lin Feng finished expelling the bathing water without further ado. Poverty restricts your imagination. This is how much water I use for bathing. Lin Feng was not exaggerating. This was indeed his bathing water. After finishing his shower with shampoo and body wash, which he could neither drink nor use to water plants, Lin Feng decided to store it in his space for future use. To his surprise, it proved quite effective, delivering a powerful jolt over a wide area. A crowd of dozens observed Lin Feng's bathing water with longing. It was not the desire for a shower that captivated them, but rather the yearning to drink. An elderly man, parched and desperate, crouched on the ground and took a sip from a small puddle. At this point, any water would suffice. Who cared what it had been used for? With a crackle, the old man underwent a transformation, becoming a familiar figure in an instant. This left the crowd of onlookers feeling uneasy, as they pondered how to deal with Lin Feng, the scoundrel. He had the audacity to electrify his bathing water, denying them even a single sip. Where was his humanity? They were on the brink of dehydration and starvation. The individuals gathered to confront Lin Feng were largely those suffering from water and food shortages at home, hoping for an opportunity to break down his door and seize his supplies. Yet, given the current circumstances, the prospect of even approaching him seemed a daunting task. Dozens of them exchanged glances, suddenly at a loss for how to proceed. How could they possibly confront Lin Feng? Chapter 73. I arrest you on behalf of the authorities. Lin Feng, not only have you set fire to the building, but you have also taken countless lives. You would do well to open the door and submit to an investigation. I am here to arrest you on behalf of the authorities. If you open the door now, I can consider it as a sign of repentance, and at most, you would receive a suspended death sentence. With your wealth, a few years in prison would merely be a minor inconvenience. You must contemplate the consequences of not opening the door. Zhang Dehai raised the banner of justice, demanding that Lin Feng surrender. Upon hearing Zhang Dehai's words, Lin Feng merely laughed. What foolish reasoning have you conjured? You, a demolition worker? You claim to represent the authorities? Who granted you such authority? Regardless, whether I kill 1 person or 100, it is still murder. There is no need for a suspended sentence. Just sentence me to death. Come on, come in and kill me. As long as you can enter, you may sever my head at will. Come on in. At that moment, Zhang Dehai was infuriated. Lin Feng, you are truly despicable. Fine. Lin Feng, do you think I cannot enter? I can come in alone. And I can rally others as well. I refuse to believe that not even 10,000 can come in. With that, Zhang Dehai sent a group message. All members. This is Zhang Dehai. I have uncovered a secret. Lin Feng claims he has lost 100 billion in supplies, but he has not lost anything. He has hidden everything in his safe house. Anyone lacking water or food, come to me. Once you enter Lin Feng's safe house, there will be plenty to eat and drink. That is 100 billion worth of supplies. Zhang Dehai then shared several images of Lin Feng eating, evidently acknowledging that he could not enter alone and divulging this secret to everyone. Goodness, Lin Feng's house even has ice, and he is using it for sashimi and hot pot. This is unbearable. Sooner or later, I will perish from the heat. Just give me a piece of ice to cool down. I will die without regrets. Let's go, brothers. Lin Feng has killed so many people. We are executing justice. Down with the murderer Lin Feng. Avenge those who have perished. In an instant, the group erupted in chaos. Those living in high rises without water or food rushed over. The number swelled to thousands. They surrounded Lin Feng's safe house in droves. Lin Feng, let's see how you resolve this. With so many of us, if you have the capability, kill us all. Seeing this multitude, Zhang Dehai puffed out his chest with newfound confidence. Some, unaware of the situation, began to smash the walls, leading to the unfortunate demise of dozens. This sobered them up considerably. They quickly distanced themselves from the walls. They commenced smashing windows. However, it proved futile. After hammering for ages, they found that only the outer layer of the sun-shielding film had been broken, while everything else remained intact. What the hell? This glass is over a meter thick. Not even a rocket launcher could penetrate it. Finally, someone recognized the grim reality, shook their head, and dropped their small hammer, realizing it was all in vain. The back door is made of titanium alloy. I might as well break my crowbar rather than the door. Lin Feng's house has 4 entrances, and others attempted to pry open the back door, but to no avail. A group of individuals gazed upon the iron turtle, their hearts filled with astonishment. Not only was it capable of fending off intruders, but it could also withstand a zombie outbreak without issue. Lin Feng, stationed at the front door, observed the surveillance footage while smoking, contemplating whether he should eliminate them. After some reflection, he decided against it. His space could not accommodate corpses, and if he were to dispose of them all, the multitude of bodies would surely rot at his doorstep, potentially leading to a plague. The thought of dealing with the aftermath of such a situation and the risk of falling ill himself was daunting. Ultimately, he resolved to let them go. If they were unable to act, they would simply refrain from returning. They were indeed fortunate. Had Lin Feng not been overly cautious about contracting a disease, they would likely have met their demise that very night. This was merely at Lin Feng's doorstep. He wondered how they would fare in another location. You can't breach the top, can you? Form teams and dig. Burrow in from beneath. I refuse to believe that the foundation of your home is constructed of titanium alloy. Zhang Dehai's declaration elicited a chuckle from Lin Feng. You are quite clever. How did you deduce that my foundation is also made of titanium alloy? If you wish to dig, go ahead. In the vast expanse of the golf course, keep digging until you hit the massive steel plate, and then despair. A group of individuals brandished shovels and began excavating mere meters from Lin Feng's home, wary of the high-voltage wires along the wall. Lin Feng smiled and waved at the raucous Zhang Dehai outside. Brother Dehai, tell them to cease digging. Come over here, and we can discuss matters amicably. Upon hearing that Lin Feng had yielded, Zhang Dehai was elated. Continue digging. I want to hear what Lin Feng has to say. He swaggered over, then addressed Lin Feng. Are you afraid now? Open the door for me. Once I enter, we can have a proper conversation. Zhang Dehai still coveted Lin Feng's safe house. If they were to dig too deeply, it would jeopardize his own safety. All right, Brother Dehai, let us negotiate. You stay right there, and I will allow only you to enter. Upon hearing Lin Feng's reluctance, Zheng Dehai felt a sense of relief. Indeed, unity of purpose can achieve great feats. Lin Feng, you are nothing. Lin Feng retrieved a hand crossbow from his space and coated the arrowhead with excrement. He opened the shooting port and aimed at Zheng Dehai's ear, releasing the bolt with precision. Zheng Dehai, have you ever heard a dog bark? Lin Feng's words left Zheng Dehai momentarily perplexed. In an instant, a cold glimmer pierced the air. The arrow tore through Zheng Dehai's face, inflicting a grievous wound that even pierced his ear. This was precisely why Lin Feng had beckoned Zheng Dehai closer. He was not particularly skilled with the bow and feared accidentally killing him. In a past life, Zheng Dehai had stolen all his food. If he were to kill him outright, would he still be Lin Feng? My face. My ear. Lin Feng. I will kill you. I will kill you. Zheng Dehai cried out, clutching his face, his voice filled with anguish. Blood streamed down, pooling at his feet, as the severe gash bled profusely. My face. My ear. Lin Feng. I will kill you. I will kill you. It seemed that this was indeed how dogs cried out. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Zheng Dehai was filled with such rage that he longed to eliminate Lin Feng instantly. However, Zheng Dehai understood that it was imperative to halt the bleeding, reduce inflammation, and stitch the wound. Otherwise, in such sweltering heat, the risk of infection loomed large, and his fate would be sealed. Lin Feng, you wait for me. This is far from over. Suddenly, a splatter. Ugh! Lin Feng, how dare you throw excrement? Indeed, Lin Feng did not merely hurl any waste. It was dog feces. Before Zheng Dehai could finish his tirade, he found himself besmirched by the foul substance, his mouth agape, resulting in an unfortunate mouthful of dog excrement. One cannot help but remark on the quality of Abe's provisions. This refuse was both odorous and sticky, evidently challenging to cleanse. Chapter 74. Do not mess with my brother's woman, Lin Feng. Just you wait. Just you wait. Zheng Dehai was acutely aware of the consequences of his wounds coming into contact with filth, hastily covering his face and rushing home to cleanse himself. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. Lin Feng, however, approached the site where the diggers had toiled with great interest. He opened the firing port, ignited a Molotov cocktail, and hurled it inside. Since you have already dug the graves, I shall spare myself the trouble of disposing of your remains. Ah, help! Lin Feng, may you suffer a terrible fate. Is there anyone who can grant me a swift end? The 5 men in the pit were engulfed in flames, and without water. There was no hope for rescue. Moments later, in plain view of the crowd, they were reduced to charred corpses, lying in the graves they had dug themselves, thus sparing others the burden of burying them. Witnessing this gruesome scene, the remaining onlookers hastily distanced themselves from Lin Feng's sanctuary, fearful of being consumed by his fiery wrath. After a night of toil, over 100 lives were lost, yet they had accomplished nothing. As dawn broke, the weary souls departed with their tools, disheartened and drained, knowing that their day would be fraught with hardship. Upon returning home, Zheng Dehai plunged into the bathtub, urgently scrubbing off the filth and tending to his wounds. If I become infected, my life is forfeit. Dehai, what happened? Don't frighten your mother. Upon seeing the bathtub stained with excrement and blood, Yujing was horrified. She had never encountered such a sight. Quick, change the water. We must cleanse the wounds. Otherwise, with the temperature at 60 degrees, infection means certain death. At that moment, Zheng Dehai's wife, Su Hongrui, hurried over, pulling the bathtub's drain open and pouring clean water from a bucket over Zheng Dehai's injuries. Dehai, did Lin Feng do this? Is he even human? Not only did he shoot you but also doused you in filth? Su Hongrui was furious. Having grown up on the streets, she had never been subjected to such humiliation. Standing at 163 centimeters tall and aged 29, she possessed a wild beauty, with a full-back tattoo of a fierce Guangdong. Her character unyielding to anyone. The granary, the cradle of human civilization, she had tattooed on herself, embodying her fierce spirit. Fetch the iodine and the first aid kit. Apply it to the wounds. Yujing promptly complied, as Zheng Dehai and Su Hongrui often engaged in brawls, keeping anti-inflammatory medicines readily available at home. I have it. Dehai. Endure it. In this sweltering heat, we cannot afford any mistakes. If you die, I shall remarry. Su Hongrui showed no leniency towards Zheng Dehai. Grabbing the iodine Yujing had brought, she poured it over the massive wound. Ah, Lin Feng, just you wait. When I catch you, I will make you suffer 1,000 cuts. Zheng Dehai screamed in agony, while Su Hongrui, unfazed by his pain, took a needle and thread, stitching up his gaping wound as if mending quilted trousers. The pain was excruciating, causing Zheng Dehai to convulse and faint, oblivious to his fate. A spray of Yunnan Biao followed. The fate of Zheng Dehai is now left to the heavens. Su Hongrui has done all she can. Fear not, Dehai. Even in death, I shall avenge you. No man of mine, Su Hongrui, shall perish in vain. Su Hongrui speaks not in jest, she has indeed taken lives. Her previous husband, a formidable figure in the underworld, was slain, and she wielded 2 cleavers to exact retribution upon the attackers, reducing them to mere fragments. Each time she bears a wound, she adorns her skin with a tattoo to conceal the scar. This woman is wholly unacquainted with the notion of fearing death. Apart from her visage and the soles of her feet, one could say that every part of her body has endured injury. Yet, after marrying Zheng Dehai, Su Hongrui reformed. For his earnings were sufficient, rendering her interventions unnecessary. It seems today that Su Hongrui is poised to return to her former life. What a pitiful bunch you are. A multitude unable to subdue a single individual? And you dare return here for a meal? Henceforth, cease all provisions. Let all go hungry. After tending to Zheng Dehai, Su Hongrui began to reprimand his subordinates. The young men stood meekly, not daring to utter a word. They were all too aware of the name Sister 13 and, though she had stepped away from the underworld for marriage and motherhood, they did not doubt her capacity to turn them into mincemeat for dogs. Hello, Brother Wang? It's me, Sister 13. My husband has been gravely injured, his life hanging by a thread. Do you possess guns and explosives? Acquire some for me. I seek vengeance. What? Guns and explosives are in short supply? You require 3 days before you can assist me? Very well. I shall drive over tonight. 3 days it is. I fear you may exhaust yourself. If you perish, who will procure explosives for me? The young men exchanged glances, their eyes filled with sympathy for Zheng Dehai, who lay in uncertainty. You married such a woman, and you truly believe that child is yours? Lift Dehai to the bedroom. In 3 days, I shall return and blow up Lin Feng's wretched abode. A bunch of worthless fools. So many of you cannot breach a mere house? At 18, I breached the vault of the Huanghai City Bank. Had my husband not been murdered, and I not expended my fortune to forge connections, would I have wed this inept man? The young men, intimidated, dared not voice their thoughts. They were demolishers, not street fighters, entirely out of their league. So it was you who orchestrated the 2039 Huanghai City Bank heist, sister. Truly impressive. You have 3 days. Dig a tunnel from Lin Feng's old house to beneath his very shell. Should I return and find the task incomplete, you shall face dire consequences. Gazing at the unconscious Zheng Dehai, Su Hongrui issued her final command. Years ago, she detonated the Huanghai City Bank using the very method of tunneling. Lin Feng. No matter how sturdy your house may be, can it truly rival the strength of a bank vault? Excellent, sister. We shall ensure completion of the task. The young men, filled with admiration, resolved to act. With ample manpower at their disposal, they merely needed to supervise the digging while wielding their blades. It would require little effort. Then, Su Hongrui began to prepare her luggage, donning a striking crimson gown that elegantly cascaded to the upper thigh, complemented by a bold application of red eyeshadow and lipstick, revealing intricate tattoos adorning her back and legs, reminiscent of a captivating yet thorny rose. Zheng Dehai remained oblivious, had he been aware. It likely would have driven him to the brink of despair. Indeed, one must tread carefully around the woman of a formidable man. Chapter 75. A letter from the green tea bitch as dawn broke. Lin Feng lit a cigarette. Were it not for the cumbersome task of cleaning up after slaughtering them all, he might have actually taken action. Bored and slightly drowsy, he opened his phone to check messages. Lin Feng, are you there? So many people are causing trouble for you, and I'm genuinely worried. Lin Feng chuckled to himself. It seemed that Fang Qian, the green tea bitch, had caught wind of Zheng Dehai's claim that he possessed assets worth 100 billion. Clearly, she could no longer contain herself at home. Qian, I miss you so much. Last night, so many people came to trouble me, and I was truly frightened. With a mischievous grin, Lin Feng sent 2 pitiable emojis, thinking, I won't let you off easily. At Fang Qian's home, she and her friend Wang Qing were fanning themselves while eating bland boiled noodles. Oh, this is utterly unpalatable. When will these bitter days come to an end? Fang Qian, infuriated, tossed her chopsticks aside, unable to tolerate such insipid fare. Having been pampered, she simply could not adjust to this tasteless meal. Fang Qian resided on the 8th floor of Building 5. The building was not particularly tall, and while there was water and some discounted steaks in stock, she faced no troubles and was not starving, though her meals left much to be desired. Initially, upon seeing Lin Feng's message in the group chat about losing 100 billion worth of supplies and running out of food, she couldn't care less. What does your life or death mean to me? My steaks are certainly not meant for you, you sycophant. However, just last night, Fang Qian had seen that Lin Feng's safe house was stocked with supplies worth 100 billion. Ice cubes, too. This piqued her interest. With just a command from her, that sycophant would be at her beck and call, wouldn't he? Oh dear, Qian, at least we have something to eat. Look at how many people outside are fighting over a sip of water or a pack of instant noodles. I don't dare post anything on social media, fearing someone might come knocking at my door. Let us just make do. Wang Qing nudged her bowl towards Fang Qian, suggesting she should eat. I don't want this. I crave Australian lobster. Steaks. Paired with a glass of chilled red wine. That's the life I desire. Feng Qian pouted, throwing a tantrum once more. Wang Qing shook her head and casually remarked, right now, in all of Huanghai City, it seems only Lin Feng has Australian lobster and red wine. Didn't you say he was your sycophant? Buying you bags and paying for your house in full? Has he responded to your messages? Wang Qing also longed for red wine and steak, but alas, she lacked the connections. I'll check my messages. That former sycophant had set me as a priority. And at 2:30 a.m., he would order takeout for me without hesitation. How could he go an entire night without replying? Upon opening her phone, she found Lin Feng's message had arrived half an hour earlier, though the signal seemed poor. Why hadn't her phone alerted her? Humph, a sycophant indeed. Look, he's thinking of me. With just a word from me, he will grovel and lead us into his safe house. Feng Qian gleefully showed Wang Qing the message, who gazed back with envy. If only Lin Feng were so devoted to her. Wang Qing harbored no desire for too many sycophants. She felt content with just one high-quality admirer like Lin Feng. So hurry and show him some concern. Ask him to take us into that safe haven. I've had enough of this miserable life. With his 10 billion in resources, the three of us could never exhaust it in several lifetimes. Upon hearing Wang Qing's words, Feng Qian rolled her eyes, exasperated with her friend. No wonder you can't attract any admirers. Your standards are simply too low. Why should I concern myself with him? A sycophant only needs to know I'm suffering, and he will come running to cater to me. Just look at me. As she spoke, Wang Qing leaned in closer to learn from her senior's experience, pondering what one should do when faced with a sycophant. Oh, Feng Feng. Look at what they're having for breakfast, boiled noodles. They want steak, but who knows if they can get it in this dreadful weather. She inched her legs closer to the dining table, appearing to take a photo of the noodles, while actually teasing Lin Feng with a glimpse of her elegant legs. Aren't you just bursting with sycophantic tendencies? Shouldn't you come over and lavish me with affection? Lin Feng received the message and chuckled at the photo. Truly, you are remarkable. Feng Qian, you know how to play the game. He retrieved a bottle of 1982 Lafite from his collection, bemused at how it had remained untouched even in 2050. Alongside it, he presented Wagyu beef, lobster, caviar, and a myriad of seafood arranged on ice, snapping a photo to send to Feng Qian, knowing it was to her taste. I seem to have prepared quite a feast, one that I cannot finish alone. How about you come over and join me? Upon seeing the picture, Wang Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, Qian, how much money does this sycophant actually have? Lin Feng? Could it be the Lin Feng who sells entire apartment complexes? Haven't you heard? He sold nearly 40,000 units in less than a month. His assets are undoubtedly over 100 billion. You're treating him like a mere sycophant. How outrageous. If you married him, you could bathe in Lafite and still never spend all his wealth. Would you rather choose Lin Tian from Lin Realty, who nearly faced bankruptcy? How foolish can you be? Feng Qian furrowed her brow at Wang Qing's words. Previously, Lin Feng had been oppressed by Lin Tian to the brink of despair, and she had joined Lin Tian in that oppression. Yet, she had not anticipated Lin Feng's incredible turnaround, decimating Lin Realty while she remained oblivious to Lin Tian's fate. Regardless, she had little interest in Lin Tian now that he was broke. All right, enough of that. I understand. I will give this sycophant a little taste of sweetness. A mere word of concern is all it takes for him to come crawling back. Feng Qian had resolved to disregard Lin Tian's fate and first satisfy her own hunger. 1982 Lafite. It could barely serve as mouthwash. Could you come pick me and ching up? The sun is unbearable, and it's nearing 60 degrees. What if we encounter danger while walking such a distance? Feng Qian's green tea attributes were off the charts. She was actually expecting Lin Feng to drive over and fetch them. Lin Feng chuckled softly, finding amusement in the situation. Qian. It's not that I don't want to pick you up, it's simply that I cannot. Now, the entire Shishan Biyuan is aware of my possession of 10 billion resources. If I were to venture outside, I would undoubtedly face a fatal fate at their hands. In such an event, not only would I perish, but you would also be deprived of these delightful breakfasts. If you wish to partake in this morning feast, you must come over yourselves. During the day, there are hardly any individuals who venture out. Simply call me upon your arrival at the entrance, and I shall grant you access. Upon receiving Lin Feng's message, Feng Qian and Wang Qing harbored no doubts whatsoever. Very well, we shall arrive shortly and notify you. Feng Qian believed that Lin Feng would undoubtedly be too fearful to step outside. If he does not come to us, we shall proceed to him. The prospect of savoring such exquisite food is worth the risk involved. Chapter 76. Wu Yang's all-in after replying to Feng Qian. Lin Feng sipped a glass of 1982 Lafite and continued to check his phone messages. Boss, how are things going? So many people are attacking you. Are you all right? We are ready. As soon as your door is breached, we will rush in from behind to cover you. What the hell? What material is your door made of? Over 1,000 people can't break it down. Boss, I seek to be taken care of. I can keep the bed warm. I can cook and do laundry. I am capable of everything. My cooking is not inferior to that of 5-star chefs. Boss, you are truly magnificent. As Lin Feng observed the concerned messages from Wu Yang's group, he nodded slightly. Seeing that you are worried for my safety proves that I have not raised you all in vain. Although Lin Feng was uncertain if they would actually come to his rescue if the door were breached, at least their attitude was commendable. Upon opening the message requesting to be taken care of, he discovered it was sent by Wu Daiwei. This young girl was still quite naive. Her words were merely a jest and should not be taken seriously. I am fine. Such situations will occur frequently in the future, so do not worry about me. Young girl, you are still too young. We shall discuss this when you turn 20. With that message sent, Wu Yong received it immediately. As he had set special notifications for Lin Feng. Holding his phone, he pondered about his still maturing daughter, and a clever idea formed in Wu Yong's mind. Wife, I would like to discuss something with you. Wu Yong's wife, Dong Shi, was exceptionally beautiful, though she was now 40. Nevertheless, she maintained herself well and still appeared to be in her 30s, exuding charm. What is it? What do you wish to discuss? Dong Shi and Wu Yong shared a harmonious relationship, rarely quarreling. Thus all matters were approached collaboratively. Our daughter is 18 now. It is time for her to have a partner, wouldn't you agree? You witnessed yesterday's events. If we were to send our daughter to the boss's household, would that not be the best outcome? Upon hearing this, Dong Shi immediately grasped Wu Yong's intention. How many wealthy individuals are not unfaithful? Except for you, of course. Who fears me? Your boss possesses a sharp eye and is worth billions. Sending our daughter there would only expose her to bullying from other women. Our daughter is too innocent and lacks cunning. Wu Yong himself was worth 50 million, and within the circles Dong Shi frequented, none of the wealthy were virtuous. She candidly expressed her reluctance to send their daughter into such an environment. My dear, I believe that being with the boss is the safest option. Look at this group. They are uncertain whether the boss's household possesses 10 billion in supplies, yet they attack recklessly. If they knew we had 130 million in supplies, do you think we could defend against them with just this single handgun? Consider this. Had I not been stockpiling supplies and fortifying our villa alongside the boss, wouldn't we also be among those outside? The boss has never shown an intention to sell supplies, which indicates that, at present, resources are more valuable than money. If our daughter were to follow the boss, at the very least, she would be safe and never worry about food and drink for the rest of her life. Even if we were to perish, wouldn't we find peace in that? Listening to Wu Yong's words, Dong Shi furrowed her brow. It must be said that Wu Yong was quite astute. He spoke with undeniable logic. Without Lin Feng, the 3 members of their family are likely now grappling with a financially crippled real estate agency worth 50 million. If you have the chance, probe your boss's sentiments and inquire about his daughter's views. If either of them disapproves, I shall not consent either. Should we find ourselves in a situation akin to last night's, you must assume your role as a man and eliminate both me and our daughter. We must avoid capture at all costs. Dong Shi is a progressive individual, well-versed in the intricacies of the affluence world. She would have never accepted the idea of her daughter marrying Lin Feng, a man known for his multiple wives. However, given the current circumstances, she perceives this calamity as far more complex. Fine, I shall ask the boss when the opportunity arises. Wu Yong adjusted his glasses, resolved to take a gamble. He approached his daughter's room and gently pushed the door open. To his surprise, he found his daughter engrossed in her phone. Stepping closer, he discovered that Wu Daiwei was perusing Lin Feng's photo album. Wow, he's so handsome, and he's only 21 this year. Brother Lin Feng is incredibly manly. He isn't afraid even when faced with 1,000 opponents. If I could marry him, I would surely bear him many little monkeys. Listening to Wu Daiwei's infatuated musings, Wu Yong understood her sentiments. Silently retreating from the room, he recognized his daughter's stance. She had undeniably become Lin Feng's little fan. Sighing, he shook his head in resignation. Choosing a son-in-law is a significant task, and he could only hope that Lin Feng was not a fickle-hearted rogue and would treat his daughter kindly. Suddenly, a commotion erupted downstairs, startling Wu Yong. Could it be an attack? It is still daylight. Gripping his handgun tightly, he hurried downstairs, only to find several individuals pulling on a rope, with 2 men dangling beneath it. Quick, pull them up. What is happening? He rushed over to assist, and others quickly joined in to help hoist the men up. As they emerged, Wu Yong noticed the 2 men had soaked their pants. What transpired? Have you both been scared to the point of wetting yourselves? Wu Yong wiped the sweat from his brow and set his gun down, feeling the tension rise within him. Manager, you nearly scared me to death. There's a pit down there. It's quite deep. If it weren't for the safety rope, I would have perished. In that moment, I felt my footing slip. Darkness enveloped me, and I swear I saw my grandmother waving to me from the bridge of helplessness. It terrified me. The two men were thoroughly frightened, their experience proving more exhilarating than bungee jumping, as none had anticipated suddenly falling while digging. "Let us lower a bucket and see if there's water," Wu Yong commanded, and they complied without hesitation. After lowering it nearly 30 meters, they indeed struck water. Wu Yong stared at the bucket in astonishment. "Boss, are you a superhero? How did you know there was water here? And you were spot on with the safety rope. Quick, who will taste it? Is it drinkable?" The group exchanged hesitant glances, each reluctant to volunteer for the task. They are not particularly short of water, and Wu Yong gazed at the two men in damp trousers and understood, saying, "Who told you to urinate in the well? You must bear the consequences." The two replied, "There is no choice. Having produced it ourselves, we must drink it, even if it brings us to tears." They frowned as they tasted the water, then exclaimed with refreshing delight, "What cool water! It surpasses the tepid tap water by far. This is well water. Manager, it is drinkable." Upon hearing this, everyone was stirred with desire. They took out their cups to taste it, and finally, after so many days, they savored a sip of cool water. Everyone was fatigued. They had studied normally in the morning, and in the afternoon, they would fetch water and enjoy a refreshing bath. What a splendid way to unwind. Upon hearing this, all the girls joyfully leaped up. Following the boss, they could eat, drink, and even bathe in cool water. The boss is truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Wu Yong stroked his chin, a look of resoluteness in his eyes. He must ensure that Wu Daiyue is given to Lin Feng. "My daughter is so beautiful. Surely Lin Feng would be captivated." Chapter 77, Plastic Sisters Achio. "Who is calling my name?" Lin Feng rubbed his nose, completely oblivious to the unfolding events. Ding dong. At that moment, he heard the doorbell ring. A glance at the surveillance camera revealed Fang Qian and Wang Qing outside, drenched in sweat and panting as they fanned themselves in the shade of the house. The sight of so many corpses outside nearly terrified them. Had it not been for their awareness of Lin Feng's secure sanctuary, they would never have come. "Ring the bell. Ring the bell. It's scorching out here. You two green tea sisters are going to melt." Lin Feng promptly silenced the doorbell and switched off his phone, declaring, Lin Feng, am off to sleep. You two can play cards with the heavens." "What is taking so long? It's been 5 minutes. Why hasn't he opened the door?" The walk from Fang Qian's home took over 20 minutes, and now, after another 5, Wang Qing was feeling the heat intensely. She felt as if she might just cook. "I'll send a voice message to the simp. Maybe the house is too large for him to hear the doorbell," Fang Qian suggested, taking out her phone. However, after 60 seconds of ringing, there was still no answer. Qian? When did this happen? Even standing in the shade is unbearable in this heat. I feel like I'm about to collapse. Hurry and check." Wang Qing was genuinely anxious. Was this 60-degree weather a joke? Although the shade provided some relief from UV radiation, Lin Feng's shelter was made of titanium alloy. The oppressive heat made her scalp tingle, and she feared she might faint if this continued. "I'll call him." "Where on earth is that simp?" Fang Qian, equally distressed by the heat, dialed Lin Feng's number. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is switched off." "Sorry. Fang Qian, this is quite awkward. Where has that simp vanished to? Are we really expected to wait here in this sweltering heat?" "Thankfully, we brought 2 bottles of water. Let's move further from this iron wall and use an umbrella." Wang Qing was the more pragmatic of the two. Before leaving, she had brought 2 bottles of water, although they had already consumed one on the way. To prevent sunburn, they wore long pants, sun protective gloves, long-sleeved shirts, and mesh shoes. Even in 30-degree weather, this attire had made them sweat profusely, let alone in the current 60-degree heat. The two of them squatted at the entrance of Lin Feng's home, using the umbrella to shield themselves from the sun. Fang Qian continued to send voice messages, while Lin Feng, exhausted from a night of labor, had fallen asleep. Feng, what are you doing? Why aren't you answering my calls?" "I'm here, open the door." Feng, this heat is going to bake me alive. Didn't you say you would take us out for steak, sashimi, and red wine?" Fang Qian was not willing to return home to a bowl of noodles after having come all this way. She persisted in sending messages to Lin Feng from beneath the umbrella, reminiscent of the times Lin Feng had fervently pursued her. Yet Lin Feng was even more outrageous. He had turned off his phone. As the heat became unbearable, Fang Qian and Wang Qing took a small sip of water, exasperated by the situation. What was going on? The prospect of returning home in this heat was daunting, and there was hardly anything to eat there either. During the day, the indoor temperature soared above 50 degrees, while at night it barely dipped to the 40s, making their suffering unbearable. Gazing at the imposing steel fortress before them, the two women longed to enter swiftly and lie upon the ice blocks to alleviate their discomfort. However, after more than half an hour, Lin Feng remained unresponsive. Meanwhile, Xiao, with a sulky expression, peered through her binoculars at the two women outside. "Humph! Lin Feng, you scoundrel! Are you not satisfied with one?" Now you are entertaining too? I was worried about your well-being, yet you do not deserve my concern. Jealousy consumed Xiao Qiao as she sent messages that went unanswered. And she had drawn the curtains in her room. Lin Feng never closed the curtains, except on rare occasions. The only time she remembered him doing so was during their intense encounters, as he typically left them open even when using the restroom. Now, Xiao Qiao harbored serious doubts that there might be another woman in Lin Feng's life. For what other reason would he close the curtains? Sobbing quietly, she sent him a voice message, fully aware of his unfaithfulness, yet knowing this realization was far more painful than mere suspicion. For a fleeting moment, she believed she could tolerate Lin Feng's entanglements with other women, considering her role as the principal partner. However, witnessing a queue of women vying for his attention left her tears flowing uncontrollably. Scoundrel, enjoy your games. Farewell. Send your videos to whomever you please. I shall never acknowledge you again. I am furious. The kind of anger that cannot be soothed. In a fit of rage, Xiao Qiao began to lash out. As women often do, she pulled the curtains shut, believing that out of sight would ease her heartache. Just the previous night, she had been on edge with a gun in hand. Thankfully, the water-fetching task seemed daunting due to the heavy steel door. And Xiao Qiao had even written on it, armed. Danger. Please do not approach. Consequences are yours to bear. Thus, no one dared to disturb her. Choosing instead to fetch water from the neighboring rooms, Xiao Qiao wiped her tear-streaked eyes with a damp towel, preparing for sleep. She placed the cool cloth against her forehead, the only means of reducing her feverish discomfort. An hour later, Fang Qian and Wang Qing squatted beneath a sunshade, their legs numb from the prolonged position. Fang Qian finally grasped the feeling of being stood up, especially in sweltering 60-degree weather. It was an unbearable sensation. Lin Feng, how could you abandon me? This matter is far from over. Fang Qian refrained from sending a voice message to curse Lin Feng, fearing it would jeopardize her access to his sanctuary. Let us head back, Qian. If we continue waiting, we may faint from heat stroke, and that would be disastrous. Wang Qing stood up, moving her legs. Despite the oppressive heat, their determination to enjoy sashimi had allowed them to endure for over an hour without succumbing. Let us go. I shall show you the consequences of your actions. You will regret this. With no other choice, Fang Qian, her legs trembling, rose unsteadily and made her way home. After another 30 minutes of walking, the two women returned home, utterly exhausted. They immediately filled glasses from the bathtub and drank voraciously. After several cups, they finally stripped off their clothes and used damp towels to cool their bodies. Moments later, Fang Qian collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to the sweltering heat. This startled Wang Qing. What if Fang Qian were to perish? How could she possibly follow her into the safe house? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Qing made a decision. Relying on others is futile. One must depend on oneself. She seized Fang Qian's phone, unlocked it with her fingerprint, and located the property owner's group chat along with Lin Feng's WeChat. Wang Qing added him without hesitation. After placing the phone back down, she began to change her profile picture to the most flattering photo of herself, meticulously editing it. She elongated her legs and amplified the features of her figure, employing beauty filters to perfection. After all, if Lin Feng became her devoted admirer, she could secure a place in the safe house to escape the heat and indulge in seafood. As for Fang Qian, that would be easily manageable. Wang Qing was well aware of Fang Qian's escapades with numerous men. Once she informed Lin Feng, would he still fawn over Fang Qian? And what did it matter to her whether Fang Qian lived or died? Fang Qian regarded her as a close friend, merely to flaunt her conquests over her admirers. Chapter 78. The arrival of relief supplies. Attention, all members. Please report the number of people remaining in your households and your identification numbers to your building leaders. Tomorrow at 3 a.m., the official relief supplies will arrive. Each person will receive one portion. Wang Guifen's announcement instantly ignited a fervor within the entire residence group. Oh heavens! Oh earth! The authorities have finally acknowledged our plight. I am on the verge of running out of food. If aid does not arrive soon, I fear I shall starve. Gratitude to the officials. Gratitude to Director Wang Guifen of the Residence Committee. Gratitude to all the building leaders. I always believed that while calamities may be merciless, humanity remains compassionate. The authorities would not abandon us. Director Wang, you are truly a benevolent soul. My household has been out of provisions for 2 days. If help does not come soon, I shall be in dire straits. Will the officials indeed send someone? We must urgently report Lin Feng for arson and for his illicit power grid that has caused the deaths of over 100 individuals. Such actions merit the harshest of punishments. Indeed, as long as Lin Feng lives, we shall never find peace. He must be toppled. Such a monopolist deserves condemnation. If it were not for his hoarding of 100 billion in supplies, would the city of Huanghai be so destitute? Why are we unable to procure anything at all? The current crisis in Huanghai City is indeed far more severe than in previous times. The direct cause lies in Lin Feng's extravagant purchases of stockpiled goods, alongside individuals like Xiao Qiao and Wu Yong who were complicit in hoarding. Consequently, mere days into the disaster, it has become impossible to procure supplies even with money. In earlier times, Lin Feng could still acquire goods for exorbitant prices within a fortnight. The group was aflame with indignation, while Lin Feng remained oblivious, slumbering in his home. Wang Guifan, observing the messages in the chat, slowly revealed a smile. Lin Feng, you have incurred the wrath of the masses. Your days are numbered. Given the gravity of the disaster, the relief personnel are scant, and the tasks at hand are daunting. The authorities lack the capacity and manpower to deliver supplies directly to every household. Thus, they can only tally the number of survivors and distribute the goods to the building leaders, who will then disseminate them further down. Wang Guifan has already devised a plan. She will oversee the distribution of supplies for her building, undoubtedly to profit from the price difference. The extent of her gain will depend on the quantity of supplies allocated by the officials. The building leaders were overjoyed, urging survivors to register with proof of identity to receive the official relief supplies. At last, seeing a glimmer of hope, the group began to restore some semblance of order. Meanwhile, Xiao Qiao yearned for the relief supplies yet hesitated, fearing the dangers outside. After pondering, she decided against venturing out, preferring to guard her home. With the absence of a building leader, the residents had dwindled to mere few. Lin Feng, too, had little inclination to claim his share: 2 pounds of compressed biscuits, a can of food, 5 packets of vitamin-enriched instant drinks, and 5 bags of pickled vegetables. Such meager provisions would barely sustain a person for a week, and he would have to brave significant risks to collect them. Having indulged in a restful slumber, Lin Feng awoke and glanced at his phone. Noticing 99 messages from Feng Qian, he dismissed them, intending to tease her tomorrow, let her bask in the sun for now. A friend request had popped up. Was it Wang Qing, Feng Qian's close friend? Goodness, this image is heavily edited. What skill? This granary is larger than Xiao Qiao's, and her legs are longer than Jiang Qingshue's. Were it not for my acquaintance with you, I might have been deceived. Lin Feng did not acquiesce. He decided to respond the following day. The 2 scheming women were nothing but trouble. At this moment, Lin Feng found himself thinking of Xiao Qiao. He glanced at his phone, and to his dismay, Xiao Qiao, the jealous one, was indeed upset, so upset that she was in tears. It was not that she had spoken, she had sent him messages starting at midnight. But her initial message had been buried beneath the group messages and those from Feng Qian, which Lin Feng had overlooked. What was he to do? Xiao Qiao, with a semblance of conscience, had inquired at midnight whether he needed any support, ready to take action if necessary. However, her message was overshadowed by Feng Qian's, who had intruded upon their communication. Peering through his binoculars at Xiao Qiao's home, he noticed that the curtains were drawn, clearly indicating her genuine anger. Alas, if she was angry, then so be it. Jealousy was an inevitable emotion. If she could accept it, she could assume the role of the primary partner. If not, their relationship would have to be transactional. After all, Lin Feng intended to have multiple wives and a multitude of descendants in the future. Such was the nature of his existence. He had to provide for so many. Lin Feng sent a brief reply to Xiao Qiao, who, with tears in her eyes, gazed at her phone, resembling a jealous young girlfriend. Don't bother with me. Let me die? She lamented. Feel free to send those videos. If I perish, it will be by your hand. I want you to regret it for a lifetime. Upon reading her messages, Lin Feng lit a cigarette, pondering the consequences if Xiao Qiao truly were to take such drastic measures. Who could forget such a remarkable girl, especially as she was his first love? And to think he had caused her distress? Had he perhaps gone too far? Was his pace too rapid for her to endure? As he drew on his cigarette, Lin Feng contemplated a solution. Compromise was out of the question. Conceding once would lead to countless future concessions. Thus, the onus was on her to yield. He proposed a deal. If she greeted him each morning with a good morning, husband, he would reward her with 3 ice creams each day. After some reflection, Lin Feng resolved to pursue this bargain. After all, he possessed ample resources but little else. Who needed her measly ice creams? He declared. Even if Xiao Qiao were to perish from the heat, I would not partake of your ice creams. Xiao Qiao was indignant. Why was it so difficult to elicit an apology from Lin Feng? Couldn't he just placate her? If he refused to eat, then I might just ask the group about it. We are united now, after all. Soon, a throng of women will be calling me husband, and you will be the one at a loss. As he spoke, Lin Feng sent a picture of the 3 ice creams. Upon seeing them, Xiao Qiao swallowed hard. In the sweltering days, aside from the brief moments at Lin Feng's home when she felt a hint of coolness, she had not enjoyed a single restful night, often waking up in discomfort from the heat. Pouting, Xiao Qiao truly craved the ice cream. On such a scorching day, the refreshing sensation would undoubtedly be delightful. Moreover, given their intimate relationship, Calling him husband to earn 3 ice creams was a far better deal than spending a night with Lin Feng for merely a sausage. After some contemplation, Xiao decided to concede. Husband, refrain from typing. Instead, send a voice message. Lin Feng felt a sense of pride, for compromise exists only once or countless times. Yet it is inconceivable for me, Lin Feng, to yield. After calling out husband, Xiao became even more bashful, her face flushing crimson. Oh dear, Lin Feng. You are simply incorrigible, testing me with ice cream. Could you not simply offer it to me directly? Observing Xiao's willingness to concede, Lin Feng felt a deep satisfaction. Indeed, no one can escape the irresistible allure of delectable treats. From the confines of his space, he retrieved a lobster, placing it alongside 3 ice creams in a box, which he then suspended from a drone. Opening the window, he remarked, "Here is a reward for your obedience. If you continue to listen, delightful treats will grace your days." Xiao hastily rose to open the window, and soon enough, she beheld the gifts Lin Feng had sent her, 3 ice creams and a lobster. In an instant, her irritation vanished. Lin Feng, you truly do care for me, do you not? In this apocalyptic world, there exists no girl who cannot be soothed by 3 ice creams. And if that fails, simply add a lobster. Chapter 79. Distribution of relief supplies. Xiao eagerly removed the ice cream from its packaging and took a bite, instantly causing her chilled body to shiver. On such a sweltering day, indulging in a frosty treat was nothing short of bliss. Is it delicious? If you enjoy ice pops, come to my place. I'll treat you to them daily. But you must let me sample your ice cream, Lin Feng texted. Xiao nodded with pride, recognizing that this fellow was quite adept at charming others. Just as she was about to reply, "Sure, I'll come over," she suddenly realized that he might be teasing her yet again. She opened the app and searched for the keywords, ice pops, ice cream, shared between men and women. In an instant, Xiao's face flushed even deeper. Lin Feng, don't go too far. Is it too much to ask for you to treat me with the same kindness as other boys do when pursuing girls? Lin Feng chuckled. You'll gradually get used to it. If you had been obedient, I would have let you move in long ago. But with your persistent thoughts of either annoying me or clinging to your chastity, how could I trust you to come in? Irritated, Xiao finished her first ice cream and, with a huff, unwrapped the second one. She needed to eat quickly, otherwise, it would melt away. Yet, Lin Feng was right. She realized she had been rather extreme in her reactions. Why had she begun to consider Lin Feng's words as valid? Xiao sensed that, imperceptibly, she was being led astray by him. Birds of a feather flock together, indeed, was an inescapable truth. Sigh, perhaps it was time to resign herself to fate? If not for Lin Feng, she might have perished by now. At least with him, she was treated fairly in their exchanges. Unlike those predatory individuals who would have left her to her doom. As she savored her ice cream, she chatted with Lin Feng. If it weren't for his flirtatious nature, Xiao wouldn't find herself grappling with her feelings. Enjoying delectable lobster, her face radiated satisfaction. After indulging in snacks and processed foods, it had been ages since she had tasted such exquisite cuisine. Her spirits lifted considerably, indeed. Only fine food could soothe a beauty's heart. As their conversation unfolded, they reached the early hours of the morning. Lin Feng ceased to vex Xiao, and she felt significantly more relaxed. With Lin Feng by her side, the world seemed much safer. The community buzzed with activity, yet it was orderly. The residents saw a glimmer of hope. The arrival of official relief supplies indicated that the authorities had not abandoned them. In times like these, chaos must be avoided. The restoration of order was within reach. Observing the scene below, Xiao began to question the veracity of Lin Feng's claims about the depletion of the ozone layer. If it were truly damaged, why would the government distribute relief supplies? Lin Feng, drawing on his cigarette, shook his head. While the government's stance towards foreign nations may have weakened, they had genuinely endeavored to do their utmost for the citizens. Even if they recognized their limitations, they did not wish to witness the populace starve. The building captains had received the supplies and began distributing them in an orderly manner. Everyone received their share. Yet the quantities were precisely as Lin Feng had stated, sufficient for no more than 7 days. The recipients were thoroughly dissatisfied, having anticipated a bounty of fish, meat, and vegetables, only to find a meager portion instead. However, did they ever consider the vast population of the Huaxia nation, providing each individual with a week's worth of rations? What immense pressure that entails. Lin Feng recognized that this was one of the primary reasons for the government's impending collapse. If these relief supplies were retained by the officials, they could at least maintain some semblance of control. In times of catastrophe, the first to perish are often those who embody the nurturing spirit. Yet, the government has assumed the role of the most prominent nurturer. If the officials do not perish, who will? Lin Feng hesitated to distribute resources to the idle. What purpose would that serve? With ample food and drink, they might behave themselves, but deprived of sustenance, would they not revolt? Although the waters of Lake Baikal could quench the thirst of all Huaxia for a century, it remains futile. With water, they would beg for food. Once fed, they would demand the protection of animals, the environment, and Mother Earth. Each time a demand is met, they would only escalate their requests boundlessly until it becomes untenable. Thus, Lin Feng resolutely refused to yield. Their fate is of no concern to him. At most, he would slightly lower the demands of his trading partners. For instance, with Xiao, he could offer her ice cream, but she must greet him as husband, for this too is a transaction. If one cannot manage the early stages, governance becomes impossible in the later ones. It is a matter of whose directives are followed, mine or theirs. Smoking a cigarette. Lin Feng deployed a drone to observe the commotion. In such times, there are invariably those who cannot remain idle. At the supply distribution point, Liang Qiuyu, reeking of alcohol and with vacant eyes, approached the collection area. It seemed these days had not been kind to her. Her hair was disheveled, and her body ached. Gazing at the few individuals before her, Liang Qiuyu was engulfed by despair. She had already overheard the leaders in the courtyard discussing this distribution. It was to be the first and the last. The leadership, having taken note of her beauty, had specifically informed her, "Come with me, continue your role as a doctor, receive government provisions, and transfer to the official underground shelter. A lifetime devoid of luxury awaits, yet as my woman, I shall ensure your sustenance." Should she choose not to accompany him, she would linger at home, awaiting her demise. The magnetic storms caused by solar flares had already ravaged the ozone layer. Remaining on the surface, her death was merely a matter of time. Upon receiving the call, Liang Qiuyu immediately blocked the leader. Men. She chose to await her fate. The food at home had nearly run out. Zhou Kaihua had taken away her 6 years of love, along with her own share of survival supplies. After days of contemplation, Liang Qiuyu finally comprehended why Li Ying had acted as she did. Li Ying had discerned the reality. She bartered her body for resources, for weapons, for a man. Without resources, without weapons, without a man, how long could a woman survive in such a world? One must acknowledge that Liang Qiuyu had learned a lesson from Li Ying. If she had not held her chastity in such high regard, would she have lost Zhou Kaihua's heart? 6 years of affection shattered by a brief encounter with Li Ying? Nevertheless, Liang Qiuyu shook her head. Even if she had surrendered her body to Zhou Kaihua, the outcome would likely have been the same. An unreliable man can never be depended upon. Liang Qiuyu. At that moment, the building manager called out names, and Liang Qiuyu's was among them. With an expression devoid of life, she approached to collect the final provisions of her existence. Then she returned home to lie down, drink, and await her demise. Just as Liang was about to receive the items, an unexpected sound erupted, bang. A gunshot shattered the building manager's head. A collective gasp filled the air. Anyone who doesn't wish to die, get back upstairs. The men hastily retreated, while the women remained frozen in place. If you move, I'll shoot you. A scarred man brandished a handgun, sending the crowd into a frenzy. The men shielded their heads as they rushed inside, while the women crouched on the ground, paralyzed by fear. The only exception was Liang Qiuyu. Her face remained impassive as she leaned forward, pressing her head against the barrel of the gun. Shoot me. In my life. Liang Qiuyu understood that her death was merely a matter of time, and to die now would be the most liberating release. Chapter 80. Are you here to rescue me? There truly exists one unafraid of death. I shall end your life right now. The scarred man raised his pistol, ready to pull the trigger. Meanwhile, Liang Qiuyu closed her eyes, choosing to depart from this terrifying world. She had succumbed to utter despair. Believing that no one would come to her aid, an early demise would lead to a swift reincarnation. The gaming experience had been utterly dismal. She wished not to return in her next life. Click. The barrel pressed against Liang Qiuyu's temple as she shut her eyes, bidding farewell to this world, longing never to return in her next existence. The next moment would be death. Death, indeed, was the sole means of liberation. Everyone looked on in terror at the scarred man, yet he paused. Oh, my dear lady, though you are dirty, you are not without your charms. Do not be so eager to embrace death. Allow me first to indulge in a moment of pleasure. The man seized Liang Qiuyu's arm and began to tear at her clothing. They had become aware. This was the last supply from the authorities. Since all were destined to die, why not engage in a final act of defiance rather than languish in the official sanctuary? After all, entering the official refuge would merely provide a meager existence, confined to the lowest echelon of labor. Who among those granted entry was not wealthy, powerful, or decorated? With a visage like this, who could ever hope to marry within those walls? Such aspirations were futile. It was not that this guard had suddenly become depraved. Rather, the harsh reality was laid bare. Those who entered the official sanctuary were either elites or mere laborers, aware that they would be relegated to servitude for the upper class for a lifetime. Why should they choose to enter? Live each day with freedom. At least it would not be a life lived in vain. No. What are you doing? Kill me. Just kill me. Liang Qiuyu, lost in despair, regained her senses. She feared not death, but the loss of her virtue. It was now painfully clear. She was not only destined to die, but to be toyed with in the most tragic manner possible. Ha! I do not mind your dirt. Just do not disdain my appearance. Come now. Today, no one will come to your rescue. The man frantically tore at Liang Qiuyu's clothing in public, utterly indifferent to the multitude of witnesses. With tears streaming down her face, she clutched her tattered garments. I had already prepared myself for death. Will you not spare me? No one intervened. They lacked the ability and feared the trouble it might bring upon themselves. Lin Feng, observing through the drone, shook his head. Though Liang Qiuyu had challenged him, igniting a desire to take her home, it was evident that chaos reigned in this world. With so many pistols outside, what if I, Lin Feng, were to be injured? Would all my amassed supplies be for naught? Lin Feng activated the recording, enlarging the screen. The only assistance I can provide you now is to document your most tragic moment. Perhaps in the future, when order is restored, I might use this footage to advocate for you. Indifferent to the outcome, the opportunistic Lin Feng continued recording with the drone. Meanwhile, Liang Qiuyu's clothing was utterly destroyed. Her eyes filled with despair. She, a delicate woman of medical training, standing at 160 centimeters and weighing merely 40 kilograms, was entirely powerless against such brutality. Haha, little lady. You are still a virgin, aren't you? How delightful. I take perverse pleasure in witnessing a virtuous maiden weep beneath my dominance. Liang Qiuyu's reaction filled him with dark satisfaction. As her garments were torn asunder, he prepared to defile her right then and there. No one dared intervene on Liang Qiuyu's behalf, not when the man wielded a firearm. Mere flesh could never withstand bullets. Who would dare step forward? Meanwhile, on the drone's feed, Lin Feng relayed the live footage to Xiao Qiao. See for yourself. This is the reality outside now. With me, Lin Feng, you can survive. But out there alone, even armed, you're as good as dead. Xiao Qiu gaped at the broadcast. Wasn't this supposed to be an official relief distribution? How had it descended into such chaos? Where were the authorities? At that moment, the scar-faced man leered with depraved hunger. Little lady, I'm coming for you. Tears streaming down her face, Liang Qiuyu shut her eyes in despair. She knew no salvation would come. Lin Feng watched with twisted amusement. So you dare to strike me? Now you see how fair I truly am. I never force a woman against her will. Even Xiao Qiao struggled to believe the scene before her. It seemed Lin Feng had been right all along. No wonder he's so ruthlessly pragmatic. Human nature is truly horrifying. Compared to these monsters, Lin Feng almost seems humane. At least he replaced my door with steel. Shi Yuan. Stop right there, release that girl. Just then, Zhou Kaihua's command froze Shi Yuan in his tracks. Captain? Confusion flickered across Shi Yuan's face. Why interfere? Didn't you say we've abandoned the authorities? Take what we want. Women, supplies, anything. Kaihua, have you come to save me? Liang Qiuyu's voice trembled with fragile hope. After 6 years together, could you still care? In the end, you're my only lifeline. Shi Yuan. She's my woman. If anyone takes her first, it'll be me. With that, Zhou Kaihua stripped off his clothes, a predatory grin twisting his features as he advanced. Lin Feng erupted in manic laughter, spamming 666 in exhilaration. Meanwhile, Liang Qiuyu and Xiao Qiao, watching the live stream, felt their entire worldview shatter. This can't be happening. My apologies, Captain. I didn't realize. You first, then the rest of us can have our turn. Shi Yuan hastily refastened his pants. Had it not been for the captain's burn ointment and insider intel, they'd likely be corpses by now. Zhou Kaihua stood naked before Liang Qiuyu, malice dripping from his smirk. 6 years you denied me. Do you have any idea what that did to me? Since you'll be violated regardless, let me claim your first time, consider it repayment for those wasted years. The apocalypse is here, no more restraints. Today, I'll take you, and then share you with my brothers. Liang Qiuyu stared, utterly shattered. I was ready to devote my life to you. 6 years of love, and this is how you repay me? I thought Lin Feng was a monster. But Zhou Kaihua, I sold everything to save you. You're worse than an animal. Zhou Kaihua, I must have been blind. 6 years together, and I never saw the monster you truly were. In a moment of desperation to save you, I nearly met a tragic fate myself. I sold my house and exhausted all my savings to purchase a sunscreen to rescue you. Is this how you repay my sacrifice? Just as Zhou Kaihua was about to act, he was suddenly jolted back to reality by Liang Qiuyu scolding. In that fleeting instant, memories of their sweet past flooded back to him, compelling him to suppress his impulses. You mean to say that you sold your house merely to buy me a sunscreen? Zhou Kaihua was genuinely unaware of this. Fearing it would burden him, Liang Qiuyu had refrained from revealing the origins of the sunscreen. Meanwhile, Liang, unable to bear the scene, rushed over, grabbing Zhou Kaihua and delivering a sharp slap to Liang Qiuyu. This matter must remain concealed from Zhou Kaihua, lest her own position be jeopardized. Liang Qiuyu, you must leave. Do not attempt to ruin our relationship. Zhou and I share a true love. What do you even represent? Liang Qiuyu covered her stinging face. Disbelief etched across her features. I have sacrificed so much for you. In the end, I couldn't even preserve my dignity. You dare to betray me and bring your friends into this? Very well, Zhou Kaihua. Liang, sure you on. With tears streaming down her face, Liang Qiuyu nodded solemnly. Retreating to the third building, clutching her tattered clothing. A gentleman may take years to seek revenge, but I shall pursue it relentlessly, day and night. Chapter 81. Turmoil. Gifts reaching 50 will continue to be updated. Ying, what on earth is happening? Are you concealing something from me? Zhou Kaihua inquired of Liang, his trousers in hand. Ever since that night when their villa was invaded for water, and Zhou Kaihua had to brandish a gun to repel the intruders, he realized the world had irrevocably changed. He promptly contacted a friend from his escort team to explain the situation, not for any other reason, but because they were armed. 3 friends agreed to accompany Zhou Kaihua instead of returning to the authorities. However, the vast majority of the still-serving soldiers chose to remain loyal to the official line, as individuals like Zhou Kaihua were always in the minority. With 4 escorts armed with 4 guns, no one dared to threaten their villa, prompting Zhou Kaihua and his companions to devise a plan to seize relief supplies, intending to execute a significant heist. This was their last chance to acquire these essential goods. If they did not act now, they might never have another opportunity. Brother Zhou, I allowed her to leave for your sake. You have shared 6 years of affection. If you truly act against Sister Qiuyu, I fear you shall regret it for a lifetime. One must admit, Liang, the White Lotus, was quite adept at manipulation. With just a few words, Zhou Kaihua was swayed. Ying, I was wrong. I was too impulsive. Qiuyu has always kept me at bay. Yet the sight of another's affection for her ignited my jealousy, and I lost control in a moment of passion. Xiyuan, you may pursue any other woman at your leisure, but do not touch Liang Qiuyu. Quickly gather the supplies. Dawn is approaching. Understood, Captain. These matters are trivial. Women are plentiful. And what difference does it make which one we entertain? Xiyuan, with a smirk, pointed his gun at the dozens of women, causing them to burst into tears. Big brother, please don't kill me. Take what you want. Spare my life. I was wrong. Just don't harm me. Upon hearing the plea from a 50-year-old, overweight woman, whose body reeked from lack of hygiene, Xiyuan was nearly driven to execute her on the spot. However, mindful of the limited ammunition, he restrained himself. You 6, come forward and help load the vehicle. The others, get lost. The 6 women singled out were relatively young and attractive, the eldest being 30 and the youngest merely 14. They understood what awaited them. If they complied and served well, perhaps they could secure some food to survive. But disobedience? The outcome was all too clear. Witnessing this scene, Qiao covered her mouth in disbelief. Is this the world we live in now? Not only are they stealing water and food, but they have now resorted to seizing women. Lin Feng still possessed some semblance of humanity, at least engaging in fair trade. If captured by this mob, death might be the only release. Qiao, do you comprehend? Reflect on this at home. I have already offered you the most generous terms by agreeing to make you the primary wife. With that, Lin Feng ended the live stream, for he had other matters to attend to. The events surrounding the seizure of supplies at the Shishan Villa were not confined to Building 3. As soon as gunfire erupted, nearly everyone began to plunder. Zhou Kaihua and his 3 companions armed themselves and looted the relief supplies from Building 3, while Zheng Dehai and his band of followers, emboldened by their numbers, also began to raid. The Shishan guards showed no leniency as the situation escalated into a frantic scramble for survival. The circumstances in other buildings were similarly dire. Nearly everyone sensed that this was their final glimmer of hope. Wang Guifan was even more ruthless, as she and her family had completely refrained from distributing any relief supplies. Rumors circulated that in the West Mountain Annex, not only were supplies being looted, but women were also being taken. Those with even a hint of beauty were in a state of panic. Of course, there were some exceedingly shameless women who believed they might still be spared, like that corpulent and foul-smelling matron. The situation had spiraled completely out of control. From this day forth, the authorities would provide increasingly scant water and electricity, fully abandoning the ordinary populace. Only scientists, elites, leaders, and the obedient youth under official management would qualify for entry into the government shelters, awaiting the cessation of the calamity to rebuild civilization. As for the rest, they were left to fend for themselves. The government was truly powerless. Ding. It was early morning when Lin Feng received a text message. He glanced at it, wondering who had sent it. Greetings, Mr. Lin. This is the Disaster Relief Command Center of Huaxia, Huahai City. You have been granted entry to the official disaster relief shelter in Huahai City. Please arrive at the designated location within 3 days, as entry will be denied thereafter. This is your final chance for survival. We urge you to consider this carefully and refrain from disclosing this information to anyone. This message is classified. Any breach will result in severe consequences. It was an official text, complete with a location coordinate. Foolishness. They merely wanted to ascertain whether I possessed that 10 billion worth of supplies. Am I so naive as to fall for this? Lin Feng promptly deleted the message, dismissing it entirely. In his previous life, he had never received such a message. In this life, why now? How could he not discern the government's motives behind their seemingly benevolent offer of relief supplies? It was a strategy to placate the common people, instilling a semblance of hope before the elite leaders made their exit to prevent chaos. Lin Feng soon realized that the authorities were not purely altruistic. They had their own agenda. Meanwhile, elites from various sectors received the official notification as well. Naturally, these individuals had been meticulously filtered as the Sea Army de la Sea Army, or possessed immense power as industry magnates. Anyone who had ascended to this echelon was far from foolish. They would never disclose this information to the general populace. The government was well aware that losing access to the shelter would come at a cost. They certainly would not be disregarded. Do not underestimate the power of the authorities. A dying camel is still larger than a horse. While the government may be unable to control natural disasters, managing people was a straightforward endeavor. You may choose not to come, but you cannot speak of it, at least not within these 3 days. Xiao had no inkling of this matter. She was merely a university student, an ordinary person, lacking influence. How could she possibly receive such information? Was it merely because of her beauty? Lin Feng then found the recycle bin, took a screenshot of the message, and sent it to Xiao. Do not share this. Just read it and delete it. If you dare to forward it, I cannot guarantee your safety. Upon reading the message, Xiao broke down in tears. What would she do if Lin Feng left? What good was her 20 million worth of supplies and a gun? Once the 200 bullets were spent, would she not still meet her end? Darling, will you abandon me? Jojo truly feels frightened, having extracted a bullet from the gun. If the day comes when I can no longer hold on, this bullet will be reserved for myself. Let us see how you perform. If you accompany me in playful ventures like jelly-jumping candies, yet sulk and become jealous over trivial matters, then why should I seek refuge elsewhere when I can thrive at home? Upon reading Lin Feng's message, Jojo's face flushed with embarrassment. How infuriating. You only know how to provoke me. Sooner or later, your antics will be the end of me. Jojo's heart eased slightly, judging by Lin Feng's demeanor. He seemed reluctant to venture into the official shelter. Lin Feng, however, chose not to respond, allowing Jojo to grasp the gravity of the situation gradually. Chapter 82. The second deal with nothing to occupy his time, Lin Feng maneuvered the drone to Building 3, eager to observe the live broadcast. The supplies had already been taken away by Zhou Kaihua and his companions, and the corpse of the building's administrator lay unattended, while each household remained tightly locked, fearful of venturing outside. As the drone approached Unit 303, Lin Feng chuckled to himself, reveling in the fact that he had returned. Inside, Liang Qiuyu had secured her door, drowning her despair in alcohol. She could never have fathomed that the very person she had exhausted herself to save, Zhou Kaihua, would turn on her with such cruelty. I refuse to die. Not before I take down this pack of beasts. Liang Qiuyu's heart had succumbed to darkness. Who could remain unscathed after such relentless blows? A gun. I need a gun. I would do anything to acquire one. Fully aware of the weapon's significance, she realized that as a mere woman, she stood no chance against Zhou Kaihua, even if he were unarmed. The bullet fired by an 8-year-old child would hold the same lethality as that of a seasoned soldier. Thus, it was imperative to obtain a firearm, no matter the cost. With tears streaming down her face, Liang Qiuyu retrieved her phone and reinstated the men she had previously blacklisted. She was acquainted with several soldiers and promptly sent out a mass message. This is Liang Qiuyu. I am in urgent need of a gun. Who has one? I am willing to pay any price. Many recipients dismissed her plea with disdain. Just days prior, she had severed ties with them, and now, in her moment of need, she expected their assistance. The world was crumbling around them. Who had the time to entertain her? Most were busy gathering their belongings in preparation for the official shelters, recognizing that while the path was arduous and filled with rules, compliance ensured sustenance and safety. Those who possessed firearms were predominantly official soldiers. Losing their weapons would jeopardize their entry into the shelters. Meanwhile, Lin Feng observed the unfolding events with amusement. Having never communicated with Liang Qiuyu and unaware of her previous exclusion of him, was she genuinely seeking a transaction now? Did she comprehend the profound impact her previous actions had on his fragile psyche? To her surprise, a response from Lin Feng, the very person she despised, appeared on her screen. The fury that erupted within her was palpable. Once I acquire a gun, you shall be the first to perish, Lin Feng. You are a beast. Yet Zhou Kaihua is even more monstrous. Men are inherently vile. You have a gun? What are your terms? In the days prior, Liang Xiaoyu had been too distracted to notice Lin Feng's recent depravity, entirely oblivious to the fact that she was negotiating with a demon. Spend a day with me, and I will provide you with a handgun and 200 rounds of ammunition. Should you dare to cross me again? Do not blame me for binding you within these walls and using you as a target. Upon reading Lin Feng's message, Liang Xiaoyu's resolve to eliminate him solidified further. What do men think of beyond their sordid desires? They all deserve death. Once I possess a gun, I will eradicate every man in the world. Show me a picture of the firearm. After I have seen it, I will decide. Fearful of being deceived, she wondered what would happen if Lin Feng reneged on their agreement once the transaction was complete. Let me present to you the latest model of the Russian-made Makarov 2045. Equipped with a 20-round magazine, capable of delivering a fatal shot. As Lin Feng spoke, he fired 3 rounds at the target in the video. One cannot deny the robustness and formidable power of the Russian handgun. Liang Xiaoyu, watching the video, felt a glimmer of hope. Lin Feng indeed possessed a handgun. And it was the most powerful, the latest model from Russia. Although she was uncertain of how Lin Feng acquired it, she was resolute. If she could obtain it, she would have no qualms about taking aim at Lin Feng's head. I agree. Just hand over the gun to me. I will not resist. Liang Xiaoyu had resigned herself to her fate. She truly would not oppose him, but once she secured the weapon, she was determined to eliminate Lin Feng. I will wait for you at home. This is your final opportunity. Lin Feng displayed a modicum of humanity, albeit limited. He had resolved that once Liang Xiaoyu entered, he would not be as gentle with her as he had been with Xiao Qiao. The vendetta against that vile individual must be avenged. I shall deliver a fierce blow. Liang Xiaoyu's eyes glimmered with murderous intent as she downed half a bottle of white liquor, then changed out of her torn clothes, donning a new outfit and applying sunscreen. It was not vanity that drove Liang Xiaoyu. Before she could exact her revenge on Lin Feng and Zhou Kaihua, she absolutely could not afford to be harmed or killed. Her sole purpose for living now is vengeance. I shall eradicate every man on this planet. Liang Xiaoyu rose and set out to find Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Lin Feng picked up his phone, accepted a friend request from Wang Qing, and replied to Fang Qian's message. Qian, I apologize. I was injured and unconscious for a day, only just awakening to see your message. Fang Qian and Wang Qing were overjoyed upon receiving the notification. So, he was injured? No wonder he hadn't answered any of their numerous calls. They were immensely relieved that they had arrived early with supplies. Otherwise, they might have missed out and been taken captive. Feng, don't worry. Wang Qing and I will come to take care of you right away. You can't be alone while injured. Upon seeing this endearment, Lin Feng felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Feng? Ugh, how revolting. You must be starving. In your desperation, you'll consume anything. And yet you call me Feng. You really intend to come here just to mooch off me, don't you? Subsequently, Lin Feng feigned concern in his message. I am injured and unable to go out. I cannot come to meet you. Had I not been injured, I would certainly have come to fetch you. With the chaos outside, if something were to happen to you, how could I possibly live with myself? Fang Qian's face was etched with disdainful amusement. Indeed, Lin Feng was still that ever-loyal dog. A dog will always be a dog. A vile person remains vile. If you do not lead him away, he will only retreat. Lin Feng, once I enter, you shall witness true cruelty. Perfectly timed with your injury. I might just seize the opportunity to eliminate you and take your place as the queen. Hearing Fang Qian's words, Wang Qing felt an odd sense of unease. She wished to message Lin Feng, but sensed that now was not the right moment. There was no way around it. Fang Qian was right beside her. What if she discovered it? No worries. We will come to take care of you, arriving in half an hour. Remember to open the door. All right, I will be sure to open the door on time. Upon receiving Lin Feng's response, Fang Qian's face was suffused with malice. The matter of your betrayal yesterday is far from over. I shall strike you down at your moment of greatest pleasure, rendering the years you have spent flattering me not in vain. As she spoke, Fang Qian procured a metallic hairpin, sharpening it to a lethal point before placing it atop her head. In that instant, the man was utterly unguarded. A single precise thrust would ensure his demise. Observing Fang Qian, Wang Qing swallowed hard. This woman is truly ruthless. Once assured of the hairpin's deadly potential, Fang Qian donned her attire and descended to Lin Feng's safe house. Lin Feng, with a smile, glanced at his phone, thinking, I shall let you bask in the sun for another day. There is no need to rush. Let us indulge in this game. Chapter 83. The frenzied Liang Xiaoyu's residence was conveniently nearby, allowing Lin Feng to traverse without concern of encountering Fang Qian and her companion. Ding dong. Indeed. As anticipated, Liang Xiaoyu had arrived. Lin Feng drew the curtains and proceeded to open the door for her. Today, you shall learn a valuable lesson. It is not cruelty on my part, but rather a response to your reckless provocation that inflicted profound psychological harm upon me, a mere 21-year-old. I must reciprocate with a measure of psychological distress that you shall remember for a lifetime. Armed with a handgun, he opened the door. Do not move. He aimed the gun directly at Liang Qiuyu, preventing her from launching another assault on him. Is this a real gun? Is it meant for me? Liang Qiuyu, unfazed, instead radiated delight. Once the transaction concludes, it shall be yours. Come inside. Consume this. Following the familiar routine and recipe after enduring a severe assault, Lin Feng was resolute in ensuring that no transaction would falter. Upon entering, Liang Qiuyu accepted the chocolate liqueur with no hesitation, swallowing it whole. Not even death intimidates me. What more could I fear? I would consume rat poison if offered. The fifth door on the left. Go in and take a 30-minute shower. How is it possible for a young lady to be so odorous? How much alcohol have you consumed? Lin Feng fanned his nose, astonished at the disarray surrounding Liang Qiuyu. For days on end, her sole indulgence had been liquor. In such sweltering heat, it was inevitable that she would emit an unpleasant scent. Upon observing the colossal ice block in Lin Feng's home, which created a refreshingly cool atmosphere, Liang Qiuyu was taken aback. Is this the power of wealth? Outside, even a single sausage could be lethal. You utilize such contraptions for cooling? Truly, I have never witnessed the opulence of the affluent. If only I could eliminate Lin Feng, reside here, and offer sanctuary to some women, perhaps many tragedies could be averted. Yet, shaking her head, she recalled the indelible memory of Li Ying. She vowed never to trust anyone again. I could not shelter anyone. Men are not to be trusted, and neither are women. They are equally untrustworthy. After dispatching Lin Feng, she would turn her wrath upon Zhou Kaihua, Li Ying, and Shi Yuan, ultimately taking her own life. Having already sold her innocence, she would bid farewell to this world after avenging herself. The experience of life felt unbearably bleak. Upon entering Lin Feng's bathroom, Liang Qiuyu was astounded. Were the luxuries of the wealthy this devoid of humanity? While others struggled for a sip of water, he possessed an artificial hot spring. With a decisive click, Lin Feng locked the steel door, cigarette in mouth, and returned to the sofa. Liang Qiuyu, undeterred, removed her clothing and stepped into the water. To depart this world cleansed was a worthy endeavor. Unlike Qiao Qiao, Liang Qiuyu was slender, appearing malnourished, her frame almost skeletal. Quietly, she utilized a washcloth to cleanse her body, devoid of comfort or emotion. The events of recent days had struck her deeply. Her spirit felt extinguished. After a considerable time, having washed herself thoroughly, Liang Qiuyu sensed something amiss. As a doctor, she quickly discerned the reason. Indeed, all men deserve their fate. With my frail body, how could you still harbor such defenses against me? Liang Qiuyu's eyes betrayed no turbulence, nor did she express any sense of surprise. She had endured far harsher realities. So was this not merely par for the course? Moreover, she had no intention of declining Lin Feng's proposition. She merely wished to acquire a firearm swiftly, willing to comply with any demands. Whether it be the sale of her body or even her soul, she was resolute. Lin Feng glanced at his watch, extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, and sensed the time was ripe. He entered the bathroom, lifting Liang Qiuyu effortlessly. She uttered not a word, seemingly devoid of anger. With a countenance as still as a tranquil pond, her expression remained as cold as ice. Standing at a mere 160 centimeters and weighing just over 80 jin, she was alarmingly thin. Gently placing Liang Qiuyu upon the bed, Lin Feng sat at its edge, silently smoking, hesitating to take further action. Although he had offered her a grand challenge, it was evident that her spirit was resigned, unlike Qiao Qiao's. To act further would be to deepen her suffering. A flicker of humanity stirred within Lin Feng. Gazing at Liang Qiuyu's frosty visage, he found himself reluctant to act. It was clear she did not meet the qualifications for refuge, and his desire for vengeance had waned. She had already endured enough. Why inflict further harm? Perhaps I could play the benevolent one, grant her a weapon, and send her on her way? Lin Feng was neither a paragon of virtue nor purely malevolent. He felt a profound sympathy for the tribulations that had befallen Liang Qiuyu. I could give you a... Just as he began to speak of the firearm, Liang Qiuyu abruptly rose, sealing his lips with hers. What is happening? Did I receive the wrong script? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Yet Liang Qiuyu's expression remained frigid as she initiated the advance. Aren't men typically the aggressors? Today, I shall take the initiative. I shall turn the tables. For reasons unknown. Liang Qiuyu was remarkably lucid, devoid of any inebriation. She launched her assault, determined to reclaim her agency. In that instant, Lin Feng was bewildered. What was transpiring in Liang Qiuyu's mind? However, given the circumstances, any lack of resistance would surely undermine his masculinity. Liang Qiuyu, with her slight frame, radiated a fierce determination. This time, I shall exact my revenge. Yet, Lin Feng was cautious. fearing that a misstep might harm her delicate limbs. Liang Qiuyu was relentless, ready to inflict self-damage to retaliate against him. Her expression remained icy, fixated on avenging herself against Lin Feng. Blood would stain the rivers, mountains would crumble. The peaks rose and fell as time spun like a shuttle. Liang Qiuyu seemed to have lost her senses, driving Lin Feng to the brink of exhaustion. 3 hours passed, and Lin Feng longed to conclude this transaction, but Liang Qiuyu remained unyielding. I swear, I shall never engage in dealings with someone so intent on self-destruction again. She not only wished to perish, but sought to drag me down with her. Moreover, her emaciated form was nothing but a skeletal frame, causing him considerable discomfort. Haven't you always claimed you wished to trade with me? After merely 4 hours, you truly cannot manage? Liang Qiuyu, feeling utterly defeated, spoke coldly to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, at a loss for words, retorted, is it such a fault to honor a woman's wishes? Chapter 84. A sickness must be treated at this very moment. Liang Qiuyu's situation had not improved significantly. One could say that no one had gained the upper hand, and both parties had suffered grievously. This 4-hour battle had exacted a harrowing toll on both sides. Lin Feng was rendered speechless. What did they mean by merely 4 hours? Was he made of iron? Even the donkeys of the production team were not subjected to such relentless toil. Men dread nothing more than a woman's insinuation of inadequacy. Yet, Lin Feng truly felt incapacitated this time. Dear sister, I understand that your recent endeavors have been rather dismal. Sometimes, a wretched existence is preferable to a miserable demise. What are you risking your life for? Lin Feng lamented, clutching his aching waist, vowing never to engage in transactions with such individuals again. They were utterly deranged. Had he not incurred a significant loss this time? Hand over the handgun. I intend to leave. Liang Qiuyu rose, reaching for the weapon. Have you lost your wits? I see no evidence of you being even slightly affected. Lin Feng retorted, producing a chocolate and inspecting its alcohol content. Indeed, it was a liqueur-infused chocolate. After consuming one, Xiao Qiao's legs had turned to jelly. How was it that Liang Qiuyu appeared unaffected? My grandfather is a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. He has been treating my health with herbal remedies since my childhood. I was born with frail health and have taken an abundance of medicine over the years, resulting in a certain resistance. Many medications yield little effect on me. Liang Qiuyu donned her clothing with remarkable composure, as if the earlier events had never transpired. Goodness! Is this truly a thing? It appears that I, the crafty Lin Feng, have underestimated the entirety of this situation. There was no remedy. Lin Feng had endured immense suffering during this transaction, feeling as though he might vomit blood. Hand over the handgun. I am leaving now. Having dressed, Liang Qiuyu insisted on taking the gun, intent on eliminating Lin Feng the moment she acquired it. Dear sister, given your current state, do you truly believe I would entrust you with a firearm? Your countenance resembles that of someone on the brink of death. Would I not be handing my life to you? For 4 hours, Liang Qiuyu had not uttered a single cry, clearly embodying an icy demeanor. Are you intending to breach our agreement? That is hardly surprising. Individuals like you seldom honor their word. I shall take my leave. Liang Qiuyu remained calm, turning to depart. In her eyes, nothing seemed worthy of anger anymore, not even death. I shall apply sunscreen for you. The gun will be delivered to you. Simply await its arrival at your window. Accepting the sunscreen from Lin Feng, Liang Qiuyu applied it to her face, while Lin Feng began to dress. A look of incredulity upon his features. What is this madness? I am returning home. I hope you will keep your word. After bidding Liang Qiuyu farewell, Lin Feng retrieved a drone. He searched for the medicinal herbs within the space designated for treating women, intending to act benevolently. She ought to be treated. Otherwise, what would be the point of living thereafter? Crushing the medicinal herbs, he mixed them into a milk tea, ensuring that the flavor would be unnoticeable. Subsequently, using the drone, he dispatched a handgun, 200 rounds of ammunition, and a cup of iced milk tea to Liang Qiuyu's window. Upon returning home and waiting at her window, Liang Qiuyu finally comprehended how Lin Feng had acquired knowledge of the events occurring in her household. After all this time, it was merely surveillance via drone. Did he not realize he was infringing upon her privacy? As she received the supplies, Liang Qiuyu took a sip of her milk tea, only to discover it was still chilled with ice. It was quite delicious, and after 4 hours of intense struggle, she felt utterly exhausted. After all, for a woman, the longer the time, the better. Liang Qiuyu could not help but admire Lin Feng for his endurance of 4 hours. It truly could make those so-called real men who last only 3 seconds to spare. Reflecting on everything that transpired during those 4 hours, a faint blush crept onto Liang Qiuyu's face upon returning home. Liang Qiuyu was not indifferent. She was merely stubborn and unwilling to concede. Why should it always be said that she must take the initiative? Could she not take the lead as well? In this transaction, Liang Qiuyu had vented her frustrations on Lin Feng, feeling no sense of loss herself. As a doctor, She was fully aware of the repercussions of her retaliation against Lin Feng. She deliberately refrained from displaying any satisfaction, suppressing her sounds, causing Lin Feng to doubt his own capabilities. This was her form of revenge. It must be said that Liang Qiuyu's vengeance was quite ruthless. Even if she could not crush him, she would make him question himself. A man fears nothing more than a woman proclaiming his inadequacy. Yet today, Liang Qiuyu had voiced just that to Lin Feng. The mere thought of those uncharted hours made her face flush even deeper. This was akin to inflicting harm on the enemy while suffering losses herself. Then, she pulled out her phone and messaged Lin Feng. So you've been secretly watching me all along? Do you have feelings for me? Why did you send me milk tea? As she enjoyed her drink, Liang Qiuyu pondered Lin Feng's true intentions. I like pretty women, and I sent you milk tea. If you want more, just let me know. I can bring you a cup every morning and evening. Lin Feng, clutching his lower back, perused the instructions for the medication meant to treat his indifference. Surely this situation could be resolved? Happiness should involve both parties, yet neither of them felt joy this time. How could that be acceptable? Today, he had incurred a significant loss in this transaction. Little did he know, Liang Qiuyu was merely feigning discontent. Only Lin Feng was genuinely unhappy. Upon reading Lin Feng's message, Liang Qiuyu's fractured heart felt a flicker of warmth. Even in a world on the brink of collapse, he still thought to send her milk tea? Lin Feng possessed some humanity. At least he kept his promises, and despite her outrageous behavior, he did not lose his temper. Had it been another man, he would have refused her outright or struck her, yet Lin Feng did neither. Thank you for the milk tea. It is delightful, Liang Qiuyu replied, sending him a photo of herself enjoying the drink. Standing at 160 centimeters and weighing 80 kilograms, she was no match for Lin Feng, who towered at 185 centimeters and weighed 160 kilograms. In a physical confrontation, she knew she would surely be defeated, yet he had not harmed her. Lin Feng gazed at Liang Qiuyu's delicate features and shook his head vigorously. He realized he was still too soft-hearted. How could he not be more ruthless? Just stay alive. If you encounter difficulties, reach out to me. For our next transaction, let us limit it to 1 hour. Wouldn't tea that bring us both joy? Reading Lin Feng's message made Liang Qiuyu's cheeks grow even warmer. She was a normal woman. Pretending to be cold and genuinely feeling nothing were two entirely different matters. Liang Qiuyu was indeed affected, but she could never allow Lin Feng to know. This was her method of retaliation. Though Lin Feng is often sharp-tongued and seemingly lacking in compassion, he never contravenes a woman's wishes, which sets him apart from Zhou Kaihua and his ilk. Observing you clutching your waist in discomfort, I wonder if you will dare provoke me again next time? You boast daily, yet when faced with genuine confrontation, you are rendered insignificant. Can you truly measure up? You scrawny wretch. In the end, Liang Qiuyu retorted to Lin Feng, which infuriated him. How dare you label me a scrawny wretch? You must be ill and in need of remedy. Is it a fault of mine to honor a woman's will? Lin Feng was livid, yet powerless. He hung up, choosing silence. As a doctor, I am well aware of my own state of health. With that, Liang Qiuyu ceased her responses. In that moment, Lin Feng pondered whether he was still not sufficiently ruthless. Next time, you shall certainly pay the price. Chapter 85. The worth of a bowl of spicy hot pot. It seems that I, Lin Feng, am still not sufficiently ruthless. Should I seize her now and use her as a pawn? The frustration is palpable. Why is it that I always come off worse against this obstinate Liang Qiuyu? Alas, this little woman is intent on her demise. She possesses a firearm now, and if I approach, she will undoubtedly shoot at me. Though I am clad in a bulletproof vest and helmet, even the slightest wound could lead to infection, and what then? It is simply out of the question for a cautious man like me to take such a grave risk to capture Liang Qiuyu. Perhaps another time will present itself. For hours? My dear, you are quite impressive. It seems I must make more of an effort next time. At that moment, Xiao Qiao sent a message. Lin Feng understood. Was she sneaking a peek at him again while at home? How easily she is manipulated, now even calling him husband. How about it? Come over and give it a try? My younger brother is unmatched. He has never tasted defeat. Lin Feng sent a series of cheeky emojis, leaving Xiao Qiao blushing. Is his younger brother made of iron? Xiao Qiao hesitated to respond. For hours? The last time, just 1 hour left her still aching. Wouldn't 4 hours be unbearable? Little did Xiao Qiao know that only the first encounter is truly painful. Subsequent experiences would be far more bearable, for she remains a pure-hearted young lady. What about my dinner? Isn't calling you husband supposed to bring delicious food? Thus, Xiao Qiao swiftly changed the subject, daring not to continue the teasing. Today, you have behaved commendably, not causing a ruckus or sulking. You may place your order. Lin Feng indulged in a post-coital cigarette, reveling in the desired effect. In the future, more women would undoubtedly emerge. How could they not obey? I wish to have spicy hot pot, extra spicy, with plenty of vinegar. Do you have that? Xiao Qiao was taken aback that Lin Feng could even place an order. How delightful. Opening the window, she waited eagerly. Lin Feng produced a bowl of spicy hot pot and 3 ice creams, dispatching them via drone. A bowl of spicy hot pot? You ought to know that amounts to 13 times. I am keeping a record. As he spoke, Lin Feng pulled out a small notebook to tally the debt. On this day of a certain month, Qiao Qiao owes me for 1 bowl of spicy hot pot, 13 instances. Qiao Qiao opened the window to receive the bag containing 3 ice creams and a steaming bowl of spicy hot pot, as if it had just been prepared. She quickly grabbed chopsticks, opened the container, and took a bite. No clumping of noodles. And it was made so swiftly? Lin Feng, how on earth did you achieve this? You are truly wonderful, husband. Qiao Qiao, elated, embraced the hot pot and messaged Lin Feng. Obedience brings forth whatever one desires. Disobedience leads to nothing but bread and ham at home. Lin Feng was quite satisfied with Qiao Qiao's current demeanor. This little wild horse had ultimately been subdued by reality. As Qiao Qiao sulkily ate her spicy hot pot, the astute girl recognized that acceptance was her only option. Lin Feng was too enigmatic from their very first encounter. He had orchestrated everything. Being wise, Qiao Qiao decided that since she could not alter her circumstances, she would change herself. One must learn to adapt to their environment. Furthermore, since Lin Feng had promised her a position as the primary wife, she likely wouldn't suffer too greatly. Husband, those 2 women from yesterday have returned to seek you again today. What on earth are they after? They come every day, and you still want to let them in? As Lin Feng glanced at Qiao Qiao's messages, he scrolled through his call logs. Indeed, Feng Qian had left him with a staggering 99 missed calls. Lin Feng, uninterested, thought to himself, I will have my fun with you. This is merely the beginning. Relishing a bowl of spicy hot pot, he mused that it required 13 iterations of enjoyment, warning her not to shed tears when the moment arrived. Qiao Qiao, biting into a fishball, furrowed her brow. Is Lin Feng teasing me again? She pondered as she opened her browser to search the meaning behind a bowl of spicy hot pot 13 times. Suddenly, the hot pot in her hand lost its allure. You are truly wicked. How detestable. Over time, Qiao Qiao had grown accustomed to Lin Feng's antics, despite his flirtations. He was fundamentally good to her. He was neither violent nor perverse, and while he had a penchant for playful banter, he was ultimately harmless. Without Lin Feng, she mused, she would have perished countless times by now. In a world on the brink of apocalypse, who needed a steadfast romantic? As long as one could indulge in good food and drink without fear of being taken away, what more could one desire? Their conversation meandered into the evening. Bored at home, with no one to converse with and her brother's fate unknown, Lin Feng had become her sole source of comfort. Meanwhile, Lin Feng reveled in his day, while Feng Qian was seething with rage. Is this truly food fit for humanity? One could use this to bludgeon someone to death. She fumed, gnawing on government-issued compressed biscuits. Her frustration boiling over. Lin Feng had stood her up not once, but twice. Do you still wish to be my devoted admirer? I am your goddess. Is this how you treat me? Eat up, Qian Qian. Given our current circumstances, we should be grateful to receive any relief supplies. Wang Qing also recognized the harsh reality. Feng Qian was utterly unreliable. Lin Feng was likely aware of Feng Qian's predicament and was deliberately toying with her. That wretched Lin Feng. Hundreds of messages, yet not a single reply. Once I reach the safe house, I will ensure he pays dearly for this. I will not rest until I am avenged. Feng Qian continued to chew on her compressed biscuit, washing it down with rusty-tasting tap water, her teeth itching with resentment. Wang Qing, having consumed half a compressed biscuit, returned to her room. Relying on oneself proved more reliable than relying on others. Feng Qian had clearly become untrustworthy. If she wished to savor the comforts of the safe house, she would have to resort to selling her body. Fortunately, as a maiden, Wang Qing believed she was not unattractive and felt that one man would suffice. Lin Feng, are you there? Wang Qing sent a beautiful selfie, hoping Lin Feng would see it. After waiting for half an hour without a response, she followed up. I am Wang Qing, Feng Qian's close friend. You may not know me. I am aware you have seen this message. I know you are intentionally toying with Feng Qian. I possess many of her secrets. Would you care to hear them? Upon receiving this message, Lin Feng realized that the plastic friendship between the 2 women had reached its breaking point. He decided to stoke the flames further. You are quite astute. I am indeed playing with her. I have no interest in her affairs, as I am already aware of them. What is your purpose in telling me this? What do you wish to demand? Upon reading this, Wang Qing was elated, confirming her suspicions. Lin Feng was indeed exacting revenge on Feng Qian. Feng Qian is such a fool. She thought no one knew of her attempts to attract wealthy suitors. Lin Feng's fortune is in the billions. Is there anything that cannot be investigated with a little expenditure? Lin Feng, I stand at 162 centimeters tall and weigh 98 pounds. Still a maiden. I am adept at laundry, cooking, and household chores, and I can warm your bed. Might I be permitted entry into your sanctuary? I could quietly slip in after Feng Qian has fallen asleep. My meals are modest. A simple fare of instant noodles and ham would suffice. Wang Qing possesses a degree of self-awareness, yet Lin Feng shows little interest in this green tea vixen. Here's a proposition. If you remove one of Feng Qian's nails, I shall reward you with a box of instant noodles. Including toenails, that amounts to 20 boxes, enough to sustain you for half a year. Upon receiving this message, Wang Qing felt utterly stunned. Are the wealthy truly so heartless? In such sweltering weather, removing a single nail could be fatal. To remove all 20? Is that not a matter of life and death? How cruel. I wouldn't even dare to pluck a chicken's foot, let alone harm a living person. Wang Qing speaks the truth. She is not a cruel individual. This is a long-term task, and you may complete it at your leisure. Once you have fulfilled the task, send me a photograph, but until then, please refrain from bothering me. Gazing at Lin Feng's message, Wang Qing contemplated a response but hesitated to pursue the matter further. Angering Lin Feng would jeopardize her chances of entering the sanctuary. After a moment's reflection, Wang Qing donned her most alluring attire and began taking selfies, editing them, and posting them on her social media, visible solely to Lin Feng. I will share more frequently. You are bound to notice eventually. Are you alone at home? The long night stretches on, amplifying the sense of solitude. What if, perchance, you find yourself intrigued by me? Chapter 86. Dealing with food scarcity. Who among you has surplus grain? Our building 3 has not received any relief supplies and we are out of food. I can offer something in exchange. I have a Jinhua ham weighing 8 pounds, and I would like to trade it for 20 pounds of rice or flour. Additionally, I possess a case of Fei Tian Mitai produced in the year 2000, now aged 50 years, containing 6 bottles. Its market value is approximately 20 million. And I would be willing to trade it for just 20 pounds of grain. Rice, millet, or corn, anything will suffice, as I am not picky. I also have a Tang Sankai bowl, pristine and unblemished, complete with a certification of authenticity, which I would exchange for merely 10 pounds of grain. Hurry and trade with me before this opportunity slips away. In the owner's group, desperate residents began to call for help. Official relief supplies had been largely depleted. With only a few fortunate enough to receive aid, many households were struggling to put food on the table. Among the affluent residents of luxurious neighborhoods and villas, it was common for them to possess valuable items. Numerous individuals sought assistance, yet responses were scarce. Lin Feng scrolled through his phone as if browsing an online marketplace, selecting the goods he desired. With nothing but time on his hands, he added those offering what he sought as friends, placing orders directly. He requested their addresses, arranging to send the supplies via drone once he verified their authenticity. Lin Feng chose several options, including that case of 50-year Mitai, and placed his order. He had stockpiled mostly foreign wines, which he did not particularly enjoy. Moreover, such aged spirits were indeed rare, even during his zero-cost purchases. He could only find 10-year varieties at the distillery. The seller of the Mutai preferred an in-person transaction, fearing that if the bottles were sent by drone, they might be absconded with. Lin Feng simply stated, if it can be sent, it shall be sent. If not, he would seek alternatives. There was no choice but to proceed. After all, alcohol could not quell hunger. Life itself was paramount. Above all, the gnawing hunger was a pressing concern. Lin Feng opened a bottle, took a sip to confirm its authenticity, and promptly returned it in exchange for 20 pounds of rice. His transactions were fair. He would never deceive someone for such trifles, as that would be a betrayal of his conscience. Upon receiving the rice, the family wept with joy. Finally, they had food. They expressed their gratitude toward Lin Feng, recognizing him as a sincere merchant, a rarity in these times. Lin Feng was not one to hoard everything. He had little interest in items he deemed unworthy. His focus remained on aged Mitai, Wuliangya, and various wines. Given their scarcity, there was no need to scour each household for them. That would be exhausting and ultimately unfruitful. Engaging in trades with them proved advantageous, saving both time and effort. As for the Jinhua ham, that was merely preserved meat, akin to a mummy's leg. Lin Feng had had enough. He could keep that for himself. Darling, how much grain have you actually hoarded? Why trade for liquor? It's not even edible. Recently, Qiao had grown increasingly well-behaved, no longer sulking or throwing tantrums. She often messaged Lin Feng, resembling a clingy girlfriend. As long as we have enough to eat, and besides, I conduct business. When have I ever incurred a loss? Interested in learning? Lin Feng had long observed that whatever he did, Qiao would mimic. It seemed this instance was no exception. In the sweltering heat, some of my instant food has begun to swell and spoil, and as I cannot consume it all by myself, I wish to exchange it for something of value. Yet, the fear of being discovered holds me back. Jojo remains vigilant. However, it pains her to see perfectly good food degrade. I offer you 2 drones, and you can trade for whatever you desire, but remember to use a pseudonym to conceal your identity. Upon receiving Lin Feng's message, Jojo feels a surge of joy. relieved to dispose of some perishable items while acquiring something she truly wants. Unlike Lin Feng, she lacks space, and the oppressive heat renders long-term food storage impossible. Thank you. My dear husband, I cherish you. Before long, Jojo receives 2 drones along with several spare batteries and a charger, which elevates her spirits further. With limited time power supply, she need not worry about running out of battery mid-flight. Lin Feng, how is it that you always manage your affairs with such meticulousness? It seems that as long as I am by your side, I shall thrive, regardless of when this apocalypse may conclude. Reflecting on Lin Feng's commendable traits, Jojo begins to accept her role as his primary wife. A man of capability, vision, and wealth surely attracts many admirers, even in these trying times. Gradually, Jojo embraces her status, understanding that if she remains obedient, Lin Feng will not neglect her. Jojo is a clever young woman who enjoys business, valuing items for their worth. What if the apocalypse were to end? She could still profit. Thus, she opts for Genoa ham, known for its lengthy shelf life and increasing value over time, along with antiques, calligraphy, and fine wines. My dear husband, do you think I might come out at a loss for these? She inquires. Having learned to consult Lin Feng to minimize mistakes, for items like ham and wine, negotiate a fair price for the exchange. Just ensure that for non-consumables, you drive the price down. Trade for what you desire, but do not acquire what you do not like, as it would merely gather dust and serve no purpose. Understood. My husband, Jojo replies obediently, beginning to place her order, choosing only those items that catch her fancy. After some haggling, she manages to trade 2 swollen chicken legs for a Tang Sankai bowl. Lin Feng, uninterested, lets her be, preferring her happiness over his own concerns. After all, I am a wealthy man. Why would I deny my wife the things she treasures? What purpose does hoarding serve? Now, Jojo finds herself far from bored at home. Having successfully dealt with the spoiled food, surrounded by cherished items, her spirits lift. Indeed, following Lin Feng proves to be the right path. Recipients of the supplies express heartfelt gratitude. Even 2 bags of swollen chicken legs are a lifeline in these dire circumstances. Some in the group mention others using drones to exchange food, claiming they have successfully traded for grains. With such word of mouth, more individuals begin to showcase their valuable possessions, stating prices and hopeful exchanges for food commence. It must be said that, at any given time, there are those who harm others for their own gain. Some individuals, possessing drones, have begun to emulate this behavior, seeking to forge friendships purely for the sake of acquiring goods. Consequently, the drones merely pilfered items without delivering any sustenance. When inquiries were made regarding the situation, the response indicated that the sender had been placed on a blacklist. This infuriated the members of the group. I was nearly starving. How could one be so deceitful? Who could possibly endure such treachery? Ultimately, through revelations from fellow group members, the address of the deceiver was exposed. The West Mountain courtyard is not so vast. There will always be someone who recognizes you. Can you truly escape? You were instructed to add using your main account. Enraged group members sought retribution directly. The perpetrator found themselves in the ICU. Their home was left in disarray. Even the toilet was left spotless, with broken limbs. They lay at home awaiting their demise. You chose to deceive, and this is your just reward. After all this, you still dared to trick me? I wouldn't hesitate to end you. Subsequently, group members confirmed that only 2 WeChat accounts, De Qiao and Xiao Qiao, along with Jiao Yishui Baopingyan, were legitimate for transactions. All others were mere fraudsters. Following the righteous wrath of the online community, the swindlers received their due punishment. Meanwhile, the transactions between Lin Feng and Xiao Qiao proceeded far more smoothly, with everyone obtaining the items they desired. Of course, some items were counterfeit. Lin Feng and Xiao Qiao confiscated these without objection, acknowledging that they had no grounds to claim otherwise. Chapter 87. The End of the World. Global Announcement. January 10th, 2050. The 10th day of the cataclysm. It is often said that without comparison, one cannot feel the pain. In the Huaxia Nation, aside from the severely affected regions of Huanghai City and the capital, as well as parts of the south, the rest of the country is faring relatively well. In the United States, however, citizens are armed, and as night falls, gunfire echoes throughout the nation. The people of this beautiful country save no money. Prices are soaring, rendering most unable to afford even the essentials. Many are on the brink of dehydration and starvation. Who has indulged you in such dreadful habits? The land of the free and the home of the brave. Shootings occur daily. The northeastern states surrounding Washington are the most devastated, thanks to Lin Feng's meddling. These states have been stripped bare, akin to the disaster-stricken Huaihai City and Huaxia. Indeed, wherever Lin Feng has set foot, calamity follows. Within the borders of the United States, shops, supermarkets, logistics centers, and gun stores, wherever there is utility, wherever there is sustenance, every night, a throng of armed individuals descends to loot. Pu Chuan has utterly given up. There is no salvation for the United States. Compared to the current situation, losing an aircraft carrier or the Statue of Liberty seems trivial. He has no time to concern himself with the petty thief who stole the aircraft carrier, and in a fit of madness, Pu Chuan launched the last satellite that had long been prepared into the sky. He revealed the state of the damaged ozone layer to every survivor in the world. If I cannot thrive, I shall ensure you do not either. Once all surviving souls comprehend the true nature of the Earth's plight, chaos is bound to ensue as they strive to live. The United States is in turmoil, while at this very moment, Russian President Jinping cannot contain his glee. Truly, fate has smiled upon Russia. Due to the commotion caused by that mysterious figure, the Russian populace, believing war imminent, has stockpiled vast quantities of supplies. No large-scale riots have erupted. In Siberia, daytime temperatures barely reach 40 degrees. Our vast and sparsely populated Russia boasts abundant resources. Now is the perfect time to prepare for unification of the Earth. Jinping gazes at the map of Russia, beaming with joy. Losing 3 missile bases is hardly a concern. Lake Baikal, upon thorough exploration, still holds 400 meters of water, enough to quench the thirst of every Russian for a century. Lin Feng has left over 300 meters. Yet due to the melting glaciers, the inflow has increased. Indeed, this water is sufficient for the Russian people. Lin Feng did not wish to leave it behind, but the enormity of Lake Baikal leaves him no time to extract it all from its deepest depths. Report to the president. The Arctic glaciers have completely melted. The average daytime temperature within the Arctic Circle hovers around 35 degrees. It is exceptionally conducive to human habitation. The Arctic shipping routes are now open. The northern coastline of Russia is dotted with excellent ice-free ports. Freshwater resources are abundant. The project for greenhouses to cultivate UV-resistant plants is progressing remarkably well. The populace is very supportive. All of Russia could sustain at least 500 million people. Upon hearing this news, President Jinping of Russia beams with delight. Compared to the loss of 3 missile bases, this is truly divine providence for Russia. The current population of Russia stands at merely 150 million. What does this signify? While the entire world suffers from scarcity of food and water, Russia not only lacks nothing but also thrives abundantly. Excellent. 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 I have received intelligence reports. The United States is in utter disarray. The situation of one superpower overshadowing many has been completely shattered. Moreover, the beautiful nation is set to launch a satellite. This is tantamount to crafting a garment for my Russia. Inform all Russians. Relocate with utmost urgency to the shores of Lake Baikal and within the Arctic Circle. The sooner, the better. The damage to the ozone layer is not something that can be repaired in just a few years. From this moment forth, Russia shall reign as the mightiest in the world. This is indeed divine assistance. Ha, ha ha ha. The presidential directive from Jingpu has reverberated throughout Russia. Upon hearing the news, while many Russians found it alarming, they also felt fortunate compared to other nations. At the very least, we are not perishing from the heat. The journey may be long, yet the Russian populace continues to travel light towards their destination. As for winter clothing, it has been discarded without a second thought. Siberia is already experiencing temperatures of 40 degrees. Those cotton garments will soon be of no use, not even to a dog. With the ozone layer compromised, high temperatures will persist for at least a century. What purpose do they serve now? Ding. At that moment, messages flooded the phones of all survivors around the globe. Sent from the beautiful nation. Survivors quickly translated the information. Greetings to all survivors. On January 1st, 2050, a magnetic storm from solar flares devastated the Earth's ozone layer, rendering ultraviolet rays lethal to all life. Global temperatures are rising, and the intense ultraviolet radiation will not return to normal for hundreds, even thousands of years. In other words, by the time you read this message, the apocalypse has already been underway for 10 days. No official from any nation can offer you protection. Many governments can barely sustain themselves. The superpower and countries near the equator have perished. Survivors, if you wish to live, you can only trust in yourselves. All are equal. The beautiful nation has the authority to inform every survivor of the apocalyptic situation. To survive, you must have faith in your own strength. Strive to live for freedom and democracy. Announced the beautiful nation on January 10th, 2050. Lin Feng read the text message on his phone and smiled faintly. Could this news have come so early? It seems that due to my rebirth and stockpiling resources, many causalities have shifted. No matter. Everything is under control. The beautiful nation is losing grip with each passing day. They wish for everyone to share their fate. The beautiful nation remains steadfast in its self-serving ways. This time, chaos will ensue across the globe. Lin Feng felt no panic. Despite the accelerated timeline of the beautiful nation, everything remained under his command. Ding. Just then, Another message arrived on Lin Feng's phone. Darling, was that message true? Is the world really coming to an end? Can we still survive? The sender was Xiao Xiao, clearly in distress. Yet Lin Feng remained unfazed. Do you possess gold bricks? He inquired. It wouldn't be long before Russia's survival base would be recruiting globally. Asking for nothing but gold bricks. Lin Feng had not stored gold bricks, for he had never intended to go to Russia. Lake Baikal is mine now. Relocating would be a hassle no one desires. Indeed, in recent days, numerous individuals have approached me, seeking to exchange bricks of gold for inflated chicken legs, 1 pound of gold for a single inflated chicken leg. My dear, why do you inquire about this? Lin Feng. Upon seeing the photographs of gold bricks sent by Xiao Xiao, Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words. Xiao Xiao, are you not merely stirring up trouble? What purpose does this exchange serve? At that moment, a message from a Russian hacker reverberated among all the survivors across the globe. Greetings, survivors. You must be aware of the impending apocalypse, correct? Russia has now emerged as the most habitable land for humanity. The nation has initiated a project for ultraviolet-resistant greenhouses, and the lands in Siberia, along with those within the Arctic Circle, can sustain a population of 500 million. The average daytime temperature within the Arctic Circle is a mere 35 degrees. The current water volume of Lake Baikal is sufficient to provide drinking water for 500 million people for over a century. Now, all that is required is a contribution of 10 pounds of gold bricks. Simply make your way to the survival base at Lake Baikal, and you will be granted permanent Russian citizenship. You will be able to thrive within the Russian territory indefinitely. Time is of the essence. Head northward. Russia welcomes you. This message has sent shockwaves throughout the world. Chapter 88. For Lake Baikal. The assault. In the secluded villa of Shishan, a corrupt official, consumed by greed, struck his own face in a frenzy while gazing at the notifications on his phone. How could I be so gluttonous? I have hoarded wealth my entire life. I foolishly exchanged 20 pounds of gold bricks for a mere 20 meager chicken legs. And to think, these are 2 coveted slots in the survival base of Russia. I am utterly bewildered. I have never committed such a foolish act in my life. As he scrutinized the messages on his phone, the chicken legs he held suddenly lost their appeal. The villa was not alone. Numerous others began to inflict similar punishment upon themselves, questioning the allure of the chicken legs that had led them to barter their gold for something so trivial. Why has such a ludicrous event befallen me? Boss, I no longer wish to trade. Would you return my gold, please? Who knew where the username DeChiao and Xiao Xiao resided? I exchanged 40 pounds of gold. If I locate him, I will offer 20 pounds as a reward. That represents 2 slots in the survival base of Lake Baikal. The exact location eludes me. But I reside in Building 2. I witnessed drones emerging from either Building 1 or Lin Feng's villa. Those in search of gold bricks should hasten to find them. If they flee to Russia, it will be too late. I will confront these unscrupulous individuals. I wondered why they were so eager to exchange my gold bricks, only to discover they were already aware of their value. What a heartless betrayal. Even in my dire situation, they resort to deceiving me with such trivialities. Is this the test for officials? Which official can withstand such trials? They still possess provisions. I suspect they are stored in the material warehouse of Building 1. I noticed many vehicles transporting supplies into that warehouse at the end of December. At the time, I assumed they were building materials, but in hindsight, they must be food supplies. What? The warehouse is filled with provisions. I no longer desire gold bricks. I do not wish to venture to Siberia. Just give me a box of instant noodles. Upon reading the messages in the group, Xiao Xiao was left dumbfounded. She had merely sought to gain a slight advantage, as the inflated chicken legs were far too abundant to consume. Initially, she thought trading one for a pound of gold would not lead to loss. But who could have foreseen such an outcome? Has this not turned into a collective target? Darling, I had no idea that exchanging a modest amount of gold bricks would lead to this. What shall we do now? Lin Feng, unfazed by Xiao Xiao's message, lit a cigarette. This is a trivial matter that I can resolve. At worst, I may have to relent a little, but unless absolutely necessary, I, Lin Feng, will not bend. With so many gold bricks at your disposal, do you not yearn to visit Lake Baikal? After all, from this moment onward, it is the most suitable haven for humanity. You could easily retain 10 pounds of gold and sufficient provisions for 20 days. Hiring someone to drive you to Lake Baikal for a leisurely life. Observing Lin Feng's message and glancing at the gold bricks, Xiao Xiao furrowed her brow. The power of choice now lay in her hands. She could indeed take the gold bricks and journey northward, directly to the survival base at Lake Baikal. Her collection of gold bricks was more than sufficient to secure her existence, ensuring she would never want for food or shelter. Yet, Xiao Xiao shook her head, sensing that the situation was far from straightforward. If exchanging gold bricks were truly advantageous, Lin Feng would have already done so. It was unlikely that she, Xiao Xiao, would be afforded such an opportunity. She possessed enough self-awareness, having engaged in a battle of wits with Lin Feng for such a long time. Never once gaining the upper hand, she had wholly succumbed to his cunning strategies. My dear, I shall not leave. Wherever you go, I shall follow. If you choose to stay, then I too shall remain. I will be wherever you are. If you remain steadfast, I shall be your unwavering companion. It must be said that Xiao Qiao was remarkably astute. She held an abundance of gold bricks yet exhibited no signs of arrogance. Even at this juncture, she remained committed to mirroring Lin Feng's actions. After all, despite his capabilities, he chose not to engage. Why should she, Xiao Qiao, act recklessly? Though uncertain about the underlying issues, she sensed that something was amiss. Lin Feng, upon reading Xiao Qiao's message, nodded in satisfaction. This is your final test. And you have passed. Truly, you are deserving of being my first woman, demonstrating both wisdom and adaptability. You have earned the right to accompany me until the very end. Stay at home and guard it well. I shall be watching over you. Upon receiving Lin Feng's message, Xiao Qiao felt a wave of relief wash over her. While Lin Feng was indeed cold and ruthless, he was not devoid of empathy. He would not abandon her to her fate. At that very moment, outside Lin Feng's villa, a throng of people had gathered, having received word that the drone responsible for the exchange had departed from this location. Whether it be supplies or gold bricks, they felt compelled to seize what they could. Those who could freely exchange supplies undoubtedly had an abundance at their disposal, worth at least billions. Listen up. Surrender all supplies and gold bricks, and I shall spare your lives, shouted several individuals, brandishing loudspeakers towards Lin Feng's villa. Today was their final opportunity. The heavens have perished. The yellow sky shall rise. Even if we cannot acquire gold bricks, we must seize the supplies. For the sake of Lake Baikal, advance. In an instant, a swarm of people surged forth like a tide of corpses, sweeping across the landscape, boundless and relentless. Lin Feng smiled, donning a steel helmet and securing his bulletproof vest. Hefting the RPG-66. This weapon could strike aircraft above and tanks below. With precise aim, it could even target an aircraft carrier. Especially the latest Russian model, the RPG-66. Equipped with infrared night vision, electronic guidance, and long-range positioning capabilities, hitting targets within 3,000 meters was an effortless feat. Lin Feng took a drag from a cigarette. Standing behind the shelter's entrance, although he knew the intruders were largely unarmed, he was still reluctant to take risks. He opened a firing port and targeted the area with the largest crowd, unleashing a single shot. Whoosh! A streak of fire illuminated the darkness, arcing through the air before crashing to the ground, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Boom! Those within a 30-meter radius were obliterated, the force of the blast sending everyone within 100 meters flying. Good heavens! Lin Feng has artillery at his disposal. In an instant, those who witnessed the scene were left in shock, gripping their small kitchen knives tightly, pondering how on earth they could confront such firepower. What the hell? Is this really happening? This is the land of Huaxia. I could understand if you had a gun, but where on earth did you acquire artillery? This is beyond absurd. It's outrageous that Lin Feng, a person devoid of humanity, not only possesses such power, but also wields it with impunity. Retreat! Retreat! A crowd hurriedly fled, not daring to look back. What good are golden bricks when survival itself is a blessing? With a single shot, the front line of minions was obliterated. And Lin Feng opened the gates, unleashing his apocalyptic vehicle. He shut the door, hopped in, and pressed the accelerator, charging forward. Lin Feng targeted the densest clusters of enemies, flooring the gas pedal and crashing into them like a bowling ball, leaving a trail of carnage in his wake. In an instant, blood splattered against the windshield like a torrential downpour, obscuring Lin Feng's vision. Unfazed, he activated the wipers and continued his relentless assault. Even colliding with walls was inconsequential. His vehicle was impervious to damage. What in the world? Is this even a car? With 10 wheels, how immense is its horsepower? It's terrifying. It's utterly inhumane. This is sheer brutality. I would rather starve at home than seek resources from Lin Feng. It's clear now that the impoverished rely on mutations, while the wealthy wield cash as their power. I thought residing in a villa indicated wealth. But today I've come to realize my true insignificance. Chapter 89, The Massacre. Thanks to the deity for the certification. Continuing with the updates. Words will be kept. A group of individuals ran while cursing, having witnessed the vehicle's path resembling that of a reaper. Anyone it collided with met their demise. With its wheels crushing down, did they still hope to survive? Even if the apocalypse had not arrived, without assistance, they would surely perish. Lin Feng's doomsday war vehicle was stained crimson with blood, instilling terror in the hearts of all. This was, indeed, a slaughter. Do not panic. I am an official. I possess a firearm. At that moment, an official stood before the vehicle, brandishing a handgun aimed at Lin Feng's head inside. Lin Feng, halt the vehicle immediately. Otherwise, I shall execute you." Upon witnessing this, the cunning Lin Feng complied, knowing he could not risk it. As the vehicle came to a stop, a collective sigh of relief was released. Indeed, firearms still held sway in these times. "Lin Feng, hands on your head. Exit the vehicle. Otherwise, I will shoot you on the spot." The official, seeing Lin Feng obey, felt a surge of relief. It seemed that justice would not be delayed. However, Lin Feng merely retrieved a formidable Russian-made pistol, turned around, and fired at the side window. Bang! Sparks flew as the bullet ricocheted off the seat. Lin Feng examined the impact site, discovering only a scratch on the glass, and scathed. "Zhao Jun's vehicle is quite well made. I shall reward it with a drumstick." Fearless, Lin Feng slammed the accelerator and charged forward. "I'm firing." "Ah." The official, startled, began shooting wildly. Bang, 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 bang. For consecutive bullets struck the front of the vehicle, the tires, and the glass, but to no avail. They were all deflected. "You have a gun? Does that make you formidable?" "I possess missiles." Lin Feng barreled forward, knocking the official several meters away, his fate uncertain. "My mindset has shattered. I cannot contend with this. The official dares to ram me. I shall take my leave. You all enjoy yourselves. Should you plan to eliminate Lin Feng, do not call upon me. Consider me deceased. Ignore me." A multitude of individuals fled in terror, scattering like leaves in a storm, disarrayed and defeated. Lin Feng lost interest in the pursuit. He had to rescue his beloved wife and pressed the accelerator, heading towards Qiao Qiao's residence. At that moment, Ling anxiously emerged from the shadows, prying open a blood-stained hand to retrieve the firearm. Her gaze followed Lin Feng's retreating figure, brimming with murderous intent. "Qiao Qiao, despite hoarding such abundant resources sufficient for a lifetime, you still cast me out? Lin Feng, with your wealth, do you truly need my initial 8 million? You all deserve death." Ling rummaged through her pocket, finding spare bullets, securing them before vanishing back into the darkness. "Lin Feng, Qiao Qiao, your doom is imminent. 1, 2, 3, charge. With all our might. There are so many of us, yet we cannot breach the warehouse door. This door is truly formidable. Could it be welded shut to the wall?" Beneath Jojo's residence, a throng of over 10,000 loomed ominously. This matter pertains to the entry quotas for the BRICS and the survival base of Russia. If we do not fight desperately now, we are all doomed. Step aside. I will fire. Bang. Jojo discharged her weapon into the crowd. Instantly, a life was extinguished. Fear not. She is but one person with a single gun. There are thousands of us here. The probability of being struck is merely 1 in 10,000. Indeed, we shall surge forward in waves. How many bullets can she possibly have? Forward. The authorities have already fled. If we do not go to Russia, we shall die sooner or later, perishing from exposure, thirst, or starvation is far more agonizing. Better to be shot and end it swiftly. It was evident that this group had succumbed to madness. Even Jojo's gunfire could not deter them. "Ah, do not crash into me. How can I survive when you have taken my supplies?" Jojo, undeterred, unleashed a hail of bullets. Each shot claimed 1 or 2 unsuspecting souls. Yet, she was but one person with a single firearm. Faced with this scene reminiscent of a zombie apocalypse, her firepower was woefully insufficient. Jojo quickly expended all 199 rounds of ammunition. This firepower could not quell the frenzy of the masses. Jojo felt her pocket. There remained but a single bullet. Should the iron gate be breached? This last round would be reserved for herself. Indeed, Lin Feng was right. If I do not cultivate a semblance of cruelty, I shall only invite the cruelty of others. Tears streamed down Jojo's face as she chambered the bullet, bracing herself for death. Lin Feng, so cautious, would never risk himself to save me. He would not jeopardize himself for a mere woman when he could have many. Jojo, heart heavy with despair, thought that if anyone could save her now, she would marry him without hesitation. Amidst the chaos, a blood-stained war vehicle barreled through, carving a path like a chick being crushed. At this moment, the multitude stood in bewilderment. What sort of vehicle is this? Is it truly so absurd? Such raw power. This thing can crush through. Quickly, retreat. These fragile bodies cannot withstand such force. Brutality incarnate. Everyone recoiled, and in Jojo's eyes, a glimmer of hope ignited. It was Lin Feng's vehicle. He had come alone to rescue her. "Lin Feng, I adore you. You are my hero. I will marry you." Overwhelmed with emotion, Jojo shouted from above. In that instant, her heart was irrevocably devoted to Lin Feng. It seemed that boarding first and paying later was indeed a splendid choice. Rat-a-tat-tat. Lin Feng, with a cigarette clenched between his lips, donned a bulletproof vest and a Russian military helmet, wielding an AK-47. Upon disembarking, he unleashed a barrage upon the crowd. Good heavens! An automatic rifle. Where did Lin Feng acquire such an arsenal? Is he trying to annihilate us all? Lin Feng, you lack humanity. We have not robbed you. What business is it of yours? The crowd began to retreat in panic, as Lin Feng's indiscriminate gunfire suppressed the masses with overwhelming force. Compared to the 1 in 10,000 odds, who is standing in front now, and who will perish? Who dares not flee? Moreover, many individuals clutched the women beside them, using them as shields against the hail of bullets. This modified AK-47 of the Russian military, from the year 2048, fires a staggering 1,200 rounds per minute. The sheer firepower overwhelms a throng of unprotected mortals devoid of bulletproof vests. It is far from a trivial matter. Are you merely piling up bodies? If you possess the audacity, then continue to do so. Chapter 90, Art. It is an explosion. Upon witnessing their retreat under the overwhelming firepower, Lin Feng seized the loudspeaker and proclaimed, "I am not here to take lives today. I merely wish to escort my beloved home. Grant me 5 minutes. After that, you may do as you please." Relieved by Lin Feng's words, the survivors sighed, although 1,000 had perished in mere minutes. How much could Lin Feng carry away in 5 minutes? Surely, what remains would belong to us. My beloved, open the door. With me here. None shall dare to harm you. Lin Feng's declaration moved Xiao Xiao to tears. Being Lin Feng's beloved seemed to be an excellent choice indeed. At that moment, she ceased to concern herself with how many wives Lin Feng might take. As long as he remembered her in critical times, she felt content. "Darling, you are so handsome." Xiao Xiao opened the door and enveloped Lin Feng in a warm embrace. "Can you handle this? Wait for me in the car, keep an eye on the door. And anyone who approaches, just shoot." Lin Feng, cigarette in mouth, handed his AK-47 to Xiao Xiao. "I can manage, it's not too difficult. But what about my supplies, dear? With so many people, can we hold our ground? We won't be able to carry much, will we?" Xiao Xiao was still distressed about her supplies. There was enough to last a lifetime. If they couldn't evacuate, surviving was already a blessing. They had enough provisions at home. These would serve as relief for the victims. Pinching Xiao Xiao's cheek and noticing her reddened eyes, Lin Feng realized his timing was impeccable. Had he arrived too early, Xiao Xiao might not have appreciated it. Too late, and she might have lost hope. Now, the timing was just right. "Well, aren't you coming with me?" "I'm a bit scared," Xiao Xiao timidly nodded, understanding that Lin Feng spoke the truth. "I need to use the restroom. Would you like to accompany me?" As he glanced at Xiao Xiao's granary, her face flushed instantly. How rude. "Hurry up." Xiao Xiao dared not linger. What was there to see in a restroom anyway? Once Xiao Xiao left, Lin Feng entered the house, activating his spatial ability and collecting everything without leaving a trace. Upon reaching Xiao Xiao's room, he discovered the floor was bare, revealing a hidden hole. Jumping down, he found that this little lady indeed possessed supplies worth 20 million, which from now on would belong to Lin Feng. He swiftly gathered everything and, from his space, took out a few items to leave behind. After all, it would be impolite to host without offering something. Returning to the second floor, he passed by the entrance and retrieved his steel door. After all, it was still intact, so why not keep it? Wherever Lin Feng went, not a single blade of grass remained. He even took the surveillance cameras, leaving no means for them to check the footage. In no time, within 5 minutes, Lin Feng emerged. Seeing him, a tense Xiao Xiao exhaled in relief. Lin Feng represented hope. Indeed, with Lin Feng by her side during perilous times, he was her most reliable protector. Yet, Xiao Xiao remained unaware of another truth. When danger was absent, Lin Feng himself posed the greatest threat. Entering Lin Feng's safe haven? That would surely lead to chaos. "I'm leaving now. Lin Feng, keep my word. I'll take my beloved and then depart." Lin Feng discarded the cigarette butt onto the ground, climbed into the vehicle, and with a swift press of the accelerator, sped back to the safe house. The remaining crowd of over 9,000, witnessing Lin Feng's departure, finally felt a sense of relief. Apart from his firearm, he had taken nothing, leading them to believe that the supplies in the warehouse were no longer of his interest. Moreover, he had ascended to the second floor, neglecting the first. Charge. For Lake Baikal. Let's do this, brothers. For instant noodles. For survival. Forward. The group surged ahead, invigorated as if they had been electrified. They gathered together, fervently banging on the door. United in spirit, they were determined. Together, they could move mountains. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding crashes echoed one after another. Waves of people exchanged positions, and with such a collective effort, not even a door welded to the wall could withstand their might. Bang. At last, following a tremendous crash, the door was smashed into the warehouse. "Open up. Let me in. No shoving from behind. Those who don't push are fools. First come, first served. Until everything is taken." A frenzy of bodies surged into the warehouse, fearing that if they were not quick enough, they would miss out. Reminiscent of elderly patrons rushing into a supermarket during a grand sale. Suddenly, a thin line snapped under the pressure of the crowd. Then, in an instant, they all beheld the sun. A thunderous explosion erupted. Everyone was thrown into the air. The immense blast severed a load-bearing beam, causing one building to collapse onto the second and the nearby crowd. In a heartbeat, the second structure teetered precariously, and the unfortunate residents behind the impacted wall met their demise. A quarter of the second building was obliterated, and a significant portion of the 9,000 souls perished instantly, leaving only a fortunate few standing on the periphery alive. Art is an explosion. Gazing at the destruction and collapse, the survivors were left in stunned silence. Is this truly possible? My heavens! Lin Feng, what caused this explosion? Did you do something? Is my 20 million worth of supplies lost forever? Xiao. Upon hearing the blast, glanced back, her heart aching for her 20 million in resources. Such a massive explosion. How could I have orchestrated that? I suspect the gas pipeline must have been ruptured. Lin Feng drove quietly, unwilling to admit his involvement. Before his departure, he had affixed a grenade to a thin line with explosives, intending to eliminate the assassin who sought his life. As long as they did not enter, all would be well. The moment that thin line was severed, they would all ascend together. Did the gas line explode? Has the gas not been shut off yet? Xiao scratched her head, genuinely uncertain about the gas situation. Her meals consisted solely of instant food, which didn't require gas. Let us head inside. I need a shower. Having gone days without one, I must smell. Lin Feng remained silent. The gas had long been turned off. He stepped out of the vehicle, opened the door, and encouraged Xiao to wash up. Mention of a shower made Xiao blush. A shower is fine, but you mustn't record any videos. Hurry up. The surveillance has been off for ages. Isn't that a waste of electricity? Even with solar energy generation, one should not squander it indiscriminately. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiao nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall trust you this once. As Xiao stepped into the room, she immediately felt a delightful coolness envelop her. The atmosphere was invigorating. The temperature at 20 degrees was simply perfect. Who knew that such a refreshing environment could be so pleasurable? Meanwhile, Lin Feng took out his phone and activated the bathroom camera. Trusting Lin Feng? You might as well trust that Abe would not indulge in the most unsavory of acts. He secured his battle gear and closed the door. From this moment on, the long, endless night would no longer be spent in restless solitude. This wild horse has finally been tamed and will no longer contemplate self-destruction. Lin Feng stood outside the bathroom door, shedding his helmet, bulletproof vest, and all his garments. After venturing outdoors, drenched in perspiration, he certainly needed a wash. Chapter 91. Bringing my wife home. Get out. I haven't finished washing yet. Wait until I'm done. As Lin Feng entered the bathroom, Xiao let out a startled scream, instinctively grabbing her little bear-themed underwear and tossing it at him. By sheer coincidence, it landed squarely on Lin Feng's face. The odor was overwhelming. Young women ought to maintain proper hygiene. Disdainfully, Lin Feng discarded the underwear into the trash bin, pondering how overly conservative Xiao was, still wearing a pair adorned with a pink bear motif. How old are you? Still wearing this? What will I wear if you throw it away? I can still wash and wear it. Xiao, covering herself, dared not show her face above water. While Lin Feng turned to leave, retrieving a complete set of lace from Balenciaga. At this age, how can one still wear children's underwear? The sight of the ensemble made Xiao's cheeks flush even more. This is too embarrassing. I don't want that. Give me back my underwear. Is there any difference between wearing this and wearing nothing at all? Xiao remained exceedingly modest, while Lin Feng, with a lighter in hand, tossed all of her clothes into the trash and set it ablaze. Wear this, or perhaps the emperor's new clothes. Choose as you wish. I have no preferences. Xiao was left speechless. Your audacity has utterly stunned me. She gazed at the flames consuming her clothes, incredulous that Lin Feng had incinerated everything. It was either the emperor's new clothes or sheer lace. There was no choice left. We are already a married couple. What haven tea I seen? Why are you so anxious? You're all sweaty. Let me help you wash your back. With that, Lin Feng entered the bath, cigarette in mouth, claiming to wash her back, yet his hands were far from innocent. You're utterly shameless. What was I thinking, coming back to the safe house with you? Xiao's face burned with embarrassment. The last time she had lost control was due to medication, but now she was painfully aware. You're the one who said you wanted to marry me. If you don't wish to, I won't force you. You can leave right now. Lin Feng, never contravene a woman's will. Xiao was at a loss for words, setting aside the fact that her home had been blown up by him. Where could she go in her current state? Fine, Lin Feng. I resign to my fate. Could you be a bit gentler? That hurts. Realizing that Lin Feng had already raised his interest, Xiao knew she couldn't escape. After an hour of discomfort, how could she endure 4 hours? Don't worry, it won't hurt this time. Lin Feng gently captured her lips with his. An hour later, Xiao, blushing, lay atop Lin Feng in the hot spring. Indeed, this time it was painless. Moreover, it was Lin Feng took a drag from his cigarette, feeling exceedingly content. This is the life one should lead. Isn't living meant to be an enjoyment? All right, I think we're nearly done. The sky is brightening. Let us have breakfast. What would you like to eat? I'll prepare it for you. Upon hearing that Lin Feng would cook breakfast without her needing to lift a finger, Xiao felt a wave of comfort. Unlike other men who would command their wives to cook, Lin Feng was different. I possess the ability to cook. May I inquire about the location of your kitchen? I would like to see what ingredients you have, so that I may prepare a meal for you. Xiao is quite understanding and not picky about food. Lin Feng shook his head. As for his kitchen, it boasted not even a knife, let alone any ingredients. How would Xiao respond to such a revelation? Let us order, he suggested. I'll cook today. In the future, if you enjoy it, you may continue. If not, simply inform me, and I shall take over. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiao felt even more elated. Beyond his flamboyant demeanor, Lin Feng was indeed considerate of others' feelings. Then let us have spicy hot pot. Before she could finish her thought, a blush crept onto her cheeks. She truly adored spicy hot pot. And given the pleasant weather, it would undoubtedly be delightful. Yet, recalling the incident of having hot pot 13 times, Xiao hesitated to voice her preference. Have you tried the bridge rice noodles, enhanced with spice and heat? Lin Feng nodded, cigarette in mouth. Just wait, it will be ready in 20 minutes. He rose from the bathroom, emerging with a fresh set of clothes. As he contemplated discarding his dirty garments into the space, he shook his head. With someone now residing in the home, such practices must cease. The secret of the space was not to be divulged. And the habit of discarding one outfit for another would have to come to an end. He paid no mind to the clothes on the floor, knowing that Xiao, being industrious, would handle the washing. Upon entering the kitchen, he found it bare, save for the completed renovations. It was quite impressive that 30 billion could yield such results. Yet to expect appliances as well, Wang Long must be at his wit's end. Although Wang Long was indeed in a state of distress, Lin Feng retrieved a refrigerator, freezer, knife, cutting board, and an array of kitchen utensils and seasonings from the space. He filled the refrigerator and freezer with an assortment of vegetables, frozen fish, and meats, enough to last them 3 days, replenishing as necessary. He then proceeded to the laundry room, placing several automatic washing machines and various detergents inside, selecting those that Xiao favored. He also took the opportunity to retrieve the dirty clothes accumulated over the past few days from the space and loaded them into the washing machine, thus appearing to have genuinely utilized the laundry room. Subsequently, Lin Feng embarked on furnishing each room: the dressing room, cinema, swimming pool, makeup room, armory, study, pharmacy, computer room, and medical room. Previously, when he lived alone, he had lacked the motivation to decorate, but with Xiao now present, it would seem too conspicuous to extract items from the space. Lin Feng worked swiftly, and before long, he had completed the necessary arrangements. It was indeed true that having a woman in the house brought a sense of warmth and liveliness. He entered the kitchen, retrieved 2 bowls, and served 2 portions of bridge rice noodles into them. Then, carrying the bowls, he made his way to the dining area. Little glutton, dinner is ready. He called out to Xiao, who reluctantly emerged from the bathroom, adorned in a lace, sheer Balenciaga outfit. Xiao was already beautiful, and this change of attire made her look simply breathtaking. Lin Feng, do you have any other clothes? This outfit is unbearably uncomfortable. It's mortifying. Xiao remained as bashful as ever, which only endeared her further to Lin Feng. Let us eat first, after dinner. You can choose whatever you like from the dressing room. Lin Feng was unperturbed by her selection, for he adored every outfit he had carefully chosen. Of course, Lin Feng's favorite remained the emperor's new clothes. Xiao touched her stomach. She too felt the pangs of hunger. Approaching the table, he took a seat, grasped the chopsticks, and savored a mouthful of the crossbridge rice noodles. Lin Feng, did you prepare this? The flavor is identical to that of Wang's crossbridge rice noodles from the night market. It is my absolute favorite. How is it that you possess such culinary prowess? Lin Feng, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head. This is for my family. I, Lin Feng, am no cook. I merely transport food. If you enjoy it, indulge yourself. If you desire more, I shall prepare it for you. I am a first-class chef, after all. There is no dish in this world that I cannot create. Lin Feng boasted about the abundance of ingredients in his space, relishing the opportunity to brag. After all, with the authorities having fled, no one would reprimand him for his grandiose claims. Is that truly the case? Then please teach me next time. I too wish to learn how to cook. Xiao believed him, an unusual feat considering her previous skepticism. Yet, Lin Feng's numerous antics had led her to trust him unconditionally. Observing Xiao's joyful demeanor as she ate, Lin Feng felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, she bore no grudges against him. It was a precarious decision to bring her back. What if she had turned on him? Surely, he could not be on guard even in his sleep. Let us eat. This is a closely guarded secret of mine. Teaching a disciple could lead to the master starving. So if you wish to learn, you must seek the information online. Lin Feng playfully flicked Xiao Qiao's forehead, carefully concealing the fact that he could not even slice potatoes. In this post-apocalyptic world, where potatoes were a rarity, merely boiling porridge had become a luxury. Who still had the means to cook? Of course. Roasting mummy slices with a sprinkle of salt and cumin could tantalize even the neighbor, Old Wang, to tears. Chapter 92. Dogs obey better than humans. I am thoroughly satisfied. That was indeed delicious. Xiao Qiao devoured an entire bowl and, reluctant to leave even a drop, drank the soup as well. You needn't worry about my portion, just don't overindulge. As long as there's no waste, it's fine. If you can't finish the soup, you needn't force it. Lin Feng finished his bowl, lit a cigarette, and reflected on the hardships Xiao Qiao must have endured recently. She truly is a remarkable girl, managing to be so frugal despite possessing resources worth 20 million. It feels as though I have struck gold. I need to use the restroom. Where is it? Xiao Qiao, having eaten to her fill, soon felt the urge. There's a bathroom in the bedroom. You should hurry. Lin Feng, unfazed by her needs, recalled his own experience of going 3 days without food during the apocalypse, only to consume a box of spoiled vacuum-sealed pig trotters. The aftermath had him suffering from diarrhea for 3 days and nights, nearly to his demise. Xiao Qiao's behavior was commendable in comparison. Just as he was about to clear the dishes into his space, Lin Feng shook his head. I've been too lazy. I mustn't continue in such a manner. I shall leave the cleaning to Xiao Qiao. Upon returning to the room, Lin Feng entered the bathroom only to discover that Xiao Qiao had neglected to flush the toilet. He frowned, puzzled by her lack of hygiene despite her appearance being quite tidy. Xiao Qiao, why didn't you flush the toilet? She timidly approached and inquired. Isn't it better to collect urine and use it to flush? I'm afraid of wasting water. Lin Feng realized that she was employing a water-saving tip she had found online for survival situations. Poor Xiao Qiao, how much more must she endure? In the future, just flush. The toilet is connected to the water used for washing. It's not potable and cannot be used for watering plants. You can flush without concern. I have a sewage treatment system. Lin Feng spoke the truth. He possessed a sewage treatment system but had not activated it due to energy concerns, instead storing the wastewater in his space. Occasionally, he could even use it to play pranks on others. It must be said, Lin Feng had quite a few tricks up his sleeve. He had even stored the waste of Abe in his space, just in case it might come in handy. Having a spacious area was truly advantageous, allowing for such whims. All right, I feel reassured now. Xiao Qiao, concerned that Lin Feng might run short on water, was relieved to learn of the sewage treatment system. If you feel tired, rest a bit. Feel free to use anything in the house. Consider it your own. Lin Feng pinched Xiao Qiao's small face, feeling a pang of sympathy for her, but safety was paramount. Well, I'll first assess the situation and familiarize myself with the surroundings. Xiao Qiao was particularly sleepy. Instead, she was eager to uncover more of Lin Feng's secrets. Having only scratched the surface of what lay beneath. Go ahead, but don't enter the steel door that you cannot open. It must contain hazardous materials or important items. Lin Feng did not stop her, though he had yet to mention that it could also be an empty room. For now, he had not determined what purpose it would serve, so he decided to keep it locked until it was needed. All right, I understand. Xiao Qiao happily set off to explore her new home, a secure abode spanning 10,000 square meters and consisting of 5 floors. She wondered just how many supplies were stored within. Upon reaching the kitchen, her spirits lifted. The refrigerator was stocked with vegetables, a rarity more precious than meat. A refreshing vegetable dish was a must for lunch. A variety of canned goods, instant foods, rice noodles, spicy hot pot, and snail noodles are available, though in limited quantities. Yet the selection is remarkably comprehensive. After some deliberation, Jojo realized that Lin Feng specialized in instant rice noodles. No wonder he refrained from teaching her, after all. Who doesn't he know how to boil them? She pondered whether she needed his guidance. Setting aside the rice noodles, Jojo seemed to uncover Lin Feng's secret. Upon entering the changing room, she discovered that Lin Feng's collection of men's clothing was impressively complete, featuring long-sleeved and short-sleeved garments from various brands. However, the women's clothing left her speechless. It was a chaotic assortment of lace, frills, an array of stockings, maid outfits, bunny costumes, and Catwoman attire. Where was a single normal piece of clothing? She sighed, deciding to wear one of the outfits. After all, she couldn't very well don the Emperor's new clothes. Proceeding to inspect further, she found the makeup room, screening room, game room, and computer room. All were well equipped, promising that her future days would not be dull. Even the weapons room was left unlocked by Lin Feng. Jojo would have to be quite deranged to contemplate harming herself. However, Lin Feng had taken precautions. Stocking the room solely with training rounds, firing a weapon would be futile. This was also Lin Feng's test for Jojo. If she were to act recklessly and attempt to shoot herself, she would merely end up restrained as a makeshift target. Lin Feng seemed to have an array of clever tactics. He even guarded against a mere dog, so what chance would Jojo have? Still, Lin Feng's trust in her was somewhat reassuring, allowing Jojo to quell her resentment towards his previous bullying. She explored the weapons, feeling a fondness for them. With such tools at her disposal, her future safety was assured. Picking one up, she practiced a few motions before returning it. Jojo had suffered the consequences of using weapons without ammunition and would never waste a single bullet. Upon reaching the laundry room, she frowned. It appeared that all men share a common laziness. Despite having a washing machine, Lin Feng never bothered to wash his clothes. Turning on the fully automatic washing machine, she washed Lin Feng's dirty garments before heading upstairs. The first floor was nearly fully stocked with necessities, leading Jojo to explore the second and third floors. Many doors on these upper levels were locked, and she surmised they contained supplies. She didn't dwell on it. Securing resources was crucial, and locked doors were entirely reasonable. Descending 2 levels underground, she found numerous equipment rooms, a power station, a sewage treatment facility, and an air purification chamber, which all seemed quite logical. But where was Fangzi? Surely Lin Feng had devoured her? Despite finding everything else, Jojo still could not locate Fangzi and Bei. Lin Feng, where is Fangzi? Jojo inquired upon returning to her room. Lin Feng tossed her a key and casually remarked, "Look for her according to the room number. And remember to lock the door after you leave." Receiving the key, Jojo hurried off to investigate. She had to admit that Lin Feng was quite cautious. He even secured the dogs. Having locked the 2 dogs inside, they wouldn't be plotting against her. Jojo took the key and opened the door, and indeed, Fangzi and Bei were happily playing ball inside, which relieved her immensely. What woof. Upon seeing her former owner, Fangzi rushed over, seeking a hug. Meanwhile, Bei, upon spotting Jojo, retreated to the dog cage, closing the door behind him. The confinement of my dear Abe remains the safest haven. Otherwise, the life of a dog could be in peril. Abe, why do you fear me? Have you forgotten who I am? Jojo called out to Abe. Yet he chose to remain oblivious, steadfast in his refusal to emerge. My canine existence is already blissful, with meals of meat at every turn, an abundance of toys, and even a youthful companion. What does it matter if I cannot venture out? Is not Lin Feng similarly confined to his safe haven? Living comfortably within one's own room is quite delightful, is it not? Lin Feng, you truly are exceptional. Your dog is so well behaved. Why do I lack such prowess? What sort of company have I kept? Jojo's thoughts drifted to Li Ying, and she found herself reflecting on her own life's shortcomings. Look at Lin Feng, and then at herself. Is the disparity between individuals truly so vast? Fangzi, does Lin Feng's household fare well in terms of sustenance? He has grown and gained weight. This room, it is even larger than my own. And a slide, building blocks, and a foam mountain? Indeed, the dogs of the affluent are nurtured in such splendid fashion. Jojo joyfully played with Fangzi in the pet room, relishing this long-lost joy, making her feel irrevocably attached to Lin Feng. Could she truly live so carefree without him? Could she continue to save her life in such a manner? Chapter 93. Sowing discord. Lin Feng paid no heed to Qiao Chao's visit to her home, instead languidly scrolling through his phone while reclining on his bed. At that moment, the chat group was inundated with vitriolic messages directed at him. Observe this video. That despicable murderer Lin Feng has a cannon in his home. One shot obliterated over 100 lives, leaving countless others grievously injured. What does that even mean? Watch my clip. Lin Feng piloted a 10-wheeled armored vehicle, trampling over bodies as blood flowed like rivers. Even the official personnel were crushed under its weight. The vehicle was stained crimson. Now, families wish to claim the corpses, yet they cannot discern one from another. No need to recover the bodies at all. This is merely trivial. He possesses an AK-47. In a mere minute, he mowed down 800 people. The injured are beyond counting. He is more deranged than Nakui. Nakui only slaughtered the Jews, while Lin Feng indiscriminately kills anyone in his path. Yesterday, after Lin Feng vacated Building 1, it exploded. I have grave suspicions that he orchestrated it. He detonated the supplies without sharing a morsel with us. The collapse of that building claimed the lives of 6,000 to 7,000 souls. Building 2 was nearly toppled as well. Who knows how many perished? Lin Feng's madness knows no bounds. If he remains unvanquished, tranquility will never return to the Shishan Villa. Despite Lin Feng having been expelled from the chat, they mistakenly believed he was oblivious to their words. Lin Feng lit a cigarette, feeling no anger. He acknowledged that all these deeds were indeed his own. A gaggle of insignificant characters, bound together, could scarcely assemble a single feast, were it not for the tedium and a desire to seek out beautiful maidens for trade. To delve into the intricacies of human software hardening engineering, I could obliterate all of you with a single missile. After all, while it is easy to launch a barrage, If everyone is dead, how could I possibly fill my safe house with a harem of 3,000 beauties? Moreover, the authorities have not fully withdrawn yet. Detonating the entire Shishan villa would undoubtedly attract their attention. If only I were the sole survivor, how foolish would the officials be to remain unaware of the cause? Cowardly King Lin Feng would never take such a perilous risk, especially considering the officials possess nuclear weaponry. Do not underestimate them. The officials may be crippled, but they are not extinguished. I believe we should unite. Overthrow Lin Feng. He is ruthless and merciless, a creature of bloodlust. If Lin Feng does not perish, it is only a matter of time before he annihilates us all. Lin Feng is a wretched spawn of a coward, born without a shred of dignity. At that moment, Zheng Shuai's words ignited Lin Feng's fury. You may insult me, but you shall not speak ill of my mother or my child. All these deeds are solely my own. What do they have to do with my mother and child? He glanced at her profile, feeling no familiarity. Had he wronged her? Upon perusing her social circle, understanding dawned upon him. Ah, she is the daughter-in-law of Wang Guifan. No wonder she harbors such animosity towards me. Very well. I shall entertain you. Subsequently, Lin Feng utilized a secondary account to send a message. Zheng Shuai, setting aside matters concerning Lin Feng. Where have the official relief supplies for our building gone? Why have I not received any? Have they all been hoarded by your family? To my knowledge, our building has not been looted. Have your mother-in-law Wang Guifan speak, for my household is on the brink of starvation. Do not dare to claim that Lin Feng has been defeated without having eaten. I am on the brink of starvation. Shall I resort to using a corpse to suffocate Lin Feng? With just a single phrase from Lin Feng's alternate account, Zhang Shuya and Wang Guifan fell silent. Wang Guifan refrained from speaking, fearing inquiries about supplies, which compelled Zhang Shuya to take the floor. At this very moment, Zhang Shuya and Wang Guifan's homes were overflowing with official relief supplies. They had not distributed a single item. They had stealthily transported these goods home using the elevator while there was still power. Do not spread falsehoods. The official relief supplies were never delivered. Perhaps they were seized midway. My household possesses only a meager stock of provisions, and I am nearing the point of being unable to cook. Wang Guifan hastily stepped forward to clarify, but did such matters not only deepen the suspicion? Impossible. I reside on the second floor. That day, I distinctly saw an official vehicle bearing the official emblem parked in front of the building. I live above Wang Guifan's residence. I heard the sounds of them moving items, and there was a considerable amount. I observed the elevator stopping at Wang Guifan's floor. I was afraid to use the elevator, fearing a power outage would trap me inside. The eyes of the public are sharp. With so many items and no space, how could they have surreptitiously moved them home? Do you think everyone is blind? There truly are none. Do not utter such nonsense. If you do not believe me, I shall send you a video. Zhang Shuya quickly shared a video, which clearly indicated that they had prepared in advance. This was filmed prior to moving any supplies indoors, and the house was empty. Lin Feng smiled faintly and then messaged, "What use is a video? Go live and let everyone see your home. If you truly took nothing, open your door. We are all neighbors. Besides your own share of relief supplies, we shall not disturb a single thread in your abode." With Lin Feng's words, the residents of Wang Guifan's building became even more fervent. These supplies are a matter of life and death. Moreover, they were intended for us by the authorities. It is daytime now. No other building would dare to venture out under the scorching sun to seize them unless they wished to court death. Wang Guifan, Zheng Shuya, hurry and go live. Otherwise, I shall bring a hammer to pay your family a visit. Quickly, quickly. If you took nothing, why are you afraid? Could it be that you are guilty of wrongdoing? Indeed, you are the head of the community committee, the building leader. If you did not take anything, provide a reasonable explanation. In an instant, the crowd was incensed, directing their ire at Wang Guifan and Zheng Shuya. Zheng Shuya opened the profile of the individual who had instigated the demand for supplies, only to discover it was an alternate account. Upon seeing the username, she immediately understood the situation. Everyone, do not fall prey to Lin Feng's provocations. This blood for peace transaction is orchestrated by Lin Feng. Do not be deceived. Let us not forget, he is the one who communicated with you using drones. The drones originated from the villa area. This matter was witnessed by someone in Building 2. Zheng Shuya hastily redirected the blame towards Lin Feng and promptly expelled him from the group chat. Lin Feng smiled faintly again, retrieving another phone. For you may not be aware that 1/3 of this group consists of my alternate accounts. I, Lin Feng, possess nothing in excess, save for an abundance of phones. Logging into an alternate account, a specialist in human software hardening engineering, I continued to observe silently. As no further words were necessary, the scene spoke for itself. In broad daylight, even if we intend to confront Lin Feng, we must wait until nightfall. Wang Guifan, Zheng Shuya, hurry up and start the live broadcast. Otherwise, we shall head to your residence immediately. Damn it. Why waste our breath on that wretched Wang Guifen's family? All residents of Building 4, gather your equipment and assemble. Wang Guifen's home is on the 4th floor, apartment 403. Wang Guifen, I have endured your antics for far too long. It is your refusal to allow me to stockpile supplies that has left me famished for days. I care not whether you possess anything today. If I find myself without food, I shall crack open your skull and feast upon your brain. Gather, gather. If you have hammers, bring them. If you possess kitchen knives, seize them. After all, it is daylight. Those from other buildings cannot intervene. Moreover, this is the provision granted to us by the authorities. Retrieving it is both reasonable and just. In an instant, Wang Guifen and Zheng Shuya were left utterly dumbfounded. Their family consists of merely 4 members. How could they possibly withstand the wrath of an entire building of enraged netizens? Chapter 94. One man stands guard. No one can pass. Lin Feng chuckled as he unveiled the drone. To his surprise, Wang Guifen resided in Building 4. Could he possibly miss this live broadcast? Surely. It would be far less entertaining if a missile were to obliterate the West Mountain Villa, leaving no one alive to witness the spectacle. As the drone soared towards Wang Guifen's abode, Lin Feng eagerly retrieved several bags of snacks and a few bottles of chilled beer, indulging in his feast while observing the unfolding events. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He must amend this unsavory habit of his. How would he explain it to Qiao Qiao if she were to catch him in the act? It was imperative that his secret remained concealed from everyone. Even his primary wife? What if she decided to bind him and demand his resources? What transpired in his past life must not repeat itself in this one. From his spatial storage, he extracted a refrigerator and placed it conveniently by the bed, within easy reach. It was stocked with an assortment of his favorite beverages. Alongside chicken feet, pig trotters, jelly, and popping candy. The freezer brimmed with ice cream and popsicles. After plugging it in, he completed his task. Yet, he pondered when Qiao Qiao would be willing to join him in enjoying the jelly and popping candy. She was far too bashful. It was best to be prepared for any situation. He activated the drone's camera, reclining on his bed at a comfortable angle of 60 degrees. Ready to watch the live stream. That damned Lin Feng. Truly inhumane. He hoarded so many supplies without sharing, inciting his neighbors to raid their home. Zheng Shuya was furious. She hastily rushed to the room to awaken Li Wu. Husband, wake up. Lin Feng is rallying the residents of Building 4 to raid our supplies. We must devise a plan. Upon hearing this, Li Wu sprang upright. Damn it. That scoundrel Lin Feng. I haven't sought trouble with him. Yet he dares to bring it to my doorstep. Fear not, my dear. As long as I am here, no one shall take even a grain from our home. With resolve, Li Wu brandished a samurai sword, his eyes glinting with fury. Son, they are numerous. Perhaps we should apologize door to door and return their supplies? After all, they rightfully belong to them. Li Wu's father, Li Dagua, was a simple and honest farmer who had stockpiled resources with his retirement funds, believing he had done nothing wrong. Yet, these supplies were officially allocated for the residents of Building 4, making his actions questionable. How pathetic. In such dire circumstances, we still consider distributing supplies? These provisions could sustain our family for several years. If they are seized, our family of 4 shall perish. Li Wu, robust and formidable, confident with his sword in hand, believed that as long as he guarded the door, he could single-handedly repel any intruders. The entrance was narrow. At most, 2 could enter at once. Wasn't that merely presenting their necks for him to strike? Creak. Before they could hammer on the door, Li Wu swung it open himself. A bewildered middle-aged man, hammer in hand, paused for a moment, taken aback. I haven't even begun to knock. What is happening? Damn it. You dare attempt to smash my door? Die. With a swift motion, Li Wu brought his sword down. The middle-aged man instinctively raised his hand to block. But blood gushed forth as his arm was severed and flew far from him, the blade cleaving through flesh and bone, leaving him to collapse, unconscious and bleeding profusely. Gasps of shock echoed throughout the scene. By the heavens, the supplies are right inside. Cowards, if you dare, come in and take them. Li Wu wiped the blood from his face, utterly unfazed. He was, after all, a notorious gang leader. Killing someone was merely a trivial matter. Supplies. A room brimming with supplies. Just grab a cutting board and a pot lid. As long as we can withstand one blow, the supplies will be ours. Retreat for now. Prepare and return. This group is not foolish. Rushing in now would be tantamount to suicide. Everyone hastily withdrew back into the corridor, leaving even the bodies unattended. A mere death. This is all just a minor skirmish. Xiao Wu, don't be reckless. Hand over the goods. What if they come in ready to kill you? Li Dagua hurriedly urged Li Wu. He was a simple, honest rural man, reluctant to stir up trouble. Yet, Li Wu remained composed, asserting, if one is not ruthless, one cannot stand firm. By the heavens, you old fool, mind your own business. Were it not for you being my father, I would have cast you out long ago. If I can take out a few of them, They wouldn't dare return. They are merely a bunch of cowards. I fear them not. Li Wu brandished his sword at the door, unwilling to relinquish what was never rightfully his. Lin Feng chuckled and remarked in the group chat. Just hold a cutting board against them, and they won't dare to strike. Wear masks and glasses. Use fire extinguishers to spray at their eyes and mouths. Can't you gather a few extinguishers in an entire building? Under Lin Feng's guidance, the owners of Building 4 experienced a sudden enlightenment. Within moments, 3 burly men charged at Li Wu, wielding fire extinguishers and unleashing a torrent of foam into his face and eyes. Cough. Cough. By the heavens, you little brats. This isn't game. Do you dare to face me with real weapons? Li Wu is overwhelmed by the choking powder, gasping for breath, his eyes blinded, wildly swinging his sword to prevent them from entering. After exhausting their extinguishers, the 3 men discarded the empty canisters and charged at Li Wu with all their might. One fire extinguisher struck Li Wu squarely on the forehead, toppling him to the ground. Indeed, even the mightiest of men could not withstand Lin Feng's cunning tactics. So, you wish to kill, do you? You think you're tough? Go on, keep swinging. Strike him down. Eliminate the threat once and for all. What is this situation? If he lives, we die. Exactly. Stealing our supplies and preventing us from hoarding food. It is right to end you. A group wielding rolling pins and mop handles descended upon Li Wu in a fierce assault, as the longer tools proved more effective than the shorter knives. Do not harm my son. You can take the supplies. Just do not injure him. Li Dagua, desperate to save his son, threw himself over Li Wu, shielding him with his own body. Truly, the heart of a parent is a sight to behold. No matter how Li Wu berated him as a coward in such moments, he was the most valiant of fathers. As the blows rained down upon Li Dagua, it was not long before he was left covered in blood, motionless. The individuals who entered afterward did not immediately assault Li Wu and Li Dagua. Instead, they frantically seized supplies within the room: compressed biscuits, instant beverages, canned goods, and pickled vegetables. They snatched up whatever they could find. A few who had intended to fight quickly realized the absurdity of the situation and refrained from engaging in violence. After all, in such dire circumstances, what one could acquire was solely theirs. Notions of fair distribution were utterly non-existent. Those who managed to secure items clutched them tightly and squeezed through the crowd to escape outside. Meanwhile, those who had failed to procure anything hurriedly pressed into the room, fearing that if they did not act swiftly, they would miss their chance entirely. Chapter 95. Heartfelt Confessions. Kindred spirits, alas. Is there no respite from this torment? All of this belongs to me. My dear husband, awaken, I implore you. If you were to perish, how could I possibly endure? Wang Guifan and Zheng Shua sat on the ground, weeping and wailing, yet the scene before them rendered the 2 women powerless. The young and vigorous had seized the majority of the goods and fled. When the elderly and infirm arrived, they discovered little remained, prompting them to rummage through every corner, even snatching the noodles and bottled water that Li Dagua had purchased with his retirement savings. It must be said, the art of acquiring goods at no cost seemed to be more adeptly handled by the elderly. Lin Feng observed the chaos while sipping a small beer, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Are you all seeking trouble? Attempting to cast your burdens upon me? I need not lift a finger. I could toy with you until your demise. After a considerable time had passed, it became evident that Wang Guifan's home had been thoroughly looted, and no one returned to claim more. It was the 11th day of the apocalypse. Although food was scarce, they had not yet reached a stage of desperation. Eventually, Zheng Shuya, overcome with fatigue, rose to close the door, tears streaming down her face as she began to assess the conditions of Li Dagua and Li Wu. In such dire circumstances, how could 2 women survive without a man in the household? Father, husband, are you both all right? Zheng Shuya gently nudged Li Dagua, but he had already succumbed. In a selfless act to protect his son, this humble rural elder had ultimately sacrificed his own life. Zheng Shua furrowed her brow, turning her attention to Li Wu's condition. Thankfully, he still breathed, seemingly having been shielded from the brunt of the injuries due to his father's sacrifice. Upon examining Li Wu's wounds, she found his left arm broken and a gaping laceration on his forehead. Given the current circumstances, it was safe to declare Li Wu in grave peril. Mother, what shall we do? She lamented. We only have a little anti-inflammatory medication at home. With such severe injuries, can Li Wu possibly survive? Zheng Shua felt a wave of panic wash over her, urgently seeking Wang Guifan's assistance. We must save him. Even if we cannot fully heal him. If my son dies, we both shall meet the same fate. Wang Guifan retrieved a basin of clear water hidden beneath the bed, beginning to cleanse Li Wu's wounds and eyes. Once the cleaning was complete, she produced a sewing needle and thread from within the house and commenced stitching the large gash on Li Wu's forehead. It was undeniable that Wang Guifan was a woman of resolve. Even knowing her own son might not survive, she persisted in her efforts, hoping to salvage him. Next, she poured some cheap liquor over the wound, doing all she could and leaving the rest to fate. After administering 2 tablets of anti-inflammatory medication to Li Wu, she and Zheng Shua summoned all their strength to lift him onto the bed. Mother, there is nothing to eat in the house now, even if water arrives tonight. How shall we survive? With Li Wu so gravely injured and no food, he cannot endure for long. Zheng Shuya was in utter disarray, her eyes brimming with tears, utterly at a loss for what to do. Previously, confident in their ample supplies, she had freely criticized others in the community, including Lin Feng. Now, with nothing left, how could they continue to live? The question loomed ominously. Who claims there is no food at home? Is there not a bounty available? As long as I can survive, as long as my son can live, I would do anything. As she spoke, Wang Guifan shifted her gaze to the lifeless body of Li Dagua. Zhang Shia followed Wang Guifan's line of sight, her heart racing as she beheld the corpse. In an instant, goosebumps rose on her skin, and a chill ran down her spine. No, this cannot be real, can it? Zhang Shia struggled to believe her ears. Meanwhile, Wang Guifan stormed into the kitchen to retrieve a cleaver, approaching Li Dagua's body with a fervent determination. With a single stroke, she sought to sever the ties of the past, striking once to claim his spirit, twice to sever his soul, thrice to send him off to the afterlife, and a 4th time to ensure his final rest. This old dog wasted food while alive, but in death, he may serve a purpose, she declared, her eyes brimming with a frenzied resolve. If I feed him to my son, he might survive. Wang Guifan had truly lost her sanity in her desperation to save her child. Zheng Shia could no longer bear the sight and dashed to the bathroom, retching violently over the toilet. Regret flooded her as she reflected on her marriage to Li Wu. In her youth, she had countless suitors vying for her affection. Yet she had overlooked them all. 5 years with Li Wu had yielded no signs of pregnancy. After a visit to the hospital revealed nothing amiss with her health. She had, during a drunken conversation, learned that Li Wu had sustained a critical injury during a fight, the fault never lying with her. Out of compassion for Li Wu, Zhang Shia had remained silent, believing she could endure the absence of children. However, witnessing this gruesome scene shattered her resolve. What will I eat from now on? I would rather jump from the rooftop than consume a morsel from you, she cried. That is my father-in-law, your husband. How could you be so ruthless? Despair engulfed Zheng Shia, while Lin Feng, oblivious to the turmoil, indulged in his snacks, thoroughly enjoying the unfolding drama. What are you watching, dear? You seem so amused. Jojo remarked as she returned to the room after walking her dog, only to find Lin Feng reclining with a grin, engrossed in his phone. Would you like to see? Lin Feng offered, handing the device to Jojo. Yet as she glimpsed the incomprehensible video on the screen, she could no longer contain herself. With a sudden surge of nausea, Jojo expelled her breakfast onto the bed. The scene was too shocking, while Lin Feng continued to munch on his pig intestines, unfazed. You're not pregnant, are you? It's just a video, why react so strongly? He questioned, observing the mess she had made. Despite having numerous bed linens, he frowned at the sight of the soiled sheets, feeling a twinge of disgust. Though I have a strong palate, I'm not a pervert, he muttered, heading to wash his hands. Jojo, unable to bear the sight any longer, ripped off the sheets and hurried to the laundry room, her mind still churning with the ghastly images from the video. Is the world really like this now? How utterly insane, she pondered, dismayed by the madness surrounding her. Is it truly I who am at fault, or is it this world that bears the blame? Have I been ensnared by others, destined for a fate worse than death? Jojo shook her head, unwilling to delve further into her thoughts. Henceforth, I shall obediently heed Lin Feng's counsel. Despite his slight lasciviousness, he is not depraved and has never contemplated devouring me. Jojo stuffed the sheets into the washing machine, commencing the task of laundry. Gaining entry to the safe house instilled a sense of relief within Jojo. It appears that enduring the torment of the wheel is not the most tragic fate. Even in death, there are those who refuse to release their grip on you. Chapter 96. This is what they call professionalism. Gifts over 50 will continue to be added. I want to let everyone's efforts go to waste. It must be said that Wang Guifan is exceptionally professional, handling her family's affairs with remarkable clarity. Nothing can be wasted. This is the essence of true professionalism. If they economize a little, it could sustain the 3 of them for an entire month. In this sweltering heat, even without gas, cooking is quite simple. Placing a pressure cooker in the sunlight and using a reflective mirror. It takes only a few minutes to bring it to a boil. This is a clever survival trick for extreme temperatures. Zheng Shuya gazed at the pressure cooker in despair. The world had truly gone mad. Although Li Dagua was merely an honest, unassuming peasant, after all these years, there was some sentiment involved. While I can understand not burying a deceased loved one, what is this madness? If I were to perish, would my fate be equally grim? At this thought, Zheng Shuya was overcome with goosebumps. This world is terrifying. Uncontrollably, her body reacted, and she could not help but vomit again. What a useless wretch. What purpose do you serve? You can't even bear a child. Do you wish for my son to be left without an heir? Wang Guifan berated Zhang Shuya. But how could she dare to resist? She simply scooped the soup and fed it to Li Wu, who was unconscious and completely unaware of the appalling actions of his mother and wife. As she fed him, Zhang Shuya resolved to escape this home. If Wang Guifan runs out of food, she would undoubtedly resort to even more horrifying acts. Run. I must flee. But as a frail woman, where can I go? Zhang Shuya's face was etched with despair. Oh my heavens! Did they really eat it? Xiao Qiao, driven by curiosity, leaned in to take a look. Her inquisitiveness had always been strong, and today, she was truly enlightened. It turns out that being robbed or assaulted is mild compared to this. Now do you understand why I didn't let you enter the safe house directly? Look at this situation. How could I dare? Li Dao's body is barely cold, and Wang Guifan has already committed such an atrocity. They have spent a lifetime as a couple, while we have only known each other for a few days. How could I be certain you wouldn't do the same to me? Listening to Lin Feng's words, Xiao Qiao nodded. During those days, she had indeed contemplated killing Lin Feng. However, she now understood him and had come to terms with the reality. She could no longer entertain the thought of harming him. Darling, did you know it would come to this? What do you plan to do next? Xiao Qiao felt that every action Lin Feng took was laden with meaning. He was not one to idly watch such horrifying videos. Let us expose them. Let them taste the bitterness of online harassment. With that, Lin Feng sent the video into the homeowners group, and soon the group was in an uproar. Wang Guifan, you are truly ruthless. Goodness, I thought Lin Feng was devoid of humanity, but Wang Guifan, you are the real monster. Ugh, the compressed biscuits I just stole, now all vomited. Lin Feng is unyielding in his pursuit. Wang Guifan, you truly are insatiable. You will consume anything. Where have you discarded your compressed biscuits? Do not throw them away. Save them for me. I shall come by this evening to partake. Ugh, how naive of you to think so. I have already swallowed my sparkling water once more. Even if it is something I expelled myself, there are still some peculiar delicacies to be savored. I have even boiled and consumed my own leather belt. Brothers, I can no longer endure. It has been 3 days without sustenance, and I have resorted to shredding my crocodile belt to make soup. Is there anyone who has food to spare? I would gladly offer my life for a morsel. I have fed my dog my own excrement during these trying days. Neither I nor the dog has succumbed to starvation. I had contemplated the grim decision to consume my canine son, yet today I realized I am not ruthless enough. To survive, I have even devoured my shoes. What is one dog worth? The lizard I keep at home has gone half a month without food and yet remains alive. I must eat. If I do not, I shall perish. Let us consume whatever we have at home. Wang Guifan has already cast her vote. You need not feel guilty. I have already boiled my Persian cat. What a delightful aroma. As Xiao Qiao observed the exchanges in the group, she could not help but sigh. In the past, she would have chastised them for their cruelty. However, given the current circumstances, she found herself devoid of such sentiments. My dear, if our supplies dwindle, you might as well begin with Abe, this dog of ours. If that proves insufficient, then you may feast upon me as well. Xiao Qiao lay upon Lin Feng's chest. Having fully resigned herself to her fate, she vowed never to consume such things, and thus resolved to choose another path. Hearing Xiao Qiao's words warmed Lin Feng's heart. She was the first person, apart from his deceased parents, to show him such kindness. As long as Xiao Qiao remained true to herself, her position as his beloved would remain unassailable. Very well, then I shall feast upon you now. Awu. In the midst of this banner, Lin Feng found himself atop Xiao Qiao, and as he removed his shirt, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How could she not comprehend the true meaning behind Lin Feng's words? With eyes shut, she recognized that aside from his carnal desires, he had no significant flaws. The sun stood high, illuminating all. He was a warrior, unmatched in the realm. While Lin Feng indulged in Xiao Qiao within the confines of their home, the residents of the West Mountain courtyard, struggling to survive, began sharpening their knives with the intent to turn towards their pets. It must be noted that the resilience of animals is remarkable. Even when faced with starvation, the majority persist, even if it means consuming refuse. Some could not bear to part with their beloved dogs, leading to a peculiar trend within the group, exchanging dogs for sustenance. This alleviated some of the guilt they felt. This exhibited a semblance of humanity, yet the inhumane Wang Guifan was already driven to madness by hunger. However, with some having taken the lead, what followed became inevitable. Now, among those who still lived in the community, if someone passed away, the reaction was no longer one of shock. There were no more burials, no more tears. Instead, they silently carried the deceased to the rooftop. Everyone felt a profound sorrow, yet they found themselves powerless. The authorities had fled, and to survive, they could only rely on themselves. Such is the tragedy of urban existence. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, within a mere span of 11 days, the vast community of Shishan Buyuan, home to over 100,000 souls, witnessed a staggering mortality rate exceeding 40%. In stark contrast, the rural inhabitants fared considerably better. After all, who among them lacks a modest reserve of provisions? The practice of purchasing meals on an ad hoc basis is virtually non-existent. Livestock, pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, and even dogs succumbed to the elements, yet the frugal rural dwellers were reluctant to discard them. Instead, they resorted to methods such as boiling water for feather removal and sun-drying their meats. Every household possessed a well, and under normal circumstances, enduring for a year or so would pose no significant issue. Thus, the degree of devastation in rural areas was markedly less severe than that experienced in urban centers. Chapter 97. A fatal blow. Both Lin Feng and Xiao Qiao were exhausted from their antics and soon fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, Lin Feng noticed that Xiao Qiao was still asleep, so he chose not to disturb her. He retrieved a key and opened a sunlit vacant room. Laying down a thick layer of soil, approximately 30 centimeters deep, he scattered some seeds, intending to cultivate a few vegetables. It was not that Lin Feng lacked food, but rather that he wished to offer Xiao Qiao a glimmer of hope. If she could see the daily yield of vegetables, more than they could ever consume, she would not be plagued by thoughts of scarcity, nor would she contemplate despair. Any surplus greens could be stored without spoiling. After watering the soil, Lin Feng returned home. He decided that in the future, Xiao Qiao could take on the task of watering. Observing the vibrant life would surely uplift her spirits. Otherwise, outside lay a desolate wasteland, littered with corpses and devoid of greenery, which would undoubtedly dampen their mood over time. To witness green once more would require a wait of 2 years. And the terror of mutated plants still haunted Lin Feng. He had good reason to fortify the floor with titanium alloy. Those mutated plants were notorious for launching subterranean ambushes, draining human blood and transforming flesh into sustenance, warranting vigilance. Upon returning home, Lin Feng found Xiao Qiao still peacefully asleep. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted from beneath the villa. The ground shook violently, startling Xiao Qiao awake. What happened? Was that an earthquake? Lin Feng, unfazed, lit a cigarette. It's nothing. I'll handle it. Just a minor issue. No need to panic. It appeared that the groundhogs were rather patient, having truly excavated beneath his villa. Lin Feng expanded his spatial awareness to assess the situation. It turned out they were tunneling from his old house and had reached his current residence. At that moment, over 100 individuals armed with shovels were encircled by a gang of thugs wielding machetes in Lin Feng's old home. Lin Feng immediately recognized them as Zheng Dehai's crew. "Sister-in-law, this isn't working. We can't blast through," exclaimed one of Zheng Dehai's men. "The foundation here is titanium alloy. I estimate it's at least half a meter thick. Not only would explosives fail, but even an oxy-fuel torch would be ineffective. In such sweltering heat, igniting the torch inside would surely be deadly." Despair etched on his face. Zheng Dehai's subordinate reported the situation. When they began digging, he had informed Su Hongrui of the titanium alloy foundation, but she had been skeptical. Su Hongrui exhaled a puff of smoke from her cigarette, her brow furrowed. What is Lin Feng thinking? A titanium alloy foundation? This is tougher than a bank vault. That scoundrel Lin Feng. Have I endured 3 days of this for nothing? And without any protection? If something unexpected happens, who will take responsibility? Will it fall on Lin Feng? All the subordinates stood in silence. Zheng Dehai, weak and weary, approached with difficulty. He had narrowly escaped death, but his frailty rendered him nearly immobile. "Wife, perhaps we should let it go. Don't seek vengeance on my behalf. I'm still alive, after all." Hearing Su Hongrui's words, Zheng Dehai realized his fate was sealed. However, he could not control her. If she were to unleash her fury, she might very well have him chopped to bits. Zheng Dehai was acutely aware that Lin Feng's villa was impenetrable, save for the acquisition of an anti-tank missile launcher by Su Hongrui. Otherwise, there was no hope. "Damn it. This isn't about pride. You're still alive. Yet I cannot swallow this indignation. I cannot allow these 3 days to pass without retribution. I shall make a call to see if I can procure an anti-tank missile launcher." As she spoke, Su Hongrui picked up her phone, ready to make the call. "Wife, Hongrui, please, do not be angry. I have heard from the younger brothers. Lin Feng has been out and about while I was unconscious a few days ago. He lives right next to us. We could simply wait by his door until he emerges. There's no need to make a call. We shouldn't stoop to his level." Zheng Dehai understood all too well that Su Hongrui had already used 300 pounds of explosives, only to have had fruitless days of play. If she truly managed to acquire an anti-tank missile launcher, how many days of chaos would ensue? 300 pounds of explosives had not harmed Lin Feng in the slightest. "Are you seeking vengeance on Lin Feng? Or are you directing it towards me, Zheng Dehai? Must you escalate this to a fatal conclusion before it ends?" Zheng Dehai felt regret. Had he not been saved by Su Hongrui, who had wielded 2 machetes with blood staining the streets, he would never have married her out of gratitude. Who could have foreseen that once she was brought home, he would have no control over her? In those years when he earned abundantly, Su Hongrui bore their child and distanced herself from the underworld, allowing Zheng Dehai to breathe a sigh of relief. He had hoped she could retire gracefully, yet here came Lin Feng. Had he known this would unfold, he would never have dared to disturb Lin Feng's sanctuary. Who could endure the torment of a green-hued betrayal while being unable to manage his own wife? Su Hongrui lit a cigarette and discarded the butt. This plan could work. From now on, you shall take shifts, watching Lin Feng day and night. The moment his door opens, regardless of the hour, rush in. Understood, sister-in-law. We shall ensure the mission is accomplished. The group of younger brothers quickly agreed. Shifts were manageable. They could undertake this task. At that moment, Lin Feng flashed a wicked smile, producing a remote key and pressing the switch. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, Lin Feng's old villa was obliterated. In an instant, over 100 souls within were consumed by flames. The entire structure collapsed. Several younger brothers were hurled by flying debris, their fates unknown. A severed rebar fortuitously shot into Zheng Dehai's groin, then flew out. In that moment, Zheng Dehai felt a chilling sensation below, as if he had lost something of utmost significance in life. The feeling was peculiar, devoid of pain, akin to a mischievous child stealthily extending a middle finger and flicking his most sensitive area. Zheng Dehai instinctively glanced down, only to find a gaping hole in his trousers, from which hot blood gushed forth, staining his pants and shoes. Zheng Dehai's voice erupted in a wretched howl, a heart-rending cry that pierced the heavens. The agony was excruciating, a soundless scream resonating within him. The human body's response can be quite perplexing. When one sustains an injury, the pain often goes unnoticed, bolstered by a surge of adrenaline. Yet, the moment one becomes aware of the unfolding events, the sensation of pain rushes in with astonishing ferocity. Lin Feng, you scoundrel, you did this on purpose. Zheng Dehai, clutching his groin, slowly succumbed to the ground. Under the dual assault of physical and mental humiliation, Zheng Dehai could no longer endure. What man could withstand such a devastating blow? Chapter 98. The true precision of the string. Lin Feng set down the night vision binoculars, feeling a chill in his groin. Brother Dehai, my condolences. I truly did not intend for this to happen. You must believe me, it was merely an accident. Here, take some medical expenses and hurry to the hospital. He opened the group chat, tagging Zheng Dehai, and sent a red envelope of 666 yuan. Lin Feng was not only a killer, he was also a master of psychological torment. However, this time, he genuinely did not mean it. He merely had a small stockpile of explosives hidden in his old villa, just in case. Who could have foreseen Zheng Dehai's misfortune? Zheng Dehai was carried into the villa by two subordinates, crying out in agony, while Su Hongrui seized Zheng Dehai's phone. Realizing that even the dogs would not accept that red envelope, she began to curse Lin Feng furiously. Lin Feng, you really know how to play, don't you? Just wait until I catch you. I'll smash your precious manhood with a hammer and feed it to the dogs. I will make you pay back 100-fold. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng recognized the voice of Zheng Dehai's wife, Su Hongrui. He continued to provoke her, saying, Sister-in-law, I am truly sorry for disrupting your happy family. Your future happiness is now lost. I still have cucumbers in my fridge. Just let me know if you need some. If cucumbers won't suffice, I have eggplants and radishes as well. We are neighbors, after all. Let us help one another in times of need. Su Hongrui was incensed upon reading the message. She was not Xiao Qiao. How could she not comprehend Lin Feng's insinuations? Lin Feng, who do you look down upon? What kind of man do you think I cannot find? Save your eggplants and radishes for the dogs. Lin Feng remained unfazed, after all. It was not him who was in a hurry. Indeed, if my brother Dehai could satisfy you, you wouldn't need to seek out men every day. Sister-in-law. Neighbors should assist one another. You are fair-skinned and beautiful, adorned with tattoos and possessing long legs. Isn't it a bit too much for you to resolve everything on your own? Why not come to me when you have needs? I can keep the door open for you. Not only do I have people, but I also have dogs. I assure you, I can satisfy you 1,000 times more than Brother Dehai, and you will never go hungry. As he spoke, Lin Feng sent a photo of Abe into the group. This infuriated Su Hongrui to the point where she felt she might crush her phone. Mom, I can't take it anymore. I feel like I'm dying. Why is it so painful? Zheng Dehai clutched his groin, looking at Yu Jing in sheer anguish. It is often said that sons avoid their mothers and daughters avoid their fathers. Yu Jing never expected that, after all these years. She would witness her son's predicament once more. Hongrui, stop cursing. Quickly, check on Dehai. Can we save him? Just as Su Hongrui was about to unleash another round of insults toward Lin Feng, Zheng Dehai began to kick his legs, clearly on the verge of collapse. There was no choice. Yu Jing still could not bring herself to act. This matter had to be dealt with by Su Hongrui herself. It's just a little severance. Why are you howling like a dog? It's not like it's your life at stake. Let me take a look. Su Hongrui tore open Zheng Dahia's shorts and began to examine the injury. Upon seeing the wound, several subordinates, Su Hongrui and Yu Jing, fell silent. Mom. Hongrui. How is it? Is my manhood all right? Did it hit my thigh? Please, tell me. It must have struck me right at the base of my thigh. Su Hongrui retrieved a cigarette from her pocket, ignited it, and took a deep drag to steady her nerves. It seemed she would have to find herself a new man. Hongrui, speak to me. Tell me, did it strike me at the base of my thigh? Zheng Dahai, desperately suppressing the pain, struggled to sit up. With this movement, a wave of excruciating agony surged through him. They say the heart is connected to the fingers, but for him, it felt like his very essence was intertwined with his kidneys. The pain was so intense that Zheng Dahai nearly lost consciousness. Although he had anticipated the outcome, witnessing it firsthand plunged him into darkness, and he fainted. Let your heart intertwine with mine. Let us weave a clover into a circle of unity. This connection was far more precise than mere aim. The steel rod was too thick, and the remaining portion was likely beyond salvage. Son, wake up. Please don't frighten me. What will your mother do if you die? Yu Jing urgently shook Zheng Dahai, her face awash with maternal tears. Was Su Hongrui's child truly Zheng Dahai's? If not, would the Zheng family face extinction? Through the call of maternal love, Zheng Dahai slowly opened his eyes. Despair enveloped him. Even if he survived, what difference would it make? With Su Hongrui's temperament, she would never accept him as he was, a mere shell of a man. His life felt irrevocably over. It's just a crushed testicle. You still have another. Trust in my skill. I will surely stitch it back. Without waiting for Zheng Dahai's consent, Su Hongrui commenced her work. She soaked the scissors in iodine, seized the mangled remnants, and without hesitation, she cut away the flesh and skin. This dual assault transformed Zheng Dahai into a veritable groundhog. Was marrying such a woman a stroke of fortune or a stroke of misfortune? Oh, how unbearable it is. In this sweltering heat, being stitched like this will surely lead to decay. If I don't remove the rotten flesh, can you even survive? One cannot help but admire Su Hongrui's professionalism. Indeed, she was a woman marked by scars. She handled the situation with remarkable precision. Then, she poured iodine over Zheng Dahai's injuries. The moment the iodine touched the wound, a wave of despair washed over him. This sensation was overwhelmingly intense. The heart may be connected to the fingers, but for him, the connection ran deeper, entwined with his kidneys. Hongrui, I beg you. We are married. Just give me one swift cut. Please, spare me the agony. Let me die. Zheng Dahai grasped Su Hongrui's hand, desperate to halt her attempts at rescue. At this moment, he only wished for a swift end. Mother, hold him down. I will stitch him up. Su Hongrui, cigarette in mouth, began threading the needle. In her eyes, fear was a foreign concept. No. Kill me. Just kill me. Zheng Dahai thrashed violently, the pain unbearable. Yu Jing pondered briefly. When it came to pain versus life, preserving her son's life was paramount. Thus, she held Zheng Dahai tightly, resolute in preventing his struggles. In a moment like this, survival was of utmost importance. What are you barking like a dog for? Stop your howling. Is the importance of life greater than that of a mere wound? Trust in my medical skills. Throughout the years, my brothers, including myself, have endured countless injuries, and I dared not seek the hospital for stitches. I have always stitched myself. For years, I, Su Hongrui, have navigated this tumultuous life. Not a single brother has perished under my care. Dazai, rest assured. Leave it to me. With that, Su Hongrui grasped the skin around the wound and began to sew as if mending a burlap sack. This process felt as interminable as a lifetime. Zheng Dazai fainted from the pain 3 times, only to be roused again by the agony, utterly exhausted. The resentment in Zheng Dazai's heart was palpable. Lin Feng, you must have done this deliberately. It is said that killing is merely a matter of striking a blow, yet no one plays such games as you do. I, Zheng Dazai, shall repay this grievance tenfold. I share your surname. Very well, lift him onto the bed. Apply iodine twice daily before sealing and ensure regular checks. If it becomes infected, it must all be recut and stitched anew. Zheng Dazai thought, to marry such a skilled and daring woman, I, Zheng Dazai, am truly fortunate. Upon hearing Su Hongrui's words, Zheng Dazai kicked his legs and fainted. Whether from exhaustion or fear, he could not tell. Let us hope for no infection, otherwise. Su Hongrui would wield her scissors again. This woman truly possesses audacity. Chapter 99, Bounty and Arrest. How brutal. Lin Feng, was it truly unintentional? Qiao lay on the bed, watching the surveillance footage from the drone, beginning to harbor doubts about Lin Feng. Only he could commit such a malicious act. I assure you, it was not deliberate. I merely placed a bomb in the old house. Who could have anticipated such precision? Lin Feng spoke the truth. The aftermath of the explosion was entirely beyond control. Who knew that Zheng Dehai would be so unfortunate? Well, Zheng Dehai had it coming. If he hadn't targeted our safe house, this calamity would not have occurred. Lin Feng, did you already know they were digging a tunnel from the old villa? Otherwise, why would you have placed explosives there? Xiao started to suspect Lin Feng, pondering how he seemed to predict every event. Of course. Who do you think your husband is? Is there anything I do not know? Lin Feng began to boast again, asserting that he was unaware of the tunneling. He was no oracle. He merely wanted to preserve his family's old house, refusing to leave it for others. Unexpectedly, there was a surprising turn of events. At that moment, the drone's footage revealed Su Hongrui making a phone call. Hello, is this Boss Zhao? It's me, Sister 13. My husband's basket has been shattered by someone, and I seek vengeance. Do you have an anti-tank rocket launcher available? What? Currently, for every one you use. One is lost, and I can only trade with grain and gold bricks. You want gold bricks sent to Siberia? After all these years of friendship, can't we negotiate? You say your youngest son lacks sufficient gold bricks, hence his absence? The gang is missing a formidable sister to maintain order since your departure. If I bear a child for your youngest son, will you grant me an anti-tank rocket launcher and allow me to be the sister? Fine. I shall set off immediately. If your son's performance is lacking, don't blame me. I have already born a child, so I am confident. If I don't conceive within 3 months, you owe me one, correct? All right. I shall drive over shortly. Have your son clean up and await my arrival. Everyone was left speechless. In her quest for vengeance against Zheng Dehai, Su Hongrui was relentless. Were you seeking retribution against Lin Feng or Zheng Dehai? Yu Jing gazed at Su Hongrui, hesitant to speak. Within the Zheng family, Su Hongrui held the final say. You all better take good care of Zheng Dehai in the coming days. After all, they are still married, and brothers stand by each other through thick and thin, let alone a husband. If his condition worsens, call me. I will return to attend to him. If all is well, wait until I am pregnant before I return. I must eliminate that scoundrel Lin Feng. I refuse to believe that an anti-tank rocket launcher cannot shatter his shell. I am leaving. With that, Su Hongrui lit a cigarette, got into her car, and departed. The younger brothers, nursing their wounds, exchanged glances, perplexed by their sister-in-law's fervor. Yu Jing appeared to age decades, pondering whether Zheng Dehai was truly the father of the child. Xiao gazed at the video in disbelief, questioning the existence of such individuals in the world. Were you exacting revenge on Lin Feng or Zheng Dehai? My dear husband, can an anti-tank rocket launcher demolish our villa? I have heard that this contraption can penetrate armor 1,000 millimeters thick. Jojo felt a twinge of anxiety. If Su Hongrui were to obtain an anti-tank rocket launcher, wouldn't that spell danger? A trivial concern, easily resolved. Lin Feng, however, felt confident, having already devised a strategy. If a game poses no challenge, what pleasure can be derived from it? He opened his phone, intent on provoking Su Hongrui further. Dear sister-in-law, the price you are willing to pay for a single shot seems rather steep. How much fire and bloodshed must you endure to claim a life? Alternatively, why not come over and keep my lonely dog company? I could open the door for you, and you would dodge a few rounds in the process. While driving, Su Hongrui noticed Lin Feng tagging her in the group chat. This infuriated her. Though she was not particular about men, a dog was entirely out of the question. Unless, of course, he was willing to pay more. Lin Feng, you little rascal, just wait. If you have the audacity, don't run away. When I return, I shall shatter your basket, mark my words. Lin Feng, unfazed, continued to tease her. Sister-in-law, if your husband fails to satisfy you, do let me know. After all these years as neighbors, distant relatives cannot compare to close ones. If you desire a child, I am more than willing to assist. Why go so far for something that can be resolved here? Come back. I will leave the door open for you. With a mischievous smile, Lin Feng thought. I intend to drive you to the brink. Once I procure that anti-tank rocket launcher, you shall learn the true meaning of cruelty. Su Hongrui shot back, promptly shutting off her phone, cigarette in mouth, and ignoring Lin Feng as she drove on. Dear sister-in-law, if you are in search of a rocket launcher, why gamble with the life of the next generation? How many rounds must you endure for a single shot on my behalf? Where are you, sister-in-law? Look. I truly possess one, Lin Feng declared, having posted a picture of an anti-tank rocket launcher in the group chat. Su Hongrui remained silent, causing Lin Feng to lose interest. Honey, you wouldn't seriously consider giving it to her, would you? Jojo looked at her phone, feeling a sense of dread. Su Hongrui was quite attractive. What if she truly struck a deal with Lin Feng? Lin Feng was notorious for his lecherous nature. Who could say for certain? After all, she had once contemplated eliminating him and had engaged in a transaction herself, nearly leading to a tragic outcome. I'm merely teasing her. I wouldn't touch a woman who cannot even maintain her premarital boundaries. Can I, Lin Feng, expect unwavering loyalty from a woman who has children? Even a figure as formidable as Dorgan struggled to manage a widow with a child. What claim do I, Lin Feng, have over him? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Jojo breathed a sigh of relief. If Lin Feng were to welcome Su Hongrui into his life, it could very well lead to their demise. This woman was fully capable of such actions. She had the audacity to harm her own husband's dignity. What else might she do? Lin Feng, you shameless individual. Look at the havoc you've wreaked upon Zhang Xuanya's family. And here you are, spewing vile words. Is it possible your dog has driven you mad? Have you contracted rabies, resulting in your rampant biting? Suddenly, someone hurled an insult at Lin Feng. He scratched his head. Jia Lili? Who is that? I don't recognize her. Zhang Dehai, in his previous life, seized Lin Feng's reserve grain, leading to Abe's demise. Wang Guifen's family, in a prior existence, concealed official relief supplies, resulting in the death of many. Lin Feng's retribution against them is not without cause. As for others, Lin Feng has never resorted to torture. He favors a swift execution, whether by gunshot or through explosive means. Now, I present a task to everyone. Whoever manages to sever a finger from this individual named Jia Lili will be rewarded with a sausage. Toes are acceptable as well. With a total of 20 fingers on offer, this task remains valid indefinitely. Once completed, send me a private message with photographs and your address. A drone will deliver the reward, ensuring safety and efficacy. Lin Feng is disinterested in who Jia Lili is. If you enjoy typing so much, I wonder how you will do so with all your fingers and toes severed. Lin Feng, do you think everyone shares your utter lack of a sense of justice? Do not waste your efforts at inciting discord. I reside in Building 4, Unit 14, Floor 401. If you have the courage, come here yourself. Let us see if I can end you. Lin Feng glanced over and chuckled. This foolish girl is actually a neighbor of Xingxia? It seems they must be good friends. No wonder she suddenly lashed out at me and even dared to disclose her address. Lin Feng chose to ignore her. Soon, someone would deal with her. You will soon discover just how enticing the prospect of 20 sausages can be. From this moment forth, Jia Lili, you are the embodiment of 20 sausages. Of course, Fang Qian is also a source of sustenance. However, only Wang Qing has received the task concerning her. Let these two close friends enjoy their game. Chapter 100. Teasing Fang Qian. Darling, isn't it better for us to stay at home peacefully? Why do you always stir up trouble? What if calamity strikes unexpectedly? What shall we do then? Xiao Qiao glanced at the group messages, her concern for Lin Feng palpable. If anything were to happen to him, she could hardly bear to go on living. Am I the one causing trouble? Did I provoke Zhang Dehai or Wang Guifeng? They sought me out first. My response was merely a rightful defense. And what about you? Haven't you also attracted the ire of many who covet your supplies? Remember, mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. If they survive, we are the ones who perish. Now that you've had your rest, dawn approaches. Go prepare breakfast. I wish to savor your culinary skills. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiao Qiao nodded in agreement, finding no fault in his reasoning. I haven't wronged anyone. They raided my home thrice and even destroyed it. They truly deserve their fate. Dressed in a delicate, lace-trimmed dress from Balenciaga, she headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Lin Feng watched her retreating figure, a sense of impatience welling within him. Youth indeed brims with vitality. The youth are unaware of the preciousness of life. Only in later years do they weep for what has been lost. He shook his head, resolving to grant Xiao Qiao a day of respite. Moderation is key. Overexertion would not bode well for her health. Scrolling through his phone, Lin Feng recalled Fang Qian. Had she run out of supplies? It had been several days without word from her. He decided to check in on her. Qian, how have you been? There are always troublesome folks trying to harm me, making me hesitant to leave my home. I've been unable to respond to your messages for some time, and I worry for your safety. At Fang Qian's residence, she and Wang Qing were sipping instant beverage to stave off hunger. They had some compressed biscuits, but their unpalatable taste deterred them from indulging. Breakfast would have to be substituted with the instant drink. Goodness, Lin Feng, that infatuated fool, is messaging me again. Fang Qian exclaimed. Wang Qing, do you think he is genuinely in danger, or is he merely jesting with us? I can't shake the feeling that he's toying with us. Wang Qing took a sip of her instant drink, remaining silent. However, she couldn't help but glance at Fang Qian's pink manicure, swallowing hard. The compressed biscuits had made her nauseous, yet Lin Feng had promised her a box of instant noodles for each nail she sacrificed. If she were to remove them all, she would be worry-free for half a year. How would I know about your affairs? Why not just ask him directly? Don't involve me. Wang Qing shook her head, dismissing Lin Feng's proposal. After all, they weren't entirely out of supplies yet. Such actions could endanger Fang Qian. Though Fang Qian considered her a close friend to showcase her achievements, was it not inhumane to act in such a manner? You make a valid point. I should inquire with Lin Feng instead. Fang Qian picked up her phone, her charm on full display. Oh dear. Feng, I've lost weight these past few days due to hunger. Look, I'm reduced to surviving on instant drinks. How are things on your end? Do you need me to take care of you? We could keep each other company. Upon hearing Feng Qian's voice message, Lin Feng was overcome with goosebumps. If he hadn't known her penchant for being merciless, he might have almost believed her. Qian, I miss you dearly. I'm so frightened. They are out to kill me. I feel so lonely all alone. If only you could come. I am willing to entrust everything to you. Feng Qian smiled faintly, realizing that this infatuated admirer had been quite startled these past few days, yet upon regaining his composure, he remained the same devoted admirer. Do not fear, Feng. I shall come to protect you at once. With me by your side, no one dares to bully you. Upon hearing Feng Qian's words, Lin Feng immediately responded, Qian, be mindful of danger. If you get hurt, how shall I live? The password is 521-1314. When you arrive, simply input the password. Hearing Lin Feng's assurance, Feng Qian felt invigorated. Let us go, Wang Qing. He has revealed the password. We shall open the door and take him down. This time, we shall not grant him any chance to escape. Upon hearing this, Wang Qing scoffed. Only a fool would accompany you. If that password could truly open the door, I would live stream myself eating excrement in a handstand. I cannot bring myself to commit murder. Besides, Lin Feng only wants you to go. What am I to do? After you persuade Lin Feng, send me a message, and I shall come to do your laundry, cook, and tidy up for you both. Listening to Wang Qing's words, Feng Qian nodded in agreement. That makes sense. I shall go first. Once I have dealt with Lin Feng or put an end to him, I will contact you. We are the best of friends. We share blessings and face hardships together. Feng Qian had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation within this secluded residence. Those still alive were either Lin Feng's enemies or closely tied to him. She fixed her hairpin atop her head, tidied her appearance, and ventured out under the sun with her parasol. Wang Qing gazed at Feng Qian's well-manicured nails, swallowing hard. A box of instant noodles? How long will that last me? 20 boxes would suffice for half a year. When was the last time I savored the taste of instant noodles? Feng Qian set off to find Lin Feng. Braving the scorching heat of 60 degrees, utterly unaware of where her confidence stemmed. Meanwhile, inside, Xiao held 2 plates of cold dishes at the door. Her eyes reddening as she listened to Lin Feng's gentle words, feeling immensely wronged. Lin Feng stepped outside, cigarette in mouth, only to find Xiao at the door, tears streaming down her face, which puzzled him. What is the matter, my dear wife? Who has upset you? Why are you crying? Lin Feng wiped away Xiao's tears, but she could no longer contain herself and burst into tears. Oh, Lin Feng, why are you so gentle with other women? It's always Feng and Qian. You bully me every day. You have never been this tender with me. Xiao lost control, weeping openly. She had accepted being Lin Feng's primary partner, and she had come to terms with his connections with other women, but why was he so gentle with them while never showing her the same kindness? This was something she could not accept. What am I even saying? Feng Qian is merely a scheming vixen, wanting to intrude and take advantage of my hospitality. She is one of those 2 fools you saw squatting at the door a few days ago. If I were not somewhat gentle, would she have fallen for it? She cannot compare to you in my eyes. She is nothing, not even close to being as important as in Bei. Xiao sniffled, doubting the truth of Lin Feng's words. Is what you say true? When she comes, you must not let her in. Check the chat history and timestamps for yourself. When have I ever opened the door for her? I am merely toying with her. With your jealousy, how can I ever marry 8 wives in the future? Besides, am I not alleviating your suffering? You believe you can bear the intensity of my presence alone? As he spoke, Lin Feng effortlessly lifted Xiao into his arms. There was no petty jealousy to contend with, only a remedy that could not be ignored. It was evident that Xiao was unwell and in need of care. Lin Feng, I haven't eaten yet. I'm still holding the dishes. Xiao's face flushed crimson. Why did Lin Feng resemble a ravenous wolf, perpetually insatiable? Each day, he demanded an hour of her time, refusing to conclude until she was utterly exhausted and on the verge of slumber. Did he not understand the meaning of a feast for the eyes? Consuming me brings satisfaction enough. Who needs food? Placing the dishes on the bedside table, Lin Feng declared, Finish your meal after we are done. With that, he carried Xiao into the bedroom. The plans for the year begin in spring, and each day should start with vigor. Life thrives on movement, and youth is meant for enjoyment. Xiao set down the dishes, her cheeks aflame. Although this was not their first encounter, Lin Feng always introduced novel pleasures, each moment more embarrassing than the last. Chapter 101. Secret shared beep. Incorrect password. Beep. Incorrect password. Lin Feng was engrossed in studying the intricacies of human software, hardening engineering, with Xiao in their abode. Meanwhile, Feng Qian braved the sweltering heat of 60 degrees, under a sun fierce enough to scorch, tirelessly attempting the password at the door. How could you, Lin Feng? You've stood me up 3 times. After numerous attempts, Feng Qian finally realized that Lin Feng was toying with her. Lin Feng, are you intentionally messing with me? In this infernal heat, I can barely breathe without feeling as if my lungs are on fire. If you have an issue with me, just say it. What have I done to deserve this? Inside, Lin Feng and Xiao Qiao were engaged in a fierce battle. And Lin Feng decided to reveal the truth by sending a voice message to Feng Qian. You've been deceived 3 times already. You certainly want to come again next time. Let us see how you like this. Lin Feng, what are you doing? Turn off the phone, now. Upon hearing the voice message, Feng Qian completely lost her composure and struck the steel door of Lin Feng's home. Ouch. It's so hard. It's burning hot. The scorching sun had heated the steel door to nearly 100 degrees. And Feng Qian's punch lacked the strength of a superhero, leaving her hand scalded. Lin Feng, you scoundrel. You have a woman in there. Yet you still flirt with me. I will make you regret this for a lifetime. Lin Feng played the message again, causing Xiao Qiao's face to turn even redder. Unfazed, he continued to send voice notes. Lin Feng, darling, please don't do this. You're being too much. Xiao Qiao was at a loss for words. Lin Feng was truly incorrigible. Having absorbed so much knowledge and mastered the techniques, he was quite adept at this. Lin Feng, you're utterly shameless. You are the most shameless man I have ever encountered. Woe is me. Feng Qian was utterly overwhelmed. Her assumptions of being Lin Feng's goddess dashed. While she stood outside, enduring the relentless sun and sweltering winds, Lin Feng remained comfortably inside, studying. This was a blow she could not withstand. Lin Feng, you are a liar. A great deceiver. It seems that wealth corrupts. Now that you have money, is this how you treat me? You promised to love and protect me for a lifetime. Yet, this is how you repay me. I even envision marrying you, bearing your children, and growing old together. Is this how a decent person acts? Crouching on the ground, she wept bitterly into her phone. Yet, Lin Feng had little interest in her lamentations. His life had reached its pinnacle. At that moment, Xiao Qiao had completely relinquished her desire to keep Lin Feng to herself. If this continued, he would surely exhaust her. Although joy is meant to be shared, her body could no longer endure it. I must find Lin Feng a second wife soon. Otherwise, this will inevitably lead to calamity. After a lengthy silence, the 2 exhausted souls resembled deflated balloons, devoid of their former vigor. Outside the door, Feng Qian wept like a sorrowful soul. Having always been the one receiving affection, when did she become the one yearning? Lin Feng, perhaps we should let her in. She is crying. Maybe she harbors feelings for you. Xiao Qiao felt her legs growing numb. It would be better to allow her in and share the joy. Sigh. Anyone would be acceptable, except her. She is unworthy. Lin Feng, taking a puff from his cigarette, outright refused. He had granted Feng Qian countless opportunities, yet none had prompted her to turn away. The retaliation had only just begun. We have time to play slowly. Fine. Very well. Xiao Qiao rose to dress. Her gaze upon Lin Feng felt somewhat chilly. It appeared Lin Feng's intentions toward Feng Qian were not without cause, though Xiao Qiao refrained from questioning the reasons. Though Lin Feng had often bullied her, in critical moments, he was the only one who came to her aid. Xiao Qiao was well aware of this. In times of peril, Lin Feng was the most dependable man. At any moment, he could incite chaos. When there was no danger, Lin Feng himself posed the greatest threat. This set of clothing should be washed. The changing room does not have an abundance of outfits, does it? Changing daily might lighten the mood. Lin Feng casually halted Xiao Qiao from dressing, and she nodded in agreement. She too valued cleanliness, and now that conditions allowed, a change was in order. The temperature in the room remained neither too high nor too low. After all, they were old partners. What had they not seen? Xiao Qiao felt more at ease. Adorned in the Emperor's new clothes, she selected an outfit that Lin Feng would favor. After a while, Xiao Qiao emerged in an ethereal long gown, reminiscent of ancient elegance, leaving Lin Feng momentarily speechless. She was indeed stunning, undoubtedly the most beautiful woman he had ever encountered in 2 lifetimes. Lin Feng extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray before dressing himself. For the sake of Xiao Qiao's well-being, it would be better to limit such encounters to once a day. Lin Feng had suffered greatly at Liang Shouyu's hands, and further encounters would yield no benefit. Let us savor my wife's culinary skills. I wonder how they compare to her personal touch. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiao Qiao's face flushed with embarrassment. She brought a couple of dishes to the living room, a simple cold dish and boiled prawns. Lin Feng scooped some rice and sampled the cold dish. Xiao Qiao's cooking was average, yet it carried a comforting essence of home. Delicious. You should try some too. He served her a few prawns, fresh from Lake Baikal. As Xiao Qiao blushed while eating the shrimp, her mind wandered to the woman who had battled Lin Feng for 4 hours. Who could she possibly be? Whose fierce general was she? Could she come and relieve me of some of this burden? Darling, may I ask you something? About that 4-hour encounter. Have you considered bringing her into our lives? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng instantly grasped Xiao Qiao's implications. Was she implying I had too much vigor? Is it not good to be spirited? Indeed, women become like wolves at 30, tigers at 40, and can only settle for dust at 50. Xiao Qiao was still too young. She was not particularly inclined toward this notion of shared joy and mutual benefit. Liang Qiuyu, her situation is unusual. Do not emulate her. I fear you might also become peculiar. Lin Feng pointed to his head, expressing that apart from delivering the medicinal milk tea to Liang Qiuyu punctually each day, he truly had no insight into her recent state. May I take a look at your phone? Xiao Qiao timidly inquired. To which Lin Feng generously unlocked it and handed it over to her. There are no secrets on my phone. My only secret lies within my own space. And I shall confide in no one. Chapter 102. The medicine must be doubled. The treatment cannot cease. My dear husband, you are truly wonderful. Xiao Qiao exclaimed with great delight, for Lin Feng had indeed regarded her as his primary wife, allowing her to freely peruse his phone. As she savored the shrimp, she opened Lin Feng's photo album. The first order of business was to delete those embarrassing videos, though she had accepted her role as Lin Feng's principal wife. The incident where she had taken the initiative remained a lifelong blemish, one that must not be retained. As for Lin Feng's initiatives, he could keep them if he wished. With a sense of joy, Xiao Qiao located the videos and deleted them, emptying the recycle bin as well. However, unbeknownst to her, such deletions were futile. With hundreds of computers and thousands of mobile phones, even if she were granted passwords to delete at will, it would take her no less than 2 hours to complete the task. How bold Lin Feng was to hand over his phone. Did he fear she might erase something? Next, Xiao Qiao opened Lin Feng's WeChat and scrolled through, soon discovering Liang Qiuyu. Enlarging her profile picture, she noted that Liang Qiuyu was a few years her senior, possessing a delicate and slender appearance that seemed rather frail. Without the aid of photo editing, Liang Qiuyu's face could be rated a perfect 10. Yet her physique would barely earn a 6. She was far too gaunt. With a sigh of relief, Xiao Qiao concluded that Liang Qiuyu could not possibly rival her. Even if she were to assume the role of the second wife, it would not undermine Xiao Qiao's standing. Yet, how could such a fragile figure endure for 4 hours? Wouldn't she fall apart? Was it sheer willpower that sustained her? Xiao Qiao's suspicions were not unfounded. Liang Qiuyu had indeed engaged in a self-destructive battle, relying solely on her willpower to conquer Lin Feng during their first encounter. Suddenly, Xiao Qiao's eyes widened in shock as she picked up her phone to show Lin Feng. Husband, has she lost her mind? Look at these moments from her social circle. Lin Feng took the phone, brows furrowing as he scrolled through. To his astonishment, Liang Qiuyu had begun to wield a firearm, mercilessly attacking the inhabitants of Building 3. Moreover, she documented each kill on her social media, having descended into madness in recent days. Goodness, does she possess immunity to the drug meant to temper her aggression? How has she strayed so far down this twisted path? Lin Feng frowned at the posts. Liang Qiuyu was drifting ever further away from the path to safety. Unlike Xiao Qiao, who chose to defend her home upon acquiring a weapon, Liang Qiuyu opted to conquer and seek vengeance upon humanity. What medication? Did you really provide her with something useful? Xiao Qiao inquired, puzzled. What could Lin Feng's medication possibly achieve? Nothing remarkable. The cold dishes are delightful, and the shrimp is quite good, Lin Feng replied. I am full. You can feed the leftovers to Bei. He's not picky. He'll eat anything. With a loss of appetite, Lin Feng's concern for Liang Qiuyu grew. She was treading a perilous path from which there would be no return, even with a gun. The ammunition was limited to 200 rounds. What good would it do once they were expended? Initially, Lin Feng had worried that Xiao Qiao would encounter danger while resolving the issues above, even replacing the door with a steel one, ensuring that she would be safe before departing. Yet for Liang Qiuyu, Lin Feng had only provided her with a handgun and 200 rounds of ammunition, nothing more. Determined, Lin Feng retrieved the medication, doubling the dosage and pouring it into a milk tea. The medicine must be doubled. The treatment cannot cease. If there is illness, it must be treated promptly. He then took out a drone, activating the camera to assess the situation. Men are inherently competitive, and Lin Feng has found himself at a disadvantage against Liang Qiuyu on 2 occasions. He has no desire for Liang Qiuyu to perish so swiftly. In the next fierce battle, once you are ready, we shall determine our standings and confront life and death. I, Lin Feng, refuse to bear the burden of such a disparaging reputation and die with regret. Next time, I shall make you weep. A stoic demeanor? Silence. Which man can endure such indignity? My brothers are formidable, you know. The battle will unfold in several phases, and Lin Feng is currently filled with resentment. As the drone ventures outside, it captures the sight of Feng Qian crouched on the ground, weeping like a tragic flower, utterly pitiful. Lin Feng can hardly be bothered to look. I have granted you ample opportunity. How have you treated me? Now you choose to cry? It is too late. Without Feng Qian, Lin Feng would likely remain a mere sycophant throughout his life. Now, Lin Feng has ascended to the status of a wolf king, and all the she-wolves in his pack ought to be protected by him. Otherwise, what significance does being a wolf king hold? If he cannot manage the she-wolves, he will ultimately become a solitary, wild wolf. The drone arrives at Liang Qiuyu's window, where she has long been awaiting his arrival. 2 cups of milk tea each day serve as Liang Qiuyu's final source of emotional solace. Why are you so late today? I thought you might go back on your word, she says as she receives the milk tea, inserting a straw and taking a sip. Lin Feng, observing through the drone, notes Liang Qiuyu's current appearance. A small red mark on her brow catches his attention. He knows it is not a blemish but rather human blood. It merely splattered there by chance, and she has overlooked it, failing to wipe it away. Lin Feng furrows his brow. Is it truly necessary to darken one's soul so severely over 6 years of affection, a stolen home, and nearly being subjected to unspeakable acts? I, Lin Feng, have endured 6 years as a devoted admirer, and in 3 years of apocalypse, I have sent countless supplies to support a goddess. Have I not suffered far more than you? Yet I have not succumbed to such darkness. At least I, Lin Feng, uphold a code. I never violate a woman's will. And transactions have always been consensual, with joy shared. Lin Feng picks up his phone and sends a message. Is the milk tea enjoyable? Liang Qiuyu glances at her phone and casually replies, it's mediocre, feels a bit medicinal. Why were you late today? Do you have a new trading partner at home? Lin Feng is taken aback. Is Liang Qiuyu truly that astute? Have you deduced everything? Are you not afraid if I were to drug you? Moreover, there is indeed a woman residing in my home. Does that not provoke your jealousy? Upon reading the message, Liang Qiuyu scoffs. Jealous? Who do I think I am? Am I worthy of jealousy? If you wish to drug me, go ahead. I have a resistance to it. Besides, I fear nothing, not even death. I will drink the milk tea regardless. Lin Feng scratches his chin, realizing that the task of courting a second wife is evidently several times more challenging than that of the first. She possesses a natural resistance to drugs and has become cold-blooded, capable of taking lives without hesitation, increasingly unafraid and plunging deeper into darkness, showing no signs of turning back. Such a person, Lin Feng would have to be quite irrational to bring her into the safety of his abode. After some contemplation, Lin Feng types, you are the second in command. Should you encounter difficulties, seek assistance from me, old Lin. If your ammunition runs low, inform me, and next time, I shall provide within an hour. Beyond that, old Lin will no longer attend to you. As she gazed at Lin Feng's message, Liang Qiuyu's delicate face flushed. The 4 hours she experienced were indelibly etched in her memory. That sensation, after sipping an icy milk tea, prompted her to reflect calmly, and astonishingly. She found herself truly anticipating the next encounter. What am I thinking? Wasn't it decided that I would eliminate all heartless men and then take my own life? How could I possibly compromise over a few cups of milk tea? It's clear that there was something amiss in that tea, yet I could not discern what it was. Why am I even contemplating that scoundrel Lin Feng? Is it merely because it was my first time? That insignificant fellow only held out for 4 hours. I was the one who triumphed. Liang Qiuyu clasped her head, plunging into a deep whirlpool of memories. Even a skilled woman cannot forget her first experience. How much more so for someone like Liang Qiuyu, who possesses a profound sense of mental purity. Chapter 103. The Path of Revenge for Liang Qiuyu. Lin Feng observed Liang Qiuyu through the drone, and upon hearing her words, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. To think I was startled. I didn't believe her transformation could be this profound. After all this time. She isn't ill at all. What a performance. She appears even more bashful than Xiao Qiao. Taking a drag from his cigarette, Lin Feng relaxed, realizing that his primary strategy of pursuing a maiden was indeed sound. A woman who can remain true to her heart will never forget her first love. After all, infidelity only exists in the realms of zero or countless betrayals. Enjoy your milk tea. I shall refrain from drugging you next time. Recently, I have developed a robust physical enhancement technique. Would you care to learn? I can teach you, and once you master it, enacting your revenge will be a mere formality. Liang Qiuyu covered her face, glancing at her phone, and inquired with a hint of skepticism, is that for real? My constitution has always been weak. What are the conditions? Having grown accustomed to negotiating directly with Lin Feng, she knew he was a man of his word. This technique is known as the undulating skill. If you come to my home for an hour each day, I shall impart my knowledge to you free of charge. In precisely 81 days, you will achieve mastery. You will become invincible in the world. Liang Qiuyu shot him a glance and instantly grasped the implication. Are you serious? You dare to present such a brazen offer with such eloquence. Do you take me for a fool? I am 3 years your senior. Lin Feng's cheeky remark caused Liang Qiuyu's cheeks to flush slightly. She was accustomed to encountering polite individuals, but Lin Feng's audacious manner was a refreshing novelty. Do you not wish to learn the undulating skill? I also possess a technique called the Kuan character technique, which I can teach you for free. The effects of the Kuan character technique surpass that of the undulating skill. It can move mountains, fill seas, and alter the heavens. With diligent practice over 49 days, you will be able to withstand countless divine warriors. Liang Qiuyu couldn't help but laugh at Lin Feng's shamelessness. No one could rival him in that regard. Go find a woman in your abode to practice with. I have no time for your nonsense. She glanced at the sun in the sky, checked her handgun, and noted that she had 36 bullets remaining. If she could eliminate 8 more today, she would reach a total of 100. The last 20 bullets were reserved for Zhou Kaiwa. Yang Qiuyu tucked her phone away, ignoring Lin Feng. While conversing with him was enjoyable, her quest for vengeance could not be overlooked. Meanwhile, Xiao Qiao peered at the detection strip displayed on Lin Feng's phone screen, her brow furrowing in concern. A woman's intuition alerted Xiao Qiao, prompting her to open her browser for a search, her eyes widening in disbelief. No way. Could it be this accurate? Lin Feng glanced at her, puzzled. What's the matter? Why the sudden alarm? Xiao Qiao quickly exited the browser, shaking her head. It's nothing. I was just browsing casually. Not wishing to elaborate, she placed a hand on her abdomen. If this were true, could she maintain her status as the primary wife? At that moment, a loud bang rang out, followed by a woman's shriek. Startled, Xiao Qiao and Lin Feng leaned in closer, guiding the drone upwards. Only to witness Liang Qiuyu dispatching the male head of a household with another shot. Didn't you express your grievances about your partner's infidelity on social media? Allow me to resolve this for you. Moreover, we are already facing an apocalypse. Such a man will not protect you. Women must learn to rely on themselves. If you were to perish, food would not be wasted, and you could extend your own life. The lady of the house, terrified, cowered in a corner, clutching her head. Fearful that Liang Qiuyu might end her life with a single shot, she merely voiced her complaints about her boyfriend online. She had no intention of wishing him dead. How could this calamity descend upon her home? Liang Qiuyu is a doctor, and many have added her on WeChat. She specifically targets unscrupulous men, believing that such individuals deserve to meet their demise. Additionally, she hunts down adulterous women, like Liang, the White Lotus, whom she eliminates to hone her skills with firearms, aiming to achieve 100 kills to seek vengeance against Zhou Kaiwa. Good heavens. No wonder you claim she is mentally unwell. Dear husband, do you have any psychiatric medication? Perhaps we could slip some into her milk tea? Xiao Qiao is truly exasperated with Liang Qiuyu. If she were to be confined here, would she not endanger both herself and Lin Feng in the dead of night? After all, according to Liang Qiuyu's standards, both she and Lin Feng are already deserving of a death sentence. Lin Feng glanced down, feeling a chill in his trousers. It would be unwise to allow Liang Qiuyu to enter. Her ruthlessness is beyond measure. Although she has not completely succumbed to darkness, her affliction is indeed troubling. Let us not concern ourselves with her. Someone like her can no longer enter our safe haven. Let us retire for the night. We have endured a sleepless night and require rest, for prolonged sleep deprivation can lead to madness. Lin Feng has relinquished hope for Liang Qiuyu. There are countless women in the world, and it is unnecessary to squander time on her. With such a dangerous element nearby, who could possibly enjoy a restful slumber? He deactivated the surveillance cameras, retrieved the drone, and then embraced Xiao Qiao's shoulders, returning to their quarters for sleep. Xiao Qiao is truly remarkable, intelligent, obedient, and understanding. Her status as the primary wife is unassailable, unless she herself were to relinquish it. By the time the drone returned, Feng Qian had already departed. Lin Feng could not be bothered with her, as he nestled into Xiao Qiao's embrace and began to slumber. Xiao Qiao, accustomed to this, leaned against Lin Feng's shoulder and soon fell asleep. Aside from his occasional lewd thoughts, Lin Feng instills a profound sense of security. Meanwhile, after concluding her grim task, Liang Qiuyu resumed her perusal of her phone. Having identified her next target, she proceeded to the next location. This time, her target was a woman of considerable attractiveness. Yet she deceives men into parting with their hard-earned money. Upon arriving at the door, Liang Qiuyu produced a power drill and aimed it precisely 2 millimeters beneath the keyhole, drilling into it. With this action, all the protrusions within the lock would be shattered, allowing any key to easily turn the lock. Liang Qiuyu offers a friendly warning. This is genuine. Do not attempt this. Those curious enough to experiment should try it on their own door lock. Drilling into someone else's property may land you in serious trouble. In under a minute, Liang Qiuyu stowed the drill, inserted the key into the lock, and turned the door open. Violently forcing a lock is a deed for brutes. Liang Qiuyu engages in high-intelligence criminality. Please, do not harm my girlfriend. I have worked hard to provide her with a home and a car. She just agreed to marry me. You have rendered all my years of toil in vain by taking her life. Inside the room, the male protagonist, upon hearing the commotion, brandished a kitchen knife to shield his girlfriend. The incident involving Liang Qiuyu has spread throughout Building 3. Anyone with a tarnished past, regardless of gender, has become a target for Liang Qiuyu. This devoted admirer, determined to safeguard his goddess, has resolved to fight with all his might. Chapter 104. The Final Revenge. Commence. Well, since you cherish her so dearly, I shall spare her life. Liang Qiuyu had grown accustomed to such scenarios. There are always devoted admirers, even amidst the apocalypse. Upon hearing these words, the woman behind him exhaled a sigh of relief and rose to her feet. Bang! The moment her head appeared, Liang Qiuyu swiftly discharged his firearm. One shot, one kill. Having taken so many lives, Liang Qiuyu's marksmanship had reached an extraordinary level. Dare to reveal yourself, and I shall not hesitate to fire. At worst, I waste a bullet. I can always reload. Goddess, you have slain my goddess. I have sacrificed so much for you. Liang Qiuyu, I will end your life. Do you have any idea how much high-interest debt I incurred in pursuit of her? The man wept bitterly, cradling the lifeless body of his goddess. Yet, Liang Qiuyu paid him no heed. I am merely granting you release. He turned and proceeded to the next target. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Liang Qiuyu had finally dispatched 100 scoundrels, returning home to consume some rations. He devoured all the provisions, leaving only 2 cups of water, which he used to wash himself. This evening, he would confront Zhou Kaihua and his associates. It was either their demise or his own. There was no longer a need to consider the scarcity of food and water. After a comfortable slumber, he rejuvenated his spirit. At 8 in the evening, Lin Feng's drone delivered a cup of milk tea. Liang Qiuyu accepted it and took a sip. This was to be the final cup. What was amiss? Why did it taste different? What sort of substance was added this time? Liang Qiuyu smacked his lips, sensing something was off. Nevertheless, he dismissed it. After all, it was merely the last cup of milk tea, and he would drink it regardless. Initially, Lin Feng had no intention of concerning himself with Liang Qiuyu's fate. Yet Qiao Qiao insisted on adding a dose of medication for mental health, perhaps in a larger quantity, hoping Liang Qiuyu could still be salvaged. Lin Feng, indifferent to a single cup of milk tea or a small amount of medicine, decided to oblige, as his primary wife had spoken. After finishing the milk tea, Liang Qiuyu gathered his gear, preparing to hunt down Zhou Kaihua. He meticulously checked his equipment, ensuring everything was in order, and under the cover of night, approached Zhou Kaihua's villa. Liang Qiuyu, nimble and agile, easily scaled the courtyard wall and arrived at the entrance. Confirming that the surroundings were clear, Liang Qiuyu wielded a power drill and began to pick the lock. Zhou Kaihua and his 4 armed escorts were well known throughout the Shishan villa. None dared to challenge them. As a result, Zhou Kaihua and his companions had let their guard down, merely locking the door without a lookout. On the second floor, 2 women, adorned only in their radiant skin, danced for them. The women moved gracefully, their faces adorned with smiles, revealing their undeniable dance prowess. Liang, clad in opulent attire akin to a queen, brandished a small whip, delivering a strike to anyone who caught her disfavor. She was the sole mistress of the villa and Zhou Kaihua's exclusive possession. None could touch her but Zhou Kaihua himself. Meanwhile, Zhou Kaihua and his trio were engaged in a high-stakes competition upon a genuine leather sofa. Given the varying ages of the participants, fairness in the contest was paramount. Thus, this competition mandated the gifting of tokens to be observed. Li Ying appeared to have grown accustomed to the situation, showing no sense of caution, for aside from Zhou Kaihua, no one would dare approach her. Although Liang Qiuyu had mentally prepared herself, the scene before her shattered her worldview. Is this truly the man she had once loved for 6 years? Lin Feng is a beast, yet you are even inferior to these beasts. Liang Qiuyu seethed with rage, her teeth clenched, her eyes ablaze with fury. She seized her gun, aiming directly at the root of Zhou Kaihua's malevolence. One shot to end you. How utterly fitting. First, I will confiscate your instrument of crime. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, Zhou Kaihua's vile essence was obliterated in an instant. Zhou Kaihua, who had believed himself to be at the pinnacle of life, suddenly plummeted from paradise into the depths of hell. A wail escaped his lips, akin to that of a wounded animal. He had thought that with numbers and firearms, he could live like a feudal lord. But from this moment forward, he had become a mere eunuch. 6 women, terrified, crouched on the ground, clutching their heads. Meanwhile, Shi Yuan and his companions hurried to retrieve their guns from their belts. Even they, in their folly, understood that an enemy had arrived. There was no time to don their trousers. Their lives were at stake. Bang, bang, bang. Liang Qiuyu denied them any chance to react, firing repeatedly. Yet, inexplicably, perhaps due to the multitude of targets or their swift movements, she missed twice, with one bullet striking Shi Yuan's rear, exploding upon impact. Zhou Kaihua, infuriated by the gunfire, turned his gaze towards the source and erupted in rage. Liang Qiuyu, I spared you once, and you dare return. Truly, You have taken my leniency for granted. Shi Jinqian, Shi Xiangqian, do not kill her. Capture her alive. I wish to flay her alive. At this moment, Shi Jinqian and Shi Xiangqian had armed themselves, taking aim at Liang Qiuyu and opening fire. Bang, bang, bang. Liang Qiuyu, agile and lithe, crouched behind a stone pillar. Their firearms were mere standard-issue handguns, lacking the formidable power of the Russian military-grade pistols Lin Feng possessed. Liang Qiuyu shook her head, feeling her mind swell with confusion. What was happening? She should not be missing her shots after all her practice. Was it all in vain? Shi Yuan, hit in the rear and severely wounded, lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Meanwhile, an enraged Zhou Kaihua raised his gun, disregarding the agonizing pain of his shattered essence, and continued firing at Liang Qiuyu. Liang Qiuyu, 6 years of affection, and I spared you. You should have been grateful, yet you have shattered my dignity. When I capture you, I will ensure you find no respite, no escape. Bang, 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 bang. Zhou Kaihua, consumed by fury, fired 5 shots in rapid succession. No longer concerned about the cost of ammunition, Li Ying, trembling, crouched behind the sofa, clutching her gun tightly at her waist. Liang Qiuyu shook her head again, feeling her head swell further, accompanied by a drowsy sensation and a sharp pain in her shoulder. What is happening? I cannot succumb to sleep. I must recall the past. At the very least, I cannot allow myself to sleep before bringing an end to Zhou Kaihua. What in the world is this? Why, amidst battle, do I suddenly feel the urge to sleep? Zhou Kaihua, I cannot believe you still have the audacity to speak of a 6-year relationship. I sacrificed my home and invested $1 million to purchase a burn ointment for Li Ying to save your life. I nearly met my demise at the hands of Lin Feng in my desperate attempt to rescue you. Yet, you took all my resources and eloped with that wretched Li Ying, and now you dare to bring others into this? I have truly lost my senses to have been involved with a creature so beneath contempt. I deeply regret not having witnessed your demise in the hospital. Liang Qiuyu shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice resonating with pure anger and hatred. The only forces that could restore a semblance of rationality amidst the overwhelming fatigue that had struck him so unexpectedly. What on earth is happening? Chapter 105. Li Ying schemes, darling. What is wrong with Liang Qiuyu? Why do I sense something amiss with her? Qiao Qiao inquired, casting a puzzled glance. Having acquired proficiency with firearms herself, she recognized that Liang Qiuyu's marksmanship was commendable. Logically, she should not have missed her target. How can you even ask? Was it not you who urged me to administer some psychiatric medication to her? Lin Feng replied, feeling quite embarrassed. The tranquilizing effects of such medication indeed soothed the mind and suppressed the nerves. It seemed that the medication had taken effect in her case. Lin Feng had initially intended for Liang Qiuyu to take some medicine and rest comfortably at home, never anticipating that matters would escalate in this manner. Did you not mention that Liang Qiuyu has a high tolerance for medications? Surely, she would not react so severely? Xiao Qiao felt equally helpless. Having never taken psychiatric drugs herself, she could not fathom the sensations they induce. Rubbing his chin awkwardly, Lin Feng recalled that, knowing Liang Qiuyu's strong resistance to medication, he had opted for the most potent formula at a tenfold dosage. Of course, the secret must remain undisclosed. Otherwise, what kind of predicament would I, Lin Feng, find myself in? Darling, speak to me. Liang Qiuyu won't come to harm, will she? If she were to perish, you would bear full responsibility. You would undoubtedly regret it. Qiao Qiao shook Lin Feng, who felt increasingly uncomfortable. Facing 4 armed individuals, even with body armor and a helmet, danger loomed. Moreover, opening fire indiscriminately would likely result in Liang Qiuyu's demise as well. This situation was indeed precarious. Driving over now would be futile. The adversaries could easily take aim and eliminate Liang Qiuyu. What of the drone? We could create an opportunity for her to escape. As the king of survival, Lin Feng could not afford to take unnecessary risks. Besides, it was evident that this was the most prudent course of action. On the other end of the surveillance, Zhou Kaihua was taken aback by Liang Qiuyu's words. The revelations she shared were unknown to him. Li Ying, is what she said true? Zhou Kaihua aimed his weapon at Li Ying. If Liang Qiuyu's claims were indeed valid, then he, Zhou Kaihua, was nothing short of a beast. Kaihua, do not heed her lies. She seeks to exact revenge upon you. Our relationship is genuine. You cannot trust her deceit. You must eliminate her. Li Ying feigned innocence. Yet her grip tightened around the firearm concealed behind her. Should Zhou Kaihua prove unreliable, she would not hesitate to dispose of him. There are plenty of men in this world. As long as I wield a gun, I shall reign as queen. Kaihua, you know the password. Look for yourself. Liang Qiuyu declared, tossing her phone to Zhou Kaihua. Her mind grew increasingly muddled, and she realized that she would not be able to eliminate Zhou Kaihua today. For now, she would retreat home. As long as she lived, she could return after a brief respite. Zhou Kaihua accepted the phone and scrolled through the chat history between Liang Qiuyu and Li Ying. A surge of rage coursed through him. Every word Liang Qiuyu spoke was true. No wonder Li Ying had so readily transferred the property deed in the sum of 1 million. It was all Liang Qiuyu's doing. How could she not feel elated? Li Ying, you wretched creature. I thought I had saved the galaxy only to encounter you. It turns out I have stumbled upon the worst luck imaginable. Zhou Kaihua recalled the 6 years of their relationship. The stable position of a guard is secure. Yet without Li Ying, he would not have fallen to such depths. Zhou Kaihua, armed, was ready to end Li Ying's life, deeming her a calamity. Brother Kaihua, this is truly our first encounter. I only told a white lie out of love for you. You must believe in my feelings. Moreover, I carry your child. This is our offspring. I have never been touched by another man, and you know this. Li Ying wept profusely. Yet the hand behind her had already disengaged the safety of the gun. You are with child? I am not without heirs? Zhou Kaihua believed her. Lowering his weapon, his eyes filled with excitement as he gazed at Li Ying. As long as there is life, I am not a eunuch. Brother Kaihua, come here. Feel for yourself. I believe it stirs. Li Ying spoke with deceitful fervor. Is it possible to show such change in just a few days? Li Ying only wished to lure Zhou Kaihua close enough to eliminate him. Unfamiliar with firearms, she feared she would miss from a distance. All right, son. Let your father feel. Zhou Kaihua, having lost his sanity after Kuin's demise, slowly approached Li Ying. Just as he was about to touch her abdomen, the sounds of gunfire and shattering glass erupted from outside the villa. The cacophony startled all the women inside, who instinctively cowered in corners, having long been conditioned into fear. Shi Jinqian and Shi Xiangqian were equally startled, quickly hiding behind the sofa. Meanwhile, Liang Qiuyu, upon noticing the intact windows, sprang to flee downstairs. Lin Feng was back again. With his reckless antics. Upon hearing the gunfire, Zhou Kaihua instinctively shielded Li Ying with his body. He had severed the roots of evil. He could not allow Li Ying to perish, for the child within her was his sole hope for survival. The sound of gunfire startled Li Ying, and under the weight of Zhou Kaihua, she drew her weapon and fired indiscriminately. Bang, bang, bang. Zhou Kaihua felt himself struck thrice, not in the back, but in the chest. My child. Blood oozed from his lips as he collapsed atop Li Ying, life slipping away from him. The once mighty Zhou Kaihua was delivered a fatal blow by the very first woman of his life. After a lengthy pause, the occupants of the villa slowly lifted their heads, observing that the glass remained unbroken, and they exhaled in relief, realizing it was not a barrage of gunfire. Captain, how have you been shot? Shi Jinqian approached. Staring in shock at the lifeless Zhou Kaihua, Li Ying hastily concealed the handgun at her waist and cradled Zhou Kaihua's head, wailing, Brother Kaihua, what will I do without you? It was that wretched Liang Qiuyu who shot you. You were hit while trying to save me. The drone's gunfire had masked her own, leaving no one to question her words. Captain, rest assured, without you, your brothers could not enjoy the good life we have now. We will take good care of your beloved. In the days to come, I shall undoubtedly avenge you. As he spoke, Shi Jinqian gazed at Li Ying's face, a wicked smile playing upon his lips. In an instant, Li Ying comprehended. Since Zhou Kaihua had lost interest, she would simply seek another. After all, there is no shortage of men in this world. Chapter 106. I am the Queen. Gratitude to Guangye from Sonya for the divine certification. 5 updates. Hurry. Save me. I feel as though my backside has exploded. Shi Yuan lay on the ground, a gaping hole where his rear had been, uncertain if he would ever heal. Shi Jinqian glanced at Shi Yuan and then at Shi Xiangqian, a cruel glimmer in his eyes. From now on, we shall work in shifts, day and night. Let us ensure that today's events do not repeat. As for Shi Yuan, in this weather, he will not survive much longer. As brothers, we must not let him suffer. Shi Xiangqian smiled faintly. He and Shi Jinqian were indeed blood brothers, though unbeknownst to outsiders. Understood. Rest in peace, Shi Yuan. He picked up an official dagger and swiftly severed Shi Yuan's throat, ending his torment. Observing this scene, Li Ying discreetly concealed her firearm beneath the sofa. Elder sister, you are so beautiful. Shouldn't you show some appreciation to us brothers? Li Ying smiled gently, enchanting in her allure, as she slowly removed her stockings. Another paid show. VIP access required. The new competition was officially underway. The brother-s woman. How exhilarating. Just as the contest reached its zenith, Li Ying knelt on the ground, retrieved the gun from beneath the sofa, and decisively turned around. One shot shattered Shi Jinqian's skull. Just when Shi Xiangqian was bewildered and about to reach for his weapon, Li Ying fired again. Aiming true, the bullet struck his back. 6 women were once again paralyzed with fright on the ground. Li Ying, indifferent to their terror, declared, prepare these 4 corpses for dismemberment and cleansing. Leave them to dry outside. I offer you the chance for vengeance. From this day forth, you shall consume their flesh, drink their blood, gnaw on their bones, and crush their tendons. If you wish to live, you shall obey me. From now on, I am your queen." The 6 women, having long since lost the will to resist, complied with her every command. They proceeded to thoroughly dismember the 4, eviscerating and extracting their hearts and lungs. A peculiar exhilaration coursed through the women's hearts. The 4 demons who had tormented them for so long were finally dead. They vowed to devour every last bit of them. Ling dressed herself and picked up the phone to call her parents. "Mom, it's Ying. I'm doing splendidly here. Hurry and have Dad drive to the Shishan Buyuan villa area. There is food and drink aplenty. Surviving a year is not an issue." Hearing Li Ying's voice, her parents wept tears of joy. Their daughter, nurtured for so many years, was finally of use. Li Ying secured 5 guns, her gaze radiating ferocity. "In this world, apart from my parents, I trust no one. The firearms shall only be entrusted to my closest kin. From this day forward, I am the queen." Is this truly Ying? How has she transformed into this? Xiao Xiao gazed in disbelief at the scene. The girl she had grown up with, who once shopped, shared beds, and pondered life's mysteries alongside her, had become this? "I have her WeChat." "You can check the chat history yourself," Lin Feng remarked nonchalantly, handing over his phone. "You can see for yourself." Jojo hastily grabbed her phone, and upon viewing the chat history, the last flicker of hope she harbored for Li Ying extinguished. For the sake of money, Li Ying had resorted to selling herself. Was it so unexpected that she would trade her possessions? What was there that she would not do? Meanwhile, Lin Feng was piloting a drone to assess Liang Qiuyu's condition. At that moment, Liang Qiuyu had returned home, wounded by a gunshot to her shoulder. Zhou Kaihua's furious gunfire had not been in vain. The stone pillar was merely decorative, not solid, and it shattered easily. A bullet had pierced through the pillar, striking Liang Qiuyu squarely in her shoulder. Exhausted and in pain, Liang Qiuyu arrived home. And although she was a doctor, the bullet lodged in that position was beyond her reach. After securely locking the door, she was inadvertently seen by her neighbor from a high-rise apartment, who was fetching water. The residents of Building 3 took notice. The killer, Liang Qiuyu, was injured. "I saw it. There was blood everywhere. That wretched woman killed my goddess. Finally, I have the chance for revenge. I was merely venting about my husband in my social circle, and she went and killed him. How can I, a woman alone with a child, survive now? Gather the brothers. Liang Qiuyu must not live. There shall be no peace in Building 3. The homeowners group for Building 3 erupted in chaos, while Liang Qiuyu, already weakened, had been sedated by Lin Feng's mental health drugs and was now shot. As she entered her home and sank to the floor, her eyelids began to droop heavily. It was evident that she was on the brink of collapse. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of violent impacts echoed against her security door, prompting Liang Qiuyu to grit her teeth and struggle to sit up once more. I cannot die. Zhou Kaihua is still alive. To perish like this, I refuse to accept it. Resolutely, Liang Qiuyu seized an adrenaline syringe and plunged it into her thigh. As the adrenaline coursed through her veins, she felt her heart racing violently, instantly invigorating her. Bang! Suddenly, a deafening crash resounded as her front door was breached. The sycophants from Building 3 and the women grieving their deceased husbands stormed in with frenzied intent. Today, they must kill Liang Qiuyu to appease the heavens. Liang Qiuyu, you killed my goddess. Do you have any idea what I sacrificed for her? You are inhuman. What wrong was there in my husband seeking solace during my pregnancy? 10 months. It is entirely natural for a man to falter. You kill this one and that one. You are the one who deserves death. I willingly lent money at high interest to buy my goddess a handbag. Her happiness was my joy. Now that she is gone, my joy has vanished. I demand your life in exchange. Listening to their furious cries, Liang Qiuyu's worldview shattered once more. I saved you from your misery. Why does it seem that I am the one at fault? Do you not harbor hatred for them? Why lament to me and post heart-wrenching photos on social media? What has become of this world? Am I the one in the wrong, or is it the world itself? Liang Qiuyu was engulfed in existential doubt. And then she pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. One by one, the sycophants fell to the ground in response to the gunfire. Then, a multitude of devoted admirers surged forth, ready to sacrifice everything for their goddess. With a decisive click, Liang Qiuyu raised his pistol and cast a glance at the empty chamber. Out of ammunition, there was no retreat. As the admirers charged forward, Liang Qiuyu realized his fate was sealed. It dawned on him that he had been mistaken. Many individuals were destined to be mere sycophants from birth, beyond salvation. A faint smile crossed his lips as he closed his eyes. In the next life, may they not come. Suddenly, a knife sliced through the air towards him. In the next moment, death awaited. Chapter 107. Lin Feng, you truly possess an anti-tank cannon. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed as a fiery blaze shot past Liang Qiuyu's face. piercing through the third floor and obliterating a throng of sycophants. But that was merely the beginning. The flame continued its relentless path, traversing several more buildings before culminating in a distant explosion. The unfortunate residents of an ordinary apartment complex bore the brunt of Lin Feng's wrath, as they were instantly sent to the afterlife, their building crumbling to the ground in a collective demise. Lin Feng, you truly wield an anti-tank rocket launcher. Where on earth did you acquire such a device? I want one too. The anti-tank rocket launcher is armor-piercing, hence it detonated only after smashing through several buildings. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Lin Feng nonchalantly tossed aside an AK-47 and replied, "Girls shouldn't wield such weapons of mass destruction. Here, take this AK-47 and fend them off." Xiao Xiao seized the AK-47 and dashed into the corridor, unleashing a barrage upon the crowd. In an instant, she had repelled the throng of sycophants on the third floor, causing them to flee up the stairs, leaving a sea of bodies in their wake and blood flowing freely. Truth be told, Lin Feng had little concern for Liang Qiuyu's fate. However, Xiao Qiao insisted that if she did not intervene, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Unable to resist her persuasion, Lin Feng acquiesced, though he would never admit that he, too, harbored the desire to come. Liang Qiuyu, gazing at the obliterated room, lay limply on the ground. Wasn't this merely a transaction? Why come to save me? With that, she weakly closed her eyes. The entire third building was devoid of even a single firearm, leaving them utterly defenseless against the onslaught of the anti-tank rocket and the relentless AK-47 fire. Retreat! Retreat! A gaggle of sycophants continued to back away. In light of this dire situation, avenging their goddess had become inconsequential. Preserving their own lives took precedence. What fault lies with the sycophants? Are they not human too? As they were herded back upstairs, Xiao Qiao, fully armed, crouched at the stairway, determined to shoot anyone who dared descend. Lin Feng scooped up Liang Qiuyu and made his way downstairs to the vehicle, indifferent to the fate of the remaining sycophants. Sycophants, after all, would end up with nothing in the end. When you evolve into battle wolves, come find me, your king, Lin Feng, for your revenge. Would it be too dull to eradicate them completely? Beep beep. Let's go, Xiao Qiao. Time to head home. Lin Feng honked the horn as Xiao Qiao descended and climbed into the car. The remaining sycophants of the third building were left speechless. Lin Feng, your cruelty surpasses even that of a heartless beast. There is no food or water here. What have we done to you? I sought revenge for the goddess. And you meddle in that too. Do you reside by the sea? Your interference is excessive. Upon returning home, Lin Feng carried Liang Qiuyu to the medical room, which was equipped with a plethora of surgical instruments. Lin Feng and Xiao Qiao exchanged glances, both at a loss for what to do next. Xiao Qiao, can you extract a bullet? Xiao Qiao shook her head. She was a civil engineering major, and such tasks were beyond her expertise. I cannot. You should do it. Lin Feng clutched a cigarette, gazing at the unconscious Liang Qiuyu. He understood there was no room for hesitation. If he failed to act, the risk of rejection and infection would certainly lead to her demise. He retrieved a sterilized scalpel and directly incised the bullet wound on her back. Locating the bullet lodged in her bone, Lin Feng disinfected a pair of forceps and exerted all his strength to extract it. Xiao Qiao observed the scene with a furrowed brow. Yet, having weathered many storms, she did not succumb to nausea. Compared to the gruesome task of gutting a pig, this was mere child's play. After removing the bullet, he staunched the bleeding and disinfected the wound before commencing the suturing process. Employing absorbable sutures, he thought to himself, we have resources. What is there to fear? Once the wound was closed, he applied various anti-inflammatory medications, administered a tetanus shot, and injected several anti-inflammatory agents. If Liang Qiuyu were to perish despite his efforts, there would be nothing more he could do. I have heeded my wife's words and have done my utmost. When Liang Qiuyu finally awoke, she opened her eyes and surveyed her surroundings. The temperature was cool, not stifling, and the environment was immaculate, resembling paradise. She attempted to move, only to feel a sharp pain in her shoulder. Darling, you're awake. Xiao Qiao exclaimed, joyfully waving a bowl of snail noodles. Ah, it seems my medical skills have reached their pinnacle. Now that you've awakened, the subsequent recovery should pose little issue. Lin Feng took a couple of bites of the noodles before discarding the rest, deciding they were fit for Abe, who was not picky about food. Why did you save me? Liang Qiuyu asked weakly from her bed, utterly bewildered by the events. I, Lin Feng, engage only in transactions and never in acts of salvation. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards Xiao Qiao. Without her, you would have perished. Lin Feng required no acknowledgement from anyone. Perhaps this was the nature of the solitary wolf king. Liang Qiuyu cast a glance at Xiao Qiao, her eyes ablaze with fury. Are you out of your mind? Why save me? I simply wanted to die. What concern is it of yours? Xiao Qiao and Lin Feng exchanged glances, the latter remaining silent. Xiao Xiao tugged at Lin Feng's arm, leading him out of the room. Darling, does she have a mental illness? She barely survived, and now she blames me? Life is singular. What does she truly want? It was understandable for Xiao Xiao to be incensed. Anyone in her position would feel the same. Do not panic. From now on, lock the kitchen after cooking. The pharmacy should also be secured. She weighs less than 80 pounds. She would tire herself out trying to strangle us. Without a knife, shards of glass, or medication, how could she possibly harm us? It's completely impossible. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiao Xiao nodded in agreement. Suddenly, she recalled a crucial point. What about the armory? Shouldn't it be locked? If she gets her hands on a weapon, we would be finished. Lin Feng casually replied. The armory is safe. It only contains blank rounds that cannot harm anyone. The blanks from 2051T kill, even if fired at one's head. They merely make noise. I am quite confident of that. Oh, how thoughtful of you, Xiao Xiao replied, only to be struck with sudden realization. Wait, Lin Feng, are you also taking precautions against me? Why didn't you inform me about the blank cartridges sooner? Your audacious maneuver has utterly shattered me. Jojo is furious. After all this time, it turns out you left the doors unlocked to rooms where it hardly matters whether they are secured or not. What does a virtuous young lady like myself seek from you? I have already come to terms with your multitude of wives. Yet, you haven't uttered a single truth in my presence. What am I to say to you? Is a blank cartridge not a common occurrence? Furthermore, did you even inquire? Did you ask? Lin Feng remains completely unfazed, for Jojo has successfully passed the test. You are truly wicked. If I were to strike you with a blank cartridge, would that not imply my own demise? Jojo raises her tiny fist to thump Lin Feng's chest, while he responds with a mischievous smile. Now tell me, do you harbor any thoughts of wanting to end my life? If you dare to claim otherwise, I shall take my own life in atonement. Jojo pouts. Having contemplated countless times the notion of eliminating Lin Feng, yet never finding the opportunity to act. Even in the dead of night, Lin Feng clutches his own treasure trove. The moment she stirs, he awakens. How could she possibly seize the moment? Enough. You are truly incorrigible. Go and check on your second wife. From now on, I need not accompany you every night. Jojo, flustered and indignant, shoves Lin Feng back into the room. Chapter 108. Liang Qiuyu's despair in the room. Liang Qiuyu lay on the bed, her gaze fixed on Lin Feng, who was blushing, unsure of how to confront this former partner in trade. Lin Feng scratched his head. With Xiao Xiao being so supportive, how could he possibly oppose her? One must admit, this elder wife was remarkably understanding. Lin Feng, however, was not as adept. He could only comprehend the nuances of clothing. Regardless of the circumstances, it was evident that Xiao Xiao would inevitably take the lead, with no room for doubt. I did not save you for nothing. You currently reside in my home. You ought to bear your share of responsibility. Let us practice our skills together from now on, as a form of payment for your lodging and meals. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Liang Qiuyu's face flushed crimson. This Lin Feng was truly shameless. How dare he assume that I would be grateful for saving my life? That is simply unacceptable. Liang Qiuyu outright declined, while Xiao Xiao stood at the door, munching on sunflower seeds, wearing an expression of amusement. Lin Feng furrowed his brows and then opened his phone, showing a video to Liang Qiuyu. Zhou Kaihua and his accomplices are dead. Your vengeance has been avenged. What more do you desire? My request is hardly unreasonable, is it? Seeing the video, Liang Qiuyu was in disbelief. Why did Zhou Kaihua die so soon? I have yet to exact my revenge. How utterly unfair. Yet, with Zhou Kaihua's demise, Liang Qiuyu felt a weight lift from her heart. It seemed that her hatred had diminished. When a life is lost, the debt is settled. Reflecting on the sycophants at Building 3, she wondered why, despite her assistance, they still wished to see her dead. Liang Qiuyu shook her head and sighed. Lin Feng, I am no longer burdened by regrets. I thank you for saving me, but I possess nothing you desire. Please, allow me to leave. May I not return in the next life? Lin Feng was not surprised by Liang Qiuyu's words. This was precisely why he preferred to distance himself from her. Xiao Xiao, regardless of the situation, yearned for survival, while Liang Qiuyu lived solely for revenge. Now that her vendetta had been fulfilled, she had no desire to continue living. Had it not been for Xiao Xiao's insistence on saving Liang Qiuyu, Lin Feng would have remained indifferent to her fate. Such individuals, brought into a safe house, pose the greatest risk. Enough. I have exerted myself for so long. If you wish to perish, I shall not compel you otherwise. Do as you please. I cannot intervene. Lin Feng waved his hand, feeling that he was not sufficiently ruthless. Why did Xiao Xiao insist on my saving her? Could I not survive without her? As Lin Feng turned to leave, Liang Qiuyu sighed in relief. Lin Feng, thank you. For our final transaction, I ask that you bury me deep. I desire no further disturbances. Liang Qiuyu's heart was ashen, and Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. At a depth of 100 meters, you may rest in peace. under normal circumstances. No one shall disturb you. Lin Feng still retained some semblance of humanity. After all, she was his second woman. If she wished for death, he might as well assist her. 100 meters was a trivial task for him. Wait. At that moment, Xiao interjected. Lin Feng, are you foolish? Did you not see the test strips on her table? She can no longer accompany you in practicing the intricate art of transformation. She is pregnant. Your child. Will you simply abandon her? Jojo shouted vehemently at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, somewhat bewildered, pondered the implications. As a man, what did he know about such matters? Is it true? Is she truly pregnant? Is it my child? Doubt not at him, especially considering the intense 4 hours they had spent together. He glanced at Liang Qiuyu and inquired, Are you not afraid of death? Can you not speak the truth? You cannot take the truth to your grave. Is that fair to the child? Liang Qiuyu inhaled deeply, contemplating whether to tell Lin Feng that there was no child. Yet, she too felt it would be unjust to the unborn. Despite the terrors of this world, do I not have the right to allow you to enter it? Lin Feng, I am pregnant. Your child. The world is already in ruins. You know that. Even if I bear him, what will change? He will still witness this blood-soaked world. The only gift I can offer him is to prevent him from entering this life. I regret my own existence. How can I bring a child into this? This would be profoundly unfair to him. As her shouts escalated, Liang Qiuyu was overtaken by tears. What purpose does this child serve in a world so grim? Will he grow only to be a pawn, with no control over his own destiny? To be toyed with, facing death at any moment? Perhaps it would be better not to be born at all. Lin Feng, cigarette in mouth, observed Liang Qiuyu. No wonder Jojo insisted that I would regret not saving her for the rest of my life. How did you see this so clearly, Jojo? Just a few days have passed. Is your intuition truly that sharp? Jojo stood silently at the door, her intuition as a woman remarkably accurate. Although rescuing Liang Qiuyu could jeopardize her own standing with Lin Feng, she could not bear to witness 2 lives lost. Even amidst this apocalypse, Jojo held steadfast to her principles. Should she ever be unable to bear children, she could not allow her man to become extinct. It must be said, Jojo is the epitome of womanhood, and Lin Feng's choice of a partner is commendable. He glanced between Jojo and Liang Qiuyu. Feeling for the first time the weight of emotional detachment, it was indeed a formidable challenge. He helped Liang Qiuyu to her feet and led her to the planting area. Initially intended for Jojo's eyes, now it was Liang Qiuyu who would behold it. Do you see? Such a vast expanse, the seeds have already sprouted. With proper care, we will have an abundance of vegetables to sustain us. Even if the child is born, he shall not suffer from hunger. As Liang Qiuyu gazed at the sprouting seeds, disbelief washed over her. Is this not the end of the world? How can there still be life? This cannot be real. Why do they sprout? Ultimately, they will only be consumed. Hearing Liang Qiuyu's words, Lin Feng recognized the depth of her wounds. In this moment, she could not yet accept the reality. To live. The journey is what truly matters, not merely the outcome. If everyone were born with the certainty of death, what purpose would life serve? You are a doctor. You should understand that when people seek you out, it is because they yearn to live. If he genuinely wished to end his life, then what was the purpose of seeking a physician? In that fleeting moment, Liang Qiuyu was overwhelmed with tears. Indeed, I had never inquired whether he yearned to live. Why did I presume to decide his fate? This question was directed towards the child within her womb. Similarly, it was a query posed to each life she had extinguished. To unilaterally strip others of their right to exist, was my action truly justifiable? Chapter 109. Only I am superfluous. Witnessing Liang Qiuyu's collapse, Lin Feng felt a pang of compassion. Unlike Xiao, who had navigated life with astuteness, Liang Qiuyu had endured too much and could no longer bear the weight of her despair. Xiao was wise, knowing well what actions were appropriate and which were not. However, Liang Qiuyu's innocence rendered her vulnerable in a world devoid of absolute right and wrong, where true good and evil do not exist. Take time to heal. Life is singular, Lin Feng urged. Do not wait for loss to breed regret. Supporting the shattered Liang Qiuyu, he gently laid her upon the bed. The recent tribulations had been overwhelming for her. Even a man of strength would struggle to endure, let alone a woman. Xiao rubbed her abdomen, uncertain if her actions were correct. She could easily disregard Liang Qiuyu's fate, ensuring no one would vie with her for Lin Feng's affection. Yet, a life was at stake, one that had committed no wrongdoing. How could she allow such a fate to befall her? Furthermore, if Lin Feng were to learn of Liang Qiuyu's pregnancy and she had remained silent, how would he regard her in the future? Lin Feng's temperament would not allow him to rest. Even if Liang Qiuyu were to perish, another like her would inevitably emerge. Thus, it would be wiser to inform Lin Feng sooner rather than later, potentially securing goodwill and solidifying her place within the family. Regardless of status or morality, living with a clear conscience remained paramount. Exhausted from her tears and weakened in body, Liang Qiuyu succumbed to slumber. Thank you, Xiao. Had you not urged me to save her, I fear I would have lived with regret for eternity. Lin Feng approached and embraced Xiao Qiao, recognizing her as a treasure. Had it been Li Ying, he mused, he might never have learned of Liang Qiuyu's condition until the end of days. Why must you exert yourself so? Why is it that you both experience this only once, while I have endured it multiple times without a response? What if I never have children? Would I then be forced to endure their scorn? Lin Feng felt an even deeper sense of guilt towards Xiao Qiao upon hearing her words. Why are you always so understanding? He lamented. I, Lin Feng, appear to be nothing but an empathetic listener. Fear not, Xiao Qiao. Everything will unfold as it should. He patted her shoulder, feeling disinclined to practice his martial arts that day. As they shared the room, time passed unmeasured until Liang Qiuyu began to awaken. Unsteadily making her way to Lin Feng and Xiao Qiao's quarters. With a trembling right hand, she grasped a handgun from the table. You two are meant to be together. I am merely superfluous, am I not? Liang Qiuyu disowned the bond between Lin Feng and Xiao Qiao, a realization she found unbearable. Our relationship was merely transactional, one to which I consented willingly. I do not blame you. I hope you honor your promise to bury me 100 meters underground, where I shall be free from disturbance. Tears streaming down her face, Liang Qiuyu aimed the gun at her temple. In this world, only I am superfluous. In my next life, do not summon me. With that, she pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound of the gunshot jolted Lin Feng and Xiao Qiao awake, only to find Liang Qiuyu pointing the weapon at her own head. Liang Qiuyu felt a sudden ringing in her ears, a sharp pain in her temples. Yet it was not unbearable. Oh dear, can't you be a little more restrained? Inside, it was merely a blank round, harmless to life. And Jojo, I warned you that bringing her in would surely lead to trouble, yet you wouldn't believe me. Look at her now. Will we ever be able to sleep in peace again? Jojo pouted. It was fortunate that Liang Qiuyu shot at herself, or else Lin Feng would have berated her to no end. Lin Feng, you are truly shameless. I wish to die. Are you not even allowing me that? Given the circumstances, is there any hope left for me? Liang Qiuyu felt utterly despondent, truly unable to find a reason to continue living. Come. What hope are you seeking? Allow me to show you. Then Lin Feng rose from his bed, lifted Liang Qiuyu, and took her to witness what hope truly looked like. The entertainment room, medical room, pharmacy, kitchen, laundry room, cultivation chamber, sewage treatment area, various canned and vacuum-sealed foods, weapons and ammunition, power generation room, air purification chamber. Dear sister, do you see? What others possess, I, Lin Feng, possess as well. What others lack, I uniquely have. I understand the heavy blows you have endured. But that is the essence of humanity. In this world, love does not truly exist. Men and women merely cohabitate, each fulfilling their own needs. Men value a woman's beauty, while women prioritize a man's capability and wealth. I, Lin Feng, see through it all. I have the means to seek out more women for companionship. I know you yearn for a man who is devoted and wholeheartedly loves you, but what is the current situation? They cannot even sustain themselves. How can they remain loyal to you? You've seen how Zhou Kaihua, capable of supporting you, casually brandishes a gun, capturing a multitude of women to toy with, regardless of their consent. If there are those to play with casually, why should they remain devoted to you? Being with you demands effort and attention. Yet they cannot engage with others. Look at any pride of lions. It consists of a single male and a harem of females. This is the most natural order. Face reality. In the apocalypse, there are two things one cannot gaze upon directly, the sun and the human heart. Liang Qiuyu found herself at a loss for words under Lin Feng's reprimand. Had this been before the apocalypse, she would have surely scolded him. Yet now, having witnessed so much, she recognized the truth in Lin Feng's words. The apocalypse indeed presents two things one cannot confront directly, the sun and the human heart. Liang Qiuyu nodded, tears silently streaming down her face. Lin Feng took a drag from his cigarette. This was why Liang Qiuyu was pregnant. Otherwise, Lin Feng would have been indifferent to her fate, finding her too much trouble. Is there a nursery? Baby formula, toys, diapers? Lin Feng paused, realizing that such provisions were lacking. But I can prepare them on the spot. Just wait here. Lin Feng set Liang Qiuyu down, then unlocked an empty room. Securing the door behind him, he arranged several shelves, a stroller, a cradle, a crib, baby formula, diapers, and children's clothing. In 2 minutes, Lin Feng opened the door, gesturing for Liang Qiuyu to come see. Come and take a look. With tears still flowing, Liang Qiuyu approached and beheld the contents of the room, finally glimpsing a glimmer of hope. If my child is born, he can thrive well here, without the fear of going hungry. Very well, very well. Nothing comes without a cost. You must render payment, for it is not permissible to utilize my services without recompense. Liang Qiuyu cast a glance at Lin Feng, nodding slightly. I understand that for you. Everything is merely a transaction. Compared to others, you exhibit a certain humanity. However, I find myself in a predicament, at the very least. I must wait until after my child is born, a month hence. Are you able to wait that long? Upon hearing Liang Qiuyu's words, Lin Feng flashed a mischievous grin. If the waterways are obstructed, I can always take the land route. Liang Qiuyu remained speechless, looking at Lin Feng with exasperation. She felt that striving for a peaceful existence here was proving to be a rather formidable challenge. Lin Feng, she is with child. Do not jest with her. Xiao Qiao glared at Lin Feng, asserting, you may boast endlessly, yet in reality, you possess no capabilities. Autumn Rain, you should focus on nurturing your baby. When he was with me, he was still a novice. What can he do besides a few fleeting encounters? He merely engages in idle chatter. When it comes to genuine actions, he is utterly ineffectual. Liang Qiuyu nodded in agreement with Xiao Qiao's sentiment. I concur with your assessment. He is akin to a pup. Unable to endure beyond 4 hours. Worthless. Lin Feng gazed at Liang Qiuyu, rendered speechless. Were it not for the fear of dire consequences, he would have compelled her to plead for mercy. Chapter 110. Lin Feng's ledger at noon. Xiao Qiao prepared lunch, and the three of them sat at the dining table to eat. Come, since your left hand is inconvenient, allow me to peel the shrimp for you. You're so slender, you ought to eat more to nourish yourself. Xiao Qiao was quite proactive, continuously placing peeled shrimp into Liang Qiuyu's bowl. Liang Qiuyu picked up one and took a bite, feeling overwhelmed by Xiao Qiao's warmth, her nose tinged with emotion, nearly bringing her to tears. After all, she was the mistress. Why was Xiao Qiao not angered by her very existence? Why did she even take up arms to rescue her? If it were Liang Qiuyu in her place, she would have wished for Xiao Qiao's demise long ago. Xiao Qiao, are you not jealous, not envious, not angry? Liang Qiuyu inquired, to which Xiao Qiao nonchalantly replied, jealousy, envy, anger, what purpose do they serve? Without Lin Feng, I would have perished. Meeting Lin Feng is a stroke of fortune. Now I am well fed and cared for, free to pursue my desires. Compared to the outside world, this place is akin to paradise. I have come to terms with reality. To survive, one should not strive to alter their surroundings. The power of an individual is limited. No one can change the environment, only adapt oneself to it. Upon hearing Xiao Qiao's words, Liang Qiuyu reflected on her own situation. She sought to change her circumstances. Yet it was utterly impossible. Even if she possessed a firearm, or even missiles, she could not affect change. Adaptation? She glanced at Lin Feng, who was engrossed in his phone, completely oblivious to Liang Qiuyu and Xiao Qiao. I'm full. You two can continue at your leisure. Lin Feng declared after consuming half of his meal, rising to leave. Liang Qiuyu reached for the remainder of his bowl, intending to finish it. Wasn't this a grievous waste of food? People were being killed over a mere packet of instant noodles outside. How could this be acceptable? Oh, don't eat what he left behind. It's better to feed it to the dog. Xiao Qiao quickly intervened, causing Liang Qiuyu to frown slightly. In such dire circumstances, Lin Feng still kept a dog? Yes, and Bei isn't picky, he eats anything. If supplies run low. Lin Feng joked that he could always resort to eating in Bei. Xiao Qiao added. Liang Qiuyu, is there any humanity left? How cavalier. Liang Qiuyu had a small appetite, barely able to finish a bowl of rice. Nonetheless, Xiao Qiao insisted she eat more, first, due to her injuries, and second, for the sake of her unborn child. With such a frail constitution, ensuring the health of the fetus was paramount. Xiao Qiao, are you not afraid that once I have a child, my position will threaten yours? Liang Qiuyu questioned, puzzled by Xiao Qiao's demeanor. Did she harbor ulterior motives? Of course. I am afraid, but fear is futile. Lin Feng's circumstances will inevitably lead to him having many wives and children. Even if he were to perish, there would be other women. Since we cannot change it, we might as well accept it with grace. This way, Lin Feng will remember my virtues and will not allow others to mistreat me. Besides, your gun is pointed at yourself, not at me or Lin Feng. This proves that you pose no real threat to us. Otherwise, Lin Feng would have long since bound you. Upon hearing Xiao Qiao's words, Liang Qiuyu was even more astonished. Xiao Qiao was remarkably astute. No wonder she had survived this long, living so freely. Thank you for your magnanimity. I believe I am beginning to understand. Liang Qiuyu nodded, realizing it was indeed time for her to change. Gradually, you will become accustomed to it. Lin Feng has no faults apart from his flirtatious nature. He has never laid a hand on me nor uttered a harsh word. He does not coerce me into any actions. Even if I express my reluctance to cook, he willingly prepares meals for me. When I am disinclined to wash clothes or clean the floors, he takes it upon himself. I find myself with ample leisure time, which is why I assist him. Should you have any inquiries, simply address them to Lin Feng. He can resolve them all. Upon hearing Xiao Qiao's words, Liang Qiuyu grew increasingly skeptical. Is what you say true? He has never forced you to do anything? What about your intimate encounters? Were they entirely of your own volition? Xiao Qiao's cheeks flushed, and she nodded. Though he often mentions his whims like jumping candy jelly, he has never pressed me when I am unwilling. Moreover, he is my partner. It is only natural that I would not seek another. Is this not commonplace in a romantic relationship? Liang Qiuyu pondered for a moment, and it seemed to hold a semblance of truth. After 4 hours of her own antics with Lin Feng, he had remained entirely unperturbed. He never contravenes a woman's will. Very well, I understand now. Shall I assist you with tidying up? Yang Qiuyu, having finished her meal, felt compelled to help. She could not simply partake without contributing. First, focus on recuperating. There is plenty of time ahead. The workload is manageable, and besides, Bei and Feng Zi enjoy spending time with me. This is not merely work, but a hobby. With that, Qiao unceremoniously combined the leftover food and shrimp shells, leaving no remnants. She then retrieved a frozen chicken from the refrigerator to feed Bei and Feng Zi. Those two dogs were quite understanding. They never displayed pickiness and consumed whatever was offered. How extravagant. The dogs raised by Lin Feng eat better than many humans, Liang Qiuyu remarked, shaking her head. In the realm of the affluent, even in an apocalyptic scenario, life remains so accessible. Feeling a bit bored, Liang Qiuyu decided to check on Lin Feng's activities. You've arrived? Here you go. Upon noticing Liang Qiuyu, Lin Feng casually tossed her an Apple 38p along with a phone card. Is this for me? Is it complimentary? Liang Qiuyu accepted the phone and card. Her own phone had been discarded, leaving her without a device. Of course, it's not free. I'll keep a record. With that, Lin Feng produced a small notebook and began to jot down. On this day, Liang Qiuyu has received an Apple 38p from me, owing me 38 favors. Liang Qiuyu was taken aback. Upon glancing at the densely packed list, she saw numerous entries of Qiao's debts, including a bowl of spicy hot pot amounting to 13 debts, while her own phone equated to 38, hardly an exaggeration. Holding the phone, Liang Qiuyu hesitated to use it. At this rate, how long will it take to repay such debts? What troubles you? Do you not like the color? Why not use it? Qiao had returned, and, upon seeing Liang Qiuyu with the phone, asked curiously, what will happen with all those debts he has recorded? I fear I won't be able to repay them. Liang Qiuyu was not in dire need of a phone, hence her indecision. Why concern yourself with his bookkeeping? Regardless, you are unable to leave. Whether he records it or not, you cannot escape. If he desires you, does it matter if he keeps a ledger? Accept what he offers without fear of a blank ledger. Qiao was accustomed to Lin Feng's peculiar accounting. He could add zeros later if he wished, as long as it brought him joy. Yang Qiuyu pondered for a moment, and indeed, this reasoning held merit. She opened her mobile phone, which was adorned in a lovely shade of pink. After inserting her SIM card, she accessed her WeChat account, and with successful facial recognition, her previous account was swiftly replaced. Glancing at the remaining contacts, she realized there was little left worth cherishing. Her parents had tragically perished in a car accident a few years prior, and the compensation, along with their savings, had been used to purchase her current home. Now, she found herself devoid of everything. She deleted all contacts, leaving only Lin Feng, as the others had become irrelevant. It was time to bid farewell to her past life. All right, please add me on WeChat. It would be convenient for us to stay in touch if we ever go out, Qiao said with a smile, warming Liang Qiuyu's heart. Very well. Adding her on WeChat made her contact list feel less desolate. It seemed that residing in Lin Feng's safe haven was indeed a splendid choice. Chapter 111. The Path of Revenge for Li Wu. My head. It throbs painfully. In the fourth building, Li Wu lay in bed, gradually opening his eyes. Darling, you're awake? Upon seeing Li Wu regain consciousness, Zhang Shiya's gaunt face finally revealed a flicker of joy. Those scoundrels dared to strike me? And that Lin Feng. I shall not rest until I have avenged myself upon him. Li Wu rose, casting a glance at his severed arm before surveying the room. Son, you're awake. Are you all right? Wang Guifan exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face. Li Wu had been in a coma for 3 days and nights and had finally emerged from the perilous phase. Mother, you're unharmed as well? What of that old coward? Li Wu scanned the room but found no trace of Li Dagua. Zhang Shiya glanced at the pressure cooker under the sun. Your father is in the pot. He seems to have lost his mind and ran off after he was beaten. Wang Guifan dared not mention Li Dagua's demise. What if Li Wu sought his body? Let him run. Staying at home only wastes food. I'm famished. Is there anything to eat? Wang Guifan quickly retrieved the pressure cooker, lifting the lid to serve Li Wu a bowl of Li Dagua's renowned pork rib soup. It's been stewing for a while, son. Please eat. Li Wu took a sip, smacking his lips, then inquired, what on earth is this? Why does it taste so sour? My dear wife, did you not eat? You appear so gaunt. Zhang Shiya was indeed famished, yet she would rather starve than consume this. For 3 days, she had survived on mere tap water, eating nothing. Please eat, my love. I'm not hungry. I had breakfast earlier. You've been injured and must replenish your strength. Li Wu, not pondering further, continued to eat. Meanwhile, Zheng Xia's face was clouded with despair. Am I destined to perish? What shall I do now? In the entire West Mountain courtyard, the only one with provisions was Lin Feng, truly inedible. Hand me the phone. I shall summon my comrades. Having finished a bowl of Li Dagua's soup, Li Wu resolved to reach out for help. Initially, there had been enough food in the house, which was why Li Dagua had not rallied his friends, for more people meant more consumption. Now, with resources depleted, it was imperative to leverage connections. Hello, is this Brother Feng? I need a favor. I've been assaulted. Could you bring a few men tonight to help me reclaim my territory? I assure you, it won't be in vain. That scoundrel has hoarded resources worth billions. If we can breach his front door, it could sustain 10,000 people until their last breath. I speak the truth. His name is Lin Feng, the one with the rental properties. He is worth billions. All right, will you come immediately? I'll prepare food and drinks for you. Yes, come. Li Wu hung up the phone, a sinister expression adorning his face. Feng Jiarui, one of the 4 underground overlords of Huahai City, could hardly resist the allure of Lin Feng's hoarded wealth. Just a fraction of that wealth would be enough to feed his family for a lifetime. Mother, Feng Jiarui will be arriving shortly. Do we still have any wine and dishes prepared at home? We must host him properly. Upon hearing Li Wu's words, Wang Guifan hurried to the balcony and retrieved the Li Dagua brand cured sausages. There's wine, and there are dishes. I'll slice them right away. We'll serve you some spare ribs and a plate of cured sausages. At a time like this, it's already quite a decent meal. Li Wu cast a doubtful glance toward the balcony before asking Wang Guifan, where did this cured meat come from? Didn't our home get ransacked? Wang Guifan had already prepared her excuse and replied without hesitation, it was that big golden retriever stray dog in the neighborhood. I lured it inside and then butchered it to make cured meat and sausages. Li Wu nodded. That golden retriever was fed so well, it was practically obese and never bit anyone. Must VE weighed nearly 100 pounds. That makes sense. No wonder it tastes a bit off. So it was that stray dog? Probably scavenged too much garbage. Otherwise, dog meat wouldn't have this flavor. Relieved that Li Wu no longer questioned her, Wang Guifan exhaled softly. As long as Feng Jiarui takes care of Lin Feng, we won't have to worry about food and drink anymore. Meanwhile, Zheng Xia frowned, an uneasy premonition settling over her. Feng Jiarui is notorious for his lechery. If he comes to her home, can anything good come of it? An hour later, Feng Jiarui arrived by car. Though it was daytime, his vehicle was already fitted with sunshade film, and he himself had applied sunscreen. The drive over was merely a bit hot. Upon reaching Li Wu's home, Feng Jiarui knocked on the door. He was here to assess the situation. Only if everything checked out would he arrange for his men to come tonight. 100 billion worth of supplies, even before the apocalypse. That was a staggering fortune. Who wouldn't he be tempted? Li Wu, it's me, Feng Jiarui. Open up. After knocking, Zhang Xia answered the door. Sister-in-law? It's been so long. You've lost so much weight. The moment he saw Zhang Xia, Feng Jiarui reached out to touch her face. Feng Ji, the wine and dishes are ready. If we don't eat now, they'll get cold. Zhang Xia quickly dodged, but Feng Jiarui was in no rush. He stepped inside, scratching his crotch. The itch was back. Ha! Brother, you're living well. Half a month into the apocalypse, and you still have wine and meat. Even better than what I've been eating. He didn't mind the cheap sorghum liquor or the spare ribs and sausages. At a time like this, these were already fine delicacies. Come, Feng Ji. It's been so long since we last met. We must drink until we drop. Li Wu picked up the wine jug and began pouring for Feng Jiarui, who sat at the dining table, pulling out a chair. Come, sister-in-law. Sit beside me and have a few drinks with me. Zheng Xia, of course, knew Feng Jiarui had ill intentions. She immediately glanced at Li Wu for help. But Li Wu merely waved magnanimously, urging her to sit down. Sit. Keep Feng Ji company for a few drinks. Though reluctant, Zheng Xia was just a helpless woman. She had no choice. The moment she sat beside Feng Jiarui, his wandering hand slid up her thigh. Brazen, unrestrained, moving higher. No regard for decency. No fear of consequence. He was utterly indifferent to Li Wu's presence. Feng, Brother Feng, enjoying the ribs. Zheng Xia hastily served dishes to Feng Jiarui, who finally withdrew his right hand to take a bite. The food prepared by his sister-in-law must be exquisitely delicious. I shall have a taste. Upon sampling the ribs from Li Dagua, Feng Jiarui chewed a few times, and his expression shifted dramatically. Suddenly, he slammed his hand on the table, spitting out the rib from his mouth. Bang. Li Wu, am I giving you face? Do you think I cannot discern the type of meat this is? I came here to change my palate after overindulging. Are you toying with me? In an instant, Feng Jiarui was engulfed in fury. The atmosphere became charged with tension. Chapter 112, The Troubled Feng Jiarui. Brother Feng, please, do not be angry. You don't eat dog meat, do you? I was unaware. Allow me to change the dish for you. Li Wu quickly forced a smile, while Feng Jiawei pulled a gun from his pocket, aiming it at Li Wu's head. Do you think I cannot distinguish between human flesh and dog meat? Do you believe I won't blow your brains out? Feng Jiawei was not of the same caliber as Li Wu. He was armed with a real firearm. Brother Feng, calm down. There's plenty of good food available. Lin Feng's home is stocked with billions in resources. Lobsters and abalone for every meal. I will take you there tonight. We are brothers. Please, do not be so agitated. Li Wu was fearless in front of ordinary people, but before Feng Jiawei, he dared not utter a word. Waiting until tonight? Very well. I shall have my sister-in-law accompany me for some amusement. Everything will be fine. As he spoke, Feng Jiawei's gaze shifted toward Zhang Shuya, who felt a wave of panic wash over her. The inevitable had arrived. There was no escape. All right, Brother Feng, whatever makes you happy is fine by me. Li Wu agreed without hesitation, plunging Zhang Shuya into despair. What sort of man had she married? My good brother. How forthright. Come, sister-in-law. I shall be gentle. Feng Jiawei swept Zhang Shuya off her feet, leaving her engulfed in hopelessness. Li Wu, are you willing to abandon your wife? Is this the action of a decent man? Bang. The door slammed shut, and Wang Guifan approached, asking, Son, no matter what, Shuya is still your wife. This is too much. Li Wu waved dismissively, utterly unconcerned. After 5 years of marriage, she hasn't conceived. Clearly, she is a hen that cannot lay eggs. What use is she to me? Upon hearing Li Wu's words, Wang Guifan remained silent. He had a point. Meanwhile, Li Wu glared menacingly at the bedroom door. One cannot catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. One cannot tame a rogue without relinquishing a wife. I will allow you to be arrogant for now, but once you cross the threshold of Lin Feng's home, you shall learn what true cruelty is. Ha ha, sister-in-law. I will be very gentle. Do not struggle. The more you resist, the more exhilarated I become. Feng Jiawei tossed Zhang Shuya onto the bed and began to boast. In that moment of realization, Zhang Shuya felt despair wash over her. It was all too clear. Feng Jiawei was infected with HPV. He was ill. Brother Feng, I beg you, please spare me. Zhang Shuya knew she could not fight back and could only strive to protect herself as best as she could. Was there any hope of stability? Once again, it was time for gift-giving. To witness such a spectacle, one must subscribe to VIP. How could Feng Jiawei utter such inhuman words? Zhang Shuya, with tears streaming down her face, could only submit, feeling as if death was the only escape. At long last, everything came to an end. Zhang Shuya, disregarding everything else, dashed out of the bedroom. She rushed to the bathroom, grabbing a basin and frantically began to wash herself. She could only pray for divine intervention. If she were to fall ill, she would rather jump from a building. It would be a swifter end. This was precisely why Lin Feng had never engaged with married women. When Chao was a formidable threat, Li Wu chose silence upon witnessing the scene. After all, Zhang Shuya was unable to bear children. With a fortune of billions, what sort of women could he not attract? Meanwhile, Feng Jiawei, content with a cigarette in hand, returned to the living room. Brother Feng, are you satisfied? Feng Jiawei shook his head. Mediocre. Li Wu offered an awkward smile and quickly added, Brother Feng, once we have that fortune, what kind of woman could we not find? As far as I know, Lin Feng's residence is no easy target. The perimeter is fortified with high-voltage wires, and Lin Feng is armed. Having been unconscious for so long, Li Wu is unaware of Lin Feng's firepower, hence his silence. No worries. I'll make a call and have my brothers get ready. My bulldozer and excavator are not idle. Feng Jiawei, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, casually dialed. Tonight, as the sun sets, bring a bulldozer and an excavator to the Shishan Villa area, and gather 20 men, armed with 5 guns. After hanging up, Feng Jiawei brimmed with confidence. I can level that house for you. This is just the beginning. All right, Brother Feng, shall we have a drink? The meat may not be exquisite, but a little wine could relieve our fatigue, Li Wu suggested. Feng Jiawei agreed. That makes sense. Let's make do. We've eaten worse. We're brothers, after all. They returned to the table to continue drinking and feasting, while Zhang Shuya glared menacingly at Li Wu and Wang Guifan. Li Wu, though I am a model, I have only been with 3 men. How could you treat me this way? Don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhang Shuya had had 3 relationships, one in college, another shortly after starting work, and the last with Li Wu. Though not a virgin, she was not promiscuous either. Unable to endure this provocation, she thought that if such a thing happened once, it could easily occur again. Seizing the moment while they indulged in food and drink, Zhang Shuya retreated to her bedroom. She gathered all of Li Wu's and Wang Guifan's undergarments and furiously scrubbed the floor. You lack compassion. Do not blame me for my vengeance. After finishing, Zhang Shuya still felt unsatisfied. She picked up her phone and added Lin Feng as a friend. After all, I'm already dead. If I'm going down, I'll make it count. Lin Feng, reclining in bed while tipping during a live stream, suddenly received a friend request. Zheng Shuya? What does she want? After a moment's thought, he accepted the request, as he had little else to occupy himself. Lin Feng. Li Wu is sending people tonight to excavate your house with machinery. You must be cautious. Lin Feng paused momentarily upon reading the message, then received a video. The footage showcased Li Wu and Feng Jiarui drinking and plotting how to violently demolish his house, confirming that Zheng Shuya had spoken the truth. Lin Feng scratched his head, perplexed by Zheng Shuya's intentions. Chapter 113. The retina cannot be donated. What does it matter to you? Do tell, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. It makes no difference to me. Even if you arrive driving an excavator or a tank, I would remain unfazed. Lin Feng, I am aware of your wealth and possessions. Would you permit me to enter? I can serve as your maid, providing massages, cooking, and tidying up your home. You may treat me as a servant if you wish. I acknowledge my past mistakes and sincerely apologize. Please, be magnanimous and spare me. I have not eaten for 3 days. I beg you, I truly realize my errors. Tears streamed down Zheng Shuya's face as she typed her plea, unable to endure another day in her current plight. The absence of food was one thing, but enduring the company of other men was another matter entirely. The fact that she was now being forced to accompany someone with HPV and condyloma was intolerable. I can no longer endure this. Clean yourself up. I shall ensure you suffer as well. Lin Feng scoffed, recalling how she had insulted him just days prior. So now you understand your folly? If apologies held any value, there would be no need for law enforcement. Are you suggesting you would undertake tasks when you have no food? I recently assigned a task, did I not? You are to sever Jelly Li's fingers. 1 finger for each sausage. Despair washed over Zheng Shuya upon reading this. Jelly Li was her last friend, and she could never commit such an act. Lin Feng. I am 168 centimeters tall, weigh 112 pounds, and am quite attractive. I am a model. Would you not wish to see me strut in your room? Furthermore, I am willing to comply with your desires. Simply provide me with your leftovers. I am not picky. Lin Feng glanced at her profile. Indeed, Zheng Shuya was beautiful. Yet he felt no desire. You have been with so many others. What if you contract a disease? Why would you still covet another's spouse? Is your mental state questionable? I have no interest in idle conversation with you. If you cannot bring yourself to harm Jelly Li, then perhaps you could target Li Wu and Wang Guifan. Cut off Li Wu's genitals, and I shall reward you with a box of sausages. For Wang Guifan's tongue, I will offer you a box of instant noodles. Complete the tasks and send me photographs. Otherwise, do not bother me. Upon reading Lin Feng's message, a glimmer of malice flickered in Zheng Shuya's eyes. You dare treat me this way, Li Wu and Wang Guifan? You shall not escape my vengeance. You have forced my hand. Lin Feng. I have not eaten for 3 days and cannot possibly confront them. Could you provide me with some food as a deposit? You may deduct it from my supplies after the task is complete. Upon receiving this message, Lin Feng took a drag from his cigarette and smiled slightly. Open the window. If you fail to accomplish the task before dawn, do not attempt to contact me again. In that moment, hope ignited within Zheng Shuya. A box of sausages and a box of instant noodles. If she rationed them, they could last a month. Furthermore, Lin Feng would undoubtedly assign her more tasks in the future. As long as she fulfilled her obligations, she could continue to survive. All right, before dawn, I will complete the task. Zheng Shuya felt a renewed sense of purpose. And as for you, Li Wu and Wang Guifan, you truly deserve your fate. Lin Feng retrieved a sausage and a pack of instant noodles from his space and placed them on the drone, which then flew out of the safe house. At that moment, Yang Qiuyu observed this and frowned slightly. Originally, Jojo was correct. Even in death, I could not prevent Lin Feng from pursuing other women. If only I could come to terms with it. After all, compared to being assaulted and captured by Zhou Kaihua, I maintain a semblance of dignity, do I not? Jojo gently patted Liang Qiuyu's shoulder, offering her some words of encouragement, and Liang Qiuyu nodded in response. Lin Feng, while somewhat lecherous, possesses no significant flaws. He is not perverse and respects the will of women. Moreover, he demonstrates remarkable endurance. Zheng Shuya had locked the bedroom door. Awaiting the arrival of Lin Feng's drone, Li Wu and Feng Jiarui were engrossed in their drinking, and it was reasonable to assume they would not intrude. After a short while, the drone indeed arrived. She removed the ham sausage and instant noodles, opting to consume them raw, fearing that cooking would produce an odor. She devoured them ravenously, having gone 3 days without food, feeling as though she were on the brink of starvation. She licked the remnants of the noodles clean from the bag before discarding the packaging out of the window. Satisfied, she reclined on her bed, contemplating how to sever Li Wu's manhood and Wang Guifan's tongue. Li Wu would be easy if I could get him drunk enough to sleep like a dead pig. I could simply carry out the act. However, Wang Guifan was alone in her room. How could I manage that? Isn't Li Dagua afflicted with insomnia? I wonder if he still has his sleeping pills. With this thought in mind, Zheng Shuya hastily rose, opened the door, and found Li Wu and Feng Jirue engaged in drunken banter. She located the medicine cabinet and indeed found 8 leftover sleeping pills from Li Dagua. 8 pills should suffice to ensure he sleeps soundly, right? A slight smile crept across Zhang Shiya's face as she pocketed the pills. Wang Guifan often gossiped with the neighbors, claiming that she was a barren hen. These tales had been relayed to her by Jia Lily. This time, I shall see how she can gossip without her tongue. Once I enter Lin Feng's abode and conceive a child, it will infuriate you all. Zhang Shiya felt quite confident in her appearance, after all. What youthful maiden could rival the allure of a mature woman? A mere tap on the drum would reveal my intentions. With that thought, Zhang Shiya submerged the kitchen knife in the basin of water she had just used to wash the grain. I must imbue my weapon with magic. Zhang Shiya was indeed beautiful, yet it was unfortunate that Lin Feng, unlike Cao Cao, had no interest in married women. What if I were to contract a disease? All the resources I have hoarded would be for naught. Zhang Shiya had devised her strategy, while Lin Feng, with a cigarette in his mouth, retracted the drone. Lin Feng, has your taste become more decadent? She is nearing 30, and you desire her too? Zhou and Liang Qiuyu observed from behind. Lin Feng was never one to shy away from anyone. His audacity was remarkable. This is where you erred. You refused to engage in jelly jump candy with me. So why can't I find someone willing to join me? Lin Feng grinned mischievously, while Zhou's face flushed crimson. Liang Qiuyu remained silent. In her eyes, her relationship with Lin Feng was transactional, and she had no right to meddle in the affairs of others. Then, may I attempt the jump candy tonight? Indeed. When it comes to compromise, one either has none or countless instances to concede, and Zhou yielded once more. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, clearly pleased that his scheme had succeeded. I shall assist you in accounting. This evening, I shall undoubtedly lack the time, but I will attend to it when I am free. Lin Feng extracted a small notebook and began to record. On this particular date, Cao Cao owes me a packet of popping candy. Cao Cao and Liang Qiuyu exchanged speechless glances with Lin Feng, remarking on his audacity that rivaled the thickness of city walls. Why are you still wearing that outfit? With so many clothes at your disposal, is it not sufficient? That attire is stained with blood. Do you not fear an infection? Lin Feng glanced up at Liang Qiuyu and replied, Why have you not changed this outfit? He continued, I have observed that the sizes are all too large for me. They would simply fall off. Liang Qiuyu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, harboring a question she dared not voice. She had never donned such provocative garments in her life, which left her feeling bashful. Lin Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully before making his way to the changing room. He soon forgot the matter, realizing that the slender Liang Qiuyu was indeed unable to fit into Cao Cao's size. It would be impossible for it to suit her form. He closed the door behind him and proceeded to fill a wardrobe with attire that Liang Qiuyu and Lin Feng would favor before reopening the door. Are you two willing to donate your retinas? Such a large wardrobe, filled with so many clothes, and there isn't a single suitable outfit? Upon hearing Lin Feng's voice, Liang Qiuyu and Cao Cao approached. They stood dumbfounded at the sight of the wardrobe. What is the meaning of this? How did we not notice? Chapter 114. A promise is a promise. Double joy. Lin Feng, when did you let this happen? How come I was unaware? Cao Cao approached, holding up a garment in front of the mirror, realizing it was indeed not her size. How could she not know, given that she spent every day at home? Is it too much to expect you to remember what S in your own house? What if something went missing? Lin Feng immediately accused Xiao Qiao, who looked utterly aggrieved. I truly have no idea what is going on. Liang Qiuyu walked over, her face reddening as she beheld a wardrobe full of clothes. Throughout her life, she had scarcely used cosmetics, only applying a bit of sunscreen and moisturizer. Wearing such clothes in the future? How embarrassing. Sis Qiuyu, why not try this outfit? You are a doctor, after all. The short skirt and white stockings should look lovely on you, right? Xiao Qiao, accustomed to the situation, thought it was no big deal as there was no one else at home. Who had seen Lin Feng in such attire? I'm not sure about this. Liang Qiuyu hesitated, her demeanor quite unlike the decisive person she usually was. Lin Feng smirked mischievously before striding over and yanking Liang Qiuyu's clothing. Weighing only 80 pounds, she had no strength to resist. Lin Feng's actions felt like child's play. Lin Feng, what are you doing? Didn't you say you wouldn't force anyone? Turns out you're a pervert. Liang Qiuyu was nearly in tears. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Feng had already seen everything, she would have wished for her own demise. I never said I would force anyone. Besides, isn't that your specialty? Always talking about pressure? You want to even take off your clothes. How is that pressure? Lin Feng's words incited Liang Qiuyu's ire. She dropped her hands and stood tall. If everyone has seen it, what is there to fear? Come on. Don't you want to take the bold path? I'll match you step for step. Lin Feng nodded, realizing that with a woman like Liang Qiuyu, one must employ provocation. She was too stubborn and unwilling to yield. One had to be more assertive than she was. Let us talk about it once you've healed. I, Lin Feng, have no interest in taking advantage of you. Since your clothes are gone, choose something you like. It's still your royal attire. I'll leave it to your preference. With that, Lin Feng turned and left, leaving Liang Qiuyu infuriated. Lin Feng, you really are something. Are you shameless? I can be even more shameless. If you don't apologize for today's incident, I vow never to wear anything again. Hearing this, Lin Feng clapped his hands, astonished by such a demand. A promise is a promise. Double joy, Liang Qiuyu. Saying this, Lin Feng picked up his phone and began recording. Liang Qiuyu was even more incensed. You've seen it. Why do you have to record it? I have never encountered such brazen shamelessness. After a few minutes of recording, Liang Qiuyu relented. It was more challenging to get Lin Feng to apologize than to break through his steel door. She picked up the white nurse's outfit and began to dress. She couldn't stay bare forever, could she? Indeed, in matters of compromise. There are only 0 instances and countless others. Liang Qiuyu began to yield as well. Lin Feng was utterly shameless. His face was thicker than the door to his safe haven. Liang Qiuyu was slender, and when she donned a white nurse's outfit with stockings, her aura instantly elevated. Indeed, for men, the allure of subtle beauty is far more exhilarating than overt displays. How shameless! Liang Qiuyu was acutely aware of Lin Feng's gaze fixed upon her legs, which were not clad in stockings. Thus, she could only express her displeasure towards him in this manner. If I, Lin Feng, had any semblance of dignity, would I be fortunate enough to marry 2 such exquisite and enchanting wives? Have either of you not contemplated eliminating me? Liang Qiuyu, you have vanquished countless admirers. Do you truly believe that my devotion to you would yield any merit? From now on, you shall obediently heed my words. I have shown you considerable leniency, never resorting to coercion, and granting you a measure of freedom. Had it been any other man, you both would be acutely aware of your current predicament. Upon hearing Lin Feng's remarks, the two exchanged glances. Lin Feng's words rang true. If he had cared for his reputation, he would have long since been rid of them. I have grown accustomed to this. I know not the nature of his dealings with you, but his audacious antics have utterly shattered my composure. Here, you may rest soundly. For no one has ever managed to gain an advantage over him. Xiao Qiao shrugged her shoulders in resignation. She had long since adjusted to this reality. Since resistance was futile, she might as well recline and savor the experience. At the very least, it was not like those sweltering nights at home, filled with anxiety over scarce resources. Life had become exceedingly blissful, and joy was not a solitary endeavor, a sentiment Lin Feng articulated with merit. Very well, Lin Feng. I concede my defeat. Yet, in my eyes, you shall forever be a mere cur. For hours, and you falter. Even Abe surpasses you. Killing. It must be with intent. Lin Feng's ire flared instantaneously. For hours, and you dare suggest I am inadequate? What man could withstand such indignity? This Liang Qiuyu. I must rectify your obstinacy. Otherwise, you remain oblivious to who truly reigns in this household. Fine. I have never encountered such a demand. Await your reckoning. At worst, I shall dismiss this second wife. With that, Lin Feng strode away, cigarette in mouth. Xiao Qiao, understanding Lin Feng's temperament, hurried to intervene. Sister Qiuyu, what are you doing? Can you not temper your temperament? Lin Feng has treated you quite well. Should you dare to defy him, he possesses countless means to discipline you. His audacious maneuvers are insurmountable. You ought to apologize before he truly loses his temper. Xiao Qiao had previously resisted, only to be left in shock by Lin Feng's antics. Ultimately, she surrendered. It was wiser to recline and enjoy, for she was well versed in this dance. I shall not. At worst, I shall perish. I fear not death. I fear Lin Feng. If he possesses the capability, let him end me. Liang Qiuyu was simply obstinate. Though she had softened somewhat, her temper flared, and fear was absent. Alas, why must you be so stubborn? If death were so simple, I would have succumbed long ago. You may not fear Satan, but you must never underestimate Lin Feng. Xiao Qiao continued to implore, for once Lin Feng returned, it would be too late. What could possibly happen? I fear not even Satan. What cause do I have to dread Lin Feng? Can Lin Feng truly be more terrifying than Satan himself? At that moment, Lin Feng approached, hand in hand with Abe. In my lifetime, I have never encountered such a demand. I shall fulfill your request, Abe. Have your way with her? Let her witness what a true dog is. Xiao Qiao and Liang Qiuyu. Indeed, Lin Feng's audacious antics never fail to astonish. Chapter 115. It is better to abandon this second wife. I advise you to obey, yet you refuse? This time, you shall resolve it yourself. Xiao Qiao shrugged her shoulders. Foreign Bei heeded no one's words, but Lin Feng's. Whatever Lin Feng commanded, and Bei complied without hesitation. It would even consume excrement without a flicker of discontent. This steadfast servant of Lin Feng's position was unassailable, and Bei cast a glance at Liang Qiuyu, his eyes reflecting a semblance of human wisdom. It was evident that the master was merely intimidating his wife. Had he truly acted upon her, his own life would be in peril. Thus, a pretense was in order. Even I, as a mere dog, could discern the charade being performed by my master. Those who fail to notice are indeed inferior to me. Mbe, who claims that a dog's intellect pales in comparison to that of a human. Some individuals lack the cunning of my canine mind. Woof. Mbe barked at Liang Xiaoyu, startling her into a state of weakness. From a young age, she had harbored a deep-seated fear of dogs, having nearly been bitten to death by one in her childhood. Now, with Lin Feng leading such a formidable canine, she felt her legs trembling uncontrollably. Yet, Liang Xiaoyu was not one to yield easily. Her spirit was unyielding. Death was merely death, even if it meant being bitten by a dog. Come on. If you have the courage, Lin Feng, release the leash. If I scream once, I will take your surname. Lin Feng took a puff of his cigarette and deliberately loosened the dog leash. If one disobeys, they cannot remain. Not even if you carry a child within. Go. She is yours now. Do as you please. If she perishes, it shall be my responsibility. Lin Feng's anger swelled. Liang Xiaoyu was already unworthy of entering the safe house. Allowing her presence had indeed invited incessant trouble. Perhaps it would be best to bury her soon and rid himself of this annoyance. Lin Feng had already entertained thoughts of murder. His safety could not be compromised by anyone, not even a wife, not even a beloved son. And Bei, increasingly astute of late, since the shift, had this been the past, Liang Xiaoyu would have surely met her demise. Woof. And Bei lunged forward, tackling Liang Xiaoyu and beginning to tear at her garments. Xiao Xiao shut her eyes in fear, regretting her decision to bring Liang Xiaoyu into their midst. Was this not simply courting trouble? Henceforth, she would remain uninvolved in Lin Feng's choices. What a hassle this had become. In this lifetime, Xiao Xiao vowed never to engage in such affairs again. If she wished for death, so be it. She was not incapable of bearing children. Perhaps she would gradually have children with Lin Feng in the future. Wailing, Liang Xiaoyu lay on the ground, clutching her head in despair. Yet Bei continued to tug at her clothing, refraining from biting her. Did Bei truly intend to violate her? The thought sent panic coursing through Liang Xiaoyu's heart. She could accept death, but not in such a demeaning manner. The notion of death at the hands of a human was bearable, but by a dog? Finally, Liang Xiaoyu relented. Lin Feng, quickly take your dog away. I admit my faults. Is that acceptable? Lin Feng, cigarette in mouth, gazed at Liang Xiaoyu with ire, questioning her. Who are you calling Lin Feng? Is this the attitude with which you plead? Liang Xiaoyu, weeping and clutching her chest, realized that if this continued, she would indeed be subjected to the indignity of being ravaged by a dog. Husband, I was wrong. Please, cease this. Do not be angry. I shall no longer anger you. Is that acceptable? Upon hearing these words, Lin Feng's fury subsided a fraction. Yet, it was imperative that she learned a lasting lesson. Such an occurrence could transpire only once, never to be repeated. So, do you consider me a mere lapdog? Do you not perceive this? Will you still contest me? Liang Xiaoyu felt as though she were stripped bare, hastily shaking her head in supplication. My dear husband, you are truly formidable. I did not mean to label you as such. I spoke out of spite. I promise to show no more indifference henceforth. After returning home, I lay in bed for an entire night, only just recovering. I nearly fell apart, nearly perishing on my own bed. To hear such words from the fiercely stubborn Liang Xiaoyu, Lin Feng realized her psychological defenses had been breached. For her to utter such a statement was akin to moving mountains. I warn you, Liang Xiaoyu, this incident must remain a singular occurrence. Should it happen again, you shall see. The sense of humiliation that had plagued Lin Feng finally dissipated. After all, one cannot declare a man to be inept, even if he possesses but 3 seconds of true masculinity. Understood, understood. I shall never dare again, my husband. Please, take it away. I am truly frightened. Observing Liang Xiaoyu's pitiful state, Lin Feng also called out. Anbei, homeward we go. Upon hearing this, Anbei promptly ceased, relieved that he would not have to consume leftover scraps that evening. After all, his performance warranted an Oscar for Best Supporting Canine, did it not? Anbei returned home, while Lin Feng instructed Xiao Xiao, prepare a few spiced chicken legs for Anbei this evening. He relishes the 5-spice flavor. Xiao Xiao nodded in agreement, and Anbei appeared elated. Indeed, his canine intellect was not in vain. Lin Feng cast a glance at Anbei, pondering whether his transformation had advanced at an alarming rate. Was Anbei's intelligence now on par with that of a 10-year-old child? Thankfully, he was obedient. Otherwise, Lin Feng would have surely resorted to drastic measures. A colossal Tibetan Mastiff undergoing complete transformation would yield troublesome consequences. Not even an AK-47 could subdue it. Vigilance was paramount. Any signs of disobedience must be met with immediate action. Woe is me, husband. I shall obey henceforth. Please do not release it. I have harbored a fear of dogs since childhood. Liang Qiuyu lay on the ground, utterly distraught. The psychological trauma inflicted by Lin Feng would require a lifetime to heal. Enough, enough. Cease your tears. I was merely frightening you. Cannot you be as reasonable as Qiao Qiao? Living without a care, free to pursue your desires without my interference, I have never compelled you to do anything, have I? Yet, you must comply. Should you defy me, I shall be compelled to adopt uncooperative measures. Lin Feng, wielding a stick and offering a sweet date, lifted Liang Qiuyu's delicate face, gently wiping her tears with his thumb. He understood that Liang Qiuyu was not truly at fault. What woman could accept her husband's multiple partners? If she exhibited no reaction at all, that would not be the behavior of a normal person. However, her reaction had been excessively intense, necessitating some extraordinary measures. Liang Qiuyu gazed upon Lin Feng's handsome visage, memories of their 4-hour struggle flooding her mind. Had she been Lin Feng's first love, she would have long since devoted herself entirely to him. Alas, the emotional barrier remained insurmountable until Lin Feng forcefully shattered it. Deep-seated afflictions require potent remedies. Otherwise, they may never be cured in a lifetime. Come, give me a kiss. From now on, be obedient, and simply express your needs. Lin Feng pressed his lips against Liang Qiuyu's, who shyly closed her eyes and wrapped her arms around his neck. Qiao Qiao felt a pang of bitterness in her heart but refrained from speaking. She realized that any resistance would only provoke his audacious displays. Since rebellion was futile, she decided to lie back and enjoy the moment. Reflecting on Lin Feng's merits, she acknowledged that aside from his lecherous tendencies, he possessed no significant flaws. With this thought, Qiao Qiao accepted her situation with grace. The better she performed, the more secure her position as the primary partner would be. After all, if Lin Feng were to perish, she would likely be captured and used as a mere plaything before long. She had witnessed the women in Zhou Kaihua's household, and in comparison to them, Lin Feng exhibited a semblance of humanity. At the very least, he treated them as wives rather than slaves. Chapter 116. Compromise happens 0 times indeed. Compromise occurs either 0 times or countless times. Liang Qiuyu was utterly frightened. She had already compromised several times. Lin Feng found himself at a loss. Surely, one cannot dismiss me with a cold shoulder every day, can they? In this household, am I still the master, or are you? Thus, at a loss, Lin Feng could only lead Abe, this clever dog, to enact a charade. Abe proved quite capable. This dog's intelligence was not in vain, surpassing that of certain individuals. Enough of the tears. As long as you perform well, you shall be my second wife, Liang Qiuyu. Apart from myself and Qiao Qiao, you shall hold the highest rank. After planting a kiss on Liang Qiuyu, her panic diminished significantly. Liang Qiuyu blushed intensely, much to Lin Feng's satisfaction. This was the demeanor expected of a second wife. Remaining silent for hours, as if she were at fault? What use is a second wife? There are only 3 of us, along with 2 dogs. Isn't it clear I cannot be ungovernable? Contemplating her future circumstances, Liang Qiuyu now felt a tinge of trepidation. Disobedience would lead to dire consequences. Far worse than death itself. This was merely the beginning. You shall not regret becoming Lin Feng's second wife. With that, Lin Feng retrieved a piece of medical waterproof tape from his pocket and affixed it to Liang Qiuyu's shoulder wound. He then carried her to the bathroom for a wash, nurturing their bond in the process. They were to share a life together. It was impractical to be on guard every day, after all. Lin Feng had considered locking them away, but that would be excessive, wouldn't it? Mutual consent should suffice. Liang Qiuyu, blushing, made no resistance as Lin Feng carried her into the bathroom. She had already been touched and seen. A bath was no longer a source of embarrassment. I have some expertise in massage. Allow me to assist you, Lin Feng suggested, placing Liang Qiuyu in the hot spring before commencing the massage. Would Lin Feng's massage be effective? He targeted sensitive areas with fervor. Ah, husband, please don't do that. I'm pregnant. Liang Qiuyu could not suppress a cry, which only pleased Lin Feng further. This was what obedience looked like. He began a more conventional massage, which helped Liang Qiuyu relax. Qiao Qiao, having gathered the torn clothing into a trash bin, retrieved a new outfit and delivered it to the bathroom. Seeing that nothing untoward transpired between the two, Qiao Qiao's jealousy subsided somewhat. After all, when Lin Feng had massaged her, "Oh dear, Lin Feng, you are truly wicked," Qiao Qiao exclaimed, dropping the clothes, covering her face, and fleeing. What was wrong with her? Why the sudden dash? Liang Qiuyu was puzzled. It was merely a standard massage, so why did Qiao Qiao blush? Perhaps she was unwell. A quick remedy would suffice. Lin Feng carried Liang Qiuyu out, dried her off, and then removed the medical waterproof tape. As Liang Qiuyu donned her clothing, she pondered what ailment Qiao Qiao might have. After all, as a doctor, Liang Qiuyu was particularly sensitive to discussions of illness. Suddenly, her face flushed, as if she grasped the implication of Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng, you are indeed lecherous. Others may feign modesty, but you have never bothered to pretend. Lin Feng remained unperturbed and, with a smile, inquired of Liang Qiuyu. In the past, there were constraints imposed by the authorities. Look at the present. Those armed need not feign restraint. Be content. I have already exercised considerable self-control. If I desired, I could reclaim thousands of women in a single day. They are far more obedient than you. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Liang Qiuyu nodded in agreement. The fact that Lin Feng had tolerated her so many times was a testament to his good nature. Were it another man in his position, the outcome would surely be uncertain. My dear, I was wrong. Will you allow me to heed your words from now on? Upon hearing Liang Qiuyu's confession, Lin Feng felt a weight lift from his heart. For a woman like her, gaining her acknowledgement was akin to prying open a locked vault. It was a difficult endeavor. Given her current stance, it was unlikely she would retract her words. Rest assured, with me, Lin Feng, you shall enjoy the finest of delights. You're doing well now. Tonight, I shall cook. Well, would you like to eat? Please, make your selection. In response to Lin Feng's invitation, Liang Qiuyu pondered for a moment. Not being particularly materialistic, she replied, I wish to have glutinous rice sweet cakes, though they seem rather challenging to prepare. Can you make them? Having donned her attire, Liang Qiuyu expressed her wishes, feeling as if her request might be somewhat excessive. No problem, just wait and see. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, just let me know your desires. He also took note that Xiao Qiao favored spicy dishes, while Liang Qiuyu preferred sweet ones. It appeared his thoughtful gesture of bringing her milk tea had truly struck a chord with her. Upon entering the kitchen, Lin Feng saw Xiao Qiao preparing to clean the pot after stewing chicken legs. He glanced at her and said, I shall handle dinner tonight. You may take a break. Xiao Qiao nodded in agreement and departed. Lin Feng always locked the door when cooking. He found it puzzling why anyone would fear being observed while preparing a meal. After Xiao Qiao left, Lin Feng secured the steel door and sat down for a moment, scrolling through his phone. When the time seemed right, he retrieved 3 servings of rice, a plate of spicy crayfish, a portion of glutinous rice sweet cakes, a chicken leg, along with a dish of smashed cucumber and braised pork. He arranged everything in bowls and plates, gathered the takeout boxes, and called out to Xiao Qiao, it's ready. I'll feed it Bei. You can set the table. Xiao Qiao, who was speaking with Liang Qiuyu in the other room, hurried over to lay the table. Lin Feng fed chicken legs to Bei and Feng Zi, observing that Bei displayed no rebellious tendencies, allowing him to continue monitoring the situation. He then locked the steel door. Even if Bei were to transform, it would be impossible for him to break through, so precaution was necessary. Bei sighed in relief, grateful for his continued safety. He offered a couple of chicken legs to his canine mate, anticipating that once she matured, he would not feel quite so lonely. Feng Zi, with a noticeably less sharp intellect than Bei, wagged her tail and began devouring the chicken leg. Behaving like any normal puppy, Liang Qiuyu entered the dining area, still nursing her injury, which prevented her from carrying plates. Darling, did you prepare this? Your culinary skills are remarkable. Liang Qiuyu was taken aback. Had Xiao Qiao made it, she could have accepted that. But Xiao Qiao had been engaged in conversation with her the entire time. Enjoy your meal, but refrain from the overly spicy dishes until you've healed. Lin Feng placed sweet glutinous rice cakes, smashed cucumbers, and braised pork before Liang Qiuyu, while he and Xiao Qiao focused on devouring the 5 pounds of small lobsters. Observing Lin Feng's subtle gestures, Liang Qiuyu felt a warmth in her heart. When Lin Feng was not in a foul mood, he truly exhibited a caring nature. She took a bite of the sweet glutinous rice cake, savoring its soft, fragrant sweetness, a delightful taste. Tears of joy streamed down Liang Qiuyu's cheeks. It had been so long since she had tasted something so exquisite. Don't cry, she thought. If you wish to eat, just tell Lin Feng. He can prepare anything. As long as you don't provoke him, he is quite amiable, aside from being a bit lecherous. Xiao Qiao was relishing the small lobsters while sipping chilled beer. And in this sweltering 60-degree weather, indulging in such delectable fare felt nothing short of divine. Thank you, I understand. I wouldn't be upset with you anymore. It's just that my pride is too strong, and I found it difficult to accept this relationship at first. Liang Qiuyu took a bite of smashed cucumber. In this post-apocalyptic world, where vegetation had withered away for 16 days, to have vegetables was simply a luxury. Indeed, what a stubborn woman she was. Unable to resist the allure of gourmet delights even in the face of calamity. Chapter 117. The arrival of Feng Jiarui. As Lin Feng leisurely sipped beer and indulged in succulent lobster, he surveyed the surroundings through his mobile device, monitoring the security cameras. Hadn't Zhang Xuanya mentioned that Li Wu was bringing over excavators and bulldozers? It was the perfect opportunity to test the resilience of this bulletproof glass. Lin Feng, ever prudent, wouldn't he wait for an anti-tank rocket to strike before assessing its efficacy? Such foresight was wise. The 3 of them enjoyed their meal, conversing amiably. with Lin Feng prohibiting Liang Qiuyu from indulging in spicy food or alcohol, creating a harmonious atmosphere reminiscent of a family gathering. Though Liang Qiuyu had little inclination for heavily flavored dishes, she occasionally glanced at the wine bottles, rubbing her belly, deciding against drinking for the sake of her child. Suddenly, a convoy of vehicles and trucks arrived outside the villa. Over 20 individuals disembarked, some armed, directing the excavators and bulldozers to unload. Witnessing this scene, Liang Qiuyu felt a surge of panic. Indeed, the apocalypse had arrived, bringing unrest wherever one might reside. Lin Feng, do you have a gun? Hand me one. I'll take them out before they unload, she urged. Xiao Qiao chuckled lightly and reassured Liang Qiuyu. Sit down and enjoy your meal. The walls are constructed from 50 centimeters of titanium alloy and 100 centimeters of steel, while the glass features a 1.5-meter thick explosion-proof layer. Not even a tank could breach it. This safe haven had been designed by Xiao Qiao herself, who frequently inspected the construction site, thus possessing a deeper understanding of its security than Lin Feng. Is it truly that formidable? Liang Qiuyu questioned, skepticism evident as she stood and entered the house to inspect the glass. Upon closer examination, she was rendered speechless. Was this truly the realm of the affluent? I could toil my entire life and still not afford a single pane of this glass. What right do I have to reside here? I feel utterly unworthy. In that moment, Liang Qiuyu's last vestige of stubbornness was completely subdued by Lin Feng's financial prowess. To be the second wife of such a wealthy individual? In this post-apocalyptic era, even before its onset, countless eligible women would be vying for such a position. It was astonishingly extravagant. As she observed the excavators and bulldozers unloading outside, her anxiety dissipated. In the face of such colossal machinery, those vehicles appeared as mere toys. Brother Feng, this is Lin Feng's home. It houses resources worth billions. Once the door opens, it will all be ours. Li Wu, reeking of alcohol, had already coordinated with his subordinates. The moment the entrance to the safe house swung open, they would surge in. Though Li Wu's left hand was severed, he was confident that with just his right hand, he could subdue Feng Jiarui. At 7 steps, my gun is swift. Within 7 steps, my knife is swifter. Do you think my wife is someone you can toy with? With that, Li Wu touched the dagger at his waist, ready to draw it at a moment's notice for a decisive strike. What on earth is happening? This is sturdier than the central bank of the empire, isn't it? Feng Jiarui approached to inspect the glass, initially believing it to be on the verge of shattering, only to find that the white spots were merely damage to the protective film. A beam from his flashlight revealed that the glass was indeed 1.5 meters thick. Was there any chance of breaking it? As he spoke, Feng Jiarui drew his gun and fired a shot at the glass. Bang! Ah, boss, why did you shoot me? The bullet ricocheted off the glass and struck one of the underlings in the thigh. That unfortunate soul was likely doomed, in such sweltering heat. How could one extract the bullet without risking infection? Shooting you is merely a waste of bullets. You can only blame your misfortune. Just go home, pour some white wine, and pray for no infection. Feng Jiarui, uninterested, moved closer to inspect the area that had been shot, his brow furrowed in disbelief. It merely left a scratch? Though it was an ordinary handgun, it should easily penetrate a security door. Is this merely a scratch? Has the gaming experience vanished? Feng Jiarui leaned by the window, hoping to see if there were any supplies within. If there were none, this effort would be in vain. If the cost does not equate with the reward, who would engage in such folly? Who would be so idle as to break open a locked empty safe? Are you here? Come in for a drink. Lin Feng waved at Feng Jiarui, who, upon glimpsing the fare in Lin Feng's home, swallowed hard. Surely there are supplies inside. Water, electricity, air conditioning. Can we even get fresh vegetables these days? Moreover, there were 2 stunning beauties in the room. The slender one was strikingly beautiful but a bit too thin, while the voluptuous 36D was every man's goddess. Feng Jiarui's interest was piqued. Bring in the excavator. Remove the glass for me. Be careful. Don't touch the power grid. It carries high voltage. Hearing Feng Jiarui's command, the excavator operator promptly maneuvered the machine to pry at the glass. As the bucket scraped against the glass with a screeching sound, the protective film was thoroughly torn away. However, after so much scraping, all that remained were scratches on the glass, yielding little else. At this moment, Lin Feng, visibly annoyed, stood up. Initially, he had no intention of engaging with him, but the incessant screeching noise made it impossible to enjoy his meal. You two eat. I'll take a stroll. He stood up, planting a kiss on Xiao Qiao and Liang Qiuyu, leaving both women embarrassed by such boldness. Should we go and help? Liang Qiuyu felt uneasy about accepting a free meal, believing she was now part of the household. No need to worry about him. I've said it before, you can fear neither Satan nor Feng Lin. Xiao Qiao continued to savor the crawfish, marveling at how delicious Lin Feng's cooking was, akin to that of a restaurant. How exactly did he prepare it? Liang Qiuyu nodded, beginning to embrace her identity. It seemed that when danger approached, one need not act. Living with Lin Feng felt so secure. But when danger was absent, it was even easier to provoke calamity. Lin Feng opened the shooting port, ignited a Molotov cocktail, and hurled it into the excavator's cabin. Boom. The cabin erupted in flames, instantly startling the excavator driver into leaping from his seat in panic. Oh no. It's on fire. Help. Get out. As soon as he exited the machine, the driver began rolling on the ground in distress. Regrettably, it serves little purpose. It is merely oil, which can hardly yield any benefit when it stains one's skin. A few subordinates stand nearby, helplessly observing. The heat is unbearable, and they are clad in flip-flops, rendering them incapable of extinguishing the flames with their feet, as it would only result in their own burns from the oil. Meanwhile, Feng Jiarui gazes sorrowfully at his burning excavator. In such sweltering weather, devoid of water, he can only watch helplessly as it is reduced to ashes. Damn it. Where is the bulldozer? Aim for the glass. Put the pedal to the metal. Charge. Feng Jiarui is a decisive individual, even if there are no resources within the building. Those two beautiful women must exert themselves. My wolf-tooth wisdom. At last, I can indulge in some comfort. Chapter 118. Short pain is better than long pain. The mere thought of the two beauties inside the house set Feng Jiarui's mind aflame with an unbearable itch. Alas, he was afflicted, and only when practicing the art of the undulating divine technique could the sensation be dulled by pleasure. With that said, Feng Jiarui slipped his hand into his trousers to scratch, but the itch intensified, rapidly becoming uncontrollable. Brother Feng, do not break in. Come to the front door. We have matters to discuss. Lin Feng's pleading voice resonated from the entrance. Feng Jiarui's expression brightened. Indeed, violence could resolve all dilemmas. Lin Feng, I shall shatter your shell with little effort. Wise up and open the door yourself. I'll spare you a portion of the resources. Those two women are also mine. I can grant you mercy. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Feng Jiarui boasted arrogantly, though the itch gnawed at him incessantly, making him yearn to engage with the two women inside, to practice the undulating divine technique thrice. Initially, Lin Feng had intended merely to shoot an arrow at Feng Jiarui. But upon hearing his taunts, fury surged within him. You may hurl insults at me, Lin Feng, and I shall overlook them, but if you dare to touch my wife, I must rectify your foul disposition. Lin Feng retrieved a pair of gloves from his space, donned them, and produced a Carolina Reaper pepper, a product of the United States, which he had pilfered in abundance. It had remained of little use until now. Was this truly fit for human consumption? Next, Lin Feng took the arrowhead and meticulously coated it with the pepper, ensuring thorough coverage before positioning himself at the shooting point, aiming at Feng Jiarui, who was still scratching himself in discomfort. Brother Feng, stay still. I possess a remedy for that itch. Do not move. I shall record your facial recognition, and you may enter. Then I will find you the remedy. Upon hearing of a potential cure for his affliction, Feng Jiarui's spirits soared. Ah, you are quite astute. It seems. You are obedient after all. I shall grant you a chance. From now on, align yourself with me, Feng Jiarui. In Huanghai City, no one will dare to bully you. Lin Feng, not particularly skilled in archery, feared that Feng Jiarui might move and cause him to miss. An errant shot would be pointless. After all, none among the neighbors dared to visit Lin Feng anymore. Who could empathize with the solitude of a man burdened with two wives while surrounded by carefree revelers? Seizing the moment, Lin Feng pulled the trigger. Just then, a glimmer of cold light flashed forth. Where in the world could one find a kindred spirit? Feng Jiarui felt something slice through his trousers, followed by a searing, excruciating pain that threatened to elevate him to the heavens. What is this sensation? He clutched his groin, wailing incessantly. The agony of being struck in a sensitive area was already heart-wrenching. What was this relentless burning sensation assaulting his mind? It was more painful than a fire roasting a sausage. The sensation felt akin to his brain exploding. He could not even faint from the pain. How does it feel? Brother Feng, is the remedy effective? Is there not a hint of it remaining? Lin Feng chuckled mischievously, then settled in to enjoy the spectacle. Who will rescue me? I was wrong. I realize my mistakes. I wish to be a good person. The Carolina death pepper clung to Hugin's wound. The sensation. It has transcended the limits of pain, surpassing level 10. It is off the charts, aiming for a pain level of 100. Feng Jiarui's face contorted in agony. If he were to encounter Zheng Dehai at this moment, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "My suffering surpasses yours." Inside the room, Xiao and Liang Qiuyu watched Lin Feng's audacious antics, their scalps tingling from the display. Indeed, Lin Feng's tenderness towards them was evident. They dared not imagine the sensation of that death pepper adhering to Hugin, nor could they fathom the taste of that pepper they might consume. It was utterly brutal. You could have ended his life with a single shot. Why subject him to such torment? Liang Qiuyu was perplexed. She had always thought Lin Feng had no significant flaws aside from his lecherous tendencies. Alas, she did not truly understand Lin Feng at all. The young lady hurried back to her room, aware that such scenes could adversely affect their psychological development. I relish watching them desire to kill me yet find themselves powerless. Lin Feng mused, puffing on a cigarette, seemingly unfazed. This scene terrified Qiao Qiao and Liang Qiuyu. They had once contemplated taking Lin Feng's life, and they were fortunate not to have acted on it. Had they done so, the outcome would have mirrored that of the unfortunate soul outside. Let us not concern ourselves with him. We should behave ourselves from now on, Liang Qiuyu suggested. I told you, you need not fear the Grim Reaper. But you must fear Lin Feng. Do you believe me now? Liang Qiuyu nodded, recognizing that while he spoke politely, his actions were ruthlessly brutal. If enduring Lin Feng's formidable prowess became unbearable, perhaps self-destruction would be a more merciful end. To kill Lin Feng? Would this cunning king grant you the opportunity? Once you fail, just look at the consequences outside. Oh, is there anyone who can save me? Just end my suffering. Grant me a swift release. Feng Jiarui's torment now eclipsed that of Zheng Dehai. The ground he rolled on was stained with crimson and white. His features twisted in agony. What should we do, boss? Please give us a definitive answer. Everything is shattered. Should we cut it? A group of underlings exchanged uncertain glances, none daring to take the lead. Upon hearing the suggestion of amputation, Feng Jiarui hastily removed his trousers, as if glimpsing a glimmer of hope. Hurry, I can't endure this any longer. Just cut it off. The pain was unbearable. Perhaps amputation would provide some relief? Boss, hold on a little longer. Let me sterilize the knife. Or else infection could lead to dire consequences. With that, the underling Wei Zhongxian retrieved a dagger, doused it in gasoline, and set it ablaze. As the blade glowed bright red, several others approached, casting sympathetic glances at Feng Jiarui. Boss, can you truly not endure it any longer? Once you cut it, there will be no turning back. Wei Zhongxian, having completed the preparation of the knife, asked Feng Jiarui once more. Cut. Just cut it already. Feng Jiarui roared. Only one who had experienced the torment of the death pepper slathered on Hugen's wound could comprehend such agony. The pain was more excruciating than being burned alive. There was no chance of succumbing to unconsciousness. The stinging clarity of consciousness was overwhelming. Lin Feng, relishing the chaos, couldn't resist taunting Feng Jiarui. Cut. Hurry and sever my Hugen. Lin Feng, you shall pay for this. Just wait until I get my hands on you. I shall make you aware of the true essence of cruelty. Feng Jiarui has shattered. He is utterly devastated. A subordinate, trembling with anxiety, hoists Feng Jiarui's mangled essence. As Wei Zhongxian brandishes a searing blade, with a swift motion, Wei Zhongxian brings the knife down, severing the essence with decisive brutality. Inside the room, Qiao Qiao and Liang Qiuyu, transfixed by the surveillance, are on the verge of retching. Liang Qiuyu, the physician, discerns at a glance that Feng Jiarui harbors HPV. Should he truly be apprehended, the outcome would be far more harrowing than death itself. It appears that aligning oneself with Lin Feng is indeed the most prudent choice. Without a doubt, at the moment the essence was severed, Feng Jiarui did not emit a cry of anguish. Instead, he wore an expression of unexpected relief. After all, the agony he had endured was overwhelming, and in comparison to retaining it, the act of severance offered a profound liberation. Better to endure a brief pain than to suffer a prolonged one. Chapter 119. Severance for eternal rule, how brutal it is. Li Wu witnessed the scene before him, shielding his wisdom from the horror. The Li family had yet to recover. To be severed would be akin to death itself. Glancing toward Lin Feng's safe haven, he hastily retreated to a distance. Should an arrow strike him, it would be a fate worse than death. Thanks to Wei Zhongxian's prompt medical attention, Feng Jiarui's wound remained unbleeding. At that moment, Wei Zhongxian approached with a piece of silk and said to Feng Jiarui, Boss, I'll apply this for you. Just like they do in the dramas. Otherwise, if the wound festers in a couple of days, you'll be doomed. Feng Jiarui gazed at Wei Zhongxian in disbelief. Are you treating me as the last eunuch of Huaxia in 2050? Nevertheless, he understood Wei Zhongxian's good intentions. If he didn't apply it, he would surely perish. Go ahead, but be gentle. This is my first time. Upon uttering those words, tears welled up in Feng Jiarui's eyes. How many women had uttered that phrase to him throughout his life? Now, he was experiencing what it truly felt like. All right, boss. Try not to drink water for 3 days. If you're thirsty, just moisten your throat with a bottle cap. After 3 days, if you can urinate, then you'll be fine. Wei Zhongxian, having completed the task, patiently cautioned him. This isn't mere nonsense. Who taught you this? You seem rather professional, Feng Jiarui remarked. Exasperated with Wei Zhongxian, yet acknowledging that without him, he would likely be in dire straits. My partner used to love watching palace intrigue dramas and insisted I watch with her. After seeing so much of it, I picked up a few things, Wei Zhongxian admitted. Scratching his head, speaking honestly. What a talent Wei Zhongxian is. Such individuals are exactly what we need in the Eastern Depot. Lin Feng stroked his chin, contemplating whether to spare Wei Zhongxian's life. If he were to establish a feudal empire in the future, individuals like Wei Zhongxian would be invaluable. With so many beautiful wives, one must have some precautionary measures in place. Initially intending to eliminate all of them, Lin Feng decided against it. It would be better to take his time and enhance Wei Zhongxian's skill proficiency. Xiao and Liang Qiuyu were also watching the surveillance in the room. Chuckling at the unfolding scene, Lin Feng, you truly know how to play this. Bring forth the bulldozer. Rev it up and smash that turtle shell. Feng Jiarui fumed. If he caught Lin Feng, he would use the deathly pepper to slice Lin Feng's intestines piece by piece. 1 slice per hour. Otherwise, he would feel satisfied. A subordinate operating the bulldozer promptly climbed aboard, reversing far back, then flooring the accelerator. He charged toward Lin Feng's glass with reckless abandon. Everyone awaited the ensuing spectacle. Suddenly, a massive fireball erupted. Boom. A deafening explosion. The bulldozer was sent flying. The operator was crushed under the overturned machine, reduced to a mere puddle of muck. What the hell? I can comprehend Lin Feng having firearms, but he also has landmines. Feng Jiarui didn't possess landmines. Where did Lin Feng acquire such weaponry? I shouldn't have come today. This man is devoid of humanity. He has landmines. Is there still any law in Huaxia? Is there any justice left? Feng Jiarui, in a state of panic, rushed to the car without even donning his trousers, an absurd sight with a tuft of hair awkwardly protruding from his waistband. The excavator was ablaze, and the bulldozer had been obliterated by a landmine. How could they possibly gain entry? Were they to pry the door open with their bare hands? Zhang Xia's warning had not been in vain. Otherwise, Lin Feng would not have meticulously planted explosives to ensnare them. The success of Zhang Xia's mission tonight would determine her future relevance. Failure would result in her being disregarded henceforth. Brother Feng, don't leave just yet. I can't let you return empty-handed. You must take something with you. Feng Jiarui's comical escape, with the tuft of hair bobbing about, was reminiscent of a fleeing figure in distress. He limped awkwardly, resembling a desperate nobleman fleeing for his life. Completely ignoring Lin Feng's words, he hobbled toward the vehicle. If one could trust Lin Feng's words, it would be more credible to believe a dog would abstain from consuming its own excrement. In the midst of this chaos, as Feng Jiarui attempted to flee, Lin Feng retrieved a drone and prepared it for action. After all, guests should be treated with some courtesy. As Feng Jiarui clambered into the car, he caught sight of the drone ascending from Lin Feng's residence. Astonishment washed over his face. Hurry, drive. Here I thought I. Feng Jiarui was devoid of humanity, yet Lin Feng surpasses me in that regard. A bomb is strapped to that drone. Is this the work of a human being? Upon hearing this, his subordinate hastily got into the car and sped off. Several armed individuals, witnessing the drone approach, immediately opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. Yet, the drone was too small and agile, evading their bullets as effortlessly as one might swat a mosquito with a BB gun. Fortunately, several vehicles caught fire. Driving was merely a matter of escape. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng initiated a suicide attack with the drone. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, 4 vehicles were obliterated, and the fates of those within remained unknown. Only one car, driven by Wei Zhongxian and containing Feng Jiarui, managed to break free from the inferno. This was not due to Wei Zhongxian's driving prowess, but rather Lin Feng's recognition of his potential, sparing him for another day. Indeed, in these times, possessing a unique skill is imperative. Otherwise, not only will the boss overlook you, but your life may also be at stake. Feng Jiarui, with a grim expression, gazed back at Lin Feng's villa. This escapade had resulted in significant losses. Over a dozen subordinates perished, 2 firearms misplaced, an excavator and a bulldozer destroyed, alongside several vehicles. While Lin Feng emerged unscathed. Lin Feng, I shall not rest until this vendetta is avenged. I swear, I will not let your transgressions go unpunished. I shall not hesitate to slice your entrails with the spice of death. Feng Jiarui's fury ignited, but soon darkness enveloped him, and he fainted from sheer rage. Wei Zhongxian, behind the wheel, hurriedly transported the 3 occupants back to base, for the losses were insurmountable. Qiao, you were right. I may not fear Satan, but I cannot afford to disregard Lin Feng. As Liang Qiuyu observed the unfolding events on the monitor, it was the first time in her life she felt a pang of fear. After all, Lin Feng's willingness to engage in a fair exchange demonstrated remarkable integrity. If Lin Feng had chosen to exert his might, who could have possibly thwarted him? Reflecting on those 4 hours, Lin Feng had never declined her requests, fully adhering to the will of a woman, leaving Liang Qiuyu feeling fortunate. Had Lin Feng lacked compassion, she would have met her demise long ago. Unavoidably, Liang Qiuyu began to accept her identity as the second wife. It was not without reason. After all, she had once been unaware of Lin Feng's formidable power. Now that she understood, It seemed that women yielding to the strong was not an ignoble affair. Be grateful, for had it not been for your pregnancy, you would have perished countless times. I have already told you to heed Lin Feng's counsel. There is no worry for food and drink, and all your desires will be fulfilled. Disregard his advice, and life will be more unbearable than death. Do you believe it now? Xiao Qiao had long since grown accustomed to Lin Feng's audacious maneuvers, which were truly beyond the reach of ordinary imitation. In this world, only Lin Feng could execute such remarkable feats. As for others, perhaps they should simply retire to rest. Chapter 120. The notebook is not for reckless jotting. The residents of Shishan Courtyard had long since grown accustomed to the occurrences within Lin Feng's household. After enduring numerous incidents, their astonishment had faded away. Arson, vehicular assaults, bombings, and rocket strikes was today not merely a case of detonating a myriad of landmines. With drones obliterating countless vehicles and claiming innumerable lives, this was merely a commonplace affair, was it not? Was this not Lin Feng's standard modus operandi? What was there that Lin Feng would dare not undertake? Such behavior had become entirely predictable. They had long surrendered to the reality, unless one yearned for a swift demise. It was prudent to avoid lingering near Lin Feng's abode. The manner of death awaiting anyone who approached his door would be infinitely more tragic than succumbing to thirst, heat, or starvation. While one might harbor skepticism regarding the official disaster response capabilities, faith in Lin Feng's prowess was absolutely indispensable. The residents of Shishan Courtyard had relinquished any hopes of rallying against Lin Feng in their discussions, as it proved utterly futile. From this day forth, they resolved to simply live one day at a time. Let destruction come swiftly. They were weary. Lin Feng, with a cigarette in hand, returned to his dwelling. It appeared he possessed an abundance of supplies, sufficient to sustain him for an eternity, perhaps even 10 billion years. However, upon reevaluation, could it not sustain 10 billion individuals for a year? Was this question not clear? Lin Feng would never allocate sustenance to any idler. Such provisions, once granted, would necessitate further support. Aiding a neighbor would lead to supporting Shishan Courtyard, which would then extend to the entire Huanghai city, and subsequently, to all of North China. And eventually, to the entire nation, and then the world? Could such precedents be set? Was Lin Feng to be the sole provider of sustenance for the entire globe? Could he truly support every soul on this planet? And what of the animal rights advocates? They would demand protection for nature as well. Their demands were infinite. Thus, Lin Feng would not part with a single grain for any idle soul. If one could not endure, then all he could offer was a passage to the netherworld in hopes of beseeching the Buddha. The Buddha, after all, could accommodate many idle souls. With this thought, Lin Feng returned to his bedroom, cigarette still in mouth. While his actions may seem devoid of humanity, he found no other viable solution. At that moment, Xiao Qiao and Liang Qiuyu, upon seeing Lin Feng's return, instinctively embraced one another. In times of danger, Lin Feng was the most reliable man. Yet in the absence of peril, he posed the greatest threat. What are you two doing? Was it not merely the destruction of countless vehicles and the loss of innumerable lives? Have I ever compelled you to do anything? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiao Qiao and Liang Qiuyu exchanged glances and simultaneously shook their heads, resembling two rattling drums. Indeed, they had not. It appeared Lin Feng harbored some degree of psychological fastidiousness, granting certain allowances to his wives. Fortunately, one of them was still a maiden, otherwise, she would not even qualify to reside there. In an instant, both women widened their eyes, as if they had heard each other's innermost thoughts. Was this truly how you felt? Is it permissible to think this way? Lin Feng's eyes also widened in surprise. It seemed not only dogs were mutating, but humans were beginning to awaken their extraordinary abilities as well. Should I consider eliminating them now? If I were to do so, my safety would surely be guaranteed. After contemplation, Lin Feng felt that, given the current situation, the issues remained well within his control. Jojo, his significant other, had completely yielded to him. Although Lin Feng was not particularly humane, he could not allow her to act as a shield against danger. There was little cause for concern, as long as her heart remained steadfast. He would support her for a lifetime. As for Liang Qiuyu, his second partner, though stubborn, she no longer dared to defy him. Her devotion was formidable. Once she set her mind to something, she would never waver. Even if she were to acquire a weapon, her thoughts would only drift towards self-destruction rather than turning it against herself. Thus, there was no significant problem. Moreover, she had come to realize his ruthlessness, making her hesitant to provoke him. After some consideration, Lin Feng resolved to continue observing. Akin to Abe, any disobedience would be met with immediate eradication. Suddenly, it seemed that Jojo and Liang Qiuyu could sense Lin Feng's innermost thoughts. The two exchanged glances, questioning whether this cunning Lin Feng truly desired their demise. Such a notion seemed more arduous than breaching his formidable defenses. Lin Feng regarded the two women. having ascertained that this was a precursor to the awakening of their latent abilities. During this phase, their perception would exponentially increase, even allowing them to detect the brainwaves of those nearby. This heightened sensitivity would persist until their powers were fully awakened. There were both advantages and disadvantages. He could discern their thoughts, just as they could perceive his. Lin Feng had long mastered this sensation, as long as he refrained from contemplating matters of space. They would be free to know whatever thoughts crossed their minds, rendering other concerns trivial. The process of awakening one's abilities was irreversible, even if he were to eliminate them. Future individuals might still experience similar phenomena. A bit of exhaustion was a small price to pay, especially since he could still sense their brainwaves, which indicated that they had not yet silenced their own thoughts. Moreover, they appeared to be quite fearful of themselves, which was rather beneficial. Everything was for survival. Everything was for the future. What was happening? It had only been a few days since the apocalypse commenced. It was one thing for dogs to mutate. Now, humans were beginning to transform as well. Lin Feng, cigarette in hand, pondered the solutions to these unfolding events. This situation was irreversible, yet why were these occurrences manifesting so early, merely at the onset of the apocalypse, a year ahead of schedule? Did his reincarnation inadvertently precipitate such developments? Was this the butterfly effect in action? It seemed that the two women sensed Lin Feng's lack of intention to extinguish their thoughts, and they both exhaled in relief. Resignation was their only option. Lin Feng was merely a man with a roguish charm. As for everything else, those were minor issues. Who could resist a strikingly handsome gentleman? 185 centimeters tall, robust, nonchalant, and worth millions? Oh dear. What was he thinking? Jojo and Liang Qiuyu's faces flushed crimson as they covered their faces in embarrassment. There was no denying it. A man must possess a touch of mischief to captivate a woman's heart. Lin Feng contemplated that it was time to take some action. Let us tally the accounts. After all, Liang Qiuyu was with child. Lin Feng merely enjoyed playful banter without crossing any lines. With a blush, Liang Qiuyu dashed away, deciding it was best to retreat indoors, leaving the rest to Jojo. Please don't let Lin Feng seek me out. I'm not in a position to entertain him right now. Jojo gazed speechlessly at the small notebook that Lin Feng produced from his pocket. Had she foreseen this outcome? She would have refrained from haphazardly agreeing. It turned out that Lin Feng's notebook was not merely a collection of random notes. Alas, she vowed never to allow him to keep such erratic accounts again. When would she ever be able to settle the debts recorded within? It seemed utterly impossible to repay. Lin Feng, equally speechless, remarked that he was merely tallying the accounts, suggesting they could take their time to settle them. After all, there was no shortage of time. Chapter 121. Zhang Xia's mission. Lin Feng luxuriated in the safety of his refuge, while Li Wu gazed at the moon hanging in the midnight sky, his lips curling into a curse. That damn Feng Jiarui is utterly useless. He brought a whole entourage with him, yet they amount to nothing. After venting his frustration, Li Wu rose from the corner where he had been sitting and made his way home. As he passed by the two cars that had been reduced to wreckage, a surge of elation swept over him as he sought out a firearm. After nearly half an hour of searching, Li Wu finally stumbled upon two guns, one with 14 rounds and another with 12. By heavens, fortune truly favors me, Li Wu, he exclaimed. With these weapons in hand, what is there to fear? With the guns securely tucked away, Li Wu returned home, his heart brimming with joy. Armed with these firearms, he felt invincible against that scoundrel Feng Jiarui. Once his left arm healed, he would exact his revenge on Lin Feng. Upon entering his home, Li Wu found Zhang Xiya busily engaged in the kitchen, preparing sausage and simmering pork rib soup, a picture of domesticity. You're back, dear husband. Come. Taste the soup I made today. I found a packet of instant noodle seasoning that elevates the flavor. Having toiled throughout the night, Li Wu felt a pang of hunger and approached her to sample the soup, nodding in satisfaction. Now this is more like it. Eating bland food is hardly enjoyable. Wang Guifan also relished the soup, proclaiming it to be simply exquisite. It has been ages since I savored something so delicious. As Zhang Xiya presented the sliced Li Dagua brand sausage and poured Li Wu a glass of wine, she inquired, how did things go with Lin Feng? Why didn't you bring anything back? Li Wu's anger flared at her question. That damn Feng Jiarui is utterly useless. Nearly 20 people have perished. All our tools are destroyed. And Lin Feng even managed to take my precious. He felt utterly humiliated. As he bit into a piece of sausage, Zhang Xiya dutifully poured him a drink. As long as you're all right, that's what matters. Here, have a drink, get some rest. And we shall devise a plan for Lin Feng tomorrow. Her words soothed Li Wu's spirit. Aren't you eating, my wife? You seem to be losing weight lately. Zhang Xiya shook her head and casually replied, I had a bite while cooking. You and mother should eat more. Li Wu paid little heed to her words, savoring the wine and the delectable pork rib soup enhanced by the seasoning. The two of them finished an entire pot of soup, not out of gluttony, but rather because after such a long time, indulging in a packet of seasoning was a true luxury. Encouraged by Zheng Shiya's sweet words, Li Wu indulged in another couple of glasses and even shared his discovery of the two guns with her. Upon hearing this, Zheng Shiya became even more resolute in completing the task assigned by Lin Feng. With a box of instant noodles, a box of ham sausages, and 2 guns, she believed she could forge her own path. Over an hour later, Li Wu and Wang Guifan were satiated and comfortably asleep in their beds. "Dear husband, are you asleep?" Zheng Shiya gently pinched the fracture in Li Wu's left arm a few times. Seeing him unresponsive, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. Li Wu's gun was swiftly drawn from his waist and secured at her own. She then unsheathed the enchanted kitchen knife and deftly severed Li Wu's formidable weapon in a single stroke. Having consumed copious amounts of alcohol, combined with the sedative placed in the rib soup by Zheng Shuai, Li Wu was blissfully unaware of the pain. After locating the 2 firearms, she tucked them into her bosom, for these were invaluable tools of survival that could not be left behind for Li Wu. Once all was resolved, Zheng Shuai took out her phone to capture the moment and sent the image to Lin Feng. Next, it was time to confront Wang Guifan. With unwavering resolve, she declared that she desired the ham sausage and instant noodles as well. Upon entering Wang Guifan's room, she found her in slumber as well. Zheng Shuai, armed with the kitchen knife, nudged Wang Guifan twice, but to no avail. She remained unresponsive. Resolute, Zheng Shuai pried open Wang Guifan's mouth and directly severed her tongue, which instantly roused her from her stupor, startling Zheng Shuai in the process. Wang Guifan, now bleeding profusely, emitted soft, muffled cries. Zheng Shuai seized the ashtray belonging to Li Dagua from the table and delivered a crushing blow to Wang Guifan's temple, rendering her unconscious, sprawled on the bed. Oblivious to her fate, Zheng Shuai, breathless and shaken, gathered her composure before snapping another photo to send to Lin Feng. Having completed her grim task, Zheng Shuai fled with determination. This household was no longer a sanctuary for her. Should they act without compassion, they must not blame her for her ruthless choices. Discarding the enchanted kitchen knife, she clutched the 2 firearms and dashed from the house. Who would dare use such instruments for culinary purposes now? Upon reaching the 14th floor, she knocked on the door of her dear friend, Jiao Lily. After a brief wait, Jiao Lily opened the door. Living alone and preferring solitude, Jiao Lily was a homebody, which meant she still had provisions left, an ideal refuge for Zheng Shuai at this moment. "Is it true, Shuai? Li Wu actually allowed you to be with another man? And that man has HPV?" Jiao Lily questioned upon entering the room. "It is indeed true. So I dealt with Li Wu, and I cut off Wang Guifan's tongue too," Zheng Shuai replied. A glint of determination flickered in Jiao Lily's eyes upon hearing this. "Well done. That Li Wu even added me on social media, thinking he could sleep with me? And Wang Guifan is no better. She constantly speaks ill of your fertility. We should both get checked at the hospital. I know there's nothing wrong with you. The one at fault is Li Wu. You can stay with me. Although the water pressure on the 14th floor is low, it's still drinkable. If it's not enough, we can fetch water from the 1st floor. We are best friends, and in times like this, we must rely on one another." Zheng Shuai felt a wave of relief at Jiao Lily's words. Indeed, there exists genuine affection in this world. "Lily, I am exhausted. I shall rest for a while. It will be too hot to sleep when dawn breaks." Zheng Shuai expressed her need to gather her thoughts and resources. "Sleep on your side, and I will take the master bedroom. There are still some food supplies. Perhaps in a few days, the crisis will pass." Jiao Lily did not ponder further and led Zheng Shuai to the side room. "All right, Lily, you should also retire early. Good night." As Zheng Shuai closed the door, she messaged Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, your silence implies you are asleep, correct? I am currently residing in Unit 401 on the 14th floor of Building 4. I have completed the task, and I sincerely hope you will not go back on your word." Zheng Shuya felt a mix of fear and excitement. What if Lin Feng truly delivered the items to her? With food and a firearm at her disposal, she was certain of her survival. She opened the window to receive the package. Upon reading Lin Feng's message, her trepidation swiftly transformed into elation. Yes. I will finally not starve to death. Li Wu, Wang Guifan, you deserve this. Treat me well. Would I ever stoop to such actions? You deserve it." After a brief wait, Zheng Shuya was even more delighted as she received the supplies delivered by the drone. A whole box of sausages. A whole box of instant noodles. Lin Feng had not deducted his share from the provisions. She could last another day. "Thank you, Lin Feng. If you ever need assistance with chores, laundry, or cooking, do not hesitate to call on me. My appetite is modest, and I eat very little." Zheng Shuya was overjoyed, for Lin Feng was her only source of help now. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was too indifferent to respond to Zheng Shuya, casually smoking and engrossed in his phone at home. Chapter 122. I am a star. The reason Lin Feng refrained from retrieving the sausage and instant noodles from the box was primarily due to his sheer laziness. Opening it only to seal it again felt like an unnecessary exertion. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, he noted that Xiao Xiao was still fast asleep. She had consumed an extensive amount of popping candy, all of which she had swallowed. Rather foolish, indeed. However, Lin Feng did not press the matter. After all, there was ample time for her to learn at her own pace. Opening his phone, he scrolled through the owner group chat, finding no significant updates. It seemed that the ordinary residents of Shishan Villa were now wary of bothering Lin Feng. After all, if one wished for death, the quickest route was to leap from a building. Boredom enveloped him, and he wondered whether Feng Jiarui would bring any surprises next time. Ding. At that moment, a friend request notification popped up on WeChat. Lin Feng glanced at the profile, finding the individual vaguely familiar. After inspecting the details, he still could not recall who she was. Why was she adding him? They were strangers, after all. Clicking to accept. Lin Feng had never been one to shy away from adding new contacts. Who are you? He inquired nonchalantly while puffing on his cigarette. After a moment, he noticed the other party was typing a response. Hello, Lin Feng, I am Qin Bixuan. You must be quite thrilled to have added me, aren't you? I understand your excitement. Being able to add me on WeChat is indeed an honor. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, but still could not place her. Who was this foolish individual? Not recognizing her, he replied, You certainly talk a lot. If there is nothing else, I shall delete you. Qin Bixuan. On the other end of the line, Qin Bixuan was fanning herself with a hand fan, her fingers trembling as she typed. It wasn't that she wished to delay her response. Rather, the sweltering indoor temperature exceeded 40 degrees Celsius, rendering her hands nearly uncooperative. I am Qin Bixuan. You truly don't recognize me? Lin Feng chuckled at the message. Where did this fool come from? Why on earth would he need to know her? Who did she think she was? Did she believe herself to be a celebrity that everyone must know? Lin Feng was decidedly unimpressed by her pretentious demeanor, even in transactions. Fairness was paramount. Her lofty attitude irked him. Lin Feng, I saw your profile in the owner group, which is why I added you. You're quite verbose. I'm not blind. Can you convey something of substance? Qin Bixuan seethed, her chest heaving with frustration. After a moment of simmering anger, she continued typing, Lin Feng. My family is running low on supplies. I heard in the owner group that you possess abundant resources worth billions. You cannot possibly consume it all yourself. I am willing to purchase some at a high price. Moreover, I can take a photo with you and even get your autograph. These conditions are all on the table if you sell me some supplies. Reading her message, Lin Feng laughed. A photo? An autograph? Had her brain been muddled? Do you have any water? Upon receiving this reply, Qin Bixuan was ecstatic. Yes, I live on the 4th floor. I am very frugal with water. If you need water, I can exchange it for you. 1 bottle of water for 1 sausage, it's a fair trade. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, still with a cigarette in his mouth, leisurely typed his response. Drink more water, and then take a moment to reflect on yourself. Do you really think you are a star? Why should I cater to your needs? Upon reading Lin Feng's message, tears welled up in Qin Bixuan's eyes. Since her debut until now, when had she ever been treated in such a manner? Although I am not a star, I firmly believe I will surpass one. Search for Qin Bixuan, and you shall soon understand. Lin Feng, after pondering for a moment, decided to conduct a search. Qin Bixuan, female, born in 2029 in Huaihai City. One of the 4 little flower daughters, standing at 162 centimeters and weighing 96 pounds. Starred in I'm Not a Deadly God 6, God Kuan and his partner 2048 version, Wandering Moon 8, among others. A pure and virtuous lady. She has been in the industry for 5 years without any scandals. Upon seeing this information, Lin Feng finally recalled who she was. But what does that have to do with me? Oh, is there anything else? If not, I shall delete this conversation. Qin Bixuan was furious. From childhood to becoming a celebrated star, when had she ever endured such indignity? With just a simple post, her fans could easily drown Lin Feng in their scorn. However, times have changed. Recently, she had gained a few fans, trading signed photos for a bit of sustenance. Now, her fans were nearly at their wits' end. This was why Qin Bixuan had reached out to Lin Feng. She had hoped that a mere photo or autograph would suffice for a meal. Yet Lin Feng clearly did not take her seriously. This infuriated Qin Bixuan, who felt an overwhelming urge to block him. Alas, hunger prevailed. Lin Feng, you know who I am, so I shall not waste your time. I have taken screenshots of our conversation. If you wish to avoid online backlash, you should promptly send me a box of ham sausages and a box of instant noodles to tide me over. I will pay you. I wouldn't make you work for nothing. Upon seeing Qin Bixuan's message, Lin Feng, with a cigarette in his mouth, chuckled. Oh, come on, big star. I cannot withstand online harassment. Please spare me. I admit my ignorance. Surely, you can overlook my transgressions just this once. I'm genuinely terrified of those idle fans and their relentless attacks. Reading Lin Feng's response, Qin Bixuan smiled slightly. Indeed, with her status, no one could withstand the pressure of online backlash. Subsequently, Lin Feng sent a transfer of 666 yuan. Big star. This is my last 60,000. Buy whatever you wish. I am truly frightened of online harassment. Qin Bishuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Was he afraid of online backlash? Yet he sent the money. Was he unafraid? Yet he still sent the money. After some contemplation, Qin Bishuan accepted the 666 yuan. Who could refuse such generosity? Every celebrity capitalizes on their fans. I acknowledge your goodwill. Now quickly send me a box of instant noodles and a box of ham sausages. And I shall refrain from harassing you online. With newfound confidence, Qin Bishuan thought, just consider my status. Who would fawn over me? In the end, don't you still cater to my whims like any other adoring fan? Do you need to relieve yourself? Upon reading Lin Feng's message, Qin Bishuan was momentarily taken aback. Is it possible that Lin Feng possesses some peculiar inclinations? Does he desire his own urine? If you wish, I can save some for you. After contemplating, Qin Bishuan resolved to comply. After all, relieving oneself is merely a matter of lifting a leg, isn't it? Go ahead, take a moment to reflect on your own character. With just a few remarks, she left Qin Bishuan rendered speechless. Lin Feng, I am quite vexed. Even the son of Principal Wang was turned down when he sought to add me on WeChat. If you have my WeChat, it would be akin to the ancestral graves emitting green smoke. This is a monumental deed spanning 18 generations. What sort of words are these? Lin Feng remained unperturbed, casually retorting, you are so impressive. Why not have the son of Principal Wang bring you some food? You want to seize the opportunity. Otherwise, the big star may very well transform into a big yellow star. Chapter 123. Lin Feng faces cyberbullying. Lin Feng, impervious to the world, left Qin Bishuan utterly speechless. She picked up her phone and began taking screenshots. Lin Feng, soon you shall understand the formidable power of online harassment. After lounging at home for a while, Lin Feng's phone erupted with incessant ringing from an unknown number. With nothing better to do, he answered the call. Lin Feng, you better hurry and bring my goddess Qin Bishuan some food. If anything happens to her, I swear I'll come to your house tonight. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, then replied nonchalantly, fool, your goddess is currently dining at my place. She is ravenous, having devoured 8 bowls of rice. I've tried to restrain her, but she insists on eating. With that, he hung up abruptly, removing the SIM card and snapping it in two, dismissing the nuisance. What is the big deal? I have plenty of numbers, let them rage. After all, I'm just lounging at home. If someone vents their frustrations on me, at least it proves I'm still alive, doesn't it? He opened his phone and set the account to prevent friend requests. Scrolling through Qin Bishuan's social media, he mused to himself, you dare to harass me? I shall ensure you pay a bloody price for it. Lin Feng, now you comprehend the terror of online bullying. Do you? Hurry and deliver a box of instant noodles and a box of sausages to me, or I assure you, I want to delete my post. You want to sleep peacefully after that. Lin Feng smiled faintly, acknowledging that Qin Bishuan's popularity was undoubtedly well-earned. With her stunning figure and looks, an idea struck him. He could post the unflattering photos online, ensuring she would trend on social media. Are you a virgin? If you are, I can offer you a box of sausages and a box of instant noodles. Qin Bishuan, puzzled by Lin Feng's intentions, pondered for a moment before responding. I'm only 21, single, and without any scandals. Why do you ask? Lin Feng, with a mischievous grin, replied, come over and keep me company for an hour, and I'll give you a box of instant noodles and a box of sausages. Qin Bishuan was taken aback by Lin Feng's forthrightness, reminiscent of a director casting her without allowing for rebuttal. Fine, you can play the lead. If not, then leave, rubbing her stomach. She realized she hadn't eaten in 3 days, hunger gnawed at her. Ultimately, she relented. I've endured worse for lead roles with portly middle-aged men. Spending time with someone as handsome as Lin Feng seems like no sacrifice. All right, I'll head over now. I'll call you when I arrive at your doorstep. To Lin Feng's surprise, she had readily agreed. That was rather quick, he thought, and with a cigarette between his lips, he soon grasped the situation. Upon her arrival, Lin Feng opened the door, ensuring no one was around. You are Lin Feng? Qin Bishuan assessed him with a glance, noting his tall, handsome, and carefree demeanor. She mused that perhaps she wasn't at a disadvantage after all. Happiness was not meant to be solitary. Lin Feng remained silent. He reached out his hand and touched her, and indeed, it was exactly as I had imagined. What are you doing? That was too forward, Qin Bishuan exclaimed, momentarily flustered. While Lin Feng swiftly closed the door, he approached the sink and washed his hands several times, only to disdainfully conclude the ritual. It seems that among the fans, there wasn't a single one who was clean. Every day, it's you with her, him with her, and him with him. This circle is truly chaotic. Lin Feng, What do you mean? You touch me, and that's it? Aren't you going to give me the item? Lin Feng picked up his phone and replied, just wait at home. I'll deliver it to you shortly. Doubtful, Qin Bishuan returned home. Lin Feng retrieved a drone, attached a sausage to it, and followed her. Confirming the address, Building 8. Unit 2, Apartment 401. He released the sausage from the drone and departed. Wasn't it agreed upon that it would be a box of instant noodles and a box of sausages? Is this meager amount sufficient for anyone? Do you want to be cyberbullied? Qin Bishuan fumed as she consumed the sausage, feeling she had been shortchanged. A mere sausage for such an encounter? I am a major star. Don't worry. Soon you'll have plenty to eat, Lin Feng said mischievously. Capturing screenshots of their transaction and the video of him touching Qin Bishuan and shared it online. In no time, it ascended to the top of trending searches. Oh my goodness. My goddess can now be pleased with just a sausage? I have sausages at home. Can someone tell me the address? Count me in. I'll trade a pack of spicy strips. Even goddesses are human. It's understandable to be hungry. Although I am out of supplies, I can still do my part. I can treat the goddess to a meal. Lin Feng smiled faintly and sent out Qin Bishuan's address. Instantly, the forum erupted. Countless individuals were eager not to miss this opportunity. Meanwhile, the residents of Building 8 began knocking on Qin Bishuan's door. Is this Qin Bishuan's home? I'm your fan. Goddess, open the door. I brought food for you. Count me in. I can treat the goddess to a hearty meal. This frightened Qin Bishuan, leaving her utterly hesitant to open the door. Lin Feng, you truly have no humanity. How could you post such news online? Are you trying to endanger my life? Lin Feng grinned devilishly and casually replied, didn't you initiate the cyberbullying? Besides, aren't these your fans? They're just here to bring you food and drink. What are you afraid of? Hurry and open the door. Bang. Just then, the door to Qin Bishuan's home was forced open. It's really Qin Bishuan. I brought you a sausage. I'm first, a man exclaimed, pulling out a sausage and offering it to her. Qin Bishuan was instantly terrified and began to cry. So many people? Was this a threat to her life? Please, don't do this. You all are my fans. How can you treat me like this? Gone was her usual arrogance when typing behind a keyboard. She was now utterly frightened by the scene before her. As she spoke, the fan began to cheer loudly. Unveiling their epic weaponry, they formed an orderly line, 3 men to a group. To engage with the national goddess before facing their demise seemed a worthy endeavor. With this thought, the trio launched their assault on Qin Bishuan. No. What are you doing? This is harassment. I will unleash an online backlash against you. Did Qin Bishuan truly believe such threats would bear fruit? The assailants were unperturbed. It was daytime, and they had ample time to savor the encounter. Others wishing to intervene would have to wait until nightfall, at the very least. Chapter 124, Lin Feng super doubling. My dear, how have you offended her this time? This is utterly brutal. Jojo awoke and glanced at her phone, recognizing the prominent star. Isn't that Qin Bishuan? I actually quite like her. She has bullied me online. I must retaliate with a super doubling, otherwise, wouldn't I be at a loss? Lin Feng tossed a secondary phone to Jojo, who, upon witnessing Qin Bishuan's domineering demeanor, felt a surge of indignation. We owe you nothing. Why should we share our food with you? If we refuse, you resort to online harassment? You deserve it. Unconsciously, Jojo had begun to regard Lin Feng's belongings as her own, embodying the essence of a primary matriarch. She deserves it. Doesn't she realize the current situation? Well, I shall prepare dinner and check on Sister Chiou's wound to see if it has become inflamed, and change her bandages. Dressed in fresh attire, Jojo had grown accustomed to changing outfits daily. The house was immaculate, providing a sense of comfort. Lin Feng immediately broadcasted the live stream to the platform, determined to reveal to the people of Huaxia how the star had eclipsed Stephen Chow. In this regard, Qin Bishuan had indeed surpassed him. No one could compete. Big Yellow Star, you are famous. After tending to Chiou's bandages, Jojo found her a new outfit. Fortunately, Lin Feng was discerning about the women he associated with. Otherwise, both of them might have contracted an illness. After preparing food for a while, Chiou, unable to remain idle, joined in to assist. She had a fondness for sweets and vegetarian dishes, crafting a cold dish and a pudding. Jojo prepared a dish of oil-braised shrimp, a chicken soup, and a pot of rice. 3 people, for dishes, just enough to satisfy their appetites. My dear, dinner is ready. Jojo called to Lin Feng, who nodded in acknowledgement, securing his phone and turning away from Qin Bishuan's live stream. This time, Qin Bishuan need not fear hunger, surrounded by robust men. Even a bowl of porridge would suffice to fill her. Jojo's culinary skills had improved significantly, and Lin Feng relished several oil-braised shrimp, finding them to be as delectable as takeout. At that moment, someone tagged Lin Feng in a group chat. Lin Feng, just you wait. Damn it, you little brat. You can't handle this. You resorted to a sneak attack. Are you too scared to confront me directly? Do you think I'm an easy target? Just wait for your demise. Lin Feng chuckled upon reading the message. Li Wu has just awakened, it seems. Looks like Zhang Xuanya must have poured quite a bit of alcohol down his throat. Come, I await you at home. You've been fretting about your lineage. But from now on, you need not worry. You have already become extinct. I have fundamentally resolved your troubles. You ought to thank me. Li Wu, gripping his phone tightly, felt a surge of frustration as he struggled to rise and seek out his wife and mother. What had transpired last night? Why did he have no recollection whatsoever? After a night had passed, his wounds had ceased to bleed. Laboriously making his way to Wang Guifen's residence, he found her bleeding profusely, appearing gravely ill. Mom, wake up, Li Wu urged as he shook Wang Guifen gently. After a while, she stirred awake. Wang Guifen yearned to speak, yet her severed tongue betrayed her, leaving her capable only of muffled whimpers. Damn it, Lin Feng. To kill is but a fleeting act, yet you choose to toy with me. You are doomed. Li Wu seethed, nearly ascending in rage. Alas, he had no recourse but to await the healing of his wounds before contemplating revenge. He grasped Wang Guifen's feather duster, plucking a single feather. Mimicking Wei Zhongxian's actions from the previous night, he decided to take matters into his own hands. There exists no skill in this world that cannot be learned. Once acquired, it may serve a purpose. In an instant, the pain nearly propelled Li Wu into the air. By all that is holy, Lin Feng must be deranged. He refrains from action until he strikes, and when he does, he inflicts grievous harm. Does he harbor a vendetta against my very essence? With matters thus, Li Wu found himself bereft of options. The agony was excruciating, and for the next 3 days, he could not even quench his thirst. Who could endure such torment? Wang Guifen longed to articulate her thoughts, yet her severed tongue rendered her mute. She resorted to her phone to type a message and handed it to Li Wu. It was Zhang Shuya. Upon reading those words, Li Wu's fury intensified. Damn that Zhang Shuya. Unable to bear her own burdens, yet she seeks to inflict harm upon me. You shall not escape my wrath. As he spoke, Li Wu retrieved his phone to summon his subordinates. Hasten to uncover Zhang Shuya's whereabouts. Bring her to me, alive or dead. Should you capture her? You may indulge as you please. Just leave me a breath. Upon hearing their leader's decree, his men eagerly prepared for action, thrilled at the prospect of pursuing the elder sister. Meanwhile, Zhang Shuya languidly savored noodles steeped in hot water at home. She assessed the supplies of Jia Lily and retrieved a similar packet of instant noodles. The two resolved to share their rations, planning to conserve their resources until they could strategize for the future. Shuya, do you still have instant noodles? How about we trade today? You can have the compressed biscuits and pickles, while I enjoy the noodles. Following Jia Lily's suggestion, Zhang Shuya handed her the bowl of noodles. Go ahead. Eat what you desire. I am content with anything. Their bond was strong, and with only Jia Lily offering her refuge, sharing meals seemed a reasonable arrangement. Alas, Shuya, when will this calamity finally come to an end? Surely, the authorities will not abandon us entirely? Zhang Shuya lamented, surprised at how a mere bowl of instant noodles could evoke such longing. Jia Lily relished the noodles, her mouth watering, as the apocalypse had left many families hungry for days. Zhang Shuya immersed her biscuits in water, adding extra seasoning to enhance the flavor. Gazing longingly towards Lin Feng's residence, she resolved, I must find a way to reside there. If even excavators cannot breach its defenses, is there a place safer than Lin Feng's home? As she glanced at her phone, watching the distressing live stream of Qin Bishuan, despair washed over Zhang Shuya's face. Li Wu was also offering a bounty for his own capture in the group. It seemed that he should have shown no mercy last night and simply eliminated the two of them. However, Zhang Shuya found herself in a dilemma. She did not wish to take a life. What if the calamity ended one day? Would she then be forced to tread the path of violence? At present, order had not yet descended into complete chaos, and everyone still harbored a flicker of humanity within. What if, in a few days, order was restored? Would tea that render her actions meaningless? Zhang Shuya took a bite of the flavorless compressed biscuit that tasted faintly of instant noodles. The flavor was unpalatable. Yet after such a prolonged period of hunger, she had become indifferent to it. At least it spared her from consuming bland porridge. It was evident that offending Lin Feng was unwise. Perhaps she should contemplate ways to appease him. Though approaching 30, Zhang Shuya felt that she still possessed the audacity to take risks. Men rule the world through strength, while women conquer men to wield their own influence. She resolved to put forth her best effort and see what the future held. Chapter 125. Is there really a true fan? Qin Bishuan. Is it truly you? I have come to rescue you. The Qin Bishuan True Fan Legion. Charge. At that moment, several luxury cars pulled up beneath Building 8, evidently here for a rescue. Lin Feng watched the live stream with keen interest. Could it be that someone was genuinely coming to save her? Upon closer inspection, he recognized Guan Xinghe, a teammate from his past life. During those 7 days and nights of relentless torment, Lin Feng had received considerable care from him. Now, it was time for some retribution. Bang! Ascending to the 8th floor, Guan Xinghe swiftly shot a man who was mercilessly assaulting Qin Bishuan, the bullet shattering his skull. Qin Bishuan appeared utterly wretched. Her body was bare, surrounded by brutish figures, blood pooling around her. Tears streamed down her face, clearly a victim of severe torment. Hurry! Come save me! Woo woo woo! Qin Bishuan, clutching the grain storage, cowered in a corner, trembling in fear, finally realizing the horror of online bullying. Guan Xinghe waved his hand, commanding his subordinates, eliminate all the men in this room. Dispose of them on the rooftop for the sun to dry their corpses. Subsequently, a dozen of his underlings wielding machetes charged at the men, who were caught off guard, many still in their undress, completely defenseless. Fear not, Bishuan, for I am here. Why did you not alert us sooner if you were in danger? I, Guan Xinghe, would rather die than allow anyone to lay a finger on you. Guan Xinghe seethed with frustration. He had harbored feelings for Qin Bishuan for many years, yet had been unable to connect with her on WeChat. It was infuriating to see so many others beat him to it. Bishuan, do you think less of me? Qin Bishuan wept as she leaned into Guan Xinghe's embrace, terrified that he might, like the other men, only seek to unleash his primal desires upon her. The fault lies not with you but with this cruel world. He reassured her, holding her close as the blood in the room stained them both. Meanwhile, his subordinates continued their frenzied slaughter, yet no one dared to interrupt the two. They traversed a sea of corpses and blood, like a prince cradling a wounded and violated princess, stepping over bodies and crossing the sanguine tide towards a path of hope. How poignant! Were it not for the live broadcast, one might suspect it was merely a film being shot. So romantic. Lin Feng, if I were to be so mistreated, would you come to rescue me like Guan Xinghe? Would you still want me? Xiao Qiao gazed wide-eyed at the scene unfolding in the video. How simple. Just post on WeChat that you're craving porridge, and you'll find out. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Xiao Qiao, no, I think I'll just stay at home. She immediately felt disheartened. Even if Lin Feng truly did come to rescue her, wouldn't she be the one suffering? Was she out of her mind to test Lin Feng in such a manner? Xiao Qiao, where is the romance in this? I can't see it at all. Qin Bishuan clearly only sees Guan Xinghe as a means to an end. Otherwise, why hadn't she contacted him before? Only now, in distress, does she express her gratitude? Liang Qiuyu offered a differing perspective, striking at the heart of the matter with a single sentence. Rest assured, as long as you two do not actively court disaster, such an occurrence is unlikely to transpire. Is it only when calamity strikes that one speaks of romance? Am I the harbinger of your misfortune? My spirits are buoyant today. It is only fitting that I let off a round, is it not? With a single utterance from Lin Feng, Xiao Qiao clutched the food storage tightly. Just last night, she had recited the peach blossom spring, and yet you persist? Lin Feng, with a cigarette delicately held, rose from his bed and made his way to the armory. He emerged hefting a howitzer, ensured the coast was clear, and with a keen sense of spatial awareness, calculated the distance before unleashing a single shot. The dull thud of the cannon reverberated as the projectile was fired. In an instant, it obliterated Guan Xinghe's luxury vehicles. Xiao Qiao and Liang Qiuyu stood in stunned silence, watching the footage transmitted from the drone. It was evident that they intended to depart, and this act was rather malicious, was it not? After firing, Lin Feng was in high spirits. Why would I let you leave now that you have arrived? With humanity on the brink of awakening supernatural abilities, wouldn't it be even more challenging to eliminate Guan Xinghe if he were to gain such powers? Therefore, you should remain at the Western Mountain Villa. We shall take our time. What transpired? Who fired that cannon? Guan Xinghe, cradling the naked Qin Bishuan, looked utterly bewildered. Boss, we have no idea. Suddenly, a cannon shot came and destroyed all our vehicles. We are in quite a predicament. It seems we cannot salvage them. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Guan Xinghe's face contorted with anger. This place is densely populated. Resources are surely scarce. But without vehicles, how shall we return to the outer base? Shall we walk back? Xinghe, this must be the work of Lin Feng. He possesses a massive safe house. It is equipped with water, electricity, and air conditioning. It is rumored to contain resources worth billions. If you can seize that safe house, you need not worry about sustenance. The certainty of Lin Feng's vast resources remains unproven. As no one has laid eyes on them, all is mere speculation, and even Qin Bishuan is uncertain of their existence. She quickly turned her ire towards Lin Feng. Wondering if he had treated her so poorly, would she have been subjected to such public humiliation? Is what you say true? Resources worth billions? One could eat for a lifetime without exhausting them. It was evident that Guan Xinghe was also intrigued. The outer base had become a veritable granary. Meals consisted solely of corn, sorghum, and coarse porridge, which had left Guan Xinghe utterly nauseated. His family operated a grain storage facility, housing 2,000 tons of dried provisions, which bolstered his confidence. Given the sweltering heat, the grain would not spoil, but eating the same thing day in and day out was unbearable. If there were indeed resources worth billions, would he not be able to procure anything he desired? Indeed, Xinghe, if you do not believe me, take a look. With that, Qin Bishuan produced her phone and showcased photographs to Guan Xinghe. In that instant, his desire to leave evaporated. To reside there, with 2,000 tons of provisions and resources worth billions, would surely allow him to dominate the realm of Huanghai City. Bishuan, you are truly my fortunate star. Let us return home. I shall contact someone immediately. Tonight, we will seize Lin Feng's abode. I will ensure you dine lavishly and enjoy the finest delicacies. There will be an abundance of rice. I may not have much, but I certainly have plenty of rice. Chapter 126. Lin Feng's heist. Stealing everything in sight. Observing the scene before them, Xiao and Liang Chouyu exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Darling, are you not just seeking trouble? Your explosive display may have been exhilarating, but have you considered our feelings? They were on the verge of leaving. Why not let them go? Xiao felt a twinge of fear. She had heard of Guan Xinghe, the so-called little prince of the grain depot in Huahai City. With such vast resources at his disposal, what weapon could not be procured? It was merely a matter of personal vendetta, yet there was no rush. Here, take this. I have some matters to attend to. You two should catch up on sleep. We have a late shift tonight. Lin Feng nonchalantly handed the mortar to Xiao, who merely nodded in response. Lin Feng's thought processes were perpetually at odds with those of the average person. After closing the door, he applied sunscreen and sought a secluded spot devoid of surveillance, promptly commencing his excavation. Huanghai City was a mere speck of land. Finding a grain depot was hardly a challenge. You think you can play with me, Lin Feng? Do you possess the capability? Navigating his underground aircraft, Lin Feng swiftly arrived beneath Guan Xinghe's grain depot. In broad daylight, the guards were lax, allowing Lin Feng to seize 2,000 tons of grain without resistance. I have pilfered your entire stock. Let us see how you intend to contend with me now. On his drive home, he passed several cold storage facilities, where they were burning oil frantically to maintain sub-zero temperatures, ensuring that frozen goods would not spoil. Upon entering a cold storage unit, Lin Feng rubbed his nose. Indeed, in such sweltering weather, the refrigeration units were ineffective, and an unpleasant odor was already permeating the air. Unwilling to indulge their foul habits, he collected the meat, knowing that while he would not consume it, there would always be someone eager to partake. Having ventured out, Lin Feng seized everything in sight, oblivious to the fate of those whose resources he had expropriated. At a private arms depot in Huahai City, he unexpectedly encountered his boss's sister-in-law, Su Hongrui. At that moment, Su Hongrui, alongside a man of approximately 25, was ardently engaged in the creation of the next generation. Lin Feng, being a considerate individual, did not interrupt this noble endeavor. Instead, he casually liberated their arms cache. Indeed, he discovered anti-tank rocket launchers, which would henceforth belong to Lin Feng. As he passed by Huanghai City's largest sewage treatment plant, Lin Feng collected the waste within, ensuring that next time they sought to flood someone, they would not resort to the waters of Lake Baikal. Their actions were unworthy of such resources. By the time he returned home, evening had descended. Following Lin Feng's audacious theft, chaos would undoubtedly ensue among the various factions in Huahai City that night. However, these affairs bore no relevance to Lin Feng. He merely facilitated a slight preemptive adjustment to their stockpiles. Otherwise, wouldn't they find themselves in conflict over depleted reserves? Lin Feng had merely accelerated the timeline by a fraction. In a self-serving manner, he dismantled several elevated bridges, which were of no use to him, ensuring that they could not be utilized by others either, all while amassing vast quantities of seemingly useless materials. With the authorities having fled, and having incurred no wrath from them, Lin Feng surmised that no one would concern themselves with his actions. Buzz. In Building 8. As Guan Xinghe was diligently engaged in the creation of the next generation of civilization, his phone buzzed insistently. Who is it? Speak quickly. I am busy. Guan Xinghe wielded his silver gun as if in a realm devoid of others. This phone call was truly disheartening. Boss. Bad news. Our granary has been robbed. Not a single grain of rice is left. It's utterly clean. Even the mice would weep upon entering. Upon hearing this, Guan Xinghe's powerful frame trembled violently. The sheer force of his presence knocked Qin Bishuan to the ground, sprawling in disarray. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I possess 2 granaries. At the very least, there are 2,000 tons of grain inside. Even if it were 2,000 tons of cotton, let 100,000 people move it, and they wouldn't finish in 3 days and nights. How could it simply vanish like that? It is no wonder Guan Xinghe is incredulous. No one wishes to believe such an outrageous event. Boss, it's not just our belongings that are gone, the meat processing plant, the flour mill, other factories, even the sewage treatment plant has lost its entire stock today. We are fortunate to have no casualties. The other factories fared far worse. Dozens of people are missing, presumed dead. And now we have no food. What shall we do? Indeed, wherever Lin Feng goes, no one escapes unscathed. In Huanghai City, chaos reigns at his command. Do not panic. You shall not starve. Dispose of those who have been killed by tossing their bodies onto the rooftop to dry like mummies. Quickly gather all the brothers, weapons, vehicles, and bulldozers. Tonight, we shall converge at the Shishan Villa. As long as we secure Lin Feng's residence, we will continue to feast without worry. While making calls, Guan Xinghe invited Qin Bishuan to dine. After a day of hunger, she ought to eat heartily. Once he concluded the call, he switched to an invincible mode. The segment for gifting has commenced. Following a wave of fatigue, Guan Xinghe succumbed. He took out a cigarette, finding it rather mediocre. Indeed, what a sycophant desires is not genuine attainment, but rather the fleeting pleasure of unrequited longing. Qin Bishuan consumed a bowl of rice, her face etched with despair. Had she known, she would not have engaged in online harassment against Lin Feng. Despite her relentless attacks, Lin Feng, with his thick skin, remained unaffected, while she found herself feasting on rice today. Although Qin Bishuan had been coerced multiple times, she could not accept such casual exploitation. Lin Feng, I shall certainly kill you. If it were not for you, how could I be in such dire straits? Qin Bishuan seethed, vowing to avenge this grievance, swearing not to live in disgrace. Meanwhile, Lin Feng watched the live stream with keen interest, causing Qiao Qiao and Liang Qiuyu to frown slightly. Lin Feng's fascination with this aspect was rather unsettling. How could he bear to watch? Do not cast such glances at me. You must learn to confront reality. Such occurrences will only become more frequent. If it were not to prepare you two for what lies ahead, would I be watching? Do you know the immense psychological toll this takes on a fragile child like me? Qiao Qiao and Liang Qiuyu. It must be said, Lin Feng's shamelessness has transcended the comprehension of carbon-based life forms. How did he cultivate such a thick skin? People are arriving, over 100 of them, and there are cranes. Just then, Qiao Qiao pointed to the surveillance, observing the situation outside. Is the crane impressive? Hurry and prepare dinner. Such trivial matters need not concern you women. As he spoke, Lin Feng produced an arrow imbued with the enchantment of Calorona's Reaper spicy strips, causing both Qiao Qiao and Liang Qiuyu to feel a chill in their loins. Although they were not men, they could somewhat comprehend the agony associated with such a moment. Lin Feng, perhaps you should grant him a swift end? Is this not excessively cruel? Qiao Qiao, despite having taken lives before, had never engaged in acts of torment and could not help but feel that Lin Feng was being rather extreme. I have not intruded upon his home to shoot arrows at him. What cruelty is there in this? Lin Feng retorted. This 800 acres is my domain. I can go wherever I please. Who invited them here? He had no intention of sparing Guan Xinghe, nor would he end his life with a single arrow. The enmity that had festered over 7 days and nights demanded a retribution that Lin Feng would repay in kind. Chapter 127. Lin Feng's acting very well. As long as it brings you joy, I shall prepare the meal. Qiao Qiao understood that she could not control Lin Feng. Despite possessing an anti-tank rocket launcher, he resorted to such underhanded tactics, leaving no recourse for anyone. Liang Qiuyu shook her head and offered her assistance. In recent days, her wounds had healed significantly, the scabs forming, and she was largely untroubled. Lin Feng, meanwhile, retrieved a skewer of grilled kidneys and liberally sprinkled it with Calorona's death chili powder. Hee. I shall first collect some interest. With that, he made his way to the door. Put on protective gloves. Secure that iron door to the crane. I refuse to believe that this steel door cannot be torn down. I shall even pull down your door frame. Violence can resolve all issues. As he spoke, several subordinates began donning gloves and fastening steel ropes to Lin Feng's steel door. Brother Guan, I was wrong. I should not have harassed your sister-in-law. Come here. We can discuss this amicably. As he spoke, Lin Feng extended a stick through the firing port, on which a white flag was tied. Seeing this scene, Guan Xinghe chuckled. Haha, this lad is quite perceptive, ISMT. He knows to raise the white flag and surrender. With such insight, I might spare your life. Thus, Guan Xinghe approached. Xinghe, do not believe this scoundrel's words. He is merely luring you into a trap. He has employed such tactics countless times. Qin Bishuan, well aware of Lin Feng's devious schemes, hurriedly sought to dissuade Guan Xinghe from his reckless actions. Brother Guan, do not listen to this woman's nonsense. I invite you to barbecue. I dare not offend you, the prince of the granary. At your command, you could bury me in food. I truly cannot provoke you. I am terrified. Lin Feng exclaimed, offering a skewer of grilled kidneys. Guan Xinghe's mouth watered at the sight of the grilled delicacy. Having endured half a month of blandness, who could resist such temptation? Is there chili on it? Eating it without chili is pointless, Guan Xinghe remarked, prompting sympathy-filled glances from Qiao Qiao and Liang Qiuyu. Brother Guan, do you have such a request? I fear I might make you weep from the spice. I have chili powder, feel free to dip it, Lin Feng said, passing over a box of death chili powder. Young brother, you have some discernment. Open the door willingly. Surrender your supplies and become my subordinate, and I shall spare your life. Guanxinghe took the grilled kidneys, coating both sides in chili powder before taking a hearty bite. This chili powder is delightful. The kidneys are freshly cooked, still oozing blood. It is rather intriguing. Yet, he sensed something was amiss as Lin Feng presented him with a bottle of Abe's urine. Here, brother Guan, feeling the burn? Have this drink to alleviate the spice. Without giving it much thought, Guanxinghe took a swig from the bottle. Ugh, what is this taste? Ah, my head. Ah, what have you made me consume? Guanxinghe writhed in agony on the ground, the death chili powder now covering him entirely. In an instant, it felt as if countless flames were scorching his body, particularly in his mouth and lower regions. The skin that had come into contact with the death chili powder rapidly turned red and throbbed with pain. In an instant, the pain surged beyond a level of 10. My suffering. Who could surpass this agony? Alas, the heat was unbearable, and most men donned nothing but shorts and flip-flops during the evening. Observing Guanxinghe reveling with such joy, Lin Feng tossed a handful of thumbtacks onto the ground. Ah, Lin Feng, are you courting death? What on earth have you fed me? Guanxinghe cried out in greater distress as the thumbtacks pierced him. His companions hurriedly rushed over to pull Guanxinghe away. At that moment, clad only in a pair of shorts, Guanxinghe was riddled with thumbtacks. The pain was so intense he felt as if he might perish. Can someone grant me mercy? Water. I need water. Guanxinghe pleaded desperately, yet in this apocalyptic world, who possessed any surplus water? Quickly, carry Xinghe to the first floor of Building 2. Water will arrive shortly. Immediately give Xinghe a wash. Qin Bishuan urged them to comply, while Guanxinghe, in excruciating pain, felt as though his very soul was ascending. Bring down Lin Feng's steel door. I shall marinate him with the deathly chili powder. This torment cannot be borne alone. Guanxinghe commanded, and his subordinates rushed to carry out the order. Upon seeing them approach, Lin Feng drew forth an enchanted crossbow and began to fire. In an instant, several of the subordinates clutched their vulnerable spots and retreated in haste. They felt as though they had reached the pinnacle of their lives. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The subordinates dared not approach any closer. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, seeing them hesitate, chose to take the initiative. Drones laden with incendiary bottles and deathly chili powder soared toward the crowd, while the crane hurled bottles. As the chili powder ignited, it swiftly enveloped them in a choking haze. Lin Feng, you scoundrel! This is truly despicable. Ah, I shall surely slay you. Guanxinghe fumed, helplessly watching as his crane vehicle caught fire. The sensation was akin to a wound bleeding within his heart. Lin Feng clapped his hands, relishing the chaos. My dear, dinner is ready. At that moment, Xiao Qiao approached to call Lin Feng. Lin Feng, cigarette in mouth, pondered how best to take revenge on Guanxinghe. Slowly. To truly extinguish his anger, I must play with him until he is utterly defeated. Returning to the table for dinner, Xiao Qiao had prepared steamed sturgeon. This delicacy from Lake Baikal was exquisitely delicious, even coaxing Liang Qiuyu, who typically shunned meat, to indulge. Second wife, you look much better. Eat more. You've become so thin. While I, Lin Feng, possess a broad heart and do not mind your suffering, you must not let the child suffer as well, right? Liang Qiuyu shot Lin Feng a glare. His words were always so frivolous. Lin Feng grinned mischievously and began to eat. After the meal, Lin Feng deployed a drone to survey the battlefield. The vehicles had been reduced to ashes, and a dozen individuals lay charred. The remaining 80 or so were scrambling for water to wash their eyes, as the chili powder had nearly blinded them. The owners of Building 2, alongside those from other buildings, began to retaliate against the more than 80 individuals who had seized their water source, the very essence of their lives. How could they not fight desperately? In just half an hour, a significant portion of the 80 had succumbed, their eyes barely open. At a critical moment, Guanxinghe, enduring excruciating pain, wielded his firearm to repel the owners. Otherwise, the fatality rate would have been even higher. Lin Feng, you shall wait for me. If I do not avenge this grievance, I shall share your surname. Guanxinghe, gritting through the agony, held his ground until dawn. Yet he felt as though his body was on the verge of disintegration. His skin and lips were covered in painful blisters, and his intestines felt inflamed with torment. Even without contact, Qin Bishuan, witnessing this scene, was left speechless. Had she known it would come to this, she would not have unleashed her wrath upon Lin Feng. This man was indeed a demon. Lin Feng, however, remained indifferent to Guanxinghe's fate, for this was merely the beginning. There would be ample time to savor the unfolding events. Chapter 128. Can this thing really be lost? That night, apart from Lin Feng, the major powers in the northern regions of Huanghai City were thrown into utter chaos. Thanks to Lin Feng, they had lost nearly everything on their way to the Qianxing family, leaving the northern territories in a state of famine. With no option to consume zombie meat, they were left to pillage from the south, west, and east. The turmoil in Huanghai City was dictated by Lin Feng, and it was destined to be a sleepless night. The director of the sewage treatment plant, cigarette in mouth, gazed into a pit that appeared cleaner than if it had been licked by a dog, lost in contemplation. I truly cannot comprehend this. This thing is neither edible nor drinkable. Who has the time to bother with such nonsense? Even stealing excrement? This is utterly ridiculous. I never imagined this could be lost. What would one steal it for? To consume it at home? The pit lay empty, and chaos reigned in Huanghai City, while Lin Feng remained unperturbed. Lin Feng embraced Xiao Qiao's provisions, sleeping soundly until dawn. Upon waking, he inspected the meager supplies retrieved the previous day, finding little of value. Much of the meat was beginning to spoil, which Lin Feng would never consume, leaving it for Abe instead. He decided to save the remnants for those who might wish to partake in the future. Opening his phone, he discovered a message from Feng Qian. Feng. I was wrong. I acknowledge my past transgressions towards you, but surely you still harbor love for me in your heart, do you not? Reading Feng Qian's message made Lin Feng feel a wave of nausea. However, seeing the formidable performance of the Carlarona death pepper brought a mischievous grin to his face. It was time to offer her a taste of sweetness. Noticing that Xiao Qiao had not yet awakened, Lin Feng approached the dining table, setting out several bottles of 1982 Lafite, a king crab, a platter of abalone, a dish of sea cucumbers, 3 servings of well-done steak, and several salads and pasta dishes. Lin Feng preferred his food cooked, hence his choices. He snapped a photo and sent it to Feng Qian. Have you had breakfast? If not, come over and enjoy a bite. After sending the message, Lin Feng called for Xiao Qiao and Liang Qiuyu to join him for the meal. Xiao Qiao rubbed her eyes, casually uncorking a bottle of red wine and pouring some for Lin Feng. Lin Feng? Where did you get the steak, king crab, and sea cucumbers? There's none in the fridge? Liang Qiuyu was taken aback. Such a feast, even before the apocalypse, would have cost hundreds of thousands. I've locked away the valuable items. So feel free to indulge, Lin Feng assured. But refrain from drinking too much wine. It's not good for your health. As she spoke, Xiao Qiao handed a slice of steak to Liang Qiuyu, mindful that her left hand was still weak. This was Liang Qiuyu's first experience with abalone and sea cucumbers, prompting her to indulge a bit more than usual. Though her family was well off, such delicacies were not accessible to everyone. Her cheeks flushed, she rubbed her belly, feeling a bit shy, wondering if she had eaten too much and if it would lead to weight gain. Eat up, the leftovers will go to Abe. He.S. not picky, Xiao Qiao encouraged, handing Liang Qiuyu a crab leg. When one does not worry about food scarcity and finds themselves with an abundance, they have no reason to quarrel over it. Liang Qiuyu shook her head and spoke. Pregnant women cannot consume king crab. It is too cold and not good for health. I'll stick to sea cucumbers and abalone. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiao and Lin Feng felt a bit awkward. It was evident they needed a professional's insight. Lin Feng felt even more embarrassed, as he had no knowledge of such matters and had merely been preoccupied with showing off to Feng Qian. Xiao Qiao continued to indulge in king crab while Liang Qiuyu savored her sea cucumbers and abalone. It would be a waste to leave any for Abe. He would be content with just the crab shells. Meanwhile, Lin Feng lowered his gaze to his phone, wondering why Feng Qian, that scheming girl, had yet to reply. Shouldn't she be eager to eat king crab and steak? At that moment, Feng Qian and Wang Qing were staring at their phones, feeling perplexed. Wang Qing, how should I respond? I genuinely want to eat, but if I go, Lin Feng won't open the door for me, and I'll be left basking in the sun all day. Clearly, Feng Qian had learned from her 3 days of sunbathing and was genuinely hesitant to go. Doesn't Lin Feng have a drone? Perhaps you could ask him to deliver something? Wang Qing swallowed hard as she gazed at the photo. They were out of food and in dire straits. If this continues, I might have to resort to desperate measures. All right, I'll ask, Feng Qian nodded. Going was out of the question, so she could only request that Lin Feng drive over or send something via drone. Feng, I haven't been feeling well this month. Could you come pick me up? I haven't had steak in ages, or could you send me a portion with the drone? Lin Feng received the message and smiled slightly. How could I bear to let you go hungry? Open the window. I'll bring it right over. Xiao Qiao was already accustomed to Lin Feng's straightforwardness. He never concealed anything. On the other hand, Liang Qiuyu felt a twinge of jealousy and leaned in to see whom Lin Feng was conversing with. Why is it that when you speak to me, it's always so blunt, but with her, you're so gentle? Liang Qiuyu pouted, feeling a bit discontent. With a swift motion, Lin Feng planted a kiss on her lips, causing her face to flush even deeper. That was merely a test. If you are to be my wife, it must be treated with utmost care. I'm just teasing her. With that, Lin Feng rose and entered the kitchen, returning with a medium-rare steak. In front of Xiao Qiao and Liang Qiuyu, he brushed a layer of fiery chili powder onto it. Liang Qiuyu hesitated, using her chopsticks to dip a tiny bit and taste it. At first, there seemed to be no flavor. She felt nothing was amiss. Well, can this really be eaten? What would it feel like if this were applied to a wound? After a brief moment, the heat kicked in. Young Shoyu consumed a little, and it overwhelmed her. She rushed to the fridge and guzzled down some milk tea. Xiao Qiao looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. You're truly something else. This stuff one tea actually kill someone, will it? Lin Feng placed the steak onto the drone and sent it flying to Feng Qian's home. As she received the steak, her face lit up with joy. Feng, you're so wonderful. She sent Lin Feng a message and began to slice into the meat with her knife and fork. Delicious. This is the life I ought to lead. Wang Qing scratched her head, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. She gazed at the steak, swallowing hard. She desired to indulge, yet feared the consequences. Given Lin Feng's mischievous tendencies, could he truly allow Feng Qian to savor a steak without ulterior motives? Indeed. Halfway through her meal, Feng Qian set down her knife and fork. Wait, something is amiss. What is this flavor? Why does it taste so fiery? Feng Qian grabbed her glass and began to gulp down water, but to no avail. Before her eyes, her lips were swelling and reddening at an alarming rate. The spice overwhelmed her. She dove into the bathtub, desperately gulping down cool water. Yet, it proved utterly futile. Feng Qian felt as though she were on the brink of death. This level of spiciness was beyond human toleration. Is there anyone who can rescue me? What on earth is this? With a piercing scream, Feng Qian succumbed to the heat and fainted. Wang Qing cast a sympathetic glance at Feng Qian, surmising that Lin Feng would never be so benevolent as to offer her a meal. Eating a steak seasoned with deathly chili flakes on such a sweltering day? Today, she would surely lose at least half her life, if not more. Chapter 129, the most conscientious entrepreneur of the century. Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction upon witnessing Feng Qian faint from the spiciness. Xiao Qiao and Liang Qiuyu were left speechless. Fortunately, Lin Feng still had a shred of conscience, providing them with normal food and drink. It was unclear what offense Feng Qian had committed to deserve such torment. Wang Qing gazed longingly at the remaining half of the steak, yearning to eat it, yet she knew that doing so would only lead to greater discomfort. Sitting nearby and ignoring Feng Qian, she hesitated, contemplating whether to complete the task Lin Feng had assigned her. On one side lay Lin Feng's generous reward, and on the other, the fragile bond of sisterhood. The decision was excruciatingly difficult. Was she truly expected to pull out all of her nails? She couldn't even bear to pluck a chicken's feet, let alone human nails. What on earth should she do? What are you two staring at? If you wish to sample it, I can let you have a taste, Lin Feng teased, brandishing the chili powder, but both women shook their heads in unison. Eating that, it would be more straightforward to choose death. Seeing their refusal, Lin Feng securely closed the lid. This was a hazardous substance that required his personal oversight. Ding. Payment received via Alipay. 38 yuan. Ding. Payment received via WeChat. 69 yuan. Ding. Payment received via Alipay. 250 yuan. Lin Feng was puzzled as to why his phone had been incessantly pinging with payments over the past few days. Who was it? Did they have an excess of money to spare? He mused that if they were going to send money, they could at least send a larger sum instead of these trivial amounts. It was rather bothersome. He picked up his phone to check the transactions. He had no qualms about receiving money. Who knew when it might come in handy? If he could pilfer excrement, why would he shy away from this small amount of virtual currency? With a cigarette in his mouth, he opened the payment records, which seemed to originate from the gas stations he had purchased earlier. What was going on? Were there no fuels available at the gas stations? Who had the time to frivolously send him money? Lin Feng felt bewildered. In the year 2050, gas stations boasted self-service fueling capabilities, allowing customers to scan for payment and refuel without the need for an attendant. As he opened his phone to investigate further, the headlines had transformed into a sensational story about a pure-hearted star being live-streamed in a compromising situation. This made billions of fans feel as though they had missed out on several billion-dollar opportunities. Why don't we live in Building 8 of the Xishan courtyard? Dying beneath the peony, even as a ghost, one remains flamboyant. He lamented the missed opportunities worth billions. The top trending topic was about Qin Bishuan's live-stream scandal. And astonishingly, the second trending topic was about himself. Curiosity piqued, Lin Feng clicked on the article and saw the headline, Water Refueling Station, 2050. The most conscientious entrepreneur of the century. Lin Feng. It is Lin Feng who has driven down housing prices. It is Lin Feng who has reduced water costs. What once required full payment for a house can now be obtained at half price. What was once priceless water resources are now available for just 9.8 yuan per liter to take home. If you don't believe it, hurry to the water refueling station to scan and buy water. Lin Feng had not only lowered housing prices but had also provided numerous individuals with affordable homes, and he had graciously left them with a lifeline. In Lin Feng's water station, there is no fuel, only water. This has instilled hope in many who have found themselves parched. With just a simple scan to pay a trifling sum of worthless cash, one can procure a modicum of water from this station. It is essential to recognize that water is the essence of life, and life itself is invaluable. Lin Feng has inadvertently provided a lifeline to the million inhabitants of Huahai City. What an exemplary entrepreneur he is. How profoundly altruistic. The water station of 2050 offers a pathway to survival. Truly, Lin Feng stands as the most conscientious entrepreneur of this century, deserving of every accolade. Justice has descended from above, and Lin Feng's selflessness is commendable. Upon reading this, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. He pondered why his phone had been incessantly buzzing with notifications of incoming payments. Was this the reason? It appears that the gas station of 2050 allows patrons to refuel themselves directly through a simple scan, eliminating the necessity for multiple attendants. The act of dispensing water was a precaution against the fuel gauge indicating low levels, prompting Lin Feng to fill the tank with tap water. He never anticipated that such a casual gesture would be misconstrued as a benevolent act. Lin Feng glanced at the author's signature. Wu Yong? Are you simply bored at home? Penning such nonsense? Lin Feng was not intimidated by online backlash, nor did he fear being perceived as the villain. Nevertheless, he scratched his head. Resolving to visit Wu Yong when time permitted, he wondered how Wu Yong and his companions were faring. Judging by Wu Yong's idle musings, they seemed to be doing quite well. After all, if one were on the brink of death, they would hardly be capable of producing such absurd headlines. What was most perplexing was that people were actually liking, saving, and following this content. Lin Feng was at a loss for words. Humans can endure 7 days without food, but they cannot survive without water. Now, 18 days into this apocalyptic scenario, nearly every household has exhausted their provisions. In Building 6, a group led by Zhang Zhan began to scour the lower floors, breaking into homes in search of sustenance. Residing in the upper levels, Zhang Zhan and his crew had already been deprived of water, and with the food supply severed, their desperation led them to plunder without restraint. Having raided 5 homes, they managed to salvage 2 pounds of rice and a pound of flour, leaving Zhang Zhan troubled. It was hardly enough to satisfy the hunger of so many. Damn it. At this rate, even if we reached the top floor, it would be a futile effort. We are destined to starve, Zhang Zhan lamented, feeling disheartened by the meager spoils in his hands. Just then, one of his underlings approached, pointing at an unconscious middle-aged man and suggesting, "Brother Peng, what if we?" He swallowed hard. Zhang Zhan pulled out a pack of cigarettes, shook it, and lit up his last one. "Take him upstairs. We can't afford to starve." "Can we?" The small group exchanged glances, reluctant to partake in such actions, yet facing the grim reality that not eating meant certain death. Upon reaching Zhang Zhan's room on the 18th floor, they brought forth a large pot to boil water. With scant resources at hand, they added a pinch of salt and began to throw in whatever they could: heart, lungs, arms, and legs chopped into pieces, stirring them into the boiling pot. In no time, the water began to bubble. The pot bubbled ominously, releasing wisps of steam. Limbs floated in the water, rising and falling in sync with the rhythm of their hearts and lungs. The expressions of everyone present were grave, silence enveloping the atmosphere. "Come, I shall take the first bite. Brothers, let us partake today. If you wish to abstain, then depart. Let us pretend we are strangers upon our next encounter." Zhang Zhan was a man of resolve, taking the lead in such grim affairs. He picked up a piece of boiled thigh, stifling his disgust, and took a bold bite. Chewing thoughtfully, he found the flavor surprisingly palatable, albeit slightly sour. After enduring hunger for so long, he found it rather appetizing. Observing their leader, several younger associates began to partake in the meat and broth as well. Disgusting as it was, the alternative was death, and no one had a better solution. More and more individuals succumbed to their gnawing hunger, joining the morbid feast. Only a few could not muster the will to eat, choosing instead to withdraw. This grim reality was not confined to Building 6. Similar occurrences transpired in other units. They would only strike one door at a time, ensuring no one would confront them directly, praying that the next time, their own door would remain unscathed. Such is the darker nature of humanity. As long as the next victim is not assuredly oneself, there is little desire to resist. Many residents, upon witnessing the grotesque videos of cannibalism circulating in their group chat, felt nauseated to the point of vomiting. The situation had spiraled entirely out of control. They now faced not only water and power outages but also the terrifying prospect of ravenous neighbors resorting to cannibalism. Life had become intolerable. Chapter 130, Calculate 10,007. Zhou and Liang Qiuyu were fully aware of the dire situation. They had completely integrated themselves into the household. Lin Feng had his desires, yet being with him meant that at most, he would indulge in them, rather than consume them entirely. "Darling, can we not lend them a hand? This seems excessively cruel." Zhou lamented, still struggling to accept the harsh reality. Lin Feng, however, posed a question: "Assist them? How do you propose we do that?" From this point onward, we can neither cultivate the land nor raise livestock, which means there will be no food to replenish our supplies. If I aid the neighborhood, then I must assist Huanghai City and subsequently the entirety of North China, followed by the whole nation. Even if I possessed all the food in the world, could I sustain every person on this planet? Even if we were to eliminate those who resort to cannibalism, wouldn't the survivors still starve and transform into new predators? Therefore, I am unable to help them. At most, I could select a few clean and lovely women to keep you company. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhou and Liang Qiyu felt a wave of relief for having aligned themselves with him. He spoke the truth. He could not support everyone. In the face of such calamity, the authorities were powerless, let alone Lin Feng. Ding. Just then, Liang Qiu's phone rang. Someone had sent her a friend request. After a moment of contemplation, she clicked to accept. Qiu, now you have witnessed the brutality of the outside world, have you not? Consider joining me at the official shelter tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Once the sun rises, the official shelter will be completely closed, and you will be left to await your demise outside. Lin Feng leaned in to see who had added his second wife. Liang Qiu, unfazed, displayed no hesitation. There was nothing particularly intriguing. Lin Feng seized the phone and began taking pictures within the shelter, sending them to Liang Qiu's superior. What do you think of my second wife's esteemed leader? Qiu has been indulging in king crabs at home and has already put on some weight. Would you care to visit my home? I promise to host you with the finest food and drink. Hearing Lin Feng's mischievous tone, Liang Qiu couldn't help but smile. This rascal had always been this way. Even the hospital leaders could not provide as lavishly as Lin Feng's dogs were being treated. Consuming official canned pork is already a treat, he continued. Second wife? Liang Qiu, you have truly fallen. It appears that women are universally base. A mere offer of food and drink, and they are willing to share another bed. You would become a concubine. I have misjudged you. The leader was clearly incensed by Lin Feng's provocations, his fury palpable. Indeed, women can be despicable. Yet if such a woman scorns you, how wretched must your existence be? Time and again, you come to beg. And what can you possibly gain other than a mouthful of disgrace? Dare you share your address? I shall let you experience what despair truly means. Lin Feng grinned wickedly. Although the modest supplies he had stockpiled were sufficient, he saw no harm in accumulating a bit more. Do you still wish to deceive me for my address? Dream on. How long do you think your meager resources will last? The authorities have already begun constructing UV-resistant greenhouses. It won't be long before they can produce vegetables for self-sufficiency. You will only sit idly by until you are starved to death. Upon hearing the words of the leader, Lin Feng remained unperturbed, casually sending a video of the edible vegetables from the planting chamber. No need to trouble the leader. Our indoor temperature is a comfortable 22 degrees, with tens of thousands of square meters of crops, enough to feed 1,000 people to their heart's content. Would you care to join us for a meal, esteemed leader? I happen to know a friend who possesses exceptional skills in butchering, and you could indulge in a rather unique experience while my wife bathes. I am quite generous. I wouldn't mind at all. This remark nearly caused the esteemed leader, Liang Qiu, to explode with rage. Very well. You shall undoubtedly regret the words spoken today. With that, the leader promptly blocked Liang Qiu. Meanwhile, Qiao Qiao and Liang Qiu stifled their laughter, thoroughly entertained. Lin Feng had always possessed a talent for delivering the harshest truths in the gentlest of tones. Engaging in conversation with him, it was enough to drive one to despair. Lin Feng pondered whether he should raid the official warehouse of the Huanghai City base. Yet, perhaps it would be wise to refrain. As long as the authorities remained passive, it was best not to provoke them. What if they discovered his actions and retaliated by obliterating Huanghai City? Unless absolutely necessary, it was prudent to avoid antagonizing the official powers. A starving camel is still larger than a horse. I shall remain at home with my 2 wives. At that moment, Fang Qian had been rendered unconscious by the spiciness. Her mouth swollen like a sausage, lying on the bed in a stupor. Wang Qing gazed at the half-eaten steak, swallowing hard. She then retrieved a basin of water and meticulously washed the steak dozens of times, placing a frying pan under the sun to warm. She soon set the steak upon it. Sizzle. In an instant, the aroma of grilled meat stirred Wang Qing's appetite. The meat looked incredibly enticing. Once both sides were golden brown, she removed the pan, slicing off a small piece to taste the spice. After a brief wait, the heat remained intense. Yet it was now within tolerable limits. After consuming half the steak and sipping a glass of water, Wang Qing felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Glancing at Fang Qian's dazed fingers, Wang Qing's resolve solidified. Lin Feng, if I were to extract Fang Qian's nails, could I receive those 20 boxes of instant noodles in installments? Surely, I wouldn't be able to manage all at once. If you could bring me a few days' worth each time, I would be grateful. Upon reading Wang Qing's message, Lin Feng smiled faintly. This green tea girl is somewhat clever. If those 20 boxes of noodles were discovered, she would be doomed without a chance to eat. Very well, but if you wish to trouble me, you must also endure some inconvenience. Wake her up and have her calculate 10,007. For each mistake, you shall extract one of her nails. I will provide you with a bottle of anti-inflammatory medication to apply afterward, so as not to cause any lasting harm. It must be said, Lin Feng knows how to play the game. To exact revenge in such a manner is both cunning and cruel. This is rather merciless. All right, send the medication. I shall bind her now. Ultimately, Wang Qing acquiesced, bowing to reality. She retrieved some rope and swiftly bound Feng Qian to a chair. Then, she poured the water used for washing the steak directly over Feng Qian, instantly rousing her from her stupor. What? Wang Qing, what are you doing? Why have you tied me up? Wang Qing brandished a pair of pliers and declared to Feng Qian, if you seek someone to blame, let it be Lin Feng. If you must cast blame, let it be upon this world. The fault lies not with me, but rather with the world itself. With that, Wang Qing seized Feng Qian's finger and mercilessly yanked off a nail. Ah, Wang Qing, what are you doing? We are best friends, sisters. Feng Qian cried out, her heart wrenched in agony. The burning chili pepper spray seeping into her wound intensified her torment. You have never regarded me as a sister. You merely use me to flaunt your superiority. You believe yourself more beautiful, more adept at charming those who fawn over you. You feel you are better than me. That being with me elevates your status. I have known this in my heart for a long time. Lin Feng has commanded you to count down from 10,007. From this moment forth, for every mistake you make, I shall remove one of your nails. Upon hearing Wang Qing's words, Feng Qian was bewildered. Wang Qing, release me at once. Can Lin Feng's words be trusted? At this rate, we shall both perish. Ah. But Wang Qing had already drawn the bow, and there was no turning back. She removed Feng Qian's second fingernail. Count. Spare me the superfluous words. I will count. Stop pulling. I will count. 993, 986, 979, 926. Wrong. Start over. Wang Qing proceeded to pull off another nail from Feng Qian. Ah, 993, 986, 979. From that point onward, any miscalculation would lead to endless suffering. Despair now. This is all that you owe me. Chapter 131. It must be calculated to the end. Qiao and Liang Qiuyu gazed in silence at the scene before them. What had Feng Qian done to deserve this? She was already on the brink of a mental breakdown, enduring a fate worse than death. Qiao still felt that Lin Feng was excessively cruel. But could the Lin Feng who had survived 7 days and nights of torment truly forget? This tactic was devised by Feng Qian when she pressed Lin Feng to calculate whether there were still supplies in the space. At that moment, Feng Qian had forced Lin Feng to calculate 10,007. If he got it wrong, she would take a nail. If he erred again, she would sever a finger. Now, I am using you. You brought this upon yourself. This was my first love, to whom I had given a house, bags, and jewelry. Only to have her pursue a horde of sycophants. I was merely one among them, having never even held her hand. Lin Feng, cigarette in mouth, casually recounted the less significant details. Qiao and Liang Qiuyu understood his feelings, yet still deemed his actions somewhat excessive. On the screen, Feng Qian's gaze was vacant. Her expression numb. She had no idea when this torment would cease. Why had the technique she learned from watching anime, intended for others, now been turned against her? The countdown was meant to sharpen focus, instilling immense fear, for one misstep would lead to. Ah, Wang Qing, grant me a swift end. Kill me already. Do not prolong my suffering any further. Another toenail was forcibly removed, while Lin Feng's voice echoed from the drone. Wang Qing, if you give up now, all will have been in vain, so it's up to you to decide. Lin Feng's words propelled Wang Qing down an irreversible path. 8 nails had already been extracted. That equated to 8 boxes of instant noodles. With 12 more boxes yet to come, how could she possibly give up now? Keep calculating. If you refuse, I will pluck each one. I will not calculate any longer. Just kill me quickly. Do not torment me like this. As she spoke, the drone lowered a black canister. Wang Qing, inside is a centipede. If she does not cooperate, we will insert the centipede into her ear, allowing it to gnaw at her brain slowly. Wang Qing took the canister, discovering a live centipede within. Feng Qian shuddered at the sight of the wriggling creature. What would it feel like if it burrowed into her ear? I will calculate. I will do it. Is that acceptable? Feng Qian completely broke down, vowing in her heart to eliminate Lin Feng and Wang Qing. What have I done wrong to deserve such relentless torment? 993, 986, 979. There was no choice but to continue calculating. Lin Feng turned off the video, feeling a slight alleviation of his hatred. This was what you owed me from your past life. I had once treated you with such kindness. Had you possessed even a shred of conscience, I would not have resorted to such extreme measures. I will leave the remaining matters to Wang Qing. Lin Feng is a man of his word in business, and he will fulfill any obligations to her. Lin Feng has never resorted to deceit in his dealings. Otherwise, who would ever conduct business with him again? After surveying the conditions of each building with the drone, Lin Feng discovered a family with an abundance of food. The windowsill was adorned with hanging cured meats, making it evident that this family was prosperous. It must be them. That meat was all purchased for Fangzi, a full 5 refrigerators worth. At that moment, Xiao Qiao recognized the beer-drinking risk-averse brother, Song Chao. What is the matter? Speak to me. Your husband has your back, so what is there to fear? Xiao Qiao then recounted the incident where Ling sold her supplies, only to be robbed by Song Chao. Lin Feng awkwardly scratched his head, realizing that he was the one responsible for exposing the supplies. However, he could not divulge this information. It had to remain a secret to avoid straining their marital relationship. My goodness. So the reason you drove Ling away was this? I foolishly took her in, and I shall never make such a mistake again. Upon learning the reason, Liang Xiaoyu felt even more distressed, realizing that this was a misunderstanding that tarnished a good person's reputation. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, with a cigarette in his mouth, expressed gratitude to Sister Welfare, Li Ying, for her unexpected assistance. Without her audacious actions, would he have been able to marry such wonderful wives? Li Ying truly was a selfless guardian angel. Don't be upset. Do you want your husband to help you both vent your frustrations? Observing his 2 wives' anger, Lin Feng inquired about their thoughts. No need. It's just 20-some thousand worth of goods. It's not worth taking such a significant risk. Xiao Qiao, feeling safe now, had ceased to consider revenge, recognizing it as an unnecessary complication. I don't need to either. Li Ying is now armed with 5 guns, and if a bullet hits, she is done for. I'm living quite well now and wish to avoid trouble. Liang Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that although Li Ying was despicable, it was ultimately Zhou Kaihua's own decision. With the true instigator now deceased, it seemed prudent to let bygones be bygones. Lin Feng glanced outside. The temperature was a mere 52 degrees. Shall we go out? The weather is pleasant today. Let me take you both for a stroll. With nothing pressing to do. And since they were not inclined toward revenge, they decided to visit Wu Yong to assess the situation. Is it safe to go out? What if someone breaks into our home? Xiao Qiao expressed her apprehension, while Lin Feng remained indifferent. It's fine. It's not far. It's daytime. And we'll be back before dark. Besides, I have my space, and I can easily detect where things are and where people are located. All right then. We'll go prepare. Liang Xiaoyu was also eager to venture out, while Lin Feng activated his space to check for any nearby individuals. As expected, during the day at 52 degrees, no one was likely to be outside. Let us bring some vegetables and fish. They probably have nothing but canned or vacuum-sealed food, which you two might not be accustomed to. While Xiao Qiao and Liang Xiaoyu got ready, Lin Feng went to the kitchen to gather some pork, fish, shrimp, and vegetables, about 20 pounds in total, sufficient to improve Wu Yong and the others' meals. Primarily, he was curious about how his 3 designated wives were faring. After all, with so many supplies stockpiled, who else but his family should benefit? After a short while, Xiao Qiao and Liang Xiaoyu finished their preparations, each linking an arm with Lin Feng, carrying an umbrella as they exited through the back door. With 2 beautiful women on either side, Lin Feng glanced left and right, taking in the moment. Dear second wife, you must strive harder. You have endured much for me. I can bear this life of hardship. But please do not let our child suffer. Liang Xiaoyu felt a flush rise to her cheeks as Lin Feng's bold and unabashed demeanor was quite evident. The 3 of them, gathered under the shade of an umbrella, arrived at the entrance of Wu Yong's villa and rang the doorbell. With nothing else to occupy their time, it seemed prudent to check on whether Wu Yong was still alive. Chapter 132, A Father's All-In Bet. Upon hearing the doorbell, Wu Yong immediately became alert, gripping his gun tightly. They had been attacked multiple times, and without their firearms, they would likely have met their demise. Peering through the peephole, he was relieved to see Lin Feng. Upon opening the door, however, his expression darkened upon noticing 2 beautiful women clinging to Lin Feng's arm. Indeed, he had hesitated too long. 2 had already claimed their positions ahead of him. Good day, boss. Who are these 2? Wu Yong welcomed them, while Lin Feng showed no sign of shyness. This is my first wife, Xiao Qiao, and this is my second wife, Liang Xiaoyu. Inside, a dozen individuals hurried down the stairs to greet their boss, but upon seeing Xiao Qiao and Liang Xiaoyu, many women felt a pang of despair, realizing their chances had diminished. It was apparent that a billionaire like Lin Feng had no qualms about flaunting his 2 wives. Lin Feng, brother Wu Daiwa, had eagerly descended the stairs to greet him, but upon seeing the 2 wives, she was overcome with emotion and began to cry. Oh, I have liked you so much. How could you already have 2 wives? What does that make me? As Lin Feng stepped inside, he glanced at Wu Daiwa, who had just turned 18. Let us talk when you're 20, he thought, feeling a twinge of conscience, though not much. Qiao and Liang Qiuyu surveyed the room carefully. Everyone appeared to be in good spirits, and there was no trace of bloodshed. It seemed Lin Feng had taken good care of them. Who can cook? Let us bring some food for everyone to enjoy a better meal at noon. Lin Feng placed 2 bags of food on the floor, just as Dong Shi approached to take them. As long as I'm with the boss. There's meat to eat. What does the boss prefer? Lin Feng glanced at Dong Shi, noting that his future mother-in-law was quite attractive. Just prepare what you think is best. Today is a day off, so everyone can relax. Feel free to drink, but don't overdo it and end up causing trouble. Upon hearing they could drink, everyone cheered once more. Meanwhile, Qiao and Liang Qiuyu remained vigilant, their gazes fixed on Jiang Qingxue and Sun Fangfang, who were hard to ignore. One was a mature beauty, and the other a youthful girl. It was evident that Lin Feng would never settle for just one wife. Sigh. Qiao and Liang Qiuyu thought. At least he treated them well, maintaining a harem without neglecting them. There's mahjong in the house. Why not join them for a game? The stakes are low, just betting on candy. Wu Yong then brought over 2 bags of candy, causing Qiao to ponder deeply. It was no wonder Lin Feng had remarked that she was worth only 2 sausages. He must have foreseen this outcome long ago. But how had he known in advance? Qiao refrained from asking, fully aware that Lin Feng would not divulge the truth. Come on, Qiao, you wouldn't happen to not know how to play mahjong. Would you? Liang Qiuyu thought little of it. Despite the heat, the well water provided some relief, making it bearable. Qiao nodded, gesturing towards Jiang Qingxue and Sun Fangfang. You two should play together. Playful banter aside, knowing one's adversary is the key to victory in every battle. After all, they were the most alluring in the room. It would be inconceivable for someone like Lin Feng, with such a penchant for beauty, to remain unmoved. One must commend Qiao for her astuteness. Aside from being misled by Li Ying once due to their long-standing relationship, her judgments had never faltered since. Lin Feng, cigarette in mouth, noted the room's sweltering heat. Approximately 45 degrees Celsius. The well water was plentiful, and Wu Yong had arranged for cooling measures every half hour, rendering the space relatively pleasant compared to others. Neglecting other ailments, heat stroke had already claimed many lives. The agony of one's internal organs succumbing to excessive heat could only be comprehended by those who had endured it. Lin Feng glanced at the mahjong table where the 4 women engaged in a game of Sichuan mahjong. Qiao was intermittently prodding for conversation, curious about Sun Fangfang and Jiang Qingxue's dynamics. Lin Feng, disinterested in Qiao's antics, allowed his primary wife her freedom, trusting her fidelity above all else. Bored, Lin Feng joined a few men in a game of Texas Hold'em, wagering cigarettes. This invigorated them. Although food and drink were abundant, each cigarette was a precious commodity. Who cared if one was the boss? Let the games begin. Everyone seemed to be enjoying themselves, except for Wu Yong, whose expression darkened as he observed Lin Feng's first and second wives. Although Wu Yong had long anticipated Lin Feng's multiple marriages, the idea of his daughter becoming a 3rd wife was difficult for him to digest. My dear, what shall we do? He lamented. Given the circumstances, our daughter will likely be relegated to the role of a 3rd wife. You are aware of the chaos outside. Several buildings have already been breached. I am caught in a dilemma. It was impossible for Wu Yong to dismiss his fears, had there been armed intruders, and if they had known about the 1.3 billion in supplies, they would have surely perished. Dong Shi placed frozen shrimp in water to thaw and remarked, perhaps you should consult Daiyu. I have a strong impression that your boss is far from ordinary. The entire rental scheme is evidently a Ponzi scheme. He orchestrated the plummet of the Huaxiao real estate market, yet still dares to return from abroad. Where did the fuel from the gas station's tank go? He claims to have lost billions in supplies, but does he appear like someone who has misplaced belongings? Moreover, armed with weaponry and a 3 billion safe house, he is undeniably secure. Everything he undertakes transcends the era. Polygamy is quite commonplace. If Daiyu consents, you should encourage Lin Feng to consummate the arrangement. If she does not agree, we cannot force her. A reluctant union bears no sweetness. I will prepare a meal. You ought to inquire with Daiyu. One must acknowledge Dong Shi's clarity of vision, which softened Wu Yong's demeanor. If the apocalypse were to persist indefinitely, Lin Feng would undoubtedly emerge as a sovereign in this new world, with multiple wives being a natural occurrence, even in a non-apocalyptic setting. It is not unusual for a billionaire like Lin Feng to have several lovers. I shall consult Daiyu then, Wu Yong resolved, feeling emboldened by his wife's counsel. Determined to take a gamble. Although my timing in this round may have been delayed, there remains an opportunity for a turnaround. Having interacted with Lin Feng for an extended period, Wu Yong has come to understand certain aspects of Lin Feng's character. He has never shown leniency towards his adversaries, while treating his allies with a degree of kindness, judging by the demeanor and expressions of his 2 wives. It is evident that they have not suffered any mistreatment at Lin Feng's hands. Wu Yong made his way to Wu Daiyue's small bedroom, a space that the young girl has never been accustomed to locking. For your happiness, a father has wagered everything. Chapter 133, A Wall for the Homebody. A house in the city, oh, how my heart aches. I had thought that brother Lin Feng would be mine. Yet, to my dismay, he is already wed, and to 2 wives, no less. As Wu Yong entered the house, he found Wu Daiwei engaged in a video chat, lamenting to someone on the other end. Fear not, Daiwei, even if brother Lin Feng does not want you, I shall. Come to my home. My family runs a supermarket. I can support you for a lifetime. Peering closer, Wu Yong was taken aback to see a lad of around 18 years old on the screen. Hello, uncle. Last year for my birthday, you gifted me a transformer, which I absolutely adored. Thank you. As he spoke, the boy retrieved a transformer from a display shelf behind him. It was undeniable. Homebodies have their own walls, and city dwellers possess their own homes. Wu Yong suddenly recognized the young man. Was he not the sole heir of Wang Ba, the head of Wanjia Supermarket in Huanghai City, Wang Feifei? Ah, greetings. I have some matters to discuss with my daughter. We shall converse later. Of course, uncle. Should you require any supplies, just let me know, and I will ensure my father delivers them to you at the best price. With that, Wang Feifei ended the video call. Daiwei, what is your relationship with Wang Feifei? Wu Yong was well aware that the owner of Wanjia Supermarket was quite affluent, with a net worth of at least 20 billion. It appeared they had ample stock, and Wang Feifei seemed to be living quite comfortably. He is my classmate, and also my close male friend. Why do you ask, father? Wu Daiwei rubbed her eyes, still reddened, clearly affected by the revelation of brother Lin Feng's 2 wives. A close male friend? Wu Yong stroked his chin, sensing that Wang Feifei harbored feelings for his daughter. Was there truly such a thing as a male friend in a relationship between a man and a woman? What is it, father? He treats me well. He listens to everything I say, offers me advice, and enjoys making me laugh. Wu Daiwei spoke candidly, noting that her family was quite open-minded, unlike the rigidly traditional. Do you have feelings for Wang Feifei? Wu Yong, momentarily setting aside thoughts of Lin Feng, decided to inquire about his daughter's sentiments. Wang Feifei would indeed be a commendable choice for a son-in-law, provided the apocalypse concludes soon and order is restored. I do not like him. He lacks initiative. He simply echoes my words, devoid of any masculine charm. He cannot compare to brother Lin Feng's handsomeness. As she spoke, tears welled up in Wu Daiyue's eyes once more. But brother Lin Feng is already married, and to 2 wives at that. Oh, woe is me. Seeing his daughter in such distress, Wu Yong gently patted her head. It seemed prudent to ask her whether she would consider becoming a 3rd wife. Let me pose a question. My dear, if Lin Feng were to have multiple women, would you be troubled by it? You must understand that with his fortune in the hundreds of billions, it is quite normal for him to have several wives. Upon hearing her father's words, Wu Daiwei blinked her large, expressive eyes. I find it rather normal for men to have multiple wives, especially in these apocalyptic times. Wu Yong, taken aback, considered his daughter's progressive views. Are you not concerned about the restoration of order? What if you cannot be legally wed to Lin Feng? At such a moment, you might easily find yourself abandoned. Wu Daiwei gently stroked Wu Yong's head and then spoke. You don't have a fever, do you? It is already the end of the world. What are you thinking, father? The ozone layer is destroyed, and I fear that by the time I die, I may not witness the restoration of order. As long as I obediently heed brother Lin Feng's words, he will not forsake me. Look at me. I am both obedient and adorable. I do not lose my temper. And I cook delicious meals. Why would brother Lin Feng abandon me? Upon hearing Wu Daiyue's words, Wu Yong realized that his daughter was beyond saving. She had become utterly infatuated with Lin Feng, and he himself was about to embark on the greatest gamble of his life. Let it ride. Whatever will be, will be. Ultimately, the outcome rests on this one round. He could only hope that Lin Feng possessed some conscience and would not start a romance only to end it abruptly. If you truly fall for Lin Feng, I shall pour him a drink and bring him to your room. If you agree, I shall proceed. If you do not, I will respect your choice. The power of choice is now in your hands. Take a moment to contemplate and let me know during dinner. Wu Daiyue suddenly glared with her beautiful eyes and then slowly nodded. Wu Yong left Wu Daiyue's room, while downstairs, Lin Feng was enjoying a game of poker with several men. Lin Feng felt bewildered by his losses. How could he have such terrible luck? How could he encounter a pair of kings when he had a pair of aces? He hadn't won a single round. Indeed, one should not engage in too much mischief, for retribution follows. Lin Feng stepped outside and squatted in a corner, smoking a couple of cigarettes. He then returned with 5 more sticks to continue playing. Noticing that the golden Zhonghua cigarettes caused the eyes of several male employees to brighten, their boss was indeed wealthy. Such high stakes in their wagers? Yet, a few among them had the sense not to be overly greedy, as they might still aspire for promotions in the future. In the kitchen, Dong Shi was leading a few female employees in preparing food. Dong Shi was quite competent in her culinary skills, and Wu Yong felt assured. Clear the table. It's time to eat. With Dong Shi's call, everyone wrapped up their game and began tidying up for a hearty meal. At that moment, Wu Daiwei, with her hair styled in twin ponytails, descended the stairs and whispered into Wu Yong's ear, "I'm counting on you, Dad." Wu Yong nodded and then took out his prized collection of Mao Tai from 1960. "Today, I, Wu Yong, shall go all in. We are all family here. Please. Have a seat." Lin Feng did not mind the seating arrangement and casually sat in a guest position. Who had the luxury to be picky? "Come, boss. Taste my 60-year-old Mao Tai. The flavor is surely rich." Wu Yong opened a bottle of Mao Tai and poured a glass for Lin Feng. He then intended to pour for Qiao Qiao and Liang Qiuyu as well. "That's not necessary. We'll just have some beer, and she can't drink anyway." Qiao Qiao directly declined, and Wu Yong did not insist. Lin Feng took a sip and immediately sensed something was amiss. The flavor was off. It seemed that this old rascal Wu Yong had been duped. This was indeed Mao Tai, but likely only 30 years old. 60 years would not taste like this. After all, Wu Yong had previously faced a financial crisis. Where would he have found the spare funds to buy a 60-year-old Mao Tai? However, Lin Feng refrained from commenting. Nowadays, many could not even obtain fake liquor, so having anything to drink was a blessing. Chapter 134. Do not be deceived by my sheepish appearance. As the bosses settled into their seats, the employees began to take theirs. 2 tables were set up. Those bold enough to sit with the bosses were only a select few who had conversed with them before, while the remainder opted for the other table. The pressure of dining alongside the bosses was palpable, and it was far more relaxed to enjoy a beer at the second table. As they began to eat, Wu Yong took it upon himself to serve Lin Feng, presenting an array of 10 dishes, a fiery shrimp platter, braised chicken, a pork knuckle, assorted cold dishes, along with several servings of peanuts and canned fruits. Qiao Qiao, accustomed to home-cooked meals, found herself indulging in the canned fruits more than she anticipated. Lin Feng savored the culinary skills of Dong Shi, which indeed met the standards of a 5-star hotel. Impressive, isn't it? My wife used to run a hotel, but she closed it down during the economic downturn. My daughter can cook as well. Her skills rival those of a Michelin 3-star chef, Wu Yong boasted, extolling his daughter's virtues. Lin Feng cast a glance at Wu Daiwei, surprised to discover this young girl possessed such talent. I must sample her cooking one day. Let us not just eat, let us drink as well. Treat this place as your own home. With Lin Feng raising his glass, they finally reached for the beer from the bucket. Lacking refrigeration, they relied on icy well water to chill their drinks, yet it was refreshingly cool. Is anyone facing challenges at home? Lin Feng inquired, shifting to the crux of the matter after finishing a drink. With so many of us gathered, who doesn't he have relatives to worry about? If there's even a hint of information leakage regarding supplies, it's a minor concern. But what if something were to happen to my few chosen ones? Thus, Lin Feng offered his assistance in resolving issues, should the problems persist. He suggested eliminating the sources of trouble. A palpable silence fell over the room as everyone exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. They all understood the precarious situation outside. Surviving here was one thing, but what lay beyond was too daunting to contemplate. I have already facilitated discussions with everyone, and a few who were unwilling to stay have departed, Lin Feng declared, his brow furrowing at the revelation. It seemed something was amiss. At this moment, Wu Yong leaned in and whispered into Lin Feng's ear, they have left for good. Lin Feng's expression relaxed. Well done, Wu Yong. I didn't expect such decisiveness from you. A true warrior, ruthless and resolute. Since there are no issues, let us eat and drink. Today is a day of respite, Lin Feng proclaimed. He counted the attendees and noted that, including Wu Yong's family, only 16 remained. It appeared that those individuals had indeed departed. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored, Wu Yong's enthusiasm led Lin Feng to indulge in a few more cups. Feeling slightly dizzy, Lin Feng contemplated returning home for a restful sleep. Safety was paramount. I shall take my leave now. You may continue to enjoy your meal. With that, Lin Feng took Qiao Qiao and Liang Qiuyu by the hand, preparing to head home. Boss, there's a bed upstairs. The 2 ladies have finally taken a break to play some mahjong. Resting for a while wouldn't be an inconvenience, came the suggestion. Wu Yong hurried over to intervene. For if Lin Feng were to escape, where could they find such a splendid opportunity again? How many days would it take for Lin Feng to return? Do you 2 wish to partake in some amusement? If not, we could simply depart. Lin Feng, without further contemplation, merely inquired of his 2 wives. There was little to occupy their time at home. A few more rounds of play would suffice. Qiao Qiao felt quite bored at home. Winning a little candy while playing mahjong was rather entertaining. Let us play for a while. It's my first time being surrounded by so many people after staying at home. Liang Qiuyu was also reluctant to leave. It had been quite some time, and finally, there was laughter and camaraderie in such numbers. Then, let us heed your wishes, but do take care. Lin Feng reached into his pocket and retrieved a firearm for Chow Chow. She didn't think much of it. It was daytime, and danger seemed unlikely. So she casually tucked the gun away. Lin Feng ascended the stairs while Chow Chow and Liang Qiuyu went to resume their mahjong game. Please, come in. Wu Yong ushered Lin Feng inside and promptly locked the door behind him. Upon entering, Lin Feng quickly grasped the situation. Was Wu Yong truly wagering the lifelong happiness of his daughter in such a gamble? Wu Yong, oh Wu Yong, are you testing the boss with this? What boss could withstand such a trial? Furthermore, must you always gamble so recklessly? Are you not afraid of losing everything? Must the stakes be so high? Wu Daiwei, is that you, who professes your love for me daily in the group? Perhaps we should wait until we've matured. Lin Feng rubbed his chin, having just reached adulthood. He felt somewhat hesitant. I have already grown up. Lin Feng, I love you. As she spoke, Wu Daiwei summoned her courage and embraced him like an octopus, leaving Lin Feng no time to react. Very well, this is your choice. Lin Feng decided to honor Wu Yong's decision, for he was, after all, his future father-in-law. Nodding, Lin Feng thought, since you have risked everything, I cannot allow you to falter. Ding, a friendly reminder. During the holiday season, the venue is crowded. Do you wish to continue watching? Upon assessment, you merely need to queue. There are 1,009,611 patrons ahead of you, and it is estimated that you will reach the front in 3 days and 3 nights. Lin Feng, do you enjoy watching Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf? I adore it, Wu Daiwei asked, picking up a comic book after a considerable time. It's quite enjoyable. Whatever you like, I appreciate as well. Lin Feng flipped through the comic. He had loved this anime in his childhood, though he no longer watched it now that he was older. I'm glad you like it. I thought you would find my taste childish. Let us watch Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf together. With that, Wu Daiwei turned on the television and began the show. Pleasant Goat, Beautiful Goat, Lazy Goat, Boiling Goat, Slow Goat, Soft Goat, Red Wolf, Gray Wolf. Do not be deceived by my appearance as a mere goat. The green grass becomes sweeter because of me. The sky turns bluer due to my presence. And the white clouds grow whiter because of me at that moment. Wu Daiwei's phone rang. Who is it? Aren't you going to answer? She asked, shaking her head. She was thoroughly enjoying her time watching Pleasant Goat with Lin Feng and wished not to be disturbed. As we watched the animated series Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf, we chose to disregard external distractions. Wang Feifei, my male confidant, was present. At that moment, Lin Feng let out a sigh. What was inevitable had arrived. Go ahead, say what you must. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Wu Daiwei contemplated briefly before accepting the call. Wang Feifei, I have deep feelings for Lin Feng, my brother. Please refrain from calling me in the future, as I fear it may lead to misunderstandings on his part. Let this be the conclusion. Upon receiving this news, Wang Feifei felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. His mind erupted in chaos. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had lost his entire world. Chapter 135, Murder and Heartfelt Retribution. Oh, Daiwei, after all I have done for you, why have you treated me this way? Wang Feifei hung up the phone, sobbing uncontrollably. He had cherished Wu Daiwei for so many years, showering her with warmth and affection every day, convinced that he would eventually win her heart. How could this happen? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. I refuse to believe that Daiwei would betray me in such a manner. This must be a misunderstanding. With tears streaming down his face, Wang Feifei picked up his phone and initiated a video call. On the other end was Lin Feng, grinning alongside Wu Daiwei, with the cheerful backdrop of Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf playing on the television. Brother Lin Feng, why did you answer? Isn't that inappropriate? Lin Feng, with a mischievous smile, held the phone up to showcase his upper body. Do you have feelings for my third wife? Then I must quell those notions. To kill is one thing, but to strike at the heart is another. What is wrong with that? It's official now. Let's take a picture together and use it as our profile photo from now on. As he spoke, Lin Feng made a heart shape with Wu Daiwei and posted it on social media, changing his profile picture to one of the two of them together. Witnessing this scene, Wang Feifei felt an even deeper despair. Is this truly happening? After pursuing Wu Daiwei for so many years, I find that I am the fool in this scenario? Oh, I can't go on living. Daiwei, how will I survive without you? Daiwei, I truly cannot live without you. Wang Feifei still wanted to make one last plea. He could not believe that Wu Daiwei harbored no feelings for him at all. But Lin Feng's next words almost sent Wang Feifei into a frenzy. If you can't go on and feel like starving to death, you can come to my house. I have a friend skilled in severing one's attachments. I guarantee you'll find peace, free from worries. My car is broken. You can help push it, even if you lack skills. Doing some labor won't lead to starvation. Seeing our happiness, wouldn't you feel a sense of participation? This infuriated Wang Feifei. Lin Feng, you are truly ruthless. Daiwei, don't bother with him. We are not that close. There's no need to pay him any mind. Upon hearing Wu Daiyue's voice, Wang Feifei grew even angrier. What do you mean not that close? We grew up together. Doesn't that compare to your mere acquaintance with Lin Feng? Is this what love is? I have known Daiwei for 8 years. I still remember that it has been 2,923 days, and I want to give Daiwei a home. I am willing to give her everything. I wish to provide her with the best of all things. I want everyone to know, Daiwei, I love you. Wang Feifei, with tears streaming down his face, made one final plea, his declaration of love echoing with pain, raw and desperate. Silly fool. Lin Feng replied with a chuckle. I'll ask you directly, are you angry? If you have the guts, come and bite me. Wang Feifei, I reached out to you via video call to ask you to stop entangling yourself with me. Brother Lin Feng and I truly love each other. Please do not cause me distress, all right? Wu Daiwei responded earnestly, not wishing to create a scene. Will we meet again, Daiwei? When we do, I hope you will be happy, all right? Wang Feifei managed a faint smile, though it was more painful than his tears. Brother Lin Feng, let us hang up. I want to watch cartoons. I don't wish to be disturbed. Wu Daiwei had never harbored any affection for Wang Feifei, thus she had never taken him to heart. Your world shall no longer have me. But worry not. You must find your own happiness. Daiwei. With a smile, Wu Daiwei kissed Lin Feng's cheek. I am already quite content. I love my brother Lin Feng. From now on, my life shall no longer require you. With that, Wu Daiwei abruptly ended the video call. Daiwei, how can I possibly live without you? Daiwei. Wang Feifei, engulfed in despair, clutched his darkened phone, lamenting, what do I lack compared to that Lin Feng? Lin Feng, you shall pay for this. My Daiwei must have succumbed to your coercion. Resolutely, Wang Feifei resolved that Daiwei must indeed love her. He could not simply disregard Wu Daiwei. Seeing Wu Daiyue's new profile picture, where she joyfully made heart gestures with Lin Feng, he could no longer bear to watch. If I continue to look, at the tender age of 18, I might as well suffer from the residual effects of a stroke at 81. Do not concern yourself, I still love you. Brother Lin Feng. Wu Daiwei, sitting sweetly beside Lin Feng, found her greatest joy in watching Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf with him. Lin Feng, however, remained indifferent, lighting a cigarette and enjoying a post-coital smoke. This cannot be blamed on me. You insisted on challenging the limits of my authority. Noticing Wu Daiyue's earnest attention, Lin Feng picked up her phone to ascertain her situation. Upon unlocking it, he was taken aback to find his own image gracing the wallpaper. As he scrolled through her chat history and social media, he discovered an abundance of messages proclaiming, Brother Lin Feng is so handsome. Embarrassed, he scratched his head, pondering, am I truly this popular? A hint of self-deprecation washed over him. After a lengthy perusal, he stumbled upon netizens berating him for lacking humanity. To which the young girl promptly countered, Brother Lin Feng is merely acting in self-defense. With so many against one, how can he not fight back? Thus ensued a barrage of insults. A little fangirl, is it? While I do not endorse idolizing, I must admit it feels rather gratifying to have someone so devoted to me. Lin Feng chuckled as he set the phone aside, realizing Wu Daiyue's unwavering affection for him. The task of courting 3 wives was not insurmountable. Keeping her away from dangerous weapons would pose no significant issues. The primary concern lay in managing the relationships among the 3 wives, ensuring they could coexist as harmoniously as the first 2. You continue watching. I have matters to attend to. Lin Feng gently tousled Wu Daiyue's hair, his eyes brimming with affection. All right, Brother Lin Feng, we shall continue next time. Wu Daiwei, obedient and genuinely happy, responded. Lin Feng turned the doorknob only to find it securely locked by Wu. Wu, open the door. Henceforth, we shall each go our own way. When others are present, you may call me boss, but in private, I shall refer to you as father-in-law. Of course, it must remain a secret, otherwise, it would be terribly undignified for such a prominent boss as myself. Upon receiving the message, Wu's face brightened with joy. Wife, it is settled. As long as our daughter resides in a safe house, we can rest easy. Dong Shi shook her head, hoping Lin Feng would display some conscience. Given the circumstances, we can only resign ourselves to fate. Wu Yong approached and turned the door handle, observing his daughter's joyful countenance. He couldn't help but marvel at the vigor of youth, indeed surpassing that of an old man. Boss, what shall we do next? Wu Yong inquired with concern, glancing at his daughter. As long as your daughter remains devoted to me, I shall never forsake her. The term father-in-law warmed Wu Yong's heart. Indeed, good sir. My daughter is pure and kind-hearted. She is also an excellent cook. She would never do anything to betray you. Lin Feng, cigarette in mouth, descended the stairs and was met with the playful gazes of Chiao Chiao, Liang Chouyu, Jiang Qingno, and Sun Fang Fang. Although they were in a villa, the soundproofing was inadequate. Wu Daiyue's voice was loud enough for even a fool to grasp what she had just done. Why are you all staring at me? If you no longer wish to play, let us return home. Lin Feng, with a thick skin, felt no trepidation. Aren't you taking your third wife with you? Can you bear to let her suffer in this heat every day? Xiao had long since grown accustomed to the situation. It was better to let things unfold naturally than to burden Lin Feng. Liang Qiuyu remained silent. She was content with her own family and children, secure in her happiness. The more wives Lin Feng took, the fewer troubles he would bring upon himself. Is it fair to just enter without warning? We should observe for a few days before proceeding. Lin Feng's words brought relief to Xiao and Liang Qiuyu. If Lin Feng had simply released her, it would have rendered all the times he had bullied her meaningless. Wu Yong, filled with joy, realized that his daughter's progress in entering the safe house had surpassed that of 99.99% of women on Earth. It was practically a done deal. Wu Daiwei, with her gentle temperament, bright personality, and exceptional culinary skills, was also a little fan of Lin Feng. Residing in her own safe house was merely a matter of time. Let us go. We've played enough for the day, and it's time to return home for some rest. Lin Feng casually tossed a gun to Dong Shi, ensuring that having two guns would be safer, hoping that no real trouble would arise. Only Jiang Qing's and Sun Fanfang exchanged shy glances at Lin Feng as he departed. Should we consider becoming Lin Feng's wives as well? Would he even want us, these three without backgrounds, resources, or abilities? Chapter 136. Fang Qian's Despair, Gratitude for Everyone's Gifts. 5 updates today. As evening descended and Lin Feng returned home, he found the house refreshingly cool. Accompanied by his 2 wives, they indulged in a cleansing bath, shedding their sweat-soaked garments, which restored a sense of comfort. After a modest meal, fatigue enveloped the trio from a day of play. While Lin Feng slumbered peacefully, chaos reigned at the West Mountain Villa. Deprived of provisions, the area descended into turmoil. With rampant looting and destruction, groups of individuals began to pry open doors. If met with a response from within, they moved on, but if not, they forcefully entered. The stench of decay often greeted them upon opening the doors, as many were the solitary elderly, whose frail bodies succumbed to heatstroke in the sweltering weather, passing away within days. Countless lives were snuffed out by this affliction, and their homes frequently bore remnants of food supplies, a fact that fueled the relentless door-to-door searches. With the authorities having abandoned their posts, survival now rested solely upon the shoulders of the populace. Some, fully aware that prying open doors would yield little sustenance, resorted to cannibalism. As night fell, a palpable sense of dread gripped the West Mountain Villa, with many too fearful to sleep. Haunted by the thought that closing their eyes might mean never waking again, those with fragile mental fortitude chose to leap from heights, believing death to be a preferable escape from their grim existence. Sister, Zhang Shuya, we know you're in there. Open the door, or don't blame us for being rough. Zhang Shuya, residing on the 14th floor of Building 4, had been located by the subordinates of Li Wu. Yet, she could not dare to open the door. It would be tantamount to signing her own death warrant. Don't come in. I have a gun, she declared nervously, clutching the weapon. Yet when she pressed the trigger, it failed to fire, intensifying her anxiety. Sister, we're prying the door. Since you refused to comply, don't blame the brothers for being forceful. The creaking sound of the door being forced open sent waves of panic through her. Why, at such a critical moment? 1T this pistol function? Shuya, release the safety. Following Jia Lily's urgent instruction, Zhang Shuya frantically located the safety mechanism and fired a shot at the door. Bang! The bullet pierced the security door, striking one of the intruders in the abdomen. Goodness, this woman really has a gun. Retreat. Get away from the door. The unfortunate thug, hit in the stomach, was assuredly mortally wounded. In such oppressive heat, a bullet to the leg could be fatal, let alone one to the abdomen. The group hastily retreated, realizing the door was not to be trifled with. Once silence enveloped the exterior, Zhang Shuya collapsed weakly to the ground. She had hoped that leaving Li Wu would afford her a semblance of peace, yet she pondered when this torment would ever cease. While Zhang Shuya struggled, Li Wu was equally tormented. His manhood had been cruelly severed, his left arm broken, and the pain was so excruciating that he could not keep his eyes open. Most distressing was the inability to quench his thirst, compounded by the fear of urinating. In such oppressive heat, this was sheer torment. Lowering his gaze, he glanced at the remnants of his manhood and seethed with rage, wishing he could rip it away. Damn it all! Zhang Shuya, that audacious woman, would not have harmed me without cause. Surely, it must be Lin Feng, that scoundrel, who was scheming behind the scenes. Setting aside Zhang Shuya for the moment, I must first deal with Lin Feng. Li Wu, witnessing a subordinate who had succumbed to fate, felt an intense ruthlessness within him. Damn it, take care of this. I refuse to perish from hunger. At least I cannot die before I have dealt with Lin Feng. Li Wu had already deduced the nature of the meat consumed over the past few days, though he refrained from voicing it. Everyone was aware. Wang Guifan let out a few whimpers, then produced an enchanted kitchen knife, engaging in a deeply heartfelt, yet gruesome exchange. The younger brothers felt a wave of nausea. After all, they had once been comrades. However, they remained silent. After so many days, they had grown accustomed to it and left the room, preferring not to see or think about it. What is dirty is not always harmful. Li Wu was in considerable discomfort, unable to relieve himself. An infection could spell his doom. 993. 986. 979. No, do not tear at my nails. I concede. I concede. It hurts so much. I was wrong. Please, stop. At this moment, Fang Qian had reached the brink of mental collapse, mumbling to herself as her mind began to blur. Fang Qian, too, had spent a sleepless night, with Wang Qing frantically tearing off all her fingernails and toenails before binding her to a chair and fleeing. After what felt like an eternity, Fang Qian emerged from her despair. Glancing around, she realized Wang Qing had long since departed, reigniting a flicker of hope for survival. Fang Qian glanced at the ointment on the table. If she did not apply it soon, an infection would seal her fate. She struggled for what seemed like ages, but to no avail. Wang Qing had secured her bindings far too tightly, leaving her utterly helpless. Help? Is there anyone who can save me? Fang Qian desperately wished for someone to hear her cries, yet in a world filled with fear, who would care for her plight? After calling out for what felt like an eternity, despair engulfed her completely. Ding. Low battery. Please recharge promptly. At that moment, Fang Qian's phone screen illuminated, offering a glimmer of hope for survival. Hello. Siri. I'm here. Dial Wang Ping. The connection was being established. Hearing the ringing sound, Fang Qian felt as anxious as an ant on a hot skillet. Wang Pi was one of Fang Qian's admirers, yet after 2 years of devotion, they had only shared a fleeting kiss, which had left Wang Ping yearning for more. He also resided in the Xishan Biayuan, and at this moment, he was her only hope. Hello? Is it Qian Qian? What is the matter? Upon hearing Wang Ping's voice, Fang Qian burst into tears. Ping Ping, hurry to Building 5. Unit 3, Apartment 803 to save me. If you don't come soon, I will surely perish. Upon hearing Fang Qian's cries, the devoted admirer within Wang Ping awakened. Qian Qian, wait for me. Do not weep. Your tears should not flow in despair. Even if the sky were to fall, I, Wang Ping, will be there. I am coming to rescue you. With his words, Fang Qian sighed in relief. Indeed, my life is not meant to end here. Lin Feng, you had better prepare yourself. I shall not let you escape so easily. I will smother you in chili sauce and consume you alive. Fang Qian's heart has turned utterly dark. I shall not rest until Lin Feng is dead. After approximately 30 minutes, Wang Ping finally arrived, albeit belatedly. The chaos outside was overwhelming, and one misstep could lead to being captured and thrown into a pot. This is no jest. Qian Qian, who has inflicted such harm upon you? Allow me to free you. Wang Ping, wielding a flashlight, began to untie Fang Qian, who, once liberated from her bonds, leapt into his embrace. Ping Ping, it was all Lin Feng's doing. You must avenge me. Wang Ping, holding his goddess, was instantly engulfed in a blaze of fury. Lin Feng, how dare you treat my goddess in such a manner? I shall not rest until you are slain. Chapter 137. Fang Qian's path of revenge. After applying ointment to Fang Qian's wounds, Wang Peng carried her away from Building 5, returning to Unit 301 of Building 9. Qian Qian, sit tight for a moment. I will prepare some noodles for you. With that, the devoted Wang Peng rose to fetch the noodles from the kitchen. Fang Qian glanced around and noticed that Wang Peng had quite a stock of noodles, enough for the two of them to last a considerable time. As it was still early morning, the sunlight was rather scarce, causing the water to heat slowly. It wasn't until half an hour later that Wang Ping finally brought over 2 bowls of insipid noodle soup. Qian Qian, your hand must hurt quite a bit, right? Don't worry, I'll feed you. Fang Qian, sitting there in tears, consumed the bland noodles that Wang Ping offered her. She could not fathom how she had offended Lin Feng to such a degree that he would subject her to such torment. Peng Ping, I'm so grateful for you. However, while eating Wang Ping's noodles, she restrained herself from revealing too many emotions, yet those words made Wang Ping utterly smitten. Qian Qian, you need not worry. As long as I have something to eat, I will ensure you never go hungry. To be honest, not long ago, I collected debts from a noodle factory in the outskirts, a rather remote place where even the internet is non-existent. No one knows about it but me. And the noodles there could sustain us for a lifetime. As a devoted admirer, Wang Peng boldly revealed his resources. He believed that as long as Fang Qian was aware of this, she would certainly choose to live a good life with him. You're truly remarkable, Peng Peng. I must reward you for this. With that, Fang Qian leaned in and kissed Wang Peng on the forehead, leaving him so elated that he nearly soared into the air. This is the real delight. Qian Qian, I'm heading home to gather some things to move to the outskirts. Would you like to come with me? Wang Ping spoke sincerely. He had some inkling about Lin Feng's situation and felt ill-equipped to confront him. Despite being a devoted admirer, he was not foolish enough to believe he could match Lin Feng. Ping Ping, Have you never considered that if we could secure Lin Feng's safe house, along with an endless supply of noodles, we could lead a life akin to that of deities? Feng Qian's words resonated with Wang Ping, and he nodded in agreement. She was right. Even in the outskirts, the indoor temperature often exceeded 45 degrees Celsius, and without air conditioning, it was unbearable. In stark contrast, Lin Feng's safe house seemed like paradise. To deny the allure of such a prospect would be self-deception. We can approach it this way. As long as we have food, we can endure. With a bit of manipulation, we could incite the collective wrath of the residents of Shishan Villa. With trembling hands, Feng Qian picked up her phone, her fingers still able to move despite her nails being pulled out. To all the surviving residents of Shishan Villa, behold, Lin Feng has even sent me steak via drone. His safe house not only has cooling equipment, but also contains his vast resources, all safely stored away. The electrified walls of his home are not so terrifying. After all, there are pine trees within Shishan Villa, are there not? We can unite and forge several siege spikes, fastening them to vehicles, and simultaneously assault the 4 gates of Lin Feng's residence. Even if Lin Feng is formidable, he cannot withstand an assault from all 4 gates at once. This is Lin Feng's Achilles heel. If we can breach even 1 gate, the vast treasure will be ours. Enough provisions for us all to feast until the end of our days. Why engage in fratricide? Feng Qian tagged all members, and the owner's group of Shishan Courtyard erupted with excitement. What a splendid idea. I have an axe. As the sun sets, I will go chop down trees. I possess a truck. Binding siege spikes to the truck will surely break through Lin Feng's steel door. You are absolutely right. What is the point of fighting amongst ourselves when entering Lin Feng's home means survival for all? Let us act decisively. Survivors from each floor unite. Let us temporarily set aside our internal conflicts. With a unified spirit, we shall vanquish the murderous Lin Feng. Lin Feng, the scoundrel. He deserves to be punished by all. Let's do this, brothers. Feng Qian smiled slightly at this scene. Lin Feng, you treat me this way. Just wait until I capture you. I shall make you pay. Those lacking in resources, under Feng Qian's leadership, brought forth their tools and strength. Meanwhile, those with resources could not simply stand by. After all, who could resist the allure of such a vast treasure? Once Lin Feng's steel door is shattered, they could simply reap the rewards. After all, Shishan Courtyard has an abundance of people, if not resources. Just sheer numbers could overwhelm Lin Feng. Wu Daiwa watched the messages in the group, feeling anxious, and then clicked to add Lin Feng on WeChat, sending a message. Lin Feng, do you need assistance? I could have my father bring people to support you. Lin Feng naturally noticed the group messages and was surprised by how obedient this third wife was. Even before marrying him, she was already looking to extend her support outward. No need to worry, my dear third wife. It's not safe here at the moment, but once the storm passes, I will bring you into the safe house. It was not that Lin Feng was being preferential. Rather, Xiao Qiao and Liang Qiuyu had previously sought to eliminate him before entering the safe house, which necessitated a stringent vetting process. Wu Daiwei did not have such issues, and her entry would be much simpler. All right, my husband, moi. As she spoke, Wu Daiwei sent a cute kiss emoji, making Lin Feng feel a flutter in his heart. Moi, be good and stay at home. Keep your distance from your male friends. Any man who chats with you surely has ulterior motives. Lin Feng also sent a kiss emoji, which delighted Wu Daiwei. Being the wife of such a handsome man, one who is unafraid even in the face of thousands, Wu Daiwei did not mind being his nth wife. She had already become Lin Feng's little fan. Chapter 138. Who released the plum blossom? Wu Daiwei is an ardent fan, akin to those female admirers who fantasize about bearing children for their idols. Yet, her infatuation lies with Lin Feng, while others pursue mere celebrities. The characters of the animated series Xiaoang, Meiyang, Landong, Feiyang, Shuangyang, and the formidable Red Wolf and Grey Wolf may seem trivial, but they reflect a deeper essence. At that moment, Wu Daiyue's phone chimed. She swiped to answer, and the enthusiastic voice of Wang Feifei resonated through the line. Hello? Is this Daiwei? It's Feifei. Wu Daiwei furrowed her brow and replied. Please refrain from calling me in the future. I fear Lin Feng might misunderstand. With determination, she ended the call. In that fleeting moment, under the sweltering heat of 60 degrees outside, Wang Feifei's heart plummeted to a chilling -60. No, Daiwei. She clutched her phone, kneeling on the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. As snowflakes danced and the northern winds howled, the world appeared desolate. A single plum blossom stood proudly amidst the snow, exuding its fragrance solely for its beloved. To love unreservedly, without regret, this sentiment lingers eternally within the heart. Not all wielders of the trident are sea spirits. Perhaps Wang Feifei is among them. The mission at hand is to reclaim Daiwei. Listening to that melancholic tune, Wang Feifei felt a profound chill within her heart. I must win back Daiwei. True love is as expansive as the prairie, impervious to the tempests that seek to hinder it. There will always be a time when clouds part and the sun rises, illuminating the paths of both you and me. Kneeling there. The more she listened to the haunting melody, the colder her heart became. True love, like a plum blossom, flourishes despite the icy grip of winter. In the harshest of seasons, it blossoms, heralding the arrival of spring for you and me. Who on earth released the plum blossom? Shut it off. Wang Feifei stormed out of her room, bellowing into the living room. Is there no greater insult? Is this not akin to pouring salt into an open wound? Do you think I am Yuan Hua? What troubles you, my dear son? Who has angered you? Wang Ba, Wang Feifei's father, casually turned off the gramophone. The day was unbearably hot, and he simply wished to reminisce about the songs of his youth. Why was his son reacting so intensely to this melody? He wasn't Yuan Hua, after all. Father, I must reclaim Wu Daiwei. Please assist me. What must I do to win her back? Wang Feifei cried, collapsing to the ground. She was the apple of his eye, and he feared even the slightest touch would cause her pain. Yet, Lin Feng had the audacity to pursue her? Wu Daiwei, the daughter of the nearly bankrupt real estate agent Wu Yong? Did you not claim to have a splendid relationship with her? What has transpired? Wang Ba, puffing on a cigar, wore a puzzled expression. Our Wanjia supermarket held a valuation of 20 billion before the apocalypse, and now, in a world of scarcity. The value of resources cannot merely be quantified in monetary terms. Wu Yong would surely wish for his daughter to marry Wang Feifei, so how did this predicament arise? The one who has taken my beloved is named Lin Feng. Father, is he your rival? If so, deliver him unto me. I must eliminate him. He must have coerced Daiwei, otherwise, she would not be in such distress. Alas, my heart aches. Wang Feifei is indeed the reincarnation of Fiang Yang. And even in such dire circumstances, she still thinks of him? Lin Feng? Is he the one who spent 30 billion to construct a safe haven, only to squander it all and make headlines in the royal city of Huanghai? Wang Ba took a puff of his cigar, suddenly intrigued by this matter. That safe haven cost 30 billion. Wang Long went bankrupt just to build it for Lin Feng. It remains uncertain whether Wang Long has managed to escape the clutches of his creditors, yet Wang Ba is deeply interested in that safe haven. It must be that Lin Feng. I heard from Dai Yu that her father's agency rented a property to Lin Feng, earning a staggering 12 billion a month. It must be Lin Feng. He actually exploited the daughter of his subordinate. Lin Feng is truly inhumane. Oh, my Dai Yu. My heart weeps for you. Following Lin Feng. You must have endured countless hardships. I shall ensure your demise, Lin Feng. You dare to bully my Dai Yu. I demand your life. Upon hearing Wang Feifei's words, a glimmer of ferocity flashed in Wang Ba's eyes. He did not wish to interfere in his son's romantic affairs. Who among the youth has not experienced their share of first loves? However, the mystery surrounding the 30 billion safe haven and the 12 billion worth of resources that vanished piqued Wang Ba's interest immensely. Currently, he possesses only 8 billion in resources, while the remaining 12 billion comprises stocks, cash, properties, and commercial land. If he could acquire those 12 billion worth of resources, wouldn't Wang Ba soar to new heights? A 30 billion safe haven, 128 billion in resources? Wang Ba could dominate all of North China. Enough of this. Son, cease your tears. You are my only heir, and I cannot turn a blind eye. I shall immediately investigate Lin Feng and reclaim your wife for you. The authorities have turned a deaf ear, and as the saying goes, chaos reigns. I, Wang Ba, must seize this opportunity to dominate Huanghai City, perhaps even acquire that 12 billion worth of resources to unify North China. What man does not harbor dreams of empire? Lin Feng, you are where my ambitions begin. Achio, is that wretched woman Feng Qian muttering about me again? Or is the temperature in here too low, causing a chill? Lin Feng sneezed and rubbed his nose. Xiao Xiao was already up, surprisingly dressed in a bunny girl outfit with black stockings, stirring a yearning within Lin Feng. Xiao Xiao and Liang Qiuyu had grown accustomed to Lin Feng. Aside from his lecherous tendencies, he had no significant flaws. Darling, for breakfast, I made cold noodles. I wonder if you will enjoy them, Xiao Xiao called out. Lin Feng was not particularly picky, especially after 3 years in the post-apocalyptic world. He had eaten everything, including mummies, so what was there to be choosy about? Cold noodles? The outside world could not even penetrate this cold. This was already a considerable blessing. Liang Qiuyu, carrying a bowl of cold noodles, curiously fiddled with the ice within. Having lived here for several days, Liang Qiuyu had been puzzled. The block of ice in the corridor seemed impervious to melting, remaining as massive as ever. Darling, with the current temperature, the cold storage has malfunctioned. What exactly did you do to that ice? Liang Qiuyu was genuinely curious about that large block of ice. She even stuck out her tongue to taste it, finding it to be merely ordinary ice, devoid of any distinct flavor. This is a lengthy tale. Have you heard of the millennia-old cold ice? Lin Feng took a bite of the cold noodles and began his boastful storytelling. The authorities have seemingly abandoned all responsibility. Is it a crime for me to boast a little? A millennium of frozen ice? Could such a thing truly exist? Jojo gazed wide-eyed, utterly incredulous about the veracity of this claim. This is the ancestral treasure of the Lin family, already bound by blood to our lineage. It must be nourished with fresh blood at regular intervals, otherwise the ice will melt, becoming no different from ordinary water. Therefore, if you wish to relish this refreshing experience, you must diligently protect me. Should I perish one day, the safe house would transform into a colossal oven. Jojo and Liang Qiuyu exchanged glances, entirely skeptical of Lin Feng's fanciful tales. This was absurd beyond belief. Who could possibly buy into such nonsense? Yet, they had grown accustomed to Lin Feng's peculiar antics, which were far from infrequent. As long as it remained cool, there was no need for excessive questioning. After dining, Lin Feng scrolled through his phone. Where the homeowners group had devised a strategy, a total of 12 trucks would simultaneously slam into 4 doors and 8 windows with siege engines. The density of this assault would be impossible for Lin Feng to withstand, even if he possessed 3 heads and 6 arms. If even one position succeeded, it would spell Lin Feng's doom. Jojo was unimpressed by their little scheme. She had designed this safe house herself. 2-meter-thick steel plates? Crashing vehicles into it? Even if a car were to collide at 180 kilometers/h, it would not yield even the slightest indentation. Yang Qiuyu, however, found Lin Feng and, with a flushed face, timidly asked, darling, do you have a pregnancy test? Lin Feng paused for a moment, then retrieved a pregnancy test from his pocket. How presumptuous. So, you had been prepared all along. Do you not trust me at all? Liang Qiuyu felt a twinge of irritation, accepting the test and retreating to the bathroom. The last test had been rushed, leaving her uncertain about her condition. Why was there no sign of morning sickness? It's not that I distrust you. It's just that the previous test was so close together, I feared it might not be accurate, and I didn't dare to ask you. So I kept it on hand. Lin Feng would never disclose anything about the spatial realm. If they were to discover it, he would be subjected to a relentless ordeal of 7 days and nights without rest. The secret of his existence must remain buried with him. Chapter 139. Today, I shall slay 10,000 for celebration. After 10 minutes had elapsed, Liang Qiuyu had yet to emerge from the restroom. Lin Feng, curious, pondered whether she was indeed pregnant. If she were not, he would surely seek vengeance today. Otherwise, he would remain unsettled. Upon entering the bathroom, he found Liang Qiuyu gazing intently at the pregnancy test with a grave expression. Lin Feng glanced down and was taken aback. 2 lines? Am I truly destined to become a father? Liang Qiuyu's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded. Indeed, you are to become a father. Instantly, a look of ecstatic joy illuminated Lin Feng's face. This was splendid news. Today called for a grand celebration. Upon hearing this, Liang Qiuyu nodded but then inquired, Lin Feng, how do you intend to celebrate? Lin Feng strode into the armory, brandishing a Russian-made pistol in his left hand and an AK-47 in his right. He donned a steel helmet and a bulletproof vest, with a howitzer slung across his back. Liang Qiuyu was left speechless. Lin Feng, what on earth are you planning to do? Is this truly how one celebrates the news of impending parenthood? Of course, I must inform everyone in the neighborhood. Today is a joyous occasion. I intend to slay 10,000 individuals for an exuberant celebration. Liang Qiuyu and Xiao Qiao exchanged glances, bewildered. Xiao Qiao emerged from the kitchen, staring at Lin Feng in disbelief. Lin Feng, aren't you just asking for trouble? This is wonderful news. Why must you provoke chaos? Lin Feng took a drag from his cigarette and replied, I am merely acting in accordance with justice. They come daily to harass us, smashing windows and doors. Shouldn't I teach them a lesson today to instill some sense in them? Xiao Qiao and Liang Qiuyu nodded in agreement. Lin Feng's reasoning, albeit unconventional, held some merit. But what do you plan to do? Is it not too dangerous to confront them like this? Xiao Qiao expressed her concern, fearing Lin Feng might act impulsively. Confront? I never said I would confront them directly. I, Lin Feng, am far too prudent to place myself in peril. Liang Qiuyu and Xiao Qiao looked at each other, perplexed. What was Lin Feng plotting now? He then retrieved his phone and sent a message to the group. Attention all members. Residents of Shishanbiayuan. Dear uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters. Do not waste your efforts on chopping down trees. Today, I, Lin Feng, am expecting a child. If you harm my child, I shall regret it for a lifetime. I have lost countless resources, and my home is devoid of anything. Do not believe me? I shall open the front door right now. You are welcome to inspect my home. Xiao Qiao and Liang Qiuyu were at a loss for words. Lin Feng even shared a video of himself opening the front door. Xiao Qiao sighed, supporting Liang Qiuyu back inside and locking the steel door. Sister Qiuyu, do not stress yourself. Lin Feng and I can manage this. Besides, if they decide to attack tonight, it may not be such a bad thing. Liang Qiuyu contemplated her response, ultimately agreeing with Xiao Qiao's reasoning. Lin Feng's artillery was primed and ready. He awaited the arrival of the crowd. I shall send you all to meet the Buddha with a single shot. Meanwhile, Feng Qian gazed at her phone, her eyes reflecting a sagacious light. Do not be deceived by Lin Feng's nonsense. Trusting his words is akin to believing that a dog would abstain from excrement. He simply fears our strategy and aims to lead us astray. The plan must proceed as intended. We must not fall into Lin Feng's trap. As she spoke, Lin Feng's alternate account was once again expelled from the group chat. Lin Feng. Indeed, deceiving others may work once or twice, but after numerous attempts, even a dog would not believe it. Who among the residents of Shishan Courtyard would be foolish enough to trust that Lin Feng could open the door by himself? Is there anyone standing at the threshold of Lin Feng's home who has a favorable outcome? Enough already. No one believes your words. Sister Qiuyu is even with child. Do not create trouble out of nothing. Qiao hurriedly went to close the door, while inside, Liang Qiuyu touched her belly upon hearing Qiao's words. She too began to gradually adapt to this polyandrous arrangement, which seemed to be quite a viable option, even if the apocalypse were to end. Without a marriage certificate from Lin Feng, the existence of a child would ensure that Lin Feng's character would not allow him to neglect them. Oh dear, what am I thinking? The love I yearn for is certainly not like this. Liang Qiuyu rubbed her head and then, blushing, knocked on the door. After all, Liang Qiuyu is now part of the family. Husband, stop fooling around. Our home is so secure, do not provoke trouble. Qiao securely shut the door and hastily returned to open it for Liang Qiuyu. Upon seeing Qiao's demeanor, Liang Qiuyu's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Before meeting Lin Feng, she was a pristine maiden. Reflecting on it now, everything seemed so fantastical. Thank you. Qiao. At that moment, Liang Qiuyu suddenly embraced Qiao, leaving her momentarily stunned. What has the sudden gratitude for? Qiao patted Liang Qiuyu's shoulder, sensing that Liang Qiuyu's fractured heart was beginning to regain warmth. If it weren't for you bringing Lin Feng to rescue me, I would have perished by now. Liang Qiuyu spoke these words from the depths of her heart, genuinely grateful to Qiao. You are mistaken, even if I had not spoken. Lin Feng would not have neglected you. He merely has a sharp tongue, but a tender heart. Everything is under Lin Feng's control. He would never let you perish. I merely provided him with a stepping stone, ensuring a favorable outcome for all. Perhaps Feng Qian inflicted substantial harm upon him. Otherwise, Lin Feng would not have retaliated so fiercely. Aside from his flirtations, has he ever truly made things difficult for us? Be content. Contentment brings joy. And I am quite happy at this moment. Upon hearing this, Liang Qiuyu contemplated and realized that Qiao was indeed correct. If Lin Feng were indifferent to her welfare, he would have no need to send her milk tea daily. How astute Qiao is. How I long to be as clever as she. Liang Qiuyu lightly shoved Lin Feng, urging him to return his weapon to the armory, then spoke. Enough. Cease this nonsense. You even contemplate killing 10,000 people. Moreover, is this not merely adding to the cycle of violence? Lin Feng, cigarette in mouth, remained silent. His schemes had always proven effortlessly successful. Perhaps it was time to adopt a different approach. Very well, in broad daylight, if they do not come. I am left with no means. Lin Feng laid down his weapon, embodying a benevolent spirit. As Liang Qiuyu observed Lin Feng, her resolve grew stronger. From this moment forward, I shall be a part of this family. I am determined to safeguard the security of this home. Without Lin Feng, without Qiao, and without the child within me, could I truly thrive? My remaining days shall be devoted solely to protection. For the sake of this family, I would willingly sacrifice my life. At last, the darkened Liang Qiuyu has discovered her new glimmer of hope. One must endure life to emerge from the shadows and witness the brilliance that follows the darkness. Chapter 140. News of Qiao Feng. At that moment, Qiao's phone rang. She picked it up and was instantly overwhelmed with excitement, nearly leaping from her seat. Qiao? Are you safe? I'm sorry, brother. I've been busy and couldn't respond earlier. Are you in a safe place? If not, I'll come to get you tonight. Is it really that serious? Qiao Feng is still pretending to be tough? Almost everyone is on edge. Upon hearing Qiao Feng's voice, the burden in Qiao's heart finally lifted. As long as he was unharmed, that was all that mattered. Brother, I'm fine. Lin Feng saved me, and I've taken refuge in his safe house. I am secure now. Unfortunately, the supplies worth 20 million were lost in a gas pipeline explosion. How about you? Should I ask Lin Feng to let you stay here too? Seeing Qiao's message, Qiao Feng held his head and sighed. Alas, it has come to this. There's no other way. Lin is a decent person, and his safe house is indeed safer. I ought to be grateful. If Qiao were to fall into someone else's hands, it would be better for her to be abandoned by Lin Feng. With this thought, Qiao Feng felt somewhat relieved. As long as you are safe, the loss of material goods is inconsequential. Your safety is paramount. If you find yourself in danger, contact me immediately. I will come to fetch you at the construction site. Qiao Feng looked around the site, satisfied with the current situation. The workers had erected a 3-meter-high concrete wall near the well, topped with barbed wire. There were only 2 large gates, eliminating the worry of an unexpected nighttime attack. With water, defensive structures, and supplies, they should be able to hold out for a while. Looking at his brothers before him, Xiao Feng felt a strong reluctance to leave them. Without their unwavering support, he would have perished long ago. How could he abandon them now? Brother, send me your location. I'll bring you some supplies. It's quite dangerous outside, and you'll need them for protection. Xiao understood that Lin Feng, being so cautious, would never allow just any man into his safe house. Thus, she had to assist her brother herself. After all, how long did it take for her and Liang Qiuyu to prove themselves worthy of entry? Is the third wife so obedient? If she can't get in, how could Xiao Feng simply walk in? Ding. Xiao Feng indeed sent an address. Xiao packed 2 handguns and 400 rounds of ammunition into a bag, attaching it to a drone, and flew off towards the indicated location. An hour later, Xiao Feng received the delivery from the drone, his joy immeasurable. These 2 guns were indeed life-saving treasures. Xiao, where did you get these guns? Aren't you going to keep them for yourself? Though delighted, Xiao Feng still harbored concerns for Xiao's safety. I'm fine. Lin Feng isn't short on firearms. He even has anti-tank rocket launchers. Xiao Feng, truly, the wealthy are beyond comprehension. Smack, smack, smack. Xiao Feng gave himself 3 hard slaps. When he helped Lin Feng establish the safe house, he thought Lin Feng was foolish. Witnessing Lin Feng stockpiling supplies, he even considered him mentally unstable. Now, Xiao Feng had taken over the real estate that Lin Feng had abandoned, wasting 170 million without a second thought. It turns out that I am the biggest fool of all. If I had access to 180 million resources, would I have ended up like this? Almost beaten to a pulp? Now that I know, I shall not worry about you any longer. If Lin Feng is still single, you must seize the opportunity. You have no idea what the situation is like outside. Even the 50-year-old aunt cooking at the neighboring construction site is not spared. If they were to catch you, you might as well marry Lin Feng. Xiao Feng has come to terms with the current reality, while Lin Feng, cigarette in hand, stands behind Xiao, observing. What is this nonsense? What do you mean by being caught by them? Is marrying me, Lin Feng, such a disgrace? Am I truly that inadequate? Upon hearing Lin Feng's voice, Xiao quickly tucked her phone behind her and stuck out her tongue. Darling, do not be upset. Your reputation as a flirt is known worldwide. Do you still fear what others say? Unbeknownst to her, Lin Feng had returned after placing his weapon back in the armory. The atmosphere suddenly became quite awkward. Liang Qiuyu Chapter 141. A gift for your brother, provide me with the address, and I shall bestow a cannon upon your brother. Lin Feng beckoned with a finger, instilling a sense of alarm in Xiao. Darling, regardless of the circumstances, he is still my biological brother. Is it not reasonable for me to express some reservations about your rather brazen proposition? Surely, you do not mean to offer him a cannon as a parting gift? Lin Feng furrowed his brow, perplexed. Have I truly committed such heinous acts that you can misconstrue my intentions in this manner? He then playfully flicked her forehead. What are you thinking? He is my brother-in-law. I merely suggested I send him a mortar. Upon hearing this, Xiao finally exhaled in relief. Lin Feng proceeded to the armory, retrieving a mortar along with 10 shells, which should suffice for Xiao Feng for some time. The safe house, meticulously constructed by Xiao Feng, was a marvel, built flawlessly with no corners cut despite the 30 billion in materials. Coupled with Xiao's familial ties, gifting him a mortar was hardly a matter of concern. Whether Xiao Feng would move in would depend on his future demeanor. Until that ambiguity was resolved, he could only provide some firepower support. 2 firearms and a mortar would be adequate. A simple raid on a storage facility should be a straightforward endeavor. As long as Xiao Feng refrained from reckless actions, he would likely remain unharmed for the time being. The remainder warranted continued observation. You are truly wonderful, my love. I adore you. Xiao joyfully handed her phone to Lin Feng with the address, while Lin Feng's drone departed, laden with shells. Brother-in-law, do refrain from speaking ill of me in the future. Consider this mortar as a dowry from Xiao. If you find yourself in need of anything, do not hesitate to inform me. After all, we are family now. Holding Xiao's phone, Lin Feng sent a voice message. Hearing it, Xiao Feng's face turned crimson. Ultimately, he had become Lin Feng's brother-in-law. However, it seemed that this new role was not overly burdensome for him. Lin Xiao, brother-in-law, do you have any alcohol, bandages, or antibiotics? I find myself in quite a predicament, lacking these essentials. If you happen to possess some sunburn ointment, that would be even better. It appeared that Xiao Feng remained somewhat reserved, uncertain of how to navigate this new familial hierarchy. Is there not a medical room? Aside from informing me when you require weapons, I shall provide anything my brother-in-law needs. After all, if someone were to harm you, it would be a direct affront to me, Lin Feng. With a cigarette perched between his lips, Lin Feng departed. The weapons he provided were merely blanks. intended for Qiao Feng's use, as he would need to defend himself. Of course, the 2 firearms given by Qiao were hers, and the ammunition was genuine. Thank you, my husband. You were truly kind. Qiao beamed with happiness, realizing that as long as she obeyed Lin Feng, he would grant her every wish. Had she known this earlier, she would have refrained from opposing him and simply enjoyed her time in bed. After all, joy is not a solitary pursuit. A little cooperation ensures mutual happiness. In this regard, Lin Feng was correct. Happiness is indeed meant to be shared for it to be multiplied. Naturally, nothing comes without a cost. That must be accounted for. On a certain date, Qiao borrowed 2 handguns for 100 rounds of ammunition, 1 mortar, 10 shells, and various medical supplies. She owed him 10 jellies, 10 popping candies, and 10 instances of a playful venture. As he spoke, Lin Feng took out a small notebook and began to record the transactions. Qiao and Liang Qiuyu. Qiao, I sense that you owe him a debt that you shall never repay in this lifetime. Liang Qiuyu cast a sympathetic glance at Qiao. Compared to her, the debts she owed could still be settled with some effort. What's done is done. A multitude of lice does not itch, and an abundance of debts does not trouble. Haven't you heard that those who owe money are the masters? I have borrowed from Lin Feng countless times. He must fear my demise. If I were to perish, who would repay the debts? Qiao had long grown accustomed to this reality, indifferent to it all, for the world was already at its end. She rose to fetch medicine for Qiao Feng from the infirmary, as the supplies there would inevitably expire from disuse. Liang Qiuyu nodded, acknowledging the validity of this reasoning. Thus, she pondered what she might be lacking. It seemed she lacked nothing. Lin Feng's household was abundantly equipped. Should a need arise, she would simply ask Lin Feng, for it was evident that she would never marry anyone else. As Qiao remarked, what owed is owed. If he were to force her, it would be the same outcome. With her strategy in mind, Liang Qiuyu proceeded to the kitchen. After a busy morning, she prepared a modest yet delightful meal, intending to take a nap in the afternoon before the evening's further endeavors. Liang Qiuyu, adept in the culinary arts, whipped up a simple vegetable salad, boiled several packets of snail noodles, and added some greens, meatballs, and chunks of Alaskan crab legs, planning for a light lunch. Meanwhile, Qiao had filled a large bag with medical supplies needed by Qiao Feng, delivering it via drone. At the moment Qiao Feng received the supplies, the burly man was taken aback, tears welling in his eyes. Why am I not a woman? Is this display of generosity truly mine? Guns, cannons, and medical supplies? My goodness, why weren't you more attentive during my birth? 2 women serving 1 man. I feel this might not be so implausible after all. At that moment, Qiao Feng genuinely admired the power of wealth. Indeed, the affluent live simply and unpretentiously even in the face of apocalypse. After a simple midday meal, Lin Feng and his companions took a nap, awakening to a throng outside. 12 trucks, modified and equipped with siege horns, awaited the chance to breach Lin Feng's steel gates. They were intent on dragging Lin Feng out and tearing him apart. Not far away, Fang Qian gazed menacingly at Lin Feng's safe house. Lin Feng, you have played me so cruelly. You have stripped me of all my fingernails. When I catch you, I will surely devour you alive. Darling, are you truly unscathed? With so many people, should we not take up machine guns and unleash a barrage? Liang Qiuyu felt a tinge of panic at the sight. After all, not everyone possessed Lin Feng's fortitude, having witnessed such spectacles before. You two should handle the cooking. Such trivial matters need not trouble a woman. A woman's duty is to don a wedding gown and await my arrival to wed her, nothing more. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the 2 young women felt a warmth in their hearts. If only Lin Feng weren't so lecherous, he would undoubtedly be the ideal man. What would you like to eat, darling? I shall prepare it for you. Qiao obediently complied, as Lin Feng's wishes were her command. Let us slice some beef. We shall have hot pot tonight. Prepare yin-yang broth, leaving half of it non-spicy for Qiuyu. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Liang Qiuyu felt even more at ease. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Feng always considers every detail meticulously, never overlooking even the smallest matters. Rev up the engines. Charge forward. With Fang Qian's command, 12 trucks accelerated to their maximum capacity and surged ahead. The resounding crashes echoed from the outer circle, instilling a sense among everyone outside that breaching Lin Feng's steel gates was not an impossible feat. Violence, indeed, could resolve all issues. Chapter 142. The Siege. Stop. You all. Cease at once. Do not strike again. Fang Qian, I implore you, refrain from further collisions. Hearing Lin Feng's voice, Qiao and Liang Qiuyu exchanged sympathetic glances with Fang Qian. This Lin Feng was undoubtedly preparing to showcase his audacious maneuvers once more. Continue the assault. Do not halt until the gate is breached. Keep your distance from Lin Feng's grand entrance. Lin Feng's words are devoid of merit. Trusting him is akin to believing that a dog would not feast upon its own filth. Indeed, After numerous deceptions, Feng Qian's intellect had evolved. Lin Feng scratched his head, pondering whether feigning weakness was truly ineffective. Perhaps it was time to unleash something more formidable upon them. With a swift motion, Lin Feng brandished an AK-47, unleashing a barrage towards the crowd, fully aware of its effective range of 1,000 meters, capable of lethal force within 2,000 meters, with thousands outside. Even blind fire would surely strike someone. Upon witnessing Lin Feng open fire, the throng hastily fled. Yet, the 12 trucks persisted in their relentless assault. Their fronts reinforced with steel plates to withstand Lin Feng's Molotov cocktails, bullets, and crossbow bolts. After so many failures, how could they possibly arrive unprepared to meet their demise? Nevertheless, as the machine gun claimed thousands of lives, many still cowered at a distance or sought refuge behind walls. If they could breach Lin Feng's steel gate, they would surge forth en masse. With such numbers, even a mere spittle from each could drown Lin Feng. After a prolonged volley, Lin Feng mused that his firepower seemed insufficient. Contemplating his next move, he retrieved a drone, expertly securing Molotov cocktails, and, utilizing the drone's surveillance, targeted the densest clusters of adversaries. As for the 12 trucks, let them come. If they manage to breach the defenses, it is a testament to their sturdiness. With a cacophony of explosions, the West Mountain Villa district erupted into flames, accompanied by incessant cries of anguish. Qian, we should make our escape. This Lin Feng is devoid of humanity. Let us return to the noodle factory in the suburbs. Though there is no internet, we would have no worries about food and drink for a lifetime. Wang Ping could hardly fathom Lin Feng's sheer ruthlessness. It was an outright massacre. No internet, no electricity, just the two of them. Even if they had provisions, he would not go. What difference would it make to death? Feng Qian was resolute. Unwilling to abandon her aspiration for a life within the safety of the shelter, she had no desire to return to the countryside as a simple villager. In the past as well as now. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had caught sight of the struggling Feng Qian and Wang Ping. With a subtle smile, he drew a Barrett rifle, aiming at Feng Qian's right hand. He could not afford to end her life in a single shot. He intended to prolong her suffering. With a resounding bang, Lin Feng found himself abruptly seated upon the ground. Goodness, did this weapon possess such formidable recoil? Embarrassed, he rose, brushing off his trousers. It was his first time wielding the Barrett, and he had not anticipated its powerful kick. Rising to check on Feng Qian, he discovered she was unscathed. Unfortunately, the ill-fated Wang Peng was not so lucky. His left arm was shattered at the elbow. It was evident that his left hand was irrevocably ruined, and that unfortunate soul caught in the line of fire bore a gaping wound, clearly doomed. Ping, are you all right? What shall we do now? Feng Qian was clearly unaware of Lin Feng's formidable weaponry, and in her fright, she seized Zhou Ping and fled towards home. Lin Feng attempted to take aim once more, but they had already vanished into the crowd, eluding his sight. Suddenly, a truck in front of him exploded, followed by a series of accidents involving the remaining trucks. Under such immense pressure, some trucks either exploded or had their cargo compartments smashed. Out of the 12 trucks, 8 were left incapacitated, while the remaining 4 hastily departed. After all, those vehicles had cost them dearly, and none wished to abandon them. A few individuals disembarked to inspect the windows and steel doors, apart from some minor scrapes. Everything else appeared unscathed. I shall never return to Lin Feng's residence. My vehicle is wrecked beyond repair. Someone lamented. Let those with tanks deal with Lin Feng. As the group observed that their efforts had yielded no results, they kept their distance, fearing that Lin Feng might unleash another barrage of gunfire upon them. Lin Feng tossed a smoke grenade at the entrance, then opened the door to release his armored vehicle. Climbing inside, he honked the horn. Beep beep. Since I'm here, I might as well have a meal before I leave. With that, Lin Feng pressed the accelerator to the floor and charged into the crowd. In an instant, it was as if a lawnmower had passed through them. They toppled over in rows. The thick titanium alloy plating of his vehicle was not something mere mortals could withstand. Wang Peng had just returned to the corridor with Feng Qian when they heard the roar of the vehicle behind them. Turning to look, they were instantly showered in blood. Had they delayed even a second longer, they would have surely been reduced to mere pulp under Lin Feng's onslaught. Qian, let us retreat to the suburbs. Lin Feng is a demon. Opposing him is akin to seeking death, which would be a form of relief, Wang Peng uttered, tightening his belt around his left arm to staunch the bleeding. Feng Qian, drenched in blood, could scarcely believe the grim reality before her. Was this truly the man who used to order takeout for her late at night? Had he lost all semblance of humanity? Killing with the ease of mowing grass. Lin Feng's headlights were now stained crimson with blood, casting a ghastly red glow that obscured the distinction between walls and human forms ahead. The immense power of his vehicle, with its 10 formidable wheels, compelled him to target the densest gatherings of people. I shall reduce your numbers, alleviating the burden on your community. No more worries about water or food shortages. Lin Feng shouted as he collided with the crowd. instilling fear into the hearts of all who witnessed this merciless demon. Having encountered many living bodhisattvas, they were now witnessing a true living Yama for the first time. To Lin Feng, this was akin to a 3D video game, where he felt he was harvesting not lives, but mere lines of code. After half an hour of this carnage, Lin Feng, cigarette in mouth, returned home. His audacious actions left various factions paralyzed with fear. They believed that their own heinous acts of violence had reached a peak of inhumanity, yet Lin Feng's actions were nothing short of a massacre. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he tossed another smoke grenade, retracted his vehicle into storage, and then opened the door. Once inside, Xiao Qiao and Liang Qiuyu gazed at Lin Feng in disbelief. Is tormenting the weak truly entertaining? Zhou could not comprehend Lin Feng's intentions behind his actions. It was rather intriguing. A multitude of novices merely amounted to a mundane gathering. I had no desire to engage with them, yet they seemed to seek out their own torment. Let us indulge in hot pot. My hunger is becoming quite palpable. Lin Feng gently pinched Zhou's little face, to which neither Zhou nor Liang Qiuyu reacted, as they were accustomed to such antics. Approaching the dining table, they ignited the gas and began to prepare the hot pot. Lin Feng deftly placed several slices of crimson beef into the spicy broth, which did nothing to diminish their appetite. What significance does this hold? It is merely a trivial affair. Chapter 143. Please call me queen. In the midst of a chaotic evening, Lin Feng was at home preparing a hot pot, while the entire Shishan villa had descended into turmoil. Just moments ago, another 4,000 to 5,000 lives had been extinguished. Lin Feng's proclamation of 1,000 deaths had turned into a grim reality, with at least 3,000 souls claimed. A living bodhisattva is often encountered, yet Lin Feng, the living king of hell, was unparalleled in his cruelty. This instilled a vow among the survivors. If one wished for death, it would be better to leap from a building rather than seek out Lin Feng, for that would only invite further agony. To be crushed instantly was a stroke of fortune. Those who suffered broken limbs underfoot would face a grim fate under the sun as harsh rays or succumb to bacterial infections. It was more merciful to perish than to endure such suffering. Humanity, even in a world where the temperature soared to 60 degrees, could not eradicate the bacteria and viruses that thrived in every crevice. Supported by Feng Qian, Wang Peng returned home, glancing at the grotesque flesh on his arm, the pain tearing at his heart. Ping, what do we do? Feng Qian gazed helplessly at his injury. This situation was unprecedented for both of them. I'll handle this myself. In a desperate bid for survival, Wang Peng retrieved a lighter, igniting an old piece of clothing to set ablaze a wooden chair. With a heavy heart, he began to sear the necrotic flesh from his arm using a red-hot kitchen knife. It hurts. The agony pierced Wang Peng's very soul. Regret washed over him. Why had he provoked Lin Feng? Why not simply enjoy a peaceful day at the noodle factory in the suburbs? Surely, sipping tea and savoring noodles would have been far more delightful. Wang Peng understood that if his wound became infected in this unforgiving weather, his fate would be sealed. Thus, he cut with unrelenting ferocity, removing large portions of decayed flesh. Feng Qian retreated to a safe distance, unwilling to even lend a hand. In her eyes, Wang Peng was beyond salvage. He was better off replaced by a more devoted admirer. Gritting his teeth, Wang Peng surveyed his left hand, realizing that, barring a miracle, his life was irrevocably altered. Struck by a barret, he doubted he could ever recover, even before the apocalypse. Qian, hand me your anti-inflammatory medication. I need to apply some. He implored after excising the rotten flesh from his arm, seeking to eradicate the infection. Yet Feng Qian clutched the medication tightly behind her back, refusing to yield it to him. My fingernails and toes aren't even healed yet. What if I run out and end up infected? She retorted defensively. Wang Peng's temper flared instantly. Was it his submissive nature that had nearly cost him his life? This time, the devoted admirer had awakened, transforming into a warrior. It's all your fault for provoking Lin Feng. I don't even know him. I've suffered such grave injuries for you. And you want to even let me use your precious ointment? Now I understand why Lin Feng doesn't pull anyone else's nails. He targets yours. You deserve this. Hand over the anti-inflammatory ointment. He pressed the kitchen knife against Feng Qian's throat. You forced my hand. With tears streaming down her face, Feng Qian finally surrendered the ointment. Peng, please don't be angry. I'll apply it for you, all right? Grinding his teeth, Wang Ping began to apply the ointment to his wounds. As I gazed upon Feng Qian's face, twisted with disdain, the notion of taking her to the outskirts for a bowl of noodles evaporated entirely from my mind. I had exerted myself tirelessly for her, yet she could not even offer me a modicum of anti-inflammatory medication. My years of servitude to her had been nothing short of self-deprecation. Strip off your clothes. Grant me one moment of pleasure, and I shall spare your life. I sacrificed a hand for you. You are fortunate that I do not take your life. After so many years of unrequited devotion, my patience had worn thin. In the end, Zhou Ping decided to adopt a more forceful approach. All right, just don't kill me. I will comply with your wishes. Fang Qian, tears streaming down her face, began to remove her clothing. Resigned to the ordeal, for it was not her first time. The loss of one Zhou Peng would not be mourned if it meant the existence of another Wang Peng. Wang Peng's rage was palpable, his actions brutish and unrefined. The following content is a paid program. Gifts must be given to view it. The road ahead is bright. A grand avenue. Damn it. I thought you were a maiden. After all this, it's been an easy path. I truly regret rescuing you. Why didn't I let Lin Feng finish you off, you wretched woman? Upon hearing Wang Peng's furious tirade, Fang Qian dared not speak, biting her wrist. Yearning for a swift conclusion. Half an hour later, Wang Peng had fully vented his frustrations, seizing Fang Qian's ointment without an ounce of sympathy. Damn it. You can fend for yourself now. Lin Feng has the financial means. Sparing your life is a deliberate taunt. I was foolish to assist you. Lin Feng was clearly aiming for you. He doesn't even know me. Why did he attack me? Suddenly, the realization struck Wang Peng as to why he had been caught in the crossfire. He turned, clutching the medication, and departed without looking back. Meanwhile, Fang Qian, feeling wronged, donned her clothing, weeping profusely. Men, truly, none are worth trusting. They are all unreliable. As she wept, Fang Qian's phone illuminated momentarily. All members Lin Feng, I am leaving. I shall not avenge my severed arm. I acknowledge that I brought this upon myself. Fang Qian is currently at my residence, Unit 301, Building 5. There are 2 bags of noodles, a total of 98 packets. First come, first served. Upon reading Wang Peng's message, Fang Qian burst into inconsolable sobs. Wang Peng, is a severed hand truly worth such ruthlessness? Are you driving me towards my demise? As tears streamed down her face, she realized her fate was sealed. No one would come to her rescue. There was no need to lock the door. It would be futile, as it could easily be pried open. And her last provisions could be taken from her. Men, indeed, are utterly unreliable. All I wished for was to marry a wealthy, good man. What wrong have I committed? Woe is me, all men are worthless. Fang Qian sobbed, her heart in tatters, when suddenly her phone rang. You harbor hatred for Lin Feng as well, don't you? Listen to me, rise now, throw the noodles from the 5th floor. Then film a video and send it to the resident group. I await you at Villa 136 in the Villa District. Upon receiving this friend request message, Fang Qian felt as though she had grasped the final lifeline. She stood up, tossed the 2 bags of noodles from the window, recorded the video, and sent it to the resident group. No, why would you throw it down? You are truly despicable. Despicable. Are you trying to take my life? This is truly unfortunate. Hurry downstairs. The owners of the same building hastily rushed downstairs, and this ignited a glimmer of hope within Fang Qian. Clad in slippers and enduring the pain in her hips and toes, she made her way down. Along the way, people hurried past, yet no one paid her any mind. At this moment, the most pressing concern was sustenance. A single pack of noodles could extend life by 2 days. And to think there were 2 bags. That was a staggering 98 packs. Indeed, as Fang Qian limped her way to the ground floor, she witnessed a chaotic scene where a crowd was fiercely vying for the 2 bags of broken noodles. Some had just snatched a pack and were attempting to flee, only to be toppled by those behind them. In the end, they met their demise without tasting a single bite. The ground floor had transformed into a battleground. Now, with so many vying for scarce resources, everyone was fighting desperately for a morsel to eat. Fang Qian let out a sigh of relief. It appeared that she was no longer in immediate danger. Finally, before dawn broke, she arrived at the villa area, specifically at Building 136. At that moment, 2 women clad in matching uniforms stood guard at the entrance. Miss Fang Qian, please come in. Welcome to the paradise of women. Observing the 2 women, who seemed almost brainwashed, Fang Qian furrowed her brow. Yet, there was no alternative path available to her now. She limped into the villa, where a woman adorned in regal attire elegantly smoked a cigarette. You wish to eliminate Lin Feng, do you not? Then we are allies. My name is Liang. From now on, you may address me as your majesty. Exhaling a plume of smoke, the queenly aura surrounding her was undeniable. Indeed, she was the queen. Chapter 144. Can you fly a plane? Liang. Once again, it is Liang. Why is she everywhere? The mere sight of her ignited a blaze of anger within Liang Qiuyu. Were it not for Liang, her life could never have descended into its current state. Do not succumb to anger. Wrath harms the body and leads to regret. Lin Feng seized the moment to indulge in playful antics, his hand resting upon Liang Qiuyu's abdomen as he shamelessly leaned in closer. This left Liang Qiuyu blushing. Had it only been a few days? How could things escalate so quickly? What are you doing? Oh dear, you are so annoying. Upon hearing her exclamation, Lin Feng scratched his head. It was already the year 2050. Surely, little Heisey must have revealed himself by now? Liang Xiuyu fumed. I am not a devoted fan. I merely mentioned it casually. Do not speak nonsense. What do you mean revealed? That is your son. How could you insult your own child? Observing Liang Xiuyu's furious expression, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. You still claim you are not a little Heisey fan? I have already uncovered your secret. As Lin Feng reached out again, Liang Xiuyu laughed and dashed away. And what can you do if you catch me? You would still have to endure 10 months. I'm currently in invincible mode. Lin Feng, you wouldn't dare lay a finger on me. How will you contend with me? Ding. Just then, Lin Feng's phone rang. He decided against pursuing Liang Xiuyu. It would be unwise to create a scene. Lin Feng, I am at Unit 301, Building 9. Could you bring me a box of instant noodles? I have completed your task. Lin Feng glanced at the screen. It was Wang Qing. Open the window and wait. He retrieved a box of instant noodles from the warehouse and affixed it to a drone. Wang Qing was quite astute. The most perilous places were often the safest. The entire Xishan Villa was aware that Unit 301 of Building 9 was devoid of any valuables. This was indeed the essence of hiding in plain sight. Wang Qing's face lit up with joy upon receiving the message. 20 boxes of noodles would sustain her for quite some time. After a short wait, Lin Feng's drone delivered a box of Kong Shuaibo's sour pickled beef noodles. Having something to eat was already a blessing. Little did it matter whether it was Kong Shuaibo or not. She retrieved her iron tea kettle, placed it in the sun to heat water, and once it was sufficiently warm, added the noodle cake along with the pickled vegetables and seasoning packets. She even saved the remaining seasonings to hydrate later, as replenishing salts on such a hot day was a wise choice. As Wang Qing savored her noodles, she slurped deeply. Life, it seemed, could be remarkably splendid if one could enjoy a bowl of Kong Shuaibo's sour pickled beef noodles. Fully satisfied, she finished her meal down to the last drop of broth, even rinsing her kettle with water to drink. Her current existence had already surpassed that of 99% of the residents in Xishan Villa. For the remaining 1%, Wang Qing continued to strive. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, she washed her face and took a few delightful selfies. If one day Lin Feng were to notice her, perhaps she would have the chance for a remarkable transformation. Dreams must be held, for who knows when they might come true. Lin Feng, feeling a sense of ennui at home, picked up his phone and sent a message in the group, looking for young maidens and wives, genuine partnerships only. One sausage for a night, sincere cooperation, no inquiries from the insincere. However, his words were met with an eerie silence. Not a single response graced the chat for quite some time. Alas, the West Mountain courtyard had become devoid of capable individuals, all subdued by Lin Feng's audacious antics. Now, the residents of the West Mountain courtyard trembled at the thought of Lin Feng causing trouble, for who could discern the veracity of his claims? Upon seeing this message, Li Wu felt a sudden resurgence of vitality. What the hell? Why didn't I think of this sooner? I could turn the tables on Lin Feng, he exclaimed. You lot. Go from room to room and round up some pretty young maidens. I'll deceive Lin Feng into believing I've opened the steel gate. Why bother with all this effort to break through? A group of his subordinates, munching on sausages, nodded in agreement. That's the spirit, boss. Your intellect is unparalleled. When the lower half of a man is incapacitated, his mind reaches unparalleled heights. Even Li Wu is turned cunning. Wait for me, before nightfall. I will certainly capture a few beautiful and innocent maidens for you, boss. The eager subordinates, eager to enjoy the comforts of Lin Feng's safe haven, hastily set down their chopsticks and sprang into action. They began prying open doors from the second floor, under the pretense of searching for the elder sister-in-law. Those who complied would simply be checked for beautiful maidens, while those who resisted would face annihilation. The captured maidens would be processed into cured meats with the assistance of Wang Guifan, utilizing techniques from solving linear equations and dealing with the undead. The inhabitants of Building 4 were terrified, relieved to find that they were merely searching for Zhang Shuya. Those without Zhang Shuya promptly opened their doors for inspection. If no lovely maidens were found, they would move on to the next household. Should there be any. What are you doing? Why are you capturing my daughter? Quickly go back. Losing one is better than losing us all. No more nonsense. Otherwise, we'll wipe you all out. That would be disastrous indeed. Finally, before night descended, 3 beautiful young maidens were captured, the eldest being 21 and the youngest merely 16. The girls were utterly despondent. Wasn't this supposed to be a search for the elder sister-in-law? I am not your elder sister-in-law. Why are you capturing us? If you wish to live, wash your faces and then follow my instructions. Message Lin Feng, expressing your desire for sausages. Back at Li Wu's residence, he instructed them to clean their faces, and the rest was left to fate as they awaited Lin Feng's response. The girls, with no other options, surrounded by men wielding knives, found resistance futile. Li Wu regarded the 3 charming young women, each a paragon of beauty. If he were not in such a predicament himself, he might have indulged in their company. Damn it, this is too good for Lin Feng. Let him have his fun for now. The three girls, tearfully, added Lin Feng on WeChat, wary of raising his suspicions. So Li Wu instructed them to do so in batches. Ding. Just as Lin Feng settled down for the night, his phone chimed. Lin Feng took a glance and indeed found that someone was seeking his expertise in the pipeline clearing project. He clicked to agree and then scrolled through his social media. Ling Wenya, 21 years old, from Kyoto Aerospace University? She appeared quite appealing. Can you fly a plane? Lin Feng casually inquired, considering that he owned an aircraft, although he lacked the ability to pilot it himself. Brother, she asked me if I can fly a plane. How should I respond? Ling Wenya knelt on the ground, directing her question to Li Wu, hesitant to speak carelessly. Just say yes, Li Wu encouraged. Ling Wenya nodded, yet she hesitated to simply assert her capability, fearing Lin Feng might doubt her claim. She replied, I am indeed majoring in aviation, however. I only possess a few dozen hours of flight experience and am not very proficient. Ling Wenya spoke the truth. She had yet to graduate and lacked practical flying experience. After all, she was only a junior, with some time left before she could obtain her pilot's license. Acquiring a pilot's license is not something one can achieve casually. Chapter 145, Preparing for a Surprise Attack. Lin Feng, upon reading this news, nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, Ling Wenya's social circle was replete with various aircraft collaborations, and this assertion seemed credible. More importantly, Ling Wenya was undeniably beautiful, a towering figure at 1.80 meters, with long legs, devoid of tattoos or scars. The standards for female pilots were exceptionally high, perhaps even surpassing Lin Feng's own criteria for a wife. Is that what you are, just a girl? Lin Feng felt a stir of excitement. He envisioned a wife who could pilot an aircraft, and another who could command an aircraft carrier. It was imperative to assemble the necessary professions before the impending asteroid collision with Earth. Otherwise, all the treasures he had pilfered would have been for naught. If he had already stolen, it was essential to put it to use. Preparation was the key to survival. Upon receiving Lin Feng's message, Ling Wenya was engulfed in despair. As a reserve female pilot, her standards for a partner were exceedingly high. She dismissed even the wealthy second-generation heirs, seeking only someone of leadership caliber. Who could have anticipated that before she could secure a partner, the world would descend into chaos, reducing her to a mere plaything for men? Indeed, in the apocalypse, women suffered the most, particularly those of striking beauty. I am a girl, and you are aware that our training is quite rigorous, leaving little time for romance. Ling Wenya wept as she messaged Lin Feng, her heart heavy with hopelessness regarding her future. That was the merciless Lin Feng, known for his ruthlessness. What awaited her if she approached him? Would she not be subjected to torment and despair? If not for the crowd surrounding her, the thought of ending it all would have crossed her mind. In her current predicament, jumping from a height seemed like a more merciful option. After all, death is but a fleeting pain, while living is a perpetual agony. A brief suffering is preferable to a prolonged one. Bring a sausage and keep me company for the night. A fair exchange, let us negotiate it well. Happiness should be shared, wouldn't you agree? Lin Feng, with a smile, revealed his base price. Typically, a maiden would remain lofty and would surely raise her price. Even Li Ying planned to sell herself for $1 billion. Brother, should I agree or not? Li Wu was taken aback by how easily Lin Feng had taken the bait. Of course, you must agree. Inform him. Yes, tonight. Have him open the door. Ling Wenya nodded, sending Lin Feng a message. I agree. I will come tonight. Just ensure you open the door for me. Lin Feng, holding a cigarette, paused momentarily. She agreed so readily? Was she yet another trying to con him into a free meal? Why were there so many con artists these days? All right, message me when you arrive, and I shall open the door. Lin Feng became alert, ready to respond to any situation. Brother, she has agreed to open the door. If I assist you in this matter, could you spare my life? Ling Wenya could only pray for a shred of humanity from them. In her current condition, merely preserving her life was a blessing. Once she crossed Lin Feng's formidable threshold, she hoped for mercy. Li Wu readily consented. But the gazes of his dozen or so subordinates toward Ling Wenya were laden with a different kind of hunger. With her fair skin, stunning beauty, and long legs, had circumstances been different, they would not have hesitated to indulge in her allure first. Let us eat, drink, until the sun sets. Bring our Iveco golden cup over here. We can all squeeze in. As soon as Lin Feng opens the door, we'll tackle him at lightning speed. Li Wu proclaimed, rising to fetch the drinks. This opportunity is a one-time affair. Their 1 TB is second chance. Likewise, Lin Feng will not have a second opportunity. Brother, does that mean we are no longer needed? Can we leave? The two girls on the floor timidly inquired. Get lost. Just the sight of you annoys me. Li Wu snapped. How could he not be irritated? With his dignity as a man stripped away, what use was a woman to him now? A dozen of his subordinates felt a pang of dissatisfaction, but the thought of breaking through Lin Feng's steel door for a bounty of billions quelled their discontent. What kind of women couldn't they find then? So, they remained silent. Thank you, brother. The two girls hurriedly got up to leave, while Ling Wenyang gazed despondently out the window. Why is it always me who is unfortunate? Why am I so cursed? Abandoned by my parents for being a daughter, I was left in an orphanage. After finally becoming a pilot through hard work and government support to buy a house, my parents return, only to bring cancer? After bidding them farewell, my world crumbled. And as if that weren't enough, now I face these vile thugs? They are even cannibals. Why am I always the one who suffers? Ling Wenyang glanced at the blood-soaked room, instantly realizing what they had feasted upon. She had long been aware that this group consumed human flesh. Presently, her beauty held value. But what would happen when that value diminished? The outcome was all too clear. It was tea until the group had drained their drinks and filled their bellies with meat that the sun began to set. Only then did Li Wu trim his lower hair. Today, he must act. He would ensure that Lin Feng's innards would be sliced away, making him regret it for a lifetime. Brother, the Iveco Golden Cup has arrived, a 12-seater. I've removed the seats, and we can all fit. Li Wu lit a cigarette and asked Ling Wenyang, can you drive? Ling Wenyang nodded. She could fly a plane, let alone drive a car. They would park just 2 meters from Lin Feng's door. There would be nowhere for him to escape. The moment he opens the steel door, I promise to spare your life. Hearing Li Wu's words, Ling Wenyang nodded. Given the current circumstances, she could only hope that Li Wu's promise was genuine. Descending the stairs, Li Wu took a seat in the passenger side with his knife, while a dozen subordinates squeezed into the back. It was too far. As soon as Lin Feng opened the door, they would leap from the vehicle, attacking him before he could fully comprehend the situation. Ling Wenyang parked the Iveco Golden Cup just 2 meters from Lin Feng's door. At this distance, once Lin Feng opened the door, there would be no chance to close it. All the subordinates were poised, waiting for the instant Lin Feng would open the door. It would be a surprise attack. Message him to open the door. Li Wu pressed the knife against Ling Wenyang's neck, making her nod in fear. She then sent the message. I've arrived. Please open the door. Lin Feng, sitting on his bed, immediately stood up and replied, just a moment. I'll be there shortly. Brother. He asked me to wait a moment. After casting a fleeting glance at his phone to confirm the authenticity of the message, Li Wu turned to Ling Wenyang and instructed, go downstairs and ring the doorbell. Do not even think about escaping. You cannot elude us. Ling Wenyang rubbed her eyes, attempting to restore them to a semblance of normalcy after her tears had rendered them red and swollen. This was her final opportunity for survival. Ding dong. As the doorbell rang, Lin Feng glanced at the monitor. A large Iveco van? Whose ludicrous idea was this? Such a sizable vehicle would surely require the descent of several individuals. This ruse was pathetically simplistic. It would be utterly foolish for Lin Feng to simply open the door. He observed Ling Wenyang, noting her delicate beauty and the redness of her eyes, clearly indicating her lack of voluntary participation in this scenario. I will grant you 3 seconds. Count to 3, and then you must run. Your survival hinges solely on your own actions, he declared. Upon reading this message, Ling Wenyang's expression brightened momentarily. It seemed that Lin Feng was not as brutal as the rumors suggested. Chapter 146. Li Wu offline. Ling Wenyang deleted the message and then silently counted down. 3, 2, 1. With all her might, she bolted. Seeing her attempt to flee, Li Wu panicked. But before he could even exit the vehicle, Lin Feng had not only kept the doors shut, but also swiftly attached a grenade to a Molotov cocktail. He hurled it directly beneath the car. Damn it. Before Li Wu could finish his sentence, an explosion erupted. Boom. The Iveco van was instantly overturned, engulfed in roaring flames. A group of individuals either sustained injuries from the blast or found themselves trapped inside the vehicle. In their frantic struggle, knives were drawn, one stabbing another, and chaos ensued. In an instant, the interior of the vehicle was filled with anguished cries, only to be devoured by the inferno. Lin Feng, I want to kill you. Even in death, I want to let you off. Li Wu shouted, his voice filled with rage and despair. Seated in the passenger seat, with the vehicle overturned and escape impossible, Li Wu could only await the flames to consume him entirely. After everything, it was Li Wu, with such limited intellect. He dared to drive a massive stretch van to my doorstep? Did he truly believe he could deceive me into opening the door? Enjoy your time in there. Saying this, Lin Feng tossed another Molotov cocktail. The cunning King Lin Feng had to ensure Li Wu met his end without a trace. After all this time, it was high time for Li Wu to go offline. Picking up his phone, Lin Feng played a song to entertain those struggling within the van. Blessings for the children on Qingming Festival. Hearing the music, Qiao Qiao and Liang Qiuyu stirred awake, rubbing their eyes in confusion. Who is that? Isn't it eerie to play this song? Qiao Qiao shivered slightly, feeling a chill creeping down her back. Li Wu, here is a tune for you. Let it liven up your journey to the underworld. At that moment, Li Wu was inside the vehicle, fighting for his life. He could no longer dwell on his previous wounds, as the flames had already reached his backside. If this continued, he would be reduced to ashes. Damn it, Lin Feng. I will become a vengeful spirit, haunting you for eternity. I'll be waiting for you in hell. Li Wu's curses were swallowed by the roaring flames as everyone in the vehicle was trapped and perished in the blaze. After running for a considerable distance, Ling Wenye turned back, realizing that Li Wu and the others were no more. She collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Whoa, that was terrifying. What did I do wrong? I almost lost my life. This is truly a narrow escape. After crying for a while and witnessing the flames gradually extinguishing, Ling Wenye picked up her phone and sent Lin Feng a message. Thank you, Lin Feng. If it weren't for you, I would have died. Why did you save me? They all say you kill without hesitation. Ling Wenye was curious. Had Lin Feng not intervened, she surely would have been gravely injured or worse. There was no particular reason. Perhaps he hadn't genuinely come to negotiate with her this time. Under duress, she understood. I forgive you this once. Next time, if you genuinely wish to negotiate, come find me. I have considerable expertise in pipeline engineering, fair trade, mutual benefit, and joyful growth. Upon reading Lin Feng's message, a blush crept across Ling Wenya's cheeks. How shameless. How could such words be uttered? Glancing at Lin Feng's villa, I captured an image of the glass with my phone. 1.5 meters of bulletproof glass. Its sturdiness rivals that of a fortress. No wonder so many have failed to breach it. If I could reside within, perhaps today's events would never have unfolded. Ling Wenya's cast her gaze towards her distant home. The outside world had descended into madness, with people resorting to cannibalism. Living outside, such occurrences would inevitably repeat themselves in due time. Would I be fortunate enough to survive again? Ling Wenya's felt a wave of despair wash over her. Despite standing at 180 meters, she was still a woman. How could she fend off a dozen men? Moreover, many now possessed firearms. Being as beautiful as I am, should I be captured, it would be a mere prelude to torment. What am I to do next? Ling Wenya's crouched down, questioning life, the world, and her own worth. Yet, she did not wish for death. At only 21, all she desired was to live. What wrong had she committed? Contemplating her situation, Ling Wenya's thought of Lin Feng. Within the entire West Mountain Villa, there was only Lin Feng who dared to take lives at will. Since an untimely demise was inevitable, why not take the initiative? Cling to the strongest support. Besides, Lin Feng was rather handsome. Those who are unattractive are merely walls, while the handsome offer opportunities for mutual engagement and shared joy. What am I even thinking? Ling Wenya's blushed as she messaged Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I can meet your conditions, but I would like to reside there. Is that possible? Lin Feng stroked his chin, glancing at his first and second wives. Suddenly inviting someone to live in would surely displease them. Moreover, he did not know Ling Wenya's well and had no desire to allow her to stay. I cannot accommodate your request. I know nothing about you. What if you were to harm me while I sleep? I have offended too many people to take such risks. Upon reading Lin Feng's response, Ling Wenya's felt a surge of panic. Was even residency denied? Then the only option left was to return home and jump off a building. All right, I understand. Thank you for saving me once. Ling Wenya's rose, preparing to head home for her fatal leap. In this world, death seemed the only release. And perhaps it might even be a swift end. Lin Feng, with time to spare, took out his drone to observe Ling Wenya's and her intentions. After all, finding a pure maiden was relatively easy, but a maiden skilled in flying was a rarity. As the drone emerged from the safe house, it revealed the charred remains of those in Li Wu's vehicle. Following Ling Wenya's, he noticed her expression devoid of focus as she ascended layer by layer to the rooftop. What was her intention? Was she contemplating a jump? Lin Feng felt speechless. What was this situation? Was her mental fortitude so fragile? Had he said anything particularly provoking? Compared to Qiao Qiao and Liang Qiuyu, this was a far cry. Ling Wenya's gazed in despair at the mountain of mummies amassed on the rooftop. It was evident that these would serve as future sustenance. Even in death, she could not bear the thought of consuming such things. Standing atop the rooftop railing, gazing into the abyss of the dark night devoid of any light, it mirrored a life shrouded in despair, bereft of hope. The darkness loomed like the gaping maw of an unfathomable chasm, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the next passerby. With the household water supply cut off and provisions exhausted, I find myself ensnared in a hopeless plight. My only desire is that in the next life, I shan't have to endure this existence again. Ling Wenya's, eyes closed, poised to leap, was suddenly interrupted by Lin Feng's voice. My dear, if you are so intent on despair, why not grant me this favor? Ling Wenya's looked up, startled to see a drone hovering above, which only fueled her ire. Are you out of your mind? Even if I were to jump, I would not do you the courtesy. Lin Feng, shaking the drone, piqued her curiosity. What is your intention? Do you wish to witness my plunge firsthand? Furious, Ling Wenya's retorted, what is there to see in a jump? I will prepare, confirm the location, and await you below. Shouldn't I seize the moment? I am ready. You should jump now. Lin Feng declared, prompting Ling Wenyaz to reconsider her decision. Are you insane? I refuse to jump now. Even in death. Will you not leave me be? Must you take advantage of my despair? Chapter 147. I truly can fly a plane. Xiao Xiao. Do you find this scene familiar? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Liang Xiaoyu seemed to recall the terror she once felt under his influence. This is nothing. I have suffered far worse at Lin Feng's hands. There were countless times I contemplated ending it all, only to be thwarted by his outrageous antics. Xiao Xiao nodded. She had borne witness to Lin Feng's numerous outrageous deeds and was indeed the most qualified to speak on the matter. It appears we may have another sister in our midst. What is it about her that captivates Lin Feng? Is it simply that he desires every untouched maiden? Is he a collector of sorts? Liang Xiaoyu pondered, intrigued by the notion that men might have a penchant for collecting certain things. Does Lin Feng have a fondness for female warriors? Must he gather a complete set of 108? Such narrow-mindedness. You must understand that operating a rocket launcher against an aircraft requires no instruction. Anyone can do that. However, piloting a plane is an entirely different matter. Encountering someone capable of flying may not happen again in a lifetime. Lin Feng's assertions held merit, yet both Qiao Qiao and Liang Xiaoyu instantly flushed with embarrassment. Enough of this. Indeed, you've gone too far. The two women cursed as they retreated to the screening room to watch a movie. Resigned to the fact that they could not control Lin Feng's whims. We can make room for you, can't we? Sigh. How is flying a plane considered deviant? I am referring to an actual aircraft. You two cannot fly a plane. Why insist on arguing with me? This is nothing but envy. Raw, unadulterated envy. Your jealousy is distorting your perceptions. Lin Feng was left speechless. Using a rocket launcher against an aircraft. A pilot flying a plane? Quite a standard operation. How could this be deemed deviant? Lin Feng, you already have two women in your room. Why tease me further? If you wish to fly, let them handle the rocket launcher. Must you insult me? Ling Wenya's voice broke through, reminding Lin Feng that the microphone was still on. How can your thoughts be so impure? Let me ask you once more, do you truly know how to fly a plane? Ling Wenya seemed to sense Lin Feng's seriousness and nodded, candidly admitting, I can probably pilot a not overly complex aircraft. However, I only possess 39 hours of flight experience and have yet to obtain my pilot's license. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt considerably relieved. You are not far from acquiring a license. 39 hours is sufficient. No one will check your unlicensed flying in the future. Puzzled, Ling Wenya scratched her head and inquired. Lin Feng, do you actually have a plane? Otherwise, why seek out a pilot? Lin Feng knew he could not reveal his true cards. One must be prepared for anything. Since you possess a skill, I shall provide you with an opportunity. Come help me fly a plane. It is a science. I will arrange for you to stay in a safe place with all your needs met. Will you accept? If not, it is entirely your decision. I never impose upon women. Upon hearing this, Ling Wenya felt a spark of hope. Becoming a driver means securing a place with food and shelter. Where else can one find such a deal? The world is in chaos. Who else can afford to buy a plane? This opportunity must not be missed. It may never come again. I'll do it. I will come to find you immediately. Ling Wenya skipped down the stairs to seek Lin Feng. 20 minutes later, she arrived at the entrance of Lin Feng's safe house and rang the doorbell. Lin Feng, with a cigarette between his lips, ensured the surroundings were clear before opening the door. Are you Lin Feng? Upon seeing him for the first time, Ling Wenya felt her heart flutter. Standing at 185 centimeters, with a nonchalant demeanor and striking good looks, he was the epitome of every woman's dream lover. Lin Feng nodded, satisfied with Ling Wenya. Although she lacked the voluptuousness of Qiao Qiao, her appearance and figure were undeniably commendable. Come in and have this chocolate, he said. Noticing that Ling Wenya did not harbor any ill intentions towards him, he secured his firearm and handed her a red wine-filled chocolate. Ling Wenya nodded and entered the house, consuming it without any caution. It must be said that Ling Wenya was still quite innocent. The fifth room is the bathroom. You should go wash up, Lin Feng instructed. Following the light, Ling Wenya walked inside, only to be astonished by the scene within the safe house. A cool temperature, an enormous block of ice for cooling, a dining area, a kitchen, a medical room, and an arsenal filled with weapons. This was truly a paradise in a post-apocalyptic world. Upon reaching the fifth bathroom, she beheld a vast hot spring filled with envy. Indeed, the world of the wealthy was so extraordinarily inviting. Outside, one had to fight for a sip of water. Yet this bathroom was so expansive, did water not cost anything here? Suddenly, the iron door behind her slammed shut. Ling Wenya thought little of it. Of course. One would close the door while bathing, right? In such a large bathroom, Lin Feng certainly did not lack for water. However, where was Lin Feng's aircraft? There was no airport nearby. Filled with curiosity, Ling Wenya undressed and soaked in the warm water. Having gone over 20 days without a bath, the temperature was delightful. After frolicking in the hot spring for a while, she suddenly realized what it truly meant to pilot an aircraft. Oh my goodness! Lin Feng, you can't be serious! Ling Wenya shouted, leaping from the hot spring and racing to the steel door. Lin Feng, open the door. You mean piloting an aircraft can't possibly refer to that, right? Panic surged through her. Who wouldn't be alarmed in her situation? Powerlessly, she sank to the floor, resigned to her fate. Indeed. I will take you to see my airfield, Lin Feng replied, leading Ling Wenya to the airport. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, the aircraft at the airport were all unclaimed. Whoever had the capability could claim them as their own. Lin Feng, isn't this theft? Those planes aren't yours. Ling Wenya protested. Her timid nature surfacing. Wasn't this akin to stealing? Lin Feng, illuminated by the light, closely examined Ling Wenya's face, her heart-shaped face, double eyelids, high nose bridge, and captivating peach blossom eyes made her stunningly beautiful. He recognized he had struck gold once more. What constitutes theft? This is merely repurposing resources. Come. Choose any aircraft you fancy. Go ahead and take it for a spin. If you don't know how, I have resources on flying aircraft, Lin Feng said. Eager to see if Ling Wenya could indeed pilot an aircraft, he pulled out his phone and shared the flying resources with her. Oh dear, how utterly embarrassing. Ling Wenya covered her face, acknowledging that her thoughts had strayed. Do not falter. Life is but a singular journey. She handed her phone to Lin Feng, who departed with a cigarette clamped between his lips. Lin Feng, I hope you uphold your promise. Resigned to her fate. Ling Wenya understood that survival in this apocalyptic world necessitated proving her worth. She grasped her phone, activated the flight controls, and, summoning her courage, with the aid of a computer, successfully ascended the aircraft into the sky. Mastering the intricacies of flying was an art. Those lacking experience were prone to error. The flight data she had previously downloaded was not acquired in vain. All of this was for the purpose of reconstructing the future of human civilization. In this lifetime, I, Ling Feng, have truly found value. Observing this scene, Ling Feng felt immense satisfaction. Should a crash occur, it would only claim Ling Wenya's life. If you cannot even pilot a plane, what use are you to me? Chapter 148. Preparing for the new year, Lin Feng took a drag from his cigarette and paused for a moment. The cultivation of rice was indeed a laborious task. From now on, I shall be your woman. Let me stay, shall we? At that moment, Ling Wenya's awakened and embraced Lin Feng from behind. Feeling the softness against his back, Lin Feng remained silent for a long while. Meanwhile, Qiao Qiao and Liang Qiuyu, having just finished watching a film, approached them. One was a woman, and the other was her partner. There seemed to be no issue or taboo in the air. You've seen the situation here. If you agree, you'll only be the fourth wife. I offer you two choices for I, Lin Feng, conduct my transactions fairly. 1. I provide you with a handgun and 200 rounds of ammunition. You may return home, and if any issues arise, you can contact me, and we can continue our dealings. 2. I shall arrange for a safe place for you to stay. Once I ascertain that you pose no threat to us, I will allow you to reside here. However, as the fourth wife, you must heed not only my words but also those of the three others. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Qiao Qiao and Liang Qiuyu felt considerably relieved. After all, suddenly introducing a stranger into their midst could lead to unforeseen complications. Ling Wenya's was also taken aback, realizing Lin Feng had so many wives. No wonder he was so experienced in rice cultivation. He hardly seemed to feel any pain. I possess a gun and 200 bullets. I sense my days are numbered. I shall choose the second option. I no longer wish to live in constant fear. Ling Wenya's had been struggling in the apocalypse for over 20 days, and Lin Feng had not used a whip dipped in the essence of death to torment her, which left her feeling quite content. Moreover, he provided for her needs with kindness and attentiveness, without any coercion, considering her feelings. Compared to those who would readily engage in violence and cannibalism, Lin Feng's abode felt like paradise. Upon hearing Ling Wenya's decision, Lin Feng nodded. When Qiao Qiao first entered, the apocalypse had just begun. Her temper had been quite volatile, which was entirely understandable. Liang Qiuyu had similarly struggled with the harsh reality of their circumstances, unable to accept the fate of Zhou Kaiwa. Now, with 22 days having passed in the apocalypse, Ling Wenya's understood the difficulty of surviving as a woman and had come to accept her role as the fourth wife with calmness. Very well, I shall prepare dinner. Today is New Year's Eve, and we shall enjoy a splendid meal. Qiao Qiao, please find 2 of your outfits for her. Your figures are quite similar, so she should be able to wear them. Upon hearing that Lin Feng would cook, Ling Wenya's was taken aback. One would expect him to be aloof and commanding, instructing others to do his bidding. This was not the murderous tyrant she had envisioned. Finally, I have gained a bit of familial standing. But do tread carefully. You must listen to me from now on. Liang Qiuyu decided to tease the newcomer, for she had never had to manage anyone as the second wife. Just don't frighten her. It would seem as though we have domestic violence here. Xiao Qiao handed over 2 flight attendant uniforms directly to Ling Wenyas. These were outfits she had never worn, for she had so many clothes that she could never hope to wear them all. Ling Wenyas nodded weakly, clearly still unaware of the circumstances at home. Lin Feng was exceedingly kind to his wife, never demanding anything of her, as long as she remained obedient and faithful. Everything else was trivial. Dressing up, Lin Feng was an exceptional cook. Xiao Qiao, embodying the essence of an elder sister, promptly closed the door to give Ling Wenyas some time to process. 2 sets of flight attendant uniforms awaited her, 1 black and 1 white. Having worn such outfits before, Ling Wenyas felt no embarrassment and quickly donned the black one. After a while, Ling Wenyas timidly opened the door and spotted Xiao Qiao and Liang Qiuyu in the living room, engrossed in television while sipping milk tea. "Greetings, sisters," she exclaimed, immediately saluting. It was best not to provoke those she did not yet know. "Here is a cup for you. Feel free to explore a bit. However, once dinner is over, Lin Feng will be sending you off, so consider this an opportunity to acclimate to your new surroundings." Xiao Qiao handed Ling Wenyas a cup of milk tea, which eased her nerves somewhat. Ling Wenyas accepted the chilled beverage, savoring its delightful taste. It had been ages since she had indulged in such a leisurely moment. Cradling the milk tea as if it were a treasure, she began to inspect her surroundings. The screening room, the medical room, the computer room. Each discovery left her astounded. Everything one could find outside was available within this safe haven. Moreover, there was even a greenhouse, where various vegetables were already ripe for harvest. Outside, the temperature soared to 60 degrees, and greenery was nowhere to be found. How could this be possible? Next, Ling Wenyas ventured into the armory, where an array of handguns and rifles awaited her. Were they truly so trusting as to allow me access to such weaponry? She set her milk tea aside as Xiao Qiao presented her first challenge. If you were to recklessly brandish a firearm, then you need not have entered at all. Upon inspection, she found that the weapons were indeed real, modern models from both Russia and America. What fortune it would take to acquire such armaments. Lin Feng, oh Lin Feng. With your circumstances, even in a post-apocalyptic world, marrying 4 wives would be a mere trifle. Ling Wenyas possessed enough self-awareness to set down the weapons, clutching her milk tea instead, and continued her exploration of the premises. Observing this moment through the monitors, Xiao Qiao and Liang Qiuyu's wariness began to dissipate. This young girl was quite perceptive. She did not let the allure of firearms inflate her ego. In the kitchen, Lin Feng watched Ling Wenyas with satisfaction. He planned to send her to stay with Wu Yong for a few days. Once the situation stabilized, he would bring her and Wu Daiwa together. With 4 of them, they could easily gather for a game of mahjong. As Ling Wenyas roamed the safe house, her eyes widened in astonishment at the myriad of facilities: the freezing room, the power generation room, the air purification room, the sewage treatment room, everything one could possibly need. Was this the life of a wealthy individual? So unpretentious? It seemed that her role as a 4th wife was merely temporary. Before long, she would manage many others. Reflecting on this, Ling Wenyas felt as though she had not lost out. After all, being the 4th wife of such an affluent man was a coveted position, even before the apocalypse, let alone after. All right, let us serve the dishes and have a meal. Today is a celebration. We shall feast. As he spoke, Lin Feng retrieved a lavish feast from the realm of space, a sumptuous banquet from Tianhai Hotel valued at 30,000 for a table. With 12 exquisite dishes and 2 bottles of fine red wine, it was far too abundant for the 4 of them to consume. Upon hearing this, Ling Wenyas hastily set aside her milk tea and rushed to the kitchen. Upon witnessing the 12 dishes, her jaw dropped in astonishment, as if it could accommodate a large sausage. Lin Feng, did you prepare all of this? This is nothing short of a 5-star hotel standard. Although Ling Wenyas had never tasted such culinary delights, she had certainly seen them on soap operas. She never imagined that one day she would have the opportunity to savor such a feast herself. Is it possible that Lin Feng, the one she called her husband, might no longer wish to be her 4th spouse? Lin Feng shot her a glance, causing Ling Wenyas to shyly lower her head. Husband. Lin Feng handed over 2 plates of food directly to her. Be good. As long as you heed my words, I shall not place any burdens upon you. All right. Ling Wenyas nodded, beginning to serve the dishes. This role as the 4th wife didn't seem so arduous after all. Chapter 149. New Year's Eve. The cuisine at Tianhai Hotel is exquisite, albeit in modest portions, sufficient to satiate 8 diners comfortably. For individuals, however, found themselves unable to finish the 12 dishes before them. On this New Year's Eve, January 22nd, while everyone else was left hungry, Lin Feng's family was celebrating the festival. Seated at the table, Ling Wenyas swallowed hard, her desire for each dish evident. Go ahead, don't be shy, feel free to eat, she was encouraged. Xiao Qiao and Liang Qiuyu, seasoned in such gatherings, bore no condescension towards Ling Wenya, having endured similar hardships themselves, with Ling Wenya's experiences being even more prolonged. "Thank you, sisters," Ling Wenya said, attempting to grasp a piece of lobster to savor its flavor. However, after several attempts, she was unsuccessful. Growing up in an orphanage, she had never tasted lobster before. Lin Feng, with a gentle smile, handed her an entire lobster, which only deepened her sense of embarrassment. "Is this really appropriate? What about you all?" Her cheeks flushed. She felt somewhat like a country bumpkin in the city. "Eat up, they've had their fill. Just be obedient. And in the future, I will prepare whatever you desire." Lin Feng's words made her blush even deeper. She had initially perceived him as a heartless demon, yet she discovered a surprisingly tender side to him. "Would you like a glass of red wine?" Xiao Qiao inquired as she opened a bottle, prompting Ling Wenya to immediately rise, feeling it was her duty to serve. "Allow me, sisters. I wouldn't want to impose. Don't worry. There is no need to be anxious," Lin Feng reassured her, though his conscience was only slightly pricked. "Rest assured, he will treat you well." Xiao Qiao was gentle and unpretentious, pouring half a glass for Ling Wenya, and similarly for Lin Feng and herself. Ling Wenya felt quite nervous. If she had been immediately tasked with chores upon entering, she might have felt more at ease. Yet, everyone was cordial and polite, making it hard to perceive any semblance of a post-apocalyptic scenario. With her head bowed, she enjoyed the succulent lobster, finishing it in no time. After so many days of hunger, her eating etiquette had improved significantly. Having consumed half a glass of red wine, Ling Wenya estimated she was about 30% full. Yet, she hesitated to reach for more food, glancing around in uncertainty. "Eat whatever you desire. You are far more graceful than Xiao Qiao was when she first arrived. She ended up being sick." Lin Feng chuckled as he served her more food. Xiao Qiao shot Lin Feng a playful glare before refilling Ling Wenya's glass. The sight of their camaraderie filled Ling Wenya with a bittersweet pang, her eyes growing misty. Unable to hold back, she began to weep. "What is the matter? Why are you crying?" Liang Qiuyu asked, offering her a couple of tissues. What could have prompted such tears? "Thank you, dear husband, and thank you, sisters. I am simply overwhelmed with emotion. No one has ever treated me this well throughout my life. I am an orphan. My parents abandoned me at the orphanage simply because I was a girl. In school, my classmates mocked me for being parentless, branding me a wild child. After finally gaining admission to the aviation university and receiving government assistance to purchase a home, I sought out my parents. Yet, they had succumbed to cancer. After laying them to rest, the world began to descend into chaos. Surviving for over 20 days without succumbing to starvation, she was nearly captured and faced dire consequences. Had it not been for your presence, not only would I have been deprived of these delectable morsels, but I might have been consumed myself." Alas, Ling Wenya yearned for such a tranquil existence, which fueled her relentless efforts. "Be good. No one will harm you here. Venture out and adapt, and I shall return for you in a few days." Lin Feng gently ruffled Ling Wenya's hair, emphasizing that rules remain constant regardless of one's background. During the tumultuous period, Xiao Qiao and Liang Qiuyu fared poorly, unable to gain immediate access to the safe house. "All right, I will behave," Ling Wenya replied, wiping her eyes before savoring the exquisite dishes on her plate, a luxury she had never experienced before. Lin Feng served her whatever he chose, for a child raised in an orphanage never exhibits picky eating habits. Moreover, the dishes were truly delightful, and Ling Wenya relished every bite. Once she was nearly full, Lin Feng refrained from serving her more, not out of concern for her appetite, but rather to prevent her from overindulging and becoming unwell. It must be said that Ling Wenya was exceedingly well behaved, certainly more so than Xiao Qiao and Liang Qiuyu, who had initially been quite rebellious. Ling Wenya's demeanor was evidently easier to manage. "Let us pack up the leftovers to share with everyone at lunch," Lin Feng suggested, pulling out several plastic bags to store the remaining food. Ling Wenya was oblivious to the implications, while only Xiao Qiao and Liang Qiuyu understood. Lin Feng feared that if he mentioned the leftovers were for the dogs, it might hurt the fragile self-esteem of the young girl. Let her acclimatize. Based on her current behavior, she truly is well-mannered. "Where are we headed?" Ling Wenyo inquired, taking the packed bag without any hesitation. After all, this feast was worth several thousand. She could never have imagined dining on such fine cuisine in her lifetime. "Not far, a 10-minute walk. I will bring them some food as well." As he spoke, Lin Feng entered the kitchen, gathering 10 pounds of meat and 10 pounds of vegetables. It was the new year, a time to enhance their meals, sufficient to last them for 2 days. "You two stay home and keep watch. If anyone misbehaves, deal with them directly. No need to inform me." While it was still dark, Lin Feng led Ling Wenya to the back door, proceeding straight to Wu Yong's residence. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Wu Yong instantly opened the door. "Boss, who is this?" Lin Feng introduced Ling Wenya and handed the food to Wu Yong. "This is my 4th wife, here to experience life with you." It's the new year, let us all enjoy some good food. Wu Yong, upon hearing this, silently commended his own foresight. Thank goodness I acted swiftly, otherwise, my daughter's status in the household would have diminished yet again. Come in, please, he welcomed. Taking the items inside as Ling Wenyi dutifully nodded and entered the villa, a place she had never resided in before. This is truly the realm of the wealthy, huh? I do not comprehend it. Lin Feng, you've come to see me. As soon as he stepped inside, Wu Daiwei greeted him with an enthusiastic embrace. Ling Wenyi immediately recognized her as Lin Feng's third wife. Otherwise, who would dare to embrace such a formidable figure? How have you been? Have you been obedient lately? Lin Feng directly planted a kiss on Wu Daiwei's cheek. The little girl was still as clingy as ever. Good girl, how could you not be? Wu Daiwei beamed. Utterly unconcerned about Lin Feng's numerous wives, for she had long considered herself his beloved. Upon entering the house, Wu Yong promptly led them upstairs. Pointing to the vacant room beside Wu Daiwei, he said, "You shall reside here from now on. The second floor is safer." Ling Wenyi slightly nodded and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. I am comfortable anywhere." She surveyed the room, quite satisfied. Although the indoor temperature soared above 40 degrees, the mist in the air rendered it surprisingly pleasant, infinitely better than her previous home. Meanwhile, Wu Daiwei tugged at Lin Feng's arm, gently nuzzling against him, and whispered, "Brother Lin Feng, shall we watch Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf?" Though her voice was barely audible, both Ling Wenyi and Wu Yong caught her words. Wu Yong's face flushed with embarrassment. At his age, indulging in animated shows seemed rather juvenile, prompting him to turn back into the room. Ling Wenyi, equally bashful, swiftly closed the door, fearing that Lin Feng might coax her into joining the animated viewing as well. "All right, I shall accompany you to watch Pleasant Goat." Lin Feng readily agreed. This was one of his endearing qualities, his genuine affection for spending time with others. Pleasant goat, beautiful goat, lazy goat, and fiery goat. Gentle goat, soft and fluffy, red wolf. Gray wolf. Do not underestimate me, a mere goat. The green grass becomes more fragrant because of me. The sky turns bluer and the clouds whiter. All thanks to my presence. As the cheerful nursery rhymes echoed from the television, Lin Feng found himself immersed in Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf, retaining his childlike spirit. Watching animated shows in this apocalyptic world became a unique delight. Chapter 150. The fiery fortune. Lin Feng searched for Shi Yangyang at home. Yet he was reluctant to become the boiling lamb. Meanwhile, Wang Guifan arrived at Lin Feng's doorstep, prying open the Iveco van and dragging out the charred remains of Li Wu. "Oh, my dear son," she sobbed, cradling the ashen corpse, tears streaming down her face as she could only manage to emit soft whimpers. Today was New Year's Day, the very first day of the year. Yet her son was gone. What mother could bear such a devastating blow? She had sacrificed everything for her son's survival, even to the point of laying bare her heart and soul. Though her household lacked for nothing, what was the purpose of living without her son? As she carried her son's charred body, Wang Guifan wept, trudging toward home. "I have given so much for you, yet you have left me with an unbearable sorrow." Had she foreseen this tragic outcome, she would never have coveted the official relief supplies from Building 4. How could it have led to such a dire situation? Families torn apart, lives shattered. With each step, Li Wu's remains crumbled further, unable to withstand the strain. "Son, I'm home." Upon reaching her abode, Wang Guifan laid Li Wu on the bed, her gaze vacant as she stared at her beloved son, lost in a whirlpool of contemplation. Without her son, what meaning did life hold? Although it was the eve of the Spring Festival, the entire West Mountain Villa felt desolate. Aside from Lin Feng's household, how many others had provisions to celebrate? Wang Guifan realized that without sustenance, the neighbors would soon face dire circumstances. She had been the first to resort to cannibalism in West Mountain Villa, yet she was certain she would not be the last. Strangely, she found herself reminiscing about her timid husband, Li Dagua, who had perished while trying to protect their son. He had been meek all his life. Yet in his final moments, he had shown a semblance of bravery. If only she had not obstructed the neighbors from purchasing food, but instead rallied them to resist this calamity together, perhaps the outcome would have been different. What if she had fostered a good relationship with Lin Feng instead of opposing him? Would they now coexist peacefully? And had she distributed the official relief supplies, would the neighbors from Building 4 have come knocking? Would Li Dagua have survived? Would Li Wu have escaped with his hands intact? What if she had not prevented Feng Jirue from approaching Zhang Shuya? Or, if she had accompanied Feng Jirue, would Zhang Shuya have been driven to such vengeance that she would harm Li Wu and mutilate herself in retribution? Perhaps Zhang Shuya would still be home, caring for her family. Alas, there were countless opportunities for choices, but the world offers no what-ifs. Wandering slowly through the room, Wang Guifan pulled out blankets and clothes, strewing them across the floor. Standing by the window, she gazed out at the blazing sun, her eyes wide open. She realized that she could no longer endure. Her husband was gone, her son was gone, and the longed-for grandchild was now an impossibility. Defeated utterly and completely, left with nothing. In the wake of the apocalypse, there are two things that one cannot bear to gaze upon, the sun and the human heart. Before long, Wang Guifan, gazing at the blazing sun, felt a profound realization she could no longer see. Ha ha, my child, on the road to the underworld, you shall not be too lonely. Mother has come to accompany you. Standing beneath the searing sunlight, Wang Guifan inhaled deeply the fresh air, a faint smile gracing her lips. The last act she could perform was to leave her son with a complete body. At the moment she lifted the lighter, she seemed to glimpse hope, light. I was wrong. Wait for me. I shall join you. She envisioned her son standing on the bridge of helplessness, her husband, beckoning to her. As she cast the lighter onto the clothing on the ground, the oppressive heat ignited the room in an instant, flames roaring to life. Yet in the midst of the inferno, Wang Guifan danced gracefully. A lifetime, if only to dance this once, would suffice. The flames consumed her hair, yet she appeared ever more youthful. Her skin tightened, her muscles taut. The dance never ceased. This was the final performance, until she suddenly collapsed beside her son. If only, I could have one chance to choose again, that would be enough. Amidst the sea of flames, she extended her hand, ultimately embracing her son tightly. She slowly closed her eyes. Damn it, is that scoundrel Lin Feng burning down the building again? How has Block 4 caught fire once more? Damn it, this time it's not Lin Feng. It was Wang Guifan. Block 4, if you can run, then run quickly. That old hag Wang Guifan. Does she really want to die and drag everyone down with her? Block 4 is doomed. Everyone run. This old wretch deserves to go to hell. Truly a case of harming others without benefiting oneself. The group chat buzzed once more with excitement due to Wang Guifan's arson, the flames igniting fervor. Ling Wenya glanced at her phone, feeling immensely grateful for her decision to become Lin Feng as fourth wife. Otherwise, she too would have been in Block 4, and even with a gun, she would likely have been scorched by now. Sigh, perhaps it was fate? Lin Feng is so gentle, both of my sisters are kind to me. And this younger sister doesn't seem to have a particularly fiery temperament. I am truly fortunate to be alive, with food and drink in abundance. Listening to the cheerful sounds of the television next door, accompanied by the bleating of sheep, Ling Wenya felt her cheeks flush deeper. Everything is quite pleasant, except that Lin Feng is too wicked. Ling Wenya, being a young girl herself, did not realize that in addition to piloting, there were also late-night shifts. Gazing at the distant inferno consuming Block 4, she felt a pang of sorrow. A home earned through over 20 years of hard work, reduced to ashes in a single blaze, the fruits of her labor evaporated into thin air. Lin Feng, dear sisters, I hope you will always treat me this way. As long as you do not bully me, I will certainly be obedient. Ling Wenya has resigned herself to her fate. For the children of the orphanage, being the fourth wife of such a wealthy tycoon is akin to a miraculous turn of destiny. Ling Wenya dares not resist. The life she currently leads is one she had never dared to dream of. Fortune has smiled upon her, allowing her to escape from Building 4. Meanwhile, Zhang Shuya on the 14th floor of Building 4 is engulfed in despair. She has a whole box of ham sausages and instant noodles that could last quite a while. But how to carry them out? Even with 2 guns, how many people are there in Building 4? Once the bullets are exhausted, will they not be overwhelmed? Shuya, hurry up. If the fire spreads, it will be too late. Jia Lili urged Zhang Shuya, who felt increasingly anxious. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Wasn't Fang Qian able to trade food for her life by throwing it down? I could do the same as Fang Qian. Just a moment. I need to find sunscreen. Otherwise, going out would lead to my demise. Upon hearing this, Jia Lili ceased her knocking and hurried back to find sunscreen. Oh, yes, sunscreen. I need to find some too. Hurry. Zhang Shuya swiftly wrapped the instant noodles and ham sausages in all the clothes and blankets, binding them tightly into a human shape. With so many corpses outside, as long as the package does not fall apart, it is unlikely anyone would take the time to inspect its contents. She could come back for it later. The remaining issues are not insurmountable. May the heavens bless her. Please, do not let it fall apart. This is my last meal. I do not wish to perish. After finishing her prayer, Zhang Shuya hurled the package from the 14th floor, hoping it would not scatter. Armed with sunscreen and 2 guns, she exited the room, also taking the remaining food from the kitchen. With these supplies and her firearms, surely no one would dare to rob her? Chapter 151. Escape from Building 4. Lily has departed. The umbrella is with her as well. We must find shelter in advance, otherwise, when the sun sets, we shall have nowhere to go, and both of us will perish. Upon hearing Zhang Shuya's words, Jia Lili nodded in agreement. She soaked a towel in water, covered her mouth and nose, gathered their remaining supplies in the sunshade, and ventured out into the fire escape. Inside the fire escape, thick smoke billowed, rendering visibility nearly zero. Fortunately, there were no flammable materials within. Otherwise, they would surely be doomed. Compared to burning alive, leaping from a height seemed a more merciful fate. Stumbling and clutching the handrail, it took nearly 20 minutes to reach the third floor. At that moment, the corridor on the third floor was teeming with people. With ultraviolet rays radiating outside, they were uncertain of their destination, clustering at the stairwell entrance. Having seized Wang Guifen's home, the supplies in Building 4 were relatively abundant. Each individual clutched some provisions, wary of others snatching them away. "Make way for us. We merely wish to exit. Stay back, or I shall fire," Zheng Shuya warned. Her gun raised, surveying the crowd with vigilance, while Jia Lili, laden with supplies, leaned against the wall, inching forward. Upon noticing the firearm in Zhang Shuya's possession and her apparent lack of supplies, the crowd readily cleared a path. As they descended, everyone maintained their distance. The scant food was not worth the risk of a violent confrontation, especially with someone armed. "Shuya, we've made it out. Where to now?" Cough, cough. Jia Lili raised the sunshade for protection against the sun and coughed incessantly, clearly affected by the smoke, inquiring about Zheng Shuya's plan. "To Building 6. At the mention of Building 6, Jia Lili widened her eyes in disbelief. "Are you unaware of how dire the situation is there? Isn't that courting death?" Zheng Shuya was indeed aware, but her gaze flickered towards the direction of the packages. She needed to go to Building 6. The most perilous location often proved to be the safest, and surely they wouldn't breach the same room twice, would they? Moreover, Building 6 had numerous vacant rooms and water. They could endure for a few more days. After Zheng Shuya's reasoning, Jia Lili nodded in agreement. The logic was sound, and thus the two made their way to Building 6. There was another reason Zheng Shuya kept to herself. Behind Building 4 lay Building 5, adjacent to Building 6, where they could spot the instant noodles and sausages they had discarded. Upon reaching the third floor of Building 6, they discovered an empty apartment with its door pried open. The interior was disheveled, with blood on the floor, clearly ransacked. The two quickly restored the door to a semblance of security, ensuring it could be locked, allowing them to hear any approaching footsteps. This provided a rudimentary defense. Inside, aside from food, nothing was amiss. The two-bedroom, one living room layout brought a sigh of relief from Zheng Shuya. "Here, Lily, should I fall asleep, you will have a weapon for protection." She handed Jia Lili the gun with fewer bullets. Keeping the fully loaded one for herself, she knew she could not remain awake indefinitely. Zheng Shuya regarded Jia Lili as a confidant. Otherwise, she would never have entrusted her with even the less formidable weapon. "All right, Shuya, I'm exhausted. I need to rest for a while." Jia Lili, truly fatigued from an entire sleepless night, felt the weight of her weariness pressing down as she prepared to succumb to slumber amidst the chaos. As Jia Lili returned to her room, Zheng Shuya turned her gaze towards the window, checking whether her package had spilled its contents. Thankfully, fortune was on her side. It remained intact. Not far away in the shade, there were people, yet none expressed curiosity about the contents of her package. Nowadays, the travel cases, woven bags, and items wrapped in quilts lining the streets hardly attracted any inquisitive little ones eager to explore. In the past, the packages contained either currency or people. Now, essentially, they were filled with people. Who among them would bother to rummage through such things out of sheer boredom? The streets were teeming with people, and if one desired food, it was abundantly available. Zheng Shuya sighed with relief, planning to quietly bring her package back home after nightfall, believing she could endure for a while longer. Lying on her bed, feeling both hot and drowsy, she lamented that this was hardly a life worth living. "Lin Feng, what must I do for you to allow me into the safe house? I promise to be obedient. I will do anything you ask. I have had enough of this anxious existence. Even if you treat me like a dog, I would comply." In despair, Zheng Shuya sent a message to Lin Feng, unsure how much longer she could endure without his tasks. Lin Feng, drenched in sweat from counting sheep, was at the bedside indulging in a post-coital cigarette when he noticed Zheng Shuya's message. "Are you out of your mind? If you want tasks, pay attention to the group. Don't bother me unnecessarily." Zheng Shuya was taken aback by Lin Feng's response. Did he somehow learn about Feng Jiarui? HPV doesn't seem to transmit orally, does it? I have bathed and rinsed my mouth several times. Doubt began to creep in. If she truly were infected, she feared she would never gain entry into Lin Feng's safe house. How many would accept a woman with HPV, whether in a post-apocalyptic world or before its arrival? Darn you, Li Wu. Cursed Feng Jiarui. If it weren't for you, would I have fallen to such depths? Zheng Shuya began to search for information on the early symptoms of HPV, now unsure of her own health status. Meanwhile, Lin Feng covered Wu Daiwei with a blanket. At that moment, she had already succumbed to exhaustion and fallen asleep. After smoking a couple of cigarettes, Lin Feng dressed and descended the stairs. Weary from the day's 2 sessions, eager to return home for a nap. The heat in Wu Yang's place was unbearable. He always emerged drenched in sweat, akin to a sauna. His own safe house was far more comfortable. "Boss, are you leaving already? It's New Year's Day. Can't you stay for a simple meal?" Wu Yong was quite pleased with Lin Feng's performance over the past hour. It seemed that despite having many wives, Lin Feng had lost none of his vigor. Ah, the years when I could wield a blade. Those felt like distant memories. After a long night of toil, he planned to catch up on sleep today, allowing them to enjoy the holiday. Lin Feng politely declined Wu Yong's kind offer. Upon descending the stairs, he noticed a group of female employees shyly watching him, particularly Sun Fongfong and Jiang Qingsnow. Feeling weary, Lin Feng refrained from teasing them. He retrieved his sunglasses and sunscreen from his pocket, applied it, and headed home. "Take care, boss. Happy New Year." A respectful chorus rang out. Without Lin Feng, they would have long been in dire straits. As Lin Feng walked halfway, he still felt the oppressive heat and decided to take up an umbrella, returning home. After an hour and a half, he arrived back. Inside, Xiao Qiao and Liang Qiuyu were engrossed in watching the 6th season of Zhen Huanzhuan. It seemed they were preparing for the challenges of future harem life. "What's the matter, my dear wife? Are you feeling jealous?" he teased, assuring her that he would never show favoritism. Lin Feng leaned in and planted a kiss on Xiao Qiao's cheek, only to be met with her playful disdain as she pushed him away. "Change your clothes. Go take a shower. You're drenched in sweat. You're simply revolting." Lin Feng was not offended. After all, Xiao Qiao and Liang Qiuyu's attitude was quite amiable. What more could he wish for? Should he really kneel and smile while they watched him take on a younger wife? Their demeanor was already quite satisfactory, and Lin Feng was certain that, in time, they would grow accustomed to it all. Chapter 152, Happy New Year. After taking a shower and changing clothes, Lin Feng glanced at his phone and discovered that building 4 had been set ablaze by Wang Guifan. This Wang Guifan is truly heartless. Not only did she wish to end her own life, but she also left many others homeless. Lin Feng put down his phone, realizing that no one would be kicking his alternate account from the group anymore. How could you dare to criticize others? As if you have taken fewer lives. Xiao Qiao shot Lin Feng a glare, clearly annoyed once again. "Come on, my dear wife. Let us take a nap." Lin Feng scooped up Xiao Qiao and returned to bed. This made Xiao Qiao blush, questioning if he intended to demand 4 hours of this every day. However, Lin Feng refrained from any unnecessary actions this time. He was genuinely exhausted and fell asleep shortly thereafter. Xiao Qiao had not anticipated that his notion of napping was merely a simple sleep. Leaning against Lin Feng's shoulder, she too felt the need for rest. If only Lin Feng could be this earnest every day, how much suffering she would be spared. One must admit that Xiao Qiao was still too young. She merely yearned for an ordinary life. Liang Qiuyu observed from the doorway, and to be honest, she envied the bond between Lin Feng and Xiao Qiao. Regardless of how many wives Lin Feng might take in the future, the position of this first wife would remain unassailable. "Darling, since we cannot overcome them, perhaps we should join them instead." Liang Qiuyu caressed her belly and retreated to her own room, closing the door to rest. She too was utterly fatigued. Once the child is born, the path ahead will surely become smoother. From this moment onward, I shall also be an irreplaceable second wife in Lin Feng's eyes. Throughout the day, the 3 of them slept soundly in their respective safe havens. Such is the reliability of a safe house. As evening fell and the sun began to set, the residents of Building 4 finally dispersed. Some sought refuge with relatives or friends, while others searched for vacant rooms to stay in. With no homes to return to, they faced not only the threat of UV exposure during the day, but also the dire lack of water, risking dehydration. Fortunately, there were numerous empty rooms in the Shishan courtyard, easily accommodating the surviving residents of the building. Zheng Shuya peered downstairs, observing the crowd had dissipated. She secured her gun and stealthily listened at Jia Lily's room. The sound of snoring indicated that Jia Lily was still asleep. Zheng Shuya breathed a sigh of relief. Food was now synonymous with life, and she had no intention of sharing her provisions, Jia Lily included. Unless absolutely necessary, Zheng Shuya wished to keep her remaining supplies concealed. What if Jia Lily couldn't withstand the temptation and resorted to cannibalism? Such an experience was one Zheng Shuya never wished to endure again. Descending to the 3rd floor, Zheng Shuya quietly grabbed a blanket and stealthily made her way home. As night had just begun to fall, and without water or electricity, few ventured outside, allowing Zheng Shuya to return unnoticed with her blanket. Safely back in her home, Zheng Shuya opened the blanket to inspect her haul. Although the instant noodles had been crushed, they remained edible, and fortunately, her supplies had gone undetected. "This is wonderful. I can endure for quite some time now." Zheng Shuya gleefully contemplated hiding the noodles and sausages. At that moment, Jia Lily, having heard the commotion, rubbed her eyes and opened Zheng Shuya's door. "Wow, so many instant noodles and sausages. Shuya, where did you find all this?" Upon seeing the delectable ham sausage, Jia Lily was overjoyed. Without hesitation, she reached out and snapped one in half, indulging in its savory flavor. Ah, how long has it been since I savored the taste of meat? Watching Jia Lili devour her treat, Zheng Shuya felt a pang of anguish in her heart. This was food I had fought so hard to acquire. Did she not even think to ask for my consent before indulging? Lily, perhaps you should eat a little less. Food is so scarce now. I have only just managed to find this. We must be frugal. Yet, Jia Lili finished one and promptly broke another. It's fine. After so many days. Besides, it's the new year. Surely, the authorities will not abandon us. And it's January. The weather cannot remain this warm forever. I will have another. It's delicious. Zheng Shuya felt a surge of frustration. How could she have forgotten to lock her bedroom door in such a moment of joy? With this manner of consumption, how long could such a meager supply last? Nevertheless, she could not bear to deny her long-time close friend, especially one who not only spoke up for her, but also provided her shelter. For now, Zheng Shuya could not bring herself to deny Jia Lili her share. A couple of sausages to quell hunger would suffice. Times have changed, and food must be conserved. Zheng Shuya tucked the ham sausages and instant noodles under the bed. Meanwhile, Jia Lili kept her gaze fixed on the box beneath the bed, her eyes filled with longing. Shuya, I'm still not full. It's the new year. Could you please give me another? Zheng Shuya felt a wave of exasperation. She herself was starving and reluctant to eat, yet Jia Lili was insatiable. Lily, I truly cannot. I haven't eaten all day either. If we finish this, we might end up like them, resorting to cannibalism. Let us endure this. Think of it as a diet. Hearing Zheng Shuya's words, Jia Lili reluctantly nodded. Very well, I will heed your advice. Just then, a notification chimed on the phone. All survivors of Shishan Yuan. Happy New Year. Is there anyone who can operate a boat? If you can, please respond. During this festive season, let us celebrate. I'll send a box of ham sausages. Lin Feng's message reached all the survivors of Shishan Yuan. New Year? Happy. Am I supposed to be happy while I'm on the brink of starvation? You dare wish me a happy New Year? How many can actually find joy in this? This person is utterly shameless. In conclusion, with the death of Li Wu, the onset of Wang Guifen's prosperous new year, the Shishan Yuan chapter is nearing its end. The author initially intended to write about the struggles for supremacy in Huanghai City, featuring the bloodied Wang Long, who was deceived, the ambitious Wang Ba, and the nearly fatal plight of Lin Hao, who was betrayed by Lin Feng, as well as the ruthless loan shark, Hong Jie, and Li Ying, who aspired to become the queen. Various factions, heroes vying for dominance. If anyone has thoughts or suggestions regarding the upcoming plot, please leave a comment following this sentence. I will respond upon seeing it. Wishing everyone a joyous National Day. Chapter 153. Zheng Shuya's choice. The tantalizing lure of a box of ham sausages offered by Lin Feng had captivated everyone. However, despite its proximity to the sea, the residents of Huanghai City had little acquaintance with boats. Only a select few had ever embarked on a journey by sea, let alone captained a vessel. Lin Feng, you monstrous killer, how dare you ask if anyone can navigate a ship? Even if someone could, they would never offer their services to you. A person like you deserves nothing less than to rot in hell. One day, your entire family shall meet a tragic fate. With the arrival of the new year, may your entire lineage perish. Your ancestors' graves shall be unearthed. Jia Lili had long harbored disdain for Lin Feng, and now Lin Feng's irritation was palpable. Why hadn't the fire consumed Jia Lili? Was there truly no one willing to undertake his bounty? Just a finger of hers for a single sausage. Even a toe would suffice. I would reward anyone who silenced her with a box of instant noodles. Anyone who skinned her alive would earn a box of canned beef. This was the first task of the new year. Who will take it? The announcement stirred a frenzy within the group. Lin Feng, are you serious? So many rewards? That could sustain me for 3 months. No one better try to steal my opportunity. Who can share Jia Lili's address with me? After the deed, I'll share 2 sausages with you. Jia Lili had become a veritable food supply. Who could provide insight into her whereabouts? I would merely need to chop off her toe. It would be a festive feast for the new year. Zheng Shuya furrowed her brow at the messages flooding the group. Was this not courting disaster? Why provoke Lin Feng during the festive season? Did no one recognize that he had become invincible in the entire Shishan villa? Had she truly consumed only 2 sausages gifted by Lin Feng? What audacity prompted her to challenge him? Who bestowed upon her such misplaced confidence? Was it not I? Was it Liang Jingru? Lily, you must apologize to Lin Feng at once. If you dare to show your face now, this crowd will flay you alive. And why? Of all times, would you provoke him on New Year's Day? Yet Jia Lili remained defiant. She boldly posted a photograph of a handgun in the group. Lin Feng, if you have the guts, come face me. Do you believe I wouldn't blow your head off? You hide away in your shell. What power do you truly possess? Are you not like that thing of yours, forever concealed? Zheng Shuya sighed, realizing the gravity of the situation. She should never have provided Jia Lili with a firearm. It had inflated her ego beyond measure. Lin Feng was not to be trifled with. How could one forget the countless bloody lessons learned? This time, even divine intervention would be futile in saving her. Where on earth has Jia Lili wandered off to? I can no longer tolerate her insolence. If she sees the sunrise tomorrow, I, Lin Feng, will change my surname. Lin Feng was genuinely enraged. I can hardly be bothered with you. And yet you continue to provoke me? Like a toad that does not bite, yet still annoys. Lin Feng, if I shoot Jia Lili dead, will you grant me the rewards? At that moment, Zheng Shuya interjected. Absolutely not. You must follow through on your threats. If you cannot act, then share an address. I will deliver you a box of sausages. Lin Feng's wrath was undeniable. No one could withstand it. Zheng Shuya was hesitant to disclose her address, knowing she had a box of ham sausages and a box of instant noodles. Revealing her location would undoubtedly expose her predicament. Observing her former confidant, Zheng Shuya felt a pang of concern for her intelligence. You consume my sausages, and I am reluctant to hold it against you. But why provoke Lin Feng, the formidable figure at the Shishan Villa? Is this merely a matter of pride? As for Lin Feng, I have accepted the task. But may I leave those items in your care until I require them? I cannot manage so many possessions at once. Upon receiving Zheng Shuya's message, Lin Feng lit a cigarette. Very well, if you wish to survive better, you might consider becoming an assassin for me. There will be many tasks ahead, and I will keep account of them. Lin Feng preferred not to frequently leave the safe house while the risks were minimal. It seemed excessive to kill someone merely to venture out. Moreover, during the festive season, complications were unwelcome. All right, I agree, but I hope you remain true to your word. Zheng Shuya understood that Jia Lili would not survive the night. Rather than waste her resources, it would be more valuable for her to perish with purpose. Convey your final worth to me. I have genuinely attempted to save you numerous times. I even provided you with a life-saving gun. Yet, with your lack of foresight, survival in this apocalypse is unattainable. Why must you provoke those who could bring you harm? I can no longer protect you. If others seize your resources, they become theirs. It is better for me to benefit first. I once wished for your survival. That was our sisterhood forged over many years. Yet your intellect only hinders me. Lily, have another ham sausage. It's New Year's. Indulge a little. We must stay vigilant tonight, or we shall lack the strength to endure. Upon hearing this, Jia Lili's spirits lifted. Thank you, Shuya. You are the best. This is how New Year's should be celebrated. Jia Lili bent down to retrieve a sausage from beneath the bed, but Zheng Shuya, clutching a pillowcase, suddenly tightened it around her neck. Is your mind solely occupied with food? Is it filled with nonsense? Though Zheng Shuya was not particularly strong, neither was Jia Lili. In less than a minute, the latter succumbed to unconsciousness. Zheng Shuya carefully pocketed the handgun she had given Jia Lili, her expression resolute. I truly wish to survive alongside you, but words of wisdom fall on deaf ears when faced with self-destructive folly. Why provoke Lin Feng? He is invincible at the Shishan Villa. Has anyone who has crossed him ever met a favorable end? Do you not grasp the fate of Wang Guifan, who chose to end her life in flames? Even if she had lived, would it have been of any use? Could she have defeated Lin Feng? You may not fear the devil, but you must fear Lin Feng. In the kitchen, Zheng Shuya seized a cleaver and cutting board, resolved to grant Jia Lili a swift end. Their years of sisterhood still mattered to her. She did not wish for Jia Lili to suffer unduly in death. This is the last act I can perform for you, my dearest friend, Jia Lili. With the pillowcase constricting Jia Lili's neck, she placed her hands upon the cutting board and swiftly severed 10 fingers. In an instant, Jia Lili awoke, startled by the excruciating pain, gazing in disbelief at her neatly severed digits. Is it truly possible that someone would sever my finger over a mere sausage? Shuya, what on earth are you doing? We are good sisters. Has the official authority of Huaxia completely collapsed? Is there not a shred of law left? Jia Lili, I have warned you not to provoke Lin Feng, yet your intellect does not seem suited for survival in this apocalypse. I had contemplated safeguarding you, to accompany you through these dire times, but my capabilities are unfortunately limited, and I can no longer protect you. Rather than allowing you to be captured and tortured by others, I will do my utmost to alleviate your suffering here. As she spoke, with tears glistening in Jia Lili's eyes, Zheng Shuya seized the cutting board and pressed Jia Lili's feet upon it. Zheng Shuya's face was a portrait of resolve. Chapter 154. The tragic demise of Jia Lili. Jia Lili gazed into the cold, merciless eyes of Zheng Shuya. She understood. Zheng Shuya was truly intent on fulfilling Lin Feng's task within the group. Was this a jest? We are the closest of sisters. You would take my life over a mere morsel of food. Shuya, what on earth are you doing? Have you lost your mind? We possess firearms. We could eliminate Lin Feng. Yet you would resort to murder for his nonsensical whims? After all these years of camaraderie, have you forgotten who accompanied you to the hospital for your checkup? Jia Lili, terrified, screamed in despair. Instinctively, she yearned to resist, even at the cost of her fingers. She did not wish to perish. The will to live is an inherent trait of all beings. Do not resist. I remember all the kindness you have shown me. I am merely helping you to end your suffering swiftly. I will sever your 10 toes, inflicting but a momentary pain. Others would take their time, one by one, prolonging the agony. Better to endure a brief pain than a lasting one. Zheng Shuya's thunderous voice took Jia Li by surprise. Was this truly the refined Zheng Shuya she once knew? Seizing the moment while Jia Li was stunned, Zheng Shuya struck down with the knife, severing her 10 toes. Ah! Jia Li cried out in despair, tears streaming down her face. Little did she know. From the moment Zheng Shuya was thrust out to serve Feng Jiarui by Li Wu, she had already realized the apocalypse was upon them. If one does not act with resolve, it is oneself who meets death. From the moment she witnessed Feng Jiarui's affliction, the once genteel Zheng Shuya had perished. Having severed all of Jia Li's fingers and toes, Zheng Shuya took out her phone to capture the moment for Lin Feng. Lin Feng, is this satisfactory? Lin Feng, contentedly puffing on a cigarette, replied, 20 sausages, I'll keep a tab for you. Zheng Shuya nodded. She could extend her life by another 10 days. I can survive even longer. Ripping away the cloth from Jia Li's neck, she beheld her friend weeping pitifully. Shuya, what have I done wrong? Why do you treat me this way? Why do you place your trust in Lin Feng? Even if you kill me, you will gain nothing. Trusting him is your folly. Gently caressing Jia Li's face, Zheng Shuya felt a twinge of regret. Yet, she was left with no choice. If she did not eliminate Jia Li, she would eventually be dragged down by her. Jia Li would consume all her resources and continually provoke Lin Feng, leading to her own demise. Even the tasks given by Lin Feng would cease. Lily, do not blame me. In your next life, carry a bit more wisdom. This is not a drill. It is the end of the world. With the bone-cutting knife, Zheng Shuya struck Jia Li's temple, rendering her unconscious. To grant you a painless death is the final act of kindness I can offer. Then, Zheng Shuya severed Jia Li's tongue and sent the image to Lin Feng. 1 box of instant noodles, mark it down. After transmitting the video to Lin Feng, Zheng Shuya had completely lost her sanity. Well done, I will remember this. Lin Feng noted in his ledger as he viewed the video. Upon receiving Lin Feng's message, Zheng Shuya realized she could never return to her former life. Then, Zheng Shuya forcefully tore apart Jia Li's clothing and commenced the gruesome act of skinning her alive. Halfway through, Jia Li awoke in agony. Upon lifting her gaze, she beheld her own bloodied and mangled torso, her eyes widening in horror. In that moment, the blood from her severed tongue choked her airway. Alas, did she perish from the choking? Having skinned half of her, Zheng Shuya, upon witnessing Jia Li's demise, recorded a video and sent it to Lin Feng. She is in excruciating pain. Should I continue with the canning process? Is this what you promised? You won't renege, will you? Lin Feng frowned upon viewing the video. He had merely uttered those words in jest during the festive season. Zheng Shuya was indeed ruthless. Having truly skinned Jia Li, I'll provide you with a box of beef cans. You can handle the body yourself. Should you require supplies, let me know. I can only spare you provisions for half a month at a time. Otherwise, it becomes too cumbersome. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Zheng Shuya exhaled in relief. She reached out to cover Jia Li's eyes, ensuring she would not depart this world with her eyes open. Then, she discarded Jia Li's corpse from the window, along with her fingers, toes, and tongue. Zheng Shuya sat on the bed, gasping for breath, her heart racing uncontrollably. This was her first deliberate act of murder. She realized she had embarked upon an irreversible path. If she wished to survive, to continue consuming what humanity ought to eat, from this moment forth, she had no choice but to incessantly accept Lin Feng's tasks. Extracting a bullet from her handgun, she tied a thin thread around it and hung it around her neck. Should the day come when I can no longer endure, this bullet is reserved for me. Times have changed, my dearest friend. You cannot perceive the reality. I truly lack the strength to safeguard you. Rest in peace, for in my hands, your death is infinitely more merciful than falling into the hands of others. Jia Li, I am deeply sorry. I cannot save you. You are ill-suited for survival in this apocalyptic world. I have endeavored to alleviate your suffering as much as possible. If there is an afterlife, I would willingly endure your torment until death. This is my debt to you. Zheng Shuya curled up in the corner, her face streaked with tears, silently cascading down in the darkness. If given a choice, she would never wish to slay her dearest friend. New Year's Eve? Spring Festival? The first day of the new year? May tonight pass peacefully. Once Jia Li's corpse was discovered, the owner-s group of the West Mountain Villa erupted in chaos. My heavens! Who could be so swift in their actions? Jia Li has been skinned alive. It's over. It's over. I feel as though I've lost a fortune. Who killed Jia Li? Speak up. Is Lin Feng really providing canned food, instant noodles, and sausages? Are you foolish? Even if you did it, would you confess? That would mean admitting you possess supplies. Food is life now. Indeed, I long for sausages. I can hardly recall the taste of meat. I dare not criticize Lin Feng anymore. Is death truly this horrific? I might as well leap from a building. Lin Feng observed the messages within the group, saying nothing. There was no need for him to expose Zheng Shuya. After all, she would never gain entry into the safe house in this lifetime. She yearned for survival, yet had no desire to consume mummies. Thus, her only recourse was to ceaselessly undertake tasks in exchange for sustenance. Lin Feng could not possibly manage every endeavor on his own. Even though Zheng Shuya was a double-edged sword, wielded skillfully, she could become a formidable weapon. Darling, does it mean that those who provoke you are destined for a wretched fate? Upon glimpsing the messages in the group chat, Xiao felt a twinge of discomfort. The brutality of Lin Feng's actions was utterly excessive, a stark reminder that killing is but a fleeting act. This was a clear demonstration meant to instill fear. From this point forward, there would undoubtedly be no one in the property owners group daring to insult or provoke me. I couldn't possibly engage in a daily war of words online, could I? Moreover, during the festive season, even if I were to traverse the internet to confront each of them, I would be weary. Lin Feng, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, appeared quite indifferent. Compared to the manner of his previous demise, Jia Lily's fate seemed astonishingly lenient. Who could claim to have met a more tragic end than Lin Feng? You haven't even begun to grasp the depths of it. Chapter 155, The Captain's Message. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiao reflected on her past experiences, realizing that there was indeed some truth in his assertions. Well, you do seem to have a point, she nodded, but suddenly recalled something. Lin Feng, why are you searching for a captain? Are you truly in possession of an aircraft carrier? The memory of Lin Feng's earlier claim of being unworthy of an aircraft carrier lingered in her mind, leaving her with an unsettling feeling. Despite Lin Feng's tendency to boast, it was perplexing to consider that he might actually be capable of such feats. If you indeed own an aircraft carrier, wouldn't that be rather intimidating? Such a colossal vessel, where would you dock it? Does it not require maintenance? Indeed, I possess intercontinental missiles and nuclear warheads as well. Do you believe me? Lin Feng boldly affirmed. Yet Xiao remained skeptical. You can keep boasting. You can't even purchase intercontinental missiles and nuclear warheads with money. Speak the truth. What do you need a captain for? Lin Feng gently shook his head. I have been truthful with you, if you do not believe me. What more can I do? Of course, I wish to relish the joy of wearing a sailor's uniform. Since you are not wearing one, I must find someone who will. Xiao shot Lin Feng a glare, yet she found this particular statement credible. Fine. You may take your time searching. I shall no longer assist you. As Xiao departed, Lin Feng took a puff of his cigarette. He needed to continue his search for a captain, otherwise, all the ships he had stolen would be for naught. Better safe than sorry. Who knows what the situation will be like in 2 years when the floods come. To all members, I am sincerely seeking someone experienced in operating ships. The larger the tonnage, the better. Ideally, a beautiful individual. I will reward anyone who provides a credible lead with a box of ham sausages. If you can truly navigate a vessel, accommodations and meals will be provided. With this announcement, all survivors at Shishan Courtyard began to ponder their acquaintances, trying to recall who among them might be a captain. Yet, after much contemplation, most shook their heads. The profession of captain was rarer than that of a gold-collar worker. Lin Feng, still smoking, gazed at his phone. Was it truly impossible for him to find a captain? Would he ultimately have to resort to searching online for instructions on how to operate an aircraft carrier? This scenario seemed rather ludicrous. If one could learn to navigate an aircraft carrier through a mere online search, what purpose would there be for sailors and captains? Ding. After some time, Lin Feng's phone chimed, indicating that someone had added him as a friend. Mr. Lin, I am Tuo Ba-Ching. A friend of mine owns a 500-ton fishing vessel, but he has already set sail. I am unsure whether he has returned to Huanghai Port. Tuo Ba-Ching was a private investigator. The information he possessed was somewhat dubious, as it had been sourced from hacked websites. Nevertheless, it was worth investigating. What if it were true? Moreover, Tuo Ba-Ching glanced at the photo on his phone's wallpaper. It was, astonishingly, Xiao. Upon receiving this friend request, Lin Feng promptly accepted. Having a lead was certainly preferable to aimlessly searching without direction. Please provide the specifics. If your information proves useful, I shall reward you with a box of ham sausages. Lin Feng sent the message, eager to inquire further. Mr. Lin, my friend possesses 50 years of maritime experience. You need not concern yourself with his operational capabilities. I can provide you with his phone number, so you may inquire about his whereabouts. 136624833XXX. Lin Feng copied the number and dialed it directly. Why does this resemble some dog's author S-group number? Beep, beep, beep. After nearly 50 seconds, no one answered. It seems this individual has passed on. Quite normal, considering 50 years of maritime experience. He must be at least 60 years old. How could he not be gone? Hello, who are you? Just as Lin Feng was about to hang up, A delicate female voice piqued his interest. "Hello, I am Lin Feng. May I ask if you can operate a vessel?" On the other end of the line, a young woman in her 20s was struggling to maintain control of the ship's helm amidst the tumultuous waves. At that moment, only she and two sailors remained aboard. With the sun's ultraviolet rays becoming increasingly fierce, the maritime UV was even more potent. "I have no time for idle chatter. My ship cannot dock. Can you contact the official maritime police? Quickly, help me call for assistance. This is the first call I have managed to connect in over 20 days. Lin Feng's heart raced with excitement. "I am with the official Huanghai City Maritime Bureau. Provide me with your coordinates. I shall rescue you immediately." Upon hearing that he was from the Maritime Bureau, the woman was overjoyed. "Truly, the heavens have not forsaken me. We are located 300 nautical miles east of Huanghai. The waves are too fierce to approach land. We cannot dock. Requesting assistance. Requesting assistance." Lin Feng leaped to his feet. "Hold on. I will arrive shortly." Witnessing Lin Feng's urgency, Xiao Qiao and Liang Qiuyu were taken aback. "Lin Feng, what is the matter? Why are you so anxious?" "Nothing much. Just keep an eye on the house. Anyone who intrudes, shoot them. I need to step out for a bit. There is something I must attend to." Lin Feng stood and headed towards the door. Xiao Qiao and Liang Qiuyu exchanged puzzled glances. They had never seen Lin Feng so serious. Once outside, Lin Feng moved behind a wall, ensuring no one was in sight, and promptly retrieved his Lamborghini. He sped towards Huanghai Port, arriving in under 20 minutes. Speed was of the essence. After filling the hole back in and parking the car, Lin Feng expanded his spatial realm, pinpointing the vessel's location. However, the waves were tumultuous, and as soon as he exited the vehicle, a powerful sea breeze nearly swept him off his feet. No wonder they were unable to dock. What a challenge they had presented to me, Lin Feng. This was 300 nautical miles away, and I cannot operate a ship. How am I to reach them? Swim there? That would surely exhaust me. Even if I, Lin Feng, could swim there, how would I bring them back? My spatial realm cannot contain people. Lin Feng scratched his head, pondering. I suppose I shall simply collect seawater while standing here? After all, the spatial realm is vast. I have no idea what else to store, and I can manage to fill the entire Huanghai if I grit my teeth. Thus, Lin Feng commenced his unconventional operation. Standing at the shore, he began to draw seawater into his spatial realm. The seawater was stored separately and intermittently. Some surviving fish and other marine life were captured and placed into another corner of his space. There is no need to worry about the absence of seafood this time. Indeed, there are no insurmountable challenges in the world, only the determined may prevail. A colossal whirlpool has manifested in the Emperor's Sea, reminiscent of the scene once witnessed at Lake Baikal. Were it not for the Emperor's Sea's connection to the Pacific Ocean, Lin Feng could have truly drained it empty. Countless derelict vessels have been drawn into the vortex, but Lin Feng remains unfazed. Let them be consumed for now, as no one desires them anymore. Perhaps they may be restored and prove useful in the future. The surviving marine life within the Emperor's Sea fills Lin Feng with joy, alleviating his concerns about a lack of seafood in the days to come. 300 nautical miles may seem considerable, yet it cannot withstand the might of Lin Feng's extraordinary pumping machine. If Lake Baikal, with its 31,500 square kilometers and depth of 1,600 meters, could not resist Lin Feng's endeavor, how could the Emperor's Sea, spanning 77,000 square kilometers with an average depth of merely 18 meters, hold firm? Now, those in need may directly utilize seawater. Chapter 156, The Anomaly of Huanghai. After 2 hours of fervent water absorption, Lin Feng finally spotted the fishing vessel. The three individuals aboard were rendered utterly bewildered by the bizarre transformation of Huanghai. Was this some sort of jest? The fishing boat, at its maximum speed, could only reach 20 knots, 20 nautical miles per hour. To traverse 300 nautical miles in just 2 hours, was that even conceivable? Was this akin to the speed of a torpedo? This was utterly ludicrous. Upon noticing the arrival of the ship, Lin Feng ceased his water-gathering endeavor. At that moment, had it not been for the Pacific Ocean's waters inundating Huanghai, the latter would have likely been entirely depleted. He retrieved a piece of timber, poured gasoline onto it, and ignited it, creating a beacon of smoke in the darkness to guide them. As the fishing boat gradually approached the shore, 3 figures disembarked, a woman and 2 men. The 2 men appeared to be around 30 years of age, while the woman was in her early 20s. Their complexions were far from healthy, exposed to the elements. Their faces were sallow, lips cracked, and skin darkened, clearly indicative of the after-effects of prolonged maritime exposure. Hello? We have been at sea for 3 months and are unaware of what has transpired. Is this Huanghai Port? The trio gazed at the flickering flames, still in disbelief. They had lost all communication, isolated from the world, with many succumbing to sun exposure, completely oblivious to the events that had unfolded. Given that the fishing vessel's provisions were typically sufficient for over 6 months, Lin Feng was confident that they had retained their humanity and had not resorted to cannibalism. I am Lin Feng from the Maritime Administration. It was you who just contacted me. Were you not still 300 nautical miles away? How is it that I arrived just as you did? Lin Feng, with a cunning twist, feigned innocence, for he could not disclose that it was his doing. The three scratched their heads, pondering how to explain this anomaly. Perhaps your electronic devices malfunctioned? A solar flare may have disrupted global communications. This is not the first time such an incident has occurred. Follow me. I shall escort you to safety. Lin Feng refrained from disclosing the apocalyptic nature of their circumstances, fearing the shock might be too great for them to bear. It was better to allow them to comprehend the gravity of the world's situation themselves over the coming month. Thank you, sir. But what shall we do about our vessel? There are still over a dozen corpses on deck. They truly died from sun exposure. Some were washed overboard by the waves, and we are uncertain how to handle them. We were merely awaiting your inspection of the bodies, the woman exclaimed, surprised by Lin Feng's amiability, promptly revealing the dire reality aboard their ship. In response, Lin Feng produced 3 burlap sacks and handcuffs, swiftly placing them over the trio's heads and securing their hands. With a grave demeanor, he declared, "Rest assured, follow me. We will conduct a thorough investigation. If your claims hold true, we shall restore your innocence." Despite being alone, Lin Feng's authority dissuaded any resistance from the three. As the saying goes, one who stands upright fears not the shadows. We truly did not commit murder. We are not afraid of an official inquiry. They protested, believing this to be the standard procedure for reporting a crime. In reality, Lin Feng was merely impressed by their 500-ton fishing vessel and decided to store it within his spatial realm. With a resounding splash, the bodies from the ship cascaded into the sea like dumplings falling into boiling water. Do not look back. Proceed forward. Get in the vehicle. The 3 individuals complied obediently, which was quite natural given the authority of their leader. Once in the car, Lin Feng retrieved 3 mobile phones and 3 SIM cards from his space, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he hurried towards Wu Yang's residence. Father-in-law, keep a close watch on these 3. Should they exhibit any extreme behavior, contact me immediately, Lin Feng instructed. Wu Yang, who had garnered Lin Feng's particular concern, promptly replied, "Understood, boss." Lin Feng nodded. Indeed, keeping Wu Yang around was somewhat beneficial. Opting against the underground route, Lin Feng followed the road back to the Shishan villa. "Leader, my name is Bai Miaoshui. How do you have my grandfather's phone number?" asked the girl in the car. Lin Feng casually responded, "The Tianyin detection indicated you were in danger, so I dialed the captain's number." "What of your grandfather? Did he also perish?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Bai Miaoshui sniffled, her voice betraying her tears. "On January 1st, something went awry. Our communication system failed, and the sun was unbearably harsh, causing sunburns to many aboard. Our medical supplies dwindled, and numerous individuals succumbed to infections. Before my grandfather passed, he insisted that I return the ship. It is the culmination of generations of effort from the Bai family, and it cannot be lost. Leader, will our ship be safe where it is? Even the most potent ultraviolet rays cannot eradicate all bacteria in shaded areas. As long as there is life, bacteria cannot be entirely extinguished. Is it possible to be devoid of bacteria on one's body, or to have none in the intestines? That is simply impossible." Bai Miaoshui's concern for her ship was understandable, as they had been adrift at sea without knowledge that today marked the 24th day of the apocalypse. "It will be fine. I will escort you to a safe location. The situation is complex, and I cannot elucidate it all at once. However, as long as you do not cause trouble or adopt a self-righteous attitude, I will ensure that arrangements are made, wives for the men and husbands for the women, to guarantee your well-being." Lin Feng jested, leaving the 3 bewildered. Yet, none of the 3 had partners. Who among the serious-minded could endure a significant other vanishing for half a year or more? "Here we are. I will remove your handcuffs. Please exit the vehicle. This is a sunburn repair cream. This is for your mobile phones. First, go inside and familiarize yourselves with the situation. If you need anything, contact me via WeChat." Upon disembarking, Lin Feng gathered the combat vehicle, unshackled the 3 individuals, and removed their hoods. Their eyes widened in delight at the sight of the villa. A leader is indeed a leader. The accommodations are splendid. "Boss, who are these 3? Wu Yang hurried out to greet them. The girl did not surprise him. Despite her sunburnt skin, she was at least a woman. But the 2 burly men, resembling coal balls, were an unexpected sight. "Since when did your taste become so peculiar, boss? Is a woman no longer sufficient for your desires?" At this thought, Wu Yang felt a tightness in his chest. Am I to lose my dignity too? Is a high-stakes gamble next? Must I stake my own integrity? Must it be such a grand affair? These are a few of my friends who will be staying with you for a while. The 2 men will share a room, and you can arrange accommodations for the woman. Just consider them company employees." As he spoke, Lin Feng patted Wu Yong's shoulder thrice, instantly conveying his message. In the dead of night, vigilance is paramount. Heeding the advice, one must be prepared for swift action. If there are no issues, all is well. If there are, direct measures shall be taken. "Understood, boss. I will ensure the task is accomplished." Wu Yong was unperturbed by the three individuals. With over a dozen family members and 2 firearms at home, could they truly overturn the situation? The trio, holding sunburn relief ointment, mobile phones, and whitening cream, entered the villa with bewildered expressions. Shouldn't there be a formal investigation? Why was there no inquiry at all? Was this truly the conclusion? By Miao Shui. Chapter 157. A mutual compliment. Who are you three to our esteemed boss Lin? As Lin Feng departed, Wu Yong began to inquire about the situation. "We are sailors. I am Bai Mianshui, this is Wang Baiwan, and he is Li Dajuan. We have just disembarked after spending 3 months at sea." Bai Mianshui was quite loquacious, while Wu Yong stroked his chin in contemplation. "Come inside. Judging by your expressions, it appears you are unaware of the events that have transpired this month. Engage in conversation with those inside. Gradually, you will come to understand." The 3 men entered the room, and upon crossing the threshold, Bai Mianshui felt a pang of inferiority. The women within were all fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged. He glanced at himself, realizing how the harsh maritime conditions had rendered him unkempt. "Do I still possess any semblance of attractiveness? There is a bathroom. You should take a shower," Wu Yong remarked, not looking down on the newcomers. The boss had instructed him to pay special attention to them, indicating they must hold some significance. After following Lin Feng for so long, Wu Yong was acutely aware, had they been inconsequential, Lin Feng would have disposed of them long ago and never brought them home. Thus, these 3 were undoubtedly of value. "I will shower first. You 2 wait here," Bai Mianshui declared, uncertain of the circumstances yet proceeding to the bathroom. It had been 3 months since his last bath, as the ship lacked proper facilities, and he felt utterly filthy. As he disrobed, he retrieved a white jade tablet from a crevice in his belongings. Inspecting the inscriptions, confusion washed over his face. "Royal Sea Anomaly, Dragon of the Abyss sucks water. A year has passed. Will winter return?" Bai Mianshui set the jade tablet aside, shaking his head. This was merely an ancient legend passed down through his family. Could it truly be real? Such a notion seemed absurd. Perhaps it was best to wash up and rest. He was utterly exhausted from the past months. Meanwhile, in the hall, Wang Baiwan and Li Dajuan gazed at the group of exquisite women, their faces betraying a sense of embarrassment. The tumultuous seas had aged them, making them appear over 30, when in fact, they were merely 25. "Do not feel anxious. Being here is akin to being home," Wu Yong reassured them. "The boss has provided you with phones. Reach out to your families." Wu Yong needed to ascertain whether their families were still alive, as those with loved ones might require special attention, especially given the onset of the apocalypse. Wang Baiwan and Li Dajuan nodded and proceeded to unpack their phones, inserting their SIM cards to contact their relatives. After half an hour and numerous calls to cousins and brothers, not a single connection was established. Logging into WeChat, they discovered the last messages from their loved ones, and tears streamed down their faces. "Boss Wu, is it true? Has the apocalypse truly arrived?" The 2 men, once robust, now wept openly. Although they had harbored suspicions during their time at sea, hearing the confirmation of such dire news was overwhelming. Each day aboard the ship had witnessed the demise of those around them, and the ominous premonitions had materialized into reality. It was not only at sea. The land was equally afflicted. Well, take some time to adapt. Avoid going out during the day, and do not mention to anyone that we have food here. In this new world, cannibalism has become commonplace. Wu Yong patted the shoulders of 2 individuals, Wang Million and Li Dajuan, who nodded in understanding. Some of their relatives had perished from starvation after their provisions were seized. Now, thinking of them served no purpose. Survival was of utmost importance. After half an hour, Bai Mianshui emerged, having cleansed herself of the black mud, her long hair cascading down her shoulders. Once her face was washed, Wu Yong's eyes widened in astonishment. The transformation was akin to that of a swan emerging from a chrysalis, although her skin still bore signs of sunburn and her lips were somewhat chapped. She turned out to be of mixed heritage. "Aren't you of Huaxia descent? How is it that you are so fair?" Wu Yong inquired with curiosity. Bai Mianshui candidly replied, "My father was also a sailor, but my mother is of a different ethnicity. Hence, I possess some Caucasian features, though I am indeed Huaxia." Observing her, Wu Yong tightened his grip on his firearm. Should he eliminate her? What man could resist the allure of such a mixed-race beauty? He privately acknowledged that she was far more captivating than his own daughter. Why was it so unfair? Were all mixed-race women this enchanting? After some contemplation, Wu Yong decided against taking such a risk. His daughter had painstakingly ascended to the position of a 3rd wife. Losing that status would lead to lifelong regret. by Miao Shui. With her fair complexion and striking appearance, stood at a moderate height of 166 centimeters, with cascading hair, rosy lips, and a perfect figure, her eyes a hint of blue, indeed. She bore a significant contrast to pure Huaxia individuals. Shaking his head, he resolved to let things unfold naturally. Given his financial prowess, acquiring a multitude of mixed-race beauties was a trivial endeavor. Eliminating this one would serve no purpose. How old are you? Can you navigate a vessel? Do you have any relatives? Wu Yong intended to know his adversary well to ensure victory, seeking clarity before proceeding. Why was the boss so adamant about finding someone capable of sailing? In this sweltering heat, water was scarce. Was there a possibility of a deluge in the coming days? I was born in 2029, making me 22 this year. I grew up on boats, so I can operate most vessels. My parents perished in a maritime disaster, and my grandfather also passed away at sea. I have no relatives left. As she spoke, a hint of sorrow crossed by Miao Shui's face, clearly indicating that her grandfather's death was a heavy burden to bear. Moreover, his body had not been properly secured and had been swept away by the waves. Well, you were fortunate to have encountered our boss Lin Feng. Otherwise, your survival would have been in jeopardy. At the mention of Lin Feng, Miao Shui expressed her curiosity, wondering how they had traversed 300 nautical miles in merely 2 hours. Even if equipment malfunctioned, navigational experience was infallible. 16 years of maritime experience. From the age of 6 to 22, how could there be an error? 300 nautical miles equated to 556 kilometers. Miao Shui had not attended school, as her family had been engaged in fishing for generations. Operating fishing vessels was their livelihood, and the knowledge acquired in school was wholly irrelevant. They merely needed to learn various languages, writing, nautical knowledge, and mechanical troubleshooting. Everything else was unnecessary. Perhaps that is indeed the case. Thank you for your boss Lin Feng. He is not from the Maritime Administration, is he? Can a leader also be a boss? Miao Shui inquired curiously, wiping the water from his hair. This question left Wu Yong utterly bewildered. What absurd claims was Lin Feng making this time? I must find a way to smooth this over. Lin Feng, could you perhaps give me a heads up before you boast next time? How am I supposed to respond to this? The leaders of the Maritime Bureau are indeed our boss, Lin Feng, who has connections in both the legitimate and underworld realms. Both sides refer to him as boss. Assisting you in this matter is merely a trifle. Wu Yong pondered for a moment, deciding to play along. If you can boast, so can I. Let's just copy the answers. It suffices to continue transcribing. Why concern ourselves with whether the answers are correct? After all, I can't solve them myself. The authorities have abandoned their posts. No one will be apprehended for the sin of boasting. Chapter 158. Lin Feng presents diamond rings. How remarkable. At first glance, I sensed he was no ordinary individual. His aura was undeniably genuine. Miao Shui was convinced, as were Wang Million and Li Dajuan. If he could ascertain their phone numbers with his celestial vision, what could he possibly be incapable of? Ahem, you two should freshen up. You've developed quite an odor. I'll fetch you a couple of uniforms shortly. Wu Yong dared not continue boasting and hastily urged them to leave. Lin Feng had made such grand claims. It was up to him to retract them, for Wu Yong could not do so. Mr. Wu, did your boss not mention pairing us with partners? Is that true? The two of them, having been single for 25 years, had never even held a woman's hand. Wang Million and Li Dajuan were genuinely concerned about their personal lives and promptly voiced their desires. As sailors, managing not to indulge while on shore was already pushing their moral boundaries. Wu Yong felt overwhelmed. Lin Feng, why must you constantly bring me trouble? The women on the second floor are off limits, and so are Sun Fangfang and Jiang Qingxuwei on the first. The remainder are predominantly single. The success of your pursuits depends on your own capabilities. Wu Yong's words instantly filled Wang Million and Li Dajuan with joy. Finally, they had encountered a benevolent soul. With so many women around, if they still remained unattached, it would simply be a reflection of their inadequacy. Upon returning home, dawn was approaching. Lin Feng had once again gathered a modest amount of seawater and seafood, which bolstered his confidence. He now believed that with his water escape technique, he could inundate the entirety of Huanghai City. However, Lin Feng was not foolish enough to act carelessly. Should he inadvertently flood the official sanctuary? Would they not seek retribution with nuclear weapons? Would he, Lin Feng, who was living quite well, truly invite the chaos of nuclear war? That would be madness. As he approached the door, he pondered what gifts to bestow upon his two wives, who were feeling somewhat bored. After some thought, he decided on diamond rings. Though such items are not consumable, it is a well-known fact that women often have a penchant for them. Starting with the largest ring for the eldest wife, the subsequent rings would decrease in size accordingly. With that, Lin Feng produced 2 diamond rings, one weighing 88 carats and the other 80 carats. Both acquired during his escapades in the beautiful nation. After all, if that nation was closed off and preventing exits, Why not take what was available? I even pilfered the Statue of Liberty. Once the country collapses next year, I shall place it in my backyard as a talisman. Of course, there were larger carat rings available, but Lin Feng had not specifically sought them out, for such endeavors would be a waste of time. Upon returning home, he found both wives fast asleep, clearly untroubled by any concerns regarding Lin Feng's well-being. A man like him, who navigated life with such caution, would not easily meet his demise unless the earth itself were to explode. Entering the room, Lin Feng retrieved the 2 diamond rings. The larger one was for Xiao Xiao, and the smaller for Liang Qiuyu. Future wives would receive their rings in due time. Lin Feng was not lacking in diamonds. "Darling, you're back," Xiao Xiao exclaimed, rubbing her eyes, only to have her gaze fall upon the magnificent diamond ring. "Oh my goodness! Such a large diamond! This must be worth a fortune," Xiao Xiao gasped, startling Liang Qiuyu awake. "Do I have one too? Although it may be slightly smaller, I am still filled with joy." Liang Qiuyu also has an affinity for diamond rings. For the size of a diamond indeed reflects the weight of love. Such a splendid diamond ring is beyond the reach of ordinary love. Now that she is my wife, presenting her with a diamond ring signifies our union. Lin Feng chuckled, surprised that both of them truly cherished such items. Had I known, I would have arranged a jewelry store for them. After all, with the world nearing its end, the authorities in the beautiful country would hardly have the time to investigate the origins of jewelry. "Honey, I do like it. But what does the engraving Bella on the inner band mean?" Xiao Qiao inquired, having spotted the letters on her ring. Lin Feng's mind momentarily faltered. He had forgotten that many diamond rings are custom-made and bear unique names that one cannot escape. Bella is the brand name. It's a high-end luxury label. It's perfectly normal if you haven't heard of it. Lin Feng hastily concocted an explanation, while Liang Qiuyu removed her own ring. "Karina? I have attended university. Are you certain this isn't the English name Karina?" Lin Feng was momentarily speechless upon hearing Liang Qiuyu's words. Had he known it would come to this, he would never have gifted a diamond ring. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? "Oh, I was merely teasing you both. I was performing a little magic trick," he exclaimed, as he conjured the space to engrave Xiao Qiao's ring with the words wife, Xiao Qiao. Then, he inscribed Liang Qiuyu's ring with second wife, Liang Qiuyu. The convenience of having space is truly remarkable. If the names are incorrect, I can engrave them right here and now. My heavens. So these are exclusive rings. Has the official world truly fallen to such disarray? Where did you have this customized? Did the diamond company not go bankrupt? Lin Feng was at a loss. Xiao Qiao, being a sharp woman, was not easily deceived, leaving him speechless once again. Upon hearing her question, Lin Feng genuinely felt that his gift of a diamond ring was just a cause for unnecessary trouble. How should he respond? "I engraved it myself. You both must treasure it. I nearly blinded myself in the process." However, Xiao Qiao remained skeptical, producing her small gold ring and handing it to Lin Feng. "Darling, could you engrave another one for me? I want to see how you do it, all right?" Lin Feng was truly at a loss for words. Wasn't he this just inviting trouble? What was the point of gifting a diamond ring if every woman were as astute as Xiao Qiao? Women can be so tedious. "Do you want it? If not, I can take it back." Lin Feng, now flustered, was increasingly irritated. If they continued to ask, he would surely slip up. "I stole it. Why must you insist on asking where it came from? How am I supposed to fabricate a story? I want it. I won't ask anymore, all right?" Xiao Qiao was taken aback by Lin Feng's sudden shift in mood. Was her inquiry truly that excessive? Unbeknownst to her, when a man abruptly displays anger, it often conceals a much larger issue. The same applies to women. Yang Qiuyu, feeling the ring, sensed something peculiar about it. However, there was an inexplicable oddity. After some contemplation, I decided to take it with me. This exclusive diamond ring for my second wife must not be lost. The 80-carat diamond is indeed stunning, gleaming with brilliance and radiance. If Zhou Kaihua were to attempt to purchase such a beautiful ring, he would find it unattainable for 10 lifetimes. Although Liang Qiuyu is not a materialistic woman, receiving such a lavish gift surely warms her heart. It reflects a man's attitude towards the woman he cherishes. Observing that they no longer inquired, Lin Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. Next time, I must engrave the name in advance. This haphazardness could easily lead to a heart attack. Chapter 159, The Awakening of Tuo Baqing. Having settled matters with his 2 wives, Lin Feng opened his phone and sent a message to Tuo Baqing. "Provide an address. The information you gave me was invaluable. I shall send you a box of ham sausages." Tuo Baqing, who had spent the entire night guarding the gate, was suddenly elated upon receiving the message. Indeed, the affluent do not skimp on life's necessities. The saying holds true, the rich feast, while the roads bear the remains of the starving. This trade was well worth it. "Lin, the address is Building 2, Unit 3, Room 601. I shall open the window and await your arrival." Lin Feng nodded. retrieving a box of ham sausages from the kitchen and dispatching it via drone. Tuoba Ching stood by the window, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the sausages. Having gone 3 days without food, he had resorted to chopping up his leather shoes and belt to make a broth. The sight of that box of sausages brought an instant smile to his face. With 50 sausages in the box, if rationed, they could sustain him for half a month. Truly, fate had not forsaken Tuoba Ching. Computers cannot serve as sustenance, but ham sausages certainly can. With the box of sausages in hand, Tuoba Ching began his final struggle in this post-apocalyptic world. Thank you, Lin. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. To be frank, I am a private detective. I possess substantial resources, and as long as you provide adequate compensation, I assure you, I can ascertain even the most elusive details about the individual you wish to investigate. Lin Feng glanced at his phone, surprised by this unexpected opportunity. Although it was not something he urgently needed, he stroked his chin and sent another message to Tuoba Ching. Could you assist me in locating someone proficient in operating intercontinental missiles? Gender is irrelevant. The only requirement is expertise in missile operation. Tuoba Ching. It was no wonder Tuoba Ching responded with confusion. His usual investigations revolved around marital infidelity, celebrity scandals, governmental corruption, and tax evasion. Finding someone who could operate an intercontinental missile? Where on earth was he supposed to find such a person? Moreover, why would Lin Feng need one? Was he contemplating launching an intercontinental missile? Forget I asked. I will contact you if anything arises. Upon seeing Tuoba Ching's 3 question marks, Lin Feng recognized the challenge at hand. Currently, those in Huaxia capable of operating intercontinental missiles were likely ensconced in official sanctuaries. Locating such individuals was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Lin, I have a personal motto. As long as the money is right, all glass shall shatter. I shall accept your task, but I must insist on equal compensation. If I succeed, grant me access to your safe house. Otherwise, I shall inevitably perish outside. Lin Feng shook his head. Such demands were rather steep. Besides, intercontinental missiles were not typically necessary. They served primarily as a deterrent, rather than for actual deployment. If you manage to find someone, I can provide you with a safe place to stay, though it is not my safe house. You may proceed if you can. If not, then so be it. Lin Feng pondered that if Tuoba Ching could indeed find someone, it would demonstrate his worth, and sparing his life would not be out of the question. Tuoba Ching assessed the terms and found them acceptable. Food, shelter, and safety. What more could one desire? Very well. Lin, consider it done. Await my good news. As he spoke, Tuoba Ching donned his glasses, a ham sausage clutched between his teeth, and settled before his computer desk. He activated the solar panel and embarked on a venture into the dark web of various factions. After all, the authorities had utterly neglected their duties. Who would care if I infiltrated the dark web? In the past, Tuoba Ching would never have dared to challenge the officials. If caught, he would face dire consequences. However, times had changed. Tuoba Ching now yearned for those consequences. After enduring hunger for so many days, he had resorted to consuming his belt. Surely, a stint in the sewing machine would at least provide a meal. The authorities could not possibly concoct a broth from my shoes and belt, could they? As long as money was involved, I would shatter glass. Armed with a kitchen knife, I cut through the wires, creating sparks and flashes along the way. After a day of relentless effort, Tuoba Ching finally breached the official dark web, just as Lin Feng had surmised. The list of personnel potentially capable of launching intercontinental missiles was predominantly composed of individuals who had sought refuge in official shelters, 99% of them. The remaining 1% were either suffering from dementia or were paralyzed. In essence, they had lost their utility and were discarded by the authorities. If they could not even control their own bodies, how could they command the launch of intercontinental missiles? Tuoba Ching munched on a ham sausage and sipped some water, acutely aware of the daunting nature of the task Lin Feng had assigned him. If this mission were simple, all survivors on Earth would be living in comfort. Tracing down the lineage of those 1% who had been discarded, I refused to believe that not a single descendant would inherit this legacy. 3 days passed, and the process of gathering information proved more intricate than the roots of a great tree. In his desperate bid for survival, Tuoba Ching poured his heart and soul into this endeavor. Ultimately, he settled on a target. Yin Qingshan, born in 1979. Designer of the Shifeng 8 missile for Huaxia in 2040, diagnosed with Alzheimer's in 2045, and has yet to recover. Son, Yin Xuesong, born in 2005, arrogant and unruly. Involved in a drunken brawl resulting in the deaths of 3 individuals, sentenced to death in 2038. Granddaughter, Yin Ruyu, born in 2032, raised by her grandfather Yin Qingshan, who devoted himself to her upbringing, hoping she would become the next generation's intercontinental missile designer for Huaxia. Due to her tender age, Her grandfather no longer qualified for entry into Huaxia's disaster shelter. Her father's execution for murder rendered her lineage unsuitable. Hence, pass. Damn it. I'm exhausted. But I finally found it. This was truly a mental labor. Tua Baqing was genuinely giving it his all. Fortunately, his profession endowed him with solar panels. Otherwise, he would have been unable to uncover so much information due to a lack of power. He opened his phone and directly contacted Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, I found it. Yin Ruyu, now 19 years old. Although she is young, I believe her chances of inheriting her grandfather Yin Qingshan's legacy are exceedingly high. Currently residing in the outskirts of Kyoto, at 806 East City. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback upon reading this news. What had started as a casual inquiry had led Tua Baqing to delve deeply. If this information proves accurate, I will provide you with a secure place where you need not worry about food. Send me her details. Upon receiving Lin Feng's response, Tua Baqing's spirits soared. Hooray! There is nothing more paramount than the act of living. Even if it means to tread upon the official sewing machine, it is all for the sake of existence. Subsequently, Tua Baqing shared the gathered information with Lin Feng. Lin Feng set aside his chilled beer and began perusing the data. The past few days had been rather tranquil. Save for Wu Yang's inquiry about whether to intervene in the employee's freedom to pursue romantic relationships. Lin Feng merely responded, "We are a company. We ought to support free love." As for his own designated partner, if an ordinary man cannot pass such a threshold, what hope is there for entering the safe haven? Lin Feng remained indifferent. As the remaining male employees in Wu Yang's villa started to pursue the women they admired, Wang Million and Li Dajiwen also began to integrate into the group, eagerly stepping forth. Meanwhile, Bai Miaoshui, Sun Fangfang, and Jiang Qingxue found themselves somewhat bewildered. Are we not exceptional enough? Or perhaps not attractive enough? Why is it that no one is courting us? Chapter 160. The search for Yin Ryu. The survivors in Wu Yang's villa are far from foolish. They are not the type to be mere sycophants. It is already a stroke of luck to find someone of similar circumstances who is also appealing. The goddess-like figures are best left to the boss. After all, we do not wish to jeopardize our employment. Our sustenance is provided by the boss. And that is quite sufficient. Competing for the boss's wife? Have they indulged in too much horse urine, or do they simply wish to hasten their demise? Meanwhile, on the second floor, Wu Daiwei and Ling Wenya have long been as close as sisters, often bathing together. Their temperaments are gentle, and they bear no resentment towards Lin Feng's affairs. One is a starry-eyed fangirl while the other is a self-doubting orphan. They perceive Lin Feng's actions as entirely normal, content with the notion of being the third or fourth wife. How much is too much? What more can one desire? My dear wives, I have matters to attend to today and shall step out. If anyone comes by, do not hesitate to take action, Lin Feng cautioned before leaving, fearing that the two might grow complacent after days of peaceful coexistence. Where are you off to? Would it be convenient to take us along for a stroll? Staying cooped up at home is becoming unbearable, inquired Qiao Qiao and Liang Qiuyu, eager to escape the confines of their abode. That is rather inconvenient. It is not a leisurely outing. You two should remain at home and explore the uses of jelly and pop rocks. I shall return to assess your findings. Lin Feng replied, prompting a glare from Qiao Qiao. Since Liang Qiuyu is currently indisposed, it will fall upon me to present the findings upon your return, won't it? She retorted, very well. Should there be any urgent matters, do call me. Ordinarily, I shall return within a day, Lin Feng assured them. He was heading to Kyoto's East City, a distance of 300 kilometers, which could be traversed in an hour. Considering the task at hand, a day should suffice. All right. Take your time, Qiao Qiao responded, waving him off without further thought. It was daytime, but Lin Feng chose not to traverse the ground. Instead, he found a secluded spot to dig directly to Kyoto, as the authorities had retreated and their return was uncertain. In no time, he arrived at his destination, parking discreetly and reviewing the photographs and information on his phone, beginning his search. Kyoto, the outskirts of the 8th ring, number 806. The map offered little clarity regarding the location. Upon arrival, Lin Feng discovered a dilapidated area of old bungalows, many of which bore no identifiable addresses, rendering it quite difficult to locate. The scene was chaotic, with refuse and corpses strewn about, the air heavy with a foul stench. Had it not been for the intense ultraviolet radiation that had eradicated most flies and mosquitoes, the air would surely have been teeming with them. Before long, mutated flies and mosquitoes would be rampant. Recalling that flies and mosquitoes are among the fastest to mutate due to their remarkable reproductive capabilities, Lin Feng pressed on. Number 720? It must be in that direction, he mused, puffing on a cigarette as he began to navigate by the door numbers. The overwhelming odor evoked memories of rural latrines. After a brief wander, Lin Feng unexpectedly found himself in a dead end. What the hell? Is it truly the year 2050? Such bungalow districts still exist? This is Kyoto, albeit on the outskirts. However, one cannot engage in such reckless behavior. You have completely obstructed my path. Lin Feng was seething with rage. He summoned his apocalyptic vehicle, pressed the accelerator to the floor, and rammed it into the wall. Boom. With a thunderous crash, the wall crumbled. As long as the payment is secured, nothing else matters. The glass shattered into countless pieces. No doubt about it. Lin Feng had lost all patience for a slow search. With this sweltering heat, am I truly so idle as to seek out an uncertain fate? Following the resounding blast, many emerged, donning scarves and wielding weapons. Given their anxious demeanor, it seemed a tribe of cannibals had appeared. Lin Feng, uninterested in idle conversation, promptly took out his phone and inquired. Yin Ruyu, number 806, where is it? Die. Cannibals. From a distance, a middle-aged man, without hesitation, brandished a hoe and prepared to smash the car window. Bang. Without a moment's pause, Lin Feng shot him in the head. Don't test me. I have no interest in you. I will ask once more. Where is Yin Ruyu, number 806? If you do not speak, I will eliminate all of you. The crowd, upon seeing Lin Feng's firearm, immediately recoiled, pointing towards the north. Lin Feng, cigarette in mouth, accelerated towards the northern wall. The group exchanged bewildered glances, questioning his purpose. Are you simply here to crash into our constructed walls and depart? It is not that Lin Feng lacked compassion. Rather, they could only endure a few more days of sustenance. This merely marked the difference between an earlier or later demise. After over 10 minutes of driving, Lin Feng finally located a single-story building with a number beginning with 8. However, the writing was indistinct, making it impossible to discern which was 806. Having traveled over 300 kilometers, Yin Ruyu, please do not be dead. The photo depicted her with striking glasses. I wonder if she has fallen victim to others? Lin Feng, disinterested in exiting the vehicle, pressed the accelerator and crashed through the main gate. A few men who were roasting mummies jumped in fright, questioning the nature of this formidable vehicle. Gentlemen, while you dine, where is number 806? The men exchanged glances before brandishing their machetes. If they could seize this vehicle, a journey to Lake Baikal would be a piece of cake. Who needs to feast on mummies? Kid, get out of the car if you wish to live. Bang. Lin Feng did not allow him to finish, shooting him in the chest, sending him to meet his maker. Spare me the chatter. Where is number 806? The men were startled. This lad was clearly no ordinary foe. Not only did he possess such a powerful vehicle, but he also wielded a firearm. In the 4th building next door. Lin Feng nodded, then tossed a hand grenade. Thank you. Perhaps we shall meet again in the next life. Boom. The grenade exploded, ensuring a final farewell. What purpose do you serve for me? What if you were to mutate and seek revenge on Lin Feng? I shall not grant you that opportunity. With a thunderous roar, Lin Feng pressed the accelerator, demolishing 4 walls in his path. All he desired was speed. Arriving at the 4th building, Lin Feng, cigarette still in hand, stepped out of the vehicle into a surprisingly tidy courtyard. In a quaint residence reminiscent of the 1980s, devoid of any scent of blood, it appeared untouched by looters. Lin Feng rapped on the door, only to find it securely locked and obstructed. This would not do. Entry was proving quite difficult. Is anyone there? If not, I might just set this place ablaze. Lin Feng proclaimed loudly, a cigarette clenched between his teeth. At that moment, a girl, not yet 20 and wearing glasses, peered out from within. Disheveled and pale, she was in a state of disarray, yet Lin Feng instantly recognized her as Yin Ruyu. Who are you? We have no food left, and our water supply is nearly depleted. There is nothing left for you to steal, she stammered. A wave of relief washed over Lin Feng. She was indeed alive. It seemed his journey had not been in vain after all. Yin Ruyu. Chapter 161. Determining the missile position, Lin Feng tapped on the glass and addressed her. I am Lin Feng, the leader of the missile launch team from Huaxia. I have invited Mr. Yin Qishan back to the official fold. Clang. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the small kitchen knife hidden behind Yin Ruyu fell to the ground. Instantly, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Only she and her grandfather knew how they had managed to survive this month. Grandfather, come out quickly. The official authorities have not forgotten us. They have sent someone to retrieve us, and it is the leader of the missile launch team. This is a high-ranking official. Lin Feng glanced around the room, surprised to find that the 71-year-old expert was still alive. However, he questioned whether the old man's mind was still sharp enough to recall how to launch a missile. What did you say? Are you seeking a government position? It was evident that the old man's faculties were diminishing. It seemed that this trip might be in vain. Lin Feng shook his head slightly, hoping that Yin Ruyu would prove to be of some use. Otherwise, his visit would be entirely fruitless. Miss Yin, in the current circumstances, your grandfather no longer possesses the capability to launch missiles, correct? I must inquire, do you have the knowledge to launch them? Lin Feng was not naive. Although Yin Ryu was quite appealing, he found no reason to bring her home if she held no value. For the time being, he had enough on his plate with his wife. There was no need for additional complications. If she was unhelpful, he would simply return home on his own. Are you in search of the manufacturing and launching documents for the missiles? We have those at home. I will retrieve them for you. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a surge of joy. This trip was not in vain after all. After a while, Yin Ryu returned with a USB drive and a large stack of printed materials. Lin Feng was taken aback by the sheer volume. How on earth was he to find the page detailing missile launch procedures among all this? Moreover, he was dealing with Russian technology. Was the launch process truly the same? What if there was a catastrophic failure? Was this not a gamble with his life? Miss Yin, these materials are classified documents. Where did you acquire them? Lin Feng casually picked up one of the documents through the window and glanced at it. Indeed, it contained various missile specifications. However, it was of little use. In the face of an apocalypse, Lin Feng could hardly continue to manufacture missiles. 6 years ago, my grandfather was diagnosed with dementia. These sketches were his idle creations. I couldn't oversee him while attending school, so he would draw at home during the day, and I would back them up on a USB drive each night. I thought they might be useful someday to present to the authorities. However, when I attempted to submit them, the staff dismissed me, saying that if an elderly man with dementia could create missiles, he could as well build an aircraft carrier. Thus, they remained at home, gathering dust. Lin Feng nodded. The staff's response was indeed very bureaucratic, perfectly aligned with the ethos of Huaxia. So, are you capable of launching a missile? After all, you have reviewed these documents, haven't you? Upon hearing Lin Feng's query, Yin Ryu adjusted her glasses and replied formally, I understand the principles. My grandfather taught me the technical aspects from a young age. However, I have never encountered a real missile. I am merely engaging in theoretical discussions at this moment, uncertain of whether I would ever launch one. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng sensed an opportunity. All right, hand everything over to me. You all tidy up and follow me to the official shelter. Lin Feng received all the documents and USB drives through the window, then opened the trunk of the armored vehicle and directly stored them in the space. This equipment should prove useful, though I wonder if the parameters drawn by this elderly expert, now afflicted with dementia, are still accurate. Inaccuracy could lead to catastrophic failures. Thank you, leader. We have been out of food for 3 days. If you do not arrive soon, we will perish from hunger. I will accompany you at once. Furthermore, there is nothing of value left at home. I exchanged it all for food some time ago. Lin Feng nodded, acknowledging that he neither stole nor purchased food from the capital. The famine here was not as severe as in Huanghai City, which was quite normal. In his previous life, food could still be procured with money within a month in Huanghai City, but now, Reborn, it had become a disaster zone, clearing away the dilapidated furniture. Yin Ryu took her household registration booklet, property deed, and other important documents supporting her grandfather, Yin Qishan, as they exited the house. Yin Ryu was small and slender, standing at 158 centimeters, with a messy ponytail and a striking appearance. However, with her large glasses, she exuded an air of foolishness. After helping her grandfather out, she returned to gather their belongings. At 71 years old, the elderly gentleman stooped, sometimes confused, sometimes lucid, glancing around, seemingly lost in his thoughts. Old veteran, where are the missile bases of Huaxia? Lin Feng could only search within a radius of 1,000 kilometers. Venturing into the northwest would surely be arduous. Perhaps this old man might know a few locations? I am no spy for any nation. I would never betray Huaxia. As the chief designer of the Shifeng 8 missile, I would never disclose that there are 3 missiles beneath Daeong Mountain in the northern suburbs of Kyoto. Moreover, there is one beneath the 13 tombs, and 2 in the Kyoto Grand Canyon. In the northwest, there are 8 in Dunhuang. Lin Feng was at a loss for words, hastily pulling out a notebook to jot down the information. Although it might not be of immediate use, one could never know when it might become relevant. Wait, you're speaking too quickly. I can't keep up. Yin Qingshan's dementia was evidently severe, as he blurted out everything. As long as Lin Feng had a general location, he could pinpoint them, so he only needed to note the approximate sites. Before long, his notebook was filled with a plethora of missile launch sites. Lin Feng felt elated, as he was convinced that many of the locations provided by Yin Qingshan were indeed accurate. He had already identified where several missiles were stationed in the capital. With the spatial capabilities and the assistance of this elderly man, Lin Feng felt invincible. Just then, Yin Ryu emerged carrying a suitcase filled with her and her grandfather's clothing. However, upon stepping outside, she overheard her grandfather passionately recounting his past glories and missile locations, leaving her bewildered. Lin Feng listened intently, taking notes, which hardly resembled the behavior of a missile launch group leader. As a group leader, Why would you need to inquire about the locations of the missiles? It was evident that Lin Feng was a charlatan. Grandfather, please stop. He is not an official. He is an enemy agent. If you keep talking like that, the Huaxia nation is doomed. After Yin Ruyu interrupted him with a hand over her mouth, Yin Qingshan scratched his head and turned to Lin Feng. Are you a spy then? Lin Feng casually replied, of course not. I am the commander of the missile launch unit of Huaxia. My mission is to hear you out completely. Please continue. As he spoke, Lin Feng drew his gun and aimed it at Yin Ruyu. I wouldn't mind exerting some effort to find someone who can operate a missile, but knowing where the missiles are located is far more crucial. What use is it to find someone without the missiles? Huaxia is so vast. Am I expected to search for them one by one? Wouldn't it be more efficient if this old man could guide me? Why waste energy on that? Chapter 162. I shall cool the earth. Yin Qingshan cast a glance at Lin Feng's handgun, his dim, aged eyes revealing no discernible emotion. He nodded and continued speaking. Yin Ruyu stared blankly at the gun's muzzle. There was no other choice. They must leave it to fate. If this fellow were to shoot himself, Yin Qingshan would merely shrug it off. After all, the affliction of senility had rendered him irretrievable, speaking whatever came to mind. Under the shade at the door, Yin Qingshan recounted his valiant exploits for several hours, until the sun dipped below the horizon. He spoke of the challenges in missile production, the exorbitant sums offered by foreign powers for betrayal, and his near-fatal encounters with mercenaries. Among countless other tales, exhaustion set in, and Lin Feng thought it prudent to offer him some milk, as there was no rush on his part. The old veteran seemed uncertain of how many days remained for him, so it might be wise to jot down these stories for future analysis. Yin Ruyu was utterly exasperated with her grandfather. Why must he suffer from such an ailment? This time, it seemed the fate of the Huaxia nation was sealed. As darkness enveloped the sky, Lin Feng noticed the old man's tales were largely repetitive, and his patience for further notes waned. Let us depart, old sir. Get in the back seat. We shall venture to the northern suburbs. Lin Feng, cigarette in mouth, opened the car door. Intent on exploring Daeong Mountain in the northern outskirts of Kyoto, Yin Ruyu supported Yin Qingshan into the rear seat, speechless. Lin Feng had taken precautions, seating himself 3 rows away, ensuring he had little to fear from Yin Ruyu's sudden movements. There's milk and bread in the back. You must be famished. Go ahead. Eat. Yin Ruyu, you are quite astute. I am indeed not an official. However, peruse this information first before making any judgments. With that, Lin Feng activated his phone and tossed Yin Ruyu the documents. Upon seeing the contents within, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Is it because my father is a murderer that we have been dismissed by the authorities? My grandfather has accomplished so much, yet his senility negates all of it? Yin Ruyu was deeply saddened. She felt no need to question the authenticity of Lin Feng's documents. After all, if they were false, why had it been Lin Feng who arrived instead of the officials? There is no need for such sorrow. To live is to possess value, for it prolongs existence. To the authorities, you no longer hold value. Yet, to me, Lin Feng, you remain significant. As Lin Feng steered his post-apocalyptic vehicle northward, Yin Ruyu seemed to apprehend his intentions. You cannot possibly be contemplating launching a missile. Are you aware of the ramifications? This is PG. We shall all perish. Yin Ruyu was in a state of panic, unable to comprehend Lin Feng's audacity. I have not suggested targeting Huaxia. Merely a single missile towards Mount Fuji will suffice. The earth is already sweltering. I must cool it down. Lin Feng, cigarette in hand, spoke with reckless bravado. After all, Mount Fuji, along with numerous other volcanoes, would inevitably erupt due to tectonic movements when the asteroid strikes America next year. The nation would face obliteration in due time. He was merely hastening the inevitable. Volcanic ash from Fuji will rise into the stratosphere, shielding some of the ultraviolet rays, thus lowering the Earth's temperature. I, Lin Feng, am merely performing a global service. I must cool the Earth. Impossible. Absolutely out of the question. Do not claim that I have never launched a missile. Even if I possessed the capability, I would refrain from such actions. Although Yin Ruyu has been abandoned by the authorities, she still maintains her principles. She would never stoop so low. This is undeniably the prelude to a third world war. Enough of the idle chatter. Act, or perish. I now grant you 3 seconds to contemplate. With that, Lin Feng turned, aiming the gun at Yin Ruyu. In an instant, Yin Ruyu's temper flared. There is no way I would ever comply with this. Even if you were to shoot me, I would never acquiesce. If you expect me to act, then you must ensure my sustenance and safety. Lin Feng. Truly, one must look out for oneself, lest the heavens conspire against them. Yin Ruyu quickly capitulated, realizing that the authorities no longer cared for her survival. Thus, she must find a way to endure. Her stomach growled. As she rubbed her belly, she admitted her hunger. If I perform well, there will be more than mere bread to eat. Anything I desire will be afforded to me. Lin Feng lowered his weapon. Sensing that hunger could quell even the most stubborn of tempers, Yin Ryu seized a loaf of bread and a bottle of milk, voraciously consuming them. Having been forsaken by the authorities, she understood that proving her worth was essential for survival. After devouring a piece of bread and drinking a bottle of milk, Yin Ryu began to care for her grandfather, feeding Yin Qinshan with sustenance. Meanwhile, Lin Feng rushed towards the Daeung Mountain missile base, convinced that today a missile would surely bloom amidst Mount Fuji. In this small nation of the sun, we dig and dig, launching small missiles, igniting fiery watermelons. Today, I, Lin Feng, shall bring about the premature demise of the Sun Nation. Even a deity cannot impede my resolve. As he neared his destination, Lin Feng's phone rang. Hello, Chow Chow. What is it? Did you not say to call if something arose? I am quite occupied. Driving along, he did not anticipate any significant events. Lin Feng, it's bad. Guanxinga has somehow acquired 2 fuel tankers. He intends to set our house ablaze. Upon hearing Chow Chow's words, Lin Feng remained unfazed. Let it burn. Our house is constructed of titanium alloy, with internal aviation-grade materials. It cannot be ignited. While Lin Feng was unperturbed, Chow Chow was frantic. Lin Feng, it is not as simple as you imagine. Guanxinga seems to have commandeered a pesticide factory. He has mixed defoliant into gasoline. If that ignites, the toxicity could linger for months. Sister Chiu, you mentioned that burning defoliant produces a large amount of dioxins. It could easily lead to fetal deformities or miscarriages. If that happens, not only will you be unable to return, but we will also be trapped. Moreover, your son may not survive. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng slammed on the brakes. In comparison to obliterating the Sun Nation, cooling the earth is of lesser importance. My son is paramount. Though deities cannot obstruct my mission to dismantle the Sun Nation, my son certainly can. Damn it. Guanxinga, you are crafty. When you could not defeat me directly, you resorted to underhanded tactics. Truly, I fear not a rogue who fights, but one who is educated. Stay calm. I will return home before we discuss this further. Lin Feng halted the vehicle, realizing that today's mission to blow up Mount Fuji would have to be postponed. After all, I cannot neglect my home. What if Liang Qiu you were to miscarry or give birth to a deformed child? Lin Feng possessed a gas mask, yet unfortunately, it was not available at home. What was happening? Why had he suddenly come to a halt? Yin Ryu was momentarily bewildered. Had it not been agreed upon to detonate Mount Fuji? How could a single phone call alter their objective? What is your degree of myopia? Lin Feng inquired as he parked the car, directly addressing Yin Ryu. 1800 degrees. She replied candidly, not contemplating further. Hand over your glasses and cover your head. Your grandfather as well. As long as you obediently comply, I, Lin Feng, will ensure your future sustenance is secure. With that, Lin Feng exited the vehicle, removed Yin Ryu's glasses, and proceeded to place handcuffs and hoods on the 2 of them. Yin Ryu dared not resist. Lin Feng was armed. Let it all come to ruin swiftly. I am weary. Whatever will be, will be.